1 skill point per second, starting with 100,000 to max out instantly. When the aura of a seemingly useless support class envelopes the battlefield, dual forms of Angel and Ashura quietly awaken. Divine healing by day, bloodthirsty reaping by night. Who says a healer can't deal damage? Mufeng will show the world that a support can become the nightmare of all enemies. On the playground of Nanjiang First High, third-year students awaited the fateful transfer ceremony. Mufeng, a young man who had transmigrated to this parallel world 2 years ago, stood calmly at the end of Class 7's line. This world was fraught with danger. Awakening abilities at 18 and fighting for humanity was the sole theme. Here, his best friend Lu Bai, a 195 centimeters tall, good-natured fatty, handed him a Coke. Mufeng took it, teasing him for his composure. Lu Bai claimed the more nervous he got, the more he ate. He, in turn, praised Mufeng's calmness and worried about him awakening a lifestyle class. Mufeng shrugged. At worst, I'll go back to blacksmithing with Uncle. Lu Bai didn't buy it. Brother Chen, you've topped the ranks for a year. If you end up useless, our year is done for. My grandpa said if I awaken as a warrior, it's honoring our ancestors. Mufeng smiled. With your build, you definitely will. The principal announced the start of the tests. Ma Debiao, Class 4, Culinary Mastery. Lifestyle Class, Chef. Nyo Bagua, Class 8, Vocal Mimicry Mastery. Lifestyle Class, Live Streamer. Over 200 students were tested, yet only 8 were combat types, and not a single rare combat class. The school leaders looked grim, and the students below grew increasingly tense. Next, Huamanqin, Class 9. A stir went through the crowd, all eyes focusing on the ethereal girl in a white dress. She was perennially second in the year, second only to Mufeng, and her background was mysterious. Wei Ran, the class monitor of Class 4, loudly professed his admiration as usual. He was Huamanqin's notorious sycophant. Huamanqin stepped onto the platform, touched the light sphere, her gaze sweeping almost imperceptibly over Mufeng, a ripple in her eyes. Lu Bai exclaimed, Brother Chen, Huamanqin is looking at you. Clang! A blue-white shot into the sky, forming a sword chi silhouette. Huamanqin, Class 9. Awakened skill, Dustless Sword Heart. Combat class, Special type, a swordsman. The highest-ranking rare class, Sword Cultivator. The playground erupted. The school leaders celebrated excitedly. Huamanqin gazed at Mufeng, a hint of pride and anticipation in her eyes. She wanted to beat him this one time. Mufeng, Class 7, step up for testing. All eyes were on him. Lu Bai encouraged, Bro, get a forbidden class and blind them. Mufeng smiled faintly and walked forward. Passing Huamanqin, he heard her soft good luck. The moment his palm covered the light orb, boom. The sky clouded over, thunder roared, and a power interweaving light and darkness descended. Amidst an intense tearing sensation, Mufeng seemed to see a giant angel totem with broken wings fall, a golden teardrop merging into his soul. The phenomenon vanished, the light orb calmed. No one saw 2 wisps of black and white light merge into Mufeng's back as wings. Only Huamanqin sensed it keenly. Mufeng, Class 7. Awakened skill, Maguang Shu, Light-Bathed Art. Support class. The entire assembly was stunned. Such a grand phenomenon, yet he was just a healer. The top student of the year wasn't even a combat class? Wei Ran gloated, all thunder, no rain. Not even as good as a bottom-tier mage like me. Mufeng remained calm, a voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Angel's Descent. Reward, 100,000 skill points. Congratulations host, Angel spokesperson identity unlocked. Exclusive privilege, from now on, you will gain 1 skill point every second. Mufeng frowned slightly, this cheat is a bit outrageous. He quickly understood the power of his golden finger, infinite skill points, drastically reduced growth time, and instantly maxed out skills. Wei Ran's mockery drew Lu Bai's ire. As Lu Bai was about to act, Wei Ran, a mage, cast an ice spell, freezing Lu Bai's feet, and several combat types from Class 4 rushed forward. From the platform, Mufeng's eyes narrowed, his fingers extended. Whoosh! A radiant light enveloped Lu Bai, melting the ice, and power surged through him. It was Maguang Shu, but with a special golden halo. Lu Bai casually threw Wei Ran aside and knocked back several others. The principal stopped the farce. Huamanqin and the testing master both noticed Mufeng's Maguang Shu was extraordinary. The principal consoled Mufeng that support classes also had bright futures. Mufeng calmly agreed. He chuckled inwardly, a priest, so what? Before long, this healer of mine will shake the world. Returning home, his blacksmith uncle, though slightly disappointed by the priest class, still encouraged Mufeng. Mufeng and his uncle drank heartily, celebrating the transfer. Waking up the next day, Mufeng had a headache. He casually cast Maguang Shu on himself and felt instantly refreshed. Name, Mufeng. Class, priest level, 0. HP, 500 MP, 100 Stats, STR5, Con 10, END8, AGI 3, SPI 8. Skill points remaining, 172,500. Skill, Maguang Shu, Tier 1 restores 3% of target's HP. Advancement required 500 points. Mufeng didn't hesitate and started pouring points. Ding! Consumed 500 skill points. Maguang Shu upgraded to Tier 2. Evolved Xinling Jiguan, Heart's Light. Xinling Jiguan restores 7% of target's HP. Increases caster's base defense for 3 minutes. Reduces physical damage taken. 10% chance to be immune to enemy critical hit effects. Heaven defying. Mufeng's breath quickened as he continued to spam skill points. Ding! Xinling Jiguan evolved Xingguang Qidao, Holy Light Prayer. Ding! Xingguang Qidao evolved Yuangu Sangha, Ancient Hymn. Ding! Shangling Qiyue, Holy Spirit Contract, evolved Guangyao Chenshang, Radiant Lifebringer. Tier 7. His skill points depleted, the room filled with a surging, peaceful aura. Birds gathered outside the window, plants grew lusher. His uncle, while blacksmithing, felt the furnace heat lessen. Tier 7 Maguang Shu, a percentage-based heal, would be immense later on. Mufeng stepped out, basking in the sunlight. Faint silver angel wings appeared on his back, and the panel text turned golden. He casually cast Maguang Shu on his uncle. Under the pale golden halo, his uncle's strength doubled, his energy boundless. Lu Bai arrived with materials, mentioning many had started grinding. Just then, a fleet of luxury cars stopped outside. A man in a suit and sunglasses with a gold-plated case asked his uncle to forge 3 swords, leaving a 5 million deposit. Mufeng caught a familiar, exotic scent in the air. Could it be her? Lu Bai went off to grind with the team. Mufeng lounged in a recliner in the courtyard, sipping tea and reading the group chat. Wang Taichu, archer, shared he'd killed a mini-boss for 30 skill points, eliciting awe and envy. Mufeng glanced at his 87,530 skill points and mused, "Ah, the sweet scent of vile capitalism." He buffed his sweating uncle again, who instantly went berserk, his forging efficiency skyrocketing. Mufeng dozed off. In his dream, the angel of light totem grew clearer, then twisted hideously, golden wings turning blood red as the angel fell into an Azura. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Night Azura. Reward, 200,000 skill points. Ding! Night Azura state activated, charging. Mufeng woke with a start. It was deep night. His panel had turned blood red. Dual hidden classes, Angel and Azura. His original skill Guanyo Chinching was replaced. Dieshua Sholua, Blood Drinking Azura, passive 10% chance to leech 2% of target's current HP when casting any skill. Sholua Inji, Azura Mark, passive casting skills in Night Azura state applies a mark to the target. Shuesha Shu, Blood Kill Art, Tier 1 burns 3% of own HP to launch a cursed attack, causes target to continuously lose HP. Applies 1 Azura Mark. Mufeng was ecstatic and immediately started upgrading his new skills. Ding! Shuesha Shu evolved Imeng Cholong, Nightmare Cage. Ding! Imeng Cholong evolved Shenpan Jilian, Scythe of Judgment. Ding! Saijue Siguan, Adjudication Death Ray, evolved Wang Hun Xiadu, Soul Desecration. Tier 7. A murderous storm swept the courtyard. Mufeng's eyes turned blood red. His uncle saw him leaving with a backpack. "Where are you going?" Mufeng waved, "Going to the leveling zone to stretch my legs." His uncle grumbled but then glimpsed black-red wings unfurling from Mufeng's back, utterly shocked. Outside Nanjiang safe zone, the closest leveling spot was Sentinel Pasture, LV 1-10. Mufeng, a level 0 awakener with Tier 7 skills, headed straight for the Tier 2 map, Silent Valley. LV 11-20 monsters, red named, aggressive. An hour later, Mufeng entered Silent Valley. He drank a basic strength potion, increasing his HP to 600. In Night Azura state, he couldn't use Maguang Shu, and his skills consumed HP, so caution was key. By a lake, his superior night vision spotted 2 LV-13 bloodthirsty crocodiles. As he was about to act, an arrow killed one. A man and woman, older awakeners, archer and support, appeared. They quickly killed the other and kindly warned the level 0 priest Mufeng to leave the dangerous area. Mufeng thanked them and headed deeper into the valley. Soon, he encountered 3 LV-15 spirit-devouring leopards. Came as a group? Let's test this. Mufeng murmured provocatively. The 3 leopards lunged, incredibly fast, a palpable sense of danger. Bind. Mufeng uttered softly. Nightmare Cage, Shuesha Shu's Tier 3 evolution, activated. 3 blood-red halos descended, immobilizing the leopards instantly. Azura marks appeared on their foreheads as they shrieked in despair. Explode. Another stream of blood-red light, and the 3 Azura marks detonated simultaneously. Boom! A blood mist spread, and the 3LV-15 spirit-devouring leopards disintegrated. A level 0 priest, instantly killing 3LV-15 elite monsters. The blood-drinking Ashura passive triggered, instantly replenishing the 80 HP he'd consumed. Mufong felt a surge of power and an intense desire for battle. Ding! Achievement unlocked. First character upgrade. Reward Advanced Experience Guide *3. For beginners only. Ding! Gained 2,750 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional experience reward of 875 points. Ding! Gained leopard print *3. Ding! Gained broken leopard bones *3. Congratulations, host. Your character level has risen to level 3. Reward 15 attribute points. Whoosh! A colorful halo enveloped him. An incredibly comfortable feeling of promotion spread throughout Mufeng's body. He leveled up. He actually jumped 3 levels in one go. Mufeng didn't expect the experience of leveling up by defeating monsters above his level would be so good. During the day, for safety reasons, Luby and the others had been guarding the ranch, killing level 0 alpacas for over 4 hours, and they only managed to reach level 3. But here, Mufeng just waved his hand, and in a few moments he closed the gap. And this seemed to be just the beginning of tonight's Ashura feast. Due to the influence of the priest profession's characteristics, every time he leveled up, Mufeng's base health would increase by 50 points. From the previous 600 points, it became the current 750 points. Not enough. Mufeng waved his hand and added all 15 attribute points to the health section. Ding! Points added successfully. Host's base health increased to 750 points, a surge of 300 health points. With the effect of the primary strengthening potion, Mufeng's current health cap broke the 1,000 mark. What Mufeng didn't know was that this health level had far surpassed any combat profession of the same level. Even Luby, that big health tank, a true blood warrior shield profession only, had about 800 health at level 3. A visible improvement. Having tasted the sweetness of leveling up, Mufeng felt more grounded as he advanced through the quiet valley. Thick blood meant confidence. Relying on his passive blood-sucking talent as a blood Ashura, Mufeng was confident that as long as he didn't get surrounded by a group or encounter a high-level boss, he wouldn't have to worry about life-threatening dangers in this valley map, even if he was alone. After completing the point allocation, Mufeng took out an advanced experience guide and burned it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Within 1 hour, killing monsters will grant an additional 30% character experience. This achievement reward is quite reliable. All practical items for accelerated growth. At this rate, I should be able to pass the beginner phase soon. Mufeng smiled and continued to delve deeper into the valley map, starting a new round of monster hunting. Ding! Gained 300 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 100 experience points. Ding! Gained 450 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 150 experience points. Mufeng advanced quickly, clearing some spirit-eating leopards and level 13 red-named armored bears along the way, reaching level 4. This process took about half an hour. As his level increased, the speed of leveling up naturally slowed down. But even at this speed, it was enough for those trainees in the group to look up to. Whoosh! A stream of red blood-like merged into his body. The passive skill of the blood Ashura continuously worked, replenishing his health while Mufeng felt an inexplicable surge of hot power stirring within him. Ding! Night Ashura totem. Charging complete. Waiting for activation. Ha! Mufeng stopped, puzzled, and immediately opened the panel. He was surprised to find a pulsating blood red light appearing at the edge of the panel interface, flickering continuously. The frequency matched his heartbeat perfectly. At the same time, Mufeng felt an unprecedented strong desire to kill monsters. Activate. In the next moment, the faint Ashura wings behind him suddenly glowed with bloodlight. Behind Mufeng, a nearly 3-meter-tall Ashura totem slowly took shape. It was exactly the same as the outline of the Ashura he had seen in his dreams. However, compared to the oppressive force in the dream that seemed capable of judging all beings, the totem behind me was far less imposing. It felt more like a young creature still in its swaddling clothes, waiting to mature. Even in its initial state, it carried a terrifying aura that could shake the valley. Goodness, are you sure this isn't the true form of a martial soul? Mufeng turned around and saw the massive Shura totem following him, existing like an energy entity. It suddenly reminded him of a famous scene from an anime in his past life. A fierce face, a frenzied aura, eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire, and the striking Shura mark on its forehead. At this moment, it seemed to be the ruler of this valley. Is this also a special ability in the Shura form? Could it be that the so-called charging and activation is triggered by the passive skill of the bloodthirsty Shura, absorbing a certain amount of bloodline power to summon this totem? I must say, it looks quite imposing, but how exactly do you use this thing? Mufeng activated the panel again, and indeed saw the totem's exclusive attribute interface in the skill bar. Shura totem activating, killing intent burning state 9:59 evolution. Strength not evolved, health 30,000. Energy none, strength 300, body Endurance 300, agility 300, mental power, coverage area 10 meters. In radius. Skills: Bloody Bath, Night Lord, Ruler's Domain, Undead Puppet. Currently unavailable. Bloody Bath passive. The Shura totem comes with a bloodthirsty skill, absorbing bloodline power after killing monsters to enhance itself. Ruler's Domain. The mental power coverage area expands, suppressing all dangerous targets within the area and applying the Shura mark. Night Lord. The Shura totem can enter exploration mode, actively attacking any dangerous targets that appear within the coverage area. How much health? 30,000. Mufong thought he was seeing things. Isn't this a chosen AFK artifact? Such high health plus a built-in bloodthirsty talent, fighting while absorbing health. The main thing is, it can automatically fight monsters. This is a bit ridiculously powerful. Shura totem, enter exploration mode. Mufong eagerly gave the command. Boom! A terrifying aura of slaughter exploded instantly. The blood-red light in the Shura totem's pupils became even more dazzling. In the next moment, it actually detached from Mufeng's back and rapidly advanced into the depths of the valley. Fatally, Mufong saw a blood-red halo swirling around the feet of the Shura totem, covering an area of about 10 meters. That was the coverage range of the Ruler's Domain. Let's follow and take a look. Mufong, determined, quickly chased after it. He wanted to understand just how strong the combat power of this summoned Shura totem was. Soon, Mufong followed the totem into a wide plain in the inner region of the valley. Looking around, he saw various red-named monsters marked on the map. The bloodthirsty leopard, bloodthirsty crocodile, armored warbear, everything was there. The number was at least close to 100. Mufong quickly stopped, hiding under a large tree to observe secretly. He didn't dare to foolishly charge into that plain area. However, the Shura totem not only did not slow down but instead excitedly charged into the monster horde. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly powerful shockwave exploded, and the Shura totem actively released the Ruler's Domain. The domain halo began to expand at a visible speed. All the monsters covered by the halo roared madly, either passively or actively, charging towards the Shura totem. Boom! The totem let out an intense roar, quickly condensing a 2-meter-long blood-red scythe in its hand, wildly swinging it and harvesting these easily defeated ferocious prey. Ding! Gained 3,750 experience points. Ding! Gain an additional 1250 experience points. Ding! Gain 2,700 experience points. Ding! Gain an additional 900 experience points. Ding! Gain 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, host, your character level has increased to 5. Gain 5 attribute points. Congratulations, host, your character level has increased to 6. Gain 5 attribute points. Congratulations, host, your character level has increased to level 9. Gain 5 attribute points. It's simply outrageous. Mufong stood there in a daze, motionless. The repeated upgrade notifications echoed in his mind, leaving him numb. In just 1 minute, level 9 already? Looking at the scattered monster corpses across the plain, Mufong pinched his own face. Confirmed, this is not a dream. So it turns out leveling up is this easy? Mufong muttered in disbelief as he opened the panel again. Name: Mufong, awakened profession. Priest, current level 9, health 1350/1350, temporary increase limit 300. Energy 0, 5-dimensional attributes affecting growth current. Remaining attribute points 30 strength, 20 constitution, 27 endurance, 15 agility, 10 spirit, 15 remaining skill points 35,200. Skills: Shura totem. Active: blood killing technique, nightmare cage, judgment scythe, execution, light soul desecration, bloodthirsty Shura. Passive: Shura mark. Passive: keep maxing it out. Mufong suppressed the upward curve of his lips and allocated all 30 attribute points to constitution. Ding! Points added successfully. Host's base health increased to 1650. Almost 2,000 health in full status. So comfortable. Mufong looked at the panel showing 1950 health and felt completely at ease. It's not that he's timid. It's just that this world, although it looks like a huge game battlefield, life really is only once. Once health hits 0, everything turns to nothing. As a transmigrator, Mufong understood the principle of being cautious. Developing steadily is the way to go. The panel data for Shura totem has changed. Killing intent, burning state 949. Health 32,250. Undead puppet currently usable. Seeing these 3 data changes, Mufeng's understanding of the Shura totem deepened. As expected, the so-called killing intent burning should be the duration maintained by this Shura totem. Such a bug-like existence cannot be used endlessly, but the blood-sucking effect of the bloodthirsty talent will also provide a certain proportion of killing intent replenishment. As long as I keep killing monsters, the totem's existence time will also be extended. Additionally, the amount of blood consumed will also proportionally return to me, further enhancing the totem's combat power. It seems like this guy's size is also growing. Looking at the totem's silhouette, which was broader than before, Mufong felt increasingly delighted and satisfied. Undead puppet, burn part of the totem's health to resurrect the slain beasts carrying the Shura mark within the dominion, turning them into followers. The Shura mark disappears and the puppet perishes. Release the puppet. Mufone, filled with strong anticipation, issued the command again. Buzz. In an instant, the Shura totem on the battlefield not far away emitted a dazzling blood-red light from the mark on its forehead. The totem let out a furious roar. The blood light once again spread out. The beast corpses lying around, each with glowing marks on their foreheads, simultaneously lit up. Following that, all the corpses' pupils turned crimson and they rose, gathering around the Shura totem. Health 24,550. My heavens, it really turned the killed monsters into puppets. The cost is merely losing a portion of the totem's health. Doesn't that mean that while the Azura totem is killing monsters, it's also strengthening its own team? If the totem can be maintained long enough, doesn't that mean the entire Silent Valley will become my territory? When this thought emerged, the usually calm Mufone couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Who would have thought that this time he would awaken such a heaven-defying occupational ability? The Dark Knight Azura, terrifying indeed. Isn't this the script of a dragon-slaying youth ultimately becoming an evil dragon? So thrilling. Dark Knight Lord, exploration mode, continue. Give me endless slaughter. I want to see if I can dominate the entire Silent Valley tonight. Mufone issued the command. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the Azura totem violently shook throughout the Silent Valley. All the ferocious beasts marked with the Azura emblem let out roars of agreement. For a moment, the sounds of the ferocious beasts echoed in this valley battlefield, shaking the entire night sky. Meanwhile, on the southern side of the Silent Valley, about 2 kilometers horizontally from Mufeng's position, a woman in black athletic wear with an excellent figure was constantly weaving through the dense forest. In her hands, she held 2 silver short blades. Any ferocious beast that encountered her blade would have its throat cut in an instant. Under the faint light of the moon, the woman's face was reflected. Hua Manxin, level 7 swordsman. Training. Time 13 hours and 38 minutes. Among a large group of combat-type awakened ones, she ranked 3rd in real-time level. The sudden roar of beasts in the distance interrupted Hua Manxin's progress. Where did that beast roar come from? She cautiously leaned against the root of a large tree, replenishing her supplies while checking the ranking data in the group. That guy is still level 0. He can't really be planning to give up, right? To give up so easily? I thought he was a formidable opponent. Oof. Once my sword is forged, I must confront him face to face. Hua Manxin looked at Mufeng's name, which was still offline, feeling dissatisfied. There was a hint of frustration in her emotions. She didn't want to see the person who had suppressed her for an entire year, whom she had regarded as her only rival, drop out of the competition for the top tier. Moreover, whether Hua Manxin had some personal feelings mixed in regarding Mufeng, no one knew. Such a strong smell of blood. Hua Manxin stood up again, her beautiful eyes sharply scanning the north. There must be a large number of ferocious beasts being wiped out. Could it be that a powerful protector has made a move? Filled with curiosity, Hua Manxin suddenly whispered a few lines. Moments later, a dozen spirit butterflies radiating pink and white fluorescence appeared. These were guardian pets that only the heirs of prestigious families could afford. Go, check the situation over there. Hua Manxin raised her hand, and the dozen spirit butterflies flew swiftly toward the north as if they understood her words. Roar! The terrifying and deep roar of beasts continued. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger. The spirit butterflies that had just flown a short distance all retreated. They flapped their wings in a trembling manner, looking utterly frightened, no longer daring to investigate recklessly. Is there a great terror? How is that possible? It's just a second-tier map, there shouldn't be any high-level protectors appearing. The big families in South River shouldn't be more familiar than I am. Let's go take a look. 5 minutes later, Hua Manxin broke free from the jungle boundary of the valley and entered the plain battlefield. She was immediately stunned by the scene at the end of her vision. A rare expression of indescribable shock flashed across her stunning face. Heavens, what is that monstrous thing? The massive Azura totem had now grown to over 5 meters tall. The aura radiating from it had transformed into a chilling and terrifying black-red color. A gigantic blood-red scythe was held in its grasp, mercilessly cutting through the ferocious beasts lurking in the plains. Even more incomprehensible was the fact that those slain beasts could actually revive and become its puppets. This was nothing less than a moving hell of the underworld. Hua Manxin's face turned pale. She had originally planned to observe for a while longer. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure and a suffocating fear rushed towards her. Oh no, it's coming this way. Run! This was the only instinct that Hua Manxin could muster. She had intended to capture this scene and send a screenshot to the elders of her family to clarify their doubts. But now, she deeply felt that her life was under severe threat. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? How can such a taboo exist in a low-level leveling area? I must not let it and those puppets catch up to me. As Hua Manxin ran frantically, she muttered to herself. There was no trace left of the aloof demeanor of a school goddess. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, there were also two onlookers hidden in the shadows. They were the couple who had previously snatched the bloodthirsty crocodile from Mufong. Oh my god. Honey, look at that big guy, it's so terrifying. Is that the boss of Silent Valley? No. It's way scarier than a boss. This looks like a taboo-level monster. How did it end up here? Look, there. Are many small monsters around it? Could it be a beast riot? The woman chattered, clearly frightened by the scene. The man, however, remained calmer, furrowing his brows as he took out his phone and snapped a dozen photos. What time is it, and you still have the mind to take close-ups? Hurry and get out of here. If they set their sights on us, we won't escape even with wings. The man growled, you don't understand a thing. I need to report the situation here to the defense zone. If this thing keeps killing, the entire Silent Valley might be wiped out tonight. If it breaks out of the map, it will be dangerous. Soon, the awakened members responsible for related work at the defense zone quickly gathered together. The middle-aged man in military attire, with a stern demeanor, led them to the monitoring screen. Has someone triggered the emergency red alert? What's going on? Report, sir. A suspected taboo-level creature has been discovered in Silent Valley. It is advancing towards the inner battlefield. The middle-aged leader's cold gaze fixed on the screen. Zoom in on the image. Moments later, when the enormous Shura totem appeared in the center of the screen, the faces of the more than 20 awakened individuals in the duty room changed dramatically. What the hell is that? It's too scary. Officer Lee, do you recognize this big guy? The aura is terrifying. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. It should be Shura. What? A deathly silence fell over the duty room. Shura. Isn't that an epic figure that only appeared in the myths of the old Earth? Could it really exist? Yes. Even if these taboos did appear, there's no reason for them to come to a second-tier battlefield where newbies gather. Oh my god. This thing is Shura? Who can fight it? The awakened individuals began to shout one after another. Officer Lee sternly reprimanded, All right, everyone return to your posts and be on standby. No one rest tonight, get your spirits up and prepare for battle. Xiao Wang notified the guard officer Su Yang in Silent Valley to immediately seal off the 4 entrances, and no one is allowed to enter. Understood. Everyone began to act. The middle-aged man rubbed his buzz cut, his gaze fixed intently on the Shura totem on the screen. From the looks of it, this shouldn't be a true forbidden incarnation, but some kind of totem or summon. But I haven't heard of anyone in South Jiang with the ability to summon something like Shura. Forget it, let's go take a look. I hope it won't cause any big trouble. Everyone, move faster. Can you handle the consequences if something goes wrong? At this moment, at the entrance on the west side of the Silent Valley, the head of operations, level 48 blood warrior Su Yan, shouted with a flushed face. After receiving the order from Commander Li Ming, he immediately gathered personnel to take action. Outside the entrance, a specially modified armored vehicle approached. Just as Su Yang was about to get on the vehicle, a large ice blue bird came rushing in with its wings spread wide. The person on its back was none other than the buzzcut middle-aged man Li Ming, level 62X warrior. Mr. Li, why did you come in person? Su Yang's expression softened, completely different from how he treated his subordinates. No time for nonsense. Can you handle it if I don't come? What's the situation inside? Give me the first-hand data. Su Yang grinned, trying to lighten the mood. Mr. Li, aren't you making it difficult for me? That's Shura. Our detection equipment is completely useless. We need to go in and see the specifics ourselves. Without further ado, Li Ming grabbed Su Yang with one hand and tossed him onto his bird's back, accelerating with all his might into the Silent Valley. Everyone, stand by, no one is allowed to leave. Yes. 10 minutes later, the blue bird carrying the two approached the depths of the valley, and from a distance, they could see the enormous totem, now swollen to 8 meters, continuously slaughtering various ferocious beasts. Faintly, they noticed a figure shrouded in a blood-red light following the Shura totem from several dozen meters behind. Who else could it be but Mufong? Su Yang's face turned serious as he lowered his voice. Damn, it really was summoned by someone? Mr. Li, when did a big shot capable of summoning Shura appear in South Jiang? Li Ming rolled his eyes in annoyance. Who told you it had to be from South Jiang? This Shura totem's blood volume is at least over 80,000. Its level should be above 80. That figure is probably not someone we can provoke. 80 level? Su Yang trembled. He had been a class changer for over 10 years and was only in his 40s. An awakened being over level 80. According to the Awakening Alliance's power level classification, that would at least be a 5-star or even 6-star big shot. The rank is essentially the badge of an awakened being. It is also the most direct symbol of status in the field of awakened beings. The requirements for upgrading ranks are extremely strict. Take Li Ming, who is level 62. He is considered a high-ranking member of the entire South Jiang Safety Zone Management System, and he is only at the peak of 4 stars. Generally, awakened beings need to reach level 65 to participate in the 5-star promotion assessment. What does it mean to be a 6-star awakened being? Their power and status can almost be equated to that of the governor of South Jiang. Such a big shot coming to a second-tier map to farm monsters? Su Yang really couldn't grasp the situation at hand. Li Ming sighed heavily. The only reasonable interpretation I can think of is that this mysterious powerhouse is likely a guardian of a prominent family here to gather certain items or skill books for the family's heir. If that's the case, then his goal must be the boss in the core area of the Silent Valley. Looking at their advancing path, it doesn't seem to be the outer safety zone, so we don't need to worry too much about a security threat for now. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. That makes sense, Mr. Li. With your words, I feel reassured. But speaking of which, if it really were an invader of this level, there's no way we could stop it. Boom! Below, Mu Feng was still controlling the Azura totem, steadily advancing into the valley. By now, the undead puppets controlled by him and the totem had already approached 1,000. Ding! Gained 3,350 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 1120 experience points. Ding! Gained 2,400 experience points. Ding! Gained an additional 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 1,000 kill achievement. Reward: 1 achievement gift pack. Oh, killed 1,000 monsters so quickly, and there's a gift pack to claim. Truly generous. At this moment, Mu Feng was in a state of pure leisure. He didn't have to do anything, just followed behind the Azura totem, looting, gaining experience, and claiming rewards. Yet, this laid-back fellow had already leveled up to level 14. Where could one argue about this? It should be noted that the top of the level leaderboard currently only had a full level 8. If Mu Feng were to be more high-profile and open the online feature of the group sharing his level data, it would probably cause an uproar in the group in an instant. Continuing to advance, Mu Feng examined the map and updated the Azura totem's instructions once more. This time, his target was the strongest in the Silent Valley, the central area boss, Mount Tai. As Mu Feng and a large batch of undead puppets moved further away, a husband and wife duo of awakeners rushed out from the inner perimeter, instantly feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Phew! Finally, it was a close call. I was scared to death. The woman kept patting her chest, calming her agitation. The man, being more alert, saw the blue bird flying closer in the sky and quickly raised his arms to call out, "Hey! Big shot, requesting support! Quick, draw your bow and shoot that bird." Soon, Li Ming observed the two below, guiding the guardian spirit of the bird to land beside them. "It's Officer Li. Great, we're saved." The woman cheered excitedly. The identity of this middle-aged man with a flat haircut was not unfamiliar to the awakeners in Nanjing. Li Ming said sternly, "Have you also been targeted by that suspected Azura monster?" The man quickly shook his head. "We were almost locked on. Officer Li, that big guy is killing monsters while absorbing blood, and it's continuously growing. It hasn't reached its limit yet." "What did you say?" Su Yang's face also changed dramatically. "Not at its limit? How is that possible?" The couple nodded frantically, their faces filled with fear. "It can't be false. We didn't dare to act recklessly, worried about being locked on by that big guy's aura, and have been observing, collecting its data. Right now, that big guy's health has already exceeded 100,000. Li Ming was also alarmed, tightly furrowing his brows and saying fiercely, "This is troublesome. The person controlling the Azura totem might be a master-level summoner." What? Su Yang and the couple were shocked. Master-level awakeners above level 100, a 7-segment giant. The so-called master. As the name suggests, they are the ones standing at the pinnacle of the awakeners field. The true dividing line for awakeners. In a third-tier city like Nanjing, with a population of tens of millions and nearly 100,000 combat-type awakeners, not a single master can emerge. One can imagine what it means to have a level 107-segment master-level summoner. Mu Feng couldn't have imagined that the Azura totem he summoned, with its hidden profession's innate abilities, was still increasing in value. He clearly hadn't done much, yet he had already turned the entire Nanjing upside down. Is this the duty office? This is Li Ming. Immediately activate the alarm for the Silent Valley area. Notify all awakeners in the area to quickly evacuate the battlefield. There's a suspected unidentified master-level awakened being appearing. Nanjing safe zone, enter level 1 alert status. Li Ming commanded, and Su Yang exchanged glances with the couple in front of him, their expressions grave to the extreme. Soon, an incredibly piercing alarm sound enveloped the Silent Valley. Hiding deep in the valley, Hua Manqin, whose emotions had just calmed down, became serious again. "It's actually a level 1 alert, regional alarm. Could it be because of that big guy that just appeared? No, I need to contact home quickly." Hua Manqin wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out her phone. Having just broken free from the Shura totem's domain, she suddenly regretted coming in alone at night. Damn it! I was planning to eat the experience book tonight to catch up and level up to 8 to climb the rankings, and I ended up encountering this mess. Ding! At that moment, a large group of people in the chat began sending messages at everyone. "What's going on with the Tai Tai gate? Why is there a level 1 alert all of a sudden? My second brother is in the security department of the safe zone, and I heard something happened. In the Silent Valley, it seems a 7-segment summoning Grandmaster has come, created a big monster, seems to be called Shura, and is rampaging inside. Encountering it means death. Kneeling JPG, what the hell? Is that true? Someone upstairs is just bragging, right? A Grandmaster? What's he doing in our Nanjing? There isn't even a 100-level Grandmaster in the whole city. Terrified, exactly, it can't be that serious, it's probably just a beast riot making a big fuss. Scoffing. Huamanshin looked at the frantically refreshing discussion messages in the group and couldn't help but muster her courage again, making her way toward the central area. Is it really a 7-segment Grandmaster? No. Impossible. If a 100-level big shot really came to Nanjing, Grandpa would definitely have reacted. He should have sent someone to contact me long ago. The family hasn't moved, which proves it can't be a true powerhouse. But how do we explain that totem? Huamanshin suddenly remembered the figure she saw following the Shura totem when she was hiding earlier. It was too dark at night for her to see Mu Feng's appearance clearly. Plus, the blood-red wings in Shura form made Mu Feng appear even more mysterious. After ruling out the greatest threat, Huamanshin's curiosity surged again. Let's go take a look. This time, she put away her dual blades, summoned the spirit butterfly to guard her, and took out her phone to start recording video. At the same time, Mu Feng was also controlling the Shura totem, arriving at the center of this vast and tranquil valley. It looked like a massive stone mountain that had been hollowed out. It was very similar to the interior of the mysterious island in the movie called Kung Fu Panda. Empty, cold, mixed with a sense of mystery. The depths revealed an ancient jungle's profound appearance, yet there was no sign of the boss's aura fluctuations. Mu Feng carefully checked the map several times, confirming the coordinates were correct before tilting his head back, slightly frowning. Is Mount Tai not sleeping? Why is there not a single sound? Suddenly, at that moment, the area where Mu Feng and the group of beastly undead puppets were located was enveloped by countless ancient trees and vines extending from both sides. They spread down like a massive net. It seemed to want to completely surround all living beings. Here, Mu Feng regained his usual wisdom and calmness, chuckling softly. Playing tricks. Unfazed, Mu Feng immediately began to chant in place. Zing! In an instant, thousands of undead puppets had their Shura marks on their foreheads lit up simultaneously. The purple halo, like a starry purple galaxy, gathered together, forming a massive light array that covered a radius of hundreds of meters. At this moment, Li Ming and the others, observing the situation from the sky, happened to see the aerial view of the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, all the purple marks of light formed a gigantic and complete Azura mark. It was ignited by the trajectory of the formation. Wow! What a beautiful trajectory! Is this a formation pattern? It should be an enlarged version of the mark. On the back of the giant bird, the couple murmured. Only Li Ming furrowed his brows, lost in thought. This is not good, we need to leave quickly. Suddenly, Li Ming recalled a certain forbidden knowledge from his memory, his face turning pale with shock. Hurry! Xiaolan evacuated full speed. It's about to explode down there. Su Yang and the couple were terrified by Li Ming's expression, their souls nearly escaping. What's going on, Mr. Li? Li Ming shouted angrily. I can confirm it. It's a true 7th tier forbidden spell. If we don't leave now, we might be in danger. Boom! After Mu Feng finished chanting, the blood-red light in his pupils transformed into a fuse for the gigantic mark formation, instantly igniting the entire array. Soul desecration. Explode. Boom! In an instant, under the activation of Mu Feng's 7th tier skill, Soul Desecration, all the undead puppets had the marks on their foreheads detonated simultaneously. A spark ignited a prairie fire. The localized power erupted from each mark fused together, creating a disaster-level vortex that swept and devoured the entire periphery of the valley. The destructive explosive force completely obliterated all the surrounding vines. Deep within the vast valley, the slumbering Mount Tai finally awakened at this moment, slowly emerging from the dark shadows. The 5-meter-tall boss in the center of the silent valley, Mount Tai, the strongest being in the entire 2nd tier map, stood before the Azura totem, looking as humble as a child. Mount Tai? Just this? Mu Feng stared blankly at this little creature that only reached the waist of the Azura totem. Lost in thought, the towering Azura totem, already over 10 meters tall, also fell silent. As for Mount Tai, roar! It pounded its chest desperately, without a word turned and ran away. Mount Tai never expected that upon waking up, the sky had collapsed. The vines outside were originally his trap net. Any intruder would be surrounded and trapped by the vines. But he never imagined that this time, he had actually hooked a big Azura. At that moment, in a corner hundreds of meters behind Mu Feng, the already covered in dust Miss Huamanshin, risking great danger, held her phone and captured this incredibly precious scene, posting it in a large group chat. Damn! At Huamanshin, school beauty, you're actually on site? Oh my god, what is this? Ayura, is a master of summoning really coming to Nanjing? Is this the summoning object of a master? So terrifying. The group chat exploded. The newly awakened rookie adventurers were greatly impacted, but they could never have imagined The mysterious master in the screen revered like a deity by Huamanshin was actually the fallen zero-level dad in their eyes, Mufeng. Annihilate. Mufeng coldly issued the command, staring at the panicked fleeing figure of Mount Tai. In the next moment, the gigantic arm of the Night Azura totem swung, grabbing Mount Tai's head with one hand, playing with the strongest boss of the second-tier map in the Silent Valley as if it were a toy. Mount Tai's 5-meter-tall figure roared in despair, struggling. This tragic roar echoed throughout the entire valley. Outside, Huamanshin, who was secretly filming this scene with her phone, was even more terrified. So terrifying. Is this the power of forbidden techniques? The boss-level boss in the second-tier battlefield actually has no room for resistance. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Mufeng completed the release of the blood spirit technique in conjunction with the Night Shura totem. However, in an instant, the head of Taishan was directly shattered. It turned into a pool of bloodlight, simultaneously merging into the totem and Mufeng's body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the boss first kill achievement. You have received achievement gift pack *1. Ding! Gained 30,000 experience points. Ding! The host has reached the highest level of the current rank and cannot gain experience points. It is recommended to complete the rank promotion task as soon as possible. A series of prompts sounded, but Mufeng's attention was clearly not on this. He saw a crystal glowing with a faint yellow light flickering above Taishan's corpse. Looted. Players in the game world all knew that the drop rewards from a defeated boss were definitely much more generous than those from small monsters. Now was the most exciting moment for looting. Let's see what it is. Mufeng excitedly leaned forward. Instantly, he was attracted by the bright light. Wow, so many rare materials dropped. Just the parts on Taishan can sell for quite a few gold coins. With a wave of his hand, Mufeng collected everything. What is this? Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill book Rock Solid. Mufeng's face immediately lit up with joy. A big harvest. Not to mention how strong this skill is. Any skill book dropped by a boss is the hottest commodity in the auction house. High-end skills are even more valuable and hard to come by. You can't buy them even if you have the money. Due to the low drop rate and the wide audience, they are definitely top-tier gains. However, because the vast majority of awakened ones have a long growth cycle and limited resource gains, it is impossible to develop multiple professional skills simultaneously. Therefore, most of the skill books that drop end up on the auction house. But for Mufeng, there was absolutely no issue of lacking skill points. Shield-type skill. A boon for support warriors. Without a second thought, Mufeng consumed the book on the spot. Congratulations, host, for comprehending a new skill, Rock Solid. Initial stamina increased by 20 points. Rock Solid, the selected individual gains a 15% stamina boost. Class restriction, universal. Duration, 600 seconds. Release condition, 50 energy. Cooldown duration, 60 seconds. Effect range, group. Mufeng quickly understood the attributes of this skill. It was not a rare skill, but a relatively common support warrior buff. However, for a priest class healer, it was definitely an excellent choice to enrich the skill tree. In this day and age, high-ranked awakened ones almost all possess several different types of abilities. For example, priests at higher levels must have other types of buff abilities. Those who can only heal are limited to farming resources in ordinary maps at most. Exploration teams, world boss teams, and even elite priests from high-level guilds all possess quite comprehensive support abilities. Now that he had mastered the basic skill Rock Solid, Mufeng was confident he could gain exceptional defensive enhancement capabilities in the shortest time possible. After finishing looting, Mufeng opened his panel. Already level 20 so quickly. Grinding monsters is so satisfying. The corners of Mufeng's mouth couldn't help but curve up. On the second day of his job change, he directly leveled up to 20. What does that mean? In the entire Great Xia, probably only a few major strongholds and the heirs of those mysterious hidden families could achieve such an upgrade speed. Families sent out awakened ones of level 5 and 6 to personally lead teams to farm high-level dangerous maps. Various enhancement scrolls and potions, fully stocked. That was pure skyrocketing. But for someone like Mufeng, starting from an ordinary family as a support warrior class soloing, to reach level 20 in a day, no one would believe it. Compared to his level, the so-called ranking among the awakened in the first high school is simply a joke. A group of rookies who can't even reach double-digit levels. What's the point of comparing ranks? It was originally meant to motivate everyone to strive harder and become top-tier players as soon as possible. But now, Mufeng, a fallen genius who everyone thought had given up, achieved a level they wouldn't even dare to dream of overnight. Now that's irony. Then, Mufeng directly allocated all his attribute points to health. Name, Mufeng Awakened. Profession, Priest. Current level, 20 health, 2750 2750 energy, 0 5-dimensional attributes, affecting growth. Current remaining attribute points, 0 strength, 42 constitution, 89 endurance, 65 agility, 27 mental power, 40 remaining skill points, 267250. Skills, Azura Totem, activated, blood killing technique, Nightmare Cage, Judgment Scythe, Execution, Light Soul. Desecration Bloodthirsty Azura passive, Azura Mark passive, Universal skill rock solid. Great! With the basic potions, my health can break 3000. With this, even if I venture into a tier 4 map, I won't have to worry about being one-shot. Health is confidence. Right now, Mufong is brimming with confidence. There are still 2 achievement gift packs, let's see what they are. Curious, Mufong directly opened the 2 achievement gift packs he had received. Opening achievement gift pack *2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a skill point reward of 200,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a random guardian spirit *1. Swish! A flash of light appeared. A yellowish guardian spirit puppy appeared out of thin air beside Mufong. It looked like a 3-month-old little yellow dog. Somewhat adorably clumsy, it waddled over to Mufeng's feet, sniffing at him. This thing, can it be a guardian spirit? Isn't it just a pet dog? Just as Mufong raised his doubts, the little guy ran to the edge of the valley, barking excitedly at Mufong. Could it be that there's something inside? Let's go take a look. Mufong followed the little dog cautiously, making their way into the inner side of the valley. The flowers surrounding them were also filled with curiosity. Why go in after the boss has been defeated? Could it be that this mysterious big shot came here just for this valley? Is there some unknown treasure inside? With this thought, Hua Manxin also became restless. Just as she hesitated whether to continue following, boom! The power of the Night Azura totem surged, immediately interrupting Hua Manxin's thoughts. This totem's power is too strong. I'm no match for it. I need to retreat. Saying this, Hua Manxin quickly left the battlefield and soon disappeared. Unbeknownst to her, after Mufong delved deeper into the valley, he indeed made a great discovery. Woof woof! The little dog jumped to the edge of a ravine, stopping in front of a damp depression. Mufong focused his gaze. This is a crystal? A product left behind by the boss's life essence? Having never eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. Mufong understood that the so-called crystal was similar in principle to the pearls from clams in a parallel world. Every boss has its own unique life essence crystal. However, this material is quite rare and hard to come by. Unexpectedly, he, the lucky one, stumbled upon it. This is a good thing. Mufong directly dug out 3 pieces of crystal stones glowing with a yellowish light and put them away. Comfortable. Mufong let out a long sigh. This time, the Silent Valley was worth it. He got a skill book, unlocked a guardian spirit, and now obtained crystal stones, pets, strength, and funds all blossoming at once. A sure victory. Mufeng's first monster hunting journey has come to a successful conclusion. It's time to go back. It's getting late and Uncle Air must be worried. We need to hurry and claim the rank promotion task. As the light flickered, Mufong vanished from the spot. At the same moment, the Night Azura totem also disappeared and Mufong released the awakening state of the Night Azura. Little did he know, he had already left without a care. The several entrances to the Silent Valley were already on high alert, with defenses at full strength. Li Ming, along with Su Yang and the couple, walked into the safe zone at the exit, still feeling shaken, and let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Li, what the hell was that monster? It was terrifying. Li Ming snorted in annoyance. It's a forbidden existence. Do you think this is a joke? Forget about it for now. I'll notify the higher-ups to send high-ranking experts for support, and see if we can negotiate with them to understand their reason for entering. You all don't need to worry too much. From our observations, they don't seem to have malicious intent and likely have some special purpose. They shouldn't pose a significant threat to Nanjiang. The guards all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yang, with a bitter expression, muttered, I hope so. The next day, Mufong didn't even have breakfast and headed straight to the auction house. He had 2 purposes today. First, to sell the monster materials he had collected yesterday and fatten his wallet. Second, he planned to visit the registration office to apply for a rank promotion task. The auction house was the busiest place in the commercial street of the city's safe zone. Mufong strode up the stairs and after registering his information, he was guided to the treasure appraisal area. Crystallized stones, being rare drops from boss monsters, varied greatly in quality and attributes, so they needed to be appraised before pricing and selling. The appraiser. Before him was an old man with white hair and a scholarly appearance, carefully examining 3 crystallized stones for a long time. Young man, these crystals don't look like they came from a first-tier safe zone boss. Mufong smiled calmly. Master, you have a good eye. These are from the final boss of Silent Valley, Taishan's Valley Cave. What? The old man was stunned, nearly losing his composure, and looked over Mufeng's identity registration information again. Are you sure you just changed jobs 2 days ago? Support warrior, level 20? The old man felt his understanding of the world had been refreshed. Having lived for many years, he had seen strong individuals, but in Nanjiang there weren't many well-known families. To meet a support warrior priest who could reach level 20 in just 1 day was truly a first for him. Good lad, the younger generation is formidable. The old man took off his glasses, visibly invigorated, and began to write. What you have here is Taishan's elemental crystal, more valuable than ordinary crystallized stones. If you sell it directly at the auction house, it would be worth at least 10 times more. I'll make a registration for you. Take this card to the treasure consignment area inside, and you can sell it for around 800,000. 800,000. Even Mufong, who usually remained calm, couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. After all, Uncle Air worked hard for a month and barely earned 50,000 gold coins. He had just stepped off the battlefield and casually killed a boss, earning more than Uncle Air did in a year. Indeed, this is a world where strength is respected. No wonder everyone wants to be an awakened one, wanting to become a combat profession. Killing monsters and looting gear and resources, this money comes too easily. 10 minutes later, Mufong was personally escorted out by 2 elegantly dressed bunny girls. Esteemed black gold card user, your transaction has been completed and all funds will be credited within 3 minutes. For your next transaction, you can go directly through the VIP Golden Passage without waiting in line with one-on-one service from the bunny girl team. Mufong looked at the 2 young girls, beaming with flattering smiles, and nodded calmly. Thank you, ladies. Ding. Transaction completed. Amount credited 760,000 yuan. Ding. Special achievement unlocked. First single transaction income exceeds 500,000 gold coins. System function upgrading. Ding. New feature unlocked. Skill point package limited purchase mall. Oh, there's actually a benefit upgrade? Mufong decisively opened the panel, and sure enough, the new feature option for the limited purchase mall was activated. After clicking in, 6 shiny big gift packages appeared. Wow, I can actually use gold coins to purchase skill points directly. This is like a timely help. Mufong was overjoyed. With the previous experience of instantly leveling up his priest and Azura skills, he couldn't wait to max out his rock-solid skill. Just yesterday, he had to stay up all night because he didn't have enough points. Now it's great, the pay-to-win system is online. In his past life as a top player of a certain Goose Company's game, Mufong was very familiar with the term pay-to-win. Not enough skill points? Just pay for it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spent 50,000 gold coins, purchased 50,000 skill points big gift package *1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spent 100,000 gold coins, purchased 120,000 skill points big gift package *1. Mufong curled his lips, internally complaining. This system can't be from that Goose Company, right? The way it stimulates consumption is the same. It's the same limited time gift package in the mall. The more expensive, the higher the discount. For a top spender like Mufong, it's just one thing. Clear the shelves. Buy. Ding. Amount spent 50,000. Current card balance 710,000. Ding. Amount spent 100,000. Current card balance 610,000. Mufong twitched his mouth, feeling a bit of pain. Just became rich, and in the blink of an eye, half of the money in the card was gone. However, seeing the panel data, he felt comforted. Current remaining skill points 525 or 30. Not bad, not bad. Spending money is a moment of joy. Keep spending and keep enjoying. Men, what's wrong with spending a little money? With skill points in place, the next exciting upgrade phase is here. Mufong locked onto the rock-solid skill. He clicked like crazy as if it didn't cost anything. Ding. Consumed 3,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Rock-solid upgraded to level 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Rock-solid evolution Thorn Echo. Ding. Consumed 6,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Thorn Echo upgraded to level 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Thorn Echo evolution Divine Protection. Ding. Consumed 80,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Lava Barrier upgraded to level 7. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lava Barrier evolution Spirit Battle Monument. Seeing the increasingly lush skill tree blooming with new branches, Mufong felt particularly satisfied. One defensive skill after another continuously evolved, enriching his professional foundation. This meant that from now on, Mufong would open up new space in enhancing defensive attributes. It would better complement his priest's core healing skills. A more comprehensive improvement of team attribute strength, greatly enhancing survival ability. Among them, what made Mufong the happiest were the 2 skills, Thorn Echo and Spirit Battle Monument. Thorn Echo covers the target with thorns, reflecting 20% of the attacker's physical damage back to them. Class restriction universal. Duration 900 seconds. Release condition 80 energy. Cooldown duration 300 seconds. Effect range 5 meters around the target up to 5 people. A counterattack skill, claimed to be one of the rare functional protections in auxiliary combat. It's not an exaggeration to say that the independent universal skill book for Thorn Echo can sell for at least 5 million in the auction house. And it's a percentage-based counterattack effect. Once you engage a high-intensity boss and equip yourself with such a layer of skill protection, even frontline classes like support warriors or blood warriors can contribute an extraordinarily high percentage of output. Just thinking about it is exciting. As for the highest tier ultimate skill evolved from the rock system, Battle Spirit Monument, it boasts even more astonishing effects. Battle Spirit Monument, a monument descending from the heavens, sealing a fragment of the battle spirit of the ancient earth. It will become a guide to awaken indomitable will. Grants at least 6 allied targets a resistance shield. Reduces self-magic damage by 30%. Randomly revives ancient battle spirits, granting special enhanced forms. Class restriction, universal. Duration, random release conditions, 100 energy, 50 spirit points. Cooldown. Duration, 30 minutes. Effect range, lock onto targets within 100 meters. Ancient Earth. When Mufeng saw these two words, he was already filled with anticipation for this divine skill. In his understanding, anything related to these two words was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The so-called Ancient Earth refers to the ancient history of this parallel world tens of thousands of years ago. What exactly happened during that era of divine chaos? Perhaps no one can provide a clear answer. Maybe it will take Mufeng becoming a high-tier awakened one to uncover more answers. Summoning the power of ancient earth battle spirits to intervene in the battlefield. Whether it's a simple attribute boost, defensive enhancement, or an external force that can influence the course of battle, all will be crucial chips to tip the scales of victory. Looks very strong. The more Mufeng stared at the panel, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to hit the battlefield a second time. Unfortunately, he hadn't completed a promotion task yet, so killing more monsters wouldn't yield any benefits. Thinking of this, he instinctively turned around and headed towards the rank management institution. Even though it was Mufeng's first time here, the destination was easy to find, because this was the only tower-shaped building in the entire Nanjing city. It had a name full of glory, Tower of Promotion. In a society where awakened ones are revered, its status is self-evident. Almost everyone who comes here is among the most distinguished in society. As Mufeng reached the entrance, he could hear whispers and discussions nearby. Heavens! A promotion awakened one so young? Looks like just a high school student. From his looks and demeanor, he's probably an heir from a prominent family. If only he could be my son-in-law. Save it. A young man with such conditions wouldn't lack admirers. Mufeng remained calm in the face of these admiring gazes and discussions, striding confidently through the door. Inside the Tower of Promotion, there is a strict hierarchical management system. Even the workers serving here must be awakened ones. Soon, Mufeng was led by the staff to a promotion task reception area. There were still a dozen people ahead in line. With nothing to do, Mufeng walked over to the rest area and took a seat. He was drawn to a resplendent machine nearby. Gacha machine. They actually have this? A young guy reading a newspaper nearby chuckled and approached. Bro, are you also an awakened one looking to promote? Mufeng calmly glanced at him. Isn't that obvious? This pickup line is so cliché. That over there is a lottery gacha, a new gadget introduced by the auction house. In simple terms, it's spending money to draw a lottery. If you're lucky, you can get high-tier equipment or rare skill books. Mufeng smiled as if he saw through everything and teased. What if you're unlucky? Thanks for participating? The young guy was taken aback. Nice, bro. You guessed that? Mufeng smiled wryly, not really wanting to engage with this overly enthusiastic youth anymore. This person looks decent, dressed meticulously, with a slick hairstyle and made-up appearance, most likely a sheltered second-generation rich kid. So, what do you think? We have to wait in line anyway, want to go play a bit? Mufeng was indifferent. His past experiences with spending money in games made him not averse to this so-called lottery trap. Even if he already knew the outcome, he was still willing to take a gamble for some excitement. As for this kid's intention to encourage him, Mufeng didn't care at all. He probably just wanted to use his gains to test the waters. 50,000 each time? Not cheap. Mufeng stared at the machine, thought for a moment, and still decided to spend 100,000, aiming for a curious experience. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained a blue capsule and a purple capsule. Damn! This kid has good luck. Is he a lucky one? Grabbing the newspaper, he glanced at the exquisite young man by the capsule machine, his eyes nearly popping out. Ding! Congratulations, player, you opened the blue capsule and obtained a crystal of light. Ding! Congratulations, player, you opened the purple capsule and obtained a basic skill scroll. The two rewards emerged from the capsule machine and appeared in Mufeng's hands. Crystal of light, how do you use this? Mufeng was puzzled, pressing his palm against the glowing orb. Whoosh! In an instant, a rich stream of light swiftly entered Mufeng's body. Unbeknownst to him, the faint silver wings behind him became more translucent. Ding! The light angel totem has finished charging and is now in an activatable state. Mufeng's spirit jolted. So that's how it is, this light orb accelerated my absorption of light power, completing the totem charging ahead of time. I wonder how this light angel totem differs from the night Shura totem. There are too many people here, I'll explore it when I get home. Mufeng was filled with excitement. This was one of the two strongest hidden abilities he had as an angel representative. He had just mastered the Shura power last night, allowing him to wreak havoc in the Silent Valley. The corresponding light totem would surely have a significant amplification effect. With this strong anticipation, Mufong looked at the skill scroll in his hand. Let's see what it is. Swish! The scroll melted, revealing the corresponding skill book. Paperman, an entry-level witchcraft inherited from the Old Earth era. Upgradable, Mufeng's mind stirred, revealing an expression of expectation again. Upgradable? Then this is worth a lot more. Feng flicked his hand and the scroll melted in his palm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended a new skill, Paperman. Paperman, an entry-level witchcraft evolved from the ancient method of living being sacrifice in the Old Earth era. Effect has a certain pulling effect on undead creatures ineffective against boss. Can ignite corpses with a chance to summon an undead projection. Can ignite oneself, allowing the soul to temporarily leave the body and enter a drifting state. Class restriction, universal duration, 12 hours release conditions, 10% mental power, 20 energy points. Cooldown duration, 10 seconds range, single target the soul leaving the body? Do I really want to play this big? Mufong fell into deep thought. Is the skill from this capsule machine really that outrageous? But then he realized, high-level monsters and some special race bosses have means to ignore defenses and directly launch soul attacks. Perhaps this Paperman skill would have unexpected effects against those soul-based methods. As for the specific usage, Mufong glanced around, genuinely hesitant to test it recklessly in such a place. After all, souls are not the same as health points. If something went wrong, no one would know what the consequences would be. But thinking this through, a new question arose. Should I upgrade it? Mufong looked at his ample skill point reserves and once again fell into the trap of impulse buying. He just couldn't resist spending. However, when he clicked on the skill upgrade option, a brand new prompt appeared before him. Ding! The skill points required for the current skill upgrade have reached 500,000. Do you confirm the upgrade? 500,000 points. Mufong confirmed he wasn't seeing things. Come on, do you really think these skill points just fell from the sky? They were earned with real effort. If it were points he had accumulated over time, it wouldn't hurt as much to spend them. But after just splurging and clearing out the limited shop, Mufong was feeling a bit pained. To invest 50,000 points into a skill with an unknown effect. It was a real gamble. In a moment of distraction, Mufong finally completed his mental preparation. Not for any other reason, but because with the system's powerful skill point sustainability support, he could earn nearly 100,000 points in a day. Even if he took a hit this time, he could just lay low for a week and make up for the loss. But what if this Paperman skill, after enhancement, could evolve into something even more powerful? That would be a huge profit. Let's do it. Ding! Consumed 500,000 skill points. Congratulations, host, the Paperman has been upgraded to the highest tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Paperman has evolved Trickster Puppet. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the complete inheritance of the Old Earth era for the first time, receiving achievement gift pack *1. You have become the sole owner of this Old Earth inheritance skill in the current world. Unlocked Paperman, Old Earth, Trickster Puppet, Old Earth. Mufeng's eyes sparkled and he nearly lost his soul. What was happening? Could it be that I am the only awakened one in the world to have cultivated the Paperman technique to the highest tier? It can't be that exaggerated, right? Is this era's witchcraft really so neglected? And yet, because of this, he unlocked a so-called enhanced version of the Old Earth mode. Epic enhancement. This expenditure of 50,000 skill points was truly worth it. For Mufong, this unexpected surprise came too suddenly and was too exhilarating. Calming down to analyze, Mufong quickly reached a conclusion. The reason he accidentally became the only full-tier inheritor of this Paperman technique was that the skill seemed too useless. Moreover, the cost to cultivate it to the highest tier was too high. It couldn't fight nor assist in battle. It was purely a little trick to draw aggro. Who would have thought there was more to it? Yet, Mufong stumbled upon a great opportunity. Feeling emotional, Mufong checked the description of the evolved skill. Trickster Puppet summons a puppet that looks exactly like the host. It possesses 30% of the host's panel attributes and carries all current aggro. Cannot release skills. Note, Old Earth version, this skill's puppet has 50% of the host's panel attributes and can release skills. Class restriction, universal, duration, 10 minutes. Old Earth version is 30 minutes. Release condition, 30% total. Health. Old Earth version is 50% total health. Cooldown duration, 24 hours. Old Earth version is 12 hours. Effective range, none. Isn't this too strong? This trickster puppet was originally meant to be used as a life-saving decoy, but after unlocking the Old Earth version, it can directly be used as a clone skill. That means I can have two of me fighting at the same time. That's a bit too overpowered. The 50,000 skill points spent were becoming even more valuable. Mufong suppressed his excitement as much as possible to remain calm. It seems this gacha machine is truly my blessing. No, it should be said that this reckless youth brought me good luck. Mufong snapped back to reality, glanced at the well-groomed young master beside him, and smiled calmly. Brother, I've already tried it for you. This gacha machine has good returns, you should give it a shot too. After saying That Mu Feng stepped into the reception queue first, preparing to take on the promotion task. The young man with slick back hair watched Mu Feng's bountiful harvest and felt invigorated himself. That kid just pulled 2 gacha capsules. It looks like he's made a profit. I'll give it a try too. With that, this guy pulled out a black gold card, waved his hand, and directly went for a 10 consecutive draw. Ding! Drawing gacha for you, please wait. Moments later, the young master stared at the 10 consecutive white gacha capsules on the big screen, and he was instantly petrified. Are you kidding me? Why is it that when it's my turn, it's all thank you for your cooperation? Not far away, Mu Feng heard the wailing sound behind him and felt a chill run down his spine, quickly calming himself. It seems this thing really depends on luck. Drawing lots should be done cautiously. Soon, it was Mu Feng's turn to handle the related task. The OL-dressed woman at the counter appeared mature and charming. Seemingly attracted by Mu Feng's youthful and handsome appearance, her smile became increasingly enticing. Hello, young and accomplished awakener, how can I assist you? Mu Feng chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, I would like to receive a promotion task for awakeners. After saying that, he handed over his campus card. That's right, this was currently Mu Feng's only official proof of identity as an awakener. The woman inserted the card, and moments later she was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring blankly at Mu Feng. Is there a problem? Mu Feng asked with a gentle smile. You just changed jobs 3 days ago, and you're already level 20? And you're in a support combat profession. But according to our backend data, there haven't been any other applications for a promotion task from combat-type awakeners in the past few days. Mu Feng understood her shock and replied calmly, that's right. I soloed, I didn't form a team. What? A priest soloing monsters, reaching level 20 in 3 days? No one would believe that if they heard it. How could a healer kill monsters? Are you going to smash them with your fists? The woman realized she had lost her composure and quickly regained her serious demeanor. At the same time, she held a bit more respect for Mu Feng. However, in her mind, she regarded Mu Feng as a descendant of some prominent family, not wanting to draw too much attention. As for the idea of a priest soloing, she wouldn't believe it even in her dreams. Esteemed Awakener, your registration is complete. Please place your hand on the awakening crystal. The system will match you with a corresponding promotion task based on your talent potential. The higher the task difficulty, the more generous the rewards. There's also a chance to trigger hidden mechanisms. Mu Feng reached for the awakening crystal. In an instant, accompanied by the flickering light of the screen, the prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Awakener Mu Feng, profession, priest. Level 20 is selecting a promotion task for you. Ding! A promotion task has been locked. Task name, Grave of the Vengeful Flame Soul. Task difficulty, epic. Task hint, this task is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to form a team of 5 to 10 high-intensity awakeners for joint action. Completion requirement, slay the Vengeful Flame Soul and obtain the Soulfire Seed. Time limit, complete within 72 hours. How is this possible? The mature woman turned pale, staring in disbelief at Mu Feng's calm face. An epic-level world boss for a promotion task. This little handsome guy is too exaggerated. Hey, brother, an epic-level promotion task? You really are blessed with luck. Just as Mu Feng had finished collecting his rewards, the young rich kid who had just urged him to draw a capsule toy came over again. It was hard to tell if he was genuinely envious of Mu Feng or if he was just reveling in his misfortune. However, in Mu Feng's eyes, the so-called world boss, the Vengeful Flame Soul, was nothing special. It was far less exaggerated than what these onlookers believed. After all, the night Shura totem he had summoned before was just as powerful as this Vengeful Flame Soul. What others saw as an unattainable epic quest was merely a trivial matter for Mu Feng. Bro, are you interested in teaming up? I can help you take down this boss. Mu Feng glanced at the rich kid and shook his head calmly. No need, brother. We'll meet again. After saying that, he took his student card and quickly disappeared from the envious gazes of the crowd. What the hell? Isn't that a student card from the first high school? Could that kid have just graduated? Not simple. It seems I should take this opportunity to join in the fun. The rich kid's eyes turned, and after quickly completing his promotion task, he hurried towards the same target area as Mu Feng. Little did he know, after leaving the Awakening Tower, Mu Feng immediately searched for documents related to the world boss from the large group of the first high school. Soon, he found background information on the Vengeful Flame Soul. In the civilization forbidden zone of the Old Earth era, Rokva, there was a sea raider named Norvi who, while sailing through the Arctic Ocean, passed by a mysterious island and opened a treasure in a forbidden area, drawn by the alluring power of a flame crystal. That was the soulfire of an unknown and powerful ancient being that invaded Norvi's body. Since then, he has wandered alone in the Old Earth era, devouring countless beings of civilization. The next Pure Land will eventually turn to ashes, consumed by not fate but by the sinful hands stained with desire. As Mu Feng read the relevant information, he felt a sense of familiarity. This passage seems Like the confession of a character from a certain alliance in the world before my crossing. After a moment of reflection, he continued to search for the most critical pieces of information and successfully extracted the key content. First, the target of this mission, the world boss named Vengeful Flame Soul, had a level strength of around 70. Second, its location was in the Scorched Soul Ruins map, over 80 kilometers east of the South River Safe Zone. This map had a strength level of 5, marked in red. This indicated that it existed as a public danger zone, not under the jurisdiction of the South River Safe Zone organizations, meaning there was no so-called newbie protection feature. In other words, awakeners from other cities could also come here. After all, it was a map with a world boss generally high in danger, and there was a risk of conflict between awakeners. Under normal circumstances, in such dangerous areas, few dared to venture alone without a fixed team and high-level protectors. As for the respawn time, there were corresponding tables in the group. The Vengeful Flame Soul, as a level 70 world boss, had a respawn frequency of once every 5 weeks. The table also detailed the specific times of each respawn. Vengeful Flame Soul currently respawned. Time, new calendar. Year 8542, November 3rd, 12 o'clock. Mufang's expression changed. It actually respawned 2 hours ago. What a stroke of luck. If I hurry over now, I should just make it in time. Originally, Mufang was worried that this boss had already been killed by major guilds or adventure teams, and he would have to wait at least 10 days to half a month. During that time, he wouldn't be able to grind monsters for experience. For someone like him, who had a fixed skill point income every day and didn't need to practice skills, it would have been a pure waste of time. Now, this trouble was just conveniently avoided. I need to hurry over. If there are too many elite awakeners surrounding the boss, I won't have much time to travel. Mufang urged his horse forward, heading towards the rental shop for flying vehicles in the safe zone. This was the only means of long-distance transportation available to him at his current level. Those from wealthy families could directly use high-level teleportation scrolls or even some ancient teleportation arrays. With the power of mystical inscriptions, they could be transported thousands of miles away in an instant. But such things were not affordable for commoners, and there were very few avenues open to ordinary people. However, when Mufang arrived at the rental shop and saw the list of rental prices, he was instantly speechless. The most expensive Fire Phoenix Guardian Spirit cost 500,000 gold for a single ride. The other, slightly cheaper options would take at least 4 hours to reach the destination. What a black-hearted scheme. 500,000 gold for one trip. With that money I could buy so many supplies. Mufang couldn't help but complain, clearly not intending to waste that money. After thinking for a moment, he chose the Flying Pegasus Guardian Spirit for 150,000 gold. Although 4.5 hours of travel time was still a bit slow, it was the best option available. Ding! Payment successful. You are now in line. Expected departure time in half an hour. Mufang. If only it could fly. I heard from Luby that high-level wind mages and summoners have flying abilities. Unfortunately, I'm just a caretaker. Mufang entered the waiting area with a hint of sadness. The hall was quite spacious, but there weren't many people in line. After all, Nanjiang was a small town, and only a few could afford transportation costing tens of thousands of gold. Why not take this opportunity to test the effect of my Light Angel totem? It would also be good preparation for the world boss. Mufang sat in a corner and opened the panel. Light Angel form, activate. Boom! A brilliant golden light poured down. The dark golden light around the panel shone exceptionally bright. At the same time, the panel for the Light Angel totem finally appeared. Angel totem activating. Light energy consumption duration 29 to 59. Evolution strength not evolved. Mental coverage area 100 meters. Skill in the name of light enhance. Is that it? Mufang looked puzzled. Compared to the powerful and imposing dark Shura totem, the functionality of this angel totem seemed rather singular. In the name of light enhance. Basic skill of the first level angel totem. After awakening the Light Angel totem form, all professional skill effects are enhanced by 10%. I see. Compared to the killing effect of the Shura totem, the Angel totem seems to focus more on buffs. That's not bad. I wonder if it can evolve into something new after upgrading. Ding! Would you like to consume 30,000 skill points to advance this skill? Damn, that's so expensive. What happened to the promised spokesperson? Not even a discount? The Shura totem is so affordable. Mufang felt a bit defeated and complained internally. But he still didn't hesitate to spend the remaining over 100,000 skill points and decisively upgraded. Ding! Consume 30,000 skill points. Congratulations host. In the name of Light Enhance upgraded to second level. Ding! Congratulations host. In the name of Light Enhance evolved. In the name of Light Soar. Oh! Mufang's eyes lit up at the name, and without waiting to check, he decisively went all in with the remaining skill points. Keep upgrading. Let's see if there are more surprises. Ding! Consumed 80,000 skill points. Congratulations host. In the name of Light Soar upgraded to third level. Ding! Congratulations host. In the name of Light Soar evolved. In the name of Light Insight. After upgrading twice in a row, Mufang completely emptied his current skill points and eagerly check these 2 new gains. In the name of light, soar. The power of light transforms into angelic wings. It grants the target the ability to fly. Class restriction exclusive to the host. Duration limited by the consumption of light energy. Release condition awakening state of the light angel totem. Cooldown duration none. In the name of light, insight. The power of light transforms into the golden eye, capable of seeing through illusions, disguises, fog, and other visual barriers, with a chance to lock onto the target's flaws and attribute weaknesses. Class restriction exclusive to the host. Duration unlimited. Release condition. Current 10% light energy consumption duration. Awakening state of the light angel totem. Cooldown duration none. Mufong smiled. This time, his wishes truly came true. Just as he was muttering about being in a hurry, he unexpectedly evolved into angelic wings. Mufong had a premonition that this promotion task would surely yield great rewards. Without a second thought, Mufong decisively went to the front desk to refund his ticket, retrieving 150,000 gold, and headed straight for the outdoor passage to the east of the safe zone. Stepping out of here, he officially entered the wilderness map range. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind him again. "Hey, bro. What a coincidence, we meet again." Mufong glanced back with a poker face, knowing without looking that it was still that oily, flamboyant young master. What slightly moved Mufong was that this guy was riding the same kind of phoenix that cost 500,000 gold per trip. Moreover, this was just a green wing-type guardian spirit, which should be rarer than the rented phoenix. Rich and heartless. Hee, what a coincidence. Mufong replied with a forced smile. This second-generation heir, an elite cultivated by a big family, was more cunning than anyone else, and Mufong had no intention of befriending him. Just as he was about to continue on his way, this guy showed no intention of letting him go, still sticking to him like a leech. "Aren't you going to fight that vengeful flame soul? That thing is in the scorched earth soul ruins, far from here. Are you really planning to go alone? I mean, with your legs, how long will it take to get there? You'd have been surrounded and killed by those guild members long ago. How about I take you a ride on my phoenix? I'll give you a discount, 400,000 gold. Renting over there costs 500,000 for a trip." Mufong suddenly stopped, turning back to look at the young master with a half-smile. "Thanks for your kind offer. I'll be on my way." After saying that, 2 bright silver wings unfurled from his back, lifting him into the sky. He soared nearly 100 meters above the young master's head. His entire being was enveloped in a faint, divine radiance, like an ancient deity descending to the mortal realm, sacred and unassailable. Whoosh! In the next moment, Mufong didn't even glance at the young master, who looked like an ant beneath him, transforming into a golden streak of light, disappearing in an instant at the edge of the map. What the hell? What the hell? What did I just see? That kid who just graduated can actually fly. Where did he get those wings from? The young master's expression twisted, staring blankly at the distance where Mufong had vanished, beginning to question his life. Slap! This big brother suddenly felt a sense of despair and self-loathing, and he slapped himself hard. His face was indeed ringing from the slap Mufong had given him. He was still thinking of taking advantage of someone, but unexpectedly, Mufong flew away. Right in front of him. The speed was far beyond what his high-tier phoenix could compare to. With a bitter melon face, the young master silently took out his phone and sent a message to his father. Long Musha read, "Dear father, Dad, I was humiliated." Crying face JPG. "Dear father? Long Musha, I just saw a priest who graduated from high school, reached level 20 on the 3rd day of his job change. He even took on an epic promotion task. Dear father, he. Quite normal. Perhaps a descendant of some great family has appeared. Calm. Long Wusher, but that kid suddenly grew wings on his back and flew away in an instant. I couldn't even see his tail light." Sifither, shocked face JPG. "Grew wings? Could it be a rare flying artifact?" Long Wusher, artifacts are all physical. His is a light wing formed from energy condensation. Poor JPG. Sifither, panicked JPG. Could it be the legendary 7-segment master has appeared? Level 100 awakened ones. If you want to hide your strength, you can't see it at all. Long Wusher, impossible. I saw him take an advancement task at the Awakening Tower. That kid had a student card from the first high school. It can't be wrong, he is level 20. Sifither, no more words. Kid, hurry up and catch up. That kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Hold on tight to his thigh. Whether our family can return to the peak depends on you. Long Wusher, hee, old man, I know what to do without you saying. I'm going to help him kill monsters. Old man, lend me another 1,000,000 gold. Sorry, your message was rejected. Long Wusher. At that time, Mufing was racing through the sky, leaving a golden afterimage. Crossing this second-tier map beneath his feet is the only way to reach the scorched earth soul ruins. Below, one can vaguely see some level 20 to 30 awakened ones grinding monsters. People keep looking up. Heavens, what was that thing that suddenly flew by? Such speed. I didn't even see it clearly. Could it be an awakened one? How is that possible? Even awakened ones find it hard to fly that fast. It was like a beam of light. Could it be the 7-segment master? So strong. Is this the legendary master existence? Incredible skills. I'm level 38 and I can't even see his shadow? The onlookers were discussing among themselves, their eyes filled with envy. They couldn't even dream that it was just the figure of a support battle priest who had just changed jobs 3 days ago. Is this what flying feels like? No wonder everyone wants to fly and escape the earth. This is too thrilling. Mufing experienced his first flight in life. He really didn't expect that the angel wings unlocked by the soaring skill could be this fast. It seems that in less than an hour he would be able to reach the target area smoothly. Mufing was extremely pleased in his heart. Of course, it was really exhilarating. But the energy consumption during high-speed flight was also quite exaggerated. Originally, the totem's half-hour endurance was quickly consumed in 10 minutes. Fortunately, today the sky was clear and sunny. Flying while bathing in the power of light to replenish endurance time was also a very pleasant experience. However, Mufing still had one thing he didn't understand. That is the evolution level issue of the angel and Azura totems. How can the totems themselves achieve evolution, fundamentally enhancing the strength of the two hidden professions? However, Mufeng was not in a hurry. He had already gained enough, and the future prospects for improvement were bright, so there was no rush for the moment. After all, he should first upgrade to the first segment and continue leveling up. During this time, the scorched earth soul ruins, as the destination, were far from the calm of the places Mufeng passed through. Roar! The scorching heat coated this vast expanse of rocky wasteland. The central depression was like a huge pit built from rocks burning red. The target of Mufeng's journey, the vengeful flame soul of the scorched earth soul ruins, was guarding this area. Surrounding it were countless bones of fire attribute ferocious beasts, not to mention a large number of awakened ones' remains. A kilometer away from the stone cave, one could occasionally see some fire spirit monsters around level 60 drifting about. Everything here seemed to be marked with the words Forbidden Land. There was no smell of blood, no despairing darkness, only the flames that consumed everything in the void. It is worth mentioning that the core coordinates were 3,000 meters away, where the major guilds and awakened teams gathered. At this moment, standing deep inside the safe zone were more than 20 awakened individuals from various professions, all dressed in black leather gear. Each person had 2 badges on their chest. One represented their rank, the awakening badge. The other was a hexagram mark exclusive to their guild identity. Go, go, go. If you're not from the Eastern District Guild Alliance, step back. The bald man in black at the front looked quite imposing, shouting fiercely as he preemptively sealed off the array passage, blocking most people from getting closer. Black armor. They are actually one of the 3 major guilds from Lin City, Donghai City. They actually sent people here. Many of the awakened individuals crowded at the periphery were discussing among themselves. Damn, what are they from Donghai City doing here? Even if this place isn't under the jurisdiction of Nanjing, it's still within Nanjing's territory, right? They're being too much. Hey, just keep a calm mindset. This is the era of guilds banding together. Resources have already started to tilt towards the top tier. If we can't join a major guild or an elite exploration team, us lone players shouldn't expect to touch high-end resources. The black armor formation made many of the onlookers start to back off. Only a few from elite exploration teams stood shoulder to shoulder with them. In this world, the arms cannot twist the thighs. The leading teams almost all had at least one 7th tier master at level 100 stationed, and there was no absolute fairness to speak of. 10 minutes later, the bald man in black glanced at his watch and smiled at several leaders of exploration teams above level 5 beside him. Everyone, it's time, let's move. Boom. More and more members in black armor and other high-tier awakened individuals began to take action, charging into the depths of the cave. They braved temperatures above 100 degrees, starting to besiege the vengeful flame soul. The fight has begun. The crowd stirred with excitement. Many brave souls dashed out of the blockade zone, entering the inner high-temperature area to hunt monsters. Countless skills from various professions danced wildly. The explosive sounds of energy shattering the heavens and splitting the earth echoed continuously. The scene of besieging the world boss was indeed spectacular. However, half an hour later, boom! The central area of the cave suddenly trembled violently for no reason. Destructive flames shot up into the sky, forming a massive devouring halo that enveloped the core coordinates within a kilometer. No! Screams echoed from the inner area. Quick, retreat! The intel was wrong. This boss is strange. Someone used a skill to send a message from the ruins of the inner area, reporting the situation at the front line. What? The black armor team ran into trouble? Hundreds of awakened individuals at the periphery began to buzz with discussion. More than 20 awakened individuals from major guilds at level 40 and 3-tiered, over a kilometer away from the central area, changed their expressions drastically. No! How is that possible? That is, nearly level 100 devouring flame. This isn't right. Run! Suddenly, the bald leader of the black armor team charged out of the halo, holding a damaged shield, his entire body engulfed in scorching flames. He was being ravaged by the wildly violent flames. Boss Tang. The members of black armor were completely panicked, crying out in despair. The bald man was their big brother, who had always led them to level up and help them along the way. but now it seemed he was about to fall here. Level 100 Devouring Flame. There was no support class present to extinguish it. In an instant, Boss Tang turned to ashes, falling from the sky in skeletal form. Before his demise, his voice was weak. Quick, go back and inform the guild leader. The world boss differs from the usual dungeon overlords primarily in that they often possess the bloodline or power inheritance from the ancient era, and may even be accompanied by ancient artifacts or remnants of artifacts. This means they have the potential for bloodline regression, generally referred to as mutation or evolution. Once this occurs, their original strength will significantly increase and their level in combat power will exceed comprehension. Only high-ranking awakened ones who are present on the battlefield can collect mutation data to provide clues for those who come later. Often, when this situation arises, it signifies a large number of sacrifices. Therefore, at every core coordinate of a world boss, there will be numerous awakened skeletons and abandoned supplies. However, very few dare to covet this so-called loot. Little ones, since you've come, then stay. In the deepest part of the scorched earth cave, the 5-meter-tall flame body of the vengeful flame soul slowly emerged. Countless fiery spirits gathered around, forming a flame army that devoured everything, beginning to rapidly spread outward. Run! It's mutated. The vengeful flame soul has mutated. Level 100. It has broken through level 100. Countless awakened ones began to flee. However, their speed of escape was far outpaced by the advancing army of fire spirits. Escape? Then listen to the judgment of fate. The vengeful flame soul stopped and began to chant. In an instant, a massive fire star condensed in the sky and fell down. Accompanying it was a torrential rain of fire. The earth was burning. The valley trembled. The awakened ones cried out in despair, fleeing wildly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ugh! More and more awakened ones were engulfed by the light of the flames, their bloodlines being frantically devoured. In almost an instant, their health was reduced to zero, turning to ash. Despair became the synonym for this battlefield at that moment. Monument, rise. At that moment, above the scorched battlefield, 6 enormous stone tablet phantoms, dozens of meters high, slowly descended from the depths of the sky. Deep within the clouds, remnants of ancient relics seemed to gather and drift. On the tablets, runes shone brightly, crashing down from 6 directions into the center of the scorched battlefield. Each wave of energy released by the tablets crushed countless fire spirits, blocking the further spread of the devouring flames. And the last and tallest tablet's peak, fatally, it seemed an angelic totem of golden light slowly descended, enveloping a young man behind it. Sacred, proud, and invincible, the vengeful flame soul halted, its sharp gaze scanning the void. That is, the totem of the Angel of Light. The runes of the 6 tablets shone simultaneously. The light spread outward to the battlefield, enveloping those awakened ones who were fleeing. Various attribute protective barriers continuously unfolded. Everyone seemed to regain their clarity amidst despair, collectively gazing at the suddenly arrived mysterious powerhouse. Oh my! He saved us! The legendary angel has descended? Where did this epic figure come from? Just now that was the 7th tier divine skill spirit. Monument, right. Truly an epic level powerhouse. The awakened ones could not see the face beneath the angelic totem's protection. But it did not affect their heartfelt worship of Mufong. With a fervent gaze akin to that of a deity, they looked up at Mufong, this savior-like existence. At the same time, they awaited further changes on the battlefield. The frantically fleeing crowd gradually stopped, staring at Mufang's subsequent actions. Wow, they are fighting so fiercely. It seems that this group of guild's 3rd and 4th tier powerhouses has suffered casualties of over a dozen. Mufong remained unfazed, glancing around the area, quickly noticing something unusual. He then turned his gaze back to the vengeful flame soul. Sure enough, it doesn't differ much from the fire creature image in my past life, and it looks even more ferocious. But this data, something's not right. Mufong spent 10% of his light energy reserves to activate the skill in the name of light insight. The complete information of the vengeful flame soul quickly emerged. Vengeful Flame Soul, mutated, level 130 health, 2 500,000/2 500,000 energy, 500,000/495,000 5-dimensional attributes. Strength 5,000 stamina, 10,000 endurance, 7,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, 9999 skills. Flame brand, fire spirit summon, scorched earth, forbidden zone, heavenly fire meteor, blazing storm, weakness insight, water attribute, physical attribute, ceiling and confinement. Flaw insight, head, energy core remarks. The energy core is the condensation point of its flame power and the center of its bloodline. Mutation. Shattering it can greatly reduce its attributes. Attacking the head can ignore a large portion of its defensive attributes. There is also a chance for a critical kill. Mufong was speechless. This data on such a large group is too unreliable, right? Even a detailed explanation of the promotion task showed data discrepancies. It was supposed to be level 70, but now it's turned into 130? It doubled directly. However, if there weren't such data discrepancies, the scene wouldn't be so chaotic and tragic. Instead, it created more room for Mufong to maneuver. I see now. Fortunately, I awakened the Light Angel totem and evolved the skill of Insight. In the name of light. Otherwise, charging recklessly at this giant with over 2 million health would only lead to death. It's not night right now, so I can't awaken the power of the Shura totem. If I intervene as a support fighter, these tier 3 and 4 fighters present would be utterly useless. Looks like I can only rely on rock-type skills combined with old earth special techniques to attack its flaws. Although I'm a support fighter and lack direct killing ability, I can reflect damage. With a thought, Mufong had already formulated a preliminary battle plan. It seems that this colossal creature today is indeed something he can handle. At this moment, the two governors' offices of Nanjing and Donghai directly initiated a high-level connection. Dozens of official bigwigs from both sides gathered together, their faces serious. You all received the news from your side in Donghai, right? The vengeful flame soul in the scorched earth soul ruins has mutated, and it should have awakened the power of old earth, breaking through to over level 100. With the current combat power station in our Nanjing safe zone, we cannot handle such a threat. On the other side of the big screen, the bigwigs from Donghai also looked bitter. We understand. Don't mention your tier 3 city in Nanjing, even our tier 4 city in Donghai can't handle it in the short term. Previously, the Resource Management Agency had high-level appraisers monitoring it, and the land quality in the scorched area has been active in recent years, with a high probability of a boss mutation returning to its ancestral form. To have it appear at this critical moment is troublesome. Governor of Nanjing said sternly, 5 minutes ago, I requested support from the Upper Alliance. However, according to their response, the nearest 7-tier master-level awakened ones can only reach the central coordinate area in 3 hours at the earliest. The current situation is that if that mutated fire creature invades the safe zone at their advancing speed, it would probably flatten half of Nanjing in 3 hours. If it heads east, you and Donghai won't be able to handle it either. How to ensure the safety of both jurisdictions before the crisis is resolved is the key. As soon as he finished speaking, the bigwigs all frowned. The other side of the screen said, at present, we can only evacuate the residents in the border area. The awakened ones will cover the rear and evacuate the ordinary population to avoid causing large-scale catastrophic casualties. As soon as this was said, the guild leaders immediately opposed. If we do this, it will consume a large amount of transportation resources, and the back-and-forth hassle will also affect the reputation of the relevant institutions and the Awakeners Alliance. Such concerns are indeed reasonable. In this social system, Awakeners enjoy too many privileges, which serve as the core barrier to protect ordinary people. Now that a crisis has arisen, telling everyone that no one can hold back the monster invasion and that they can only lead a retreat is no joke, right? Once the authority of the Awakeners is damaged, it will impact the stability of the entire society. Both governors war-worried expressions. Forget it, for the sake of safety, we can only do this. We cannot gamble with the lives of the people just because we are considering reputation and influence. I suggest that the border area organize an immediate evacuation. After the governor of Donghai finished speaking, the people from Nanjing nodded in agreement. It can only be this way. Immediately notify all major defense organizations in the safe zone to organize the evacuation of the people. Nanjing will issue a red alert. All Awakeners must mobilize. We must ensure safety through this crisis. Yes. Soon, the red alert sirens swept across the entire city of Nanjing. A large group in the chat began to complain. What the hell? What's going on, brothers? Why is there another red alert? Wasn't there just a commotion in Silent Valley a few days ago? It's only been a few days, and now the entire city's red alert is out? What a troublesome autumn. Everyone, hurry up and level up. I estimate that in another 6 months, I will break through level 20. By then, I'll take you all flying. Lu Bai saw the messages in the group and heard the deafening alarms outside, decisively dialing Mufeng's video call. We can't stay in Nanjing any longer. Where are all these crisis alerts coming from? Should we hurry and drag Mufeng to run away? Why is no one answering? This guy can't still be sleeping at home, can he? Hurry up, retreat. If you don't want to die, evacuate quickly. The team of Awakeners sent down from the upper levels of Nanjing was urgently evacuating at the edge of the crisis battlefield. Civilians, including those without ranks as Awakeners, were all in the line of evacuation. The safe zone bordering the scorched earth soul ruins was even more chaotic, completely resembling a scene of the apocalypse. What the hell? Evacuating and retreating every few days. The red alert is ringing every day. What good are you Awakeners? Some troublemakers caught in the flow of evacuation shouted desperately. Most of them were merchants whose interests had been shaken. It should be known that the border of the safe zone, as the most densely populated area for Awakeners, usually gathers a large number of merchants and warehouses. These people are usually the beneficiaries of high-profit transactions supported by major business associations and even Awakener guilds. But what they fear the most is the emergence of troubles like emergency beast riots or beast tides. The frequent alerts in recent days have already made the public anxious. Boom! The violent explosion sounds continued to come from the direction of the scorched earth soul ruins. Waves of powerful high-level skills erupted, shaking people's hearts and minds. Oh my god, it really is the commotion from the scorched earth soul ruins. Is it really the world boss going berserk, about to invade the safe zone? The already restless crowd became even more panicked. Look, that's it. Suddenly, at the end of the sky, the fragmented projection of the old Earth era flickered in the void. Countless people saw the ancient and mysterious totems from myth and legend floating one by one. There are even legendary angels. Has a master-level awakener arrived? It's the power of the angel totem. The savior, the real big shot, has come. The dense and chaotic crowd began to gather towards the middle of the road. Everyone looked up at the strange phenomenon deep in the clouds, their hearts filled with immense anticipation and hope. Is it really the power of angels as the legends say? Are there truly awakened ones in this world who have cultivated to such a level? The lower-tier awakened ones responsible for the evacuation work showed expressions of shock and longing as they gazed at the sky. No one could imagine that it was merely the power of a 16-year-old priest who had just transitioned to the third year of high school. However, soon, all the strange phenomena in the depths of the sky gradually disappeared. After just a moment of silence, the earth began to tremble violently again. What's happening? It's coming again. Is this an earthquake? No. Is the world BOSS coming to kill us? Panic erupted once more among the crowd. Everyone screamed and wept freely, trembling in the midst of the bewildering roar. The powerful elemental forces deep within the earth surged, and several thousand meters away from the center of the scorched earth soul ruins, those awakened ones who had already retreated from the front lines felt an unprecedented intense tremor. It's the power of that mysterious big shot from just now. He's using an incredibly strong earth attribute defense technique to create a protective barrier for us, isolating the spread of those fire spirit powers. The surviving members of the Black Armor shouted excitedly, attracting the gazes of more people around, but they could only see the illusory back of the priest. They were too far away. They wanted to see more clearly, but their strength did not allow it. If they moved closer, the firepower spreading in the air would completely melt them. At this moment, the priest faced a immensely powerful vengeful flame soul below, remaining exceptionally calm. He murmured enchanted, continuing to control the 7th-tier spirit monument technique. Crack! Suddenly, under the guidance of the priest's mental power, the first monument began to crack. Boom! The monument exploded, creating a violent vortex that swept across 1,000 meters. Countless fire spirits were blown to ashes. Within the shattered monument, a nearly 8-meter-tall old earth battle spirit condensed. It materialized in a form similar to an energy body. Its entire body was dark blue, clearly indicating the revival of a water attribute battle spirit. Boom! With a shake of its giant palm, hundreds of fire spirits were obliterated. They continuously gathered towards the position of the priest. However, this was just the prelude to the massacre. Crack! The second, the third, until 6 monuments exploded simultaneously, completing the gathering of 6 old earth battle spirit totems sealed within. Different attributes of energy dispersed, bringing unimaginable destructive effects to the fire spirits of level 60 and above on this battlefield. This is the power of the 7th-tier skill. Just a single wave of power results in hundreds of thousands of damage. Above the 6 battle spirits, the priest looked down upon the vengeful flame soul like an ancient earth deity. So what if the old earth bloodline has revived? Today, you will die. The priest's expression was indifferent like a king, and he issued another command. 6. Domain battle spirits, merge. Activate the colossal stone statue. Crack! In the next moment, the 6 imposing old earth battle spirits twisted their energy bodies again. They were compressing and gathering in an extremely bizarre manner within a short time, forming an incredibly powerful energy armor that enveloped the priest. The ultimate battle armor uniquely crafted by the fusion of 6 7th-tier battle spirits. At this moment, the priest was tightly wrapped within this massive stone statue towering over 10 meters high. He felt an unprecedented sense of security enveloping him. So this is the strongest form of the 7th-tier spirit monument. Technique, truly reliable. Let's begin. War trample. Boom. Rumble. The enormous colossal stone statue took a step forward, and wherever it passed, massive footprints crashed down. The mere aftershock of the power unleashed obliterated countless fire spirits. This is outrageous. The vengeful flame soul was furious. It too began to chant. An incredibly powerful essence of flame split from its body, merging into the scorched earth of the soul ruins. Moments later, endless fire spirits began to rise from the earth's veins, breaking through the ground. This should be fire spirit summoning, truly powerful. Mufong once again locked onto the boss, observing its panel through the protection of the giant statue. Health 1-800-000/2-500-000, just as I guessed. The additional fire spirits it summoned are at the cost of its flame essence, sacrificing its health. It seems I've figured out how to annihilate this guy. Mufong felt a surge of joy in his heart, controlling the giant statue to move towards the center of the cave while chanting a new powerful skill. Boom! Suddenly, a massive petrified energy shield merged into the outer edge of the giant statue's body. A rock-solid 5th tier evolution skill, Frenzied Shield. Skill effect, increases target's basic defense by 35%. Increases target's attribute defense by 20%. The terrifying shield coalesced, further enhancing the resistance of the rock giant. It should be noted that this giant, empowered by the strength of 6 battle spirits, already possessed resistance exceeding that of an ordinary level 80 monster. Coupled with Mu Feng's skill protection, at this moment he was like an invincible giant, causing everything in his path to crumble. Boom! Boom! Moments later, Mu Feng, now clad in the giant statue, entered the depths of the cave and leaped down without hesitation. Want to kill me? Then come in! Mu Feng's voice echoed through the heavens, instantly sweeping across the entire scorched earth battlefield. It was also heard by the awakened onlookers outside. Everyone immediately felt invigorated. Heavens! That mysterious big shot is really going to solo the mutated vengeful flame soul? That's too strong. Who on earth is this person? It's definitely the 7-segment master who came to support nearby brothers. The uplifting news spread, calming everyone's emotions significantly. At this moment, Mu Feng, deep within the cave, continued his operations. Very good, everything has gone smoothly so far. Next, it's time to invite you into the trap. Mu Feng smiled coldly, chanting his special skill, Paperman, Old Earth. The Old Earth version of the Paperman skill had the unique enhancement effect of changing its originally single target range into a group. At the same time, the skill's consumption of mental power was reduced from 10% to 5%. In the blink of an eye, Mu Feng created 10 Papermen in succession, arranging them in a circular distribution according to the range of mental power, maximizing coverage in all directions of the cave's inner walls. Just enough to completely envelop the bottom of the cave. Moments later, endless fire spirits, drawn by the aura of the Papermen, gathered densely. A large number of fiery entities piled up in the deepest part of the cave, right where Mu Feng wanted them. Very good. Vengeful Flame Soul, you probably never imagined that these fire spirits you summoned would become the very agents of your complete destruction. Soon, nearly 1,000 fire spirits had gathered, almost completely sealing off the area beneath the cave. They spewed flames recklessly, attempting to completely refine the rock giant. But this would take time. At this moment, Mu Feng had already begun chanting a new skill. In an instant, a clone identical to Mu Feng appeared within the statue. Trickster Puppet, Old Earth. Mu Feng's health dropped below 2,000. This was the cost of the Trickster Puppet's divine skill. But he was not worried at all. Just then, the enormous giant suddenly let out a thunderous roar, beginning to frantically pound the surrounding cave. Countless boulders shattered and collapsed, as if trying to completely seal off this cave. In the midst of chaos, the vengeful Flame Soul's main body also jumped into the deepest pit of the stone cave, joining its people to besiege the rock giant statue. Suddenly, the angelic wings of the main body of Mu Feng unfurled once more, taking advantage of the collapsing chaos of the boulders to ascend against the tide, swiftly flying out from the depths of the pit and circling back in the sky. The paper figures from all directions detonated simultaneously. They held the rock giant statue firmly attract the hatred of the surrounding monsters. This allowed Mu Feng to perform a miraculous escape under the bright sun. Little did they know, at this moment, it was no longer Mu Feng's main body that was entangled with these terrifying flame monsters inside the rock giant statue. Spirit of the old land, die. The vengeful Flame Soul continued to unleash its skills. The entire battlefield at the center of the stone cave was once again intensified by scorching heat. The giant statue's body had begun to crack, unable to hold out for much longer. After all, this guy was too powerful. A level 130 mutated world boss, not to be underestimated. However, Mu Feng remained unperturbed. For him, time was already sufficient. Too slow, let me help you. Mu Feng looked down at the battlefield in the stone cave. Despite countless rocks falling into the massive pit, it was far from enough to completely cover that area. He began a new chant. Rock's 6th tier evolution skill, Lava Barrier. Crack. Large chunks of giant stone energy bodies grew wildly. At the opening of the cave, with a radius of hundreds of meters, they quickly merged towards the center, forcefully creating a massive stone wall that blocked out the sky, completely sealing off the only passage of the cave. Like a grave burying desires, allowing all the evil souls born from the flames to be gradually entombed deep within the earth's veins. Are you afraid of the dark? At the bottom of the cave, from within the rock giant statue, Mu Feng's puppet emitted a chilling and merciless voice, as if judging this invincible flame king. Now is the time. Mu Feng's main body once again surged with mental energy, manipulating the cursed puppet sealed deep within the cave from afar. Under the divine skill of the old land, this puppet could utilize all the skills of Mu Feng's main body in battle, and it possessed 50% of the panel attributes. In the next moment, a brilliant purple light began to radiate from the center of the rock giant's forehead. Knight's Shura totem awakening. Boom! The extremely powerful aura of slaughter instantly surged, and behind the rock giant statue, the Shura totem reappeared. Light and darkness, angels and Ashuras. In this completely isolated world under the rock seal, both appeared simultaneously. Mu Feng's main body controlled the light. Angel totem, while the old land puppet clone controlled the night Ashura totem. Such a perfect layout allowed him to erupt with an unprecedented thrill at this moment. Who said a healer could only cling to others' thighs? Who dares to say a rookie has no right to enter the Scorched Soul Ruins? Epic level promotion difficulty? A mutated world boss? Today, it is you who will be slain. At this moment, the puppet clone issued commands. The overwhelmingly powerful Ashura totem behind released the Dominion field. All surrounding fire spirits were marked with an Ashura seal. Now is the time. Lock onto the energy core. Detonate. Boom. Mufeng finally issued the final command akin to a judgment. The cursed puppet of the old land, in conjunction with the awakened Ashura totem, instantly detonated thousands of Ashura seals. All the fire spirits exploded in an instant. The deepest part of the stone cave, sealed under the lava barrier, transformed into a terrifying battlefield hell in a second. That feeling was like detonating a giant bomb buried deep underground. All the energy instantly surged. It would surely bury everything here. Boom, boom. The successive explosions soared into the sky. The lava barrier shattered. A fire column over hundreds of meters shot up into the sky. The energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth erupted, forming a fiery halo that spread out from the center of the stone cave, engulfing the entire scorched battlefield of the soul ruins. Oh my god, what is happening? Is it going to tear apart the entire sky? What a terrifying pillar of flame. No, look, the flames are coming, run. The earth was covered and consumed by endless flames. It was as if a volcano had erupted, releasing the life force of the vengeful flame soul. Indeed, Mufeng's strategy had succeeded. The detonation of the Ashura mark resulted in the self-destruction of thousands of fire spirits. The energy he carried, combined with the explosive energy of the stone giant, along with the detonation of the Ashura totem and the old earth puppet clone, all this self-destructive energy turned into a fatal blow that obliterated the core of the vengeful flame soul. The energy core finally shattered. The vengeful flame soul realized it had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, it had no ability to resist this fate. Mufeng stood proudly in the void, under the protection of the angel totems. Light, looking down coldly at the stone cave battlefield that had become a fiery ruin. Vengeful flame soul, your time has come. His sharp gaze locked onto the stone cave below. Mufeng discovered that the vengeful flame soul, whose energy core had been shattered, had become a broken body, still struggling to climb upwards. The insight skill of the Name of Light was activated again. Health 8536/2 It's still not dead. It's actually has a breath left? Mufeng looked speechless. No wonder it's a mutated form of a world boss. In fact, it was precisely because the power of the flames around was widely dispersed that the energy core shattered, allowing the head of the vengeful flame soul to explode while it clung to its last breath. Its health was slowly recovering bit by bit. However, unfortunately, at this moment, its fate could only be controlled by Mufeng. Still recovering health? Let me show you how I end all of this. The scorched soul ruins must be extinguished. Boom! Mufeng began to chant again. Priest's 7th tier evolution skill, Radiant Dust Life. In an instant, all the dense clouds in the sky dissipated. The light shone once more. A large downpour of golden light rained down from the sky, spreading across the entire Soul Ruins land. Oh my god! Look! Is it the redemptive power of the angels descending? Those golden lights have actually extinguished all the flames. Some of the fleeing awakeners cheered. Everyone stopped running and looked back. The once wildly sweeping waves of flames were rapidly extinguishing. Radiant Dust Life, the great priest prays to the heavens, praising the merits of all beings. The sky is moved, and the holy light rain descends, illuminating the earth and protecting the children of the gods. Skill effect purifies the destructive power of all elemental attributes within the range. Restores the elemental balance of the space. Class restriction, priest. Duration, 300 seconds. Release. Condition, current 100% energy. Cooldown duration, 60 minutes. Effective range, 100 times the limit of mental power. A true purification divine skill. A method born from the faith of countless awakened priests. The arrival of the light rain completely erased the rampant flames. The last flicker of energy from the vengeful flame soul was also thoroughly purified. No! Roar! Despite 1,000 unwillingnesses, the vengeful flame soul ultimately perished. Health completely reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the world boss, mutated version, vengeful flame soul. Ding! Gained 1,300,000 experience points. Ding! Detected the mutated form of this boss, additional experience reward of 1 million. Ding! Obtained world boss exclusive item, Soulfire Seed. Ding! A promotion task has been completed and it can be submitted now. Ding! Obtained purple teleportation scroll *1, non-binding. Ding! Obtained blue teleportation scroll *3, non-binding. Ding! Obtained epic level fire spirit crystal, non-binding. *1. Ding! Obtained materials. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the world boss first kill achievement. Received achievement gift pack *1 hiss. Mufeng gasped. As expected of a world boss, The reward notifications after the kill are a whole bunch. Just hearing this sound makes one's blood boil. It's a pity it's not the highest quality golden scroll, only a purple one. Mu Feng indulged in a bit of self-pity. Little did he know that if those awakened ones in the distance heard this, they would probably be so furious they'd spit blood. A purple teleportation scroll, just this one non-binding item, casually goes for over $1 million. Usually, it's valuable but hard to find. Most are held by top guilds or century-old families. Not to mention the epic-level Fire Spirit Crystal, a top-tier material. Of course, these are just binding rewards, mere appetizers. The real crazy random rewards, exclusive to the world boss, are the main event. Mu Feng remained calm, first downing a bottle of mental power potion and a bottle of high-level strength potion, filling his health and energy to the max. To avoid any unexpected special situations, he ensured an extra layer of safety. Then he flew to the bottom of the stone cave. Sure enough, just a casual glance revealed a flicker of light below, all waiting to be collected loot. There was no time to examine carefully. Mu Feng swept up all the loot, and with the angel wings dragging him, he shot up into the sky at full speed. He quickly disappeared at the edge of the map. It's over. Look, the Revenge Flame Soul boss has entered cooldown. The Black Armor members outside announced immediately. Everyone cheered excitedly. Great. The crisis is averted. So we don't have to retreat now, right? Ha, what about that mysterious big shot who just saved everyone? Let's go check the central coordinates. The flames have been purified. Maybe there's something else left. After the crisis, everyone's greedy desires revived once more. Now, even if the Black Armor people wanted to control the situation, it would be meaningless. The awakened ones who had gathered in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins map all rushed towards the stone cave. Ironically, by the time this group of opportunists rushed in, there was nothing left to smell. Fools! Do you think good things can wait for you to pick them up? At the back of the crowd, Long Wuxia, who had just arrived, wore a mocking expression, riding on the back of a phoenix. His only focus was on Mu Feng's whereabouts. Could it be that it was really that kid who killed it? He looked at the constantly refreshing messages in the South River Awakened One's chat group, along with various screenshots sent by others, and his suspicion grew stronger. Angel Totem, it should be that kid's exclusive. It seems he really has awakened a hidden class beyond the priest. Truly hidden and unassuming. Whoosh! Just then, a golden light flashed overhead, moving so fast it was hard to capture with the naked eye. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a shooting star. It's him! That kid Mu Feng has come out. Little Phoenix, hurry and chase after him. We can't lose this big leg. 10 minutes later, above the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins battlefield, 3 elders dressed in high-level awakened gear arrived. Each riding a very rare flying guardian spirit, they gazed at this battlefield area, their faces filled with astonishment. This is really the trace of the 7th tier priest divine skill, Radiant Dust Life. The elemental environment of space is approaching conservation. The fire spirit monsters that were supposed to refresh nearby have been unable to appear for a long time. The soil environment has been altered. I'm afraid it will take at least half a month to recover. The middle-aged man with a big beard, holding a crystal ball, sighed after conducting a series of measurements. The white-haired elder in the middle showed a look of surprise. How could that be? Didn't the witnesses say that only one person showed up at the scene? If this 7th tier purification divine technique came from him, it can only mean that this person is a support type priest. But that guy, the vengeful flame soul, has already been slain. Could it be that a priest can single-handedly kill a world boss of mutated strength? Just then, the third powerful figure at the outermost edge fixed his sharp gaze on the surroundings of the cave. Senior Xian, Nanjun, please look here. It's obvious that a powerful skill of the rock element caused this effect. The ley lines around this cave have been forcibly altered. The bearded Nanjun quickly moved closer with the crystal ball and indeed detected a large amount of earth attribute energy fluctuations. Old Jean, you are also a high-tier rock element mage. Can you tell where this attribute power comes from? Old Jean said seriously. The elemental energy here is too complex, with a large amount of residual fire attribute power, which has been purified by a high-tier technique. I can't tell exactly which skill was used, but I can confirm that the rock element methods of that powerful being must be at least 6th tier. No, it's also 7th tier. The white-haired elder Xuanahua's pupils suddenly constricted. I sensed the residual aura of the ancient earth battle spirit. It's the power of a 7th tier divine technique. The 3 great masters were left speechless. This is strange. A 7th tier priest's purification divine art, a 7th tier rock element battle spirit. Could it be that 200 level masters joined forces? Nanjun couldn't wait to say, let's go down and take a look. This battle is probably not as simple as we thought. The 3 figures landed simultaneously. However, the next moment, the crystal ball in Nanjun's hand was suddenly enveloped in an incredibly dense bloodlight, instantly turning pitch black. What happened? Old Jean and Senior Xianhua were both dumbfounded. A high-quality identification crystal that was supposed to test all attributes, how could it malfunction? The bearded Nanjun, while feeling awkward, was more shocked. This is the power of the dark attribute. It's also an ancient earth inheritance. Xianhua was horrified. Are you sure? The bearded man examined the crystal ball repeatedly, still nodding seriously. I can confirm. It is indeed the power of the dark attribute, and there is a strong bloodline aura. It is completely different from the two methods discovered earlier, as well as the flame power that this boss possesses. Xianhua and old Jean exchanged glances, both shocked to the core. How is that possible? Could it be that three masters came together at once? Nanjun suddenly looked up towards the outside. Who is nearby? Come out. Soon, more than a dozen figures appeared. They were all awakeners who had come to this area hoping to pick up the spoils. We didn't know the three of you were here investigating, please forgive us. The leader, a member of the Black Armor Guild, respectfully clasped his fists and then quickly covered up his intentions as he spoke. When the great battle began, one of our guild's captains was annihilated by the vengeful flame soul. I came to retrieve his body. The three big shots naturally wouldn't hold it against him, and Nanjun looked at him and asked, "Were you all present just now?" The other few people nodded nervously. "Yes, sir. Please, recount what you saw, be factual, do not conceal anything, and do not exaggerate." The pressure from the three big shots was undeniable. The Black Armor members exchanged glances, slightly organizing their emotions, and cautiously began to recount. It was just one person who suddenly appeared, and then, a few minutes later, the three big shots were even more bewildered. One person? Angel totem. A violent explosion sound. Is it really just one person? No, it can't be, Xianhua declared firmly. Don't say it's just this little South River. Even if it's the entire Grand East Dragon, there are hardly a few who can cultivate so many skills to the 7th level at the same time. Such a level of taboo strongman would never easily appear in a place like this. There must be something fishy about this. Old Jean furrowed his brows and suggested a compromise. Then, what if it's two people? One of them is a dual cultivating master at level 100, which might explain it. Nanjun sighed and put away the crystal in his hand. Forget it. It's meaningless for us to guess randomly. Here, let's just go back and report. We shouldn't keep the governor waiting too long. The fact that these rookies are still alive proves they mean no harm. Our Grand East Dragon has a rich heritage, so it's reasonable that some powerful ancient clans have awakened masters emerging. The three big shots exchanged glances and simultaneously soared into the air, their overwhelming aura secretly shocking the three awakened ones around them. Everyone disperse. There's nothing left for you to scavenge here. The scorching fire attribute energy has destroyed everything that was left behind. Don't linger here any longer. After saying that, the three big shots quickly vanished at the edge of the sky. The black armored members and the awakened ones who had come to join in felt reluctant, but since the big shots had spoken, there probably wasn't anything left. Sigh. Not only did we come for nothing, but the captain also ended up with nothing but bones. If I had the protection of that angel totem and the powerful strength of that mysterious master, would it have come to this? Whoosh! A golden light suddenly dissipated, and a figure slowly descended from the sky. Mufong looked speechless. Just as he was about to fly back to the safety zone in South River, his light energy was exhausted, and the angel totem automatically disappeared. But this was to be expected. Earlier, to avoid any long delays, he had flown at full speed, burning through his light energy reserves, and it was impossible to maintain balance with just a single light source. Losing the ability to fly was only a matter of time. Someone's coming. A strong one. Mufong suddenly became alert, his insight remarkably sharp. Perhaps it was related to his mastery of the skill in the name of light insight. Even though the angel totem was not in an awakened state, that instinct was still much sharper than an ordinary person's. Little did he know, it was the three big shots flying swiftly above him. The big bearded Nan Jun, holding a crystal ball in the middle, suddenly had a serious expression. His gaze was incredibly sharp, quickly locking onto Mu Feng's silhouette. Below, the two big shots on either side followed suit, also filled with confusion. Did you discover something? Nan Jun said seriously. The aura emitted by that little guy is very much in line with the elemental state detected by the scorched earth soul ruins just now. Xuana's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out an insight scroll to lock onto Mu Feng. Ha, you're overthinking it. It's just a level 20 rookie priest. He probably just came back from the scorched earth soul ruins like those awakened wanderers we encountered on the way. After Xianhua finished speaking, old Jean beside him chuckled lightly. Nan Jun, you're too sensitive. Do you really think this little brat can unleash a 7th level divine skill? Nan Jun took a deep look at Mu Feng and also shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, you've all made me a bit neurotic, let's continue on our way. Saying this, the three big shots simultaneously accelerated and flew over Mu Feng's head. Little did they know, Mu Feng had been secretly alert throughout the entire process. It wasn't until the three's mental presence completely dissipated that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems they should be high-level strongmen, coming to provide support. Three of them came at once. I guess the South River safety zone must be in chaos again. Mu Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, remaining calm as he continued to make his way forward steadily. Half an hour later, at the top floor of the Awakening Tower in Nanjing, The governor, accompanied by a group of high-ranking officials, eagerly welcomed the three major figures arriving. Our saviors have come. The great benefactor of Nanjing, the great contributor, has arrived. The governor's voice trembled with emotion as he tightly shook hands with the three leaders. Behind them, the followers bowed deeply in respect to the three men. This was the highest form of respect and gratitude shown to the strong. This time, the mutation of the boss in the scorched earth soul ruins truly sent shivers down the spines of the high-ranking officials in both Nanjing and Donghai. If the situation got out of control, the casualties and losses would be unimaginable. In that case, it would be far from simple to just replace people. On the contrary, now that such a huge crisis was easily resolved, the two regions worked together to suppress the turmoil, and the high-ranking officials would undoubtedly be credited for their great contributions. And all of this was thanks to these three high-ranking figures. The big-bearded Nanjun, a peak-level 6-stage elemental mage, shook his head with a bitter smile. Governor, you seem to have misunderstood. Indeed, Master Xinhua, Master Zhan, and I were on our way to provide support. But this crisis was not resolved by the three of us. By the time we arrived, that vengeful flame soul had already been killed. What? The governor and the high-ranking officials were all dumbfounded. You didn't kill it? Xinhua also looked embarrassed. It was indeed not our doing. It's just that the person who acted had strange methods and unfathomable strength. According to witnesses, it was highly likely that they came from the direction of Nanjing. However, the three of us have already surveyed the battlefield, and this person meant no harm, so you all can rest assured the crisis has been completely resolved. Only then did the leaders feel relieved, their faces showing comfort. The governor let out a long breath and turned to give orders. Send my command, tell Li Ming to carefully monitor all major passages in the safe zone. If any master-level strongman enters the city, bring them to the top of the tower immediately. I want to express my gratitude in person. Understood, Governor. At the teleportation point in the eastern district of Nanjing, when Mu Feng returned, nearly 4 hours had passed since he encountered the three major figures. The red alert in the city had long been lifted, and the citizens had resumed their normal lives. The low-level awakeners and patrolling guards he encountered were almost all discussing today's turmoil. Mu Feng took out his phone and saw dozens of video calls from Luby and his second uncle, feeling speechless. What's going on here? Is it really that scary just because of a red alert? He casually dialed Luby's video call. The other party answered immediately and began to chatter away. Shan Gu, what's going on? You finally returned the video call, where have you been? We couldn't find you. Before Mu Feng could respond, another figure appeared beside him, his second uncle. Xiao Chen, you scared your second uncle to death. Where have you been? Mu Feng smiled wryly and shrugged. Just went to the city to take a stroll, buy some supplies. Luby complained. You really are something, big brother. The city is in chaos today. I heard that there was a stampede at the north entrance of the safe zone during the evacuation. We almost had to evacuate the entire city. I heard it was because the world-class boss in the scorched earth soul ruins suddenly mutated and almost pushed its way through. There were no masters in the city to hold the fort, and with over 10,000 awakeners, no one could stop it. The citizens were almost going crazy. Mu Feng was astonished. They actually caused such a big commotion? Little did he know, he was right in the middle of it, and with his own strong abilities he hadn't felt the terrifying pressure from the other side. I'm fine, no need to worry, the crisis has been resolved. Luby chuckled and quickly said, guess who I just saw at your house? Mu Feng was filled with question marks. Besides his second uncle, there wasn't even a mouse at home. Who else could he have seen? She is the school beauty of our school, Huamanxin. The people in black who came to deliver materials to forge the sword before were actually from her family. Looking at her, it seems she was looking for you, waited for you all afternoon but couldn't contact you, so she took the sword and went back first. Mu Feng's eyes froze, and he muttered to himself. Could it be that she recognized me as the owner of the Shura totem that night in the Silent Valley? Forget it, so what if she recognized me? I never intended to hide this. It's just that being too high profile isn't beneficial for the current development. Mu Feng came back to his senses and casually said, let her come, it seems we don't have much of a connection anyway. Lu Bai's eyes widened in shock. You're really something, my brother. You can still be so calm in front of a beauty like Huamanxin. Mu Feng shook his head. I won't talk to you about this anymore, just letting you know I'm safe. I'll head back later, you can drink with my second uncle. After saying that, Mu Feng directly hung up the video call and headed straight for the awakening tower. At this moment, the staff at the reception counter was no longer the OL-dressed lady from the morning. Hello, I'm here to submit a promotion task. Hello? Esteemed awakener, please wait a moment. After a moment, a crystal appeared in the center of the light screen in front of Mu Feng. Placing his palm on it, brilliant light flickered, and the corresponding information quickly emerged. Ding! Detected that you have completed a promotion task. Ding! System successfully received task materials. Submission successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed an epic level promotion task. Awakener rank upgraded to priest level 1. Ding! Your priest profession attributes have grown. Ding. Acquired new skill. Trauma technique. Ding. Acquired high-level guild recommendation letter *1 epic difficulty. Reward. Ding. Acquired high-level guardian spirit pet egg *1. Epic difficulty reward. As expected, epic level difficulty really gives extra compensation. Mufeng was quite satisfied with the rewards after the promotion, although he already had a guardian spirit. That little guy, a Huang, could only be used for treasure hunting and exploration. Its functionality was quite average. If this high-level pet egg could hatch into a combat-type guardian spirit, that would be a huge gain. Additionally, the high-level guild recommendation letter was also very rare. With this item, even with just a simple level 20 priest identity, Mufeng could be directly accepted by a prominent guild. Of course, what attracted him the most was still the reward of the core basic skill, trauma technique. With it, Mufeng would be able to unlock the second skill tree of the priest system. Trauma technique increases the damage taken by the target by 10%. Class restriction, priest. Duration, 30 seconds. Release condition, 10 energy. Cooldown duration, 60 seconds. Effect range, within 100 meters of the target area. Mufeng's eyes lit up instantly. It's actually a damage increasing debuff. With this first tier core skill, if I max out the skill points, it might evolve into more debuff skills. Thus, combined with my Trickster Puppet's Old Earth clone, my combat ability will greatly increase. Name, Mufeng. Awakening profession, Priest, Awakener. Rank, Level 1, Hidden Profession, Angel of Light/Night Shura. Current level, 28, Health, 3950/3950, Energy, 1000, 5-dimensional. Attributes, affecting growth. Current remaining attribute points, 0, Strength, 69 Constitution, 147 Endurance, 93 Agility, 55. Spirit, 88. Remaining skill points, 294,756. Skills, Priest exclusive, Light of Grace skill tree, expandable, Trauma skill tree. Light Angel exclusive, In the Name of Light skill tree, expandable, Night Azura exclusive, Blood Killing skill tree, expandable, General. Skills, Rock Solid skill tree, expandable, Old Earth Witchcraft skill tree, expandable. After successfully ranking up, Mufeng discovered new changes in his panel data. The experience rewards from the promotion tasks boss were also replenished immediately, allowing him to level up 8 times in one go. As for the skill points earned, there was no doubt they were all used to increase his health. After this hunting experience with the world boss of the Revenge Flame Soul, Mufeng became even more convinced of one truth: to live is to output. What about that bald captain in black armor? No matter how renowned a higher-up is in front of truly powerful monsters, they are just destined to reincarnate in one round. This further strengthened Mufeng's sense of crisis. As long as his health was thick enough and his means of survival were plentiful, even if he encountered unexpected crises, he would definitely survive until the end. Now, he was increasingly grateful that his awakened class was a priest. Having a higher health growth than other awakened ones was an advantage in itself. Stepping out of the awakening tower, Mufeng looked at the gradually darkening sky and let out a long sigh. I should go home for a bit. Otherwise, my second uncle will start nagging again. From a distance, Mufeng could already hear the sound of his second uncle hammering away in the courtyard. I'm back. Mufeng walked into the yard, followed closely by his guardian spirit, little Ah Huang. The little guy was quite familiar, scampering up to his second uncle to sniff around. You brat, you know how to come back? Running around all day, making people worry. Mufeng chuckled and rubbed his nose, clearly seeing that his second uncle was genuinely worried about him today. After all, the whole city was on high alert. Such a situation was something ordinary people couldn't handle. Seeing his second uncle's worried demeanor, Mufeng felt a pang in his heart. Second uncle, after you finish this batch of work, don't take on any more tasks. Just settle down and enjoy your retirement. Our family won't have to worry about money anymore. Saying this, Mufeng waved his hand and revealed more than a dozen items from this world boss's loot. The blue and white light nearly blinded his second uncle's eyes. Heavens! Little Chen, did you go robbing? No, you're a priest, you don't have any output ability. What is going on here? His second uncle looked completely bewildered, seeming even more flustered than when Mufeng hadn't returned. Mufeng smiled speechlessly. It's just some low-level loot. You can pick through these if you find anything useful that you like, keep it for yourself to modify. If not, I'll sell them all later. His second uncle looked like a child who had just seen their favorite toy. As a skilled high-level blacksmith, he had no other hobbies in life but to take pride in these pieces of equipment. You play with them, I'm going in to rest. Without turning back, his second uncle casually shouted, eat first. Back in his room, Mufeng first flicked his hand, releasing the priest's third-tier evolution skill, Holy Light Prayer. The room was immediately enveloped in a brilliant radiance. With this layer of energy protection, all energy sources in the room would not dissipate outward, and it would be difficult for anyone outside to peek in. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding it from his second uncle. Mufeng was worried that the few truly valuable pieces of loot he had obtained might have special enhancement effects. Similar to powerful corrosion or burning passive attributes, it was possible that the entire house, along with his second uncle, could be affected. Under the protective light, Mufeng calmly counted the loot. With a wave of his hand, 3 pieces of equipment radiating purple light and one bursting with dazzling golden light came into view. In terms of equipment quality, the classification method of this parallel world was quite similar to the settings in some online games from his past life. From low to high, the 7 colors of white, green, blue, purple, gold, rainbow, and black correspond to the 7 qualities of equipment: ordinary, excellent, fine, superb, legendary, epic, and ancient. The items that Mufeng had just tossed to his second uncle for fun were all green and blue quality gear, which in Mufeng's eyes could only be traded for money as loot. He would only consider using equipment of purple quality or above personally. Mufeng's gaze immediately locked onto that legendary gold piece. Soul Ruins Fire Spirit Helmet. Equipment type: helmet. Quality: legendary. Level requirement: no level restriction. Class requirement: none. Attributes: health plus 5000, defense plus 800, stamina plus 180, endurance plus 80. Fire damage resistance plus 20%. Exclusive effect: converts the fire attribute power around the wearer into health recovery. No level restriction. Mufeng's eyes widened suddenly. A divine artifact. This world boss quest was a huge profit. Even though Mufeng hadn't carefully studied the auction house's equipment market, he could guess what no level restriction equipment meant with his eyes closed. Players who had played certain masterpieces in their past lives knew that the rarest special attribute of equipment was no level restriction. This meant that a level 1 awakened could wear equipment with attributes comparable to that of level 80 or above. Typically, only the true noble heirs of the most mysterious hidden families in the East Dragon could afford no level restriction equipment. Now, Mufeng was incredibly lucky to have dropped a no level restriction helmet. More importantly, the attribute enhancements were almost a perfect match for what he sought. Simply perfect. Mufeng was ecstatic and without hesitation directly equipped the helmet. Ding! Soul Ruins Fire Spirit Helmet. Equipped. Mufeng looked at his attribute panel. Health 12550/12550. My god, over 12,000 health. Truly worthy of being a legendary armor artifact. Now, my health should be at the level of an ordinary 4-segment priest. A massive boost. Mufeng could no longer suppress the curve of his lips. He finally understood how exaggerated the enhancement of a high-quality piece of equipment could be. It had directly increased his survival ability several times. More importantly, the helmet's special effect was automatic health recovery from fire attributes, almost transplanting the talent of the vengeful flame soul onto himself. Ridiculous. Then, Mufeng hurriedly shifted his attention to the skill book. He had a faint expectation. This skill book was likely related to some ability of the vengeful flame soul. Let's see what it is. Skill: Fire Spirit Summon, not activated. Class restriction: Mage, Elementalist, Summoner, Priest. Staff Holder. Skill level: Tier 1. Skill quality: exclusive usage level, level 30. Tier promotion. Note: the success rate for learning this skill is 100%. I actually guessed it right. The excitement that Mufeng had just suppressed ignited once more. First, a no-level restriction legendary helmet, then the signature skill book of the vengeful flame soul. The value of this tier promotion task was still increasing. It should be noted that exclusive skill books from world bosses are often the rarest type of skills. This is because it means the source of the skill is fixed. Unless one defeats the vengeful flame soul world boss, there is almost no other way to obtain this skill. It refreshes once a month, and the drop rate for the book is probably less than 5%. It is no exaggeration to say that there are probably not many in the entire East Dragon Empire who can master this skill. However, Mufeng's gaze flickered, feeling a bit uncertain due to the words "not activated." Let's try to see if I can learn it first. Ding! Unfortunately, the conditions for using the skill book are insufficient, and skill learning has failed. Tip: to learn this skill, you need to use Soul Fire Seeds or Premium Source Fire Scrolls for refinement. Mufeng. Soul Fire Seeds? This thing Mufeng is familiar with. It was the item he submitted for a promotion task. It is also the binding task reward for the vengeful flame soul. But this thing was just killed by him, and to get another fire seed, the fastest wait would be over a month. As for the Source Fire Scroll, Mufeng was not clear about what that was. Forget it, haste makes waste. I'll deal with these materials later and find someone to understand the situation with the Source Fire Scroll. Although he didn't learn this exclusive skill immediately, Mufeng was not discouraged. The items were in his hands, and no one could take them away. Moreover, his strength was already very strong, especially after putting on the level S helmet, which greatly enhanced his survival ability, so he wasn't in a hurry to boost his combat power. Additionally, even if he learned this skill, he didn't have enough skill points to max it out. This time, the understanding of the trauma skill from the promotion, along with the skill tree of In the Name of Light, was still waiting for resources. He could only prioritize the summoning of the fire spirit for later. Then, Mufeng counted the 3 pieces of purple equipment and the package in the corner. Indeed, these items were not dropped from the vengeful flame soul. They were remnants dropped from the remains of fallen awakeners at the core coordinates of the Scorched Soul Ruins battlefield. Unfortunately, all 3 pieces of purple equipment were damaged, not only significantly reducing their attributes but also being too high in level for Mufong to use. He could only find a way to exchange them for gold coins along with the materials. As for this package, Mufong pondered for a moment and opened it. Goodness, it's another skill book. Skill, Beast Blood Boiling Class Restriction, Mutated Class. Skill Quality, Rare Skill Level, Level 1 Required Level, Promotion Stage 1. Note, the success rate for learning this skill is 50% mutated. Class, Mufang's expression changed. A skill book for a rare class. The so-called mutant refers to the effect of bloodline mutation that occurs after a basic class undergoes transformation. For example, the warrior class can be divided into blood warriors, berserkers, shield warriors, etc. This is a relatively basic form of transformation and can be considered an evolution. However, the above types are too common with a high probability of mutation and do not belong to the rare category. But if it mutated into forms like tiger warrior, crocodile warrior, or even other fierce beast bloodlines, it would be a rare class. They often possess much stronger growth attributes than ordinary warriors, and some even come with innate talents. Of course, Mufong did not understand this deeply, but this did not affect the preciousness of the skill book in front of him. Although I can't use it, the value of this thing is astronomical. Mufong was undoubtedly ecstatic, but looking at so many high-value spoils in front of him, he couldn't help but fall into seriousness. There were plenty of good things, but where to sell them was a problem. These high-end equipment and rare skill books were not like other materials. The auction house wouldn't dare to accept them. Selling these things casually, once discovered, would lead directly to being taken to see the governor. Right now, Mufong hadn't even revealed the secret of his hidden class if he rashly showed up with these treasures. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. Mufong thought carefully. There were 2 options to consider. First, report to the school. Seek protection from the school as a student of the first high school and have the leaders help handle it. Second, find Huamanshin. Luby had said before that she would come to pick up a sword in the afternoon and seemed to want to talk to him. If he could leverage the influence and channels of the Hua family, handling these would be easy. However, Mufong had never liked asking others for help. He and Huamanshin did not have a deep bond. Just as he was troubled by this thought, his second uncle's voice suddenly came in. Xiao Chen, you have a friend visiting. Mufong was taken aback. A friend? Could it be that Huamanshin is really coming again? Mufong stepped out of the holy light prayer barrier, pushed open the window, and looked outside the courtyard. He happened to see a tall, thin young man with slicked back hair and a painted face, smiling obsequiously and waving at him. Long Wushi, why is it him again? Is this kid really fixated on me? Mufong squinted his eyes, and the young master Long Wushi smiled and spoke. Brother Chen, I came to find my uncle to get a piece of equipment. I heard you were home, so I thought I'd drop by to chat. Hope that's not too presumptuous? You are being very presumptuous. Mufong curled his lip but did not directly refuse him. Being able to find his home, this kid's background must be extraordinary. However, since he came on his own, it indicated he had no malicious intent for the time being, so it might be better to try to engage with him first. Come on in. A few minutes later, Mufong and Long Wushi walked side by side on the stone corridor outside the courtyard, enjoying the tranquil night breeze as they chatted. Hee. Big brother Mufong, I suddenly dropped by. You won't be mad at me, right? Mufong regained his calm demeanor and replied calmly. It's just the 2 of us here. Speak, what is your purpose? Long Wushi maintained a playful smile but did not lose his respect, handing over a gilded nameplate. My name is Long Wushi, just a small warrior. I came here after witnessing your angel totem, hoping to follow you, big brother, and serve you. Mufong stopped, looking at him with a faint expression. You found out where I live in just one afternoon. Your background must be quite impressive. Do you really need a small nanny like me to protect you? What a joke. Since you guessed it, I won't hide it. I do indeed possess the hidden class of the Light Angel. I didn't want to be too high profile, so I haven't made this public. It's also my hidden trump card. While dual classes are rare, they are by no means uncommon. At least in the eyes of someone from your high status, it's just an ordinary prodigy. I'll ask you again, what is your true purpose? This time, Mufong was no longer polite. A chilling coldness gathered in his gaze. The night had fallen. The edge of the Azura was already hidden in the darkness. Long Wushi felt the terrifying pressure of Mufang's aura and quickly took 2 steps back, waving his hands frantically. No. Oh dear, don't be angry, you really misunderstood me. I do have a good background, but please don't take me as an enemy. Sigh, let me tell you the truth. Long Wushi sat down on a nearby stone bench and began to explain his little scheme. It turned out that his family, the Long family, was originally one of the top 10 prestigious families in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Not to mention a small city like Nanjing. Even in the imperial capital and the major level 6 capitals, they had top-tier influence. Each of the top 10 families had been the strongest awakened forces in the Eastern Dragon empire for over 1,000 years. However, Long Wusher's branch was the most fallen side branch of the Long family, which was why they had ended up in a small third-tier city like Nanjing, ignored by everyone. Originally, his grandfather planned to hide in Nanjing and live off the family legacy, putting aside the grudges from the past family feuds. But unexpectedly, perhaps due to fate, Long Wusher awakened one of the strongest awakened bloodlines of the Long clan. This gave the 3 generations of his family hope to return to the main family, and they decided to cultivate Long Wusher with all their might. However, they also understood that relying solely on the remnants of the family's background would be difficult to rise again. If they truly wanted to leave Nanjing and return to the imperial capital, there was still a long way to go. When Long Wusher told his father and grandfather that Mu Feng possessed the angel totem, the family immediately arranged for this grandson to cling to a powerful ally. I seek nothing else but to team up with a prodigy like Mu Feng to build a bond that will surely bring endless benefits in the future. After this afternoon, Long Wusher has learned various news about the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins battlefield, and he is even more convinced that the killing of the vengeful Flame Soul is definitely related to Mu Feng. Either his angel totem's power is unimaginable, or there is a powerful protector behind him assisting him in the kill. Whichever it is, it perfectly proves Mu Feng's value. After hearing all this, Mu Feng remained calm, responding with a half-smile. First of all, I don't need teammates. Even if I did, I wouldn't trust you. Not to mention, when we met at the teleport point, you charged me hundreds of thousands of gold under the pretense of sharing a ride, which is more expensive than renting a carriage. I won't easily trust someone as slippery as you. Long Wusher's face turned green upon hearing this. This kid actually had no bad intentions. What he said about himself was all true. He hurriedly stood up, looking helpless. Isn't it because I got scammed by the gacha machine? After you finished the gacha, I thought that thing was reliable, so I directly did a 10 consecutive draw, throwing in 500,000, and not even a peep came out. I was just thinking of recouping some losses from you. Otherwise, what will I use to enter the dungeon later? Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. Dungeon? What dungeon? Mu Feng had very little knowledge about dungeons. Long Wusher instinctively smacked his lips but then sighed. Forget it, I've told you everything. What's a little secret more or less? You must promise me, don't tell anyone else. In the Nanjing jurisdiction. At the end of last month, I heard that a Forbidden Ruin level secret realm has revived. This matter is almost unknown outside of the high-ranking officials of the Nanjing governor's office, the heads of major universities, and a few prominent families and top guilds. Mu Feng clearly became interested. Tell me more. Long Wusher straightened his back, smiling with a hint of pride. The so-called Forbidden Ruin is a high-difficulty existence among secret realm levels. You should know about secret realm dungeons, right? They are places like ancient ruins or mysterious void rifts. Inside, there are various unknown creatures, and of course, there are also rare materials. The difficulty is high, and the danger is great, that goes without saying, but the rewards that come with it are definitely not comparable to ordinary maps. Every year, there are those who enter secret realms for dungeons, and with good luck, they obtain extraordinary resources and rise to the top in one go. My grandfather said that this time the secret realm is high in difficulty and is of Forbidden Ruin level, so the rewards must be quite generous. That's why the upper echelons have sealed off the news. Aside from the first batch of high-level seniors who have already entered to gather information, we, the so-called younger generation of families, can also join in the fun. Mu Feng suddenly interrupted Long Wusher. Get me a spot. Long Wusher didn't expect this guy to suddenly make such a bold request without any warning. Mu Feng smiled lightly. Didn't your dad want you to cling to my leg? The opportunity is right in front of you. What are you hesitating for? Get me a qualification to enter the dungeon. In the future, you can follow me around. Long Wusher's eyes lit up, incredulously excited. Really, really? Mu Feng didn't waste words, flicking his hand, and a large pile of materials appeared before him, mixed with 2 beams of purple light. Mu Feng, have never liked being overly sentimental. At least up to now, I haven't felt any hostility from you. Although I have a hidden profession, you also know that I don't want to reveal this too early. The priest is still my main profession in the future. Since I'm a healer, I will eventually need teammates. Rather than looking for unfamiliar people, at least I know a bit more about you. These are the spoils from my scorched earth journey. You should understand, some things can't be sold openly at the auction house. If you have a channel to help me dispose of these, we can split the profit 70-30. Also, if you can secure the qualification for the Forbidden Ruins, I will consider bringing you along in the future. Long Wusher looked at the dazzling materials, swallowing hard, completely stunned. I knew it, that boss was definitely killed by you. Long Wusher waved his hand confidently, patting his chest. Boss, just rest assured. My old man is the best at handling these materials. He's the biggest black market dealer on North Street in the South River Safe Zone. You've come to the right person, but it's hard to say how much these things are worth right now. I'll contact you as soon as I handle them. As for the split, there's no need. If the value is enough, I only want 500,000, you can keep the rest. After all, our Long family really doesn't lack this bit of resources. What I want is a chance to change my fate. If you can really help me grow when I, Long Wusher, become successful in the future, I will never forget you, boss. As he spoke, this kid seemed to recall some unpleasant past, and in a fit of emotion, his aura suddenly changed dramatically. Mu Feng's expression shifted slightly, sensing something was off, and decisively began chanting a prayer for instant holy light. The moment the light enveloped the two, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted. A terrifying aura swept out. Mu Feng was astonished to see Long Wusher before him, visibly transforming into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon form. His height reached about 2.5 meters. Dragon scales covered the muscles of his arms. 2 dragon horns sprouted from his head. The aura of his true form was a blazing red energy body. This is what you call the strongest special profession of the Long family, Dragon Blood Warrior. Long Wusher nodded seriously, and after stabilizing his aura, he returned to his normal human form but collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sorry, boss. I just lost control of my emotions for a moment. My dragon blood form strength is still too low, and my talent skill is only at the first tier. You can see the level of my dragon transformation, it's just the beginning. The most critical issue is that this rare profession, Dragon Blood Warrior, has a very fatal flaw. Every time the transformation ends, it feels like I've been drained dry, just like now. Mu Feng suppressed a laugh and gently waved his hand. The light of dawn technique instantly surrounded Long Wusher. It's useless. Don't say you're only at the first tier. Even a level 100 master priest can't help me recover with healing methods. Because this is a genetic flaw in the bloodline, no external force can compensate for it. Unless you can obtain a variant skill book that enhances the bloodline, changing the cellular resilience from the essence of life, then this problem can be solved. But Mu Feng flicked his hand and calmly handed over the beast blood boiling skill book. Is this what you're talking about? Long Wusher was instantly petrified upon seeing the words beast blood boiling. How is that possible? You actually have this thing? Boss, who exactly are you? Are you also a direct descendant of some top family? Deliberately hiding your identity and playing the fool? Mu Feng slapped him on the head. You're the fool. Don't ask too much. Just tell me if you can use this. Long Wusher nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. The effect of beast blood boiling is to enhance the cellular attributes of our variant professions. It allows for more efficient conversion of cellular energy, enabling seamless switching between the two forms. But the value of this thing, even if you chopped me up, I couldn't afford it. This skill book is worth at least 5 million on the market, and the most important thing is that no one is selling it. Offering it to a 6th tier or master level mutant profession would definitely be a huge favor. Long Wusher was certainly reluctant to part with it, but after much contemplation, he still returned the item. Although I am greedy for money, I also know that not everything can be taken. Moreover, since I recognize you as my boss, I will never do anything to harm you. After saying this, Long Wusher shook his hand, collected all the materials, and turned to leave. You go back first, boss. I will give you a reply as soon as possible. Also, be prepared, the dungeon could open at any time. We will discuss the specifics later. In any case, you can rest assured about the quota. After saying this, Long Wusher directly summoned his phoenix mount and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mu Feng smiled wryly and shook his head, looking at the skill book in his hand, and dispelled the surrounding holy light prayer. Just now, he had deliberately tested Long Wusher's character. As a disciple of a prominent family, Long Wusher must have items like summoning scrolls on him and certainly had special means to summon higher-ups from his family. If he truly had the intent to kill and wanted to seize the skill book, it would not have been impossible. But he did not do so, nor did he show even the slightest unusual emotion. It should be noted that under the influence of the angel totem, Mu Feng's insight far exceeded that of ordinary people. While he could not see through a person's thoughts, his ability to read expressions and body language was exceptional. Long Wusher had passed Mu Feng's test in this regard. At least this guy's essence was still up to par. After seeing the fire attribute form of the dragon Blood Warrior, Mu Feng had already made up his mind to cultivate this kid as his teammate and follower. On the other hand, Mu Feng was unclear about the origin of this skill book. After all, it was not dropped by a boss but was a relic left on the battlefield by someone else. The person who possessed such a skill book was certainly not an ordinary individual. If the outside world knew that this item was in his hands, it would likely cause trouble. It was of no use to him, and he couldn't sell it, so it was better to do a favor. If he gave it to Long Wusher, this kid would most likely follow him wholeheartedly. Having an additional close-range fighter for free was the most suitable type of teammate for Mu Feng at the moment. This move by Mu Feng could definitely be considered a win-win. Watching Long Wusher leave, Mu Feng returned to his room and opened the system panel. Regardless of whether I can get the dungeon quota, I need to level up my skills. Mu Feng opened the limited purchase shop and was immediately speechless. The price of this batch of skill point packages has actually gone up again, but spending money was still necessary. Without any hesitation, Mu Feng cleared the shop interface, leaving himself with just over 10,000 gold coins. Skill point balance 825443. Awesome. Looking at the remaining skill points, Feng couldn't help but murmur. It seemed he had regained the thrill of spending money madly. In his previous life, over 800,000 skill points. If it were someone else, they would probably have to starve and grind for several years to reach this number. Then, Feng decisively locked onto the trauma skill. Level up, level up, level up. Just max it out. Ding. Consumed 4,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Trauma skill upgraded to second tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Trauma skill evolved. Twilight Mire. Ding. Consumed 10,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Twilight Mire upgraded to third tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Twilight Mire evolved. Frostbitten Wood. Ding. Consumed 350,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Ethereal Perception upgraded to 6th tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Ethereal Perception evolved. Reverse Cataclysm. Moo. Feng looked at the branches of the skill tree that had evolved one after another, his excitement evident. After a rough investigation, Feng was certain of the core function of this skill series, which could be summarized in 2 words. Weaken. It is not the ability to output directly, but rather the capacity to apply various debuffs, allowing powerful monsters to revert to their weaker forms. In fact, this is also a form of reverse output. Moreover, it possesses a uniqueness exclusive to the priest profession. In reality, the dual enhancement of debuffs and buffs has always been a hallmark of support combat classes. It is also the biggest distinguishing factor between them and combat classes. From the damage increase of trauma spells to the group slow effect of the second-tier evolution skill, Dusk Mire, then to a series of subsequent evolution skills that provide defense, reduction, poisoning, and other debuff effects. The more Feng looked, the more invigorated he became. This signified that his role in the support combat class had risen to a new level. One must ask, in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, which family's healer can heal, apply buffs, and still output damage? Not to mention just Feng's family, it's probably about the same. He still managed to level up to the 7th tier in one breath. Feng immediately locked onto the 7th tier divine skill. Reverse Cataclysm. Using the divine creation that reaches the heavens and the earth, it allows powerful combat-type beings to achieve a reversal of their life forms. Permanently reduces the target's level corresponding to all their attributes and growth, returning them to the state of the corresponding level. Rewind strength, measured by consuming one's own health. Class restriction, priest. Duration, 600 seconds. Release condition, proportional consumption of one's own health. Trigger duration, 60 seconds. Target can only be used on marked elites. Cooldown duration, 60 minutes. Note, this skill has unique single target properties. Range, single target. Absolutely outrageous. A true divine skill. For the first time, Feng stared at the panel, unable to move his eyes for a long time. The usually calm him was truly agitated this time. He couldn't understand why such a skill was not classified as forbidden, but instead evolved at the 7th tier. Life Rewind. It allows an incredibly powerful peak boss to regress to its mature stage, growth stage, or even juvenile stage. What a terrifying ability. It is no exaggeration to say that if Feng had this ability before, defeating the vengeful flame soul would have been much easier. It seems that my luck has been really good lately. Feng adjusted his emotions and glanced at the remaining skill points. There are still some left. Tomorrow morning I'll awaken the Light Angel totem and further strengthen the Angel skill tree. After a busy day, Feng no longer hesitated and fell into a deep sleep. He slept very soundly that night. After all, it was the first time in his life he had experienced the slaying of a world boss. He was in a state of tension the whole time. When he woke up the next day, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Picking up his phone, Feng discovered that Long Wusher had made over a dozen video calls. So soon, there's news? Feng decisively called back and saw Long Wusher's slicked back hairstyle. Hee boss, good afternoon. Long Wusher flashed a big smile, looking very pleased. Feng was speechless. Are you wearing a suit and tie at home too? Long Wusher seemed to hit a sweet spot, smoothing his shiny hairstyle and adjusting his collar. A refined man is refined everywhere, not just on the surface. Feng squinted, staring at him like he was an idiot for a few seconds in silence. Get to the point. Long Wusher waved his hand, and 2 teleportation scrolls radiating purple light appeared in front of him. Got them. 2 secret realm scrolls. We can go in together. Feng's eyes sparkled, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Of course. And this? After saying that, Long Wusher took out a black gold card inlaid with diamonds and waved it in front of the camera. I settled it with my dad last night. It can probably sell for over 380,000. My dad said he'd give you 400,000. And you can contact him directly for future sales. Feng was taken aback again. So much? To be honest, this profit figure far exceeded Feng's expectations. Just defeating a world boss once could earn enough to buy the most expensive luxury flat in Nanjing, equivalent to his second uncle's income for many years. Just this amount of money, if spent carefully, would be enough for Feng's living expenses for at least half a year. Not just that. Knowing my old man's nature, I guess your batch of goods is worth at least 5 million. The rest definitely went into his pocket. Forget about my share, hee hee. Mu Feng chuckled. You think I can't see through you? You little brat, selling favors like that. Are you eyeing that beast blood boiling? Long Wuxia panicked, looking evasive, not even daring to look at the screen. No way. I'm just pondering. Mu Feng interrupted with a light laugh. Alright, I'll keep this for you. After we finish the secret realm, if you can survive, I'll give you the skill book. Long Wuxia suddenly jumped up from his seat, about to shower. Mu Feng with compliments, but was directly interrupted. Let me ask you something. Do you know about the Source Fire Scroll? Long Wuxia froze, his celebratory expression stiffening. What? Source Fire Scroll? Boss, why? Are you asking about this? This is something only high-level mages or summoners would use. It either opens a new skill system, or refines legendary or higher sealed divine equipment, or refines skill books and the like. Specifically, it varies by quality. My dad has medium-quality Source Fire Scrolls, and for high-quality ones, he has channels to get them, but the price won't be cheap. As for top quality, you can forget about it. At least at our level, we can't even touch it. Unless your dad is a governor, or your grandpa is a master. Mu Feng, my second uncle is a blacksmith, okay? Put. Long Wuxia burst out laughing at once, holding his stomach and laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Boss, you usually seem so aloof and low-key, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side. Mu Feng dozed off. Alright, I can't be bothered to chat with you, I'm going back to sleep. As for the stuff, just send it to my house in the afternoon, that's it. After saying that, Mu Feng directly hung up the video call and reopened the system interface. Remaining skill points 164432. Awakening Light Angel Totem Form. Boom! The brilliant light of the angel descended once more. The angel wings behind him flashed and disappeared. Holiness and peace enveloped him. Mu Feng skillfully operated the panel interface, locking onto the skill tree of In the Name of Light. Ding! The current skill upgrade requires 150,000 points. Do you want to continue upgrading? Mu Feng was speechless. Upgrade. If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. Ding! Consumed 150,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. In the Name of Light Insight upgraded to the 4th tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host. In the Name of Light Insight evolved. In the Name of Light Holy Spring. In the Name of Light Holy Spring, the power of light is transformed into a celestial spring, which can be proportionally converted into vitality and energy, replenishing one's own consumption. Class restriction, exclusive to the host duration, unlimited release condition, current light energy consumption duration, light angel totem awakening state, cooldown duration. None. Mu Feng instantly regained his clarity, sitting up from the bed. Not sleepy anymore. Another divine skill. Isn't this just a mobile spring, free health and energy potions? It's a pity that I can't directly convert light energy into physical potions, otherwise I'd be a transporter of light power. Mu Feng joked to himself. Little did he know that if someone else heard this, it would surely infuriate them to the point of spitting blood. Let's upgrade to this for now. Wait until the money from Long Wuxia arrives, and when the limited purchase shop refreshes again, I'll continue. This series of skills named in the light is too powerful. Now I no longer have to worry about supply issues. Previously, Mu Feng was concerned about the energy consumption due to awakening too many high-level skills, which was a significant hidden danger. If it involved continuously releasing multiple high-level skills, falling behind in consumption could delay the opportunity for battle. Now this problem has been completely resolved. Before Mu Feng could recover from his joy, his phone video rang again. It was still Long Wuxia. What now? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Disturbing the boss's sleep comes with a penalty. Long Wuxia looked excited. Don't sleep anymore, boss, get up and tidy up quickly, I'm coming over right now. My grandfather said that the energy in the Forbidden Ruins is violent and unstable, so the higher-ups changed their plans temporarily. The Forbidden Ruins instance will open 2 hours earlier. A glint flashed in Mu Feng's eyes, and he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Just in time. 10 minutes later, Mu Feng and Long Wuxia rode on the water-blue Phoenix Guardian mount swiftly, heading towards the instance's central coordinates. Of course, this time it was a free service. Although Mu Feng didn't admit it verbally, he had already regarded Long Wuxia as his little brother, at least in future team actions. Long Wuxia could become a reliable teammate. Hey, keep this card safe for a million, not a penny less. And the scroll, I've completed the task you assigned perfectly. Long Wuxia had a beaming expression, his gaze on Mu Feng always carrying a hint of expectation. This guy had been dreaming about the name Beast Blood boiling last night. However, Mu Feng deliberately didn't let him have his way easily, pretending not to see this detail and still looking straight ahead. Tell me about the instance situation. Long Wuxia resumed a serious expression. This instance is very unstable, the energy is unusually agitated. I heard from my dad that a high-ranking officer from the governor's office, a master-level big shot, is returning to stabilize things. It can barely support the instance space stability for about 10 hours. We don't have much time left, so Once we go in, we need to complete the instance task as quickly as possible and get the reward title. With the title, we will qualify to enter higher-level ruins in the future. Approaching the instance area. With his supervision, Mufeng saw the scene a kilometer away at the end of his sight and frowned slightly. Wasn't it said that there were only less than 100 spots? Looking at the crowd below, there were at least 500 people. Long Wuxia helplessly pouted and complained, "You don't know." The news of the instance appearing in Nanjing reached Donghai City, and they also wanted a piece of the pie. Not wanting to say it directly, they sent a group of young elite awakeners under the guise of a university collaboration to join the fun. Of course, we couldn't refuse, especially since it's close to the college entrance examination, and we just cooperated on the world boss crisis in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. The governor's office probably couldn't refuse either, so they let them come. I didn't expect these people to be so thick-skinned, actually. Bringing so many. If you didn't know better, you'd think this instance was discovered by them. Mufeng felt relieved but didn't care too much. No matter how many came, if their strength wasn't enough, they were useless. The previous experience in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins was a lesson learned. In front of the forbidden boss, without means above level 7 or strong team support, it was basically a death sentence. The phoenix landed, and Long Wuxia excitedly said, "Let's go, I'll take you to meet my dad." A few figures in the front row caught Mufeng's attention. On the far left was Principal Chen Dafa. In the middle was an elderly man with white hair and a dignified presence. Mufeng quickly locked onto the pattern of his robe. Is he from the Hua family? And the two on the far right both looked like powerful melee fighters. On the left, a middle-aged man, clad in beast-patterned armor, strode with the confidence of a dragon, exuding an impressive aura. He was none other than Long Wuxia's father, Long Rohai. Level 85, 6-star blood warrior. "Dad, this is Mufeng, my big brother." The middle-aged man scrutinized Mufeng deeply, then burst into hearty laughter, patting Mufeng on the shoulder. "Heroes emerge from youth. Well done. Since you are my son's recognized big brother, you can take good care of him. Make sure this kid doesn't die in there." Mufeng was taken aback. He didn't expect Long Wuxia's father to be such a straightforward person. The moment those words were spoken, several people nearby turned their heads in surprise. Chen Dafa's pupils suddenly constricted. "Mufeng, you're here too?" The old man in the long robe, Hua Chang, the head of the Hua family, also narrowed his eyes. So he is the Mufeng, the top student of the first high school who has overshadowed Xiner for a whole year? He looks quite good. No wonder that girl Xiner has been thinking about him. Too bad he's a support warrior. If he had a rare profession. Mufeng maintained his usual demeanor and smiled calmly. "Principal, I've obtained the scroll and want to try my luck." Immediately, a series of malicious chuckles erupted from behind. "Kid, do you think the Forbidden Ruins are your family's? A mere 1-star support warrior, you're overestimating yourself." 1 star? A 1-star priest? Mufeng is level 20? How is that possible? Chen Dafa finally noticed the guild emblem on Mufeng's chest, instantly looking bewildered. As the principal of the first high school, he often kept an eye on the real-time level rankings in the group. If he remembered correctly, the highest experience in this year's senior class should only be level 13. And the previously highly anticipated top student Mufeng was rumored to have given up entirely. He had been lying at home without any records of going out to grind monsters. How did he suddenly pop up as a 1-star priest? Old man Hua Chang also looked puzzled. He glanced at the 1-star badge on Mufeng's chest. It couldn't be wrong. But this was clearly inconsistent with his precious granddaughter's description of Mufeng's strength. Interesting. Old man Hua Chang smiled subtly, seemingly more intrigued by Mufeng. Mufeng glanced sideways at the 6-star warrior leading the team from Donghai No. 5 Middle School, a young man with bright red hair, a frog at the bottom of a well. For such a narrow-minded person, Mufeng naturally ignored him. Boom! At that moment, a violent surge of energy erupted from the dungeon's teleportation portal. Following that, a line of extremely disheveled figures appeared one after another. The woman on the far left, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, was none other than Hua Manxin. They were also the first batch of awakeners to enter the dungeon today. Ahem! Hua Manxin pressed her hand to her chest, her delicate brows furrowed. Clearly injured, Hua Chang immediately stepped forward, taking out a whitish crystal for his precious granddaughter to consume. In an instant, Hua Manxin was healed, her voice trembling with fear as she exclaimed, "Grandpa, we completely underestimated the danger of this dungeon. This is not the Forbidden Ruins, it's the Old Earth's secret realm." "What did you say?" The crowd erupted in an uproar. "The Old Earth's secret realm? What kind of joke is this? What happened to the level of the Forbidden Ruins? Impossible. Hua family girl, clarify this. The level of this secret realm was previously assessed by the officials of the governor's office. It can't be wrong." Hua Manxin looked terrified, her face pale. "That's because the ruler of this secret realm, the Dream Weaver, had not awakened, and the guardian spirit was also asleep. Just now, the guardian spirit awakened. The dungeon mission has changed. Besides us, many of the first batch of others have died inside. The hundreds of awakeners waiting in line on-site all changed their expressions drastically. How could this happen? The Old Earth bloodline has appeared again? Mu Feng seemed to be the only one who was instead invigorated. Just then, Hua Manqin looked up and saw Mu Feng not far away in the line, and she was instantly shocked, saying, "Why is he here too?" Hua Manqin had gone to fetch her sword and waited for Mu Feng for an entire afternoon, intending to invite him to team up and explore this dungeon. She didn't want to see Mu Feng, the true pride in his eyes, give up on himself. He had abandoned his future because his job change was not ideal. Her original intention was to use her family's influence to promote him a bit. However, Hua Manqin never dreamed that the Shura totem she had been secretly filming and posting videos of in the group was actually the work of this handsome young man before her. At that moment, Hua Manqin walked in front of Mu Feng and Long Wuxia in front of everyone. Upon seeing the badge on Mu Feng's chest, she was even more astonished. "How is this possible? You have advanced a rank?" Mu Feng smiled calmly and nodded. "That's right. I just completed the promotion task yesterday." Hua Manqin's mood suddenly became incredibly complex. There was relief, there was understanding, but also a hint of unwillingness that was very similar to the past year. As expected, this guy is not so easily defeated. I should have guessed he would never give up easily, he was just developing quietly. Thinking this, Hua Manqin bit her lip lightly, putting on a pouting, resentful expression. Long Wuxia watched the scene and suddenly burst out laughing. "I say, Miss Hua, you wouldn't be interested in our boss, would you? If you are, you better act fast. Otherwise, it won't be long before our boss makes a stunning debut, and you might not have any chance left." As soon as Long Wuxia finished speaking, a powerful mental force suddenly erupted from Hua Chang, forcefully sending this big mouth flying several meters away. Beside him, Long Rohai chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Old Master Hua, my silly son just has a foul mouth, don't take it to heart." Hua Chang snorted coldly, clearly displeased with this kid neglecting his precious granddaughter. However, Hua Manqin, feeling her cheeks flush from Long Wuxia's words, couldn't help but voice her concern. "Even though you've advanced a rank, you're still a support warrior, it's better not to go in. The situation inside is quite terrifying. If it weren't for the sword your family made for me, I would have died in there." Mu Feng remained unfazed, still smiling calmly. "It's fine, I know my limits." Seeing the 5 useless ones in the front row hesitating to act, Mu Feng finally stepped forward confidently and declared, "If you're afraid of dying, don't go in. The old land is not something you can imagine." As he spoke, Mu Feng put his hand on Long Wuxia's shoulder, pushed through the crowd, and stepped into the teleportation portal. "Let's go, it's time to get to work." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 teleportation scrolls ignited simultaneously, and the 2 disappeared in an instant. "Hey, kid, wait up. Are they just going in like this? Are these 2 crazy? What's up with that Mu Feng? Isn't he just sending my son to his death?" Knowing that the situation inside is more complicated than imagined, why not bring a few more teammates? So foolish. The red-haired leader of the 5 middle school team sneered sarcastically. "Just wait and see, at most half an hour, that kid will definitely die in there. The young master of the Long family might have a chance to survive, but that ignorant priest, I see him as a joke." A few elite members from the 5 middle school team hurriedly asked, "Teacher, when do we go in?" The red-haired leader grinned sinisterly, "No rush, let's wait half an hour first. Let those cannon fodder scout the way for us. This time, our 5 middle school might just be the winner." At that moment, as Mu Feng entered the secret realm of the dungeon, the moment he regained his senses, he felt an incredibly strong temporal and spatial turbulence rushing towards him. The body uncontrollably flew backward at high speed. Mu Feng glanced around and found himself suspended in a space as dark as a region. Below was a vast sea shrouded in light gray mist. The space was filled with a suffocating aura of death. Ding! Secret Realm Instance Task Triggered. Soul Fairy. Task Content: Please cross the Underworld Sea before the Dreamweaver awakens. Dreamweaver Awakening Countdown: 39 minutes 59 seconds. Mu Feng immediately calmed himself and quickly began to chant the 4th-tier evolution skill of the Light Shower technique, Ancient Hymn. In an instant, Mu Feng felt all mental disturbances rapidly dissipate. Then, Mu Feng chanted the Holy Light Prayer again, creating a barrier around his body. The chaotic auras in the sky were completely blocked. At that moment, Mu Feng's body uncontrollably fell toward the underworld sea below. "Damn it! Without a source of light power, the angel totem cannot awaken, and I can't use flying skills." As Mu Feng pondered, over 500 meters away, another awakened one, also transported here helplessly, fell from the sky into the underworld sea. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed. Mu Feng clearly saw that the previously calm scene below the underworld sea, filled with deathly aura, quickly gave rise to hundreds of grayish-white ghostly figures. They gathered and swarmed from all directions, instantly devouring that awakened one into a pile of bones. This is the corpse souls born from the deathly aura of the underworld sea. Even the usually composed Mu Feng couldn't help but change his expression at this sight. He was utterly convinced that this underworld sea was a relic from some place in the ancient era. Due to the interference of spatial rifts, it had revived in the form of a secret realm in Nanjiang. The overwhelming power of deathly aura was terrifying. With the lesson learned from that person's fall, Mu Feng quickly adjusted his falling direction, seeking a floating bone on the sea surface, stepping onto it, and barely managing to stand firm. Sizzle! Just as Mu Feng steadied himself, countless ghostly figures gathered from the depths of the underworld sea. Mu Feng immediately locked onto one of them. Underworld Sea Corpse Soul. Race, Soul Level, 68 Health, 6000/6000 Energy, None Skill, Bite. Soon, Mu Feng discovered that each face had different levels, varying sizes of soul bodies, and even different appearances. They resembled the souls of those awakened ones who had fallen in this underworld sea. They were highly sensitive to the life force emitted by the living. Mu Feng maintained his composure and chanted the holy light prayer again, strengthening his temporary barrier. The refreshed barrier shone even brighter. It directly blocked the wandering souls gathering around him several dozen meters away. After calming down, Mu Feng began to think of a way to break the deadlock. The environment here is too dangerous. The sky has a terrifying chaotic aura preventing awakened ones from flying. Even if I could forcefully awaken the angel totem to swim against the current, it would be difficult to find the other side of the underworld sea within an hour. But if I just float on the sea surface, drifting with the waves, the other side is still a distant dream. Moreover, there will come a time when my energy is exhausted. Without the replenishment of light power, I cannot chant the holy light prayer indefinitely. How should I break the deadlock? Mu Feng suddenly remembered his skill panel. Indeed, the angel totem of light and the night azure totem cannot awaken. This indicates that this place is neither daytime nor defined as nighttime. The forbidden land inherited from the ancient era seems to be under a special time rule. I can only see breakthroughs in other aspects. Mu Feng glanced at his current skill points. Current skill points remaining 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 6. To evolve a 7th tier skill into an 8th tier skill, you need over 500,000 skill points. The limited purchase shop hasn't refreshed either. As expected, the first time entering a dungeon is a hellish start. Mu Feng couldn't help but self-deprecate. He then placed his hopes on the last item slot, 2 achievement gift packs and a high-level Guardian Spirit Egg. Forget it, let's try my luck once. See if there's a turnaround. Asterisk ding. Opening achievement gift pack. Reward 300,000 skill points. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Opening achievement gift pack. Reward 10 random high-level recovery potions. Asterisk asterisk ding. Using high-level Guardian Spirit Egg hatching for you. Asterisk asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-level Guardian Spirit Xianlei Frog King. Asterisk O. Mu Feng eagerly summoned this high-level Guardian Spirit to take a look. The next moment, an incredibly large body appeared beneath him. This spinning thunder frog was as big as a small elephant. Its entire body shimmered with blue lightning, possessing an incredibly powerful thunderous force. Mu Feng was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Not bad luck. It really is a combat type Guardian Spirit. The value of the epic level promotion task is indeed very high. Xianlei Frog type, combat type growth, juvenile, unable to fight. Rarity, rare level, 20 as skill, jump, it's actually a rare type. This time I've really hit the jackpot. Unfortunately, its current level is low, and it can't assist in battle, not even updating the attribute and combat power panel information. But that's fine, I'll use it as a mount for now, it's much more reliable than those skeletons around. Mu Feng let out a sigh of relief, then decisively switched to the skill tree interface, locking onto the 7th tier divine skill, Radiant Dust Life. Finally enough with 500,000 skill points, let's upgrade the Light of Dawn to 8th tier and see what new skill it can evolve into. Without hesitation, Mu Feng locked in the upgrade function. Asterisk ding. Will you consume 500,000 skill points to upgrade this skill? Asterisk asterisk ding. Consumed 500,000 skill points. Congratulations host, Radiant Dust Life upgraded to 8th tier. Asterisk asterisk ding. Congratulations host, Radiant Dust Life evolved Divine Lord Contract. Asterisk asterisk divine Lord Contract. Swear in the name of the ancient gods, establish a life and death contract with allied combat units, sharing health points. When one party's health points reach 0, both parties die together. Asterisk chanting time 30 seconds. Class restriction priest. Asterisk release condition. Both parties currently have the bloodline fusion effect active. Asterisk cooldown duration 24 hours. Effect range mental coverage area of both parties. Another divine skill. Excitement flashed in Mu Feng's eyes as if he saw a way to break the deadlock. Once this contract was established with trustworthy teammates, it could greatly enhance both parties' survival capabilities. In this dire situation, it seemed to be the perfect use for this skill. Too bad that guy Long Wusher doesn't know where he died. Just as Mu Feng was complaining in his heart, a sudden scream echoed from the sky. Boss, save me. Mu Feng looked up and saw Long Wusher rapidly crashing towards him. Damn. Mu Feng grumbled and immediately ordered, Big Frog, catch him for me. The next moment, the guardian spirit beneath Mu Feng quickly opened its massive mouth and directly caught Long Wusher, leaving only his long legs dangling outside, swinging continuously. After a while of struggling, Mu Feng disdainfully pulled him to sit beside him on the back of the Xianlei frog. Is this place called the Underworld Sea? It's too scary. Boss, your frog is nice, can I play with it for a couple of days? Ignoring Long Wusher's arrogance, Mu Feng retorted, you're really lucky. If you hadn't run into me, you'd have fallen straight Into this underworld sea, in less than 2 minutes, you turn into a pile of white bones. Long Wuxia had an exaggerated expression of shock. Is this for real? You're not trying to scare me, are you? Just as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky hundreds of meters away. The screams lasted less than 20 seconds before fading into silence. When he saw a pile of white bones floating to the surface, Long Wuxia was completely dumbfounded, slumping on the back of the frog and trembling. What should we do? Boss, I regret coming in. This sea is endless, when will it end? Who is the weaver of dreams? Where is the other shore? Hidden? Mu Feng, however, sat calmly on the frog's back, appearing composed as he carefully sensed the space around them. Don't panic, there will be a way when we reach the mountain. We still have time. Soon, more and more awakened ones were transported in, falling from the sky. With the help of the Xianlei frog, Mu Feng saved over 20 awakened ones within his reach. Damn! This place is too terrifying. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here even if you killed me. The rookie awakened ones complained among themselves. Long Wuxia looked at Mu Feng. Boss, do you have any clues? This group of useless people is completely worthless. Breaking the situation depends on you. You are the real support. Mu Feng replied calmly. Since this instance task is called soul ferrying, perhaps the answer to crossing the underworld sea lies in the word soul. And the so-called souls are these spirits beneath the underworld sea. In other words, if we want to cross the underworld sea, the true direction can probably only be guided by these souls. Many awakened ones around exchanged glances. Someone complained they would love to swallow us alive. How can we get the guidance of these souls? Mu Feng suddenly focused his gaze on Long Wuxia, smiling at him. If you want a fish, you naturally have to throw out bait. Long Wuxia, are you willing to be the savior who helps everyone cross the underworld sea? Long Wuxia was completely dumbfounded, looking at Mu Feng with a tearful expression. Boss, I took you as a brother, and you're treating me like bait? Didn't you say that being thrown down wouldn't last 2 minutes? Mu Feng smiled wryly. If I help you, it will be different. Without further ado, Mu Feng cut open his palm and merged it with Long Wuxia's Divine Lord contract, chanting. In an instant, a magnificent and brilliant ancient earth deity totem slowly emerged from the depths of the sky. The totem was majestic, with hands clasped together, bestowing sacred light upon Mu Feng and Long Wuxia. What kind of technique is this? It feels so powerful. I've never seen such divine power. Is this a skill of a priest? It can't be that outrageous, right? It looks like a master-level work. The scene left the awakened ones on the frog's back completely stunned. Everyone was filled with confusion while staring at Mu Feng in awe. Soon, the two completed the Divine Lord contract. Long Wuxia was also endowed with the same symbiotic mark as Mu Feng. It's done. Mu Feng smiled lightly and, without hesitation, kicked Long Wuxia into the underworld sea. Come on, boss, is there really a brother who does this to his own? Long Wuxia forced himself out of the underworld sea, desperately swimming forward and struggling. Mu Feng laughed. Don't worry, I'm here, I won't let you be in danger. Then, Mu Feng began chanting again. The solid as a rock 7th tier evolution divine skill, War Spirit Monument, was activated once more. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the sky, and the totem of the ancient earth War Spirit, one monument after another, descended from the heavens. Under Mu Feng's guidance, they quickly transformed into a complete rock giant armor surrounding Long Wuxia's body. What the hell? What skill is this? It's too terrifying. Is this also from that priest? Big shot, you're so outrageous. Who on earth is this kid? How can the top of the first level be so abnormal? The awakened ones saved by Mu Feng on the back of the frog were completely bewildered. If it weren't for the badge hanging on Mu Feng's chest, they would have thought this guy was a legendary high priest on par with a master. With two powerful protective skills activated in succession, Long Wuxia suddenly felt calm, a sense of security washing over him. Ha ha ha, this armor seems pretty good. As expected, the boss is reliable. However, soon, countless soul entities quickly gathered from all directions, surrounding Long Wuxia and starting to devour him frantically. Now's the time, transform. Hearing Mu Feng's command, with a loud rumble, the transformation of the Dragon Blood Warrior was initiated. A fiery red dragon flame light flickered around the outer edge of the rock giant. This was a unique sign of life from Long Wuxia's inherent fire dragon bloodline. Because of the divine contract with the other party, Mu Feng could sense the changes in Long Wuxia's health. After transforming, his health could reach an astonishing 5,000 or more. However, compared to Mu Feng's total health of over 13,000, it was just a small fry. Long Wuxia was simultaneously attacked by over 100 nearby soul entities. He would lose about 200 health per second. This was quite an astonishing number. It should be noted that at this moment he had multiple protective buffs plus the terrifying defense boost from the rock giant, yet he still experienced such a significant bloodline consumption. This showed just how terrifying these souls from the level 60 underworld were. Look, that guy isn't dead yet. How can he withstand so much? The awakened ones were bewildered once again. It's not that he can withstand it, it must be that this priest's buff is too strong. Just looking at this giant, it seems tough to beat. Little did they know, Long Wuxia was also bewildered. Damn, is this really me? So tough? Hundreds of soul entities attacking and I'm still fine? No, it's the boss's symbiotic contracted work. He's been burning his health for me all along. How much health does that guy have? Every minute, Mu Feng would cast the light shower spell to help Long Wuxia recover to full health. 5 minutes later. Look, the gathered corpses and souls are increasing. A path has appeared on the surface of the underworld. All the souls have started to gather and spread in one direction. As soon as Mu Feng said this, the fellow awakened ones on the frog's back stood up, excitedly saying, "It really seems like it. Mu Feng, you're a genius. You actually thought of this method." Mu Feng ignored their flattery and praise. He hadn't forgotten that most of them were the so-called elites from Donghai number 5. Outside, they mocked him with their mentors, but now they didn't dare to make a sound, only left to grovel. Finally, countless souls built a bridge to the other shore. Mu Feng, with a commanding presence, spoke. "Xianlei Frog, follow this path. Hurry, we don't have much time." Mu Feng saw the countdown on the panel. There were only a few minutes left until the Dreamweaver's revival. Fortunately, this path wasn't very far. The Thunder Frog could leap hundreds of meters in one jump. In about 3 minutes, everyone saw a solitary island in front of the deathly still underworld. And on the island, there stood a towering ancient tree nearly 1,000 meters high. Beneath this tree lay a unicorn. "It's him, the final boss of this dungeon," Mu Feng said seriously. "Everyone, stay on the frog's back. Don't act recklessly without my command. This boss will be handled by me and Long Wuxia. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders and falls into danger, don't blame me for not saving you." Mu Feng spoke coldly, exuding authority. Everyone nodded repeatedly like cold cicadas. "Understood. Your Excellency, please rest assured, we will not act recklessly. This colossal creature is not something we can contend with. You wouldn't really plan to confront him head-on, would you?" Mu Feng snorted coldly, offering no response. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, grabbing Long Wuxia and jumping onto the island. The island was not large. As Mu Feng and Long Wuxia released their auras, they immediately attracted the revival of the unicorn, which began to press toward them. "Oh no, boss, this guy is too strong." Long Wuxia's brows furrowed, an unprecedented seriousness and panic on his face. He felt a true threat of death. Mu Feng's gaze locked on, and soon the panel of the unicorn appeared. Dreamweaver Guardian Spirit, Old Earth, level 180 health, 17 million/17 million energy, 1 million/1 million 5-dimensional attributes. Strength, stamina, endurance, agility, mental power, skills, shattering impact, soul dread, dream entanglement, life binding. Mu Feng silently wiped his sweat. Level 180, far more terrifying than the previous world boss, Vengeful Flame Soul. It was so exaggerated that even the 5-dimensional data reached an unmeasurable level. 17 million health. Come on, how are we supposed to play this? Just wait to die? The spectators on the back of the Xianlei Frog were completely in despair. Long Wuxia's face turned pale, because he realized that the unicorn was charging toward the two of them. Mu Feng remained calm and immediately began to chant. In an instant, a puppet identical to him appeared beside him, Old Earth version. 2 identical Mu Fengs appeared in front of Long Wuxia, leaving him stunned. "What the hell? Boss, am I hallucinating? There are actually 2 of you in front of me." Mu Feng smiled, both bodies speaking at the same time. "You're not hallucinating, there are indeed 2 of me." Then, Mu Feng released a paper figure from his clone, drawing all the unicorn's firepower onto himself. Mu Feng said seriously, "There's no time. This unicorn is even more terrifying than I imagined. Get ready for my command before you strike. Otherwise, even a god couldn't save you." Long Wuxia's voice trembled, looking at Mu Feng with despair. As he nodded heavily, Mu Feng laughed at his cowardly appearance. "Don't panic, today I'll let you rookies see something. The 7th tier divine skill of trauma technique, Reverse Cataclysm." As Mu Feng's chant began, a colossal divine hand, blocking out the sun, slowly descended from the depths of the endless dark clouds in the sky. With its index finger pointed downward, it locked onto the unicorn's body. In an instant, this light seemed to illuminate the entire secret realm world completely. The unicorn let out a frenzied roar, but its body was unable to move. At the same time, Long Wuxia suddenly noticed that Mu Feng's bloodline aura was rapidly diminishing. "My god, what am I seeing? Boss, he actually possesses such a terrifying trump card? Could this be his true, hidden strength? The level of this unicorn is actually decreasing rapidly. It's simply unbelievable." The awakened ones in the back were petrified on the spot. What is this thing? Summoning Old Earth totems at will is one thing, but now even a deity has appeared. What kind of monster is this Mu Feng? Boom! The unicorn roared in a frenzied rage. Meanwhile, the puppet's clone continuously cast healing light and a series of priestly recovery skills. Various potions were also consumed frantically. Coupled with the effect of the Divine Lord's contract, Long Wuxia's health was rapidly decreasing. The unicorn, originally at level 180, had its full strength reduced to level 70 in just 2 minutes. "Boss, tell me the truth, who exactly are you? Could it really be that you're a master-level big shot? This is the script of a max-level god returning to the novice area. Don't tell me this is something a single priest can pull off. Long Wuxia was completely terrified and doubting his life because of Mufeng. At that moment, Mufeng's wild laughter rang out. Stop bragging. Remember my words, you only have one chance to strike. Don't let me down. If we win this match, the beast blood boiling will be yours. Finally, Mufeng reached the weak critical point. The level 180 max level unicorn was directly compressed to a strength of level 60 by Mufeng. However, this was already the limit. The terrifying backlash of the reverse catastrophe made Mufeng look incredibly weak. Yet he still did not give up. After consuming a high-level recovery potion, he once again applied a new debuff wound technique, and with Frost Withered Wood he unleashed two major skills in succession. With multiple debuff auras, the unicorn also appeared listless. Its once nearly 10-meter tall body was now reduced to just 3 meters. Incredible, the peak Old Earth summoning spirit, a divine beast-like existence, has actually been turned into a juvenile form by you, boss. Simply miraculous. Now it's my turn. Wait, that's not enough? Mufeng suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Shenlei frog. You guys, do any of you have the ability to summon light elements? Or items like light crystals? Hurry! One of the white-robed mages stepped forward. Great God! I can summon a light energy barrier, but it's only first-tier strength and can last a maximum of 5 minutes. Mufeng smiled and said, that's enough. In an instant, a 3-meter radius light ring field appeared beneath his feet. Ding! Light angel form charging. Awaken! Mufeng commanded with his head held high. The brilliant light of the angel descended once more. The outline of wings flashed behind Mufeng. In the name of light insight, Mufeng immediately chanted the third-tier evolution skill in the name of light. Ding! Target flaw detected. The dream seed of the Weaver of Dreams is sealed in the summoning spirit's forehead. Attacking its forehead can deal 1000% critical damage. Great, damage increased tenfold. Mufeng was invigorated again and looked at Long Wuxia. Now's the time, unleash your strongest strike, attack the unicorn's forehead. It's right below its sharp horn. Remember, you only have one chance to strike. Give me your highest damage. Long Wuxia was already prepared and let out a roar. Watch closely, boss. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Long Wuxia poured all his strength into his right fist and smashed it hard towards the unicorn's head. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and the unicorn's panel changed. Again. Its health instantly dropped from 800,000 to less than 30,000. Oh no, still a bit short. At that moment, Mufeng saw the sword glowing with purple light stuck beside the roots of the tree. Behind him, it was the close-range weapon that his second uncle had crafted for Huamanshin. In the name of light, soar. The angel's wings gathered, and Mufeng transformed into a beam of golden light, drawing the sword and striking the unicorn's forehead. Poof! A brilliant burst of blood light erupted. The guardian spirit's final health was completely reduced to 0. The unicorn's hysterical roar abruptly stopped, and countless silver lights burst forth from its body, merging into Mufeng. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Secret Realm dungeon task, Soul Ferryman. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the advancement achievement, killing the ancient tree guardian spirit. Ding! Obtained task reward title, Ferryman of the Underworld. Ding! Monitoring detected that you have completed the advancement achievement and are now being awarded the advancement title. In an instant, the true form of Mufeng slowly ascended, surrounded by the silver light of the guardian spirit, arriving at the heart of the towering ancient tree. The overwhelming aura of the old earth underworld sea surged madly towards the heart of the tree. Look, that is all. The awakened companions stared blankly into the void. They gazed at everything Mufeng had experienced. Oh my god, the entire aura of the underworld sea is merging into Mufeng's body. All the corpse souls have vanished. Ding! Title advancement completed. Unlocking the exclusive title of the Secret Realm Underworld Emperor. Notice, all personnel in the Secret Realm, please evacuate quickly. This Secret Realm will collapse in 1 minute. All Secret Realm rewards will become permanent limited rewards. What? The Secret Realm is going to collapse? What's going on? What the hell? I just got in, damn it. Give me back my teleportation scroll. I spent 500,000 to buy it. Meanwhile, Mufeng unlocked the permanently unique title, the Dream Weaver, as the soul of the ancient tree shattered, and the entire Underworld Sea Secret Realm would become history. The most unfortunate were those who had just entered and those who were waiting outside and hadn't had the chance to enter. In a flash of light, a massive silver teleportation portal appeared above the Underworld Sea, and everyone finally left this terrifying secret realm that they would remember for a lifetime. As the light and shadow shifted, Mufeng opened his internal panel to check his Underworld Emperor title. Title: Underworld Emperor. Rarity: globally unique, cannot be replicated. Duration: permanent. Function: can serve as an entry credential for Old Earth level Secret Realm ruins. Attributes: when attacked by undead life forms, defense increases by 200%. Damage increases by 500% when attacking undead life forms. Mufeng revealed a delighted smile again. a globally unique title. The prestige was truly at its peak. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the high-ranking officials of the Nanjing governor's office, the master-level array Master Hongyu, appeared. This elder in a dark robe was the one overseeing this secret realm. Greetings, chief. Everyone saluted. Hongyu instead looked embarrassed and waved his hand. Alas, I have done my best. The secret realm has already collapsed, and within a few minutes, those who are alive will gradually come out. I don't even know what exactly happened inside. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable collapse of order. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Rohai, Chendafa, and others changed their expressions. Question mark. Could it be that the situation is worse than we imagined? Even you, a master of formations, cannot maintain the energy balance of the secret realm? Hongyu also shook his head gravely. The issue of order cannot be countered by human power. At least, a formation master of my level cannot intervene. Whoosh! Just then, the teleportation portal surged with light, sending out dozens of awakened individuals all at once. Some were dazed, screaming and howling in despair. Others were covered in wounds, their flesh mangled by those corpse souls, barely escaping with their lives. It's too terrifying. Underworld sea. Corpse souls. No! The cries of anguish spread explosively. The faces of several big shots, including Hua Chang, turned serious as they called on the nearby auxiliary battle awakened ones to help with healing. A few others who had followed Mu Feng and received the completion title reward, however, had temporarily fallen into a deep sleep due to a certain intensity of soul impact while escaping the chaotic void. It should be noted that when Mu Feng completed the challenge, as the Master Hongyu had said, he fundamentally changed the original order of the Old Earth Forbidden Zone, the Underworld Sea. These people did not come out through a normal teleportation portal but were sent back through a rift in the void. A slight misstep could lead to the shattering of their souls. Aside from that, for some reason, almost every awakened one returning from the secret realm had a grayish-white expression on their faces. How could this be? Those who came back alive are almost all unconscious. What on earth happened? Long Rohai's expression grew increasingly serious. Hua Manxin looked at Hua Chang with a worried gaze. Grandpa, Mu Feng he. The old man's expression was calm, exuding a sense of unflappability as if he had seen it all before. What, could it be that the little brat from the Long family really hit the nail on the head? Hua Manxin's cheeks flushed red again, just about to argue. Suddenly, Mu Feng, with long wuxia draped over his shoulder, walked out of the teleportation portal with a calm demeanor. Instantly, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Several big shots unleashed their movement techniques, blocking his path in an instant. You little brat, why are you being so reckless? Do you really think this secret realm is a joke? Principal Chen Dafa immediately scolded him, genuinely frightened. After learning that Mu Feng had returned, the old principal undoubtedly resumed his serious regard for him. He was afraid that this promising talent would fall due to reckless actions in the secret realm. Mu Feng didn't mind, and in front of Long Rohai and the other big shots, he pinched Long Wuxia's cheek. Wake up, we're out. Long Wuxia groggily opened his eyes, finally detaching from Mu Feng's shoulder, leisurely yawning. You little rascal, you nearly scared your old man to death. Seeing his father so anxious, Long Wuxia grinned. Oh come on, Dad, why panic? I told you I'd be fine with the boss around. Mu Feng seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of having such a little brother around to flatter him. He calmly approached Hua Manxin and her grandfather, handing over the exquisite short sword crafted by his second uncle. Your sword. Hua Manxin's expression shifted, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance, like an iceberg melting. Hua Chang glanced at his granddaughter's expression, and his old face turned bitter. He thought to himself that this was it. His precious granddaughter was truly going to be inseparable from this kid. You actually went out of your way to bring back my sword. Ha! Mu Feng was taken aback and quickly explained. No, I just happened to kill that unicorn and brought it back. Put. Hua Manxin was petrified, internally criticizing Mu Feng's lack of romantic understanding. Did he really not understand romance at all? With so many people watching, it was quite embarrassing for me, you know. However, the next moment, everyone around was stunned, stopping their actions to look over. What? You said you killed that unicorn? A level 180 guardian spirit was killed by you? Hua Manxin's incredulous shock mirrored the expressions on the faces of the high-ranking big shots nearby. Level 180. That was the strongest guardian spirit in the secret realm with the bloodline of the old earth. Killed by a level 20 priest? You can't be serious, brother. Just as everyone was still in disbelief, unable to accept this realization, a resounding voice from the awakening tower echoed throughout the city. Official latest information transmission: the Forbidden Level Secret Realm Dungeon Dream Weaving Space that recently appeared in the South River jurisdiction has been cleared. Dungeon Task Difficulty Forbidden Level. Hidden Achievement Difficulty Super Forbidden Level. Clearing Evaluation Perfect. Total number of clearers 16 people. Hidden Achievement Achiever 1 person. Due to this clearance, the senior student Mu Feng from South River No. 1 High School has achieved a hidden achievement, and the Awakeners Alliance will permanently record this honor. This is hereby communicated to the citizens of the city for recognition. At the entrance of the secret realm, there was a moment of silence. Every face staring at Mufong was filled with terror and shock. A dad-type support warrior priest actually killed a level 180 monster and subdued the guardian spirit? It was actually confirmed by the authorities. The leader of Donghai No. 5, with his thick face, began to twitch wildly. Was this slap in the face too solid? He was just about to say that Mufong was bragging, but then the official from the Awakening Tower of Nanjing spoke up. The leader suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, and he didn't even dare to meet Mufeng's gaze. Incredible! Han Yu, the most distinguished and authoritative master-level formation master present, spoke up personally. With a look of satisfaction and praise, he nodded repeatedly at Mufong. According to our investigation, the origin of this secret realm is not simple. Moreover, due to energy fluctuations, it triggered a super forbidden level secret realm task. I didn't expect such a dangerous situation to be resolved by a high school senior. Principal Chen, your #1 high school this year must have struck gold. Ha ha. Chen Defy beside him blushed and nodded in agreement. The grand officer is right. This kid Mufong has been the top of the entire senior year. I knew he was a good seedling long ago. Hua Chang also nodded with a smile. Indeed. My daughter often mentions this young man in front of me, and seeing him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. With the news of the successful clearance confirmed, the big shots began to praise him, eagerly trying to make their presence felt. The protagonist Mufong, on the other hand, stood there, unable to get a word in. But he sensed that the highest-ranking Han Yu had a desire to see through him. Not good. This old guy is probably suspicious of me? In fact, there were indeed some unexplainable questions on the other side. After all, he was the only one among these high-ranking seniors who understood the spatial situation within the secret realm. Earlier, when the high-level team from the governor's office entered, the Dreamweaver's consciousness had not yet awakened. The guardian spirit on the central island of the Underworld Sea was a level 120 growth stage guardian spirit. But just now, he clearly heard Huamanqin and the others from the first batch of entrants say that the Order of the Ancient Ruins had revived, and there had been a huge change within the secret realm. The Unicorn Guardian Spirit had also been strengthened to peak level 180. Such a formidable creature, let alone Mufong, a first-stage support priest. Even higher-ranked combat experts would find it extremely difficult to kill. But if Mufong combined the powers of others to achieve the kill, why was it only he who completed the hidden achievement? What puzzled Han Yu even more was that after the others exited the secret realm, they all fell into varying degrees of mental shock. Yet Mufong walked out completely unscathed. The entire exploration of the secret realm left Han Yu with far too many points of confusion. According to the first-hand copy data obtained by the governor's office, this secret realm had not appeared for the first time in the Eastern Dragon Empire. It had been recorded over 30 times globally. Countless elite high-ranked awakeners had entered this secret realm, yet no one had ever achieved a hidden achievement. Combining these scattered details, Han Yu became increasingly interested in the Mufong before him. His intuition told him that this little guy was definitely not just an ordinary first-stage priest. He was likely hiding a much stronger hidden profession. Han Yu, unable to make sense of it all, finally couldn't help but clear his throat and smiled as he looked at Mufong. Young friend, I would like to ask, how was the hidden achievement of this secret realm instance triggered? And how were you all able to complete the clearance in just over half an hour? As soon as Han Yu spoke, the surrounding big shots also perked up their ears, each wearing an expression full of anticipation. In fact, they had all noticed this point and were equally puzzled. Mufong was already prepared and was about to respond. Suddenly, the dozens of awakened ones in the back who had suffered from mental shock became frenzied without warning during the healing process, screaming hysterically, "No! Don't eat me! No! Corpse souls, all of them are corpse souls! Where is the other shore?" Moments later, these awakened ones, whose minds were nearly shattered from their wild howling, lost all self-control and instinctively began to attack the nearby healers. Not good, everyone, quickly dodge! Mufong shouted a warning to everyone. At the same time, he quickly spread his left hand, condensing an energy ball that glowed with a faint gray light. It was more like the essence left behind after countless corpse souls shattered, gathering in his palm. The big shots were all stunned, silently watching Mufeng's operation. He lifted the energy ball into the air, using his mental power to envelop it over the heads of these mentally chaotic awakened ones. One by one, the shattered essence of corpse souls was drawn from the mental worlds of these awakened ones and flowed into the energy ball. Sure enough, after Mufong completed the operation, these frenzied souls were thoroughly calmed. Little did they know, the part of their memories related to the journey of the underworld was completely erased. In fact, after Mufong killed the Unicorn Guardian Spirit, the soul of the Dreamweaver within the ancient tree perished, unable to break free from the old Earth Order through the bloodline power of corpse soul devouring and achieve rebirth in the secret realm instance. With the collapse of the Dreamweaver's will, this underworld and the entire secret realm space also crumbled. Most of the corpse souls were devoured by the essence of underworld energy that Mufong controlled, which was this energy ball. A very small number of wandering souls parasitized within the bodies of the nearby weaker awakened ones, which was the fundamental reason for their mental breakdown. The energy ball was the essence of the underworld's power, naturally obeying Mufeng, who had obtained the title of Underworld Emperor. This was an unexpected loot, not tied to the task rewards of the Secret Realm instance. Once the operation was completed, the eyes of these survivors returned to their former clarity, and they quickly regained their composure. Where am I? Why does my head hurt so much? The group exchanged glances. The big shots of Hainyu explored for a while and found that these people had lost their memories of experiencing the Secret Realm instance. Mufeng sensed the increasingly strange gazes from the big shots and knew that without some explanation it would be difficult to get past this matter. He then approached the group with long wuxia and handed over the energy ball. Seniors, the Dream Weaver space is essentially a conspiracy by a certain powerful being from the Old Earth era, wanting to break free from the Old Earth Order by devouring the life force of awakened ones in the present world to resurrect in the current world. The reason no one had triggered the hidden achievement before is that the guardian spirit had never been killed, because only a very few people could randomly teleport to that island. The vast majority fell into the underworld from the very beginning and became corpse souls. The reason we were able to defeat the terrifying peak guardian spirit is actually due to two reasons. First, I discovered the connection between the guardian spirit and that giant ancient tree. Essentially, corpse souls devour life force to supply the guardian spirit's growth, which is then absorbed and nurtured by the ancient tree to seal the soul of the Dream Weaver within the heart of the tree. They form a complete energy supply chain. I used that sword to cut off their connection. This caused the ancient tree to go out of control, draining the life essence of the unicorn guardian spirit. As a result, its life withered in a short time, and then with Long Wuxia's help, we dealt a fatal blow to the guardian spirit. Of course, in the end, I used this sword to deliver the final kill. That is the entire process of our fortunate clearance of this instance. After Mufeng finished speaking, Long Wuxia nodded vigorously beside him. That's right. If it weren't for my boss, these clueless outsiders would probably be done for. As soon as these words were spoken, the leader of Donghai No. 5 Middle School, with a chubby face, turned red with embarrassment. After confirming that the students were unharmed, he immediately stepped forward in front of everyone to express his gratitude to Mufeng. Thanks to Mufeng for his righteous intervention, saving us all. Donghai No. 5 Middle School will remember this favor. If there's ever a chance to help Mufeng, just let us know. Since the instance has collapsed, we should head back. After saying this, the red-haired, plump leader refused to linger any longer and quickly led everyone onto the flying guardian spirit, disappearing from sight. I see. Hanyu made a relieved expression. Mufeng smiled faintly and pushed the energy ball in front of him. Senior, you represent the governor's office. Please accept this energy ball. I'm just a first-tier priest. This thing is extremely dangerous, containing the power of the death energy influenced by the Old Earth Order. It's not something I can control right now. After much consideration, I've decided to hand it over to the governor's office to be sealed in the Awakening Tower. Perhaps that's a better arrangement. Mufeng's move was undoubtedly brilliant. Long Wuxia and Hua Manxin, who were watching from the side, were left dumbfounded. What a joke. This was a unique reward exclusive to the Secret Realm. He just gave it away like that? Little did he know that in Mufeng's eyes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Being overly focused on by that old fellow Hanyu was definitely not a good thing. It was better to clarify everything now to avoid further trouble. For Mufeng, the right path was to develop steadily and upgrade discreetly. Sure enough, after Mufeng's maneuver, the sharpness in Hanyu's eyes dissipated. In its place was a natural curiosity about the powerful energy before him, but he managed to restrain this emotion and smiled gently. Mufeng, I can't make that decision. After all, this is your exclusive reward for triggering the hidden achievement of the instance. No one is more qualified than you to handle this energy. However, your concerns are not unfounded. Death energy is precisely the source of energy that your priest class, which focuses on recovery, is most resistant to. If you really find it inconvenient to deal with it, I can represent the governor's office and seal it in the Awakening Tower. In the future, if you need it, you can retrieve it from the tower at any time. You can also use it as capital to exchange for any resources you desire in the Awakening Tower. After finishing, Hanyu flicked his palm and accepted the energy body while taking out a card that shimmered with a crystalline glow. This is the hexagram diamond card. Long Wuxia was stunned, directly exclaiming in shock. The onlookers were even more astonished, filled with envy. Hanyu smiled and said, "Young friend, keep this card well. With it, you can unlock the highest resource exchange privileges in the South River Awakening Tower. Enjoy the same treatment as members of the governor's office, with the highest level of exclusive service. By the way, I want to ask if you're interested in joining the special recruitment internship program of the governor's office?" What? Upon hearing this, Hua Manxin and the others were once again shocked. The continuous surprises left the onlookers excited. They were even more stirred than if they themselves were favored. Especially the young talents present, all of them were starry-eyed, nearly drooling. That was the special recruitment internship program of the governor's office. What does that mean? It means the future successors of the highest power system in South River. The true chosen ones, graduating directly into the governor's office. Don't be fooled by this world where strength is paramount, and leveling up by defeating monsters is the core business. The principle of having a big tree to provide shade applies everywhere. Joining the governor's office sequence, the future development of Mufeng is bound to be smooth sailing, with no more obstacles. Not only can he enjoy the highest quality enhancement resources, but he can also possess the rights that contemporaneous awakeners dream of. Damn, as expected of the top of the first middle school. This Mufeng halo is too strong. To actually gain the favor of Master Hongyu, this kid is impressive. I said it, why would he suddenly give up such important exclusive resources? Mufeng has bigger plans. After one run in the secret realm, he directly exchanged it for a golden rice bowl. I admire him. This Mufeng is really amazing. Various voices of envy and jealousy rose and fell around. Not to mention them, even someone like Wamangson and Long Wuxia, with their backgrounds, couldn't say they could receive the special treatment of the governor's office. To everyone, it seemed like a golden rice bowl had fallen into Mufeng's lap. However, his next response once again astonished everyone. Thank you for your kindness, but I am used to being carefree. Entering the governor's office and shouldering greater responsibilities may not be suitable for my future development. You should know, I came here without informing Principal Chen, and I haven't even apologized to him yet. Mufeng kicked this ball directly to use Chen Dafeng as a shield. Principal Chen was taken aback, not understanding Mufeng's operation, but still played along. Indeed. You say, you little brat, you leveled up to 20 and didn't even inform everyone, and now in our first middle school's leaderboard, this brat is still at level 0. The big shots joked and teased for a while, and Hengyu shook his head helplessly, smiling wryly. Well, after all, you are a pride of Nanjing. If you have your own development considerations, I won't force you. In any case, my words still stand. Whenever you want to exchange resources, you can use this card to go to the Awakening Tower, and I can meet your requirements at any time. Mufeng smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior. Alright. Everyone, the matter of the secret realm has come to a close, and I need to return to report to the governor. You may disperse. After Hongyu finished speaking, he quickly soared away. 7th-stage master. Awakeners above level 100 generally possess the ability to fly. With this old guy leaving, Mufeng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, putting away the 6-pointed star diamond card. Not bad. With this card, the possibility of obtaining the top-grade Sourcefire scroll has greatly increased. In fact, Mufeng did not deceive Hongyu. That energy body filled with death energy was like a ticking time bomb for him. If he forcibly kept it, it might cause more trouble. If it couldn't be used for himself, then it should be decisively dealt with. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At the top level of the Awakening Tower, a high-level meeting of the governor's office was held. The room was filled with the highest-ranking leaders of Nanjing. What Mufeng did not know was that the two images projected on the big screen were directly related to him. The governor spoke calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, a week ago, some anomalies occurred in the Forbidden Ruins Secret Realm instance, and I believe everyone has some understanding of the general situation. The video above shows scattered data on the destruction of the boss Revenge Flame Soul in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins world. Records indicate that a suspected angel totem from the Old Earth era descended and participated in the killing process. The video below shows the situation that Chief Hongyu investigated just before the Secret Realm instance was about to collapse. He used special means to capture some horrifying battle traces. The data indicates that a powerful force close to the 8th stage intervened in the battle within the secret realm. It is worth noting that the arrival of these two high-level powers left no traces within the Nanjing territory. To this day, we still don't know which lineage's master expert made a move. According to regulations, our governor's office must assess all powerful unknown forces that appear within our territory. Today's meeting is to gather everyone's opinions. The big shots began to discuss among themselves. Suddenly, someone raised a question. Governor, could it be that a protector from a hidden family has secretly appeared, supporting a certain heir to grow rapidly? That's right. Recently, has there been a young generation of awakeners rising rapidly in the South River region? Hongyu instinctively thought of Mufeng's name and spoke up. The top student of this year's first high school, Mufeng, has awakened for less than a month and is already a pastor. Moreover, this person directly participated in the two previous actions, but there is no evidence linking this mysterious force to him. Upon hearing this, the governor immediately shook his head with a smile. It can't be him. A support-type profession, and a commoner at that. He's just lucky. Regardless, we still need to conduct a threat assessment. Everyone, please give your opinions. The big shots whispered among themselves, gathering various opinions, but the governor seemed unsatisfied. Hongyu sighed and said, in my opinion, since it is a manifestation of the angel totem from the Old Earth era, why not define this threat as a divine miracle? Threat assessment, Old Earth level. Everyone was taken aback. Old Earth level, divine miracle. The governor nodded silently. Very well, it's settled then. I hope this mysterious and powerful existence can become our protector in South River rather than having evil intentions. Otherwise, South River will surely face a catastrophe. While the big shots were in a meeting, Mufong was leisurely lying in a recliner, basking in the sun and sipping tea, enjoying a comfortable life. A blue phoenix soon flew in from the distance. It was that guy, Long Wuxia. From far away, he started shouting, "Boss, I'm here to pull you." Mufong continued to savor his tea, ignoring the noisy guy. Instead, Long Wuxia, with a flattering expression, quickly jumped to Mufang's side and began to massage his legs and shoulders, fully embodying the role of a sycophantic lackey. "Hee, boss, I haven't seen you in a week and I've missed you to death." Mufong quickly interrupted the flattery. "Save it, I know you have a few tricks up your sleeve. Aren't you just thinking about my beast blood-boiling skill book?" "What Mufong, promise I will never go back on my word." After saying that, Mufong took out the manual and handed it to Long Wuxia. The guy was so excited that his eyes sparkled and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Boss, you're simply my god. Long Wuxia, will only recognize you in this lifetime." Mufong teased with a half smile. "Just a broken skill book and you've been bought off? Can't you think a bit bigger?" Long Wuxia, with tears in his eyes and a choked voice, pretended to sob. "You have no idea what this skill book means for us mutant professions." Mufong returned to a serious expression and pointed out, "Don't get too happy too soon. This skill book clearly states that the success rate is only 50%. If you fail, it might be ages before you get another chance." Long Wuxia, however, smiled and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, I'm destined for greatness. Among awakeners, besides you, boss, I haven't seen anyone with greater talent than me. Keep bragging." Mufong shot a glare at the kid. Perhaps due to a past life experience with a lottery game that had a low probability, Mufong felt that this 50% learning chance was not very reliable. If he failed to learn, the anticipation he had before would only lead to disappointment. Later. "Alright, if there's nothing else, go back and think it over. After you finish studying, let me know whether you succeed or not." Long Wuxia nodded seriously, then suddenly turned around and ran back halfway. "Look at me, I'm so excited that I almost forgot another thing. My old man said that to express his gratitude to you, he will return the 1 million flow money that was previously deducted from you. The money will be transferred to your account a little later." Mufong couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle is quite straightforward, then I won't be polite. I do need a large sum of money to improve myself right now. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. I don't want any slip-ups." Mufong suddenly thought of something and looked at Long Wuxia. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, which school are you from?" Long Wuxia raised his head proudly. "Our Long family has its own private promotion channel. This is a privilege of the top families in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Of course, it's also the only privilege that a side branch like mine, which has fallen from grace, can enjoy. Therefore, my identity information is not included in the official channels of Nanjing. In fact, according to your unified examination system, I graduated last year, but I haven't joined the union yet. If you find a good place in the future, don't forget to sign me up. I told you, I'm planning to cling to your thigh for a long time." After Long Wuxia finished speaking, he summoned his big phoenix and quickly left. Mufong could only shake his head with a wry smile. "I hope this kid can awaken successfully." 2 hours later, Mufong received a notification that the money had arrived. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone, total assets reaching 5 million. System upgrading. Unlocking new system functions for you. Ding! Congratulations, host. The old Earth Order sublimation function is now open. From now on, all skills above level 8 in the skill tree can be sublimated according to requirements." Mufang's eyes lit up. There was actually such a good thing? He really didn't expect that just before the college entrance examination, the system would undergo a second functional upgrade. He hurriedly opened the panel to check the new function. He quickly locked onto the position of his priest skill trees. Level 8 evolution skill, Divine Lord contract. Sure enough, the word sublimation appeared. Order sublimation. The host can currently spend 3 million gold coins to double the evolution skill points, allowing skills above level 8 in the skill tree to experience the baptism of the old Earth Order, comprehensively enhancing skill strength. Gain a better combat experience. Mufong gasped. 3 million for one sublimation. The intensity of spending is indeed maxed out. But the return of such a powerful skill's old Earth effect upgrade is definitely a worthwhile deal. Mufong couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, money is always good in any world. After the college entrance examination, I need to find a way to continue making money. For the past week, Mufong had not gone out but chose to stay at home and enjoy some quiet days. His speed of improvement was too fast, and the nearby leveling maps were hard to provide him with sufficient enhancement effects. Even high-level maps of level 40 or 50, after a whole day of grinding, probably wouldn't yield as much as Mufong killing a world boss. Then, Mufong opened the limited purchase shop interface and cleared out the skill points in the shop once again. He felt the thrill of being a big spender once more. Current remaining skill points, 1,064,876. Very good, finally exceeding 1 million in remaining skill points. It seems I can make one last powerful enhancement before the college entrance examination. Just as Mufong was about to operate, his phone video rang again. Long Wuxia. Mufeng frowned and muttered, could it be that he failed? Why is there news so soon? The moment he opened the video call, Mufeng saw an incredibly intense flame shooting towards him from the screen. The visual effects of the surrounding space became distorted due to the scorching heat of the flames rising. A flash of shock crossed Mufeng's eyes as he murmured, did this kid succeed? The beast blood boiling has actually brought him such a noticeable improvement. His strength has at least increased by 30% compared to before. Soon, Long Wuxia reined in his aura and excitedly rushed to the phone. Ha ha ha, boss, did you see? I successfully awakened. Now, after my dragon blood power and my own state have transformed, I'm not as weak as before. I can at least guarantee over 50% of my panel attributes. If I have the chance in the future to obtain higher level skills of the same type, I should be able to completely eliminate the negative effects of transformation. Then I will truly be a dragon blood warrior in every sense. Mufeng also revealed a gratified smile and nodded gently. Not bad, as expected of my little brother Mufeng. This is how you earn the right to follow me. Long Wuxia chuckled proudly. Aren't you taking the college entrance exam tomorrow? Do you want me to be your personal bodyguard? Who dares to show off with you? I'll just transform and suppress them. I must make my boss the most dazzling one on the exam stage. Mufeng scoffed. I can't help but feel that the one wanting to show off is you. I can't be bothered. Go if you want, but I advise you to keep a low profile for now. You need to understand the principle of accumulating strength before showing it. When you truly become strong enough to instill fear in everyone, you won't need to show off deliberately. You will still earn everyone's respect. Soon, Mufeng spent a full 5 minutes imparting a wave of motivational talk to Long Wuxia, successfully dispelling the kid's thoughts of wanting to join him for the college entrance exam and show off. After that, Mufeng finally opened the skill interface. He had long been eager to see what changes the high-level skill Old Earth Order would undergo after its sublimation. Mu Chen once again locked onto the Godmaster contract skill. Let's upgrade. I want to see what the legendary 9th tier forbidden skill is truly like. The current skill upgrade requires 1 million skill points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Let's go. Mufeng, filled with excitement, locked in the confirmation. Ding! Consumed 1 million skill points. Congratulations to the host. The Godmaster contract has been upgraded to 9th tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Godmaster contract has evolved Forbidden Nirvana. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy spread out. Mufeng suddenly found himself pulled into an illusory dream. Indeed, this was completely different from every previous skill evolution. This time, it was a full display with ample funding. It directly provided a dream to experience the entire process of this forbidden technique. In the deepest part of the dream, Mufeng saw a colossal deity that seemed to have descended from the Old Earth era. With hands clasped in a solemn gesture, it prayed for all beings. At the end of the dream, Mufeng seemed to see a withered version of himself, devoid of any life traces. When this perfect deity transformed into an endless, brilliant light and merged into his body, the decayed body completed its nirvana, turning into a blazing flame, shedding the old, broken shell, and transforming into new life. When the whole world abandons you, the old earth will grant you a greater nirvana. Boom! The reborn body erupted with blazing flames in its pupils. The eyes of Mufeng on the other side of the dream locked onto each other. Whoosh! Mufeng was suddenly awakened from his dream, but he felt no trace of soul-stirring panic. Instead, his body felt incredibly refreshed. It was as if the quality of his life had silently elevated to a higher standard. Mufeng suddenly realized that every inch of his skin, even his pores, had become exceptionally delicate. Like a newborn. So tender it could be broken with a touch. After comparing himself in the mirror, he found that his appearance had undergone further refinement. It was as if he had applied the most exquisite makeup, yet still looked soft and natural. Is this the greatness of spending money? To think that even my looks could improve. It's simply absurd. The value of the system is still increasing. As the dream ended, Mufeng immediately focused on his skill panel. Forbidden Nirvana. A forbidden technique of the awakened priest. Revive a target whose health has fallen to 0. Bestow new life through the Nirvana technique inherited from the old earth. Skill effect. Revive the deceased target, restoring their health to full, while also granting a buff. Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana Rebirth buff. Within 30 minutes after rebirth, attack and defense increase by 20%. Elemental perception ability increases by 30%. Class restriction, priest release conditions, 50% health, 100% energy. Effect range, single target. Cooldown. Duration, 24 hours. Note, the revived target cannot use this skill again until they have completed the transformation of their life essence. Seeing such a skill interpretation, Mufeng was left speechless with shock. So the 9th tier forbidden technique of the priest truly is the ability to bring the dead back to life. It seems the potential of this class is far underestimated by the world. Perhaps not every priest who can grow to this level possesses the terrifying ability of Nirvana. But now, there is no doubt that my influence in this profession has reached the pinnacle level. My influence is already comparable to that of a level 100 7th tier Grandmaster priest. Even a level 100 Grandmaster Priest may not be proficient in the path of nirvana. In this war-torn world where death means no resurrection, I can be considered someone who has grasped a code of life. Mu Feng knew that his statement was by no means an exaggeration. This place was not like his previous life, where dying in any game world meant you could respawn. In reality, every person's life is only lived once. The ability to bring the dead back to life, the path of nirvana, is inherently against the heavens. That is why it is called forbidden. I see. It seems that any skill tree that reaches the 9th tier will awaken skills that defy the rules. No wonder there are so few awakened ones who can reach the 9th tier skill level. To control the forbidden is to exist like a god. In a sense, it is already a figure who has transcended the laws of power in this world. Is this what it feels like to be strong? At this moment, Mu Feng's heart was deeply moved. This was no longer just a matter of enhancing personal strength. To master the supreme forbidden technique that even grandmasters yearn for as a priest who has just advanced 20 levels. What an honor! What incredible strength! However, before Mu Feng could recover from this unprecedented joy, a new surprise appeared. No way! The 9th tier competition isn't the highest? It can actually be further enhanced? Mu Feng suddenly discovered that after this system upgrade, a skill preview function had appeared. He focused on the Forbidden Nirvana and was astonished to see further enhancement information. Forbidden Nirvana, next stage evolution content preview Divine Art Level 1. Reincarnation. Skill points required for enhancement 10 million. Old Earth Order Sublimation. Reincarnation Epic. Sublimation consumption required 100 million gold coins. Skills required for sublimation 20 million. Seeing that there were even higher levels of divine arts, Mu Feng's excited emotions gradually calmed down. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Even with the system's support, it's impossible to achieve it all at once. I still need to take it step by step, continuously improving and accumulating. One day, Mu Feng believed he could become a powerful existence on par with the savior deities. He then looked at the sublimation function corresponding to the forbidden nirvana of the old Earth Order. Sublimation effect, forbidden reincarnation of the impure soil. Materials required for sublimation 3 million gold coins. 1 million skill points. What? Reincarnation of the impure soil. No way, buddy, what kind of system is this? That name is too explosive. It can't be the same effect as the reincarnation of the impure soil skill I imagined, right? Mu Feng was dumbfounded. He stared at the system interface to confirm he wasn't seeing things, but he also felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation. He really wanted to see what it would be like to learn such a terrifying and powerful forbidden skill in this real war world. Ding ding ding. A sudden knock on the door interrupted him. It was his second uncle knocking. Mu Feng immediately snapped back to reality and asked, "What's up, second uncle?" "It's nothing. Xiao Chun, I just wanted to remind you that tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. You better get some rest. It's already 2 in the morning and your light is still on. Be careful not to oversleep tomorrow. This is a big deal that can affect your whole life, so don't delay." Mu Feng smiled, feeling warmth in his heart, and replied, "Don't worry. By the way, do you need me to take you to the exam site tomorrow?" his second uncle asked again. Ding. Before Mu Feng could respond, his phone rang again. It was a message from that guy, Luby. "Bro, I'm coming to find you tomorrow, and we'll go to the exam site together." Mu Feng immediately replied with an OK emoji. "No need, second uncle. Tomorrow I'm going with Luby, he's coming to find me. You can rest assured, no matter how I perform in the exam, it won't affect my future." Looking at the powerful forbidden techniques he had already unlocked, Mu Feng felt a surge of confidence. College entrance exam, here I come. It's time to go, Chenggu. If we don't leave now, we might be late. Early the next morning, Luby arrived an hour early at Mu Feng's courtyard, urging him like crazy. Despite his burly appearance, Luby was a tough guy on the outside but a coward on the inside. Whenever it came to important matters, Luby was the most anxious. Mu Feng, however, was as laid back as ever, casually walking out of the courtyard. "Every day, just urging me. What's the rush?" When Luby saw Mu Feng approaching, his eyes lit up and he shivered all over. "Wow, Chenggu, is this really you? How come you look so handsome for the college entrance exam? Are you planning to debut? It's only been a few days since I last saw you, and you seem to have become even more handsome. Can you share a bit of your good looks with me? I want to get a girlfriend soon, please." Luby was genuinely envious. He certainly couldn't understand that Mu Feng's increase in attractiveness was directly linked to his increasingly formidable professional abilities. This was something that couldn't be learned. Stop showing off and focus on leveling up. If you become the #1 blood warrior in Nanjing, in the future, will you still lack love? Wait, Xiao Chen, hold on. His second uncle rushed out of the room, holding a golden-laid brocade box over a meter long. Mu Feng was startled and immediately guessed something. His second uncle looked at his nephew with burning eyes and smiled. "I told you before that I would make you a suitable weapon. Even though you're a support warrior, you can't fall behind. My nephew must be the most dazzling one on the field." Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The usually calm and composed him was now filled with mixed emotions. Looking at his Uncle's graying hair. Mufong seemed to have a lot to say, yet not a single word could escape his lips. He grabbed the brocade box, not allowing any hint of weakness to show in his eyes, and laughed heartily. Don't work too hard during the day, take a day off, and tune into the livestream of the college entrance examination in Nanjing. You might be in for a surprise. Mufong threw a meaningful glance at his uncle before disappearing. With Lu Bai. Now it was his uncle's turn to be bewildered. Livestream? A surprise? What, does this brat want to be on TV or something? Mufeng's home was not far from the first high school. After about 20 minutes, the two arrived outside the school gate. The crowd of examinees from various classes was noisy and restless, each face filled with anticipation and anxiety. Oh, isn't that our number one student, the handsome Mufong? I don't remember seeing your name in the top 100 of the group rankings. What, is being a dad not going smoothly? Not far away, the class leader of Class 4, the number one sycophant Wei Ran, shouted as he approached. On the day of the job transfer, he had clashed with Mufong and Lu Bai, and the two had given him a bit of a lesson. Unexpectedly, after more than half a month, his temper had not cooled at all. It seemed that provoking Mufong was the best way for him to get some thrill. Others nearby turned to look at the commotion. Lu Bai couldn't stand this guy and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Wei Ran, but Mufong calmly stopped him. The totem of the angel of light awakening. In an instant, a faint golden light enveloped Mufong, making him appear as radiant as a deity, holy and dazzling. His noble demeanor was fully displayed, nearly causing the surrounding girls to scream. Oh my! It's only been a little over half a month, but have you noticed? Mufong seems even more handsome than before. Need I say more? In our first high school, whether in grades or looks, when has Mufong ever dropped from the top spot? The girls automatically entered observation mode, admiring Mufeng's divine appearance. Little did they know that his awakening totem was not for show or to gain followers, but to teach this lowly-eyed Wei Ran another lesson. In the name of light insight, Mufong instantly unleashed his light skill, locking onto Wei Ran. With a glance, he saw through him from head to toe. Level 16 Fire Mage. Core skill at first tier. As for equipment, oh, a full set of white gear. The shoes don't even match. The left sock has a hole. 3 centimeters? Mufeng's voice suddenly stopped. The scene fell into complete silence. Over 80 students from 2 classes. All wore expressions of shock, as if they had just eaten a dead mouse. Ha ha ha. Lu Bai led the way, and in the next moment, everyone around burst into hysterical laughter. The boys laughed openly, while the girls had more complex expressions, most likely sympathy. Even the aloof school beauty from Huamanshin's class, who had been quietly observing, covered her mouth and laughed at that moment. She had originally worried that Wei Ran would cause trouble, but now she understood. Mufong was just looking at a straight man. His methods were truly not something ordinary people could withstand. In just a few words, Wei Ran became the laughingstock. Mufong, you're asking for death. Wei Ran suffered a soul strike, having been publicly humiliated by Mufong, and without a word, he threw a fireball over. Lu Bai stepped forward, ready to intervene, but this time Mufong took a step forward, his movement ghostly, and suddenly appeared right in front of Wei Ran. In just a moment, he completely stunned everyone present. He can actually teleport. What's going on? Could the rumors be false? Mufeng's level hasn't dropped at all? He's just a priest. I haven't heard of any novice priests being able to teleport. What is going on? No one could see clearly how Mufong had acted in that instant. Little did they know, it was the ultimate application of his skill, Wings of Light. In an instant, he released the wings of an angel, flying swiftly close to the ground, and then retracted them in a thought, showcasing such a terrifying effect. The next moment, Mufong reached out with one hand and lifted Wei Ran up, looking at him with indifference. This isn't the first time you've provoked me. Just because I have a good temper and don't argue with others doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not considering our school friendship. After saying this, Mufong tossed him aside like garbage, and Wei Ran was thrown more than 10 meters away. In that brief moment, he felt the chilling pressure from Mufeng's gaze. His eyes were like an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing a person's soul, icy to the bone. The Underworld Emperor, the sole power holder after the destruction of the Old Earth Underworld Sea. Even without the essence of death on him, his exclusive title and the aura of the Old Earth still existed. This was an existence that had experienced the trials of the Old Earth secret realm and had slain a level 180 guardian spirit. How could a novice player like Wei Ran even imagine it? This time, Wei Ran truly dared not act recklessly anymore. After completing all this, Mufong returned to his place as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the school leaders and class heads began to appear one after another. Quiet, students. It's time to set off. Head to your battlefield. Soon, a massive flying guardian spirit appeared above the playground. A high-level flying guardian spirit, specifically used for large-scale personnel transport. It was a benefit provided by the Nanjing governor's office to various universities. The students logged in one after another, heading towards the examination point in Donghai City. Mu Feng's insight skill swept across, and on the entire arc there were only a handful of individuals above level 15. Only Hua Manqin had reached level 19, making her the strongest among this group of students. Mu Feng remembered that among the elite disciples he had seen from Donghai No. 5 middle school, there were dozens who had reached level 20. This was the difference caused by the resource tilt between level 3 and level 4 cities. After arriving at the destination, many local candidates had already gathered at the designated examination point in Donghai City. Sure enough, Mu Feng scanned their group, and the average level was around 17, almost 5 average points ahead of Nanjing No. 1 middle school. Such a gap was quite significant. As soon as they landed, the mocking voices from the local students surged. Damn, are these people from Nanjing really this weak? Level 14, level 13. What level is this? It's normal, it's just a level 3 city. If they weren't our neighbors, they wouldn't even qualify to take the assessment here. A bunch of country bumpkins. No wonder they couldn't even handle a world boss before. Hey, who the hell are you calling a country bumpkin? The two sides were almost about to fight. Mu Feng stood calmly among the crowd, not taking these kids seriously at all. He suddenly realized that when dealing with these peers, he felt a sense of looking at children as an adult. After all, now Mu Feng was interacting with figures like Chen Dafa, Hongyu, and Long Ruhai. Even among peers, rare geniuses like Long Wuxi had to refer to themselves as his junior in front of him. A level 20 kid dares to shout? Just a frog at the bottom of the well. Soon, within the examination area, 3 6th-tier chief examiners appeared simultaneously. The overwhelming pressure instantly silenced the venue. The short-haired, middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes coldly said, "Be quiet. This is the examination hall for the college entrance exam, not a market. If you dare to act recklessly again, your examination qualifications will be revoked." As soon as the big shot spoke, the kids really quieted down. He then continued to announce the examination rules. First, you will take the level test of the testing crystal. In sequence, one by one, and depending on your different strength levels, you will face different difficulties in the assessment. The higher your strength level, the greater the difficulty of the assessment, and of course, the higher the score rewards you will receive. The crystals will categorize your different level ranges by color. Below level 10 is white. From level 10 to 20 is blue. From level 20 to 30 is purple. As for gold, I think it has nothing to do with you, so let's not mention it. In short, after the test is completed, strictly enter the corresponding internal venue according to your assigned level range. If there is a situation where the assessment content does not match your own level range, all scores will be cancelled. After the big shot finished speaking, a low murmur arose again from below. Damn, this is too realistic, right? We haven't even entered yet and we've already been divided into classes? What happened to defying fate? I'm only level 9 and before I even enter, I'm already classified as trash. Looking at the approaching testing crystal, Mu Feng's emotions surged even more. More and more students in front completed the test, most of them flashing white and blue lights. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people passed, and on the side of the Nanjiang candidates, not a single purple student appeared. On the other hand, the local candidates from Donghai continuously produced more than a dozen purple light intervals, sparking heated discussions. However, Mu Feng soon noticed a detail. The inspectors on the Nanjiang side conducted extra screenings for almost every blue light member. Meanwhile, on the Donghai side, members in the purple light interval could enter directly. It was clearly a case of discrimination. What happened to fairness? Don't people from Donghai cheat? This is outright regional discrimination. Mu Feng's expression gradually turned cold and he immediately felt dissatisfied with the arrangements here. The 3 senior examiners looked somewhat serious. The tall female examiner on the left sneered. The qualifications of the Nanjiang candidates are really disappointing. Overall, they are much worse than us from Donghai. Almost a third are in the white light interval. It seems that for this session, if we are talking about elite intervals, we still have to look at our local Donghai candidates. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, Mu Feng brushed past her shoulder and placed his palm on the crystal in front of her. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly powerful golden light shot up into the sky. The thousands of students in the examination hall were stunned. On the spot. What the hell? What is this golden light? Above level 30? Are you kidding? Is the crystal malfunctioning? That kid is from Nanjiang? It can't be that outrageous, right? It must be a mistake. How could a level 30 senior student appear in a level 3 city? Mu Feng stood in front of the crystal, forcibly halting the testing rhythm on the scene. Indeed, because in front of the other crystals, the monitoring staff instinctively suspected that the testing crystal had malfunctioned. The 3 main examiners exchanged glances and walked over to Mu Feng. At the same time, slightly farther away, Hua Manqin, Lu Bai, and others in the sequence all noticed the situation on Mu Feng's side. It's Brother Chen. His crystal is actually golden? Level 30? How is that possible? Lu Bai was dumbfounded, standing there in disbelief. Impossible. Brother Chen almost sunbathes at home every day, hardly leveling up. How could he be at such a high level? Only Hua Manxin, who understood everything despite trying to suppress her emotions, couldn't help but bite her thin lip, a hint of admiration and envy flashing in her beautiful eyes. Once upon a time, she was also a proud daughter of heaven who could compete with him for the top spot. Now, in just over half a month, she could only look up to him. Soon, the three main examiners surrounded Mu Feng, their sharp gazes scrutinizing him. In fact, the testing crystal had data anomalies. Every year, candidates used special means to cheat at this stage, interfering with the test results. The three high-ranking examiners immediately suspected that this kid was cheating. Are you a candidate sent by Nanjing? Mu Feng remained calm and replied, that's right. What is your level? The female examiner's expression was the most severe, clearly viewing Mu Feng through a biased lens. In her perception, a third-tier city like Nanjing shouldn't produce such a top genius. Mu Feng remained silent and did not answer her question. He could clearly sense the unusual emotions from the other party. He disliked being looked down upon. I'm sorry, but I cannot cooperate. As far as I know, this does not conform to the testing process of the college entrance examination. Since the testing crystal matched the corresponding function, why do I need to be singled out for scrutiny? If I remember correctly, the candidate who passed earlier from the local purple zone in Donghai did not receive such special treatment. Mu Feng countered sharply, forcefully, suppressing the arrogance of the domineering female examiner. She glared at him with anger and coldly said, impudent. You, a candidate, dare to question the examiner's actions? What qualifications do you have to question me? The woman's aura suddenly erupted, an overwhelming pressure sweeping through the area, shocking the many onlooking candidates. A level 65 assassin? Quite impressive. Mu Feng saw through her completely. When he noticed her weakness in the vulnerability hints section, he almost couldn't help but laugh. However, Mu Feng didn't go too far, directly provoking a six-segment expert in Donghai. He would definitely be the one to suffer. In the next moment, he calmly pulled out a six-pointed star diamond card. I wonder if I have the qualifications to question you now. The female examiner's face changed dramatically. Upon seeing the card, the two other examiners also looked taken aback. Diamond six-pointed star, the highest level symbol of an awakened one. Are you a special recruit from the Nanjing governor's office? Seeing the actions of Mu Feng and the three examiners in the center of the venue, the surrounding students were already in an uproar. Everyone stared at Mu Feng in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulous amazement. Six-pointed star. So terrifying. What is that kid's identity? He actually has the background of the governor's office. Wow. Nanjing actually sent a top-tier second-generation heir to take the college entrance exam here? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Could it be that this guy really exceeds level 30? It seems like he got into a conflict with the examiners. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the capital. I'm really afraid he'll say, my father is the governor. That would be hilarious. The mentors leading various groups began to maintain order. Yet, they still couldn't stop the excited students from getting worked up. Such a scene was truly rare to witness. At this moment, Mu Feng still stood his ground, his expression serious as he said, I do not intend to seek special treatment. I also understand that the three of you are worried I might have cheating suspicions, but I absolutely will not allow you in Donghai to look down on us students from Nanjing. It is true that the average level of local candidates in Donghai is higher, and I can understand that the students here are somewhat arrogant. But if the examiners also treat candidates with colored glasses, I, Mu Feng, will speak up for Nanjing. Mu Feng's words were resolute. Supportive voices immediately rang out in the crowd. Well said. Nanjing is here in Donghai to participate in the college entrance exam. Why should our strength be questioned? Support Mu Feng. Handsome, we stand with you. Must give the students of Nanjing an explanation. I protest. It's unfair. The people of Donghai are shameless. Damn, this group of Nanjing students is really exaggerating. Not only did they start to crazily support Mu Feng, but even Wei Ran, who had just been slapped in the face by Mu Feng, joined the protest. For a moment, the candidates waiting for the test were filled with arrogance, and the scene was almost out of control. Everyone, quiet down. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful pressure descended from the sky. Deep in the venue, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair flew over, riding his exclusive guardian spirit. Mu Feng was not unfamiliar with this person. It was the team leader who had previously led the 5th middle school to participate in the secret realm trial, Zheng Hongfei. Little did he know that he had another identity, which was the overall person in charge of this Donghai College entrance examination venue. Upon learning about the situation here from the central control area, Zheng Hongfei immediately rushed over to take charge. What on earth is going on? As soon as this chubby man landed, the short-haired, middle-aged man among the three chief examiners immediately stepped forward to report. Zheng Hongfei walked over with a serious expression, and when he took a closer look, it was actually Mu Feng. His originally serious face instantly changed. It's you, my young friend Mufeng. Why are you here for the college entrance examination too? Zhang Hongfei quickly put on a flattering smile, slightly lowering his head to approach Mufeng and began to communicate with him very amicably. Ha! The three chief examiners were all dumbfounded. What's going on? This kid actually knows the overall person in charge. The nearby onlookers among the candidates were even more stunned, especially the local candidates from Donghai, who had originally carried a sense of superiority and looked down on others, saw that even the head of the venue, Zhang, was so friendly with Mufeng, and their pride completely collapsed. What's going on, brothers? Even that notoriously explosive Zhang is calm in front of this kid? Who the hell is he? Could it be that his father is really the governor? Sigh, I'm only concerned about whether he has a girlfriend. Don't you think this student from Nanjing is very handsome? Indeed. His hexagram diamond card almost blinded my eyes. The situation was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Just a moment ago, Mufeng had been justifiably confronting the three chief examiners, and it was expected that this red-haired big shot would come out to strongly suppress the candidate's arrogance. Unexpectedly, this Nanjing student Mufeng, who radiated golden testing light, even made the overall person in charge bow his head. In the crowd, Luby had a dazed expression as if he had eaten a dead rat, staring blankly at the outline of his best friend. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Is that kid still the Mufeng I know? Top of the grade, no doubt. But when did he become so impressive? Hexagram diamond card, and he knows the overall person in charge of the Donghai examination venue. Could it be Chen Guo is the illegitimate son of the governor? At that moment, Mufeng was smiling and continuing to converse with Zhang Hongfei. Suddenly, the red-haired big shot tightly grasped Mufeng's hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. My young friend Mufeng, we in Donghai have no intention of neglecting the students from Nanjing at all. You mustn't take it to heart. Last time you helped save so many elite students of the same generation, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. How could I dare to target you? The more Zhang Hongfei spoke, the more shocked the 3 6-stage chief examiners beside him became. Especially the female examiner who had been directly confronted by Mufeng, who wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She stared dumbfounded at the conversation between the two, trembling more and more as she listened, feeling a sense of dread. Mufeng smiled and said, "It was just a small effort, senior, no need to take it to heart. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I believe no one will target the students from Nanjing anymore." Then my test. Zhang Hongfei laughed heartily, personally escorting Mufeng to the golden passage in front of the internal examination hall. Look at what you're saying. Who would cheat? Can Mufeng even cheat? I even doubt whether this crystal can measure your true strength. Mufeng wore a faint smile, enjoying the only special treatment in the entire venue. The head of the East Sea examination area personally escorted him into the inner hall, the only student in the golden section in the entire venue. The unfolding of this scene completely overturned the extreme perceptions of all the onlookers behind him. He really has surpassed level 30. Hua Manqin said, her slightly flushed cheeks filled with shock and despondency. How did Mufeng manage to do it? In just over half a month, he actually reached level 30. It seems that I will never be able to catch up to him again. Approaching the entrance to the inner hall, Zhang Hongfei chuckled and paused, looking at Mufeng. Young friend, give me a hint, what level are you at now? Mufeng replied. Leisurely. Only level 35. Experience points are stuck. Time is too tight. I didn't have time to take the second promotion task. No worries, just deal with the exam first. I estimate it won't have too much impact on your exam results. Zhang Hongfei, look at this, is this even human language? Awakener has only been in the job for less than a month and is already level 35, qualified for the second promotion. And Mufeng's real level seems to be even higher. This kid, simply inhuman. Could it be that he really has some unknown connection with the governor of Nanjing? Achoo! In the governor's office on the top floor of the Nanjing Awakening Tower, the governor suddenly sneezed repeatedly for no reason, looking bewildered. What's going on? Everything was fine. Could it be that someone is talking about me? Watching Mufeng walk into the teleportation passage filled with golden light, Zhang Hongfei quickly restored his serious expression and returned to the 3 main examiners in the square. Zhang, that candidate just now, who exactly is he? Shen Yen, you are confused. Zhang Hongfei interrupted the female examiner, his expression full of disappointment. Shen Yen quickly blushed, shrinking back with a bewildered look, not daring to speak. Do you know how those elite students I took to Nanjing for the secret realm trial managed to come back to life? The short-haired middle-aged examiner asked. In shock. Could it really be related to that student? Zhang Hongfei nodded seriously. That's right, his name is Mufeng, the top student at Nanjing No. 1 High School for an entire year. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a priest. He is the leader who cleared the Forbidden Ruins secret realm. He is also the only person in the world to unlock the hidden achievement of the Ultra Forbidden Ruins difficulty. It was he who rescued those students we sent into the secret realm. Otherwise, most of our best talents from Nanjing this year would have perished. The 3 main examiners were filled with shock. Hard to believe. Female examiner Chen Yan was even more ashamed, wishing she could slap herself. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize the Great Mountain, but I didn't deliberately target him or the students from Nanjing. It's just that in their third-tier city, who would have thought such a prodigy would be born? Zhang Hongfei also expressed understanding, sighing helplessly. Forget it, Mu Feng is not someone to provoke. Since he has taken out the 6-pointed star diamond card, it proves that the Nanjing governor's office is also paying close attention to him. We shouldn't touch his brow anymore. From now on, the students from Nanjing must be properly settled. We cannot be negligent. The 3 main examiners bowed their heads simultaneously. Understood. Zhang. By the way, Zhang Hongfei thought for a moment and added, in my opinion, among the thousands of people being tested this time, besides Mu Feng, there cannot be any other candidates in the golden section. Immediately notify the inspectors in the inner area to integrate the passages of the purple and gold zones, unifying them to open the old soil level difficulty test options for them, and proceed with the qualification screening according to the normal process. The candidates in the purple zone will be given the freedom to choose. Only in this way can we ensure that Mu Feng receives the fairest test evaluation. Make sure not to offend this living ancestor again. If he gets unhappy once he grows up, we in Donghai will suffer. The 3 main examiners looked ashamed and no longer dared to act recklessly. Soon after, Zhang Hongfei quickly left. The scene returned to a unified testing order. It is worth mentioning that the originally prioritized testing sequence for local Donghai students was completely transferred to the students from Nanjing. Outsiders first, locals at the back? What the hell is going on? The Donghai students began to complain. Come on, the examiners can't be mistaken, right? We are the Donghai candidates. Shouldn't we be the ones to enter first? Shut up, all of you. Chief Examiner Chen Yan was furious, and a fierce pressure swept over the Donghai team, causing no candidates to dare to murmur. On the contrary, the students from Nanjing were all smiling brightly. The pride that once belonged solely to Donghai students had all shifted to them. Ha ha ha, is this what it feels like to cling to a big leg? This is too awesome. So, when we go out, the face of the Nanjing people is all thanks to Mu Feng? Put. You, a level 16 formation master, dare to call my husband's name? Enough. Don't call me your male god husband, I find it unlucky. I said, how could the great Mu Feng possibly blend in with the crowd? A divine being can never be an ordinary person, no matter where they go. After this battle, Mu Feng's reputation was thoroughly established among the younger generation of Nanjing students. At some point in the famous ranking list of the large group in Ijon, Mu Feng's name was directly pushed to the top with countless likes. It seemed that the name that once dominated the Ijon storm list had returned to the throne once again. On the other side, after stepping into the teleportation barrier before him, Mu Feng entered a hall that was as magnificent as a palace. A dozen figures with greatly varying appearances and postures turned to look at him. With a glance, Mu Feng used his insight skill. In the name of light. Level 23. Level 26. The highest is level 27. They are all the strongest elite students of this Donghai cohort. The quota for the purple zone? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Mu Feng walked forward calmly. This person is so handsome. From Nanjing? Humph, a student from Nanjing actually has over level 20. That's not easy. Who knows, he might just be a unique talent. The boys and girls whispered among themselves. Mu Feng confidently approached the female examiner in the inner area and handed over his identity card. The other party was immediately taken aback and respectfully said, "You are the genius student from Nanjing, Mu Feng from the Gold Zone?" The overall person in charge has personally instructed that after you enter, the assessment level cap of this test will be reassessed. May I ask, Mu Feng, would you like to open the highest danger level test project of the old soil level difficulty? Mu Feng smiled and said, "Open. What? Old soil level difficulty assessment? He is from the Gold Zone? Over level 30. The red-clad girl Ling Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with indescribable astonishment. Beside her, the 27-level student Tang Hao, clad in golden armor, sneered. So what if he's level 30? He's just a support battle priest. What's so impressive about that? Not even a rare profession, not worth mentioning. The green-haired boy Mo Ran, about 1.6 meters tall, also chuckled. Exactly. Why should he be the one to open the hidden difficulty? Teacher, this kid can't be here through the back door, right? Mu Feng casually overheard the chatter of the children behind him, and he merely smiled faintly and shook his head, ignoring them. After a moment, the female examiner regained her seriousness and looked at the more than 20 people in front of her. Now, all the elite candidates present, please choose the difficulty level you wish to challenge. The highest difficulty level currently available is the Old Earth level. Special reminder, due to the extreme danger of tasks above the Forbidden Ruins level, candidates must decide carefully. Once you enter the assessment space, the official will not provide any external assistance. All consequences will be borne by the candidates themselves. Children, do not act recklessly. This is a choice that concerns your lives and futures. After the examiner finished speaking, most of the elite students below level 25 chose the Forbidden Ruins difficulty, while a couple of more conservative ones directly opted for the elite difficulty. This level poses almost no danger for candidates above level 20. Then, the strongest among them began to take action. Ran cheerfully raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I choose the Old Earth level." The female examiner replied sternly, "The Old Earth level is a hidden difficulty that hasn't been opened in decades. So the official head has stipulated that to choose the Old Earth level test, one must possess the title of having cleared a Forbidden Ruins level secret realm to unlock the challenge qualification." Ran still wore a bright smile on his face, snapping his fingers, and a ghostly green light suddenly gathered above his head. 4 characters were prominently displayed. Guardian of the Wild Forest. Surrounding the title were some branch-like marks full of jungle vibes. Clearly, this should be a clearance certificate from a certain jungle-type secret realm. Then, the beautiful girl Ling Yao and the arrogant Tang Hao each revealed their exclusive titles. Tang Hao's title was a golden color, matching his armored outfit, and was also at the Forbidden Ruins level. When Ling Yao awakened her title, a dazzling red halo condensed around her. The patterns of the title were even more eye-catching. Above it hovered a vividly lifelike crimson phoenix swirling around the characters. It's a title from the Super Forbidden Ruins. No wonder she's known as the strongest awakener in the East Sea for a century. A highborn lady, truly extraordinary. Mu Feng couldn't help but glance back, only to find Ling Yao looking at him with wide, sparkling eyes, her playful and charming demeanor devoid of malice, more filled with curiosity. Seeing that Mu Feng had not moved for a long time, Tang Hao approached with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain, lightly tapping Mu Feng's shoulder and provocatively saying, "Level 30 Big Daddy, where's your title? You don't have a title, do you? Or is it just an elite level title that you're embarrassed to show?" Behind them, whispers filled with contempt arose. All of them were from the East Sea, rejecting Mu Feng, a Golden Zone prodigy from Nanxiang, allowing their pathetic vanity to find momentary satisfaction. However, the next moment, Mu Feng, with a calm expression, chuckled softly and illuminated his only title. "The elite level title you mentioned looks like this, right?" Boom! In an instant, an overwhelmingly cold and sinister aura erupted from Mu Feng. It seemed that at this moment, he had become the source of power from a turbulent old Earth Forbidden Zone. All those who gazed at his true form and felt his aura were forcibly drawn into a dreamlike phenomenon in that instant. In the dream space, the more than 20 souls present saw an endless expanse of a vast sea shrouded in boundless deathly energy. Old Earth Forbidden Zone, Minghai. Countless corpses, each with distinctly different faces, lunged fiercely at these dozens of souls. The wails of vengeful spirits, filled with resentment and despair, violently assaulted the depths of their souls. No! Just past the 20-level mark, several students let out cries of despair and fell to the ground, forcibly breaking free from the influence of the anomaly. The remaining ones encountered the impact one after another in the same manner, being compelled to withdraw. And Tang Hao, that guy who thought he was powerful and invincible, at that moment, was locked onto by Mu Feng's silhouette. In the heart of the ancient tree, above the island of the other shore, Mu Feng stood on a unicorn totem, coldly looking down at Tang Hao like the emperor of the underworld. How is this possible? Tang Hao was completely stunned. An unprecedented fear and defeat surged within him. He could not bear the terrifying pressure and nearly knelt down in the dreamlike anomaly. Only Ling Yao, after being shocked by this scene, immediately formed hand seals and chanted a certain skill, forcibly breaking free from the anomaly's interference. She was the only one to escape unscathed, though her face remained slightly pale. As for Ran, she followed closely behind, crying and rushing out. Underworld Emperor. Ling Yao and the others murmured this title simultaneously. The only one in the world. Limited exclusive. Compared to titles? Do you even deserve it? Mu Feng remained indifferent, not even wanting to say a single extra word, simply standing silently in place. What was left for these so-called elites was merely a silhouette they could never reach. Others' titles were flashy, adorned with halos and special effects. Mu Feng's title directly formed an exclusive anomaly. Indeed, he was the only student from Nanjing here. But so what? With his own strength, he suppressed all the elites from the same cohort in Donghai. Who dared to be reckless? The female examiner was deeply shocked, looking at Mu Feng's title with a hint of incredulous astonishment. No wonder this person would attract the attention of the overall supervisor, changing the options for all the college entrance exam candidates just for him. This Mu Feng, so young, unfathomable. Until Tang Hao, carrying an indescribable panic, broke free from the nightmarish anomaly, he slumped to the ground, gazing up at the terrifying gray-white title of Underworld Emperor, no longer daring to speak recklessly. Terrifying. This is the first time I've seen such a title? Is this Mu Feng's title the highest level of the Old Earth title? Ling Yao slowly spoke, answering the others' confusion. No, this is the only one in the world, a permanently limited edition title. Because the hidden mechanisms of the Old Earth level secret realms are extremely difficult to trigger, it's not enough to just have powerful strength. Each Old Earth inheritance, when engraved by the successors of later generations, will grant some special gifts. After that, the secret realm will have a probability of permanent collapse, and the corresponding title will become unique and exclusive. Underworld Emperor, if I'm not mistaken, should be the product of that secret realm in Nanjing a few days ago. Only then did everyone suddenly realize Mo Ran seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke up. I heard from several elders in my family that the Forbidden Ruin level secret realm in Nanjing had an anomaly a few days ago, with the actual difficulty reaching the old Earth level, and many elites from Donghai number 5 nearly died inside but were ultimately saved by a priest from Nanjing. Could it be that the priest who saved them is the great Mu Feng? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng turned around for the first time, facing these proud peers with a smile, and said, I don't dare to be called a great one, just call me Underworld Emperor. Everyone. Nanjing Governor's Office. In the conference hall, the governor gathered with various high-level officials preparing to connect with the headquarters of the Awakened Eastern Alliance to participate in the college entrance exam inspection task. Every year during the college entrance exam, the Awakened Alliance of the Eastern Dragon Empire, with its branches in the 4 regions of Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest, would establish their own inspection systems. This was to ensure the smooth conduct of the college entrance exams at each examination venue, avoiding any interference events that could disrupt the order of the exams. The second reason is to take this opportunity to make early contact with the best group of candidates in the region to keep track of their exam situations in real time. Once their results are outstanding, the representatives of the alliance will directly extend an olive branch to scout for talent. As the leader of Nanjing, the governor had prepared early with his team, while also paying attention to the college entrance examination situation in Nanjing. Suddenly, a young man in a suit walked in, his face full of excitement as he approached the governor and others. Gentlemen, there's great news from the Donghai examination site. This year's group of candidates has just completed their level tests. There is one candidate whose test range is golden. His level exceeds 30. The governor remained calm and glanced at his secretary. What's so surprising about that? Xiao Wang, it's your first year here, you need to learn to be composed. Every year, a few outstanding talents emerge in the college entrance examination, that's normal. Donghai is a level 4 city, it could be the heir of some prominent family with exceptional talent. There's no need to make a fuss. The governor spoke nonchalantly, taking a sip from his teacup. Xiao Wang wiped his sweat, feeling a bit awkward, and added in a low voice. But governor, the person in charge over at Donghai said that this candidate who exceeds level 30 is one of our students from Nanjing. Put. The governor spat out his tea. What did you say? A candidate from Nanjing. Level 30? Golden range. The only one in the province? The governor's eyes lit up, forgetting his slightly out-of-control reaction, and grabbed Xiao Wang. This news can't be wrong, right? Xiao Wang quickly smiled. Apologetically, Governor, I confirmed it no less than 10 times before reporting to you. The head of the department said that you should be familiar with this candidate. The big shot sitting next to them, Hung-yu, suddenly raised his head, looking surprised. Could it be that top student from the first high school who just cleared the Forbidden Ruins domain a few days ago, Mu Feng? Xiao Wang excitedly replied, yes, that's him. The conference hall immediately erupted into a buzz of discussion. The high-ranking officials whispered to each other, filled with praise, their faces showing expressions of comfort. It is known that in a level 3 city like Nanjing, it has been over a decade since a top talent emerged. If a master could really be produced in the future, the upgrade to a level 4 city would be just around the corner. And the college entrance examination is the most important opportunity to discover the gifted. To have a prodigy emerge in this session would undoubtedly be a great honor for the current high-ranking officials of the governor's office. Hung-yu, is this Mu Feng the young genius you mentioned to me? In response to the governor's eager questioning, Hung-yu nodded seriously. That's right. The energy source from the underworld sea was voluntarily submitted by him. But at that time, during the secret realm participation, that kid only brought a segment of the badge. I didn't expect him to be a priest above level 30. It seems we all underestimated his potential. The governor became even more excited, waving his hand. Quick, have someone pull up the live data from the Donghai examination site. I want to see this kid personally. Moments later, a video lasting over 30 seconds was projected on the big screen. It was a recording of Mu Feng testing the level crystal. In the square, when that brilliant golden light surged up and the surrounding uproar erupted, the big shots in the governor's office felt a sense of pride, their faces adorned with smiles. Not bad. This kid is clearly talented. He's also quite handsome. Could he be from some prominent family? With that temperament and appearance, he looks like a top prodigy. Xiao Wang also praised repeatedly. What the governor said is true. When the first round of assessments officially begins, if he can achieve good results, it will also bring honor to Nanjing at the inspection meeting. The big shots nodded in agreement and began to exchange thoughts about Mu Feng's situation. Only Hung-yu fell silent, staring intently at the figure of Mu Feng on the screen. Then, he suddenly pulled up a blurry outline of the angel totem descending upon the scorched earth battlefield that someone had uploaded earlier, comparing it with the Mu Feng in the video. Although the face was unclear, the outline and aura truly resembled him more and more. Could it be this kid is the true embodiment of the miracle that has hidden in Nanjing? No, it's impossible. If he really is a level 100 Master Awakener, he could never perfectly hide under my nose. Moreover, if he truly had the strength of a master, why would he need to participate in such an assessment and expose himself? Perhaps he really is just exceptionally gifted, blessed with fortune. Hongyu gave himself a convincing judgment and stopped doubting. Meanwhile, in the splendid elite testing area of the Donghai examination hall, Mu Feng and dozens of high-level students around him were already prepared. The blonde female examiner smiled and said, "Students, the difficulty level of the assessment has been registered for you. Familiarize yourselves with the examination rules. In 1 minute, everyone will enter the testing instance space." Swish! A series of assessment rules appeared on the large screen behind them. The two most important rules were that no medicine or equipment could be brought. Mu Feng glanced at it calmly. The unranked helmet and staff had long been stored in his space. The only thing to pay attention to was the real-time monitoring program inside the testing instance. This meant he could not unleash all his abilities as he pleased like in a wild battlefield. He had to be cautious in certain areas and hold back. At least for now, Mu Feng did not want to expose more of his trump cards. Swish! The teleportation array activated and everyone entered the instance space one after another. The scene before him changed rapidly. What appeared in front of Mu Feng was the content of the first round of assessment. First round assessment content. Priest class Fate Guardian battle. Please restore health to this projection, 1 million health within 10 minutes. Every minute, the system will record points based on the remaining health of the projection. If the projection's health reaches 0 within 10 minutes, you will leave early, and point accumulation will stop. Note, due to the difficulty level of this testing instance being Old Earth level, the number of attackers will increase by 10 every minute, and their attack power will rise by 10%. Challenge countdown, 10, 9, 8. Mu Feng looked at the 10 massive level 30 stone armored beasts 10 meters away and fell into deep thought. Old Earth level. Difficulty assessment? Confirming there was no mistake? This is too childish. What? Level 30 stone armored beasts? And they increase by 10 each round? How the hell is that even possible? As the first round of assessment questions for each profession was released, the parents and teachers waiting outside, along with the onlookers following the college entrance examination from various channels, began to discuss. As a rare Old Earth level difficulty topic opened this year, the assessment content on Mu Feng's side was particularly noteworthy. It seems that the top difficulty test for support classes cannot possibly score high. Most people will probably have the projection's health reach 0 after 6 or 7 minutes. So what's being contested is just the recovery ability in the first few rounds. After the questions were announced, some already began to express their opinions in the comments. The onlookers from various perspectives were also actively participating in the discussion, pondering ways to break through the challenge. At the same time, the headquarters of the Eastern Alliance for Awakeners linked the video feeds from 12 monitoring areas across the Eastern Alliance. In the center were two big shots, the second in command in black armor, a level 105 7-segment Master Iron King, the black armored warrior. To the left was an elderly man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, one of the 9 chief leaders of the Eastern Alliance, Zhang, the level 109 Sword King, a truly influential top boss in the East. As the chief supervisor for the college entrance examination across all cities in the East. Greetings to officials. The heads of the 12 major examination zones greeted simultaneously. The two bosses were also quite polite, interacting briefly with these individuals. Meanwhile, the real-time scores of the top 50 candidates from various professions in the Eastern Alliance were announced. Tai Jingang chuckled. "Oh, Jiang Lao, your little granddaughter Ling Yao, I heard. She's in the Donghai district, right? The awakener of the legendary beast bloodline, the Phoenix, truly extraordinary. She should be able to secure the first place in the mutated profession in the East this time, right? Jiang." You glanced at the mutated profession rankings and saw Ling Yao's name at the top, chuckling to himself. You old Tai Jingang are not to be outdone. The first in the auxiliary combat system must be your little son. He is a rare Wolf-blood Iron Guard profession, known as the most unique awakener in the auxiliary combat system, possessing the top-tier healing talent. Who can compare? Tai Jingang's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the auxiliary combat system score chart, ready to boast a little. Suddenly, the name of the top-ranked Iron Wolf unexpectedly dropped to second place. On the video interface, the big bosses felt a wave of awkwardness. All the heads of the regional branches noticed that the real-time score ranking in the auxiliary combat system had the first place not as Iron Wolf but as an ordinary priest named Mu Feng. What's going on? Is there really someone with greater talent than my son? The pride of the Eastern Alliance's auxiliary combat system, praised for over a decade, was overtaken by an unknown ordinary priest? How is that possible? Tai Jingang's face instantly darkened. Darker than the shining black armor he wore. Mu Feng? I don't think I've heard of this name. Zhang Yu, beside him, suppressed the urge to laugh and deliberately drew the attention of the big bosses in the video to Mu Feng. As fellow masters, Zhang Yu and Tai Jingang had been subtly competing over the years. Finally getting a chance to slap his opponent's face, Zhang Yu was eager to fan the flames. He also wanted to see what this suddenly emerged genius boy was all about. Tai Jingang's voice turned a bit colder. Get me the real-time testing video of the top 10 in the auxiliary combat system. Please wait a moment. The staff immediately got busy. The first to appear was the second-ranked Iron Wolf. He dashed through a group of 30 giant armored beasts like a black streak of light. He possessed a bloodthirsty awakening talent similar to the bloodthirsty passive of Mu Fang's Shura totem. Of course, his lifesteal was far inferior to that of Shura, but in the auxiliary combat system, having such a combat talent was indeed rare. While tearing and attacking these stone-armored beasts, he was also healing his projection. After the first 3 rounds, his million health projection still had over 900,000 left. This scene left the other regional bosses secretly astonished. What a powerful profession! The blood limit and resilience of the auxiliary combat system, yet possessing the talent for attack lifesteal, a monster. Following that, other rare profession images appeared one after another, but there was no sign of Mu Feng. What's going on? Where's the first-ranked Mu Feng? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The staff hurriedly replied. Report, sir, the extraction order of the images is based on the rarity of the profession, that Mu Feng is just an ordinary priest profession, so he's at the end. Skip to it. There's nothing to see here. I want to see the image of the first-ranked Mu Feng. Seeing Tai Jingang suppressing his anger, the staff trembled and hurriedly operated. But when Mu Feng's image finally appeared, all the top bosses watching the test livestream were completely dumbfounded. At that moment, Mu Feng wasn't casting any healing skills at all. The light shower? What a joke. There's no need for that at all. There. He was sitting atop one of the stone-armored beasts, leisurely fiddling with his tea set and sipping tea. And beneath him, this massive stone-armored beast had a glowing paper figure stuck to its forehead. Paper figure, an entry-level witchcraft evolved from the ancient method of living beings' sacrifices in the Old Earth era. Effect has a certain pulling effect on undead creatures, ineffective against boss. Ignites corpses, with a chance to summon undead projections. Igniting oneself allows the soul to temporarily leave the body and enter a wandering state. Release conditions: 10% mental power, 20 energy points. Old Earth is 5%. Cooldown duration: 10 seconds. Effect. Range: single target. Old Earth is group. The pulling effect: isn't that just drawing aggro? This stone-armored beast is not a boss. Since it's my projection, the more health it has, the higher the score at the end. So why not just prevent it from being attacked? Why wait for it to get hit before healing it? What's the point of treating the symptoms but not the root cause? Since we're going to take action, let's address both the symptoms and the root cause and solve the problem fundamentally. Boom! After a loud crash, the massive stone-armored beast's health was empty and it collapsed to the ground. Before it could perish, Mu Feng directly ignited the paper figure. In an instant, 3 undead projections appeared simultaneously. At the same time, the 4th batch of stone-armored beasts emerged. The 3rd scoring began. Ding! Congratulations, candidate. The remaining health of the 3rd round projection is 1 million. Score 100. Current score 300. Mu Feng smiled with satisfaction, flicking his fingers again, and another paper figure appeared. This time, Mu Feng used the Old Earth version of the paper figure skill. He released it in front of him. Range pulling. In an instant, the remaining previous batch of stone-armored beasts perfectly became the new targets for the orc attack, and Mu Feng's million health projection stood calmly 10 meters away, still completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the examiners from various regions in front of the video were completely dumbfounded. This TM actually works? Why are those stone-armored beasts attacking each other? What kind of sorcery did this kid use? Is he really just a simple priest? Which priest knows witchcraft, please? As the 4th wave of monsters entered, the 2nd-ranked Iron Wolf gradually felt the pressure. He realized that the real trouble with the Old Earth level difficulty was that the rate of decline in projection health was increasing geometrically. In other words, the question setter never intended for them, these auxiliary combat students, to last even 10 minutes, let alone clear the level. A group of healers, what could they use to fight 100 stone-armored beasts? But Mu Feng, taking an unconventional approach, perfectly controlled the best pace for clearing the level with his unique ability. Without shedding blood, he could achieve full marks. Where can one argue about this? Others were exhausted, only able to watch their projections get blown up and leave early. And him? Lying on the monster's head, sipping tea, and getting full marks for his score. Even geniuses have their differences. Meanwhile, Ling Yao, the stunning girl in fiery red, after completing the phase test and killing this wave of monsters, took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. To her surprise, at the top of the auxiliary combat department, she found Mu Feng's name. He actually really got the top spot. Even the strongest auxiliary combat prodigy in the East, Iron Wolf, was suppressed by him. This Mu Feng, is he really just an ordinary high school student from Nanjing? Ling Yao was stunned. She couldn't help but recall Mu Feng's exceptionally handsome face, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Interesting. Most of the other candidates were too busy to have such leisure, as the allotted time was not enough for them to cope with the challenges at hand. However, outside the examination room, many people with special channels were able to pay attention to the internal situation. Long Wusher let out a scream in front of the computer after refreshing the leaderboard. Dad, come quick, my boss is ranked first. Dressed in pajamas, Long Rohai came over and grumbled, so what if he's ranked first? Isn't that normal? The competition in auxiliary combat is a bit less fierce, with that kid Mufeng's talent being the top in Nanjing is a piece of cake. Shut up. Long Wuxia slammed the table and shouted, "What Nanjing first? This is the Eastern Alliance's leaderboard. The Eastern Dragon Empire, the 4 provinces and 13 cities in the East, all the students from the same year in the college entrance examination combined. Mufeng, my boss, is first in auxiliary combat. Long Ruhai, son, the thigh you're hugging is too damn solid. Our Long family has hope for revival. Ha ha ha, this kid is interesting." At the headquarters of the Eastern Alliance, Jiang Yu was laughing sincerely and heartily, in stark contrast to Tai Jing'on's dark expression. "I say, old Tai, don't overthink it. Your son is on the path of dual training in auxiliary combat, not the traditional kind, so there's no need to compare him with others. As for this kid Mufeng, he's a bright spark. Get me his information." Moments later, Mufeng's test information appeared. The big shots at headquarters were once again taken aback. What? Golden range. Level above 30? Even Tai Jinggang couldn't remain calm, frowning and asking, "How many golden candidates are there in this year's Eastern Alliance?" The staff trembled. "Report, sir, in the 12 cities of the Alliance with 13 million candidates, there are only 5 golden range candidates above level 30. As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. Even Jiang Lao's granddaughter Ling Yao hadn't reached level 30. Tai Lang was at level 29, the highest in the purple range, still a step away from the golden range. How is this possible? In a mere third-tier city of Nanjing, such a talent has emerged." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Connect me to the Nanjing governor's office." Moments later, the jubilant voices from the governor's office abruptly stopped, and everyone fell silent upon seeing the big shots from headquarters appear. "We meet 2 officials." The big shots, seeing an even bigger boss, could only bow respectfully. Jiang Yu cheerfully said, "You have a good talent. In Nanjing, you've all seen the leaderboard, right? This Mufeng from Nanjing No. 1 High School is now first in auxiliary combat. He has even scored full points, unbelievable." The governor and Han Yu were already boiling with excitement, and after receiving praise from the higher-ups, they were even more thrilled. "Thank you, Elder Jiang, for your praise. What you may not know is that Mufeng has always been at the top of our school. We just didn't expect him to be this outstanding." As time passed, more and more auxiliary combat candidates exited the instance. Even Tai Lang was forced out after holding on for 7 minutes and 46 seconds. He never imagined that a casual glance at the leaderboard would reveal that the first place was not his name. How is this possible? Someone actually scored 800 points, and this person hasn't even left the instance. Tai Lang was completely dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, a peer had surpassed him in auxiliary combat. Mufeng. I will remember this name. 15 minutes later, the first round officially ended. The new leaderboard for all regional examination venues was freshly released. The teachers and parents waiting outside from various schools eagerly began to check the rankings. Even without their own children, they wanted to see which prodigies from each profession had made it to the top. Auxiliary combat. First place, Nanjing No. 1 High School, Mufeng. Current points, 1000. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Mufeng, isn't he the one who clashed with the chief examiner when he just entered the venue? He actually got first place. Many students and parents from Donghai began to shout, "What the hell? That Mufeng actually scored 1000 points. It can't be a perfect score from the first round, right? How is that possible? Old Earth level difficulty, perfect score? He is ahead of the second place by more than 600 points. Meanwhile, Lu Bai, who had just finished the first round and was resting, along with Hua Manqin and others familiar with Mufeng, were stunned in place after looking at the big screen leaderboard. Mufeng actually topped a list with a perfect score. Hua Manqin was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. Surprise, shock, longing, and a sense of loneliness from being left far behind. Her feelings were truly complicated. Lu Bai, on the other hand, was much more direct, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the square. "Ha ha ha, my brother. Mufeng is my brother. Perfect score in the first round." Not far away, the male teacher leading the team had the same expression as Lu Bai. "Did you see that? The first place in the auxiliary combat, Mufeng from Nanjing No. 1 High School, my student." Meanwhile, the 3 chief examiners who had just clashed with Mufeng had extremely ugly expressions. As for the female examiner Chen Yan, who was almost furious, her face was filled with resentment. "It's over. The only little brat in the entire exam room that I can't afford to offend, I've offended him. My future is probably ruined." Eastern Alliance headquarters. Zhang Yu and Tai Jinggang connected with the head of Donghai, Zhang Hongfei. Old Jiang smiled and said, "Xiao Zhang, the exam questions you set this year are quite interesting. You actually opened the old Earth level test difficulty. Even Tai Lang, the strongest auxiliary combat system in the East, couldn't last more than 8 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tai Jing'on's face darkened. He scared the fat Zhang Hongfei into trembling. Long, officer, did I go too far?" "No, you did very well," Tai Jinggang said calmly. "Only by providing enough difficulty can we test the limits of this batch of students. The greater the gap between the students, the more intuitive their qualities will be reflected. You need not worry. I, Tai Jin Gang, am not as narrow-minded as you think. My son not getting first place is not your fault. I'm just curious, who exactly is this Mufeng? 1,000 points should be a perfect score. The methods he used, I haven't even seen before. This kid must have a remarkable background. The governors and heads from other subvenues were also watching the replay of Mufeng's assessment. What kind of methods could achieve such extraordinary results, making these stone-armored beasts obediently follow a mere priest? This is inherently unreasonable. Old Jiang said with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, it should be some kind of inheritance. From the old Earth era. That was a paperman, most likely some kind of witchcraft. Tai Jingang frowned. Could he be a descendant of some mysterious ancient clan? It's truly unfathomable. Zhang Yu also smiled wryly. No matter what methods he used, being able to take an unconventional path and break the norm, this kid is a genius. If I remember correctly, the Eastern Alliance hasn't had a student with a perfect score in the first round in decades, let alone in the auxiliary combat system. In fact, in the eyes of these big shots, auxiliary combat, not to mention ordinary auxiliary combat professions, has really low value. The more such undervalued professions, the harder it is to achieve stunning results, because the resources they receive during their growth are much lower than those of combat systems. Yet, in such an environment, Mufeng achieved perfect data that shocked everyone. Soon, Mufeng was the last to walk out of the teleportation passage, returning to the resplendent hall of the elite testing area. The golden-armored youth Tang Hao, who had been taunting Mufeng earlier, now dared not even look him in the eye, standing alone in a corner gazing out the window. On the other hand, the girl in red, Ling Yao, took the initiative to greet Mufeng with a smile. Hey, Lord Underworld Emperor, not bad, you actually got a perfect score in the first round. Now you're famous, all those parents and teachers outside are talking about you. Look, your close-up is all over the big screen. Mufeng approached Ling Yao, sensing her friendly demeanor, and nodded lightly with an indifferent expression. Just luck. How did you all do? Ling Yao chuckled, a bit smug. SOSO, 860 points, currently ranked first among the variant professions. Ling Yao's big eyes sparkled, somewhat seeking praise in front of her idol. Oh, Mufeng was clearly a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this little girl to actually have some skills, not just a flower vase from a big family. Congratulations, Ling Yao humbly responded. The first round was just a warm-up, an old Earth-level difficulty test. Each subsequent round will be even harder. Lord Underworld Emperor, you need to be careful too. However, Mufeng's expression remained calm, not taking the so-called difficulty to heart. It wasn't arrogance. It was just that he truly had enough foundation to handle everything now. At least in Mufeng's judgment, the first 4 challenges shouldn't pose too much of an obstacle. The real challenge would be the last one, the 5th round of testing. That would be the measure to distinguish the top talents of this generation. At this moment, Mufeng was already prepared to continue astonishing everyone. Since he had come to participate in this college entrance examination, he had to strive for the very top. Attention, elites! The second round of testing will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Eastern Alliance Headquarters. Zhang Yu and Tai Jingang also began their inspections of each testing area, communicating with the heads of various districts about the basic processes. Until the notification for the second round was issued, they adjusted the focus back to the Eastern leaderboard, continuing real-time observation. Old Tai, the first round of testing mainly focused on individual skill control. The upcoming second round will assess area damage and support functions, operating multiple units simultaneously, which won't be as easy as before. Tai Jingang nodded slightly. Indeed. Most of the candidates targeted by the college entrance examination are below a certain level, almost all with single skill trees, lacking more cooperative means. Candidates in the purple level range have a clear advantage. But for the old Earth level assessment, the difficulty is greater. I'm really looking forward to how these elite talents, who ranked at the top in the first round, will perform. Next, Zhang Lao, your precious granddaughter should have a significant advantage in this round. Her Phoenix Fire is best at group burning. She might break the Eastern Alliance's historical best record. Zhang Yu quickly waved his hand with a smile. It's not that easy. Compared to that girl, I'm more looking forward to the confrontations on the support side. Especially this little brat who just got a perfect score. We'll see if he really has the ability in the second round. Tai Jingang thought of his son's trump card, a rare hint of a sly smile appearing on his face. Let's wait and see. Old man, my son is not so easily surpassed. As the big shots each had their own thoughts, the second round of testing began. In front of the teleportation passage, Ling Yao playfully and cutely showed Mufeng her little fist. Lord Underworld Emperor, go for it. Saying this, she jumped into the passage first. Mufeng smiled faintly and gently shook his head, stepping calmly into the second rounds. Instant space. Second round assessment content: Priest Class Battle of Kings. Please help 30 wolves resist the Tiger King boss's hunt within 10 minutes. Every minute, the Tiger King boss's overall attributes increase by 10%. After 10 minutes, for every wolf that survives, 3 points will be accumulated. Note, this round has a hidden task. Roar! The mist before him gradually dissipated, and the towering 5-meter-tall tiger beast king boss revived within the cage. Base level 60. It seems that conventional means of defeating it are nearly impossible. Let's observe for a moment. In the name of light, insight. 2 barely perceptible golden lights flashed in Mu Feng's pupils. As expected, there's a surprise. Weakness insight, Tiger King boss, for every layer of debuff negative. Status received, attack power is reduced by 3%. In the name of light, insight played a crucial role once again. In Mu Feng's mind, an almost perfect conquest plan was born. Interesting. It seems this round will also surprise those onlookers. In the dark corner of the instance entrance, a slight curve of control appeared at the corner of Mu Feng's mouth. Challenge countdown 10, 9, 8. All candidates entering the instance space listen to the countdown at the same frequency. At this moment, the Iron Wolf, who prided himself as the first pride of the Eastern Alliance's auxiliary warriors, burst into excited laughter upon seeing the content of this round's assessment. Heaven helps me. As a rare wolf blood warrior, my core talent is to control wolf packs. I didn't expect to encounter the assessment content of guarding the wolf pack. I want to see how that guy named Mufone can snatch the top spot that belongs to me in this round. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, the big shots congratulated Iron King upon seeing this round's exam. Question. Congratulations in advance to Iron Lao. Your son, the wolf blood warrior, with the innate ability to dominate wolf packs, will surely take the lead in this round. Indeed, the old man's previously dark face relaxed slightly, taking the opportunity to flatter. Elder Jiang, your Lingyao girl will surely shine as well. This second round seems to pose no significant difficulty for the kids. Iron King was being polite, but in his heart he finally felt a weight lifted. Damn it, do I have no face? How dare he snatch my son's top position and let that old fox John Yu steal the spotlight. In this round, I want to see how you can show off. Iron King suddenly came to his senses and said, show me the assessment footage of the current top auxiliary warrior, Mu Feng. This kid is exceptionally talented, not inferior to my son. I'm quite looking forward to his performance in this round. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered inwardly. Good for you, Iron Old Ghost. Are you eager to kick a corpse already? Anyone with eyes can see that Iron King is trying to create a scene for his son. As long as Mu Feng's performance falters in this round, all the momentum he gained in the first round will become meaningless. An Iron Wolf can regain the top spot with his unique bloodline advantage. The father's good intentions are understandable to everyone, but Iron King would never have imagined that this round would end up being a case of losing the chicken and the rice. Roar! The incredibly furious Tiger King boss revived deep within the cave of the level. This meant that the second round of testing had officially begun. However, in front of the camera, Mu Feng seemed to still be standing in the shadows, making no moves at all. What is this kid doing? The challenge has already started, and he isn't going to heal those bloodthirsty wolves. Once the Tiger King charges into the plains, these wolves won't last a few rounds. The South River Governor's office, which was also paying attention to Mu Feng's challenge, had its higher-ups exchanging glances, growing increasingly restless. They feared that this newly risen talent might just be a fleeting moment in the first round. Suddenly, at the 30th second after the trial began, in the video footage, Mu Feng emerged from the shadows and quickly dashed into the plain area. In the next moment, a bright and vivid paper figure was dragged into his palm. Planning to play the same tricks in the first round again? Ridiculous. The Tiger King is a boss-level powerful entity. A mere entry-level first-tier spell could never affect the Tiger King. It seems he might be running out of tricks. Tai Jingang mocked, but this indeed aligned with the collective judgment of most spectators. Only Jiang Yu remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the screen, feeling that Mu Feng was still up to something. Wait, officers, he has stuck the paper figure on his forehead. The staff quickly switched to a close-up shot, and everyone clearly saw that the paper figure was indeed stuck to Mu Feng's forehead. Roar! In less than a second, all 30 bloodthirsty wolves in the plain area went berserk. Their pupils burst with a crimson hue as they lunged at Mu Feng's body. At the same time, a greenish-blue glow inexplicably shone from Mu Feng's body. Immediately, one bloodthirsty wolf after another began to tear at Mu Feng's body. In front of the camera, the big shots suddenly realized that as Mu Feng's health continuously decreased, these wolves were also being tainted with the same greenish-blue color. What is he doing? Is he releasing the spell onto his body to attract these wolves to bite him? Isn't that asking for death? With his health so low, not only will he be eliminated early, but he'll also score 0 points this round, and he might even be in danger. The big shots were completely bewildered. However, Mu Feng's actions remain smooth. I think I understand. His true goal is poison. Jiang, you spoke softly, once again becoming the absolute focus of all the big shots at the Eastern Alliance headquarters. Poison? You mean the poison buff he applied to himself, using the paper figure to attract aggro, indirectly causing the entire wolf pack to be poisoned. But isn't that contrary to the original intention of this round? We're supposed to have him heal these wolves, not kill them. John Yu had a vague guess and smiled. Don't rush, let's watch slowly. The answer will be revealed soon. Before long, all 30 wolves along with Mu Feng's silhouette were affected by the greenish-blue poison source, rapidly losing health at a percentage. At the same time, the Tiger King in the sky let out a furious roar and directly pounced towards Mu Feng. Roar! However, just as his massive body landed, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Mu Feng's body actually exploded at the moment the Tiger King pressed down. The greenish-blue light enveloped the Tiger King boss's body, applying a layer of poison buff to him as well. What? That kid, he actually self-destructed? The big shots in front of the screen were stunned, but what they couldn't comprehend even more was that Mu Feng's challenge was not over. What's going on? He self-destructed his body and is still alive? He hasn't been expelled from the testing space. The staff were also bewildered. However, when all the frenzied, low-health wolves surged forward to attack the Tiger King, and the Tiger King's originally full health of 50 was instantly reduced to 0 by the 30 bloodthirsty wolves in just 3 seconds, all the fog finally lifted. Roar! The Tiger King's health hit 0 and collapsed. In the testing space where Mu Feng was, all the data came to a halt. Ding! The second round of the current instance space test has ended. Congratulations to the candidate. Auxiliary Combat System, South River No. 1 High School's Mu Feng, for passing the assessment. Total time used 47 seconds. Reward points. Base points 900. Triggered hidden achievement defeated Tiger King boss. Extra points reward 100. Total points for the second round 1000. The moment the settlement data appeared on the screen, the Eastern Alliance headquarters fell silent. What? I must be seeing things. This is too fake. Is this really the end? What's going on? This kid, did he really get a perfect score? Again? The big shots completely forgot their image, each one starting to curse wildly, driven by emotion. Old Earth level difficulty. A support class with no combat power, a healer profession. Less than a minute into the game. The boss is dead? Cleared? Another round of perfect score. Everyone present who saw the settlement screen began to question their lives. Whether it was the staff, the high-ranking 7-segment masters, or the heads of various examination venues. All were glued to the screen, staring intently at the words, confirming again and again. This is too fake. Zhang Hongfei stared at the screen and started to laugh foolishly, feeling a bit helpless. Monster. A true monster. This group of old bones from Nanjing is going to rise to the heavens this time. Second round real-time ranking, support class, first place, Nanjing No. 1 High School, Mu Feng. Current points, 2000. Second place, to be determined. Third place, to be determined. Is this really the settlement? It's still Mu Feng. He got a perfect score again in the second round. The teachers and parents in the square, waiting for the second round results on the big screen, erupted once more. Just a minute into the exam, Mu Feng's perfect score for the second round had already been posted. Besides him, the second place and beyond were still in a state of uncertainty. This is truly outrageous. I say, is the machine broken? Is the hardware at your Donghai examination venue really that poor? Chief Examiner, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and check the machine's condition. Outside, the 3 chief examiners looked pale and confused. Upon discovering that Mu Feng's data on the big screen outside had updated again, their confusion was mixed with anxiety. What's going on? That little brat in the golden zone, he didn't get a perfect score again, did he? Female examiner Qingyan trembled, her voice shaking. The middle-aged examiner also wore a bitter expression, murmuring, "It shouldn't be possible, right? Didn't he participate in the old Earth level assessment? How could it be so fast? Most likely the machine is broken. I'll contact Director Zhang right now." The middle-aged man directly made a call, and before he could speak, Zhang Hongfei laughed directly. "Don't ask, the machine is fine." Mu Feng finished the exam, cleared the second round in 1 minute, triggered a hidden achievement, and got a perfect score early. You 3, sigh, beep, beep, beep. 3 chief examiners. Chen Yan was about to lose it, her eyes rolling in their sockets. What to do? It seems we've really provoked someone we can't afford to mess with. This time, the middle-aged man patted Chen Yan's shoulder to comfort her. Don't think too much. Let's wait and see, maybe he won't be so dazzling later. In previous years, there were those who were stunning in the first round but ended up outside the top 10,000. Later, it's too early to draw conclusions. The other examiner, who had a low presence, also comforted himself. Exactly. What if that kid fails later? Wouldn't it just be a false alarm? Chen Yan seemed to find comfort, stopping her tears and nodding heavily. You're right. The old Earth level isn't that easy to handle. This kid is too flashy. It's not a good thing. The 3 chief examiners nodded, their previously desperate emotions dissipating significantly. Little did they know, while they felt relieved, the big shots at the Alliance headquarters had yet to recover from their shock. Quick, tell Zhang Hongfei and the others to check for me. This kid must be cheating. A priest, how could he possibly kill a level 80 boss with 500,000 health in under a minute? At this moment, Tai Jingang had completely lost his master demeanor. Like a frantic grasshopper, he kept jabbing at the screen, issuing commands. The staff controlling the computer in front of him were sweating profusely. Jiang Yu chuckled and quickly pressed down on Tai Jingong's hand. Hey, old Tai, don't get so worked up. Mind your identity. So many regional heads are watching you. Tai Jingang took a deep breath, completely on the edge of losing his temper. Old Jiang, as the chief examiner, we represent the dignity of the entire Eastern Alliance. If someone dares to cheat right under our noses, I won't let it slide. On the side of the Nanjing governor's office, seeing Tai Jingang suddenly speak out, the governor and Hong Yu couldn't sit still either, each showing a look of unease. Oh no, that kid. Mu Feng seems to have inadvertently angered old Tai. Hong Yu snorted and muttered. Isn't this old guy just jealous because Mu Feng stole the limelight from his grandson? He keeps suspecting him of cheating. Is this the mindset of a master? Ridiculous. The governor helplessly said. Hong Yu, do you think that kid Mu Feng really cheated? To be honest, if I were the examiner, I would also doubt the authenticity of his results. It's too unbelievable. Who can achieve something as outrageous as he did? 2 rounds with full marks, clearing the old earth difficulty in under a minute. Who would believe that? Hong Yu was also uncertain, looking helpless. Let's wait and see, but from what I know about Mu Feng, that kid wouldn't cheat. He must have used some special skills. 5 minutes later, the headquarters received a video call from Zhang Hongfei himself. Report to the 2 officers. The East Sea District has conducted a comprehensive review of candidate Mu Feng's data and found no violations. The candidate's results are authentic and valid. Zhang Hongfei's loud voice was very clear, directly transmitted through the Eastern Alliance headquarters to all the connected examination areas, and all the high-level officials and examiners from the 12 cities in the 4 provinces of the East heard it loud and clear. Incredible! This Mu Feng really didn't cheat. Yet he can achieve such results, it's unfathomable. The difficulty of the old Earth level was completely trivial for him? Don't forget, he even let off for more than 10 seconds at the start. If he had gone all out from the beginning, who knows? The big shots exchanged glances. The more they thought about it, the more unbelievable it felt. Jiang Yu smiled wryly and nodded repeatedly. This kid is a genius. Exceptionally talented, we must take him seriously. He has already created the best results in our Eastern Dragon Empire in decades. We cannot let such a rare prodigy be buried. Yes. Voices of agreement filled the air. However, Tai Jingang furrowed his brows, repeatedly reviewing the video of Mu Feng clearing the level. In under a minute, lost in thought. Did you not notice that we clearly saw his body explode just now, yet he himself was completely unharmed? How do we explain that? We still haven't figured out his method of clearing the level. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei directly connected to explain. Old Tai, it's like this, our people have already conducted a comprehensive review. Mu Feng used a puppet technique from the old Earth witchcraft inheritance. What exploded just now was his decoy, and the Tiger King was killed, yet ensured that all 30 wolves survived because Mu Feng utilized a hidden setting. For every layer of debuff the Tiger King endured, his attack power was reduced by 3%. With 30 wolves carrying poison buffs attacking together, the Tiger King's combat power was weakened by over 90%, and the poison wolves' attack power would continue to grow. In this back and forth, the wolf pack collectively overwhelmed the Tiger King in the shortest time possible, and the method used by Mu Feng to trigger the poison buff has been confirmed through testing to be the 4th-tier evolution skill of the priest's trauma technique, bone erosion. Upon hearing this, the masters were once again stunned. What? This Mu Feng can actually use a 4th-tier skill? Terrifying indeed. A priest with dual core skill trees of his profession. He actually evolved a 4th-tier skill, and such a configuration belongs to an ordinary priest from a family that has only been in the profession for a little over a month. The atmosphere in the room became subtle. Everyone deeply remembered the name Mu Feng. However, at that moment, the staff switched to the first-person perspective tracking screen of Mu Feng. It made Jiang Yu, who had a smile on his face, twitch his mouth crazily. In the hall, Mu Feng was being entangled by a quirky red-dressed beauty, taking crazy photos from various angles. The girl would lean into Mu Feng's arms, pouting her lips, and then wrap her arms around his neck, taking selfies with great delight. It was like a fangirl meeting her long-cherished idol, unable to contain her excitement. Tai Jingang saw the scene and let out a snicker, teasing them with a sarcastic tone. Old Jiang, I heard your precious granddaughter usually doesn't care much for her peers. I didn't expect her to be so lively when she met someone she found pleasing. Jiang Yu's old face fell, suddenly turning red with embarrassment, and he poked the screen leaderboard. Oh, the auxiliary combat system ranking has been refreshed. Old Tai, congratulations. Your precious son scored over 520 in the second round, more than 100 points ahead of the 3rd place. Truly a born wolf, performing excellently. Put. The big shots suppressed their urge to laugh, standing by watching the 2 masters bicker, nearly bursting with internal injuries. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of inexplicable laughter came from the other side of the connection. This is too funny. These two masters are already old, yet they still care so much about face. It's simply hilarious. Zhang Hongfei, with his big round face, stared at the screen, enjoying the spectacle. The staff beside him awkwardly turned around. Zhang, Director Zhang, were still connected to headquarters. You forgot to mute your microphone. Zhang Hongfei. The big shots. It's over. I need to call Qingyan and hope she finds a way to take me along when she escapes. The few of us in Donghai probably have no way out. Examination hall. As time passed, more and more people finished this round of assessments and returned to the outside. Upon seeing the leaderboard information, they were once again shocked. What the hell? That Mu Feng from Nanjing is too arrogant, right? He's actually first? 2,000 points? It can't be a perfect score again, can it? Oh my god. Such a big shot, and he was assigned to my examination hall. I must get a photo with him after the exam. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I'll line up first, sisters, don't fight me for it. Hee hee. The local dogs from Nanjing say they love to see such young geniuses emerging. If he really develops, our Nanjing might even have a chance to challenge the fourth-tier city in the future. After the second round of leaderboard information was announced, major media outlets began to promote it wildly. In just a few minutes, the online click rate exceeded 30 million. The name Mu Feng was destined to resonate throughout the entire Eastern Awakeners Alliance after today. The myth of a new generation of college entrance examination born from the common people might just belong to him. Unbeknownst to them, in the examination hall where Tai Lang was, the black-armored youth filled with a murderous aura stared at the leaderboard with eyes burning red. What a Mu Feng! To be able to achieve full points in such a difficult dungeon. I must see this through to the end. Let me see who exactly you are. Tai Lang murmured, suddenly curling his lips into a cold arc. He was 100% sure that this Mu Feng must possess a great secret unknown to others. The most likely possibility was that he had a hidden profession. Otherwise, something that even he, as a wolf blood warrior, could not achieve, an ordinary caretaker would never be able to do. Little did he know, in Mu Feng's eyes, these so-called peers had long lost the qualification to chase after him. The third round of the test is about to begin, with a countdown of 1 minute. Please prepare to enter the teleportation passage, candidates. Ling Yao walked up to Mu Feng, smiling and waving. Great Lord Ming, keep it up. If you can score full marks in the third round, you can go on a date with me. After saying that, Ling Yao stepped into the teleportation array first. Mu Feng had a face full of question marks. A date? Are you serious? Who thinks about flirting while crossing over? Another boy passing by, named Imo Ran, patted Mu Feng's shoulder earnestly and smiled. Big guy, you're quite lucky. Ling Yao's identity is not simple. There's a line of people wanting to date her, stretching all the way to country F. Mu Feng, with a serious expression, replied indifferently, women only slow down my casting speed. After saying that, he stared at the petrified gazes around him and stepped into the teleportation array. I can't believe it. This is a real big shot. Not even moved by Ling Yao's charm, a model for us all. The abstinent male god Ming confirmed. Imo Ran swallowed hard, giving a thumbs up to Mu Feng's departing figure. What? A tough guy. Absolutely tough. I need to find a chance to hug his thigh. This kid is definitely going to be an extraordinary existence in the future. The view before him became clear again. Entering the third round of the test space, Mu Feng immediately felt an overwhelming heat of flames rushing towards him. This feeling was very familiar. Upon closer inspection, Mu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the scorched earth soul ruins? No way. The simulated battlefield actually chose that guy's lair. Roar! The moment this thought appeared, at the end of his vision, a massive fire giant over 10 meters tall slowly emerged. Revenge. Flame Soul. An old acquaintance. Mu Feng almost teared up. Could it be that the task for this third round is to kill him again? I'm almost hesitant to do it. Just then, a new task. Content prompt appeared. Third round assessment content, Priest Class Flame Redemption. Please help the Angel Totem resist the invasion of evil forces within 20 minutes. Note: this round of assessment has a hidden task. Moments later, Mu Feng was astonished to find that above the battlefield of this plane, a brilliant angel totem was slowly descending. No way. The template for this round's dungeon test is actually the scene where I killed the Revenge Flame Soul. Fortunately, the restoration degree is not high, it's just a rough replica. Otherwise, my hidden profession would probably be exposed now. Mu Feng secretly complained in his heart. What he didn't know was that the fat man Zhang Hongfei was currently gloating as he stared at the screen. An assistant beside him smiled and said, President Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, the content of the third round's assessment was based on the plan you submitted. Doesn't it feel great to be the one setting the questions? Zhang Hongfei felt a bit proud and put on a serious face. It's just that. The key is whether it can test the candidate's true level. It should not only create a gap between the candidates but also reflect the level of the top students, achieving the goal of selecting talent. That's the key. The essence of this round is to test the endurance of the students. using various enhancement and recovery methods from the auxiliary combat class, maintain the complete form of the totem for as long as possible to gain more settlement rewards. I hope this round can let those big shots at headquarters see my efforts and maybe cool their tempers. Zhang Hongfei rubbed his hands excitedly, hoping to use this opportunity to clear his name. Otherwise, he feared he had offended the big shot from the black armor. At that moment, Mu Feng saw the angel totem descend, a faint smile appearing on his face. He quickly realized that the virtual energy source sustaining the operation of this angel totem was a brilliant sphere of light energy. As long as this thing existed, Mu Feng's angel totem could receive a replenishment of light energy. Others couldn't take drugs, and their endurance would soon reach its limit, making their number of attacks very scarce. But Mu Feng had no need to worry about this issue at all. Soon, the first batch of fire spirits slowly gathered, spreading towards the totem. They plunged into a frenzy like moths to a flame, rushing into the range of the angel totem. Boom! Sure enough, the angel totem, with a full health of 500,000, was instantly hit for 5,000 health. Subsequently, more and more fire spirits began to gather, going berserk and self-destructing. Isn't this just Plants vs. Zombies? Mu Feng muttered to himself, and with a wave of his hand, the light shower spell was instantly cast. Whoosh! A brilliant light enveloped the area above the angel totem, instantly restoring its health to full. 1 minute later, Mu Feng suddenly discovered that the fire spirits released by the vengeful flame soul had been enhanced. The explosive attack effect had been strengthened to 10,000 points of damage. Enough pretending, it's time to reveal my cards. My dual system skill tree. Mu Feng glanced at the hidden cameras around, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and suddenly, a yellowish glow burst forth, as solid as a rock. A powerful shield was instantly cast over the angel totem. Boom! The damage from the fire spirit's single impact was reduced from 10,000 to 4,000 points. The defense was enhanced by a full 60%. Oh, there's even a continuous fire burning effect. Bring it on! Mu Feng closed his eyes and completed a new spell chant. Rock. Solid third stage evolution skill Divine Protection. Divine Protection increases target's attribute defense by 60%. Probability to block attribute debuff lock-on. Class limitation Universal. Duration 60 seconds. Release condition 35 energy. Cooldown duration 90 seconds. Effect range mental coverage range up to 5 targets. Swish. The fire attribute Flame Halo descended. It instantly eliminated the debuff state of fire burning on the angel totem. The release of the dual protection skill reduced the single destruction power of the third level fire spirit directly to 1,200 points. How is this possible? The third skill tree has appeared. Besides the main profession's dual skill tree, this kid actually masters a third defensive skill. At this moment, in the headquarters monitoring room, Jiang Yu could no longer contain himself. As a legendary level 100 Sword King, a true master of the sword path, one of the 9 chief figures of the Eastern Alliance, the Jiang family's influence throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire was not to be underestimated. Having seen too many prodigies, Jiang Yu actually lost his composure in front of Mu Feng this time. The high-ranking big shots from other regions also showed expressions of astonishment. This day, Mu Feng truly brought them too many surprises. Everyone was at a loss for how to express their shock. That's too fake. This kid can't possibly be from a common background. Where did he get so many resources? He actually developed a 3-system skill tree. Ridiculous. Nanjing. I'm afraid this small place is really going to become famous. Little did they know, the discussions among the big shots were far less intense than the shot coming from the Nanjing governor's office at that moment. Other high-ranking officials were so excited they were dancing and spitting everywhere, already starting to plan how to build the city culture of Nanjing around Mu Feng. Only Hangyu silently stared at the screen, repeatedly comparing Mukfeng with the mysterious existence of the divine miracle. Could it really be him? No, that's not right. The level of strength is too different. But this kid, he actually excels in Earth-type defensive skills, which highly matches the attribute power detected by the Scorched Soul ruins. Hangyu felt like his CPU was about to burn out. He truly had no malice and wasn't trying to kick Mukfeng. It was just that his naturally serious personality made him increasingly feel that Mukfeng was closely related to several previous mysterious events. Third round assessment leaderboard, auxiliary combat system, real-time data announcement. First place, Nanjing number 1 high school Mukfeng current. Totem health 500,000. Total fire spirit damage resistance 865,740. Second place, Yuzhou Business College Iron Wolf current totem health 398,594. Total fire spirit damage resistance 487,756. Now, just looking at the top 2 on this leaderboard, one could vividly see Mukfeng's overwhelming lead, because outside the third place, the totem health was already less than half, not even reaching 250,000, and the total damage resistance against the fire spirit was even below 300,000. The health of the vengeful flame soul was set to infinite, meaning the fire spirit would continuously generate. After resisting one batch, a stronger new batch would refresh. And the final score settlement for this round was done proportionally. In other words, theoretically, no matter how strong Mukfang was, it would be difficult to achieve a perfect score, because the assessment setting itself had no concept of clearing the level. However, Mukfang just didn't believe in evil. At this rate, when can I clear the level? If I can't clear it, what am I doing here? In the name of light insight, Mukfang activated the third evolution skill of the angel totem again, but received no response. Flawed insight, none. Available. Damn it. No weaknesses? Infinite health? Mukfang didn't believe this result. In his view, since it was a set template, there must be a limit. Suddenly, he recalled the scene when he first killed the vengeful flame soul. I remember, the head and the energy core are the flaws of the flame soul boss. Why not try again? Based on these two positions. With a flash of thought, Mukfang immediately acted and began to chant. Rock second stage evolution skill Thorn Echo. Thorn Echo. Thorn Echo. Covers the target with thorns, reflecting 20% of the physical attack back to the attacker. Class limitation Universal. Duration 900 seconds. Release condition 80 energy. Cooldown duration 300 seconds. Effect range 5 meters around the target up to 5 people. Counterattack divine skill. Countless thorn vines covered the outer edge of the totem above his head. Boom! Another batch of fire spirits defended themselves in front, this time the damage value exceeding 20,000 really reflected back 4,000. The health of the vengeful flame soul decreased, but in the next moment it was instantly replenished. Mukfang's eyes suddenly turned cold. I don't believe you have no limits. Mukfang's mind sparked and he thought of a good method, chanting again. Whoosh! Wound technique second stage. Evolution skill Dusk Mire. A large area of yellow mire descended from the sky, enveloping the middle of the battlefield where the fire spirits were advancing. Wherever it passed, the advancing speed of all fire spirits instantly decreased by 90%. Swish! Light shower third stage evolution skill Holy Light Prayer. A protective barrier appeared, enveloping Mukfang's body and the angel totem. Not enough, keep slowing down. Mukfang seemed to enter a frenzied state. Dusk Mire second chant. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen mire completely covered the path of the fire spirits' advance. Due to the large number of fire spirits gathering in the center, the fire spirits of the vengeful flame soul continued to refresh without stopping. In the blink of an eye, when the third round of testing reached the 20-minute mark, the number of fire spirits piled up in front of Mufeng had already exceeded 300. However, this guy seemed unsatisfied. No, it's still not enough. Right now, my trick puppet is still on cooldown and I can't use the double skill effect. I also dare not easily use the 6th tier evolution skill, Lava Barrier. Otherwise, a single high-tier divine skill could easily trap more fire spirits. With this number, even if it explodes, I'm afraid the power won't be enough to deal a fatal blow to the vengeful flame soul. Keep accumulating. After Mufeng solidified this thought, he continued to enhance the Dusk Mire, blocking the advance of the fire spirits, while constantly adding thorn counter damage effects to the angel totem. The big shots watching the screen were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Others have already been out for 10 minutes in the third round, and this kid is still in their casting skills? Isn't his energy supposed to run out? Zhang Lao and Tai Jin Gang were truly about to curse. They even started to let out expletives. Seeing the big shots in trouble, Zhang Hongfei and the others all muted their mics and continued to laugh. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Even these upper-tier grandmasters are dumbfounded when they see a freak like Mufeng. This little brat should give them a good lesson and open their eyes. The staff beside them also looked dumbfounded. Zhang, do you know why this Mufeng has such strong endurance? Zhang Hongfei sighed meaningfully. Perhaps this is talent. Geniuses also have their differences. At this moment, the second place on the leaderboard, Tai Lang, who had already left the dungeon for more than 10 minutes, stared at the constantly refreshing real-time data of the first place on the big screen, his mouth twitching wildly. Third round. Assessment leaderboard, auxiliary combat system, real-time data announcement. First place, Nanjing number 1 middle school Mufeng, current totem health 500,000. Total fire spirit damage resisted 20,345,740. Second place, Yuzhou Business College Tai Lang, current totem health 398,594. Total fire spirit damage resisted 487,756. Damn it. This guy is still holding on. Where does he get so much energy? Is he a milk cow? Tai Lang completely broke down. He stood in the hall shouting at the leaderboard. Around him were students looking on with sympathetic expressions, whispering to each other. Did you see? The Iron Wolf, known as the most talented in the Eastern Alliance, the son of the black-armored vice president Tai Jin Gang, is being crushed. Sympathy. I really feel for him. Damn it, what the hell is this Mufeng from Nanjing? In the old soil dungeon, he held on for more than 20 minutes and his totem is still at full health? Could it be that he is the legendary milk dad priest deity reincarnated? Not only those of the same profession, but also people like Ling Yao and Hua Manxin were directly stunned by Mufeng's data on the screen. Where exactly is this guy's limit? Pohaha, this healing amount is insane. When we go back to the Secret realm. If anyone wants to find this Mufeng as a milk dad, he can definitely keep the whole team alive. Too strong. Just as everyone was eagerly discussing the miracle created by Mufeng, suddenly all of Mufeng's data on the big screen disappeared. Boom. At the same time, in the middle of the screen of the Alliance headquarters big shots, Mufeng moved. All the mire disappeared and the total number of fire spirits, which had already exceeded 2,000, surged forward like a tide. Mufeng once again released Holy Light Prayer, adding a new energy barrier, temporarily shielding against external insights. In the name of light, soar. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mufeng directly staged a grand act of deception. He took advantage of the barrier's protection to hide the angel totem within the barrier, summoning the angel's wings, ready to retreat at full speed. Looking back, he saw thousands of fire spirits all rushing towards the thorny echo area densely packed in front of the barrier. Don't you like to spy? Then let me give you a fireworks show. Boom! The first fire spirit exploded. At the same time, in the entire testing space, thousands of fire spirits detonated simultaneously. Rumble! The destructive power swallowed everything in the blink of an eye. All the probing devices linked to the outside world were instantly submerged. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, the screens the big shots were staring at went completely white. And Mufeng, carrying the angel totem, sped away with the help of the angel's wings. Just as everything in the instant space turned to ashes, he entered the teleportation passage. What happened? Where are the people? Why can't I see anyone? Zhang Yu, Tai Jingang, and the other big shots exchanged bewildered glances. How come the images disappeared? Zhang Hongfei, get out here. Tai Jingang cursed directly through the screen. I am here. Zhang Hongfei replied, trembling. Where are the people? I'm asking you, where is Mufeng? Why can't we see anything? After a full half-minute of silence, Zhang Hongfei returned, his voice trembling. Sirs, I just received news that Mufeng's testing instance seems to have exploded. Everyone was petrified on the spot. The instance exploded? You, a question setter, the overall supervisor of the exam, are telling me that the instance for the genius candidate has exploded? Zhang Hongfei, are you kidding me? Is this how you serve as the chief supervisor of the Eastern Sea District? Tai Jingang wished he could tear Zhang Hongfei apart. Originally, as one of the chief examiners, it would have been fine if he lost face for his son, but if he could recruit Mufeng, it would have been a great gain. Now, while Mufeng was taking the exam room exploded. If he was caught in it, that would definitely be the biggest loss in this year's Eastern Alliance College entrance examination. No, it would be an unprecedented loss in the entire history of the Eastern Dragon Empire's college entrance examination, without exception. Quick, stop talking. Zhang Hongfei, hurry and organize a rescue, spare no effort to save Mufeng. Sword King Zhang Yu, one of the top 9, remained calm and immediately issued the order at this critical moment. On the Eastern Sea District Square, Zhang Hongfei and the 3 chief examiners rushed into the hall in a flurry. At the same time, on the big screen leaderboard, Mufeng's name, which originally belonged to him, turned red. It kept flashing. Usually, this situation only indicates 2 possibilities. Either the candidate's results have issues, likely caught cheating, and forcibly expelled, or an unexpected accident occurred during the assessment. What's going on? Why did Mufeng turn red? Hua Manqin's face changed. Instantly, her fists clenched tightly, sweat forming on her forehead from anxiety. Lu Bai also murmured in a daze, it can't be anything serious, right? It won't. Chenggu is very steady. With his intelligence, he would never take risks. But why? In the hall where Ling Yao was, there was also a look of confusion and anxiety. Tang Hao, rarely spirited, approached with a half-smile, teasingly saying, what's going on? Our lord of the underworld wouldn't have fallen inside, would he? Shut your mouth. Ling Yao retorted angrily, her face filled with disgust. The next moment, outside, Zhang Hongfei and the 4 high-ranking examiners appeared simultaneously, rushing towards the teleportation passage. Just then, a handsome figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the passage, still maintaining his usual composure and elegance, slowly revealing himself. In his hand, he held a glowing sphere of light energy. Sorry, but I'm afraid I might disappoint you. The copy that could kill me probably hasn't appeared yet. Whoosh! In an instant, all the cameras tracking Mufeng were activated simultaneously. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, Zhang Yu and Tai Jingang saw his calm and elegant figure again. Great! Lord Underworld, you're okay. Ling Yao cheered excitedly. Just a moment ago, Tang Hao, who had been gloating, turned pale instantly. What? He didn't die? But why is his name? Tang Hao stared blankly at the screen. Mufeng's name was indeed still flashing in red. Mufeng walked over with a faint smile and explained, if I'm not mistaken, it's because my copy couldn't withstand the full force of the explosion. The main body of the vengeful flame soul exploded, causing the test to be forcibly terminated. However, to prove that my assessment is valid, I specifically brought out this crystal ball representing the energy source of the angel totem. I wonder, Director Zhang, if my score still counts. Mufeng casually handed over the crystal ball. Zhang Hongfei, trembled as he took the glowing energy sphere, carefully inspecting it before nervously addressing the nearby camera. Report to all the officials. This is indeed the simulated energy core of the angel totem, with a health of 500,000, verified without error. As soon as this was said, all the big shots breathed a sigh of relief. In various video spaces, the leaders from different regions cheered excitedly. Awesome! This kid is simply a miracle. The copy space exploded directly, and he was still so calm. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also preserved his score. It's too exaggerated. This is simply a reincarnation of a deity. Can humans really produce such a prodigy? Damn, why don't I have a son like Mufong? The next moment, the leaderboard on the big screen refreshed again. The third round of the college entrance examination has ended. Current ranking, Support Combat. Department, first place, Nanjing No. 1 High School, Mufong. Current score, 3000. Second place, Yenzhou Business College, Tailang. Current score, 1496. Third place. Look, the leaderboard has refreshed again. Mufeng's name has appeared. Damn. It's blinding my eyes, brothers. Mufong, he actually got full marks again. Third round? Full marks for the old Earth level difficulty? 3 consecutive full marks? Are you kidding me? Cough. I heard Mufong directly blew up the assessment copy. That so-called immortal vengeful flame soul boss. I don't know what happened, but he killed it, and the big shots at the Alliance headquarters personally ordered a full score. Haha, it can't be that outrageous, right? Who is this kid? He even killed the invincible monster? No, are you sure he's a healer and not a killing god? Pfft, this Tai Lang is heartbroken. For 5 minutes, the first support combat in the East has become a joke, and no one even has half of Mufeng's score. Awkward. God, it's terrifying. What should I do, sister? I feel like I'm not worthy of my husband Mufong. Eastern Alliance headquarters. After confirming that Mufong had full marks in all 3 rounds, Jiang Yu regained his composure and smiled at Tai. Jin Gang. Old Tai, I think we shouldn't compete anymore. Let's quickly report the situation here to the Alliance. If the higher-ups are alerted, the next round will probably require joint supervision. There's no way, the situation is too special. This Mufong has already exceeded what you and I can assess. Tai Jin Gang nodded seriously. Okay, I'll personally report to the higher-ups. You wait here. Tai Jin Gang left the room, and the faces of the regional leaders connected via video changed dramatically. Zhang Honfei was even more shocked, staring blankly, murmuring, joint supervision. To stir the entire Eastern Alliance's 9 chief masters for Mufong, is Zhang Lao really going to do that? This is really going to make a big commotion. An unprecedented spectacle. In the conference room of the South River Governor's office, the mood of the big shots gradually became complex. Joint supervision? For a student who just passed the 3rd round of the college entrance examination? That can't be right. The governor was a bit restless, seeking comfort from his colleagues around him. Those in high positions like them understood one principle. A good seedling is only valuable when held in hand. If it grows into a towering tree, it will have nothing to do with South River. Once the headquarters of the Awakeners Alliance approves the joint supervision, the influence of Mufong will further expand to the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. By then, a mere South River would never be able to keep this hidden dragon. Hanyu also felt a bit helpless and shook his head. At this point, it's beyond our control. But looking at it from another angle, our small temple really can't accommodate a big Buddha like Mufong. If he can achieve something remarkable, I actually hope he can soar high. Gaining higher level protection and support wouldn't be a bad thing for him. The senior executives nodded in agreement with this statement. The governor sighed deeply. That may be true, but Mufong doesn't have a solid background, nor does he really come from a mysterious ancient clan. If he climbs too high, it will be lonely at the top. It was clear that the big shots had their own perspectives. Initially, they were excited that South River produced such an outstanding student as Mufong. But no one expected he would be this extraordinary. When certain rules are broken for a person, what follows, besides a brighter future, is also the lurking gaze hidden in the darkness. However, for Mufong at this moment, these clearly posed no impact. Attention all elites, the 4th round of testing will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare. What? The 4th round is starting so soon? Didn't the 3rd round just end? The high-level elites in the Golden Hall began to complain. After all, not everyone is as monstrous as Mufong. They didn't have extra resources to supplement them, and with rounds coming one after another without a breather, most couldn't handle it. Moreover, the tests above the Forbidden Ruins were inherently fraught with danger. The blonde female examiner smiled. Students, please remain calm. You must understand, high-density testing with limited rest time is part of the top-level difficulty assessment. Only in a state of extreme pressure can one discern gold from the dross. Now, even the proud scions of great families like Ling Yao and Mo Ran changed their expressions slightly. Such high-intensity pressure made them worry about the upcoming 4th round. Lord Ming Huang, you don't seem nervous at all. With such a high testing intensity, aren't you worried about your condition? Mu Feng chuckled lightly. At this point, rather than worrying unnecessarily, it's better to face it calmly. Maintaining a good mindset already puts you a big step ahead of others. Ling Yao immediately applauded, her face full of admiration, her eyes sparkling with hearts as she exclaimed, "Well said. Lord Ming Huang is mighty. Thumbs up for you." Tang Hao and the others. Mu Feng appeared calm on the outside, but inside he couldn't help but shudder, secretly muttering, "This woman seems difficult to handle." So, as soon as the teleportation channel opened, without waiting for Ling Yao to give more advice, Mu Feng didn't hesitate and was the first to rush into the teleportation channel. "Lord Ming Huang, go for it. Don't forget our promise." Mu Feng. In the blink of an eye, the fourth round of the test's instance space came into view. A chilling atmosphere. A coldness that pierced the soul like the breath of purgatory. What a terrifying feeling. This feeling seems a bit familiar? Lord Underworld Emperor. It's his anomaly, no doubt, just like that icy sensation deep within the soul. Ling Yao's expression suddenly changed, her stunning face revealing a hint of fear and trepidation. At this moment, Tai Lang, Tang Hao, and Mo ran, one by one, the elite candidates of this session all faced the same scene. Fourth round test content: General Corpse 2 Maze. Use any means to survive as long as possible in this space. Note 1. The environment in this space changes randomly every 5 minutes, and all attacking units' attributes increase by 50%. Note 2. Survival duration is the only way to score in this round. Note 3. The essence of the Soul Master is sealed within a certain tombstone. Find and shatter it to clear the level early and receive all score rewards. Note 4. In this round of testing, candidates will not truly die. The minimum simulated health value is 1. Once it hits the bottom, they will be forcibly removed from the instance space. It's actually a general instance. That means all candidates who chose the old soil level difficulty for this round, regardless of their profession, are sharing the same exam question. After seeing the task prompt, Mu Feng felt that this testing method was quite reasonable. Testing survival ability, there was no need to define the type of profession. A nurturing father has his own way of survival, just hang in there. Combat types have their own way of living. Kill to stop killing, seeking to clear the level. But for someone like Mu Feng, who walks a different path, just hanging in there? Not an option. Finding the Soul Master and seeking a breakthrough is the exclusive gameplay for the big shots. Stepping into this frost-covered tomb area, the chilling atmosphere hit him. Everywhere he passed, every tombstone touched by Mu Feng's aura was illuminated by a surge of vitality. The tombstone forcibly drained 10% of Mu Feng's health. At the same time, the corresponding totem began to awaken, transforming into various powerful and unpredictable killing souls. Is this it? Mu Feng stopped, staring at the tombstone that had drained over 500 of his health, until a massive female specter's soul formed above the inscription, opening its gaping bloody mouth and lunging at Mu Feng. Die! The female specter's fangs rampaged, her pupils a pale color, reminding Mu Feng of those faces in the underworld sea. Whoosh! Mu Feng casually waved his hand, activating the skill as solid as rock, his armor value skyrocketing. Bang bang! The female specter's soul continuously attacked Mu Feng's main body, yet his simulated health was only decreasing by a small amount. 50, 50, 80, critical hit. Meanwhile, the instance interfaces of people like Ling Yao and Tai Lang were similarly attacked by such specters. 500, 500, 850, critical hit. Warning, your health is below 30%. Please replenish in time. Eastern Alliance headquarters. The big shot stared at the screen, where the blood loss frequency was completely in a different dimension. Collectively falling into deep thought, Tai Jingang watched his son in a sorry state in the instance, clinging to 25% health and fleeing, then glanced at Mu Feng's interface, where 3 female specters were playfully scratching him, his mouth twitching madly. He gritted his teeth, yet weakly murmured, "Can you confirm that this kid really isn't cheating?" Everyone. The world's only permanently discontinued exclusive title. No wonder it has such a high enhancement effect for the undead. Geniuses come every year, but those with talent, accompanied by enough luck, are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In my opinion, this Mu Feng is such a child of destiny. The old sword king Jianyu was completely in a posture of admiration for the younger generation, nodding frequently at the screen. Tai Jingang chuckled, "Spare me. The joint inspection hasn't been approved yet, and even if the order comes down, the 4th round of testing will probably be too late. But a person like him will inevitably attract attention from above. I advise you not to have any ideas about him." Upon hearing this, Jianyu quickly spread his hands and said dismissively, "I have no intention of doing anything to him. It's you, old Tai, who keeps questioning him." In a general dungeon, the combat class usually has a significant advantage. Mu Feng lacks offensive capability, so it's likely he won't perform well in this round. However, with the points he accumulated in the first 3 rounds, it's hard to shake his position at the top. Boom! Suddenly, in the dungeon space where Tai Lang was, he had been too reckless and awakened more than a dozen monuments at once, being chased and attacked by dozens of corpse souls, and his health was about to hit 0. A howl erupted, a mournful cry of the wolf. Tai Lang's blood boiled. His physical body rapidly sprouted wolf-like fur, and his pupils turned a forest green. The bloodthirsty talent activated. He no longer fled but turned to fiercely bite at these corpse souls, forcibly entering a healing mode. Originally at only 20% health, after a few seconds he managed to absorb it back to 60%, which relieved Tai Jingang. On the other side, Ling Yao's situation was not so good. Although this girl had a powerful phoenix bloodline, her level was too low, her skill tier not high, and her attributes were restrained by the environment, causing her health to drop rapidly. Boom! Suddenly, at that moment, a totem, shimmering with purple gold patterns, slowly revived behind Ling Yao. In an instant, Ling Yao found that her health was directly drained by 50%. How is this possible? The girl's face turned pale, and as she tried to break free, she was locked on by a gigantic corpse soul master towering several dozen meters behind her. Phoenix bloodline, a great supplement. Keep her. Countless corpse souls instantly went berserk, crazily surrounding and attacking Ling Yao. The girl finally could no longer hold on and was forced to stop the test. Damn it! Ling Yao was clearly very dissatisfied with her performance in this round. Originally ranked first in her profession, her top position was likely in danger. As time slowly passed, more and more elite students were locked in health, announcing their exit. Almost every target surrounded by corpse souls ultimately faced a swift elimination, until the big shots began to refocus on Mu Feng's side. Put in some effort, haven't you eaten? In the middle of the screen, Mu Feng took out his tea set and sat leisurely in front of a huge tombstone, starting to drink tea at a leisurely pace. Around him, nearly 100 corpse souls were frantically baring their teeth and clawing at him, but unfortunately, their damage was merely like a light scratch. The combined attack of over 100 corpse souls in one round was not enough to match the healing amount from Mu Feng's light shower spell. Not to mention he had many other means to increase his defense. Sigh, people make others die of envy. If others knew this kid was so comfortable, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood. Jiang Yu smiled wryly, but Tai Jingang frowned and said it seems he plans to rely on his title attribute bonus to last the full 30 minutes. In his dungeon space, over 70% of the corpse souls have already revived. As long as he doesn't encounter the master, he should be hard to eliminate early. However, no one expected that Tai Jingang was a jinx. As soon as he finished speaking, not far behind Mu Feng, a massive ice-sealed tomb split in two. The cracking sound resonated throughout the entire dungeon, directly splitting open a massive gap nearly 1,000 meters long. Mu Feng felt the biting cold from the depths of the gap and was directly drained of 50% of his health. Oh, finally going to come out? Mu Feng smiled lightly, simultaneously granting himself the 4th Thorn Echo buff, continuing to reflect damage back to the surrounding corpse souls. In fact, the reason he was doing this, waiting for the enemy to tire, was to ensure he could accumulate as many points as possible while waiting for the transition period of the dungeon environment to arrive. Because right now, this dungeon space was still in daylight. As the big shots had judged, Mu Feng couldn't output directly. If he couldn't defeat the corpse soul ruler, he wouldn't be able to achieve a perfect score. There was only one way to solve this problem. Wait for the night to fall. Boom! The massive frozen tomb completely collapsed, and the enormous silhouette of the corpse soul ruler, nearly 30 meters tall, was fully formed. The blazing sun in the sky quickly dimmed, and the entire dungeon was approaching night at a visibly rapid pace. Are you afraid of the dark? Put. When Mu Feng heard this line coming from behind him, he spat out his tea on the spot. This damn thing, actually stealing my lines? Mu Feng put away his tea set, ignoring the surrounding corpse souls that continued to gnaw at him, and coldly locked eyes with the ruler. Afraid or not, what can you do? I've seen plenty of pretentious monsters, but you're the first one that looks as ugly as you do. The corpse soul ruler was clearly enraged. He howled in a fit of rage, suddenly shaking his arms, causing all the remaining tombs around to crack simultaneously. This time, it seemed he wanted the entire battlefield of corpse souls to share in Mu Feng's vitality. Finally, Mu Feng moved. Above his head, the title Underworld Emperor revived. Once more, the boundless death energy shone, rapidly spreading from his body to the surroundings. Like a king returning from the underworld sea, he tread upon the endless frost, conquering all the restless souls. So, you're the corpse soul ruler? Let me show you just how valuable my title of Underworld Emperor is. Boom! Both sides' forces were fully unleashed. The energy gathered by the corpse soul ruler also exploded. It was at this moment that the sky was completely engulfed in darkness. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, all screens observing Mu Feng's perspective turned pitch black. Boom! Everyone only heard a cataclysmic explosion of power, accompanied by a scream from the ruler boss, as the entire dungeon space fell into utter silence. Ding! The 4th round of the current dungeon space test has ended. Congratulations to the examinee, Auxiliary Combat Department, Nanjiang No. 1 High School's Mu Feng, for passing the assessment. Total time, 26 minutes and 15 seconds. Reward points, base points, 750. Triggered hidden achievement, defeated the corpse soul ruler boss. Extra points reward 250. Total points for the fourth round 1000. How is this possible? It ended again? Fourth round, another perfect score? No way. That powerful corpse soul ruler just went down like that? How did he do it? The darkness gradually dissipated. In the field of vision, only Mufong remained, smiling warmly, waving at the camera with an innocent expression. Damn it! A proper old world level college entrance exam, and this kid treated it like a game. This is absolutely ridiculous. Outside the big screen, the leaderboard information refreshed again. Without a doubt, Mufong topped the chart with a strong score of 4,000 points. 4 rounds of college entrance exams at the highest difficulty of the old world, all perfect scores. Truly unprecedented. Mufong made history today. Damn it! Another perfect score. Brothers, this Mufong must be the reincarnation of the god of literature, right? He's simply a TM exam god. Wait, Nanjiang number 1 high school, how is it so awesome? I've never heard of this school before. The most valuable top scorer in history, right? It's confirmed, my brother. Students, teachers, and parents outside, all discussing this miraculous Nanjiang youth. As for the big shot's perspective, Tai Jingang was once again shouting in Zhang Hongfei's channel. Alright, hurry up and notify him to leave the instance. Just seeing him annoys me. Tai Jingang had a look of great grievance, and with his dark face, he appeared quite comical. He had long lost the demeanor expected of a grandmaster. Jiang Yu chuckled and teased, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to study how he did it?" Tai Jingang replied irritably, "What do you mean? With his 500% necromancy damage bonus, he could easily pull off some self-explosion tricks and take down that boss. That monster running into this kid is just bad luck. Ha 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 ha." The big shots finally broke down, each bursting into laughter. In their video perspectives. However, in reality, Mufong had not used any such tricks. Instead, taking advantage of the darkness and the moment when visibility was blocked, he awakened the Night Shura totem, using the Shura Mar to link with hundreds of corpse souls around him. The explosive power combined with his side strikes, stacking the 5-fold critical hit effect from his title, dealt a fatal blow to the Dominator. To ensure he wouldn't be exposed after achieving success, Mufong also projected the phenomenon of the Underworld Emperor title, creating a grand and lofty atmosphere, attributing his perfect clearance to the title's enhancement. Everything was so perfect, all within Mufeng's control. After stepping out of the teleportation array, just as imagined, a large group of elite students and fans rushed towards Mufong. "Handsome, please give me an autograph, I'm your fan." "Big shot, do you have a girlfriend? Do you think I'm good enough?" Congratulations to the Underworld Emperor for becoming the top scorer in the entire region with a perfect score, making history. In no time, Mufong was overwhelmed by the wave of admirers. At the same time, at the South River Governor's office, the governor stood up directly, his face filled with excitement as he ordered, "Quick, Hongyu, you go personally to visit Mufeng's home and convey the news of him being the top scorer as soon as possible. Also, see if there's anything we can assist with. You know what to do." Hongyu nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Governor, this will be easy." In the courtyard, the second uncle had not taken any work all morning, just sitting in the courtyard on a recliner, petting the dog. Yes, it was Mufeng's first guardian spirit, Huang. This dog had now become a pet for the uncle and nephew, because Mufong had discovered by chance that Huang not only could find treasures but it also seemed to have some kind of danger-sensing ability. Once, when Mufong was playing on his phone in the house, the second uncle's stove almost exploded. But Huang had barked loudly in advance, catching Mufeng's attention, allowing him to cast a skill in time to completely neutralize the impact of the stove. After that, Mufong kept Huang by the second uncle's side. When he wasn't home, the second uncle would have a companion. "Little Huang, do you think your brother can get good grades? If you think so, bark once. If he doesn't do well, jump into that stove, how about that?" Huang glanced at the several hundred-degree iron smelting furnace and bared its teeth at the second uncle. Woof woof woof. This response clearly did not seem like a prediction of Mufeng's grades, it was purely a complaint. Whoosh! Several streaks of light quickly approached, and Huang suddenly raised its tail and jumped in front of the second uncle, becoming alert and vigilant. However, the next moment it was directly pulled into the arms of an old man who forcibly petted its head. Hongyu, accompanied by a group of high-ranking officials from the governor's office, he walked into the courtyard. "Excuse me, is this Mufeng's home?" The second uncle, as a seasoned blacksmith, had seen some things. The 7-segment awakened badge, the high-ranking black armor of the governor's office. The second uncle jumped up from his seat, a bit anxious, and approached respectfully. "May I ask what brings you gentlemen to see our little Chun?" Hongyu smiled lightly. "You don't need to be nervous, we are from the governor's office, here to bring you good news. Student Mufeng has become the top scholar of this year's college entrance examination with a perfect score in all 4 rounds. He has created an unprecedented record in the history of the college entrance examination of the Eastern Dragon Empire. We, representing the governor's office, have come to inform you of this joyous news. Uncle Air was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Hungyu. Top scholar? Perfect score? Who? Xiao Chang? Uncle Air's CPU directly crashed. Something was off. Could these people be frauds? Xiao Chang indeed had good grades, but to say he worked hard was an exaggeration. How did he suddenly become the top scholar? Officers, you must be mistaken, right? Or is there a possibility of a name overlap? My nephew, his grades are indeed good, but it shouldn't be to such an exaggerated extent. Hungyu didn't waste time and directly took out a tablet, using the governor's office's special line to lock onto a close-up of Mufeng in the Golden Hall. Hundreds of fans from various schools surrounded him, eagerly seeking autographs and photos. Behind him, the real-time ranking of the college entrance examination showed Mufeng from Nanjing No. 1 High School at the top. Xiao Chang, it's really him, my nephew. He really became the top scholar. Ha 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 ha. He just sunbathes at home every day, and he still managed to be the top scholar. These young people nowadays are really useless. I say, officer, is this college entrance examination too easy? Maybe I should stop being a blacksmith and take your college entrance examination too. Who knows, I might also get a second or third place. Ha 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 ha. Hungyu, the high-ranking officials, sunbathing every day and got a perfect score as the top scholar? So this is the family environment that can nurture a perfect score top scholar? A Versailles family? Damn, what to do? I really want to beat this old man up. Hungyu's mouth twitched violently. I am at least a 7th level master. It's been years since anyone has been so presumptuous in front of me. An invisible, sharp aura instinctively surged up. Just then, Ah Huang, who was sensitive to perception in his arms, noticed it. The trembling Ah Huang hiding in his arms peed. On this day, the Eastern Dragon Empire not only birthed the strongest perfect score top scholar in history, the small third-tier city of Nanjing also gained a special master craftsman. Even the dog from Mufeng's family, this guardian spirit Little Huan, was appointed as a special guest dog of the governor's office, enjoying the governor's office's special dog food. In addition, Hungyu directly ordered a large-scale expansion of Mufeng's small courtyard, building a top luxury villa on the original site as a reward from the Nanjing governor's office to Mufeng. For all this, Uncle Air accepted it all without hesitation. Well, everyone, I have orders to fulfill this afternoon, so I won't keep you for dinner. Come visit when you have time. Before this group of big shots could even settle down, Uncle Air started to chase them away. After mentioning the rewards, as this group of big shots left Mufeng's house looking disheveled, Hungyu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This is outrageous. I didn't expect that Kid Mufeng could grow to this extent in such an environment. Isn't this a genius? It's really unfair to that kid. We must compensate Mufeng well later. It seems that over the years, living under someone else's roof, he has suffered quite a bit. Hungyu's eyes were filled with heartache, almost moved to tears by his own sincerity. The high-ranking officials from the governor's office behind him also echoed in agreement, all with expressions of approval. Yes, born in humble circumstances, facing many hardships, yet able to swim against the current and become a shining talent of an era. This Mufeng is not simple. I propose we report the situation of Mufeng's family truthfully to the governor. It seems that apart from the family aspect, we should also compensate Mufeng himself heavily. Hongyu nodded seriously with a solemn expression. That's right. The child has had a hard life, but he has never complained. This is also an opportunity for our governor's office. As long as we give Mufeng more rewards, he will definitely feel our goodwill. This is a rare good connection. Thus, Hungyu and his group set off on their way home with a strong sense of mission. The big shots never imagined that the second uncle, with just a little trick, helped his good nephew reap another big benefit. On the examination side, in the Golden Hall, Zhang Hongfei, along with the 3 chief examiners, hurriedly led the students to stand before Mufeng. With flowers and banners, they expressed their congratulations with great enthusiasm. Mufeng, congratulations! Full marks in all 4 rounds and unprecedented first. You are now the big star of our province. Among all the candidates in the Eastern Awakener Alliance, you hold the top position. Mufeng waved his hand indifferently, rejecting the overly extravagant accolades, and asked, Senior, when does the 5th round start? Don't let my presence delay everyone's assessment. Hurry up and finish the tests so I can go home and have some tea. Zhang Hongfei and the others, the surrounding students, can you believe this? They had just barely made it through the first 4 rounds and were utterly exhausted. And this top scholar was already talking about organizing the 5th round. This really gives no chance for ordinary people. Mufeng overlooked one point, not all. The other students were on his level. Even a level 180-old Earth boss could be disregarded. For the vast majority of candidates, just surviving the first 4 rounds was nearly life-threatening. Zhang Hongfei quickly explained, his face twitching. It's like this. Because your exam results are exceptionally outstanding, it has attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Awakener Alliance. The supervising officials have decided to apply for the 9 chief masters to co-monitor your test, and we haven't received feedback yet. But in any case, the 5th round of testing is not open to all candidates. Those at your level, the top scholar, will be sent to the imperial capital to Test alongside the top talents from the Awakener Alliance in the other 3 regions. Once there will be dedicated personnel to receive you and initiate a new set of testing tasks. Mu Feng nodded calmly. Understood. After saying that, he ignored everyone and walked straight out of the hall. Wait a minute. Zhang Hongfei's chubby face turned red. It was the first time he had been treated so lightly by a young person. But there was nothing he could do. He truly could not afford to offend this living ancestor. Is there anything else? Mu Feng turned around and inadvertently caught sight of the 3 disheveled examiners behind him, smiling as he said, "You 3 examiners don't need to be so nervous. I am not someone who holds grudges. You haven't made any major mistakes. It's not like I dug up your ancestors' graves." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan and the others finally felt a weight lift from their hearts and hurriedly stepped forward with forced smiles. It's like this, Mu Feng. You have become the regional top scholar, and since you are taking the exam in the Donghai provincial capital, Donghai will give you some rewards. Oh, tell me more. Mu Feng finally showed interest. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. The chubby Zhang Hongfei immediately stepped forward to introduce first a reward of 3,000 skill points. Mu Feng's expression immediately fell. Is that it? The hundreds of elite candidates around him were stunned upon hearing this. Is that it? What kind of attitude is this, please? 3,000 skill points. That's the result of grinding for several months, and you're acting like it's not a big deal? Can I exchange it for something else? Zhang Hongfei's chubby face twitched wildly, feeling extremely awkward. I'm afraid that's not possible, because the higher-ups never expected you would refuse this reward. Mu Feng scratched his head. I didn't say I didn't want it. What I mean is, I'm not really short on skill points. Can I exchange it for something else? If that's not possible, just convert it directly to gold. Everyone. Is this the logic of a perfect score top student, the strongest college entrance examination champion in history? This way of thinking is truly not like that of an ordinary person. Mu Feng continued. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. If it really doesn't work, I'll just sell it in the black market and convert it to gold anyway. Zhang Hongfei. Little did they know, this conversation was also being closely watched by the big shots at the Eastern Alliance headquarters. Jiang Yu sighed. I heard this kid comes from a humble background? No wonder he has such a deep obsession with money. He seems to be unaware that the value of 3,000 skill points is far beyond what can be compared to gold on the market. A nearby attendant chimed in. What Elder Jiang said is correct. For a genius like him without a background, I think the official should strongly support him and provide greater rewards in terms of resources. If he really rises in the future and achieves mastery, he will remember this kindness. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Your governor's office is so stingy, giving just a few skill points, he wouldn't even look at it. Quick, connect me to the examination hall. I want to personally talk to young friend Mu Feng. Everyone gasped in shock. Is Elder Jiang planning to play Santa Claus this time? Hiss. In the examination hall, the big screen that originally displayed the ranking suddenly showed the image of the Eastern Alliance headquarters. Zhang Yu and Tai Jingang, 2 7th tier, 100-level masters, appeared on screen simultaneously. Grandpa. Ling Yao waved her little hand excitedly, suddenly greeting the Sword King on the screen. The awkward part was that the old Sword King completely ignored his precious granddaughter, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Feng. I am Jiang Yu, the chief examiner of the Eastern Alliance. Congratulations, Mu Feng, on achieving the honor of being the top student in the region. The Sword King's voice carried an awe-inspiring authority, instantly calming the noisy atmosphere in the hall. Mu Feng clasped his fists respectfully and said, I've met Elder Jiang. May I ask what guidance you have? Jiang Yu smiled slightly and got straight to the point. Speak, what reward do you want? What the hell? One of the 9 chief masters of the Eastern Alliance, the long-established Eastern Sword King Jiang Yu, is actually taking the initiative to connect with Mu Feng, just to give him a reward? This face truly could not be more impressive. The entire audience of students was completely stunned. Each one displayed an indescribable shock and envy. So impressive. It should be noted that the top student in the college entrance examination is something that happens every year. But never has any top scorer received personal attention from the chief big shot of the Awakener Alliance. Not to mention, Mu Feng is just a support type. Priest. Ling Yao couldn't help but feel a bit sour, pouting as she stared at the big screen. However, thinking about how her grandpa's status was given to the underworld emperor, Ling Yao quickly found balance. Just when everyone thought Mu Feng was completely stunned by this impressive status and didn't dare to speak up for conditions. In that case, I would like a top-grade Sourcefire scroll. Ha! Wait, they said they would give it, and you really want it, brother? Shouldn't this be a moment to be humble, retreat to advance, and then try to cling to the Zheng family's leg, becoming a son-in-law or something? The surrounding students began to immerse themselves in Mu Feng's perspective and fantasize. Yet, this perfect score top student is a straightforward boy. If you dare to give, I dare to accept. Hee, you kid, quite interesting. Alright, I agree to you. 10 minutes later, the Supreme Sourcefire scroll will be delivered to you. Mu Feng was neither humble nor arrogant, once again cupping his fists in salute. Thank you, senior. I will remember your kindness. Then, Mu Feng turned to the side where Tai Jingang wore a dark scowl and pretended to be puzzled. May I ask, who is this senior? What is this kid doing? Is he challenging the heavens? He actually took the initiative to address the second in command of the black armor. Wait, what? Do you mean by bringing me up at this time? You want it directly, don't you? Tai Jingang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The other big shots from various regions watching this scene burst into laughter. This is interesting. Mu Feng seems different from those bookworms before. Can't he see that Tai Jing'an's expression isn't good? I say this kid is deliberately provoking Tai Lao. The more you look down on me, the more I want to take advantage of you. Sure enough, seeing Tai Jingang stunned and dumbfounded, Zhang Yu immediately began to stir the pot. This is the vice president of the Black Armor Guild, the level 100 battle sect Tai Jingang. Mu Feng put on a look of long-standing admiration and quickly said, I have met Tai Lao. To be honest, senior, I have experienced the elegance of the Black Armor Guild in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins, and it is indeed powerful. Tai Jingang stared at Mu Feng with a half-smile. Oh, then I really want to hear how you describe the strength of the black armor. Well said, I also have a reward. But if you speak carelessly. Mu Feng didn't give the old man a chance to continue rambling, casually waving his hand to reveal his high-level guild invitation letter. No need for more words. This is the best proof. In the next moment, Mu Feng directly carved the name of the black armor onto the invitation letter in front of everyone. Black Armor Guild, a trainee priest Mu Feng has met the vice president. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Wow, it's actually a high-level guild invitation letter. This kid is too wealthy to have such a rare item. Our role model. This thigh is being held tightly. Damn, in less than 2 minutes, he got the Sourcefire scroll and joined a top guild. This is the legendary soft rice hard eat. Ha ha ha. Now these two big shots have met a tough one. This set of operations from Mu Feng left the master dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that Mu Feng would use such a method to easily defuse the intimidation originally coming from Tai Jingang. Now, even if Tai Jingang had 1,000 complaints, he had to swallow them down. He couldn't publicly slap his own guild member's face. Zhang Yu stood by, suppressing the urge to burst out laughing, happily enjoying Tai Jing'an's sour face. Old man, this time it seems this kid has really got you in a bind? You tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Let's see how you can still show off to me. Zhang Yu, enjoying the spectacle, quickly took the opportunity to add salt to the wound. I say Tai Lao, as the vice president, today you received such a talented member, aren't you going to show some appreciation? Tai Jingang was put on the hot seat, with no choice but to endure his frustration and look at his subordinate. Go get a set of purple-level black armor and send it to this kid along with Zhang Lao's scroll. Also, Zhang Hongfei, remember to send the elite students who made it to the 5th round of testing from your side to the capital later. If there are any mistakes, we'll settle old and new accounts together. After saying that, Tai Jingang turned and left, no longer wanting to stay on the screen for even a minute. Zhang Yu felt relieved now, smiling as he looked at Mu Feng on the other end of the screen and reminded him, young friend, the difficulty of the 5th round of testing is far beyond that of the previous 4 rounds. I'm not even clear on the specific rules. Spirit Yao is my precious jewel, spoiled by me, and doesn't understand the rules. Now that we're in the imperial capital, please take extra care of her. Mu Feng cupped his fists. Again. I understand, senior. The image on the large screen disappeared. Along with it, the pressure brought by the Grandmaster also dissipated. The hall returned to its noisy state, but more of it was filled with envy and praise for Mu Feng. Wow. Mu Feng, you're amazing. Both Grandmasters favor you so much. Yes. The Black Armor, that's the leading guild that countless awakened ones dream of joining, and you just walked in. Mu Feng remained calm in the face of it all. This time during the college entrance examination, he truly felt what it meant to be the center of attention. Once you rise and shine, you will never lack those who come to add to your glory. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hongfei and several chief examiners, along with Mu Feng and Ling Yao among a dozen selected candidates, entered the VIP lounge inside the examination hall, finally shutting out the noise of the admirers. Until 2 young awakened ones in suits appeared, carrying a delicate treasure chest to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, on behalf of Elder Jiang and the 2 Grandmasters, I present you with these 3 gifts. Please check them. Mu Feng looked puzzled and walked over. 3? I thought there were only 2. Upon opening the chest, Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Besides a top-grade Sourcefire scroll glowing with a crimson hue and a black armor set sealed with purple-black light, there was also a skill book stored in the center of the chest. The black-clad attendant smiled. This skill book is a personal gift from Elder Jiang. He said it might be helpful to you. Mu Feng was somewhat taken aback, reaching out to take a look. And his expression changed again. Enlightenment technique. An ancient priest listens to the guidance of deities and gains insight into the power of nature. Upgradable. It's actually a 3rd-class core skill book from the priest system. Elder John's favor is quite substantial. He wouldn't really plan to throw this dogskin plaster at me, would he? Mu Feng turned his head and glanced at the red-clad girl who was secretly staring at him with a silly smile, lost in thought. I've received the items, please convey my thanks to the two seniors. Mu Feng took the treasure chest, politely responding while also signaling to dismiss everyone. He was eager to send everyone away and solidly enhance his combat power in preparation for tomorrow's trip to the imperial capital. Although he felt that the first 4 rounds of the college entrance examination were not too difficult, he knew very well that the final round of assessment, representing the entire Eastern Awakened Alliance, would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. That meant he would have to spar with the top talents from all factions of the Eastern Dragon Empire, leaving no room for error. Zhang Hongfei, the chubby one, had excellent observational skills and immediately smiled respectfully at Mu Feng. Then we won't disturb you any longer, Mu Feng. In 3 hours, we will gather at the teleportation array outside the square and head to the imperial capital together. You elite candidates can choose any room to rest. Each room is equipped with a high-end ceiling array, so no one will disturb you. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng instinctively twitched his mouth, glancing at Ling Yao, who was still staring at him, and thought to himself, "Are you sure no one will disturb us? Chubby, should you consider taking this little demon away too?" Of course, Mu Feng could only say this in his heart. What a joke! Elder John's precious jewel. He absolutely could not offend her at this critical moment. Watching Zhang the Fatty and several chief examiners leave, Mu Feng immediately stepped toward a private suite. Sure enough, he was soon entangled by Ling Yao. The girl was not shy at all, directly linking her arm with Mu Feng's, looking affectionate as she said, Hey, great lord of the underworld, where are you going? Only a few hours left. Should we go out for a stroll? This is probably your first time in Donghai, right? I'm quite familiar with this place. Mu Feng felt a bit awkward, trying unsuccessfully to free himself from Ling Yao's arm, and smiled gently. Miss Ling Yao, don't you need to rest? The trip to the imperial capital might be a bit dangerous, and I still need to take a moment to consolidate my foundation. How about we meet again in 3 hours? Upon hearing this, Ling Yao immediately pouted her lips, about to enter clingy mode, when Mu Feng suddenly had a bright idea and said with a smile, I have a little gadget here, not sure if you're interested? I'll give you one as a gift. After saying that, Mu Feng instantly chanted, and a paper figure appeared in his palm. Ling Yao's beautiful big eyes blinked in surprise. Oh my, what is this thing? It's so cute. Mu Feng lowered his voice and smiled. You can take this back to your room and stick it on yourself. When necessary, you can burn it with your flame power and it will bring unexpected fun. After saying this, Mu Feng rubbed Ling Yao's small head, which was the size of a palm, and without saying another word, hurriedly dove into his exclusive suite. Feeling the surrounding ceiling array activate instantly, Mu Feng finally let out a long breath. Women really do affect my chanting speed. Little did he know, in the next room, Ling Yao was joyfully playing with the paper figure for a long time, but eventually, driven by curiosity, she followed Mu Feng's instructions and burned the paper figure. In an instant, Ling Yao's soul detached from her body, slowly rising and drifting freely around the room. Oh, this thing can actually let the soul leave the body. How amazing is that? No wonder it's from the great underworld emperor. It actually masters such mysterious techniques. But how do I return this thing to my body? As she played, Ling Yao began to sense something was off. No matter what she did, she couldn't return her soul to her body. Mu Feng hadn't told her that once this thing was activated, only he, the caster, could control it. With this method in place, Mu Feng finally settled down. In the room, he no longer hesitated and immediately opened the brocade box. He didn't care much for the black armor set, directly storing it in his inner space. Then he hurriedly used the skill book that recorded the enlightenment technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending a new skill, enlightenment technique. Seeing the skill panel, the core skill system of the priest profession extended into a third skill tree, and Mu Chen was very satisfied. This meant that he had already possessed quite terrifying potential in his primary profession as a priest. In the future, when conditions allowed, if he could enhance the skill's intensity, holding 3 core skill trees, Mu Feng would become an unmatched existence in the field of priests. A single profession simultaneously cultivating 3 skill trees and all having reached the 8th tier. Just thinking about it was incredible. Looking across the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, there were only a handful who could reach such a level. Not to mention, aside from his primary priest profession, Mu Feng also had 2 hidden professions, Angel and Azura, along with rock-type defensive skills and the ancient soil inheritance witchcraft as general means. In terms of overall strength, Mu Feng dared to say he was second among his peers. Who would dare claim to be first? However, since he was still in the early stages of growth, Mu Feng didn't want to be too high profile. After all, it's not the fear of thieves stealing, but the fear of thieves keeping an eye on you. The principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind was something Mu Feng understood. He then finally focused his attention on the top-grade source fire scroll, carefully taking it out of the treasure chest while also pulling out the skill book for fire spirit summoning. Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng stared at these 2 items, his expectations at an all-time high. This scroll is precious even in the eyes of a master like Elder Jiang. It takes such a high price to unlock the usage rights. I wonder what kind of changes this skill can bring. Under the guidance of mental power, the seal of the Supreme Sourcefire scroll suddenly shattered. Then, the flames transformed into the purest essence, radiating towards the surface of the skill book on the right. In an instant, a brilliantly shining Sourcefire crystal condensed in the center of this exclusive fire spirit summoning skill book. It seemed that the rarity of the entire skill book had also increased by a level. Mufong watched the whole process, and a premonition arose within him. This skill, which belonged solely to him, would bring unprecedented enhancement effects. What kind of unique skill book would the world boss possess? Driven by this intense desire, Mufong immediately used it without hesitation. This time, there were indeed no learning obstacles. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the exclusive skill Fire Spirit Summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a special achievement, Resurrection of the Deity. You have received a high-level achievement gift pack *1. Deity. When these two words appeared in his mind, Mufong was completely shocked. A deity, that was the supreme ruling class of the Old Earth era. The shock this term brought to Mufong was no less than the first appearance of the Old Earth civilization. In a vague sense, Mufong could almost confirm that once the Fire Spirit Summoning skill underwent high-level evolution, it might bring him unprecedented surprises. However, when Mufong glanced at his skill point balance, he was instantly speechless. Damn, I almost forgot, before the college entrance examination, I just upgraded my 8th level skills and the limited purchase store hasn't refreshed yet. It seems I can only try again. With that thought, Mufong unhesitatingly opened all the remaining achievement gift packs. Opening achievement gift pack *2. Opening special achievement gift pack *1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a binding skill point reward of 2 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a skill point reward of 500,000. You have received one high-level Guardian Spirit Evolution Crystal *1. It worked. As the old saying goes, those who dare to fight will win. Looking at his current skill point balance, Mufong truly felt it deeply. The achievement system is indeed reliable. Finally, everything is ready. Mu Chen no longer hesitated and directly locked onto the Fire Spirit Summoning skill slot. Fill it up, let's go. Ding! Consume 10,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Fire Spirit Summoning upgraded to 2nd tier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fire Spirit Summoning evolved Scorched Earth Domain. Ding! Consume 20,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Scorched Earth Domain upgraded to 3rd tier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Scorched Earth Domain evolved Form Transformation Faith. Ding! Consumed 500,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. Falling Firestar upgraded to 7th tier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Falling Firestar evolved Glory Resurrection Fire God. The skill points were once again cleared. Mufong stared at the row of skills glowing with flames on the screen, his breathing becoming more intense. He felt as if he was about to ignite from within. Strangely, the heat did not bring pain, but rather a transformation akin to rebirth. Through nirvana, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. What is going on? It seems that even the bloodline and soul within me have been sublimated due to the skill enhancement. Could this be the unique pleasure brought by the continuous improvement of exclusive skills? Mufong was truly astonished, because this feeling was something he had never experienced before. With every significant skill level increase, it was as if his life form had undergone essential refinement. It was a perception that transcended order and rules. Awakening. With such doubts and expectations, Mufong began to carefully observe every skill in the complete skill tree of Fire Spirit Summoning. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This is a specialized skill tree centered around the legacy power of a deity who controls flames from the Old Earth era. Each skill possesses its irreplaceable and powerful effects, capable of helping Mufong cope with any battlefield environment, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. As a priest, a support-type healer, even with the two hidden classes of Angel and Ashura, Mufong would still face limitations in battle due to insufficient combat power. But now, with this complete set of exclusive fire-based skills, Mufong believes that as an awakened one, he no longer has any weaknesses. The Fire Spirit Summon has indeed inherited the summoning talent of the Vengeful Flame Soul. With this basic skill, I no longer have to worry about fighting alone. Mufong activated deep browsing, gradually mastering the usage of each skill, when suddenly his gaze landed on the 5th tier evolution skill, Summon Dragonborn. Summon Dragonwing. In the name of the Fire God, summon the Fire Dragon of the Old Earth era to descend upon the battlefield. The Fire Dragon possesses 30% of the Fire God's panel attributes, has a group burning effect, and can share 20% of the Fire God's life and growth attributes. Class restriction, exclusive duration, unlimited release conditions, fire attribute environment cooldown duration, none. Skill type, active skill, the Fire Dragon of the Old Earth era. Just hearing this name is enough to be imposing. Mufong felt a surge of excitement, wanting to immediately use this skill to see what the true dragon race that once roamed the continent was like. Of course, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. With its built-in fire attribute burning effect, having it around would automatically carry a group ignition effect, making it a powerful tool for clearing small monsters. If it could appear alongside my thunder fraud, the heavenly thunder and ground fire would definitely be a nightmare for the minions. Mufeng then finally focused his attention on the 8th tier skill, Glory Revival Fire God. Just by looking at the name, Mufeng knew that this skill was the absolute core of the entire fire attribute skill book. Because this skill, along with its 3rd and 4th tier evolution skills, is predicated on the fire god's descent. Mufeng then opened the preview for the next stage of skill evolution, Glory Revival Fire God. Next stage evolution content preview taboo True Body of the Old Earth. Required skill points for enhancement 20 million. Mufeng gasped and shook his head in amazement. It actually costs twice as many skill points as the next stage of Nirvana, the divine skill, Reincarnation. This is the price of enhancing exclusive skills. Truly expensive. But it's easy to guess that once it reaches the taboo level, it will be a terrifying power that could shake the entire empire. After a moment of daydreaming, Mufeng decisively returned to reality and began to focus on the enhancement function of the Old Earth Order. Enhancement effect, Glory Fire God descends. Materials required for enhancement, 5 million gold coins, 500,000 skill points. Mufeng's pupils constricted. He immediately checked the 8th tier divine skill after the enhancement of the Old Earth Order. Glory Fire God descends, the Old Earth Deity Fire God breaks the shackles of time and space, reversing rebirth. Together with the host, they will fight in the current era. Skill type, exclusive. Unique. Release conditions, fire domain activated. Fire attribute elements are the mainstream elements of space. Note, once this skill is activated, it has a unique and irreversible nature. Passive skill 1, Flame Supremacy. By the will of the fire deity, dominate all fire elements in the world. Where there is fire, I am the Emperor. Passive skill 2, Old Earth Barrier. The fire god possesses a unique old earth space inaccessible to outsiders, capable of accommodating all fire attribute beings that submit to the fire god. Passive skill 3, Deity Contract. Once the fire god is summoned by the host, he will descend into the current era and automatically bind his soul with the host. If the host dies permanently, the magical contract will become void. Passive skill 4, Fire Spirit Devour. The fire god can burn the fallen beings on the battlefield, devouring their life essence to strengthen himself, achieving permanent growth in attributes and levels. Note, during the growth phase, the fire god has a chance to awaken exclusive skills from the Old Earth era and a very small chance to re-understand the rules of the Old Earth Order. Passive skill 5, Spring of Fire. The fire god devours all elemental powers of fire, restoring his consumed life and energy in proportion. Active skill, Fire God Agent. Fuse with the host's body to achieve the ultimate transformation of life form. The host will share part of the fire god's power based on their own strength. This creates a perfect fusion of life forms for both parties. Mufeng was completely stunned. After seeing the complete attribute interpretation of the skill, he was utterly bewildered. He silently gasped. Interesting. Did I really summon a deity from the Old Earth era to my side? Is it really that outrageous? No wonder I need to refine it with a top-grade source fire scroll before I can learn it. Perhaps my skill book is fundamentally different from those dropped by others from world bosses. This is the true unique exclusive. The skill books dropped by others can only inherit a part of the Vengeful Flame Soul's abilities. But my skill, refined from the source fire, has awakened my qualification to become the vessel of the fire god. It seems I have become the new representative chosen by the fire god of the Old Earth. Thinking of this, Mufeng finally realized how valuable this skill book truly was. He even felt a bit of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't sold it due to his special learning conditions, otherwise he would have been in tears. This must be the mission bestowed upon me by heaven, to restore the glory of the fire god of the Old Earth to the world. Mufeng suddenly accepted this incredibly heavy sense of mission. He also understood that acquiring this lineage of skills was extremely precious. Looking across the entire world, being recognized by the Old Earth deity and becoming an awakened vessel is truly rare. This is somewhat similar to the concept of a Jinchuriki. However, in the current world, Mufeng holds absolute dominance. Just this identity alone cannot be exchanged for money or any other material. This is a mission and also an unparalleled honor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10 million gold coins. Ha! Where did the 10 million come from? Just as Mufeng was puzzled, his second uncle directly called him via video. Mufeng quickly answered and saw his uncle on the other side, smiling brightly while petting a dog. Dear nephew, did you receive the money? That's the exclusive benefit I fought for you from the governor's office. They just sent a 7th tier master to our home to offer condolences, and I cried a lot about your poverty, so I guess they were moved and said they would compensate you generously. Mufeng then understood everything and nodded meaningfully at his uncle. As expected of my good second uncle. You've really helped me this time. Don't worry, when I go back, I'll build you a big villa for you to retire in, and our family will never take on blacksmithing work again. Mufeng had also learned to paint a rosy picture like a capitalist. His second uncle chuckled in response. No need, the governor's office has already built a mansion for our family. As for blacksmithing, your second uncle and I are now the top-level foundry masters with the highest authority in South River. From now on, we won't take on small jobs, we'll only accept top-tier crafting tasks. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, little Huang has also become the glory dog of the governor's office and is now receiving a share of the royal provisions. You no longer have to worry about the family. Don't have any concerns, just soar freely. I look forward to you becoming the most powerful awakened one in the Eastern Dragon Empire and even the entire world. Enough talk, focus on your exam. When you come back, your second uncle will make you something delicious. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone directly, leaving Mu Feng staring blankly at his phone. What's going on? I just went out to take an exam and our family has suddenly risen to prominence? I didn't realize my second uncle had such capabilities. He must have really charmed those people at the governor's office. Mu Feng couldn't help but smile. Riley. He had thought that if he achieved the top score, the governor's office would make some gesture, but he never expected them to be so generous. 10 million gold coins. Just like that, they gave it to me. How extravagant. However, Mu Feng was of course not one to refuse such a favor. The most important thing now was to enhance his strength. He finally stopped hesitating and decisively spent the last portion of his skill points. No matter what, he had to complete this 8th tier divine skill, the Fire God's Descent, to elevate the old Earth Order. Ding! Consumed 5 million gold coins, 500,000 skill points. Glory Revival Fire God, elevating the old Earth Order. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended a new skilled Glory Fire God's Descent. Damn! With just a flick of my finger, millions of gold coins and over 2 million skill points have been drained. Even the richest person can't sustain this kind of spending. It seems I need to find an opportunity to leverage my identity as a member of the Black Armor Guild to make a hefty profit. After completing these, Mu Feng stood up and after confirming that the ceiling array in this room was solid enough, he finally took a deep breath. Since this room has isolation effects, why not use a low-tier skill to summon a few fire spirits and give it a try? Then, Mu Feng instantly cast the first-tier fire spirit summoning skill, which was the foundation of this fire attribute skill tree. In the blink of an eye, 10 fire spirit creatures of various shapes and sizes appeared around him. Mu Feng glanced around. They were roughly divided into 3 categories: rock fire spirits, blazing fire spirits, and conquering fire spirits. Mu Feng activated the insight skill in the name of light, locking onto the panels of these major categories of fire spirit creatures. Rock fire spirit, health 3000/3000, energy 100/100, 5-dimensional attributes, strength 200, body 200, endurance 100, agility 50, mental power 30. Skill, roar. Blazing fire spirit, health 1500/1500, energy 500/500, 5-dimensional attributes, strength 50, body 80, endurance 80, agility 150, mental power 200. Skill, explosive fireball. Conquering fire spirit, health 6000, energy 6000, 5-dimensional data, strength 500, stamina 600, endurance 200, agility 150, mental power 500. Skill, wildfire forbidden zone, fire spirit barrier, fiery turmoil. I see, these categories correspond to melee, ranged, and so-called elite monsters among the fire spirits. Summoning them randomly in proportion for my use is indeed a top-tier summoning skill. It's really impressive. However, Mu Feng soon discovered that in this room, due to the lack of sufficient fire elemental conditions, these fire spirits quickly melted away after appearing. The originally clear face instantly became murky, ultimately shrinking into a ball of fire until it completely vanished into silence. In other words, unless sufficient fire source supplies could be obtained, the summoned fire spirits would dissipate on their own, as flames themselves represent an ultimate explosion and consumption of energy. The scorching heat produced by burning is the manifestation of their vitality heading towards extinction. If all of this were to be enhanced by the fire god, it might become something different. Then, Mu Feng shifted his attention to the Dragonborn skill, which was also a powerful summoning skill. He was truly itching to experience the charm of this formidable ability. I really want to see the proud form of the ancient dragon bloodline, but it definitely can't be done here. Anyway, there's still time. I'll first head to the leveling area in the East Sea and find a secluded spot to test the effect. After this thought crossed his mind, Mu Feng no longer hesitated and quickly left the room. As he passed by the next room, he completely ignored Ling Yao, who was still in a wandering state. Hey, is anyone there? Lord Underworld Emperor, come save me. Soon, with the help of the angel totem and the talent of light and dust, Mu Feng arrived unnoticed at the teleportation passage in the public area and stepped into the novice plane leveling area near the East Sea. He quickly awakened the angel of light totem and chanted in the name of light, soar. The angel's wings reappeared. Transforming into a streak of golden light, he instantly disappeared into the sky above the map. Interesting. Just now, it seemed like a golden light flew past above my head. Did you see what it was? No. Of course, there's light everywhere during the day. Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Many novice awakeners below level 10 exchanged glances. To remain as concealed as possible, Mu Feng did not release this powerful skill in the novice area but flew for nearly 20 minutes, entering a 6th tier map on the west side of the East Sea. The The red-named monsters here were all above level 60, and since it was currently the college entrance examination period, many awakeners had stopped leveling, planning to take advantage of the time to do some business and sell off some survival items. Because every year at this time, the auction house is the busiest period for business. High-tier awakeners, having saved good materials for a year, would be looking to sell during this time, causing the leveling pace to slow down. For this reason, there were not many awakeners roaming in this 6th tier map. Mu Feng found a very secluded valley deep within. With the protection of the angel's light, he was not worried about anyone recognizing his identity. Finally, after confirming that this place was sufficiently hidden, he hesitated no longer and began to chant. Fire-type exclusive skill tree, 2nd tier. Evolution skill Flame Domain. Flame Domain, with powerful mental strength, guide the fire element to descend. Cover the area of maximum mental strength. With the power of fire elements, where the fire is the main field. Class restriction, host exclusive duration, 1200s release conditions, 10% mental strength, 200 energy. Cooldown duration, 600s. Effect range, maximum mental strength interval. In an instant, an incredibly fierce and scorching firelight rapidly ignited around Mu Feng's body. Boundless flames ignited this battlefield. Based on this, Mu Feng chanted the fire-type exclusive 5th tier evolution skill, Summon Dragonborn. Boom! With a loud roar, a world-destroying fire dragon descended from the void, circling above Mu Feng's head. This fire dragon was dozens of meters long. It looked like a colossal beast with scales that were bright red. However, what Mu Feng did not know was that this was only the juvenile form of the dragon. As soon as the form surrounded by flames appeared, hundreds and thousands of level 60 red-named monsters around were instantly crushed into nothingness by this overwhelmingly powerful aura. Damn, this experience is like drinking water. Although I've already reached the bottleneck of the 2nd transition level, any more experience is useless to me, but this momentum is truly impressive. Mu Feng looked at the high-level monsters that had been evaporated and expressed a hint of sympathy. So this is the dragon race from the old Earth era? Terrifying indeed. I wonder if Long Wusher would be shocked to see this colossal creature. Then, Mu Feng had a sudden inspiration and flew onto the back of the fire giant dragon with the help of the wings of angels. The moment he stepped onto its back, Mu Feng immediately felt an extraordinary experience of being above all. This is the feeling. It was as if he had returned to the mythological era of old Earth, transforming into a powerful lord who controlled the lives and fates of millions, battling against those terrifying and formidable ancient evil spirits. Mu Feng even sensed an incredibly strong aura from the old Earth that did not belong to this era on the body of this fire giant dragon. It seemed to be stained with the bloodline of the beings from old Earth, giving a chilling feeling. Mu Feng had reason to believe that if he were not its summoner, this fire giant dragon would probably swallow him whole in one bite. Big guy, you're so strong, can you talk? Mu Feng asked tentatively. The next moment, the fire giant dragon slowly opened its mouth and began to communicate with him in a special language that Mu Feng could understand, yet did not belong to this era. Great Awakener, fire giant dragon Qian, I am willing to serve you. Qian was the name of the dragon. Mu Feng loved this feeling. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Compared to the summoned spirits of this era, the shock and majesty possessed by the fire giant dragon were simply incomparable to those of the present age. Are you really from the old Earth era? The fire giant dragon fell silent, then slowly spoke. Great Awakener, perhaps only my master, the fire god, can answer that question for you. Mu Feng did not continue to ask but gently raised the corner of his mouth. Using the insight skill in the name of light once again, he saw the powerful panel data belonging to this fire giant dragon. Old Earth Dragon Descendant. Qian level, 100 rarity, Old Earth level. Health, 800,000/800,000 energy, 300,000/300,000 5-dimensional attribute strength, 8,000 stamina, 15,000. Endurance, 10,000 agility, 500 spirit, 8,000 skills, flame roar, fire dragon strike. Flame aurora, divine fire abdomen, original fire evolution. Divine blessing. From the strength of the attributes reflected on the panel, just this summoned Qian giant dragon already had the power to rival the strongest boss in a level 6 map. It could even contend with some lower-level world bosses. And this was without the enhancement of the core skill, Fire God Descending. If Mu Feng's series of skills were combined with the full strength of the fire domain, the battlefield destruction capability of this colossal creature could be further enhanced. Terrifying indeed. This was the first time Mu Feng felt such a close sense of security brought by a creature from the old Earth era. That feeling was like a modern person being transported back to the age of dinosaurs tens of millions of years ago. Everything seen and heard would stem from a deep-rooted awe. This meant that even if the fire giant dragon encountered modern beings of a higher level, it would still bring an incredibly strong soul deterrent effect. That is. Just then, a colorful, shining swirling vortex suddenly appeared below the wild valley where Mu Feng was located. The area surrounding the vortex spanned several thousand meters, completely covered in a sea of ice blue frost power. Mu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Could this be a secret realms? Teleportation passage? Have I inadvertently stumbled upon a revival of a secret realm? Feeling the terrifying aura of the fire dragon beneath him, Mufeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since I'm here, I might as well make the most of it. Let's go, Qian, let's check it out. The man and dragon quickly approached the vortex passage. Mufeng once again invoked the name of Light Insight. Ding! Unknown secret realm space is reviving. Secret realm attribute Ice. Type. Secret realm difficulty Forbidden Ruins level. Such luck? Heaven is helping me. Benefits that come to my lips, I won't let them go to waste. Ding! Warning! The danger level of this secret realm is extremely high. It has detected that the host has not formed a team. Do you confirm entry? Ding! Opening teleportation for you. Unbeknownst to him, at the same time, within the East Sea Governor's office, the members responsible for monitoring immediately became excited. Report, sir. A Forbidden Ruins level secret realm has been discovered in the 6th tier wild map, Ancient Vine Corridor. The chief officer quickly stepped forward, confirming repeatedly before exclaiming with excitement. Great! Immediately report to the governor and request to form a high-tier awakened team for exploration. Last time, Nanjiang had incredible luck and revived a high-level secret realm. Now we in the East Sea can show off too. In the blink of an eye, Mufeng and the Qian giant dragon descended into this icy ruined secret realm. It looked like a battlefield from the ancient era, filled with crumbling and shattered walls covered by years of accumulated snow and ice. Inside the secret realm, the temperature had dropped to the extreme. Mufeng stood on Qian's back, slowly flying at a height of nearly 100 meters above the ground. He seemed to be the only cluster of blazing light in this icy world. Whoosh! A chilling cold wind rushed towards him. Mufeng immediately donned his unranked divine armor, the Soul Ruins Fire Spirit helmet. Instantly, his health panel surged to nearly 15,000. Roar! Suddenly, Qian unleashed a violent flame onto the icy surface below. Boom! The overwhelming fire erupted, tearing a crack in the surface of the ice layer. Great Awakened One, be extremely careful. Beneath this ice layer sleeps the ruler of this secret realm. With our strength, we may not be able to cope. Please summon my master. When the fire deity descends upon the earth, even a millennium of ice will melt away. Mufeng, reminded by Qian, finally stopped suppressing his intense anticipation. He took out the staff weapon crafted for him by his second uncle and, with an incredibly solemn and sacred demeanor, began to chant. Fire-type exclusive 8th tier sublimation skill, Glory, Fire God Descends. The chant lasted nearly half a minute. Above the dim void of the secret realm, a dazzling crimson flame totem slowly took shape. It was a massive ancient totem, hundreds of meters wide, hovering above Mufeng's head, obscuring much of the sky. Accompanied by Qian's frenzied roar, boundless waves of fire swept around, turning the previously frigid space into a scorching heat. In the most devout posture, they welcomed the descent of the deity. Boom! At this moment, the sky split open, creating an irreparable wound. The light of order that had slept for countless years in the ancient era enveloped this brand new epoch. Feng looked up at the sky and saw a girl surrounded by endless flames descending through the air. With each step she took, the power within the space began to collapse. In the once icy realm, all the frozen elements began to melt. The icebergs that had stood for who knows how long started to dissolve. The life that bloomed in the cold world began to wither. The fire deity has descended. The girl stood before Mufeng, gazing at her summoner with two dazzling eyes burning with crimson flames. In the next moment, a golden-red fire mark lit up at the center of both Mufeng and the girl's brows. This is the divine contract. Mufeng's heart trembled. He realized he could do nothing but solemnly accept the girl's gift. God of Fire, carrying the undying spark, descend upon the awakening era, serving the summoner as master, unwavering until death. After the girl spoke, the fire marks between them erupted with a brilliant light that illuminated the void. Mufeng suddenly discovered that every inch of his flesh and bone, every drop of blood, was enveloped in the crimson glow emitted by the mark, initiating a transformation. I can feel it. This is the sublimation from the essence of life. It allows me to become a perfect vessel simultaneously, carrying the powers under the different order rules of the current era and the old world. Only in this way can I perfectly merge with the reincarnated body of the fire god and borrow her power. Now, I am terrifyingly strong. Mufeng felt an overwhelming exhilaration. He even had an impulse to roar out loud. Moments later, the marks on their brows melted away deep within their minds, signifying the formal conclusion of the divine contract. Ding! Congratulations, host. The identity of the fire god's agent is permanently activated. The two locked eyes. The reincarnated body of the fire god appeared as a lowly, standing about 150 centimeters tall. Her life form resembled a perfectly solid fire spirit, infinitely close to being corporeal. Her eyes burned with brilliant flames, and her body was cloaked in a garment of light formed from fire energy. She looked like a perfect being that had stepped out of a two-dimensional world. Yet, there was an indescribable sense of majesty that made all beings submit. Only Mufeng did not perceive this, for he had merged with the contract and become the sole master of the fire god. This meant that in this world only Mufeng could command the girl before him. Since you serve me as master, from today onward you shall follow me. Do not refer to yourself as the fire god anymore. That title is considered taboo in your so-called awakening era. Yanheim is your name. The girl's fiery, ethereal, and indifferent gaze rarely flickered with a hint of softness as she spoke solemnly. Yes, master. Mufeng activated his insight in the name of light to examine Yanheim's panel data. Fire deity, reincarnated Yanheim. Current level 60. Current status, no weapon. Health 50,000/50,000. Energy 20,000/20,000. 5-dimensional data, strength 1,000, constitution 2,000, endurance 800, agility 1,200, mental power 2,500. Skills, passive skills, flame, supremacy, old world barrier, fire spirit devour, spring fire rebirth, elemental evolution, active skills, divine master fusion. So strong. Mufeng looked at the panel data with burning eyes, his heart shaken like a storm. The data was secondary. What was truly extraordinary, aside from Yanheim's powerful permanent growth, was her passive talent of elemental evolution. With Yanheim present, the energy intensity of all fire elements would be fundamentally enhanced. Compared to normal fire attribute powers, all energy and means related to flames would receive a comprehensive boost. No wonder she is called the Supreme of Fire. All flames in the world are essentially born under Yanheim's order. This is the achievement her original body possessed in the old world. Even in this current awakening era, even if the once immensely powerful order rules cannot be used, she can still control the power of all flames. With Yanji by my side, I, the divine agent, shall be the supreme ruler of all fire powers in the world. Mufeng suddenly had a wicked thought. If Ling Yao and those other fire-wielding mages were to fight him, wouldn't they just surrender on the spot? A bit terrifying. The title of divine agent carries weight and influence far beyond what Mufeng could imagine at this moment. Boom! The ice layer on the ground suddenly collapsed. The slumbering master of the secret realm slowly emerged. It turned out to be a gigantic ancient earth ice lion beast, the fire deity of the ancient earth era. Why have you come to my dojo? Mufeng's expression was cold, as if he were a god looking down on ants. He said coldly, the era created by the awakened is no longer one you can rampage through. Today, in the name of the fire god, I shall obliterate this place. East Sea Governor's office. A large group of high-level awakened ones escorted the governor and other senior officials, quickly heading to the information collection area. Arriving in front of the big screen, the staff stood up excitedly. Report to the governor and all the officials. We have locked onto the coordinates of the center of the Forbidden Ruin level secret realm. The governor suppressed his excitement and asked, can we confirm it's a Forbidden Ruin level secret realm? We can confirm. The senior officials all smiled broadly, their spirits lifted. Great. Last time, to secure a chance to participate in the South River secret realm, we old folks had to put our old faces on the line, forcibly squeezing in a batch of slots under the guise of student exchanges, and we were really criticized for a while. This time, we can finally hold our heads high. Our East Sea now has its own high-level secret realm. The senior officials around him expressed their sentiments, truly hitting the governor's heart. Quick, get me a video call with the South River governor's office. With such good news, we must share it with our old neighbors at the first opportunity. The big shots exchanged knowing glances, all revealing a smile. Clearly, it was their turn to show off to South River. Moments later, two big shots connected on the screen, and upon learning that East Sea had a Forbidden Ruin level secret realm indeed, the faces of the big shots on the South River side immediately darkened a bit. Ahem. Are you sure it's a Forbidden Ruin level? The South River governor had a skeptical expression. What nonsense! I say, oldly, what do you mean by that? Am I, the dignified governor of East Sea, going to deceive you? An ice attribute Forbidden Ruin secret realm, just look. After saying that, the East Sea governor directly had the staff switch to a close-up of the coordinates. The icy blue transmission entrance image was shared with the South River governor's office. However, at that moment, a loud bang erupted without warning on the screen. The originally icy blue secret realm transmission portal was instantly engulfed by a vast expanse of crimson flames. Immediately after, that entrance clearly revealed a sinister crack, like the cracked patterns before an ice layer explosion. It spread rapidly in a web-like manner. Oh no, Governor, it seems this secret realm has a problem. The East Sea governor's smile instantly froze, and he asked in shock, what do you mean? The staff trembled, locking onto the center of the screen. This secret realm seems extremely unstable. The ice attribute space is rapidly collapsing, detecting an extremely terrifying firepower devouring everything. How is that possible? The big shots on the East Sea side were completely stunned. Are you kidding me? It couldn't have had a problem before, and now that the video is sent over, you tell me the secret realm is about to explode? Boom! All the cracks were completely evaporated in an instant. The destructive power fluctuations washed over the gazes staring at the screen. The transmission entrance of the secret realm truly exploded. In the next moment, from the depths of the endless flames rising in darkness, a brilliant, golden silhouette shot up from the shattered transmission entrance. Behind him stood the angel totem that sent shivers down the spines of the high-ranking officials of Nanjing. That is, a divine miracle. Hanyu and the other high-ranking officials of Nanjing instantly stood up from their seats. Together with the Donghai side, they intercepted the fleeting image of the angel totem soaring into the sky. It remained as blurry as the figure from the scorched earth soul ruins, but it could be discerned that both were indeed the same person. It really appeared. That mysterious powerhouse hiding in Nanjing actually showed up in the high-level wilderness battlefield of Donghai. It was him who blew up this forbidden ruin-level secret realm. In an instant, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the Nanjing governor's office were a mix of laughter and tears. They had witnessed the Donghai side's embarrassment and temporarily escaped the threat posed by the divine miracle boss. However, regarding the appearance of the divine miracle, they were filled with a hint of confusion and awe. Hanyu spoke gravely, to be able to leave Nanjing silently under our surveillance, and to infiltrate the forbidden ruin-level secret realm alone, completely destroying it. What kind of terrifying strength must one possess to achieve this? This forbidden ruin went from being discovered to being shattered in no more than 5 minutes. This person is too terrifying. On the Donghai side, the big shots were already blushing from the awkward situation. The governor roared, "This is outrageous. Find me this guy with the angel totem. I want to see who he is, daring to act recklessly in our Donghai territory." Meanwhile, Mufeng hurried back to the examination site at the fastest speed, regaining his calm demeanor. He waved his hand, revealing 3 chilling frost-covered maple leaves, a helpless expression appearing on his face. Little did he know, after summoning Yanjie, he had teamed up with the Crimson Flame Dragon in Yanjie's true form, and in just one round, they had melted that ice lion boss. After a small test, Mufeng truly felt the terrifying power of this fire-type exclusive skill. He was now frighteningly strong. He couldn't wait to see what kind of strength the so-called prodigies standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Dragon Empire possessed. It's time to head to the imperial capital. Only 2 minutes remained until the agreed time. Zhang Hongfei and the other responsible parties, along with Mo Ran and Tang Hao, the elite talents from the Donghai examination site, had all arrived. Only Ling Yao was still missing, not showing up. Strange, why hasn't Ling Yao come over yet? She wouldn't have left the examination site, would she? Zhang Hongfei frowned and muttered, "Oh no." Mufeng's expression froze as he suddenly remembered the paper doll incident and hurriedly vanished from everyone's sight. Moments later, Ling Yao, with a dazed look in her eyes, swayed back. "Sorry, President Zhang, everyone is here. Can we set off now?" Zhang Hongfei and the others looked at Mufeng, then at the bewildered Ling Yao, their expressions becoming strange. They didn't dare to say anything or ask. Set off. The top-tier flying guardian spirit, the 6-winged Pegasus, soared into the sky. Carrying all the elite students from the Donghai examination site, it headed straight for the imperial capital. The flying speed of this thing was the most efficient flying tool accessible to those below the master level. Because the imperial capital was the heart of the Eastern Dragon Empire, protected by a forbidden ancient formation, teleportation scrolls could only be used inside, and outsiders could not directly reach the city through teleportation methods. After flying for about 2 hours, they finally saw the borders of the imperial capital city-state. The accompanying students appeared particularly excited. In a corner, Mufeng took out a frost maple leaf and handed it to Ling Yao, instructing her, "Take this. In case the 5th round of the assessment hides dangers, at a critical moment, throw it out and use your mental power to guide it. It can protect you." Ling Yao was taken aback, her big, dazed eyes sparkling with a misty light as she cautiously reached out to take it. "Great. Lord of the Underworld, you wouldn't have specially prepared this for me, would you?" Mufeng decisively interrupted with a look that said no entry for strangers. "Please don't overthink the plot. I'm just fulfilling a promise. If you run into trouble in the imperial capital, I won't be able to explain it to your family." Ling Yao pouted, suppressing her laughter as she murmured softly, "Oof, clearly you care about them, yet you come up with so many excuses. But rest assured, great lord of the underworld, although the imperial capital is quite treacherous, it shouldn't pose any significant risks. After all, we do have our backing. Those who can participate in the 5th round of assessments are the elite of the empire's future. They will naturally be protected by the rules and won't encounter trouble." Mufeng scoffed, saying no more. Little did he know, this 5th round would truly be a test. The imperial capital, the only supreme city of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The term supreme represents the highest level of the entire human territory in the awakening era. Among all the human nations and powers on the planet, only 3 cities enjoy this level of designation. And within the entire city, the most eye-catching is the Dragon Emperor Tower, standing proudly at the very center of the city, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky. This tower is the highest headquarters of the entire Empire's Awakeners Alliance. From the outside, it resembles a gigantic black dragon soaring thousands of meters into the air. Legend has it that the core building material of this tower is made from the true dragon bones of the Dark Dragon Emperor from the Old Earth era. Having survived countless epochs, it has become the totem symbol of the Eastern Dragon lineage of humanity. What an imposing giant city of humanity! Truly worthy of being the heart of the empire, the term supreme is well deserved. Mufong gazed at the full view of the Dragon Emperor Tower with his hands behind his back, feeling the overwhelming grandeur approaching, his heart filled with longing for the higher-level heritage of this world. When he grows to become a 100-level master, or even reach higher levels, he must ascend to the peak of the Dragon Emperor Tower and overlook the vast land of the Eastern Dragon. 9 prefectures. What a magnificent scene that would be. While silently setting this goal, Mufong and his group landed in the vast central square outside the first level of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Over 100 peers from various cities escorted here had already gathered. The enormous square likely exceeded 1,000,000 square meters. What truly shocked Mufong and the others were the awakened legions standing guard around them, fully prepared. This was the elite of the Eastern Dragon Empire's military, renowned across the planet. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, the highest composition of power consists of the Awakeners Alliance, the Eastern Dragon Empire's military, and the Guild Alliance. Among them, the Imperial military is the core organization responsible for safeguarding the safety of ordinary people, with a total number exceeding tens of millions, forming the true military foundation of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The Awakeners Alliance is an exploratory organization formed by top awakened individuals. Their purpose is not to contribute significantly to ordinary people but to explore higher-level secrets, gain greater power, and determine the Empire's voice in the entire human realm. The more strong individuals there are, the richer the resources the country can plunder, and the faster the national strength grows. Essentially, this organization determines the upper limit of national development. The Guild, on the other hand, has its core value in maintaining the normal operation of the entire social system, including resource distribution and the maintenance of the survival order for ordinary people, among other things. In addition to these 3 military organizations, there is the Supervisory Institute, the central authority overseeing various provincial governors, maintaining the daily operations of all systems in the country. Just after landing, the students would automatically undergo a light scan in the square, revealing all the information from the first 4 rounds of assessments. Then, they would hear the relevant staff announcing the names of each qualifier. Awakeners Eastern Alliance Assessment Delegation. Nanjing City, Nanjing No. 1 High School, Mufong. Occupation, Auxiliary Combat System Priest. Total score in the 4 rounds of assessment, 8,000. Current ranking, first place. The resounding announcement echoed throughout the square. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the Eastern Alliance team. All eyes were on them. As Mufong strode forward, presenting his identity credentials to accept the assessment information entry, the surrounding top talents seemed to wish they could devour him with their gazes, scrutinizing him from head to toe over and over again. The Eastern Alliance actually has a perfect score candidate? From Nanjing? A level 3 city actually has a 4-round perfect score genius? That's unbelievable. Auxiliary Combat System. Incredible, a healer actually scored 8,000 points. Wait, 8,000 points? A 4-round perfect score at the Old Earth level, a priest? The discussions rose and fell. The more they talked, the more shocked they became. If Mufong were also a combat type, then achieving a perfect score would merely place him among the top talents. After all, he wasn't the only one in attendance with a perfect score. But to say that a top figure emerged from the auxiliary combat system, that rarity undoubtedly elevated it to another level. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Yao, who followed closely behind Mufong, was inexplicably blushing at that moment, wearing a smug little expression. If one didn't know better, they might think she was the one with a perfect score. And that fat guy, Zheng Hongfei, who was just a team leader, had no real connection to Mufong, yet he was also beaming with joy. Little did he know, the influence Mufong brought was something even he hadn't anticipated. It seemed the entire Eastern Alliance was being viewed with newfound respect. Wow! Lord Minghuan, look at those guys, they seem to be sneaking glances at you. Ling Yao hurriedly followed Mu Feng's side, whispering. Mufong remained calm, chuckling lightly. It's understandable. Regardless of my results, just my looks alone would draw attention wherever I go. Not far behind, Tang Hao and the others were secretly rolling their eyes, filled with envy and jealousy, their expressions betraying their feelings. Ahem, Mufong, the headquarters has sent word that this year, among the 4 alliances of Awakeners, including you, there are a total of 3 perfect score talents. Additionally, there is 1 quota from the headquarters that is also considered a perfect score student. Just a reminder, if you might encounter them later, be cautious. Zhang Hongfei pointed this out, which made Mufong curious and ask, oh, the headquarters refers to the forces of the top powers within this Dragon Emperor Tower? Zhang Hongfei nodded seriously. That's right, you should have heard of the so-called 10 great families of the empire. Their leaders all have a place within this Dragon Emperor Tower. By the way, you know Long Wushi, right? His family, the Long clan, is one of the outstanding ones among them. Mufong nodded gravely. I see. So, this quota from the headquarters is likely the strongest among the perfect score competitors. Ling Yao chimed in, playfully. Whether they are the strongest is hard to say, but they are definitely the most mysterious, with the most means. Because the Dragon Emperor Tower itself is one of the biggest secrets of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Shu, my young lady, please don't speak carelessly, be cautious in the capital. Zhang Hongfei was startled and quickly reminded her, causing Ling Yao to stick out her tongue and stop talking. Mu Feng gazed up at the Dragon Emperor Tower, shrouded in a mysterious black aura filled with a growing desire to explore. Just then, a somewhat abrupt voice came from behind. Are you Mu Feng? Everyone turned around to see a young awakener in a full set of black legendary battle armor. His sword-like brows were fierce and his eyes held a hint of crimson. The black-armored vice president, Iron King's son Iron Wolf. Mu Feng, in the name of light, casually swept his gaze and saw through this person completely, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he walked past. The son of Iron Lao, I've long admired you. Tai Lang said nothing, just stared intently at Mu Feng, showing no intention of being friendly. Zhang Hongfei, caught in the middle, felt quite awkward and hurriedly stepped forward to flatter. Iron Gongzi, you are also the second best in the auxiliary combat department, a rare noble scion. We are all representatives of the Eastern Alliance, it's better to support each other. Tai Lang snorted coldly, not even glancing at Zhang Hongfei, but took a step closer to Mu Feng. From childhood to now, I've only ever taken from others. You are the first to dare to take something from me. I couldn't do anything about you before since we weren't in the same examination venue, but in the upcoming 5th round, don't think you can gain any advantage. Mu Feng remained unperturbed, a calm smile on his face as he whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Hunter Wolf? Such a strange name. Is it your hidden profession? Sounds quite impressive, but the growth rate isn't high. If you want to use it as a trump card, I'm afraid it's still lacking. After saying this, Mu Feng smiled and patted Tai Lang's shoulder, casually brushing past him, leaving Tai Lang frozen in place, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How is this possible? He actually saw through my trump card at a glance. How did he do it? After the identity registration was completed, a middle-aged woman in a blue robe gracefully landed deep in the large square. She was Ning Shu, the overall head responsible for the 5th round of testing from the Dragon Emperor Tower. Level 113, Senior 7th rank, Master Level Prophet. Mu Feng's sharp gaze instinctively locked onto this big shot. Soon he noticed that the badge on this woman's chest was different from those of the local masters in Hangyu. It was actually the Black Dragon badge, representing the exclusive symbol of the masters in service of the Dragon Emperor Tower. A person of this level, if they were to drop into a third-tier city like Nanjing, could decide anyone's life or death with a single word. Even the governor of Nanjing would be nothing more than an ant in her presence. Someone is actually spying on me. Before Ning Shu could speak, she instinctively sensed something, her autumn water-like eyes sweeping over the students. Finally, her gaze landed on Mu Feng. She didn't discover anything in particular, just felt that this candidate was somewhat different. What surprised her even more was that Mu Feng actually dared to meet her gaze, nodding and smiling without being servile or overbearing. An interesting kid. This thought flashed through Ning Shu's mind, and she shifted her gaze away, her demeanor authoritative as she transmitted her voice. Everyone present, you are the top talents selected by our Eastern Dragon Empire this year. In order to provide you with better resources and help you rise quickly, the headquarters of the Awakeners has prepared different specifications of rewards for the top 10 final scores of this year's college entrance examination, as well as for the winning team of the 5th round of testing. After Master Ning Shu finished speaking, she waved her delicate hand, and a light mist materialized above everyone's heads. It directly projected the contents of the rewards at various levels. What a skill! Is this the ability of the rare profession of prophet? It actually has some semblance of speaking and having the law follow. Mu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, but he expressed confusion about the various rewards displayed on the light screen. Supreme reward: 2,000 Black Dragon coins, a set of legendary level profession equipment, armor/1 selected legendary level weapon, 100,000 bound skill points, 1 old earth level bloodline source crystal, 1 Dragon Tower Sky City exploration scroll. What is Black Dragon coin? What do bloodline source crystal and Sky City scroll mean? Hearing Mu Feng's question, Ling Yao immediately perked up, looking quite proud. I've heard my grandfather mention it. Black Dragon coin is the most precious exchange resource independently issued by the Dragon Emperor Tower. Usually, only those awakened ones who have made great contributions to the Eastern Dragon Empire have the opportunity to obtain a very limited quantity. By the way, when one achieves the rank of 7th stage master, they will be rewarded with 500. At that time, my grandfather used this to exchange for a special skill book. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Are you saying that Black Dragon coins can be exchanged for any rare resources one desires? Ling Yao nodded seriously. You could say that. After all, the Dragon Emperor Tower is the highest belief of the Eastern Dragon lineage. If there are resources that even this place doesn't have, then they probably can't be found anywhere else. As for the bloodline source crystal, it can refine one's life essence once, and if luck is good, it can directly awaken a mutated bloodline or inherit some kind of innate talent. For example, one of my grandfather's students awakened a top-tier talent, the double pupils, thanks to this, and directly became one of the 9 chief awakened ones of the Western Alliance. As for the Sky City, well, it's right above your head. Following Ling Yao's gesture, Mufeng looked up and saw the Dragon Emperor Tower hidden deep within the black mist. In fact, the visibility of this treasure tower displayed before everyone was nearly the area of the dragon's tail. The part hidden deep within the clouds is said to be protected by special magical formations, and without high-level strength, one cannot glimpse any secrets. I once heard my grandfather mention that the Sky City unique to our Eastern Dragon Empire is located around 5,000 meters along the dragon's spine of the Dragon Emperor Tower. It is said to be the ruins of the battlefield where the gods fell during the Old Earth era, but whether it is real or just a projection is unclear. The battlefield of the fallen gods. Mu Feng's mind sparked, and he directly communicated with his soul space. The slumbering Yan Ji slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Master, what is your command? Mu Feng directly transmitted his thoughts to her. Do you know about the battlefield of the fallen gods? Yan Ji seemed to recall some painful past inside. Softly, that is the grave of the Old Earth era. Countless powerful gods who lived during the Old Earth era ultimately fell in that place. However, after the War of the Gods, the original continental form of the Old Earth was shattered, and many have turned into fragmented remnants. What you refer to as the land of the fallen gods, which is passed down in the current awakened era, should be these damaged fragments. Mu Feng immediately understood. The so-called Sky City trial was mostly about venturing into these fragmented spaces of the Old Earth ruins. If luck is good, discovering treasures and legacies left by the gods of the Old Earth era would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, the dangers are self-evident. Such places are not comparable to any so-called wild maps or revived secret realms in the present world. After understanding all this, Mu Feng began to calm his mind and make final preparations. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and Master Ning Shu spoke again. Alright, the 5th round of testing is about to begin. Challenge. Content: Nightmare Cage Hunting Game. As the name suggests, this place imprisons the masters of the Eastern Dragon Empire, suppressing and hunting powerful evil beings from the outer battlefield. The number is vast, counted in the thousands. The lowest level of monsters is above level 40, and the highest, I am not sure. According to the students who have survived in the past, they have seen forbidden existences over level 200 inside, and fortunately, they were in a sleeping state, allowing them to escape. If you all go in, be careful to avoid them. Everyone will be randomly assigned to any coordinate of the Nightmare Cage battlefield through the teleportation array behind me, starting your journey of slaughter, hunting monsters and triggering and completing random tasks can earn you corresponding points, which will be added to your scores from the previous 4 rounds, counting towards the total score of this year's college entrance examination. The higher the difficulty of the task, the stronger the strength of the hunting target, the higher the point. Rewards. Each student's starting area is different, and the types of tasks triggered will also vary greatly. You will need to strategize based on the content of your identity information card after entering the battlefield. Finally, all participants in this round of testing automatically sign a life and death contract. Once you fall on the battlefield, the Empire bears no responsibility. If you wish to withdraw, you can give up at any time. Mu Feng pondered the assessment rules and suddenly had an idea. With such a vast hunting ground, it's simply a godsend for growth and leveling up. Yan Ji, you girl will probably break through to level 100 in no time. This time, we must make a fierce kill in this cage battlefield. Commander, I have another question. A sudden voice broke the silence. Iron Wolf suddenly raised his hand. What you just mentioned were all rules related to hunting monsters. Can we attack each other among the candidates? Is there any reward or punishment for that? After asking this question, Iron Wolf directly glanced over at Mu Feng. Mu Feng was not flustered at all. Instead, Ling Yao beside him was puffed up with anger. That Iron Wolf guy is really like a sticky plaster, just knows how to cling to you, Lord Ming Huang. It's so annoying. Mu Feng felt nothing in response to Iron Wolf's provocation, but he almost broke down when he heard the words sticky plaster. Especially since this term was used by Ling Yao, it added a touch of absurdity. Master Ning Shu spoke seriously. Candidates can attack each other. If you seize the opponent's identity information card and crush it, you can inherit 10% of the target's points. Those who lose their information card will be immediately teleported out of the battlefield space, alive to see people, dead to collect corpses. However, from our standpoint, we do not wish to see this scene occur. You are all the pride of heaven, the future backbone of our East Dragon Empire. If you die at the hands of your peers, it would be a loss that is not worth it. So unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to actively attack your peers. Ning Shu originally did not mention this to avoid turning the test into a place for venting hatred and personal desires. But with Iron Wolf's question, it opened Pandora's box. Mu Feng quickly noticed that besides Iron Wolf, there were at least 10 hostile gazes secretly locking onto him. Each aura belonged to high-ranking competitors. However, this way, Mufeng also marked Iron Wolf's name on his blacklist. I originally had no intention of doing anything to you because of your father. But if someone offends me, I will retaliate. If we really cross paths, you better pray for your own good. Mufeng glanced at Iron Wolf, muttering in his heart. Suddenly, his arm tightened again. Although Ling Yao was also a gifted individual, for some reason, she felt that this trial was fraught with danger. And because it was a random teleportation, she couldn't directly be Mufeng's accessory, which made Ling Yao feel very insecure. What should I do? Lord Ming Huan, I plan to stay by your side, but without your protection, I'm worried I will run into trouble. Mufeng was taken aback and pouted. Didn't I give you the frost maple leaf? It can save your life at a critical moment. Ling Yao pouted with a face full of grievance. What use is that one leaf? If someone really wants to kill me, or if I'm surrounded by many people, isn't it the same result? Mufeng felt a headache coming on. He knew it was unrealistic to dissuade this girl. If Ling Yao really withdrew from the trial due to danger, it would be a huge loss of face for old Jiang. After thinking for a moment, Mufeng came up with a solution. He quickly began to chant, and the dog Ahuang, which had been lying on his second uncle, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a brand new Ahuang was summoned into Mufeng's arms. Kid, follow this sister. If you encounter danger after going in, bring her to find me. As soon as Ling Yao heard this, she immediately perked up, affectionately taking little Ao Huang and petting him wildly. What a cute dog! Is this your guardian spirit? Mufeng nodded. Its perception is quite sharp. As long as it's not too far away, it should be able to find me. Ling Yao hugged Ao Huang, her gaze towards Mufeng filled with gratitude and admiration. If before, she was merely a fan of Mufeng's looks, idly pestering him for fun, now Ling Yao was genuinely attracted to him from the heart. This man was completely different from the wealthy sycophants she had encountered before. He wouldn't indulge you or pamper you, but he would always provide the most captivating form of protection in a unique way. Don't look at me with such infatuated eyes. Mufeng returned to his aloof demeanor, speaking in a low tone. Sooner or later, you will have to break away from Elder Zhang's protection and your family's care, becoming an independent awakener. In this era, you, with your extraordinary talent, cannot hide in a gentle place. Facing death, challenges, war, and enemies at all times is the theme of an awakener's life. After saying this, Mufeng stepped towards the teleportation passage. Not looking at Ling Yao again, Mufeng was unaware that at the moment he brushed past Master Ning Shu at the entrance of the teleportation array, a soul butterfly silently landed on his shoulder. It was a method left by Ning Shu on Mufeng. She seemed to be quite interested in this perfect young man from Nanjing. Whoosh! In an instant of flickering light, the spatial power of the teleportation array activated. At the same moment, during Mufeng's sensory shutdown, the voice of Yan Ji echoed in his mind. Master, that powerful woman at the teleportation gate has left a means of surveillance on you. I did not sense hostility from her, but she can monitor all your actions in the battlefield space. Mufeng's brows slightly furrowed. No malice does not mean safety. Could it be that when I used my insight skill to examine her, she discovered it? Unfortunately, I am not clear about the abilities of the super rare profession of a prophet. It's a bit troublesome. Originally, Mufeng planned to unleash all his firepower on this battlefield. If necessary, cards like Angel Shura must be played. With such a means of surveillance in place, Mufeng would undoubtedly be restricted. What was more troublesome was that if he were to eliminate this means now, it might provoke the other party's hostility. Unnecessarily attracting a profound master opponent to himself would definitely not be worth it. Is there any way to block it? Yan Ji decisively denied this idea. With our current capabilities, we cannot do it. Of course, if we were extreme, I could directly refine it with fire energy. Mufeng pondered for a moment and shook his head in refusal. Forget it, anyway, the other party has no malice for now. If she wants to watch, let her watch. Just as the mental exchange was completed, the powerful force of the teleportation array cast Mufeng into a vast primordial jungle battlefield. As his body fell freely, Mufeng suddenly sensed an incredibly strong aura rapidly approaching from deep within the jungle. Oh no, I've run into a tough opponent. Just as Mufeng muttered, from the depths of the ancient trees dozens of meters below, a 100-meter-long dark green giant python soared into the air, opening its massive mouth, its posture fierce as it lunged to devour him. Level 120 peak. Would attribute boss Emerald Scale Python. Looking for death. As Mufeng fell rapidly, a golden light suddenly shone from his brow. The fire pattern mark ignited in an instant, and Yan Ji's true form materialized. Like a golden red, transparent, flawless flame lowly carrying a majestic and sacred aura, she descended upon this jungle battlefield. That's the fire god. How is that possible? Outside the teleportation array, the Grandmaster Ningxu slowly widened, her beautiful eyes stunned as if petrified in place. No, it absolutely cannot be the true fire god. Among the 100 deities that left traces in the old Earth era, the fire god is one of the few whose legacy has not been passed down. This summoning object should just be a fire spirit similar to it. Ningxu quickly suppressed her shock, regaining her composure, and continued to silently observe the first-person perspective of Mu Feng. However, she soon discovered that despite facing a catastrophic start, Mu Feng showed no signs of panic. Instead, he responded with calmness and poise, which surprised her even more. A support-type profession can remain so steady while acting alone. That's a rare temperament. But, is he sure he isn't just hitting a stone with an egg? A level 60 fire spirit summoning object against a level 120 peak boss. Not only was he not trying to escape quickly, but he was actively diving into the enemy's mouth. What kind of operation is this? Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, in the rest area for the team leaders from various cities, the large screen was also displaying the first-person perspective of some seed candidates in real time. As one of the few perfect scoring students, Mu Feng's landing perspective soon appeared. When the fat man Zhang Hongfei saw the giant python's blood-red mouth open wide, lunging at Mu Feng, he was so frightened that he jumped out of his seat. Damn! It can't be this unlucky, right? Little brother Mu Feng, you are the hope of the Eastern Alliance. You absolutely cannot land in a box. It wasn't that this fat man didn't speak human language. Anyone would tremble at the sight of this giant python, let alone Mu Feng, a support-type profession. Ah, haha, I say, Director Zhang, this kid is the perfect scoring student you brought, right? Seems like his luck isn't too good. A representative from the Western Alliance sitting nearby teased sarcastically, looking gleeful. That's right, I thought it was hard for a prodigy to come out of that tiny place in Nanjing, but I didn't expect him to actually dare to come to the capital for the 5th round. A frog in a well from a small city. How could he know how deep the waters of the capital are? He probably has no fear of this round of testing at all. Sigh, I can actually understand. The lower the background of such students, the more they want to find opportunities to prove themselves. But in the end, they only prove their ignorance. The team leaders from several level 4 and 5 cities exchanged sarcastic remarks, completely disregarding Zhang Hongfei. In fact, this was also related to the competitive relationship among the 4 major Awakener Alliance branches. Although they were nominally serving the capital headquarters directly behind the scenes, the 4 branches had been competing for resources and vying with each other for years, leading to unpleasant relations, and the verbal attacks among lower-level leaders were quite common. Coincidentally, this time, almost all the other branches had a grandmaster accompanying them, while the Eastern Alliance only sent Zhang Hongfei alone, with no one behind him, making it hard to have any confidence in a verbal battle. Watching the perilous scenes on the screen, Zhang Hongfei felt increasingly uneasy. Just as he was about to respond with a few words, a sudden, overwhelming sense of pressure appeared behind him. Don't worry, it's just the beginning. Do you really think that kid Mu Feng is made of clay? If it were that easy to die, he wouldn't have made it this far. All the leaders felt this sharp aura and turned their heads. The old sword king Jiangyu, Zhang Hongfei, was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Sword King, why did you come in person? Jiangyu still exuded a dominating presence, coldly smiling with sharpness. If I don't come, I'm afraid this group of foul-mouthed ones will start shitting on your head. Sure enough, with the Grandmaster stepping in, the nearby leaders didn't dare to make a sound. To know, although the Eastern Alliance ranks lower among the 4 major alliances, the reputation of the old Sword King of the Jiang family is a resounding presence throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire. Because sword cultivators are not an ordinary rare profession, they are one of the strongest combat professions, capable of breaking through 100 levels in the sword path, making them a force to be reckoned with among the entire human race. Senior, please take your seat. Zhang Hongfei hurriedly stood by, bowing to serve, but saw Jiangyu wave his hand, his gaze already fixed on Ningxu not far away. No need. It's not easy to come to the imperial capital. I need to find an old friend to catch up. Saying this, he strode forward towards the stunning oracle. What's going on? The old Sword King actually knows Chief Ning. I've never heard of that. These two actually have a connection? At the same time, at the South River Governor's office, Master Hongyu continued to watch the live broadcast of the 5th round of assessments coming from headquarters. Upon seeing Mu Feng's perilous entry scene, he was once again shocked. Is that a fire spirit beside him? Summoning technique? This kid really has some tricks. A support-type warrior actually playing with summoning techniques? Incredible. Where does he get the energy and resources to develop multiple skill trees at the same time? Truly a rare genius. On the battlefield, with Yan Ji by his side, Mu Feng no longer felt any apprehension. The intense light radiating from her allowed him to see the entire scene of the dense forest battlefield below. Sure enough, it's not just this one royal python. This is its lair, and there are many high-level kin lurking here. Whoosh! Mu Feng instantly chanted, using the skill of insight in the name of light, locking onto the Azure Scale Royal Python. Azure Scale Royal Python level 120 health 900,000/900,000. Energy 300,000/300,005 dimensional attributes. Strength 1564 Constitution 5800 Endurance 3534 Agility 4333 Mental Power 5523 Skills. Lethal poison source devouring python, binding entanglement, thousand snakes dance, weakness insight fire element sealing skills slowing skills, flaw insight 7 inches, a boss over level 100. If other candidates encountered such a start, they would likely tear up their cards and withdraw from the exam on the spot. Otherwise, with the slightest carelessness, they would be swallowed whole by this python, destined to leave no bones behind. However, this python was unfortunate as it happened to encounter the one it could not afford to provoke. Hiss! The giant python suddenly spewed a cloud of poisonous mist spreading towards the direction where Mufong and Yanji were falling. Whoosh! Mufong decisively chanted, Rock System Tier 3 Evolution. Skill Divine Protection. In an instant, a transparent attribute shield appeared around both him and Yanji. This was a powerful means specifically used to increase attribute defense capabilities. Poison attribute defense effect increased by 300%. Each defense increased by 1,000 points. A gift delivered to me. I won't refuse. Mufang's lips curled slightly as he chanted again. Wound Technique Tier 3 Evolution Skill Bone Corrosion. The poison source released by the royal python was quickly concentrated on the outer layer of the energy shield by Mufong, while simultaneously enhancing the buff form. Boom! With a loud bang, both landed simultaneously, and Mufong instantly detonated the protective shield around him. A wave of overwhelming energy surged around. The high-level monsters lurking deep in the jungle were all eroded by the toxic power condensed on the shield, using their own methods, attacking with poison. In just the first round of collision, all hidden dangers lurking in the shadows revealed themselves. The continuous damage function of the corrosion buff allowed hidden units to enter the field of vision. In an instant, Yanji locked onto the positions of all potential threats. Master is wise. I can already sense the locations of all hidden ferocious beasts. Mufong smiled with satisfaction. Then let's take this opportunity to let them feel your strength. As soon as the words fell, Mufong immediately chanted the fire-type second-tier evolution skill Flame Domain. Boom! A crimson flame totem erupted beneath their feet. In an instant, within a radius of 300 meters around Mufong and Yanji, everything transformed into a sea of fire. The fire elements, born from this, influenced by Yanji's passive skill, underwent a second transformation in a very short time. This made the power of the flames within the domain far more refined and intense than the fire attributes elsewhere. Wave! Yanji lightly waved her arm, letting out a delicate shout. All the fiercely burning flames beneath her feet suddenly seemed to come to life, transforming into rolling waves of fire that surged outward, devouring the terrifying creatures deep in the jungle. Awah! The screams erupted almost simultaneously above the dense forest. From the aerial perspective overlooking this battlefield, in just a moment, the flames consumed everything. Hundreds of level 60 and above serpent beasts were all evaporated into nothingness by the scorching flames. Ding! Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! Yanji's level has risen to 63. How is this possible? Over 100 hidden creatures just like that were refined in an instant? What on earth is that kid summon? It's terrifying. In front of the big screen, various leaders and their awakened guards gasped in astonishment. Are you sure that thing is a level 60 summon? It simply annihilates beings of the same level. No, aren't you all focused on this fire spirit? Shouldn't you be surprised that Mufong, a priest, can actually cast a fire domain? Zhang Hongfei was also drawn to this statement, falling into thought. Could it be that Mufong has an unknown hidden profession? On the surface, he's a healer, but in reality, he's a summoner. If that's the case, the value of this top student in his region must be even higher. It's a pity such a good talent comes from Nanjiang and not our Donghai. How frustrating. On the other side, Zhang Yu approached Ning Shu, the once imposing old sword king, for some reason, softened his demeanor upon seeing this woman. Instead, Grandmaster Ning Shu had a hint of indifference in her eyes. It's been decades, Your Excellency Sword King, I hope you are well. Zhang Yu gave a somewhat melancholic smile and shook his head. I'm old, not as spirited as I was back then. Ning Shu's gaze flickered over him and she said lightly, what do you want from me? Zhang Yu felt a bit awkward inside. Just catching up, why be so cold to me? Suddenly, a flash of deep blue appeared in Ning Shu's eyes. Great prophecy. The light condensed in a small space as if seeing through everything. Your precious granddaughter has entered the East Ridge Desert. She is temporarily safe. I will keep an eye on her. Ah! Zhang Yu's face flushed red, feeling even more embarrassed. He had wanted to use this matter to chat a bit more with the still charming beauty before him, but she still maintained a distant demeanor which truly made Zhang Yu feel uncomfortable. Thank you. Also, that top student from our Eastern Alliance named Mufong, I also ask you to. Ning Shu directly interrupted Old Sword King. Him? You needn't worry about him. Zhang Yu frowned. What do you mean by that? Ning Shu's lips curled up, her smile carrying an elusive charm. This young man is quite extraordinary. At this moment he should already have caught the attention of the elders in the Dragon Emperor Tower. As long as he can survive, his future will be bright. Zhang Yu expressed some doubt. I know that kid is not ordinary, but to say he has stirred the Dragon Emperor Tower, that seems a bit much, doesn't it? Ning Shu snorted. A priest, well versed in the fire skill tree, can even summon a mystical fire spirit that I can't help but admire. With just this, he is enough to stand out among many proud talents. Let's see how he performs later. Perhaps we might witness even more surprises from him. Jian Yu forced a smile, nodded, and left without further ado. He initially wanted to save some face to arrange things for his precious granddaughter Ling Yao and to look after Mu Feng, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Mu Feng's foundation and potential even exceeded the old Sword King's expectations. Jiang Yu. Ning Shu suddenly spoke again, gazing at the back of the Sword King. Let the past be the past, there's no need to cling to it. By resolving this mental knot, you should have advanced further long ago. With your talent, reaching the 8th rank is just a matter of time. The old Sword King did not turn around and walked out of Ning Shu's sight. Dragon Emperor Tower, 9th floor. In front of a large screen, a white-haired old man dressed in simple clothes and shoes, leaning on a cane, had deep and calm eyes. After observing Mu Feng's series of actions, he gently nodded. Not bad. An ordinary support class paired with a fire skill tree, this child must have fortune on his side. Long John, tell me about his situation. The sharply dressed middle-aged man beside the old man spoke seriously. Elder Wei, this child is named Mu Feng, a level 35 first rank priest, a recent graduate from Nanjing No. 1 High School with a perfect score of 8,000 points in the first 4 rounds, currently tied for first place. The old man's smile grew even more pronounced. 4 rounds of perfect scores at the old earth level of difficulty is not easy. In your opinion, can he take the top spot? Long Zhan shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. Ordinary classes have too low a ceiling compared to the first place from other regional branches. The foundational gap is obvious. Not to mention, this year there's also that unparalleled genius recommended by the Elder Council. It is said that the growth of that girl is already comparable to a 5th rank awakened one. The Long Zhan in front of them was the 3rd heir of the Long family in the imperial capital, currently serving at the Dragon Emperor Tower with a status and position similar to that of Master Ning Shu, also considered a trusted figure among the top members of the Elder Council. As for Elder Wei, he was one of the 9 chief members of the Awakener Alliance headquarters in the imperial capital, a person of immense power. Talent in today's era of awakening is not unchangeable, but the qualities that awakened ones possess, stemming from their soul and essence, are innate. Those awakened sages who rose in the first generation, mere mortals, once stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Most of them walked from being ordinary people to the pinnacle. However, I respect your opinion. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that this child named Mu Feng can take the crown. As soon as Elder Wei said this, the few attendants in the room and Long Zhan himself were all taken aback. May I ask, Elder Wei, what exactly makes you value this young man so highly? The old man shook his head and chuckled. Nothing else, just find him pleasing to the eye. We agreed. If this child takes the top spot, you must promise me to do something in return. How about it? Long Zhan quickly bowed respectfully. It would be an honor to follow Elder Wei's orders. The old man smiled and nodded, his gaze on the screen, watching Mu Feng now filled with a hint of anticipation. The fire god has actually chosen him. Interesting. At the same moment, in the nightmare prison battlefield, Mu Feng faced the Azure Scale Python once again, chanting, whoosh! 2nd tier evolution skill Dusk Quagmire. A vortex of quicksand rapidly enveloped the Python boss's speed, instantly reduced by 90%. Its mobility severely restricted. Now's the time, Yanji, attack its weak point and slay it, Mu Feng said, and the second skill began to chant. Fire System Skill Tree, 4th tier evolution skill Transformation, Supreme. Boom! The violently raging power of flames instantly boiled over. Within the domain, all the flames crazily converged in this moment into the palm of Yanji. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into a bizarre and unpredictable giant blade of fire. This blade, formed from the aggregation of fire elements, was etched with unreadable ancient soil runes on its surface. Its power was not merely a simple explosion of energy. It seemed to contain some means of rules and order. The moment the light blade appeared, a strange scene unfolded. The previously wildly furious Azure Scale Python, a level 120 being, immediately let out a hysterical wail of despair. It struggled desperately to break free from the mire's restraints, its eyes filled with terror and despair. It wanted to escape. Kill. With Mu Feng's command, Yanji instantly transformed into a blazing streak of light, flying hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, the blade passing through the python's vital spot. Put. Level 120 boss, Azure Scale Python, instant kill. Ding. Gained 180,000 experience points. Ding. Yanji's level increased to 66. Mu Feng's expression was calm as he smiled and nodded. Not bad, Yanji. Under the supreme form, your melee burst power is quite impressive. Yanji floated back to Mu Feng's side, her fiery eyes flowing with a hint of affection. Master is wise, having seen through its weakness and suppressed its movement, allowing me to strike easily. Mu Feng chuckled. Let's go explore elsewhere. All creatures encountered along the way, just kill them all. Yanji understands. At this moment, all the powerful beings who witnessed the earlier scene were completely shocked. In the Imperial Capital's observation area, various branches of the Awakener Alliance, including the governor's offices from different regions. In front of every large screen, there was a cacophony of shocked discussions. No way. That fire spirit can actually one-shot a level 120 boss? Is it a mage or a warrior? This is too abnormal, right? Zhang Hongfei suddenly leaned his big fat face forward, grinning as he interjected. Old Zhou, I remember you're a fire system mage. You should be able to control this kind of fire element spirit, right? Tell us, how did that one-shot happen just now? Zhang Hongfei wore a teasing expression, deliberately mocking the chatterbox in the front row. Old Zhou immediately wore a bitter expression, stammering for a long time without saying anything coherent. He understood nothing. He couldn't comprehend how Mu Feng did it at all. Little did he know, Mu Feng's exclusive fire system skill tree, the 3rd and 4th tier evolution skills, corresponded to Yanji's 2 transformation forms, capable of unleashing unimaginable combat power effects in both melee and ranged forms. And that giant blade of fire was a simulated version of the artifact used by the fire god in ancient times, retaining a trace of the power of the ancient Soils Order. For these seemingly powerful monsters in the present world, the ancient Soils Order was the judgment blade hanging over their heads. Once it decided to descend, no one could resist the outcome of their fall. Similarly, Ning Shu, after witnessing Mu Feng's operation, also silently gasped in shock, revealing rare astonishment. Means of the ancient Soils rules. She is not an ordinary fire spirit. Could it be that I really guessed right? 9-layer Dragon Emperor Tower. Wei Lao, showing off, poked the screen with a childlike demeanor and looked at Long Zhan. Just this move just now, can any of the younger generation of your Long family do it? Fire system summoning technique, earth system elemental defense, and a mysterious talent that can see through the enemy's flaws. This is what you call an ordinary profession, with low potential and poor qualifications. Long Zhan wore a face of shame, not daring to refute a single word. It was not out of fear, but because he had been thoroughly slapped in the face. Old Wei, I have learned from you, Long Zhan said, looking genuinely convinced. The old man smiled at Long Zhan's demeanor. It's not entirely your fault. Actually, the criteria you mentioned earlier apply to the vast majority of young people. But this Mu Feng is not among them. In other words, the definition given to him by an ordinary profession is no longer accurate. In the past, the priests we knew had almost no highlights aside from their healing methods and a few buffs. But look at this Mu Feng. He is clearly on a path of multi-system development. This perfectly compensates for the limitations of so-called ordinary professions. However, what truly surprises me is that his multi-system skill tree progresses evenly without any discrepancies. That is his remarkable trait. Long Zhan seemed to sense something and looked up at the old man, testing the waters. Old Wei, you haven't been involved in the Empire's education and training affairs for many years. This time, are you thinking of making an exception to take on a disciple? The old man quickly waved his hand and sighed. I'm old, I don't have the energy for that anymore. However, as the highest place of the Awakened Alliance, we should still strive to recruit such a student. You don't need to intervene, just wait and see. This kid probably has more surprises to amaze you. By then, I fear all sorts of people will be scrambling to recruit him. On the battlefield, Mu Feng and Yan Ji quickly swept through a jungle lair of the Bai Lin Zunmang. Along the way, they wiped out over 200 elite monsters above level 60, and Yan Ji successfully leveled up to 67. Mu Feng glanced at his stats and was genuinely shocked. Wow, you level up and get 20 attribute points? That's so exaggerated. Yan Ji didn't seem to care much, smiling lightly. In my sovereign form, my strength attribute increases significantly, focusing on enhancing single-target killing ability. As for growth potential, it should be influenced by my bloodline. In the Age of Awakening, the order rules of the Old Earth era have been obliterated. If it were in the past, with my current attribute, strength, I could easily wipe out the entire prison cage battlefield. Mu Feng, the lofty old gods of the Old Earth, even if they fell to the mortal realm, were still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Mu Feng understood this point. Who could compare to such talent? If this growth continues, Mu Feng estimated that by the time they left this map, Yan Ji would probably be on par with a true world boss. Master, are you hungry? Yan Ji suddenly blinked her big eyes, gazing at Mu Feng with a hint of anticipation. Before Mu Feng could respond, she suddenly trembled her palm, and the Bai Lin Zun Mang she had just wiped out was quickly engulfed in a large ball of scorching flames, refining away the dross and leaving behind the concentrated essence of flesh and blood presented before them. What was even more deadly was the irresistible aroma of meat emanating from this essence. Quick, try it. Master, this python meat is really delicious. Mu Feng was completely stunned. In the heat of battle, he had genuinely forgotten that Yan Ji was essentially a fire spirit. And fire, in its most primitive use for humans, was none other than barbecuing. Ding! The current instance score leaderboard has been refreshed. Mu Feng felt the tremor of his identity card, took it out, and on the transparent screen, names of top talents appeared one after another. This python meat is so delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, reminding me of the taste of home. Mu Feng took a big bite, savoring the top-tier barbecue feast unique to this world, indulging himself. "You eat too," he said, handing a large piece to Yen Ji. She was not polite at all, opening her mouth and absorbing the entire chunk into a powdery essence. Mu Feng was startled to realize that as Yen Ji, this little lowly, grew in level and strength, her body was also developing. Good heavens! Could it be that when she reaches her peak, the lowly will become an older sister type? This thought flashed through Mu Feng's mind, and a hint of anticipation arose. Although he was a proper gentleman, he was ultimately a normal person, and naturally possessed a love for beauty. "From now on, the job of grilling meat will be yours. Be a good little cook for me, and I'll make sure you're well fed in terms of levels." Yen Ji gave Mu Feng a playful smile and nodded emphatically in agreement. While eating, Mu Feng lowered his head to scan the leaderboard, only to find that this time he wasn't in first place. To be precise, his name had actually fallen out of the top 5. Number 1, Dragon Emperor Pagoda, 7th Branch, Xianyuan Dao. Battlefield points, 6,488. Total points, 14,488. Number 2, Western Alliance, Ganlan City, Sanggu. Battlefield points, 5,976. Total points, 13,976. Number 3. Number 6, Eastern Alliance, Nanjiang City, Mufeng. Battlefield points, 3,876. Total points, 11,876. Looking at the information on the leaderboard, Mu Feng remained calm and unhurried. This was just the beginning, the real contest was yet to come. For Mu Feng, there were too many ways to earn points, and he wasn't in a rush. The current priority was to assess the situation and adapt to the rules of this battlefield. After all, everyone logged in at different locations. Those with good luck, rare AoE classes who dropped into monster lairs, would naturally kill a large number of monsters instantly, and their points would definitely be higher than Mu Feng's, who started near a boss. Therefore, the first refreshed leaderboard couldn't be an absolute measure of strength. However, it also showed that the participants in this 5th round were truly a hidden nest of dragons and crouching tigers, each with their own strengths. Especially the top 4 names on the list. Those few full-score members seem to be performing quite brilliantly. Xianyuan Dao, he's the one who got the guaranteed spot from the Dragon Emperor Pagoda, right? Mu Feng noted these names and then scanned a few more spots further down the list. He saw Tai Lang's name in 16th place. As for Ling Yao, are you kidding me, second to last? Dungeon points, 6. What did she go through? Mu Feng had a speechless expression. She wouldn't find a crack in the ground and plan to hide there until the end, would she? Suddenly, from behind the dense forest, a burst of intense energy explosion spread out. "Master, someone is coming. I sense an aura of someone who was in close contact with you before." Mu Feng's eyes lit up. He recalled Yen Ji into his soul space, jumped into the dense forest to conceal his presence, and waited for this group of people to appear. Soon, a strong smell of blood permeated the air. Tai Lang. Mu Feng was all too familiar with this scent. Sure enough, Tai Lang, that big fellow in black armor, was running in the front, looking battered and exhausted. Among the few people following behind him was Mo Ran, the young master from a prestigious family from the Donghai examination venue whom he had met before. Mu Feng didn't recognize the remaining few. He directly activated his, in the name of light insight skill, and scanned their panels. All of them are critically low on health. It seems they were ambushed by other teams. Swoosh! A sharp wind blade tore through the air, once again striking the backs of Tai Lang and his group, accompanied by a burst of unrestrained, wild laughter. Ha ha ha! Ants from the Eastern Alliance still trying to escape? The pursuers behind them, a group of more than 10 people, suddenly leaped out. Mu Feng scanned them one by one with his insight. They were all above level 25. The leader was actually level 33. Ranked 5th on the leaderboard, the Northern Alliance's top prodigy, Bei Tangyu, an ultra-rare crossbow archer profession. He's the one leading people to chase down the students from the Eastern Alliance. Mu Feng frowned slightly, instantly seeing through the current situation. Mo Ran turned back, panting heavily, and shot a cold glare at the blue-haired young leader, Bei Tang. "You! Why target the students of my Eastern Alliance? We haven't provoked you at all." Bei Tangyu laughed maniacally. "You are the weakest. This is the original sin. So by eliminating you competitors first, the resources of the cage battlefield can be divided less." Iron Wolf said fiercely, "Bei Tangyu, I remember you. Once I leave this instance, I will definitely seek an explanation from your Northern Alliance." Bei Tangyu looked disdainful. "Still trying to act tough with me, the black-armored second generation? Put away that ugly black face of yours, I'm not buying it. It's time to send you off." After Bei Tangyu finished speaking, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow. A greenish light instantly exploded, locking onto Iron Wolf and the others as it shot through the air. Boom! Just at that critical moment, a barrier of flowing light descended beside Iron Wolf and the others. Holy light prayer! Whoosh! The overwhelming aura of the light shower technique poured down upon them. Iron Wolf and his 3 companions instantly regained full health. Mu Feng. From the depths of darkness, Mu Feng slowly appeared, eliciting excited cheers from Mo Ran. Iron Wolf's expression was particularly complex. He was very hostile towards Mufong. But now, as the feeling of being fully healed coursed through his body, and with this guy whom he regarded as his #1 rival standing in front of him, he inexplicably felt a strong sense of security. Mufong looked indifferently at the people from the Northern Alliance. You're targeting the students of the Eastern Alliance to kill, bullying us because we have no one? Beitang Yu's expression suddenly became strange. Rank 6, you're the only one from the Eastern Alliance to get a perfect score? What a pity, just a babysitter, and you dare to be arrogant with me. Ordinary profession, common as dirt, you really have no self-awareness. Beitang Yu directly drew his bow and shot an arrow at Mufong. Be careful. Iron Wolf's deep voice rang out, warning Mufong. Beitang Yu's strength was formidable. However, in front of Mufong, a mere archer was not qualified to be arrogant. Whoosh! Mufong gently pushed out a palm. A blazing flame transformed into a barrier, blocking in front of him. The light arrow mixed with wind attributes was completely evaporated into nothingness the moment it touched the wall of flames. What? Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Beitang Yu stared blankly at Mufong. Kid, what kind of trick are you using to actually refine my arrow? Mufong said nothing, his skills instantly casting. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, blazing fire spirits appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he released a total of 20. Whoosh. The second-tier evolution skill, Flame Domain, appeared again. The scorching flames surrounded and engulfed Beitang Yu and his group. Whoosh. The injury technique plus Dusk Mire combo skill was instantly cast. In just a few blinks, Mufong completed a series of skill releases. Thanks to the 4th-tier evolution skill, Holy Spring, from the Light Angel Totem, he didn't need to worry about energy consumption at all. Various low-tier skills were continuously released, catching the Northern Alliance opponents off guard. Hostile towards my Eastern Alliance. Suppress them. With a cold command from Mufong, dozens of fire spirits surged forward, beginning to attack the awakened one slowed by the Dusk Mire. After a flurry of actions, he directly killed the allied students behind him. Heavens! The 4-time perfect scorer from the Eastern Alliance is truly extraordinary. With just one person, he has made this group of bastards a mess. The aura of these fire spirits is too strong. Hearing this, Iron Wolf's fighting spirit erupted even more fiercely as he raised his head and said, now's the time, cooperate with Mufong and counterattack them. Let's all attack together and take them down. Beitang Yu's gaze suddenly turned cold. Already deeply hostile towards the Eastern Alliance, he was now contemplating a ruthless move. However, at this moment, it was not he who held the upper hand in the situation. Whoosh! The brilliant wind system arrow shot out again, targeting Mo Ran. Not good. Mo Ran was also a ranged profession, but his strength was not on par with Beitang Yu. If both sides exchanged ranged attacks directly, he would definitely be the one to get hurt. At that critical moment, a yellowish protective energy appeared out of thin air, solid as a rock. Bang! Beitang Yu's arrow was thus halted 3 feet from his forehead, unable to advance even a fraction. What? You can actually block my arrow. That guy Mufeng's defense enhancement is surprisingly strong. Mo Ran excitedly turned to look at Mufeng's position. Thank you, top scholar. Mufong remained calm, addressing everyone. I'm here, you just need to attack recklessly, leave the defense and recovery to me. Arrogant. Beitang Yu roared coldly, a common profession, do you really think you're a god? You three, give me everything you've got to recover. We have more people on our side, and I want to see how many people can be protected by just Mufong. At that moment, Iron Wolf had already charged into the enemy formation with a strange speed, alongside a group of fire spirits. Mufong once again chanted instantly, in the name of light insight. All the weaknesses of the opponents were exposed before him. Iron Wolf, take out the ranged professions first. On the left, a level 28 summoner. Her weakness is charging, interrupt her chant. Upon hearing this, Iron Wolf adjusted his strategy and charged towards the female summoner. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 blood beams erupted in succession, forcibly interrupting the summoner's chant, leaving her with just a sliver of health. Very good. Mo Ran, take the remaining people and suppress the support-type ranged attacks, cut off their supplies. Understood. With Mufeng's second command issued, although there were only 5 people in the Eastern Alliance camp, they each performed their roles, cooperating more and more seamlessly. The 3 priests who were originally focused on recovery encountered ranged energy attacks and had their chants frequently interrupted. Damn it! Beitang Yu felt his health recovery slowing down, cursed, and suddenly chanted instantly, summoning his guardian spirit. Boom! A giant mountain ape, about 8 meters tall, appeared before him, pounding its chest like a mountain, forming a barrier of flesh while beginning to destroy the front row of fire spirits. Yen Ji cut down Beitang Yu's guardian spirit barrier. Its weakness is the energy core in its abdomen. As you command, master. In an instant, Yen Ji transformed into a streak of starlight and charged into the fiery domain's encirclement. Mufeng's expression was solemn as he began to chant again. Fire system 4th tier. Evolution skill, form transformation, faith reinforcement. Boundless flames surged towards Yen Ji's body, gathering once more into that giant blade before everyone's eyes. Slash! Mu Feng shouted loudly, and Yanji's blade cut down like a raging fire. Roar! The massive giant ape guardian spirit's energy core in its abdomen shattered with a loud bang. Its body directly disintegrated and vanished. How is this possible? Bei Tangyu was completely dumbfounded. His battle-type guardian spirit was renowned, with a panel level exceeding 90, and he had invested a lot of effort into training it. Yet it was as fragile as paper before Mu Feng's Yanji. Mu Feng coldly gazed at the group of disheveled individuals and spoke again. Is this what you're afraid of? This is just the beginning. Whoosh! Mu Feng's gaze shifted again, applying area damage enhancement. Bei Tangyu and the others immediately felt the debuff effect intensifying, their health rapidly decreasing. Not good. Young Master Bei Tang, the brothers can't hold on any longer. This guy's debuff effect is too great, our defensive skills are completely useless. Not only that, but the enhancements of those opponents are absurdly strong. Their defense multiplied several times, we can't even touch them. Bei Tangyu, furious, cursed, a bunch of useless trash. What use do you have for you? 3 babysitters. Combined are not as good as this alone? The 3 support fighters behind him all wore aggrieved expressions. That kid is nominally a priest, but he actually masters several skill trees, he's too versatile. One mage, targeted by Iron Wolf, shouted in anger. Don't hesitate. You, use your ultimate power to heavily injure that, as long as you take him out, the others are just a rabble. If that doesn't fall, we are completely outmatched. Upon hearing this, Bei Tangyu no longer hesitated, stepping into the air, using wind-based flight techniques to briefly ascend to several dozen meters above the ground, beginning to chant his trump card. Wind System 4th Tier Evolution Skill Extreme. Path of Wind. Crossbow Master's 4th Tier Core Skill Explosive Frenzy Arrow. In an invisible manner, a large amount of wind elements surged around the void, merging with the arrow's brilliance. Quick, all support fighters, assist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of energy light swiftly shot up from the rear camp, enveloping Bei Tang. You to empower him. Iron Wolf and Mo Ran turned to gaze at, feeling a sense of dread for him. However, stood still, glancing indifferently at the void, as if assessing. A clown. I'll give you 30 seconds, if you can't finish chanting, you won't get a chance to strike. Whoosh! In the next moment, completely ignored Bei Tangyu, who was charging his attack, and instead released his guardian spirit, Xianlei Frog, toward the group of awakened ones behind him on the ground. Go, big guy, sit on them. Eat whoever you want. Iron Wolf was left speechless in shock. Damn it, how many trump cards does this kid have? Whoosh! Watching the Xianlei Frog take to the air, swiftly chanted. The 3rd tier evolution skill, Bone Corrosion. He applied a poison buff to the big frog. Boom! As the big frog came crashing down, the dozen or so awakened ones in the back row of the opposing camp instantly fell into a poisoned state. Damn it! I can't hold on, this big frog is poisonous, mocked indifferently. A rabble. Iron Wolf. Moran, this group of useless trash is up to you, solve them all within 2 minutes. If they hand over their identity cards, I'll ensure their safe exit, otherwise, life or death is up to fate. As for this guy, slowly raised his head, finally freeing his hands to deal with the 5th-ranked pride of the North. Not done chanting yet? Then you probably won't get a chance to strike. Mind moved. Yanji, let him feel what judgment is. Boom! In an instant, Yanji soared into the air, her mental power exploding, while all the fire spirits on the battlefield below were simultaneously detonated. Endless surging flames of energy poured into the blade of domination like rivers, flowing into the sea. This giant blade, surrounded by flames, ignited new runes. The awakened runes of light transformed into a seal, firmly locking Bei Tangyu, who was still chanting in mid-air. This seal also manifested on Yanji's forehead. Seal of Domination Judgment. Yanji shouted, the light blade soaring into the air, its outline instantly expanding several times, slowly pressing down toward Bei Tangyu's head. No, I can't move at all. What's happening? Bei Tangyu was thrown into unprecedented panic. He realized he couldn't even call for his identity card. The revival of the old Earth rules rendered all his previously held abilities useless. In the next moment, stepped onto the back of the Xianlei Frog, coldly gazing at Bei Tangyu, keeping the massive judgment light blade hovering half a meter above his head. Submit or die. In an instant, all the big shots watching this scene from various external channels fell into complete silence, overwhelmed by unparalleled shock. At this moment, in front of the large screen, in the waiting area, Zhang Hongfei and a group of other regional leaders were completely dumbfounded. What kind of trick is this? It can instantly suppress the pride of the Northern Alliance. Bei Tangyu seems to have been disarmed, unable to do anything, just standing there in the sky to be judged. This is too exaggerated. This Mu Feng is simply a monster. In the corner, several leaders of the Northern Alliance had ashen faces, gritting their teeth in anger. Previously, when Bei Tangyu led the charge against the Eastern Alliance students, these leaders were all flaunting their power, but now they were completely stunned. Chasing after them, they encountered Mu Feng, and the situation had turned upside down. A priest, could he really turn the tide? Little did they know, this was just the beginning of the judgment. On the battlefield, Mu Feng approached Bei Tangyu with an indifferent expression and said coldly, it's time for you to make your decision. Bei Tangyu struggled with all his might. But at this moment he couldn't feel even the slightest energy fluctuation. It was as if he was completely cut off from this world, returning to the state before awakening his profession. Mufeng, I advise you not to go too far. You know my influence in the Northern Alliance. Mufeng smiled coldly. Are you threatening me? Then he looked down at the Iron Wolf with a faint smile. Brother Tai, it seems you were being hunted down quite badly before. Now I allow you to pick someone you don't like and kill them. Put. The Iron Wolf's eyes flashed with bloodlust, and in an instant his bloody claws struck out. Ah! A scream echoed as the nearest female summoner from the Northern Alliance had her throat cut instantly. How dare you! Bei Tangyu was furious, roaring in a fit of rage, but it was completely powerless fury. Faced with the old rules of Yanji, he had no strength to resist. Like meat on a chopping board, he was at the mercy of others. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. What? You Northern Alliance can surround and kill our Eastern Alliance students, but we can't fight back? Mufeng shouted coldly, then looked at Imoran. Now that the Iron Wolf is done, Imoran, I'll give you another head, go choose. At this moment, Mufeng was like a decisive king on the battlefield, controlling the fate of the defiant. Impudent! In the waiting area, the master experts of the Northern Alliance roared angrily, their overwhelming pressure sweeping through the entire waiting hall. The surrounding high-ranking leaders changed their expressions in response. Too strong. The 7th segment at level 100 is actually a watershed among awakeners. The peak of the 6th segment, before level 100, is actually the limit that an ordinary person can reach in a lifetime. Once crossing into the realm of the 7th segment master, it involves a transition of life forms. Crossing this threshold will bring about a tremendous transformation in strength. When a master is enraged, mere mortals cannot withstand it. However, at this moment, the old Sword King, who had been silent for a while, spoke slowly. Zhang Yan, what are you going crazy about, you old immortal? Did you not hear what the young friend Mufeng said? You Northern Alliance can kill, but we Eastern Alliance cannot resist? The old master Zhang Yan looked at Zhang Yu with a gloomy expression and said coldly, I don't care if he kills others, but if he dares to touch Bei Tangyu, how can the Bei Tang family let it go? Who can quell the anger of the entire Northern Alliance then? The Bei Tang family is one of the 10 great families of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Moreover, they are among the top 5 in terms of strength. Bei Tangyu is the direct descendant of the Bei Tang family. His status among the younger generation is at its peak, and he is a top talent. If he were to fall in the 5th round of the college entrance examination, it would indeed be a big trouble. Jiang Yu appeared to intimidate Zhang Yan, but he naturally understood the pros and cons and hoped that Mufeng would not be too arrogant. Little did he know that with Mufeng's clever mind, how could he not understand that such noble families should not be easily suppressed? It was merely a means of intimidation. Bei Tangyu, considering the face of the Northern Alliance, I can give you another choice. Mufeng revealed a playful expression, suddenly changing his mind and thinking of a good way to play. Either you walk alone, and the others stay behind. Life and death are in our hands, we decide. Or, all the students of the Northern Alliance present will surrender all their points and previous grievances will be wiped clean. Upon hearing this, Bei Tangyu seemed about to explode again, and Yan Ji directly unleashed a powerful pressure, pushing the blade of sovereignty down another 2 inches. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in his heart, but Bei Tangyu understood that this time he would have to concede. Cousin Bei Tang, save us! A shrill and terrified cry for help came. Bei Tangyu glanced at the group of useless people below, gritting his teeth and choosing to compromise. He didn't really care about these useless burdens, whether they lived or died, he wouldn't bat an eye. But Bei Tangyu understood that if he abandoned the others like this, the authority of the Bei Tang family and the entire Northern Alliance would be shaken, a bottom line that the elders would not allow. Fine. Points can be earned back. First, let's get out, then. I'll find a chance to settle the score with each of you. Bei Tangyu firmly thought this, took a deep breath, and finally chose to compromise. He waved his hand, tossing his identity card to Mufeng. The others below quickly followed suit. Moments later, this elite group of students from the Northern Alliance, more than a dozen of them, collectively surrendered over 30,000 points, which were completely divided among Mufeng and the others. Ha ha ha, what a relief! After being chased all the way, I didn't expect to turn the tables. Worth it! Several teammates from the Eastern Alliance roared with excitement. Mufeng directly received all of Bei Tangyu's points. Ding! Gained 4,287 points. Current battlefield points 9,217 points. Mufeng smiled in satisfaction and glanced at the battlefield below. Aren't you leaving? Am I inviting you to dinner? Upon hearing this, the members of the Northern Alliance hurriedly fled, looking disheveled. At the same time, Mufeng gently waved his hand, and the rule power sealing the opponents dissipated. To prevent you from acting out of desperation, your identity card will be kept with me for now, until we meet again. After saying this, Mufeng waved his hand, and Tai Lang, Mo Ran, and the other 3 jumped onto the back of the Xianlei frog, quickly disappearing into the darkness with a few leaps. Mufeng, Bei Tang, use Fury Sword. His fists clenched tightly, and the violent wind attribute pressure recklessly destroyed everything around him. However, he was unaware that behind him, a paper doll-like figure had appeared at some point. Why didn't you just tear up the identity card and force him out of the trial? Tai Lang's deep voice spoke. Although Mu Feng saved them, Tai Lang still felt a bit of rejection towards him. He admitted that Mu Feng was stronger than himself, but his inherent pride did not allow him to submit to others. Mu Feng snorted coldly. Wiping your behind is just to maintain the face of the Eastern Alliance. I have no interest in offending the Beitang family for you. But if you tore up his identity card, it would mean a personal grudge with the Northern Alliance, which would be counterproductive. After saying this, Mu Feng looked at Mo Ran. What was the environment like when you entered? Did you notice any densely populated areas with many monsters? The warrior in the team quickly nodded. Yes. The entrance area I came in was a graveyard with many undead, all above level 80. If I hadn't encountered classmate Mo Ran, I might have died in there. Give me the coordinates. Mu Feng directly obtained the specific location from this person while stopping the Xianlei frog's movements. Alright, you can go now. The four of them? Mo Ran awkwardly smiled and said, Mu Feng, you should send us all away. We just left the battlefield not far. Without a word, Mu Feng delivered a flying kick, sending all four of them tumbling off the back of the frog. Along with it, Beitang Yu's identity card was tossed into Iron Wolf's hands like trash. Still want to ride on my coattails? Good luck with that, Mu Feng said as the Xianlei frog leaped high, disappearing hundreds of meters away in an instant. Damn, is the big shot really that ruthless? I thought I could coast to victory by latching onto a big leg this time. Iron Wolf shot a glance at his two warrior teammates, sneering. Stop dreaming. Come back with me, we need to find Beitang Yu. What? This time, including Mo Ran, the three teammates were frozen in shock. They had just run out, and now they had to go back to their doom? Iron Wolf laughed. Did you really think Mu Feng would let that guy go so easily? Letting a tiger return to the mountain when he's in the top 5 of the leaderboard is digging your own grave. If I'm not mistaken, Mu Feng must have prepared a backup plan, and Beitang Yu won't last long before being eliminated. If we go back now, we might still be able to catch him off guard. The three teammates exchanged glances, all looking stunned. Little did they know, Mu Feng hadn't anticipated that the one who understood him best on the battlefield was actually his rival, Iron Wolf. Meanwhile, Beitang Yu was already being beaten to a pulp by the various bosses drawn by the commotion around him. Boom! Ding! Gain 13,000 experience points. Ding! Gain 13,000 experience points. In the Nightmare Prison battlefield in the Reincarnation Ice Tomb area, guided by his teammates' coordinates, Mu Feng entered this area to unleash a new round of slaughter. Wherever he went, nearly 100 fire spirits summoned by him went into full push mode, with the overwhelming attribute boost. From Mu Feng's title of Underworld Emperor, every elite monster from level 80 to 120 in the entire Ice Tomb area was wiped out without exception. In 43 minutes, Mu Feng annihilated over 3,000 high-level monsters in the Ice Tomb battlefield, accumulating more than 5.5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your character level has reached level 50. You have received an achievement gift pack *1. Level 50? Mu Feng opened his panel and was stunned by the level data. Every monster he killed after entering the battlefield did not only provide experience absorbed by Yen Ji. It was just that he hadn't completed the second promotion task, so his panel information was stuck at level 35. But the experience wasn't wasted, it was stored as reserve experience. Now, Mu Feng's character level had reached 50, allowing him to directly accept the third promotion task. Ding! You have new short messages waiting to be checked. Just then, Mu Feng's phone suddenly rang. It should be noted that once in the Nightmare Prison battlefield, ordinary people's messages couldn't be sent in. The only explanation was that it was an official notification. Upon opening it, Mu Feng was once again taken aback. Congratulations, Awakener Mu Feng. The South River Awakening Tower has detected that your level has reached 50. According to the regulations of the Awakener Alliance headquarters, Awakener who reaches level 50 can apply to participate in the Border Relic Virtual Battlefield Trial. Completing the high-level battlefield test will yield incredibly generous rewards. We look forward to your early arrival. Mu Feng smirked. Exclusive benefits for level 50? That came faster than I expected. Mu Feng wasn't being pretentious. He truly hadn't anticipated that the Nightmare Prison battlefield could be used to grind experience for himself. It significantly shortened the time to break through to the third stage. Otherwise, with his current powerful combat strength, achieving such efficient upgrades in the wild maps would be impossible. Where would he find that many monsters to kill? Now, it provided him with tremendous convenience. Meanwhile, on Yen Ji's side, her level had also broken through to 80. Mu Feng decisively allocated all her points to strength, enhancing her killing ability under her sovereign stance. Fire Deity, Rebirth Yen Ji. Current level, 80. Current status, Ascendant. Current weapon, Blade of Ascendance. Health, 143300/143300 Energy, 65,000/65,000 5-dimensional data. Strength, 2250 Body, 2567. Endurance 1554, Agility 1654, Spirit 3292, Skills, Passive Skills, Flame Supremacy, Old Earth Barrier, Fire Spirit Devour, Spring Fire Rebirth, Elemental, Evolution, Active Skills, Divine Fusion, Exclusive Skill, Forbidden Law, Prison, Blank. What exaggerated attribute growth? Is this the potential of a god? Level up by 20 levels and the 5 dimensions have increased so dramatically. The exclusive skill of Ascendance has a blank space. Does that mean she can also use skill books to supplement additional skills? Mu Feng was overjoyed. Having extra learning ability means that Yanji will have infinite possibilities in the future. And this is just one form of enhancement for Ascendance. Perhaps switching to the Faith form will bring even more surprises. Boom! Another loud sound echoed from the end of the battlefield, which was filled with ice layers and ruins. Just as Mu Feng was about to activate insight, he saw Yanji, who had just gained a wave of power, suddenly rush out as if she had sensed something. Master, I'll be right back. Wait. Mu Feng tried to stop her, but it was futile. When did she become so impulsive? Little did he know, at that very moment he faintly heard a familiar voice calling from the end of the battlefield. Great Lord of the Underworld, where are you? I can feel your presence. Great Lord of the Underworld, come save me, I'm Ling Air. Whoosh! A sense of distortion filled with blazing flames appeared in the void. The Great Lord of the Underworld didn't come. Instead, a stunning girl engulfed in flames appeared. The intense heat of the flames and the coldness of a higher being perfectly combined in one person, yet it didn't seem out of place. At this moment, Yanji showed none of the frail charm she had in front of Mu Feng. She completely embodied the oppressive presence of an ancient earth deity returning to the world. Ling Yao felt an instinctive urge to worship her. Why you? Who are you? Such powerful pressure. Ling Yao's big eyes sparkled with suspicion. Great Lord of the Underworld? Is that another name for the master? Master? Ling Yao was even more confused. Is your master the Great Lord of the Underworld? No. Is it Brother Mu Feng? I see. You came to find your brother Mu Feng? Ling Yao nodded excitedly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. Her eager expression was undeniably cute and lively. Suddenly, she grasped at a lifeline. Along with her, the little yellow dog on her shoulder, equally dirty, barked twice. Woof woof. I see. Yanji was relieved. But then, she slightly raised the corner of her mouth, a glint of cunning and a hint of triumph unique to a victor flashed in her eyes. This place is indeed dangerous. Miss, your points are few, and your ranking is at the bottom. It's better to wait outside. Ling Yao looked bewildered, panic washing over her. No, what's going on, please? Isn't this beautiful sister an ally? Whoosh! A wave of scorching flames enveloped Ling Yao and the little yellow dog on her shoulder. The girl and the dog were completely immobilized in place. In the next moment, Ling Yao's identity card was instantly reduced to ashes, just like the little yellow dog's fur. Ah hey! Don't send me out, please. I finally found Brother Mu Feng. Woo woo. Ling Yao was on the verge of tears. She had traveled a long way, braving countless hardships with the little yellow dog to get here, thinking she was about to succeed and could cling to the big leg. But before she even saw Mu Feng in person, she was forcibly sent out of the exam room. A few seconds later, Ling Yao's name turned gray on the leaderboard. Where is everyone? Mu Feng approached Yanji, scratching his head as he looked around, but saw not a single hair. He could only barely catch a whiff of some dog fur mixed in the air. Was there just a dog barking here? Yanji smiled and nodded. Don't be alarmed, master, it's a yellow dog and there's a pretty sister too. I've already sent them away. Mu Feng, hiss. Yanji seems a bit off. Mu Feng scrutinized Yanji, who wore a gentle smile on her face, yet there was a hint of smugness. Her obedient demeanor was in stark contrast to her earlier wild behavior. This inevitably led Mu Feng to some unrealistic fantasies. Is there a possibility that she sensed Ling Yao's presence in advance, heard her calling, and deliberately sent her away early? The purpose is to prevent us from meeting? Could she be jealous? The mighty fire god, reincarnated, feeling jealous of a mere mortal? Mu Feng stroked his chin, just about to test her with a few words when suddenly the information on his identity card refreshed. Again. Ding. The current instance score leaderboard has been updated. NO.1 Dragon Emperor Tower 7th Pulse Xianyuan Dao Battle Score 584,427. Total score 590,427. Number 2 Western Alliance Ganlan City Sangu Battle Score 536,809. Total score 544,809. Number 3 Eastern Alliance Nanjing Mu Feng Battle Score 479,857. Total score 487,857. No. Point 4. Ding. Important notice. The ultimate battlefield of the current instance space Nightmare Valley has been opened. Mark this place as the only safe zone in the battlefield. From now on, a nightmare storm will descend on the outskirts of the Nightmare Cage battlefield. This force spreads towards the safe zone at a speed of 100 kilometers per minute. All participants in the ultimate showdown of Nightmare Valley hurry and enter the valley to avoid being swept away by the storm. Ding! The forbidden area of Nightmare Valley has refreshed the battlefield exclusive item, Nightmare Cube. Mu Feng frowned slightly and looked at Yen. Gee, how long have we been in this battlefield space? Replying to Master, it has been 48 hours. Mu Feng's face lit up with joy as he nodded lightly. 2 days and 2 nights and I've reached level 50. This is a good deal. All skills have refreshed. It's time to start the final showdown. Almost forgot one thing. Just as Mu Feng was about to set off, he looked at the big frog squatting in front of him and a high-level Guardian Spirit Evolution crystal appeared in his hand. Big frog, eat this and see what effect it has. Whoosh! The Xianlei frog licked with its long tongue and the evolution crystal instantly melted into its body. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth descended from above. The light of Xianlei pierced through the clouds, crashing down fiercely on the Xianlei frog's body. Mu Feng and Yan Ji quickly retreated nearly 1,000 meters, observing the situation on the battlefield from a distance. What's going on? How did a crystal attract the heavenly thunder? Yan Ji frowned slightly and said, "This is the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Your guardian spirit, Master, is about to evolve its bloodline." Mu Feng suppressed his excited emotions, gazing expectantly at the big frog. Sure enough, as the power of the heavenly thunder bombarded it, the surface of the Xianlei frog began to crack and collapse. From the newly formed flesh, something resembling scales began to coalesce. Ancient Frog Emperor, this is a sign of bloodline reversion. Master, your guardian spirit is likely to become one of the strongest, second only to divine beasts and ancient earth-level beast ancestors. Boom! After dozens of bolts of lightning struck down, the ruined shell completely disintegrated and the newly born body emerged from its cocoon. Quack! The big frog let out a roar that shook the battlefield for thousands of miles. Even some bosses in the peripheral area were trembling in fear, prostrating on the ground. Ancient Frog Emperor type, combat type, growth stage rank, epic, level 50, skill, devour the world, thunderous might, leap, devour the world. Within the host's mental range, all attribute elements are cleared, and the space falls into an absolute darkness vacuum state. Thunderous might, the Frog King, invokes the power of the world's rules, summoning several bolts of heavenly lightning to attack the enemy. The attack strength is influenced by the host's mental strength. Absolute darkness, vacuum domain. Mu Feng was overjoyed. Does this mean that he can rely on this giant frog to create a dark state and also shield all peripheral vision? All elements are cleared, and naturally, the light element is also within this range. This is simply a perfect match for the Azura totem skill. This timely rain has come just in time. Mu Feng realized that all of his current strength should be able to unlock in the ultimate battlefield of the Nightmare Valley. Let's go. Mu Feng stepped onto the back of the ancient Frog King with Yan Ji. This guy suddenly leaped, soaring nearly 100 meters into the air. Its already massive body, now several times larger than before, would create a thunderous sound that shook the earth with each landing. Wherever they passed, as soon as Mu Feng spotted an awakened one, he would immediately step in to suppress them. This also allowed his points to rapidly increase in a short time. As the surrounding storm continued to compress, the Nightmare Cage, the final battlefield of the 5th round of the exam, had fewer and fewer remaining candidates. Unbeknownst to him, at the same time, 2 others had entered the peak of the Nightmare Valley even earlier than Mu Feng. This Nightmare Valley is actually 2 towering peaks that rise thousands of meters into the clouds. The 2 peaks stand side by side, about 500 meters apart, separated by a several thousand-meter cliff. At the peak of the left mountain, a young bald monk stood, his feet firmly planted on a dragon's corpse. Indeed, it was the true remains of a juvenile dragon, one of the strongest bosses in the Nightmare Valley at level 160, iron-armored dragon, and the one who had just killed it and seized the exclusive item of the Nightmare Cube was none other than Songgu, ranked 2nd, hailing from the Western Alliance's Ganlan City. A rare profession at level 43, monk. According to folk tales circulating in the Western cities, Songgu is the reincarnation of a 125 level 8-segment Buddha master who accidentally fell in an unknown land 18 years ago with unparalleled talent. At this moment, Songgu was toying with a cube. Each time he twisted the cube, corresponding changes in 3 colors would trigger an explosive burst of formation power around the perimeter of the Nightmare Valley. Many candidates who had arrived near the valley battlefield were indirectly affected by the immense power of the formation, continuously being expelled from the arena. At this time, Mu Feng had already reached the edge of the valley, where the scene was one of devastation, with mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. Fortunately, he was protected by the ancient Frog King and would not be affected, continuously approaching the final point of this battlefield. Xian Yuan, since you have come, reveal yourself. Crack! Above the peak of the other mountain, in the deepest part covered by dark clouds, a stunning girl in a Taoist robe rode a deep blue qilin, stepping through the air. Ancient qilin, a true divine beast. It was a level above Mu Feng's giant frog, the recently evolved epic guardian spirit. This was already the rarest guardian spirit one could encounter in the current awakening era. Compared to rare top divine beasts like the dragon and phoenix, it was not inferior in any way. Dragon Emperor Tower, 7th lineage, Xian Yuan Dao. Level 47 Forbidden Profession, Taoist. A profession that can be called forbidden in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire's millennia of inheritance does not exceed a handful. The Taoist is one of them. Tao means rules. A Taoist, as the name suggests, is a being that can naturally comprehend and wield the rules. It is known that comprehending the rules is a level that only those above level 80 and of 6 segments can begin to glimpse. This is Xian Yuan Dao, the fundamental reason widely believed by the outside world to be the only choice for this year's top scholar. I've heard for a long time that Xian Yuan Dao is the most talented disciple produced by the Dragon Emperor Tower in nearly a decade, but today, Sangu suddenly fell silent. He was silenced. Xian Yuan Dao had altered the rules of the space he was in. No sound could be transmitted beyond 3 feet. Sangu, helpless, smiled wryly and gently shook his head, silently forming a gesture of prayer with his hands. Suddenly, he struck out a faint golden swastika Buddha pattern in the void. This golden pattern was not large and not very obvious, but in the next moment it evolved into a massive golden lion totem. Boom! The Buddha's lion roar technique, a second-tier evolution skill from the core skill tree. It shattered the surrounding rules and restrictions invisibly. The so-called change of rules naturally has its limits, just like the effect of the ancient frog king's ability to devour the world. Once energy exceeding the carrying limit erupted within the dark vacuum space, the effect of devouring the world would naturally collapse. Dao Master, your reputation is well deserved. Sangu's voice returned, his smile still gentle. I have long admired the extraordinary methods of your lineage, and I would like to try the girl's sealing technique if I may. Xian Yuan Dao had an ethereal temperament, cold as ice, and had only ever aimed for first place since childhood, with few peers able to catch her eye. She did not like this monk. Experience the sealing technique? You are not worthy. Whoosh! Xian Yuan Dao pointed to the sky and instantly chanted a skill. 3 gray-white energy chains rose directly beneath Sangu's feet, binding him firmly in place. Crack! Sangu joined his hands in prayer, reciting a Buddhist chant, and a golden light appeared 3 feet around him, shattering the first chain with a snap. Following that, the second and third chains cracked and expanded continuously. But just as he was about to break free from his confinement, 9 more chains suddenly emerged from deep within the earth. This time, even his limbs and neck were tightly bound in place. Xian Yuan Dao's jade-like fingers slid gently, and the coldness in her gaze became even more aloof, instantly condensing the 9 chains into one. Crack! Sangu's golden protective Buddha light shattered, and his health dropped by a third. With only the chains around his arms breaking free, the chains around his feet and neck remained intact. In just this preliminary test, the strength disparity between the 2 top prodigies was already evident. Wow! Master Sangu, what's going on with the chains around your neck? Looks like you have quite the taste. Sangu. The person speaking was riding an ancient earth dragon several dozen meters long, slowly appearing on the other side of the 1,000-meter-high sky. He gazed across at the 2 great prodigies on the peaks to his left and right. Xian Yuan Dao's cold, peerless gaze swept over, and she was immediately drawn to Mu Feng's unique aura. What startled her was Mu Feng's unfathomable depth. Is that Mu Feng from the Eastern Alliance? What a strange guy. My eye of inquiry cannot see through him. At this moment, the 3 strongest prodigies on the 5th round's peak battlefield finally met. And what the big shots outside were frequently focused on was not the grand scene of these 3 prodigies together or the anticipation, but the massive creature flapping its wings beneath Mu Feng's feet. Heavens! What is that thing under Mu Feng's feet? A dragon? Why does it look a bit different from the dragon in the totem? Jian Yu swallowed hard, murmuring in a low voice. That is an ancient giant dragon from the old Earth era. A powerful being that is said to only bow to the gods. Mu Feng, he has actually become a dragon rider. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. You two, what kind of battle is this? A wheel battle? Or, are you both going to team up? Mu Feng looked left and right, feeling not the slightest sense of crisis. As he opened his mouth, he made a shocking declaration worthy of a king. You are very confident. Xian Yuan Dao's cold eyes remained fixed on Mu Feng. Compared to the monk Sangu, who was easily read, this cold beauty was clearly more interested in Mu Feng. Mu Feng, to have evaded the 81 array tribulations of the nightmare cube by your own strength to arrive here, you must be extraordinary. Mu Feng glanced at Sangu and smiled faintly. You're not that old, so stop pretending to be a master. Those students outside, only a portion were teleported out in advance, while some were inexplicably crushed by the array tribulations. Whether they can survive is still a question. All this bloodshed is because of you. Why don't you, Master Sangu, take your leave and handle the aftermath? I estimate that the big shots from the major awakened divisions won't let you off easily. Sangu remained unperturbed, his face still calm and serene, his hands pressed together in a solemn gesture. He understood that Mu Feng was trying to play mind games. With the 3 of them in a stalemate, the simplest way to break the deadlock was to eliminate the weakest one first. Clang! A sound like an ancient bell suddenly rang out. Sangu's true form erupted with an incredibly brilliant golden light. It was completely different from the pale golden Buddhist patterns he had displayed when testing his skills against Xian Yuan Dao. What was presented now was the true core skill of the monk's 5th-tier evolution, Zhang Golden Body. From head to toe, Sanggu was surrounded by a dazzling golden radiance, indestructible, impervious to all methods, the true essence of the monk's Buddhist techniques. In the waiting area, the leaders of various factions watching on the big screen all showed expressions of shock. The golden body of Buddhism is truly well-deserved. No wonder it's the rarest super-rare profession in the Western Alliance. The Zhang Golden Body is a 5th-tier divine skill of the monk, with a defense boost of at least 10,000 points, immune to most debuffs. It is bound to be invincible. Seeing this, Mufeng couldn't help but cast a glance of approval. As expected, this is the monk's core defensive technique. It can counter my trauma technique's debuff. It will still be difficult to take down this Sanggu. At that moment, Sanggu, having activated the golden body, chanted another Buddhist phrase, then calmly turned his gaze to Mufeng. Amitabha. Mufeng, I have already sparred with Xianyuan and it was barely a draw. Now it's your turn to show your skills. Xianyuan Dao sneered disdainfully and asked, a draw? It seems that you, a monk, lack a firm Buddhist heart, able to speak such lies so openly. A draw, my foot. How utterly embarrassing to be chained by that woman. Mufeng had seen it all. Now it was a draw? However, despite the complaints, they tacitly agreed on their tactics. Both locked onto Mufeng as their next target for casting. Amitabha. Roar. The golden lion totem reappeared. The monk's 2nd-tier evolution skill, Lion's Roar, transformed into an unmatched wave of sound that pressed forward. The entire void trembled with this invisible shockwave. A means to suppress mental power and intimidate the soul? Interesting. At that moment, a cold, sharp light shot out from Xianyuan Dao's eyes, locking onto Mufeng as the target for his spell. The Taoist's additional skill tree, 2nd-tier evolution skill, Mind Confusion. Spell. It confused the mind, randomly inflicting negative buffs such as confusion, fear, and sleep that affected mental power, targeting the most vulnerable emotions of the target. Master, do you need me to handle this? Yan Ji in his mind actively sought battle. However, Mufeng responded calmly through thought. If I can't even purify such a trivial mental interference technique, then I would be a useless priest. Whoosh! At the same moment, Mufeng closed his eyes tightly and instantly began to chant the 4th-tier evolution skill, Ancient Hymn. In an instant, a ray of ancient holy light broke through the clouds and gracefully descended. It enveloped the body of Mufeng, directly sweeping away the mental disturbances and all negative mental buffs he was enduring. At the same time, the continuous holy light formed a powerful protection for Mufeng's soul. Is that all? You two must not think highly of me. This kind of scraping trick is a waste of time. Since no one can break the deadlock, let me do it. Mufeng did not want to waste any more time. A cold shout echoed out, and the ancient earth fire dragon beneath him erupted with an incredibly violent dragon roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave swept out, shaking the 2 peaks on either side, causing endless rocks to tumble into the abyss. Mufeng chanted again, and the basic fire spirit summoning skill continuously released random summons, surging towards both battlefields. What an amazing power of flames! This is not the power of an ordinary fire element. How could a priest? Xianyuan Dao's beautiful eyes narrowed again, not daring to underestimate Mufeng in the slightest. However, he noticed that Mufeng's body was not coming towards him but was instead pressing towards Sanggu. The massive ancient earth fire dragon opened its abyss-like mouth, pouring down a torrent of fiery power. The boundless flames completely engulfed the peak on the left where Sanggu was located in a single glance. Master Sanggu, they say true gold fears no fire. Today, I really want to see if your rare monk profession's golden body can withstand the fire of the dragon. Roar! Exclusive skill of the Crimson Flame Dragon 1 Flame Roar. In a single glance, Sanggu's body was completely consumed by the raging flames. Amitabha. Sanggu continued to press his palms together, continuously casting 3 monk evolution skills to reinforce his golden body defense. Still holding on? Master Sanggu, do you really think that the invincibility of the golden body in others' eyes has no flaws in my eyes? Mufeng's words were light, only audible to himself and Sanggu. The other party suddenly opened his eyes wide, scanning in shock. What does Mu Shizhu mean by this? Mufeng snorted coldly without responding, directly issuing orders. Crimson Flame, go all out, attack the swastika golden pattern on his forehead. That is his golden body's weak point. Sanggu's face suddenly changed dramatically. How is this possible? This guy actually saw through the flaw in my golden body. How did he do it? The answer was obvious. Angel Totem Insight in the name of light. When that ray of golden light flashed through Mufeng's eyes, Sanggu's physical body appeared to Mufeng as nothing more than a transparent golden figure. The flow of golden body energy could not escape Mufeng's discerning eye. Now, with the command given, the deafening roar erupted again as it opened its massive mouth to gather power. Exclusive skill 3 Flame Aurora. Boom! The terrifying power of flames compressed into a crimson golden beam of light aimed at Sanggu's forehead and shot out. Crack! The invincible Sanggu's blood volume instantly dropped by a third at that moment. The flawless golden body protection showed the first hideous crack. The onlookers from all sides were utterly shocked. This is outrageous. The strongest full-score student of the Western Alliance, Sang-gu, with his 5th-tier golden body divine skill known as the strongest protective skill that stands undefeated at the same level, was actually broken by a priest? In fact, Mu Feng was well-versed in such protective skills. It was like an egg, when intact, holding it, no matter how much force is applied, it is hard to crush. But once a crack appears, even the smallest bit of breakage is the beginning of collapse. Crack! Finally, the continuous power of flames completely shattered the golden body. Sang-gu retreated madly, and without the blessing of the golden body, his defense returned to its original state. But at that moment, Sang-gu seemed to undergo a drastic change in aura, rapidly evolving into another form. Master, be careful, this monk is not right. Mu Feng was not the least bit flustered. He was too familiar with this scene. Wasn't it just the extreme contrast between angels and asuras? A martial monk should not only possess the so-called golden body and defensive abilities. So what we are about to face next is the character of Wu, the power of slaughter. Boom! In an instant, a giant Arhat manifestation, towering several dozen meters high, appeared behind Sang-gu. The golden Arhat, blocking the sun, had pupils that burst forth with a blood-red light. An unprecedented chilling killing intense sweat down. The Buddha says, one thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a demon. Boom! The terrifying aura completely erupted. Sang-gu unleashed his strongest trump card. 6th tier evolution skill, killing body. Arhat, subduing demons. 6th tier, it's actually 6th tier. In the hall, the fat man Zhang Hongfei was completely panicked, falling onto the sofa, mumbling incessantly. It was no wonder he looked so lost. Because he was 100% sure that the killing power Sang-gu was using now, even he, a 6th tier warrior, might not be able to withstand. So strong. The pride of the Buddhist sect ranked first in the Western Alliance. Terrifying indeed. This is bad. I thought this Mu Feng from the east could create a miracle, but it seems that a priest is ultimately just a priest, no matter how flashy. When faced with such a rare profession, the upper limit is still too low. The big shots discussed among themselves, lamenting. The master Buddhist monk of the Western Alliance clasped his hands together, his demeanor calm, as if he had already foreseen the final outcome of this battle. Zhang Yu, the old sword king, also wore a more serious expression. Even he could not understand the situation now. Grandpa, the great underworld emperor, he won't be in trouble, right? Ling Yao also looked worried, staring at the big screen, her big eyes sparkling with a misty sheen, looking pitiful. Zhang Yu, however, chuckled. That brat kicked you out, and you're still thinking about him? Ling Yao said nothing, but the anxiety and worry in her eyes could not be disguised. Instead, the elder Kong Ning, representing the Dragon Emperor Tower, showed no signs of panic at all and quietly transmitted a message to Ling Yao at that moment. Don't worry. This student named Mu Feng is far from as simple as you think. Just one sentence completely calmed the restlessness in Ling Yao's heart. Boom! On the battlefield, the two great prodigies, Mu Feng and Sang-gu, were still engaged in a fierce battle. The entire mountain peak was continuously collapsing and shattering. The giant killing body Arhat manifestation rolled down, locking onto Mu Feng and the crimson flame giant dragon, crushing down like a mountain. Mu Feng, I wonder if you can withstand it this time. Oof. Is this how you put on a show? You really are a fake monk. Under the pressure, Mu Feng still had the leisure to tease his opponent, showing no signs of panic. Crimson flame, give it your all. Even if we can't block it, there's no loss. Sang-gu and the distant Shen Yuan Dao were dumbfounded upon hearing Mu Feng's words. What did he mean by can't block it and there's no loss? Could it be that he has other trump cards? Shen Yuan Dao murmured to herself, feeling quite pleased standing on another peak, watching the fight unfold. She even thought the championship had already been secured by her, just waiting to enjoy a good show before reaping the benefits. But she did not know that Mu Feng's earlier declaration of facing two opponents alone was not just empty talk. Boom! The killing body manifestation finally unleashed a world-shaking punch. Just this overwhelmingly powerful punch was as large as the head of the Crimson Flame giant dragon, crashing heavily into the sky. Crimson Flame's second skill, Fire Dragon Strike. Boom! The explosive energy halo instantly spread out for thousands of meters. The kilometer-long extreme peak on the left was forcibly flattened by this explosive shockwave by nearly 100 meters. Boom! The Crimson Flame giant dragon collapsed, and after countless cracks of golden light appeared, it exploded with a thunderous roar. Along with it, the silhouette of Mu Feng also vanished into the void. Ah, he was killed just like that? Mu Feng, he's dead. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. But soon someone noticed that Mu Feng's identity card had not dimmed. Not dead? But what about the others? Just as the power of the killing law avatar dissipated, Sang-gu began to clasp his hands together to show off again. Beneath his feet, the peak of this extreme summit, which had already crumbled into scattered flames, began to reassemble in an instant. The fourth skill of the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon, Divine Fire Revival. The fifth skill, Original Fire Evolution. The two secret techniques were triggered simultaneously under the fusion of the shattered flame essence. What's going on? This unprecedented sense of crisis. Where is it coming from? Sang-gu's expression suddenly changed as he kept staring around. However, in this valley battlefield, the flames began to rapidly boil, forming a wall sealed by endless raging fire. Each cluster of flames began to produce a despairing evolutionary effect, until everything here reassembled into a massive fiery cage. No, to be precise, it should be a purgatory built from a sea of fire. Danger! Song Gu's instinct for crisis was about to collapse. He had never felt such panic before. However, when he tried to manipulate the cube in his hand, hoping to use the power of the array to break free from the fiery cage, it was already too late. At the end of the flames, Yenji slowly made her entrance. She was barefoot, surrounded by a golden red light, and the blade of dominion in her hand revived the old earth rules once again. I recognize that light. It's exactly the same as the power that imprisoned me before. Damn! Where did this guy Mufeng get such terrifying creation? The Northern First Pride, Bei Tangyu, who had long been eliminated, prayed for Song Gu when he saw the identical sealing technique appear on the big screen. He wanted to see Mufeng conquered and crushed more than anyone else. Unfortunately, until now, he was still in control of the situation. My lord commands. No matter if you are a Buddha or a demon, today I will eradicate you. In the next moment, the raging flames quickly converged into the blade of dominion. This fiery light blade's energy expanded to nearly 2 meters in length. The light of judgment descended once again. No! Song Gu's eyes were filled with despair, yet he was utterly powerless to escape at all. Whoosh! The massive light blade slashed down from the air, instantly depleting Song Gu's health. If it weren't for the nightmare cube in his hand, which forcibly locked the last drop of blood for him, the strongest prodigy of the Western Alliance would have truly faced the danger of being killed on the spot. I concede. The monk roared loudly, his voice piercing and desperate. At the same time, Yenji collected his identity card, forcibly tearing it apart after receiving the points, and Song Gu's body was teleported out. Song Gu actually lost to a priest. In the waiting area, the leader of the Western Alliance team was completely dumbfounded, sitting in despair at his position. When he came, he had confidently guaranteed the governor, yet he never expected such a dismal defeat. And at this moment, outside the Nightmare Valley, the storm sweeping through had covered the entire area, leaving only the names Mufeng and Xianyuan Dao still glowing brightly on the battlefield. I know you're not dead, come out. It's time to determine the final victor. What are you shouting about? I've always been by your side, it's just that you didn't notice. Mufeng's voice suddenly came from behind Xianyuan Dao. The stunning Taoist woman suddenly turned around and discovered that behind the stone pile of the main peak on her right, the figure of Mufeng had indeed emerged. The reason he could conceal his presence was that he had just been hiding in the belly of the giant frog. Xianyuan Dao's expression changed dramatically, filled with astonishment. How is this possible? That you who fought against Song Gu. Mufeng smiled playfully and pointed to the other side. Are you talking about him? Of course, that's me too. It's just that one is a clone and the other is the main body. As he spoke, another identical Mufeng walked over, accompanied by Yenji. This is outrageous. Is this an avatar? Or a clone? In the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Longzhan stared at the screen in shock, once again stunned by Mufeng's depth. Old Wei glanced at him with a smile. So, what do you think? My vision is still good, right? Longzhan lowered his head, his face full of despondency. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have knelt before Old Wei. How did you see that Mufeng has so many hidden cards? I've seen plenty of clone techniques, but why can Mufeng's clone technique be used as the main body? It's simply unfathomable. Old Wei sighed as well. Old Earth shamanism, mysterious and unpredictable. Even the elders of the various branches of the Dragon Emperor Tower have a very limited understanding of shamanism. As a result, many people now regard basic level shamanism as useless. Little do they know, mastering this lineage can evolve into godly and unpredictable powers? If I'm not mistaken, this young friend Mufeng has likely mastered shamanism to a great extent, and his skills will not be inferior to his primary skill tree. Upon hearing this, the entire 9th level of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Longzhan and the other high-level awakened guards were all astonished. This is too rare. Is this kid really just a newcomer who hasn't even graduated from high school? Mastered shamanism, multiple primary skill trees, and this extraordinary fire lineage. If it weren't for Xianyuan Dao's background in the 7 branches, this little priest might really turn the tables. Old Wei didn't say much more, returning to his cheerful demeanor as he continued to watch the live battlefield on the screen. It was clear that Longzhan still didn't believe Mufeng would truly win. Ultimately, it was due to the extreme means that Xianyuan Dao possessed, which were hard for others to reach. Once those hidden cards were played, let alone pure geniuses, even those high-ranking officials outside would end up as cannon fodder. At this moment, Mufeng's clone waved his hand, picked up the cube taken from Song Gu, and after playing with it for a moment, he pouted. This thing seems to be of no use, but it should fit your Taoist profession. Should I give it to you? As he spoke, the clone really tossed it into the air, directly throwing the cube in front of Xianyuan Dao. Xianyuan Dao's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. You are insulting me. However, while she spoke harshly, her actions were quite honest. When given to her, she truly accepted it, holding it in her hand. without using it immediately, but she also didn't choose to refuse. Hee, you are still afraid. Me? Afraid of you? Xian Yuan Dao responded with disdain, mocking him. I awakened as a Taoist at 8, entered the Dragon Emperor Tower at 9, and was personally trained by the 7th branch's sect master, Xianyang. Since I stepped into the realm of awakened ones, I have never lost once, not even to pure geniuses or the top awakened ones in nearly 30 years. With you, how could I be afraid? Mu Feng didn't argue with her further, just shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Arguing with a woman is the least wise thing to do. But since we've finally reached this point, why don't we play something exciting? Xian Yuan Dao's pupils constricted, instinctively feeling a hint of vigilance. What do you want to do? Mu Feng's smile grew even more pronounced. If you think you can do it, kill me, and you can call yourself the strongest. After saying this, Mu Feng directly took out his identity card, and a fierce flame erupted, burning his card right in front of all the onlookers. What? That kid Mu Feng, he actually destroyed the teleportation inscription in his identity card. He's simply insane. Burning the identity card meant shutting off the key to the summoning teleportation mechanism. Mu Feng couldn't get out. Even if he faced a real life and death crisis, he could only wait to die here. This was a determination to win. It was an unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant and unrestrained kid, truly reminiscent of my former self. Zhang Yu, the old Sword King, laughed heartily, his voice shaking the heavens. The heads of all the waiting area were trembling under this overwhelming wave. Only Ningxu remained motionless, completely unaffected, even secretly rolling her eyes at Zhang Yu. It felt like witnessing an old lover bragging, giving a disdainful look from the heart. However, even she couldn't help but feel a ripple of excitement upon seeing Mu Feng's action. He has depth, talent, foundation, and ambition. This little guy really has an indescribable charm. It seems that the long-dormant Eastern Alliance is truly about to rise because of him. Ningxu did not use her prophetic arts to glimpse Mu Feng's future fate. She understood that some people's destinies were entangled with immense karma. It was not something she could peek into at her current level. In fact, the moment the endless flames beneath Sangu reignited, and when Yan Ji slowly descended from the flames, suppressing Sangu in the name of the Lord, Ningxu had already confirmed her guess. Mu Feng was the destined host of the fire god. Those who walk with the divine are no longer within the realm of mortals. This battle, unless the higher-ups of the Dragon Emperor Tower couldn't afford to lose and intervene forcefully, everything was already destined. Xian Yuan Dao gazed at the identity card in Mu Feng's hand, now reduced to ashes. She looked deeply at Mu Feng, remaining silent for a full half-minute before suddenly raising the corner of her mouth slightly. You are very interesting. Whoosh! A flash of electric light passed between Xian Yuan Dao's fingers, and this woman also tore apart the teleportation inscription of her identity card. No retreat in this battle. The two strongest prodigies standing at the peak of this generation simultaneously unleashed an incredibly powerful wave of energy. Come on, let me see how you, a priest, can turn this world upside down. Shilin Dao, Xian Lei. Crack. The sky stretched out, and a rolling blue thunder crashed down. The Qilin's exclusive divine skill, the thunder swept across the peak battlefield. In an instant, Xian Yuan Dao turned this place into her home ground. Each time the terrifying power of thunder struck down, it shattered the mountaintop, causing the earth to shake. However, Mu Feng remained unperturbed, glancing at the sky above with a slight smile. Not bad, you know how to leverage the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, your so-called home ground hasn't received my approval. Quack quack. The call of the ancient frog emperor was quite discordant, but it did not affect his equally earth-shattering momentum. Exclusive skill, swallowing heaven and earth. Suddenly, the giant frog opened its massive mouth, crazily absorbing all the elements in the surrounding space. The thunderous power that Xian Yuan Dao had just filled was all sucked into this abyss-like mouth. At the same time, all other elements on the peak disappeared, and the probing eyes set around lost their effectiveness. What's going on? Why can't we see anything suddenly? Is this a joke? Come on. In the waiting area, the heads of various observing parties and master-level experts were completely unsettled. The big screen, just when it was showing the exciting part, went black. Zhang Yu was also speechless, looking at Ningxu for clarification. Master Ning, this is the realm of the Dragon Emperor Tower, and the Eye of Insight has failed. Why has no one repaired it? Ningxu glanced coldly at the responsible parties and said, it's not that the formation patterns are the problem. The candidate named Mu Feng has used a skill that can absorb all elemental attributes. The light element is also within its absorption range. Without light, how can there be a projection? Zhang Yu. Beside him, Ling Yao, looking anxious, hurriedly asked, pretty sister, if what you say is true, when will Mu Feng's skill effect dissipate, and when can the big screen restore the battlefield image? That's right. Ningxu seemed to appreciate this address, smiling and nodding, appearing to have a good impression of Ling Yao. What pretty sister? Don't talk nonsense. Master Ning, you should call me grandma. Slap. Ningxu unhesitatingly pointed a finger and with some mysterious method directly silenced Zhang Yu. He felt as if something had been stuffed into his throat, and no matter how he swallowed or coughed, it was useless. The fat man Zhang Hongfei glanced at the situation here and quickly closed his mouth in frustration. That kid Mu Feng is right, women really shouldn't be easily provoked. At this moment, the only perspective that had not been successfully blocked was from the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Old Wei waved his hand at the screen, and the battlefield space, having lost all elements, displayed a projection with a pitch-black background. The visual effect was similar to infrared radiation, allowing the outlines of Mu Feng and Xianyuan Dao to be seen moving. Just this method was already astonishingly incredible. Old Wei, look, that's... Long Zhan's pupils suddenly constricted, and Mu Feng's actions on the screen shocked him again. That's right, the old man said with a kind smile. It's a 7th-tier divine skill. This Mu Feng, with unparalleled talent, is truly extraordinary. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower fell into stunned silence. A priest with a 7th-tier skill intensity? An existence that overturned the limits of understanding. In the dark space, as Mu Feng chanted the 7th-tier divine skill Battle Spirit Monument, 6 Old Earth Battle Spirit totems simultaneously revived, transforming into the armor of a rock giant, enveloping Mu Feng's body. Xianyuan Dao's beautiful face showed unprecedented fear. You actually mastered a 7th-tier skill. No, this must be an illusion. You are deceiving me with an illusion technique. Boom! The rock giant of Mu Feng, under the backdrop of this pitch-black battlefield, delivered a heavy punch. Xianyuan Dao's qilin beneath her was directly sent flying by Mu Feng's punch. The terrifying force's residual wave caused Xianyuan Dao's health to drop, finally bringing her to full awareness. Everything is real. Mu Feng truly mastered a 7th-tier divine skill. A calm laughter echoed again in the pitch-black world. Hee, don't be afraid. Senior Xianyuan. Although you can't reach the 7th-tier attainment as a forbidden profession, your Dao Master must possess earth-shattering means. Show your trump card. Before I suppress you, I only allow you to strike once. Mu Feng's domineering control of the situation played out once more. If he had said this before, everyone would have thought he was just showing off, bragging. But after the majestic aura of the Battle Spirit Monument descended, Xianyuan Dao truly believed it. Even if Mu Feng said he was a deity returned from the old earth now, she would seriously analyze it. Are you really going to take this step? Xianyuan Dao's voice suddenly calmed down. Her gaze became ethereal, devoid of any emotional fluctuations belonging to a human. Her flawless eyes began to gradually turn gray. I admit, your talent is something I've never seen in my life. Now, if you give up resistance, we can leave here. Under me, you will be the strongest. Mu Feng remained unperturbed, smiling faintly. Usually, when this tone appears, it means that the power you are about to use will have irreversible consequences. If I'm not mistaken, once you use this power, even you won't be able to control it safely. Xianyuan Dao's cold voice came again. That's right. This is my talent, an innate forbidden technique. My master said that unless it's a life and death situation, I must not use it lightly. But in this battle, I cannot lose, even if it means death. The reputation of the Dragon Emperor Tower, the glory of the 7 veins, cannot be tarnished by my hands. Mu Feng sighed. In fact, at this point, there was no way out for anyone. You have your mission to win, and I have my own reasons to advance further. Let's have a fierce battle. Boom! In an instant, Mu Feng began to chant frantically, various powerful enhancement techniques stacking endlessly on the colossal stone statue. He also understood that what he was about to face next would be the strongest strike since his awakening, allowing for no slack. Master, should we merge? That would be our peak power. Mu Feng smiled and said, no need. Your master also has his own trump card. Do you think that the 7th level is my limit? As soon as these words came out, even Yan Ji was stunned. What? Master, you? That's right. If she wants my life, how can a mere apprentice have that qualification? I just want to see how powerful the so-called forbidden techniques of a Dao master really are. Boom! Xianyuan Dao's pupils completely turned a pale color. At that moment, she became the listener of the endless rules of this battlefield. The Dao that can be spoken of controlling the human Dao. After chanting, a massive yin-yang Dao diagram appeared above Mu Feng's head. In an instant, the incredibly solid body of the colossal statue was completely sealed off from casting spells. Human Dao, forbidden soul. Then, a second, even more powerful 6th level Dao master technique descended. The Dao that can be spoken of controlling the earth Dao. Crack! Beneath Mu Feng's feet, the mountains crumbled, revealing huge fissures and ravines. Deep within the earth's veins, 99 energy chains stretched out. In a moment, they tightly bound the massive stone statue armor of Mu Feng. I say, girl, do you really have to be this ruthless? Can't I just run? Participating in a college entrance exam feels like breaking a heavenly rule. Mu Feng's clone looked at the main body being locked by countless chains and suddenly felt speechless. I gave you a chance, everything is your own doing. Xianyuan Dao's voice grew colder. Now, she had completely extinguished her humanity. The Dao is merciless. A Dao master is just like this. The deeper the Dao cultivation, the stronger the power, the higher the level. The more one must stay away from emotions. Just when Mu Feng thought this was all, the thunder rolled again from the heavens. No way, there's more? Crack. In the sky, the last massive yin-yang diagram shimmering, with colorful light appeared. 7th level? No, it was forbidden. The strongest exclusive talent of a Tao master, resonating the Tao of heaven with human power. The three totems of heaven, earth, and man, merged into one, creating new rules. The Tao that can be spoken of controlling the heavenly Tao. Annihilate. Xianyuan Dao stepped on the void, her long hair flying, her pupils turning an incredibly transparent silver. It seemed that at this moment, she was the ruler of the rules of the Tao of heaven. The newly set rules were to annihilate everything beneath her feet. The massive heavenly Tao yin-yang totem began to press down. All the surviving monsters on the battlefield began to be rapidly strangled by the power of the rules. They transformed into mist scattering towards the void Tao diagram, all pressing towards Mu Feng's position. Master, this power. Very strong. Mu Feng gazed at the sky, his brows slightly furrowing. At that moment, he understood the true value of the Dragon Emperor Tower's recommendation quota. If it weren't for Mu Feng, any other college entrance examination student from the Eastern Dragon Empire would face only one outcome in the face of such power: death. Even the teleportation runes wouldn't save them, because the rules of the battlefield space had been completely altered, unless Xianyuan Dao forcibly stopped the evolution of this power. But in fact, even she herself could no longer halt the crushing force of the heavenly Tao yin-yang diagram. Once this technique was unleashed, everything in the nightmare prison battlefield would turn to ashes. Inside the Dragon Emperor Tower, Long Zhanting stood up from his seat. Xianyuan Dao, she's too impulsive. Mu Feng cannot die. He is a rare prodigy of the empire, the hope for the future of the auxiliary combat system. Old Wei, the student dares to implore you to intervene and stop this confrontation. Old Wei shook his head slightly. No. If we stop now, Xianyuan Dao's heart will shatter and her path as an awakener will be completely severed. Xian Yang is the son of the Seven Vein sect. That old man is fiercely protective of his own. If I intervene, he will take my head and use it as a chamber pot. The powerful figures on the 9th floor suppressed their inappropriate laughter. An existence of Old Wei's level would only make such casual jokes in the company of other old fossils of the same caliber. Long Zhan's request was rejected, but he still spoke up. Can we only watch Mu Feng fall? Is there no other way? Old Wei smiled and shrugged. He blew his own horn, burned his identity card. No one is going to wipe his backside. But if you trust me, just sit down and continue watching. That little brat is quite clever. He probably won't die so easily. The world-destroying heavenly Tao totem continued to grow stronger. Xianyuan Dao underestimated the limits of her own talent and did not expect that the power gained from absorbing the souls of the monsters in the entire nightmare prison battlefield would be so outrageous. Unfortunately, everything was beyond recovery. Inside the massive rock giant armor, Mu Feng sighed helplessly. Speechless, this exam question is really beyond the syllabus. Xianyuan Dao is crazier than I am. Yan Ji, looking eager, said, Master, it's finally my turn to take the stage. Right. The power of the heavenly Tao has changed the rules. Only by merging you and I can we revive the old earthly order and resolve this deadly calamity. Mu Feng nodded gently. Then let's take this opportunity and initiate the fusion. Yan Ji suddenly blushed and quickly revealed her true form. In an instant, Mu Feng regained his serious expression and began to chant loudly. Whoosh! The enlightenment technique was instantly activated and Mu Feng's mental power surged threefold. All enhancement effects were greatly amplified. Fire-type exclusive skill tree. 6th tier evolution divine skill 8 desolations burning silence. Boom! In an instant, all elemental powers on the battlefield began to burn. All elements within the range of mental power would be assimilated into fire elements. The nightmare prison battlefield, which was on the verge of collapsing order, instantly transformed into an endless sea of fire. Due to the enhancement of the enlightenment technique, the halo of flames spreading and devouring other elemental powers rapidly expanded. The storm power in the outer battlefield also transformed into a vortex of boundless flames in a very short time. The entire world became an ocean of fire. Only the three precarious Tao totems and Xianyuan Dao's true form in the void became a leaf boat in the sea of fire. In the next moment, Yan Ji and Mu Feng's true forms perfectly fused. The fire deity, the old earth, reappeared. Boom! An overwhelming force of order erupted, and the three Tao diagrams quickly cracked, collapsed, and headed towards annihilation. Mu Feng's pupils radiated with blazing flames. At this moment, he was the fire deity of the awakening era. No, how is this possible? I will not lose. Why is this happening? Who are you? Xianyuan Dao screamed in despair and unwillingness. Witnessing the continuous shattering of the three great Tao maps, her health was rapidly depleting. Supplies? What a joke! This was the power of the Tao, the power of the rules collapsing. Within it lay the essence of the Xianyuan Dao's soul and life. The collapse of the Tao marked the moment when Xianyuan Dao's life approached its end. You lost. Mu Feng was surrounded by boundless flames, gazing with his fiery red eyes at the once proud, now utterly frenzied, stunning woman. You won. Xianyuan Dao looked deeply at Mu Feng. This youthful beauty, also in his teens, now truly appeared noble, towering, and invincible like a deity. The pale light in her eyes restored her original form, yet it was frail, ethereal, and on the verge of shattering. Crack! The Dao totem completely collapsed. Xian Yuan Dao said nothing more, her body lightly falling into the sea of fire. As long as Mu Feng waved his hand, everything related to Xian Yuan Dao would be utterly buried. But he did not do so. In the name of light, holy spring. In an instant, Mu Feng fully restored his state and began the final chant of this battlefield. Yenner, protect me. Do not let the outside world sense what is happening on the battlefield. Understood. Yenji acted swiftly, and no one knew how she did it. At this moment, Mu Feng's true body began to chant, and at the same time, the spirit butterfly behind his shoulders shattered. Master Ningxu's observation of the battlefield situation came to an end. Boom! The boundless flames burned above the replica world. A gigantic divine totem slowly appeared. It was sacred and solemn, vast and boundless, as if this flawless face obscured the entire sky, gazing down upon all beings with a compassionate look. 9-tiered light technique. Forbidden Nirvana. Priest Awakeners. Forbidden technique. Revives a target whose health has fallen to 0. Using the Nirvana technique inherited from the old earth, granting it new life. Note, the revived target cannot use this skill again until it completes the transformation of its life essence. At this moment, the divine bestowed supreme grace. A drop of crystal clear tear fell from the sky, landing on Xian Yuan Dao's brow. The dazzling divine light began to dissipate, and the enormous divine totem in the sky melted into Xian Yuan Dao's body. Heavens! Master, you really brought her back to life. No wonder you could remain so calm in the face of such lethal power from the Dao Master. Mu Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. If I really let her die, those old fellows from the Dragon Emperor Tower would come after me desperately. Seeing Xian Yuan Dao's health restored, Mu Feng immediately stood up and said with a smile, let's go. The battlefield is about to collapse, and a teleportation passage has already appeared. It must be the people outside coming to assist us. We need to leave quickly. Yan Ji also nodded excitedly, merging into Mu Feng's soul world, taking the lead to step into the teleportation barrier, completely leaving this battlefield. The remaining clone, without hesitation, carried Xian Yuan Dao on his back. Just at that moment, Xian Yuan Dao's dazed gaze regained its brilliance, inexplicably sensing the warmth of Mu Feng in front of her. Her flawless Dao heart, in that instant, was irresistibly branded with a figure. Mu Feng. Perhaps from now on, she would never forget this name. Inside the teleportation passage, Mu Feng's expression slightly tightened as he activated the insight skill in the name of light, discovering that the outer perimeter of this passage was full of flaws. Not good. The nightmare prison battlefield is still collapsing. The energy is almost completely failing. This passage probably won't hold for long. At this critical moment, at the end of the passage, an old man in a Dao robe appeared. He seemed to materialize from a beam of light, transforming into a complete human form. Mysterious and unpredictable. Like light and dust. The exclusive talent of the Dao Master profession's highest realm. 8 segments above the Master. Mu Feng's expression hardened. The old man before him is probably the strongest person he has ever seen since coming into this world, without exception. Master Uncle. Xian Yuan Dao immediately panicked, hurriedly breaking free from the support of Mu Feng's avatar. Lowering her head and saying nothing. After losing this peak battle, she didn't know how to face the elders of the 7 veins. However, Mu Feng clearly noticed that the old man showed no signs of emotional fluctuation at all. His pupils were a deep, pale color, like a soulless shell. He did nothing, yet exuded an indescribable pressure. It felt as if one were being gazed at by an abyss. Whoosh! The old man suddenly waved his hand, and a formation eye abruptly appeared beneath Mu Feng's feet, completely swallowing him up, making him disappear. In the space passage, only Xian Yuan Dao and this powerful old man remained. The Dao Master lineage does not compete for immediate success or failure, only for a lifetime of destiny. The college entrance examination is over. Do not let this matter become your obsession. Xian Yuan Dao's gaze dimmed. This was her first failure in life, an unprecedented sense of defeat. How could she let it go so easily? The old man spoke again. That Mu Feng is far stronger than you imagine. In this battle, he has not yet exerted his full strength. You did not lose unjustly. What? He hasn't even gone all out? Is the 7th level not his limit? Xian Yuan Dao felt even more defeated, tightly clenching her jade fist, her body trembling slightly. But speaking of which, the Dao Master lineage's way of guiding people is indeed quite unique. This white-haired master uncle really doesn't beat around the bush. Every word strikes at Xian Yuan Dao's heart. Your Dao heart is clouded. Your senior brother has ordered that the Dragon Emperor Tower must remain in seclusion and contemplation until the 6th stage is achieved. Xian Yuan Dao dared not defy the master's orders and immediately agreed. The flowing light beneath her feet trembled, and the formation for teleportation to the tower was activated again. She didn't even need to return to the examination hall. In fact, her original intention was to thank Mu Feng. Although Xian Yuan Dao was unclear about how Mu Feng had saved her after the collapse of the heavenly Dao totem, she ultimately owed that person a thank you. Whoosh! The light flickered, and Mu Feng felt himself being supported by a tremendous force until he returned to the formation gate in the waiting area. That familiar feeling of solid ground returned. On the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, the projection belonging to Mu Feng became clear again in front of Wei Lao and Long Zhan. At the same time, a heavenly sound echoed throughout the space of the 9th tower. Wei Shang, the energy of the Nightmare Prison battlefield has collapsed and is about to permanently collapse. Please take care of the aftermath. The heavenly sound dissipated and Wei Lao turned around with a bitter smile, looking at Long Zhan. Did you see that? One by one, they all treat me like a servant. Isn't it just bullying me because I have no successors, not even a single disciple? How lamentable. Long Zhan cupped his fists in a humble manner. With your strength, Wei Lao, if you really wanted to take on disciples, you would have long since had students all over the world. Wei Lao shook his head repeatedly. Everyone thinks my standards are high, but in fact, I have no requirements at all. It's just that my profession is too special. Even if I wanted to impart everything to an ordinary person, I simply couldn't do it. But this Mu Feng is quite interesting. Whoosh! As soon as Wei Lao finished speaking, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, when the old man descended upon the Nightmare Prison battlefield, all the energy that was about to collapse around seemed to stop moving at that moment. The old man glanced at the boundless, surging flames of the battlefield and couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Goodness, even I almost couldn't hold on. Who could imagine such power would come from a mere priest? At that time, Mu Feng strode towards the hall of the waiting area. As he approached the door, he could already hear the chatter of various responsible persons inside. This is really driving me crazy. Why hasn't this screen been fixed yet? It's black while watching a match? Are you kidding me? I say, old cow, you need to change your temper. This is the capital, under the Dragon Emperor Tower. Do you think it's your Southern Alliance? If the adults hear you, they'll throw you to the front lines of the battlefield among the nations, and you won't even find a place to cry. Nonsense. Are you saying you don't want to see how this final result turns out? Let me guess, that girl from Xianyuan Dao should be able to easily handle Mu Feng, right? Zhang Hongfei's chubby face twitched and he snorted coldly. You guys really don't understand anything, just know how to elevate some and belittle others. Bullying Mu Feng for not having a backing while fawning over the heir of the 7 veins. A person in the front row sneered sarcastically. I say, Director Zhang, you really don't have any expectations for that little priest, do you? Getting second place is already excellent enough. Who knew he would choose to fight to the death with them? He might find it hard to come back alive. Just as this person finished speaking, Mu Feng quietly stepped into the waiting area, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Thanks to my senior, I made it out alive. What the hell? What is this? It's over? Why is everyone out? The high-ranking officials and masters from various divisions in the waiting area were all dumbfounded. Kid, why are you the only one here? Where's Xianyuan Dao? Jiang Yu was the first to react, asking the question everyone was curious about. Before Mu Feng could speak, a powerful old man's voice resonated. Xianyuan Dao has been defeated and has been sent back to the 7 Veins sect to enter seclusion. In this battle, Mu Feng has secured the top spot and is the only one to pass in this battlefield. A strong pressure descended and everyone looked up in awe. Elder Wei leaned on his cane, not stepping on anything, yet he floated in the air, exuding an impressive aura. I've met Elder Wei. Dozens of regional leaders and master-level protectors present all bowed in respect. The 8-section big shots in the Dragon Emperor Tower, no matter when or where they appear, are to be revered like deities. Young friend Mu Feng, congratulations on your victory. I am here to deliver your report card. Earlier, you burned your identity card and your points were reset by the system, but you are recognized as the top by the Dragon Emperor Tower, so your ranking will not be affected. Therefore, this assessment score is for you to fill in yourself. You can write whatever you want. What's going on? Did I hear that right? This is the final test of the college entrance examination, and they actually let the candidate fill in their own score? This is simply unprecedented. Throughout history, there have been so many top scorers in the college entrance examination, but none have ever received treatment like Mu Feng. Ling Yao stood beside Jiang Yu, stunned, staring at Mu Feng's back, almost moved to tears by his handsomeness. Little did she know, her grandfather, the old Sword King Jiang Yu, was just as unsettled as she was. This is too much. In front of so many other candidates, letting Mu Feng fill in his own score? It's simply not treating the other candidates as human beings. When this card landed in Mu Feng's hands, his name was destined to surpass everyone on the honor roll. Calling him the god of exams would be no exaggeration. Who has ever seen a candidate score themselves? Among the waiting area, the proud students from various regions participating in the 5th round were all feeling sour. Their mindset even began to change. It was no longer jealousy towards Mu Feng, but had risen to the level of admiration. As expected, Lord Minghuan YYDS. Ling Yao clasped her small hands, gazing hopefully at Mu Feng's back, wishing she could rush over and be his accessory. Mu Feng waved his pen and, indeed, did not hold back from the old man, writing down 2 characters with flourish. Master Ning Shu, as the overall person in charge of the 5th round from the Dragon Emperor Tower, took Mu Feng's identity card. In the score section, he only wrote 2 characters. Full marks. Ningshu furrowed her brows slightly, then smiled gently, not getting entangled in her thoughts, and immediately instructed the attendant beside her. Go ahead, just input this score. As for Xianyuan Dao, fill in a score at random, keeping it in second place on the overall leaderboard. Yes, Commander Ning. The attendant glanced at Mu Feng's identity card, and upon seeing the two Chinese characters representing the score, his eyes nearly popped out. Damn. Crazy, this is really crazy. Old Wei nodded lightly, making a gesture with his hand. Mu Feng felt an energy enveloping him, gentle yet irresistible. Follow me. In the blink of an eye, Mu Feng found himself beside Old Wei, stepping into the void, soaring upwards. In an instant, they flew up to the 33rd floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Just as the two disappeared, from the sight of the crowd, a message prompt emanated from the Dragon Emperor Tower, enveloping the entire imperial capital. At the same time, hundreds of awakening towers of various sizes across the empire also emitted this voice. Official latest intelligence transmission: Dragon Emperor Tower authorized this year's college entrance examination 5th round exclusive Old Earth level dungeon Nightmare Prison battlefield has been cleared. Dungeon task difficulty: Old Earth level. Clearing evaluation: Extreme. Total number of clearers: 1 person. This dungeon has now collapsed and will be permanently sealed as a battlefield specimen in the Dragon Emperor Tower's collection. Hall. The clearer, Mu Feng, a student from Nanjing No. 1 High School in the Eastern Alliance, will be inscribed along with this battlefield information in the Precious Dragon Hall, passed down for eternity. Hearing this news, the big shots and examinees in the waiting area fell into a long silence. Iron Wolf sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head, constantly lamenting in his heart. Damn it, I shouldn't have come here. The first auxiliary battle of the Eastern Alliance? Ha, turns out the clown is actually me. I'm afraid that after this year, in the eyes of those later students, the priest and auxiliary battle system will no longer be seen as useless. Cough cough cough. Outside the 33 layers of the Dragon Emperor Tower, just as Mu Feng and Old Wei arrived at the formation gate, the old man suddenly started coughing for no reason, spewing out a puff of black smoke. Mu Feng looked up and realized that Old Wei, who was so close, looked like he had just run out of a coal pile. Senior, what's going on? Old Wei smiled bitterly, with a hint of teasing. You little brat, hiding so deep. If we're going to fight, let's just blow up the exam room too. Fortunately, I have a strong life, otherwise, who knows, I might have been blown to smithereens along with that nightmare prison. Kid, you owe me a favor, remember that. After saying this, the old man didn't even glance at Mu Feng, no longer using his cane, and walked in with his hands behind his back, stepping into the 33rd floor of the tower first. I don't believe you for a second. Mu Feng suddenly felt that this old man, while looking kind, might actually be a trickster. A total scammer who digs pits for newbies like him. A person who takes advantage of others, disrespectful to the old. Thinking this, Mu Feng suddenly felt his legs wouldn't move. Who knows where this old guy is taking me? What if I end up in his alchemy furnace and get refined? Where would I go to complain? Could it be that he discovered some secret of mine? Did he see that I used a forbidden skill? Yan Ji sensed her master's worries and replied with a smile. Don't worry, master, this old man means no harm, he should be trying to give you some pointers. Old Wei also stopped at this moment as if he could hear Mu Feng's thoughts and said with a smile, what are you afraid of? If I wanted to target you, you wouldn't even make it out of the battlefield. I can understand your feelings. Young and talented, full of vigor, but struggling without support, fearing that others will covet your strength. In fact, in the Eastern Dragon Empire, no, to be precise, in this current era, infighting has become quite rare. Or rather, even if there are conflicts, as long as they are from the same camp, it is rare for them to fight to the death. Simply put, this era allows you to shine. As for whether you can overshadow others' brilliance, that depends on how bright your star is. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng felt a sense of reassurance and relaxed his resentment towards Old Wei. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Senior, you brought me here too. Old Wei had the demeanor of a grand elder, somewhat reigniting the vigor of his younger days. To gain a broader perspective, you are still too immature, just a frog at the bottom of a well. Only by standing tall can you see clearly and go far. Mu Feng nodded in admiration. Senior, then please take me to the top of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Old Wei gently shook his head. No, it's too cold up high. Mu Feng stole a glance at the old man as if he had seen something. It's fine, senior, I'm not afraid of the cold. You wish. My highest authority only reaches the 33rd floor. Old Wei was caught off guard, pressured by Mu Feng. Mu Feng wanted to laugh but didn't dare. A figure above the 8th segment, a master. A single hand could annihilate the entire South River. He didn't dare to act recklessly. I admire you, kid. I don't need to hide that. Your excellence lies in not being influenced by worldly views. Having an ordinary profession yet walking an extraordinary path is rare. Strength can be improved, talent can be compensated, but character is something many people cannot change in their lifetime. And you, in this test, displayed nearly perfect personality traits. In the face of students from the same faction who once opposed you, you chose tolerance. When confronted by those who wished you dead, you acted with thunderous means. When faced with various challenges and obstacles beyond your understanding, you remained calm and composed, resolving them effortlessly. In the future, your achievements will surely surpass mine. Mu Feng raised his head sharply, standing straight, filled with righteous indignation. Under Old Wei, above 10,000. The old man laughed, a loud laugh that swept through the entire 33-story tower, scattering the clouds and mist miles away. He hadn't seen such an interesting young man in a long time. Mu Feng understood clearly. If he didn't flatter at this moment, when would he? Being appreciated by a top-tier giant would likely come with more opportunities. Sure enough, Old Wei changed the subject. You are already level 58. You should have received the invitation to the Bone Battlefield from the South River Governor's office, right? Mu Feng nodded seriously. Yes, please guide me, senior. The Bone Battlefield, also known as the Battle Cave, is an independent dimensional barrier that consists of 5 layers from the outside in. Awakeners who reach level 50 will get a chance to enter the trial. Reaching the peak of the first layer can grant a chance to reverse fate. The specifics of this opportunity vary from person to person, but I want to remind you that there are many entrances to the Battle Cave. All official awakening organizations, guilds, larger wild forces, and higher educational institutions with some strength around the world have their own territories within the Battle Cave. The stronger the force, the larger the territory it controls in the Battle Cave, the richer the resources, but of course, the difficulty of challenges also increases. Our Eastern Dragon Empire is quite special, as the Dragon Emperor Tower occupies a core position. To distribute the resources of the Battle Cave more fairly, it was decided by the Elder Council of the Dragon Emperor Tower to prioritize the most advantageous territories of the Empire for the top educational institutions in order to cultivate a more outstanding generation of talented awakeners. So, since you haven't chosen a school yet, don't rush into the Battle Cave, wait until you enter university. You don't need to worry about enrollment. With your status as the top scholar, the top institutions will fight to recruit you. At that time, make sure to reach the critical area of the outer circle. That is the best field for you to gain opportunities now. Mu Feng nodded seriously. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Senior, you brought me here, is there nothing else to instruct? Old Wei immediately understood Mu Feng's little scheme and smiled bitterly as he poked him with his finger. You little rascal. As he spoke, a disc shimmering with golden light appeared in the old man's palm. It looked remarkably like the positioning disc used by ancient tomb raiders to determine burial sites, radiating a golden glow. Here, this is a treasure I used in my youth called the Thousand Mechanisms Star River Disc. After positioning the coordinates, it can briefly inscribe a teleportation inscription. In simple terms, it's a reusable teleportation scroll. Wow! Mu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Although it wasn't an equipment that added attributes, the practical value of this item was outrageous. Mu Feng knew all too well how much a teleportation scroll could sell for. Having such a teleportation treasure, he couldn't imagine how many gold coins he could save in a year. Thank you for the gift, Old Wei. Mu Feng reached out directly, but the old man suddenly withdrew. Hey, what's the rush? No one is competing with you. This thing is very useful, but you need to be careful. It can't be used in special spaces in secret realms, only in cities and wilderness maps. Also, each use has a cooldown time of 24 hours. Mu Feng nodded repeatedly, storing the treasure in his space, and clasped his fists again. Thank you, Old Wei. I will remember this favor. If you really end up lonely in your old age, I will see you off. After saying that, Mu Feng vanished in a flash from the 33rd floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower. Old Wei pretended to raise his hand to punish this brat, but inside, he felt inexplicably warm. Half a day later, the old man finally reacted. Wait a minute. This little rascal, how does he know what I care about the most? The old man could never have imagined that Mu Feng's insight technique, in the name of light, revealed Old Wei's only flaw. 4 words. Lonely until old age. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Mu Feng immediately saw Master Ning Shu gazing at him calmly, a gentle smile on her face. Everyone else had already left the waiting area. They must have made their own arrangements. Congratulations, young friend, to be appreciated by Old Wei. Your future is limitless. Mu Feng did not refute, thinking of the Thousand Mechanisms Star River Disc he had just obtained from the old man. He felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, Mu Feng's curiosity surged, and he lowered his voice to ask, Senior, may I inquire about something? How could someone as exceptional as Old Wei be all alone? Does he have some special preference? Ning Shu's expression darkened slightly. I don't know much about Old Wei. His profession is very special, classified as one of the taboos of the Dragon Emperor Tower. This is also the reason he has never married. As for the other reason, it is rumored that he had a beloved in his youth who fell in battle beyond the domain, dying right before him. Since then, Old Wei has been alone. Mu Feng felt a wave of melancholy in his heart. Well, if I achieve success in my cultivation in the future, I can come here to chat with him more. Old Wei is a good person. He truly gives when he has treasures. Ning Shu. The stunning grandmaster gently waved her hand, and Mu Feng's supreme reward was presented before him. This is the Black Dragon card. Your 2,000 Black Dragon coins have been credited and can be redeemed at any time. In addition, the bound skill points will be distributed within 24 hours. Inside the box are the Bloodline Source Crystal and the Sky City Exploration Scroll. The legendary grade armor or weapon is stored with Jiangyu. You can just go to him to collect it. Mu Feng held the Bloodline Source Crystal in his hand and began to absorb the overwhelming energy in front of Ning Shu. As the incredibly rich bloodline essence surged into Mu Feng's body, even someone as strong as Ning Shu instinctively narrowed her pupils. Even for a peak 7th tier grandmaster like her, backed by the Dragon Emperor Tower, it was difficult to easily obtain such resources. To refine the essence of the bloodline was equivalent to a true rebirth. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new bloodline talent, Sun Shooting. That feeling is so familiar. The first thing that came to Mu Feng's mind was actually the image of Bei Tangyu, the pride of the Northern Alliance, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. Sun Shooting. It is said that only those favored by the heavens can hear the words of the ancient war god Hou and comprehend the most powerful archery skills in the world. Talent level, Ancient Earth level. Talent effect, unlocks the forbidden profession God Archer's exclusive skill. Tree permissions, gain the ability to use weapons specialized in archery, such as bows and crossbows. Can wield ranged weapons that are higher than one's own level. P.S. This weapon cannot exceed your current level by more than 30 levels. Forbidden level profession, God Archer. I can actually learn skills from a forbidden profession. Doesn't this mean I've opened up a whole new hidden profession? This Bloodline Source Crystal is indeed against the heavens. The exclusive reward for the top scholar is truly top-notch. Congratulations! Our Eastern Dragon Empire has gained another Forbidden Awakener. Ning Shu displayed a gentle smile, but it made Mu Feng's heart tremble. This woman is terrifying. She could sense the type of talent he had obtained through her prophetic abilities. Standing in front of her felt as if he could be seen through at any moment. Thank you, Senior. Ning Shu smiled. You can check the information related to the new profession skills at any Awakening Tower's database. Your Black Dragon card allows you to move freely in any Awakening Tower in the Empire. Mu Feng raised the corners of his mouth again. This was indeed a nice unexpected gain. However, when Mu Feng opened the panel interface to check the skill tree area, he couldn't help but want to complain. God Archer exclusive skill tree. Current skills, none. P.S. This skill tree is generated from the acquired Awakening talent, and the skill points required to enhance this type of exclusive skill are 5 times that of the main profession skills. Mu Feng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I knew it wouldn't be exactly the same as the conditions for improving the main skills, otherwise the so-called profession limitations would be meaningless. But for me, this kind of limitation is actually a form of indirect enhancement. As the saying goes, rarity makes value. The value of any gift is measured by its rarity. Things that everyone has, no matter how good, are meaningless. On the contrary, this extra opened exclusive skill tree, which others cannot afford to learn, is completely unrestricted for Mu Feng. After all, problems that can be solved with skill points are not problems at all. Alright, your college entrance examination journey ends here, and my task is also complete. Lastly, I need you to help with a small favor. Mu Feng clasped his fists. Please speak, Senior. Ning Shu smiled sweetly and raised a finger to poke forward. A ripple like a water wave spread out, projecting Mu Feng's true form within it. Later, I will use the Great Prophecy technique to publicly announce the results across the entire empire. As the national top scholar of this college entrance examination, you will be projected onto the sky, appearing before millions in the empire. Are you sure you don't need to adjust your posture? Being a top scholar comes with such benefits? It's like directly appearing on the official television channel. Mu Feng looked down at himself and remembered that he had just gone through a life and death battle, looking somewhat disheveled. There's no time to change clothes. Yen'er, I need your help. Show the world my most handsome side. Yen Ji smiled and said, understood. In the next moment, an incredibly brilliant crimson gold flame surged up. Yen Ji directly fused with Mu Feng's true form, making him look like Naruto in Sage Mode. The originally tattered clothing was enveloped in a crimson gold halo, making him appear like the fire god resurrected from the ancient earth, sacred and dazzling. Thank you, Senior Ning. Mu Feng revealed a hint of a smile, his demeanor transcending the ordinary, akin to that of a divine being, causing Ning Shu to momentarily lose her thoughts. The god of fire is indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! The waves of light surged violently, and soon Mu Feng's figure was imprinted within. Little did they know, this close-up would become the first impression of Mu Feng that the beings of the Eastern Dragon Empire would remember. Grandpa, do you think Lord Underworld Emperor will choose the same university as me? Outside the waiting area, Ling Yao sat on the top step, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the majestic imperial city outside the Dragon Emperor Tower. You might as well give up on that thought. Jiang Yu leaned against the railing beside her, also looking into the distance at the imperial city, his expression complex. You saw the commotion that kid caused today. The higher-ups of the Dragon Emperor Tower have already taken notice of him. In the near future, his strength will skyrocket. Even if you have top-tier talent, you won't be able to catch up to Mu Feng. To defeat Yuan Dao, that kid is hiding too much. In the future, he might stand there. Ling Yao looked up and saw her grandpa pointing to the top of her head. That was the higher level of the Dragon Emperor Tower, an unknowable place hidden deep within the clouds. Even Old Wei couldn't step foot there. Do you think you can get up there? Jiang Yu looked at his precious granddaughter with a doting smile and teased her. If you can, Grandpa will do everything to pave the way for you. But if you don't have that confidence and don't want to bear the pressure of going through fire and water, I advise you to give up on that thought. Ling Yao. At that moment, Mu Feng walked over, his once tattered armor now replaced with a sleek black suit, looking even more poised and carefree. Sword King Sr. Jiang Yu and Ling Yao hurriedly stood up to greet him. Young friend, congratulations. A perfect score of 5 rounds, the top scholar writing his own report card, unprecedented. Mu Feng also cupped his fists in return and glanced at Ling Yao with a smile. Are you all right? It was my plan to send you out of the exam room, it was too dangerous over there. With your abilities, entering the finals is no problem. But, Ling Yao interrupted with a smile. Lord Underworld Emperor doesn't need to say much. If you hadn't sent me away in advance, I would have probably been wiped out by that. A ray triggered by the magic cube. The frost maple leaves you sent me earlier saved my life. Joking aside, she couldn't possibly complain about him now. This was the last chance to curry favor with the top scholar. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and 2 treasure chests shimmering with golden light appeared before them. Here, this is a selection chest for legendary level weapons and equipment. Once you've chosen your weapon, we can head back. Without hesitation, Mu Feng locked onto the weapon chest on the left but paused at the staff's entry, then switched to the crossbow's entry. I chosen Senior, the legendary level ranged weapon chest. Jiang Yu and Ling Yao stared wide-eyed at each other, then back at Mu Feng, filled with confusion. Young friend, this weapon is an exclusive reward. Once unlocked, it will immediately bind to you, and others cannot use it, let alone trade it. You're a priest, why would you want a crossbow? Mu Feng smiled lightly. Senior, I just unlocked the talent for ranged professions using the bloodline. Source Crystal, I can already use ranged weapons. Jiang Yu, Ling Yao, the heavens are unfair. This is outrageous. Why is this kid so monstrous? His strength was already absurd, defeating even the disciples of Yuan Dao who were directly admitted to the Dragon Emperor Tower, and now he has awakened a new professional privilege. Is there no room for others to live? Ling Yao immediately felt deflated. Just a moment ago, she was still rebutting her grandpa in her heart, and now a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Maybe I really don't deserve Lord Underworld Emperor. In truth, Ling Yao had no need to feel this way. She was already strong enough. Except for top-tier figures like Mu Feng and Yuan Dao, ordinary prodigies are simply not enough in front of Ling Yao. Yet she happened to set her sights on the most unattainable one. I'm truly ashamed, old man. Compared to your talent, we are all mere mortals. After saying that, without hesitation, he immediately infused energy, and after a serious master-level process, a legendary dual-handed weapon treasure chest appeared before Mu Feng. Open the chest. Melted gold sunset bow equipment type, weapon quality, legendary, exclusive, level requirement, level 90 class requirement, exclusive, requires ranged weapon specialization, attributes, attack power plus 18,000, armor penetration plus 8,000, critical hit plus 6,500, fire element bonus plus 3,800, earth element bonus plus 1,800, light element bonus plus 1,500, dark element bonus plus 1,200, quality effect, critical hit rate increased by 25%. Attack enemy weaknesses with a chance to deal 10 times damage. Exclusive effect. This weapon can amplify elemental attributes, proportionally increasing panel attributes based on elemental compatibility. Mu Feng was once again pleasantly surprised. The rewards for the highest level are indeed impressive. The attributes of this weapon almost perfectly match my own class characteristics. Almost every attribute is a gift. More importantly, this weapon has a level requirement of 90, which normally would require at least level 6 to use. However, Mu Feng's Sun shooting talent can reduce the weapon carrying requirement by 30 levels, allowing him to use it at just level 60. Coincidentally, Mu Feng is already a level 58 powerhouse. At this rate, when heading to the battle cave, this thing should come in handy. In fact, when Mu Feng awakened his class, what he most hoped for was to become an awakener of a ranged combat class like Beitang Yu or Mo Ran. He had a filter halo for this kind of ranged attack ability. Before his previous life, he had almost always played ranged classes in online games. He longed for that feeling of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, taking a head from a kilometer away. Now, he was finally about to have his wish fulfilled. Seeing Mu Feng contentedly put away this equipment, Jiang Yu and his grandson were all smiles. How is it? Are you satisfied with the attributes? Mu Feng nodded repeatedly. High quality exclusive equipment feels as if it was tailor-made for me. It's simply unimaginable. I even suspect whether this was crafted specifically for me. Jiang Yu shook his head with a smile. The so-called exclusive rewards are a unique matching mechanism of the Dragon Emperor Tower's treasure vault, selecting the most suitable items from your inventory. After all, the Dragon Emperor Tower has existed for so many years, and no one knows how many are still alive. The spoils in the treasure vault are the lifelong efforts of elite warriors who fought for the country in every generation. It's not surprising to have a few items that resonate with you. Mufong nodded seriously. The vast East Dragon, profound and rich, how could its depth be something he could imagine? Now, great lord of the underworld, how about I accompany you to the imperial capital for a stroll? After all, it's still early. There's nothing else to do here. Mufong politely declined with a smile. Next time. To be honest, I fought Shen Yuan Dao to the brink of death and we both exhausted ourselves. Right now, I'm really tired. As he spoke, Mufong even imitated Old Wei, coughing twice in front of Jiang Yu and his grandson. I believe you, you ghost. The two of them silently cursed in their hearts. In perfect harmony. UTM made Shen Yuan Dao too scared to show his face, and now you're pretending to be weak when you're back at full health? However, since he said so, Jiang Yu and Ling Yao couldn't force him. After all, they were also from noble families and had their pride. Alright, I'll call Zhang Hongfei over right now to arrange a team to escort you back. Mufong smiled and shook his head, casually pulling out the newly acquired Shinji Xinghe disc. This is a teleportation tool given to me by Old Wei. With it, I can use the coordinates within the imperial capital to go directly back to Nanjing. Jiang Yu and his grandson. No, kid, are you sure you're just a blacksmith's nephew? Are you sure you're not some hidden heir from a top-tier family? Old Wei. He's known as the miser of the Dragon Emperor Tower, and he actually gave away such a useful treasure? Jiang Yu suddenly felt exhausted. Damn, I'm a master, a generation sword king. How come I can't even make my presence felt in front of a high school student now? He really wanted to tell Ling Yao, baby, let's not pursue this person anymore. You can choose anyone else, your grandpa will sell everything to find you a match. You too, until we meet again. Mufong smiled, waved at the two, activated the Shenji Xinghe disc, stepped onto the 7 stars bright light array, and instantly disappeared into the teleportation passage. Watching Mufeng's disappearing figure, Ling Yao was completely defeated and let out a deep sigh. Grandpa, you were right, I really should give up. Mufong is not human, he's simply a monster. As she spoke, she almost cried. Ling Yao had a childlike nature, having never suffered in her life growing up in a honey jar, and this was her first experience of such defeat. Jiang Yu rubbed his precious granddaughter's little head and smiled. Actually, you don't need to be too pessimistic. Grandpa just doesn't want to see you being a sycophant for that brat. But someone like him is unlikely to be devoted to one woman. If he ends up having a harem in the future, you might still have a chance. Put. Ling Yao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. No wonder he's my grandpa. His worldview is just too right. Boom. At that moment, an incredibly powerful mental force spread from deep within the Dragon Emperor Tower. In the sky, a nearly distorted transparent ripple surged. Just in the chanting stage, it could create such a terrifying might that obscured the sky. Great prophecy technique. Jiang Yu almost blurted out the name. He could sense Ningxu's methods even with his eyes closed. Looks like the gold list is about to be released. Every year, the top 10 in the Imperial College entrance examination are celebrated throughout the empire by Grand Master Ningxu using the prophecy technique as a reward. Usually, these 10 individuals become the core targets that major universities in the empire compete for. Ling Yao also looked on with envy, her eyes sparkling, as she gazed at the sky. Soon, a transparent transmission echoed. Along with it, all the awakening towers in the various city-states of the empire also spread the news. Official latest information transmission. Authorized by the Dragon Emperor Tower, the annual college entrance examination of the Eastern Dragon Empire officially concludes in the year 8734 of the Awakening Era. Below is the list of the top 10 prodigies. Nationwide, congratulations on making the gold list. With a bright future ahead, a grand and majestic sound wave swept across the heavens. Every corner of the Eastern Dragon's vast mountains and rivers could feel this glory. Just returned to the Nanjing safe zone, Mufong was also taken aback. So soon the results are out? And such a grand occasion, not bad. No wonder Grand Master Ningxu specifically asked for a close-up of himself. It truly deserved such a scene. Mufong, how does it feel? Are you a bit excited? Suddenly, a voice as gentle as a spring breeze came to his ear. It was Grand Master Ningxu. Senior? Did you leave a spirit butterfly on me again? Ningxu smiled and said, indeed. It seems you've noticed early on, this is also a special ability of high-level prophecy masters. I just wanted to interview you about your current feelings. Mufong smiled in response. For me personally, it's quite calm. But I really didn't expect such a grand occasion, Ningxu said with a hint of melancholy. In today's era, compared to the initial 2,000 or 3,000 years of the Awakening Era, it can be considered a time of peace and prosperity. When the old Earth civilization had just perished, countless invaders from outer realms sought to conquer the entire planet. The first batch of awakeners on the continent paid an unimaginable price, exchanging countless brutal wars for the peace we have today. The Eastern Dragon Empire is displaying Such a grand spectacle to tell its people that we have become strong and have the ability to protect you, the proud children of heaven, so that you can grow up in comfort. So, there is no need to worry, remember. Your moment of glory. Roar! Finally, after the incredibly brilliant fireworks in the sky, a colossal black dragon totem slowly ascended. This totem must be modeled after the Dragon Emperor Tower. It is indeed breathtaking. I wonder how powerful this dragon was when it was alive. Just a totem can have such power. If the real one were here, the so-called masters would probably be nothing but ants before it. Then, the black dragon opened its mouth and slowly released an astonishingly large subtitle. National Rank 10, Southern Alliance, Yunzhou City, Kongningji. Total score, 387,764. Evaluation level, S. Applause and cheers echoed throughout the eastern Dragonland. Countless citizens stopped to gaze at the brilliant scene in the sky, cheering for the new batch of proud children of heaven. Almost 400,000 total points. Wow, this kid is too strong. No wonder he is the pride of our Yunzhou. Of course, this is among the top 10 in the empire, not just the top 10 in the region. He is definitely a future grandmaster. I envy them so much. Today's young people are really fortunate. They have made it onto the gold list, bringing glory to their families. At that moment, the second uncle also stepped out of his yard, pipe in mouth, gazing at the dazzling light show in the sky, feeling a hint of anticipation. That little brat Xiao-chun, I wonder what rank he got. If he makes it onto this heavenly list, he could definitely hit the governor's office for a hefty sponsorship. Mom, the fireworks in the sky are so beautiful. Who are the names up there? In the streets, children, led by adults, stopped to look at the sky, sharing in the spectacle of the dragon leaping into the heavens and making a stunning debut. Those are the names of the future guardians of our Eastern Dragon Empire. Every person on the list will be a hero protecting the land of Eastern Dragon. In the future, Mufeng suddenly stopped against the flow of people, looking at the hopeful faces of the children gazing up at the sky, feeling quite moved. At that moment, he seemed to understand the significance of this scene. It was not only to commend the students who made it onto the gold list but also to inspire future generations in this way. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy responsibility to protect the empire's people rested on his shoulders. The proud children, enjoying the resources poured into them by the empire, carrying the hopes of countless people seeking stability, must also step forward when the country and the nation need them, rushing to the front lines of disaster and war. In an instant, Mu Feng found a new meaning that compelled him to grow stronger, to fight for protection, to fight for peace. Compared to the ordinary people watching the spectacle, the unsuccessful candidates who also took the college entrance examination this year felt significantly heavier in spirit. Who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves on the Black Dragon list? But they asked themselves, compared to these astonishingly talented names, they still had a long way to go. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, another explosion occurred, and this time, a dazzling heavenly totem appeared in the sky. The black dragon soared against the heavens, circling around the totem until the cold and ethereal outline of Xianyuan Dao slowly emerged from within the totem. National Rank 2, direct disciple of the Dragon Emperor Tower's 7 veins, Xianyuan Dao. Total score, 963,327. Evaluation level, SSS. Reward, exclusive title, Dao Immortal. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Could she be a fairy descended from the heavens? Damn, they even gave her a title reward? Why didn't the others in the top 10 get one? Just her, directly from the Dragon Emperor Tower. No wonder she has such a big presence. Her status is comparable to a princess in myth. Almost 1,000,000 points SSS. Full level evaluation and she's only second? How monstrous must the first place be? Various discussions echoed in every corner of the streets. Praise, envy, longing, every emotion constantly shifted on the faces of the passers-by. Mufeng looked at the totem in the sky and couldn't help but whisper, her presence is indeed not small. She was even projected with her life totem by Master Ning Shu. That's too impressive. Little did he know, at that very moment, somewhere in the Dragon Emperor Tower, Xianyuan Dao slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, gazing at her own reflection in the sky, yet not a hint of excitement stirred in her heart. She had long since lost her desire for victory. Every time she recalled this battle, only Mu Feng's name remained in her mind, along with the scent that rushed into her nostrils when he carried her. Mu Feng. Whispering this name 3 times, Xianyuan Dao closed her eyes again, resealing her heart. The shattered Dao heart could only be mended with this unforgettable name. The day she completely forgot everything Mu Feng had brought her would be the day her Dao heart was reshaped, and she would emerge perfectly. Roar! In the sky, the black dragon roared again. This time, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The shining sunlight was covered by clouds, replaced by a blazing flame fiercely burning on the black dragon. Immediately, the black dragon's patterns began to melt, unfolding into an enormous fire inscription. The entire sky was surrounded by the boundless flames emanating from this inscription. So shocking. Flames actually appeared in the sky. What's going on? No way? Could this be the presence of this year's top scholar? That's too exaggerated. Making the entire sky his backdrop? In the deepest part of the boundless flames, when Mu Feng's enormous and perfect silhouette emerged. Countless citizens of the Eastern Dragon Empire instinctively knelt on the ground, worshipping the sky. God, has a deity descended? In an instant, Mufeng saw the immense majesty of his silhouette descending from the sky, making the masses submit. On the entire street, aside from himself, everyone else knelt down, welcoming the arrival of this sacred will with the most devout demeanor. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, those fifth-round elite students who hadn't had time to evacuate were completely stunned by this scene. If it weren't for the masters from various regions acting, they might have been unable to resist kneeling. Ling Yao looked at Mufeng, who was protected by heavenly fire in the center, with immense shock. His godlike stature left her unusually speechless. She wanted to engrave this face deep in her soul. Forever. What an exaggerated presence. Did that woman Ning Shu take the wrong medicine today? How could she unleash such intensity in the great prophecy technique? Who knows? With this level of pressure, ordinary people would definitely be unable to resist and would have to worship. It feels like a top scholar shouldn't have such influence. No way. Who told that kid Mufeng to be so against the heavens? The first top scholar in history to fill in his own scores, I'm convinced. Boom. Deep within the totem, Mufeng reappeared in the iconic scene of the fire god fusion. Surrounded by blazing golden flames, his pupils burning with golden light, as if reflecting the holy light of all living beings accepting their worship. Finally, above the holy light phantom of Mufeng, his exclusive introduction slowly appeared. Annual college entrance examination. Top scorer. Full marks in all 5 rounds of testing, the first in history to clear the highest difficulty of the entire dungeon. Only the first row of words fluctuated, and the East Dragon Empire, with nearly 100 cities and billions of awakened ones, was shocked beyond measure. What? All 5 rounds of the dungeon cleared? And at the highest old Earth level difficulty? Is this even human? Where did such a god come from? And he's not even a direct disciple of the Dragon Emperor Tower. This is too outrageous. Are we sure this person isn't cheating? How is it possible to achieve this? Back in my college entrance exam, I was eliminated in the second round. No wonder Xianyuan Dao can only rank second. It turns out the real strongest prodigy is this one. Isn't anyone paying attention to his looks? Strong is one thing, but he's also so handsome, he's practically a male god. Jiang Yu gazed at the sky, his heart surging, and his eyes sparkled again. It's about to appear. The highest moment belonging to Mufeng. I want to see what exclusive title the Dragon Emperor Tower will give him. Meanwhile, at the South River Governor's office, not only the governor and Hang Yu were present, but also the principal of No. 1 High School, Chen Dafa, and the head of the safe zone, Li Ming, were invited. The big shots stared at the screen for a long time, but the desired name did not appear. No way. Could it be that Mufeng failed to make the list? The governor was clearly restless, and the atmosphere in the conference room was quite strange. It wasn't that they were certain Mufeng would make the top 10. After all, he was the top of the Eastern Alliance, but since the 5th round started, Mufeng's name hadn't appeared on the list from the capital at all. Shortly after the evaluation began, that name disappeared. The live footage was also a black screen. Could that kid have been disqualified? Chen Dafa's face turned pale, his palms sweaty. He hadn't wanted to join the excitement. In his mind, Mufeng was just a priest, no matter how strong. Getting to the 5th round for the capital's additional test was already a stroke of luck. Aiming for a national ranking was as difficult as climbing to the sky. But not even seeing a name who could stand that? Even if he was last, it would be fine. These old buddies would have given up hope. In the blink of an eye, the announcement was about to end, and Mufeng's position was still not found. Han Yu frowned and looked at the governor. Is there still no news from the capital? What about Zhang Hongfei? What about Elder Jiang? No response? The governor furrowed his brow and shook his head helplessly. No news. The senior officials beside him couldn't hold back anymore, their voices almost breaking into tears. It's over. He wasn't caught cheating and disqualified. Was he? This is bad, this is bad. He's our only hope in South River, the top of the Eastern Alliance. If he really gets stuck in the capital, what will we do? Alright, stop looking so glum. No matter the result, we can accept it. I'll contact Zhang Hongfei and the others again. Just as the governor was about to take action again, the light in the sky shone brightly once more. Holy crap! Look, it's appeared. That person, how does he look so much like Mufeng? Chen Dafa suddenly appeared outside the railing, gazing at the sky, tears of excitement welling up. Guys, it really is Mufeng. With a whoosh, the roof of the governor's office was almost blown off by these 6 and 7 segment big shots. Han Yu even flew out of the conference room, stepping on the void, gazing at the outline of the sky. When Mufeng slowly appeared carrying a wave of blazing flames, Han Yu was completely stunned. I knew it, this kid is definitely not an ordinary person. He really has leaped to the 9 heavens. Crack! The endless flames transformed once again into a golden color. The final subtitles slowly condensed. Supreme Glory, Empire's Top, Eastern Alliance, South River No. 1 High School Mufeng. Total score, full marks, the highest in history. Dragon Emperor Tower. Grants exclusive title, Flame Emperor. Holy crap! the highest score in college entrance exams, and he's actually been crowned emperor. 17 years old, auxiliary combat profession, and he actually received the title of emperor. I, the youngest emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire, am actually Mufong. In an instant, the world was shocked. The emperor, it's the emperor. It's really him, the one from number 1 high school, I've seen him. Above Nanjing City, the roar of the crowd turned into a wave of sound, sweeping through the streets and alleys of the entire city. The master Hangyu in the void stumbled and almost fell. Flame Emperor, title of emperor. This time, Nanjing is really going to be on fire. At the governor's office, a burst of explosive laughter erupted. It's Mufong, it really is him. Principal Chandafa was so excited that he fainted, and it took a long time for anyone to notice. Everyone was immersed in this unprecedented joyous feast. Nanjing has produced an emperor. The governor, with a flushed face, wiped his eyes repeatedly, and after confirming that face and the name above it, finally dared to believe. It is Mufong, the senior student of Nanjing number 1 high school. Mufong, his subject. Chandafa, you are truly the lucky star of Nanjing. Just in your second year as principal, you brought me an emperor. Tell me, which position in the governor's office do you want to fill? Choose any. Where's Chandafa? Governor, Principal Chen was too excited and fainted. Governor, quick, hurry and call the medical team's priest. This is a legend in our Nanjing education sector. We can't afford any mishaps. Also, all teachers from number 1 high school related to Mufong, bring them to the governor's office. I want to personally host a banquet. A senior behind him hurriedly reminded. Governor, most importantly, don't forget Mufeng's family. This is our governor's office's last chance to show sincerity. If we wait any longer, it won't be our turn. The governor, with a flushed face, waved his hand. Quick, immediately arrange a team. All senior officials of the governor's office, follow me to pay a visit. At that moment, after seeing his totem shining in the sky, Mufong awakened the angel of light to prevent chaos, using the light energy to cover his appearance. That's right, he decisively realized that covering his face would probably become a common occurrence in the future, because now he was truly a celebrity of the empire. Wherever he went, people would probably recognize him. Those top stars under the spotlight in his past life would find it hard to match his current popularity. Flame Emperor, this title is quite imposing, not bad. At this moment, Mufong had no intention of opening the panel, naturally unaware of the deeper significance of this title. He just focused on walking along the street towards his home. Taking out his phone, a flurry of over 80 private messages popped up. The top message was from Long Wusher. Boss, heart emoji, heart emoji. You're too awesome, right? Not only did you take the top spot, but you also became an emperor directly. I declare, I'm going to cling to this big leg for the next life. Lu Bai, I consulted a fortune teller, and it turns out you're actually my real brother. Serious face JPG. When are we going to celebrate together, brother? Emperor, Huamanshin, congratulations on becoming an emperor. Envious JPG. Ling Yao, Ming Emperor, you actually became an emperor. I'm so envious of you. By the way, I want to ask from my grandpa, which university are you planning to go to? So cute JPG. Mufong smiled bitterly and shook his head, unable to respond to each one, so he just put his phone away. Let's go home first. My second uncle is probably waiting impatiently. At this time, there were nearly 100 people piled up inside and outside Mufeng's yard. Almost no one came empty-handed, all carrying various beautifully wrapped gifts. At this moment, his second uncle's face was frozen in a smile. 10 minutes ago, just after the golden list's dragon sound in the sky had just faded, less than a minute had passed when the outside was filled with dozens of households, all here to congratulate. Most of them were clients from before who had weapons made by my second uncle. After that came the media personnel from the South River government and some teachers who had dealings with the school. The group that arrived with the most pomp was the governor's personal guards, directly led by 4 awakened ones, forcing their way to the back of the courtyard. Congratulations, congratulations. Uncle Mu, you have raised a good nephew. The first top scholar in the history of South River, the proud son of heaven with the title of emperor, has grown so outstanding under your guidance. My second uncle was beaming, laughing heartily. You're too kind. Governor, you could have just come without bringing anything. As he spoke, my second uncle quickly received and recorded the gifts from the big shots of the governor's office, smiling even more happily. Little did he know, what the big shots loved to see the most was this kind of scene. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that those wanting to send resources to Mufong were lined up all the way outside the safe zone. Soon, several beautiful female reporters squeezed to the front row, shoving a microphone in front of my uncle. Uncle Mu, we would like to interview you about your feelings at this moment. As the uncle of South River's first top scholar and the youngest titled emperor, what nurturing experiences can you share with us? Uncle Mu, can you give some encouragement to the students studying in South River? One at a time, don't rush, let me organize the gift list first. Before long, a series of strong energy fluctuations appeared in the sky. The newcomers were not from South River, they either wore uniforms or had special badges, almost all of them equipped with a high-level guardian spirit flying mount, definitely elite high-level experts, and some were even grandmasters. Hongyu said seriously, they are representatives from top universities in other cities and the Eastern Alliance. It seems they are here to scout for talent. The governor was astonished. Damn, they came so quickly? These people are really crazy. They didn't even go through the approval process to enter our South River safe zone? They just want to come in and snatch people? The higher-ups also smiled wryly. Let's understand each other. After all, the impact Mufong has brought this time is too shocking. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to hold back either. Chen Dafeng, who had already recovered, sighed. There's no helping it. Who told Mufong to be so outstanding? Luckily, he hasn't come back yet, otherwise he would probably be torn apart by these guys. At this moment, downstairs at Long Wusher's villa, there was a constant clattering sound. Long Wusher ran to the first floor and saw his father rummaging through something in the storage room. Dad, what are you doing? Long Rohai suddenly appeared, slapping him on the back of the neck. You fool! What are you still doing at home? Hurry up and go help your boss. Long Wusher was puzzled. My boss hasn't even come back yet. What's the rush? Long Rohai was exasperated. You pig-brained. What status does he have now? The first top scholar in history. The youngest titled emperor. Do you really think he's your real brother? This big leg is probably being fought over by countless people. Shouldn't you take the opportunity to get close? Dad is tidying up the family assets for you. You'll personally take them over later. This time, even if it means going bankrupt, I will help you acknowledge this brother. Long Wusher. Isn't that a bit much, Dad? Won't that make us seem too hypocritical? After all, I was willing to follow Mufong back then. I never thought he would reach this day. Long Rohai slapped him again. I say you're stupid and you're not smart. Why care about so much? I'm just afraid he'll forget you. When you get to their house, make sure to say the right things so that Mufong feels that you, as his brother, care about him. Do you understand? Long Wusher scratched his head. You mean, let me become sworn brothers with Mufong? Long Rohai excitedly waved his fist. Finally, you're getting it. If that doesn't work, I'll just directly adopt him as my godfather, and I'll be brothers with Mufong. After all, we're all from the Long family. Upon hearing this, Long Wusher nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His old man was getting more and more ridiculous. However, he could understand his father's desire for him to cling to Mu Feng's leg. With Mu Feng's current influence, it wouldn't be long before he became a leader among the younger generation of awakeners in the Eastern Dragon Empire. At that time, as a side branch of the Long family, he might regain some importance, and naturally, he could change his fate. When the Long father and son arrived near Mu Feng's house, they could feel an incredibly powerful energy wave raging from that direction from a distance. The line of people had already spilled out hundreds of meters into the corridor outside the courtyard. At this moment, the number of grandmasters standing in the middle of the courtyard had already increased to over a dozen. What the hell? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal? Below grandmaster level, not even the first row can get in? Long Wusher was dumbfounded. The plan he had discussed with his father before coming was completely useless. Long Rohai also had a bitter expression. We're still a step too late. Those few in green uniforms up front should be from the Eastern Alliance's first military academy. They directly sent 2 grandmaster representatives. It's too exaggerated. The short-haired elder at the forefront walked with a commanding presence to his second uncle. On behalf of the Eastern First Military Academy, I congratulate Mr. Mu. This is the direct admission invitation letter from the First Military Academy. As long as Mufong can come to our First Military Academy, the school can provide a scholarship of 5 million gold each year. The school will provide a standalone villa for you and your family to live in permanently. The second uncle, holding the invitation letter and gift list, was dazzled. Ah, this, too exaggerated. The second uncle never dreamed that his relatively laid-back nephew would become such a hotshot. The representatives from the universities trying to recruit him had already come in 6 batches, each with better conditions than the last. Upon hearing this, the other big shots in the courtyard gasped in shock. The First Military Academy is indeed wealthy. They've really put in a lot of effort this time. They must be determined to recruit him. Of course, with Mu Feng's reputation and potential, any amount of capital support is justified. The second uncle was also in a dilemma, smiling wryly. Gentlemen, I think I should call my nephew first. I can't make such a big decision for him. He then dialed Mu Feng's number again, and this time it finally connected. Xiao Chen, where are you now? The guests visiting your home have already lined up outside. They all want to see you, and there are quite a few university representatives inviting you to enroll, along with many officials who have offered sky-high conditions, all waiting for your response. Upon hearing this, Mufong felt a weight on his feet. No way? They're coming to recruit me so soon? Should I go back or not? Mufong felt a headache coming on and hurriedly made up an excuse. I'm already on my way, second uncle. I still have some things to handle here. Let the guests go back for now. I'll find time later to give a unified response. After a brief exchange, Mufong heard people on the other end of the phone continuously calling his name, and he felt overwhelmed. He actually didn't like dealing with such situations. The enthusiasm of the various forces exceeded his expectations. If I had known, I would have stayed a few more days in the capital. Little did he know that at the same time, the top universities across the country were urgently holding meetings right after the results were announced. The grandmasters from the universities were all in a frenzy, scrambling to arrange invitations. What did you say? The first military academies people have already arrived at Mufang's house? That's outrageous. How can they be so fast? Oh no, we all underestimated the situation. The people we sent to the capital were just waiting to poach after the results were announced, but as soon as they got the news, the top scholar Mufang directly used a teleportation artifact to leave the city. Many representatives from universities ended up with nothing. The principal slammed the table in anger. Quick, use the teleportation talisman and get a team to South River immediately. We must see Mufang or his family in the shortest time possible. No matter what, we cannot let the first military academy recruit Mufang. Whatever resources they offer, we will counter with 10 times that. Such bold declarations to snatch talent erupted continuously in the offices of various university principals. It has been many years since any college entrance examination student could stir such excitement among the top education leaders of the Eastern Dragon Empire. In fact, the other top 10 candidates on the list were almost completely ignored by the elite schools. After Xianyuan Dao went into seclusion, they all focused their attention solely on Mufang. To secure this youngest titled monarch in history, they were willing to sacrifice decades of their school's foundations. At 10 o'clock at night, Mufang's phone rang again. It was a private message from Long Wuxia. Boss, where are you? Have you gotten home yet? Mufang did not reply. 2 minutes later, Long Wuxia sent a video directly. Curious, Mufang opened it and was stunned. Wow, what a grand setup. In the video, the yard was filled with various exquisite gift boxes, and there were over 50 seats in the front yard, each occupied by top figures from prestigious lineages. Mufang glanced around. There were more than 40 awakened masters wearing 7-segment master-level badges, all representatives from various major forces who had arrived one after another. Mufang sent an ellipsis back to Long Wuxia. Seeing his boss reply, Long Wuxia immediately perked up. Looks like you're not planning to come back today? Or I know you too well, boss. Mufang felt a headache coming on and replied, I hate dealing with such situations. I'm going to level up in the wild first. You help me handle the scene with my second uncle. Long Wuxia, are you kidding me, boss? You really have guts. So many masters are showing up and you're not giving them any face? Mufang really wanted to say that, in his eyes, masters weren't that valuable anymore. Unless someone of Old Way's caliber showed up. Otherwise, no matter how many people came, it wasn't what Mufang sought. Remembering Old Way's previous hints, Mufang suddenly had an idea. In the video, there are quite a few top 10 universities in the Eastern Dragon Empire, but according to Elder Jiang, the real giant institutions are not among them. I want to see which side can find me first. With that thought, Mufang decisively took out the 1000 Machine Star River Disk, teleported to the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins, and then headed towards the higher level maps. Why not take this time to push for level 60 first? Thus, while the group of big shots at home waited anxiously, Mufang was already leisurely starting to grind monsters. A whole day passed in the blink of an eye. The big shots who had come to visit gradually left. A piece of news spread throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire like wildfire. The top scholar, the Flame Emperor Mufang, had disappeared. What? He hasn't returned to South River? That's impossible. Mufang has a teleportation artifact. He should have returned long ago. Zhang Hongfei directly called the governor of South River to confirm that he had left the capital a long time ago. How is that possible? So where did he go? The representatives from the major universities at the governor's office are almost going crazy. They won't give up until they see him. After hanging up the phone, the governor was also at a loss, pacing back and forth and muttering. What is going on with that kid Mufang? Hong Yu said with a smile. In my opinion, he must have found a place to hide. The big shots were all taken aback, showing expressions of confusion. At a time like this, shouldn't he be returning in glory? Why has he chosen to keep a low profile? Hong Yu took a sip of tea. We've overlooked one issue. During this time, all the major universities have been vying for Mufang, but the final decision still lies in Mufang's hands. He is also making choices. Perhaps those prestigious schools that have already made their appearances are not even in his consideration. The governor stood up suddenly, realizing something. As expected of Lord Hongyu, your words awaken those lost in dreams. That kid must be deliberately avoiding the spotlight, waiting for those true powers with deep roots and abilities to come forward and draw him out. They are the authoritative giants who can offer him a better future. Brilliant, truly brilliant. No wonder this kid can become the strongest top scholar in history. Chen Dafa also nodded repeatedly from the side. Since that's the case, we don't need to rush anymore. Let's wait for good news. Once he makes a decision, the news will spread quickly. On the other side, 13th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Ningxu stood before a child, his attitude extremely respectful. Master, I have something to report. The child, with a sky-high braid, wore a red belly band, his bare feet adorned with red strings, a dot of vermilion between his brows, and held 2 rattles in his hands, swinging his little legs joyfully at the table, his eyebrows snow-white and his pupils as red as blood. The contemporary heir of the 4th lineage of the Elder Council and 8th-stage powerhouse demon child. She had another identity, the master of the Forbidden Tower. The Forbidden Tower, one of the unknown places in the Eastern Dragon Empire. It is a place specifically for cultivating prodigies. It is not part of any university system but exists above all universities as the highest authority. The demon child looked up at Ning Shu, her eyes deep and different from her appearance. Do you want me to take this year's top scholar? Ning Shu felt no surprise at all. The old fellows in the Dragon Emperor Tower, most of whom are above the 8th stage, are almost all somewhat extraordinary. How could they not be aware of the commotion Mu Feng was causing outside? What does Master think? The demon child jumped off the table, bouncing over to Ning Shu's side, continuing to shake. The rattles. You know the rules of the Forbidden Tower very well. We can only accept 4 types of people: forbidden professions, noble families, meritorious descendants, and prodigies. This morning, I went to sit with Old Wei and heard him talk about that kid's situation. He is indeed a child of destiny, but to say he is a prodigy, he might still be lacking a bit. To master 7th-stage skills is indeed rare, but you must understand that even Xianyuan Dao originally had to defeat him and perfectly merge with the Heavenly Dao Totem to have a chance to participate in the qualification test for the Forbidden Tower. After all, behind the Forbidden Tower is linked to the very foundation of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Every person inside could influence the fate of the entire empire and even the entire human race in some future war. Ning Shu pondered for a moment and added, Master, I just went to see Lord Xianyang and got a more accurate piece of information, which is the fundamental reason I came to see you. Oh, that old fellow didn't discover something, did he? Ning Shu raised his bright eyes, staring at the childlike elder before him. He said that when he arrived at the Nightmare Prison Battlefield Passage, the energy there had completely collapsed. And after Xianyuan Dao condensed the Heavenly Dao Totem, signs of vitality withering and soul shattering appeared. Even his Dao heart was shattered. But when Master Xianyang saw Xianyuan Dao, he was completely unharmed. And when he asked Xianyuan Dao what had happened during that time, he got nothing in return. The only thing that can be certain is that there is no third person appearing on the battlefield. As he said this, the magic child's rattle stopped echoing, and he slowly raised his youthful face. Are you saying that Mu Feng saved Xianyuan Dao? Saved someone who was being devoured by the heavenly path, whose life was collapsing? Ning Shu nodded gravely. This is the judgment made by my master. I am just relaying the words to you. But I don't understand, what kind of skill could completely revive someone on the verge of spiritual and physical collapse? Taboo Nirvana. The magic child murmured word by word. 9th level forbidden technique, bringing the dead back to life. Fire god contract plus the 9th level forbidden technique of the priest. If that's the case. Suddenly, a blood-red light surged in the magic child's eyes. In the next moment, she struck the void with her rattle, directly smashing out a 2-meter-sized void passage and bounced inside. Ninger, this time you've done a great job. Wait for your master's reward. As soon as the words fell, the passage closed again. Ningshu looked at the departing teacher's youthful back and revealed a gentle smile. Once you enter the Forbidden Tower, you will understand that only there is the ladder to the peak of this world. At that time, Mu Feng was by a beautiful river, drinking tea and fishing, living a leisurely and beautiful life. His phone was naturally turned off. This kind of tranquility must not be disturbed by anyone. As for back home, Mu Feng had instructed his underling, Long Wuxia, to help deal with things so there wouldn't be any major troubles. Beside him was the stunning Yan Ji, who accompanied him, cooking whatever monsters they caught. Comfortable. Whoosh! The fishing rod began to jerk violently again. Boss, another fish is on the hook. Boss was the new title Yan Ji had given to Mu Feng, which he had insisted on changing. Always calling him master made Mu Feng quite uncomfortable. Without saying a word, Mu Feng directly chanted a dusk mire towards the center of the churning water. Whoosh! A massive, sluggish whirlpool slowly brought a golden crocodile to the surface. Level 95 red named Elite Wild Monster, Golden Big Shoe. This river was no ordinary river. One could say the entire map was laid out by this river. It could yield all kinds of terrifying beasts, all above level 80. After all, while fishing, one must not forget to level up. Wow! What a big fish, it must taste delicious. Mu Feng squinted and smiled, of course. Ha! Wait! That's not Yenner's voice. Mu Feng suddenly turned his head and saw a tiny little girl had appeared behind his tea table without him noticing. Red belly band, sky-high pigtails, bare feet holding a rattle. She looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child, harmless, with not even a hint of pressure. So the question arises, where did she come from? When did she arrive? I didn't catch even a whiff of her presence. Mu Feng was speechless, his emotions very complex at this moment. With his current strength, he could perfectly shield all energy fluctuations around him without being detected, something even masters couldn't do. The magic child looked at Mu Feng and chuckled. Don't be afraid, I'm Ning Shu's teacher. I came out of curiosity to see you and to mooch some food. Mu Feng immediately stood up. Yenner, start cooking. 10 minutes later, a sumptuous crocodile feast was ready. The three of them, one big and two small, sat around the tea table, drooling over the delicious food. I'm digging in. The magic child shouted first and began to devour the food. Before Yanji and Mu Feng could pick up their chopsticks, in just a minute, this little one almost finished an entire crocodile. Mu Feng. Yanjie. Senior, you really can eat a lot, can't you? Should I make you something else? The demon child giggled. No need, I'm full. No wonder you're the fire goddess, your cooking is exceptional. Yanjie immediately furrowed her brows, instinctively feeling a hint of hostility. Mu Feng also became serious at the same time. The demon child then straightforwardly smiled and said, no need to be nervous, I not only know that you are the reincarnation of the fire deity, but I also know that you have mastered the forbidden nirvana. So from now on, you are officially registered as an assessment student in the Forbidden Tower. The upcoming period will be your assessment phase. It could be half a year, or 2 years. Whenever you meet the standards, you will officially become a part of the Forbidden Tower. Mu Feng suddenly realized the true purpose of the demon child's visit. Forbidden Tower? Is that the top-ranked university in the Eastern Dragon Empire? Yanjie couldn't help but ask on Mu Feng's behalf. The demon child chuckled. Those universities outside are for ordinary people, whether they are first or 100th, there is no essential difference. The Forbidden Tower only accepts those who can influence the future fate of the empire, or rather, the prodigies. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng felt a sense of relief. Wasn't this the best choice he had been waiting for all day? Mu Feng stood up and respectfully cupped his fists towards the demon child. Thank you, senior, for your recognition. I am willing to join the Forbidden Tower. The demon child once again laughed playfully. You have no choice, because now, those who came to snatch you away from your home should have dispersed. To be precise, no university will continue to extend invitations to you. The last one that dared to compete with the Forbidden Tower for students was sent flying out of the Sky City by me and over 100,000 teachers. And students all turned into wild beasts. Giggle. Mu Feng. No way, this little potato-like child can't be a freak, right? Over 100,000 people, just like that, gone, and she's still laughing. Sensing Mu Feng's unusual emotions, the demon child suddenly became extremely serious. In that moment, he was no longer exuding a childlike aura but transformed into a demon that had walked out of purgatory. The blood red in his pupils became chillingly cold, and a murderous aura emanated. Over 100,000 people exchanged for a chip that can influence the fate of billions in the Eastern Dragon. What would you choose? Mu Feng was stunned, falling into silence. I can only say that this world is not just what you ordinary people see. Perhaps on the other side of all the stability and peace, there stands a greater grave that could devour everything. And you must already have the answer in your heart. Do you want to be a pawn manipulated by fate, or, like us, become a controller who can influence the fate of more people? The demon child stood up, playfully patted her little bottom, and contentedly rubbed her belly. I'm so full. I owe you both a meal. I'll make good on that once you join the Forbidden Tower. After saying that, she casually poked at the void, and another shattered, pitch-black void passage appeared. The demon child swaggered away, her little belly sticking out, disappearing into the passage. The Forbidden Tower. Is it really a place tied to the fate of the entire empire? It seems this is indeed my only choice. Mu Feng stood up, waved his hand, and gathered the tea set and fishing gear in front of him. Boss, where are we going? Mu Feng smiled. Now that the dust has settled, it's time to go back and enjoy our summer vacation. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Mu Feng returned home. Everything seemed to have returned to the rhythm he loved the most, drinking tea, basking in the sun, listening to light music, and occasionally scrolling through his phone. So pleasant. His second uncle had long since adapted to having such a beautiful girl like Yanjie around, who loved to stick by Mu Feng's side all day. The most crucial thing is that this girl not only has an outstanding appearance and figure, but she also cooks exceptionally well. So much so that Lu Bai and Long Wushir often come over under the pretext of visiting their second uncle just to mooch off a meal. Indeed, as the great demon lord said, ever since he emerged from seclusion and personally met Mu Feng, all the representatives from various universities vanished in a day, leaving without a trace. It was as if they had never been there at all. The previously heated competition for the top scholar position was abruptly halted, and no one dared to mention it again. It wasn't until a few days later that the entire Eastern Dragon Empire officially announced that the top 10 in the national college entrance examination had been admitted by the relevant universities, finally putting the matter to rest. As for the governor's office in the school, Mu Feng also took a day to socialize, just to be able to spend a few peaceful days at home. Dinner's ready. Yanji's cheerful voice rang out, and Mu Feng stretched lazily, getting up comfortably to walk into the kitchen. I say, Xiao Chen, you need to exercise more. You can't let yourself go just because it's a holiday, lying around all day and gaining weight. You're now a national male god, you need to pay attention to image management. Mu Feng smiled wryly. Second uncle, I'm not relying on looks but on strength. The uncle and nephew teased each other, while Ji busied herself nearby, creating a warm family atmosphere. Suddenly, Mu Feng's phone rang, and the regal face on the screen was not unfamiliar. Master Ning Shu. Mu Feng was a bit surprised and promptly answered the video call. Your Highness, have you been enjoying your holiday? Mu Feng accidentally burned his mouth with a mouthful of soup and quickly waved his hand with a smile. Senior, please don't joke with me. It's just a title, I can't bear it. However, Ning Shu was particularly serious. A title is not just a simple name. Do you know that those qualified to receive the royal title are all great figures recorded in the history of the Eastern Dragon Empire? Only those with special contributions and achievements can be granted the royal title. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This title brings you supreme glory, but it also comes with responsibility and pressure. Soon you will understand what I mean. Mu Feng nodded gravely. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have learned a lot. I wonder, Senior. Ning Shu's expression suddenly softened and she smiled. You should change how you address me. I was once part of the Forbidden Tower. You should call me Senior Sister. Mu Feng's eyes lit up and he tentatively asked, does Senior Sister mean there is news from the Forbidden Tower? Ning Shu said little, only gently waving her hand, and the Great Prophecy technique directly projected the announcement from the Forbidden Tower. The first layer of the Forbidden Tower is in turmoil, suspected to have awakened extraordinary beings. The suppression trial will begin 10 days earlier. Selected newcomers, please log in as soon as possible. Mu Feng nodded in realization. I have no problem, I'm ready at any time. I wonder if there will be anyone else accompanying me for this trial. Ning Shu smiled. Of course. Although the opportunity to be selected for the Forbidden Tower is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, there is still a group favored by the rules. The 10 great families of the empire, many of their ancestors have the bloodline of the first-generation awakeners who are great contributors to our human race, and should receive the best resources for cultivation. They will be your competitors. Mu Feng nodded lightly. He naturally understood this principle. It is said that nobles and commoners are not distinguished by birth, but in this era of revival and prosperity, the situation is completely different from tens of thousands of years ago. The threshold of the Forbidden Tower is high, but that is only for ordinary people like Mu Feng who lack a background. He could already imagine that when he arrived there, he would inevitably have to deal with some privileged aristocrats who carry a sense of superiority. Regardless of what lies ahead, Mu Feng was prepared to face it. How should I reach my destination? Ning Shu smiled and said, if it's convenient, I will personally go to South River to pick you up tomorrow. By the way, I heard that you have a close uncle at home. Why not ask him if he's interested in leaving Nanzhang? The Forbidden Tower will provide a more suitable arrangement, so you won't have any worries. Mu Feng nodded immediately without hesitation. Thank you, Senior Sister. You seem to have not consulted him yet? Mu Feng smiled and said, in our family, I can make the decisions. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng grabbed a piece of crocodile leg meat and started to gnaw on it, mumbling to himself. Second uncle, tomorrow Yenner and I are going to report in. You should pack up and leave with us. Second uncle stared wide-eyed, looking dazed at his nephew. Where are you going? Why should I go with you? Isn't it enough for me to just wait for you to come back? Mu Feng shook his head. It's not safe for you to stay here. Come with us, at least there will be someone to look after you. When you get to a bigger place, you might have the chance to create even better equipment. Indeed, Mu Feng easily grasped second uncle's weakness. As long as he painted a good picture, he would definitely have no objections. Little did he know that Mu Feng was also considering second uncle's safety. Nowadays, he was well known throughout the empire, and there were too many people watching him, both openly and secretly. If a big shot were to intervene, it would be hard to guarantee second uncle's safety in a mere third-tier city like Nanzhang. Early the next morning, the skies over Nanzhang city were filled with auspicious colors, and Ning Shu descended like a celestial being from the heavens, stepping onto a colorful phoenix. After picking up Mu Feng and his uncle, she did not linger for a moment and quickly disappeared at the edge of the clouds. Following Mu Feng's wishes, she deliberately traveled low-key, not wanting to make too much of a fuss, and even the governor's office was not alerted. Ning Shu first took them back to the imperial capital, settling second uncle in a secluded and comfortable villa guarded by the imperial army, and then headed straight for the Forbidden Tower. Thank you, Senior Sister. The safety level of this place is probably unmatched in the entire empire. Ning Shu smiled and said, of course. This place is specifically designed to house the families of the monsters from the Forbidden Tower to prevent them from being targeted by malicious people as leverage. Even if the Donglong Empire is rich and powerful, it cannot guarantee that there won't be spies from other realms. The same goes for other human factions. Moments later, Mu Feng and his uncle arrived in front of a void array. This is the passage that connects to the Forbidden Tower's space. Space? Mu Feng was slightly taken aback. Are you saying? That's right, the Forbidden Tower exists in a separate space with only two passages linking to the imperial capital and the battle pit. Mu Feng couldn't help but marvel. What a grand undertaking it must be to use an independent space to house an academic institution. The moment the inscription was activated, Mu Feng was filled with anticipation for the other side of the passage. After a moment of daze in his mind, a brand new world appeared before Mu Feng. An endless desert, surrounding a colossal mountain in the center. Boundless energy surged from all directions of the mountain. On the mountain, there were countless cave barriers, each with distinctly different array seals. Thus, it formed a secret realm independent of the entire empire. How is it? Is it different from what you imagined? Mu Feng nodded in agreement, chuckling lightly. Indeed. I imagined the Forbidden Tower to be something like the Dragon Emperor Tower, piercing the clouds and divided by levels. Ning Shu sighed. The mountain before you is the current body of the Forbidden Tower, which was not like this originally. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the first generation of Awakeners suppressed the invaders of an unknown civilization in the battle pit, and the Forbidden Tower was the most powerful artifact used by the human camp at that time, which, at the cost of its collapse, exterminated two supreme fears. The current appearance is a result of the joint efforts of later human taboo powerhouses to reshape and develop it into this form. The reason why the surrounding yellow sand is vast and lifeless is that all the energy essence within the space has been absorbed by the Forbidden Tower's main peak to provide supplies for the students. One could say this place is a gigantic energy supplier. Mu Feng was enlightened. So that's how it is. Nourishing a group of young people with the energy source of an entire space is indeed a bit extravagant. Ning Shu said calmly. If it can produce a few more prodigies like you, no matter the cost, it would be worth it. Let's go, I'll take you inside, there will be more surprises waiting for you. Moments later, the two landed in front of a massive cave platform in the center of the peak. At the very top of the cave, two blood-red characters were engraved. This is the writing from the old Earth era. Yan Ji immediately exclaimed in Mu Feng's mind. What does it say? Forbidden Tower? Mu Feng could only guess, as those two characters really had little to do with human civilization, showing no recognizable form. No, these two characters mean Divine Tomb. Mu Feng was taken aback. Even as calm as he was, upon hearing this response, his brow couldn't help but twitch. He suddenly recalled the old news of the old Earth's destruction and looked again at the imposing characters before him, feeling a surge of waves in his heart. In the end times of the old Earth, awakening was born. What exactly happened during that era? One after another, earth-shattering deities fell uncontrollably. What kind of secrets have been sealed away? The more experiences Mu Feng had, the more curious he became about that past of this world. Moments later, a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out of the barrier and respectfully clasped his fists towards Ning Shu. Greetings, Teacher Ning. Ning Shu waved her hand lightly. Please have the Grand Commander take him for the qualification certification assessment. He is this year's top scorer in the Imperial College entrance examination, titled Flame Emperor, a special recruitment spot personally recommended by the teacher. With a simple sentence, Ning Shu directly elevated Mu Feng's status in front of the Grand Commander, causing the other party's gaze towards Mu Feng to change. Understood. I will arrange it properly. Ning Shu looked at Mu Feng. I will send you here. If you need help later, feel free to contact me. Thank you, senior sister. After watching Ning Shu leave, Mu Feng then noticed the Grand Commander looking at him with astonishment. Young man, you have quite the background. Teacher Ning personally brought you here. Do you know that among the thousands of students in the Forbidden Tower, there are fewer than 10 who are qualified to call her senior sister? Mu Feng was taken aback. Was his status this significant? He thought everyone received such treatment. Little did he know, among nearly 1,000 disciples of the Forbidden Tower, aside from Mu Feng, there were probably only a few truly regarded as taboo figures who received special recruitment from the Demon Child. Soon, the Grand Commander took Mu Feng to the testing area. This was a massive instrument screen, essentially a random database for simulated combat. The Grand Commander said sternly, do not underestimate the qualification review. This is the starting point known to everyone in the Forbidden Tower. It will determine your treatment here for quite some time. The higher your qualification level, the more abundant the basic material supplies you will receive, and there are also exclusive buff enhancement effects after entering the battle pit. Of course, the qualification level can be continuously improved through later efforts. Completing tasks, real combat achievements, and other activities can accumulate experience points, which is one of the core goals you need to accomplish in the Forbidden Tower. Mu Feng quickly understood that the essence of the qualification level was the hierarchical division within the Forbidden Tower. Then, the Grand Commander placed his palm on the giant screen, and a massive energy light sphere spun rapidly, extracting 20 identity data cards out of thin air. Each card corresponded to the identity of a Forbidden Ruins student, and the different letters on the cards were labels distinguishing their qualification levels. They were divided into 8 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. As a newcomer, Mu Feng could draw a character card with a maximum strength of B level for testing his basic qualifications. Now, based on your understanding of your own strength, choose the highest level target you believe you can conquer. As a personally selected student of Master Ning, I can offer you an additional testing opportunity. If you fail, you can try again. Mu Feng smiled. Thank you, Grand Commander, I choose this B-level target. The Grand Commander's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly reminded him. Are you sure you want to choose him? This person is a 4-stage senior awakened fighter, one of the direct descendants of the Kong family, one of the top 10 prestigious families in the Empire. Mu Feng became even more determined. That's right, I'm targeting the direct descendant. Mufeng directly tapped on the target's identity card to observe the details. Konginghao time spent in the Forbidden Tower 2.5 years. Level 57. Stage 4 stage. Profession swordsman rare. Task completion rate low-level tasks delivered 554 times, intermediate tasks delivered 245, high-level tasks delivered 34, special level and above 2, current qualification level BB level. Combat power ranking 573. Little brother, are you sure you want to challenge him? A 4-stage rare profession. The Grand Commander confirmed repeatedly, not wanting Mufeng to waste the extra challenge opportunity meaninglessly. In his view, facing Konginghao, Mufeng would only be instantly killed. Mufeng nodded calmly. Don't worry, Grand Commander, B-level qualifications are not a problem for me. The other party no longer said much, sighed, and directly began the operation. Meanwhile, the virtual battle instance where Konginghao was located quickly generated. Just a reminder, the instance space you are about to enter is the arena chosen by Konginghao. In simple terms, it is the absolute home ground most suitable for his attributes and combat conditions, which will provide him with additional boosts to his combat power, and he will set a series of additional mini-challenges. You need to respond carefully and pay attention to hidden traps and mechanisms. The ultimate goal is to find Konginghao and defeat him. You will then obtain his combat power ranking and qualification level. Mufeng clasped his fists again. Thank you, I am ready. In the next moment, a virtual passage in front of the light screen condensed and generated, opening a portal, and Mufeng stepped in without hesitation. At the same time, all the students logged into the light screen space within the Forbidden Tower received new battle prompts. Ding! Detected that. An elite academy has initiated a B-level qualification test challenge. Target: Mufeng vs Konginghao. Would you like to enter the observation channel? In the caves throughout the Forbidden Tower, the talented individuals of various levels received the message alert. The public chat channel immediately saw someone start spamming. Mufeng? Could it be that kid who just got the top score? That's him. I just looked at his identity card information, titled Flame Emperor. What a bold title. A high school student dares to be called an emperor? My Morong family has a long-standing heritage, and we have only produced 4 titled emperors to date. What right does he have? Stop whining, which family doesn't have a few emperors? I see you're just jealous of his youth and talent. Seeing is believing, let's go in and see for ourselves. Exactly. At upstairs, this kid dares to directly challenge B-level qualified Senior Kong in the basic test. He has some guts. Do we even need to watch? A 1-stage priest challenging a 4-stage swordsman? He can win, and I'll eat well. Sisters, what should I do if this handsome guy is a bit charming? Although Senior Kong is B-level, I still want to support Mufeng. As soon as he entered the battlefield of the instance, Mufeng felt a violent tremor surge beneath his feet. Boss, look behind you. Yan Ji's pleasant voice echoed in his mind. Mufeng calmly turned around, slightly furrowing his brows. In front of him, over 100 iron-blooded wild bulls above level 80 were charging towards him. Kid, this is a welcome gift. Welcome to the Forbidden Tower. A loud and deep voice echoed from the depths of the valley. It was Konginghao's voice. Upon seeing this scene, countless messages began to flood the observation channel, sparking discussions. This is the 100 Bull formation, a mandatory formation for the disciples of the Kong family. Over 100 raging bulls charging in formation. It is said that the pressure they unleash can be stacked under special formation control. Even if you are just hit by one of them, it's equivalent to 100 bulls rushing past you. At the same time, terrifying. Without a warrior of level 4 or above or a defensive tank class, forget about resisting, just surviving is questionable. Mufeng quickly regained his composure, his pupils narrowing as he instantly began to chant. Second tier. Evolution skill of the wound technique Dusk Mire. Connecting with the basic enlightenment technique, under the sudden surge of mental power, the effective range of Dusk Mire expanded directly to 1,000 meters. The frenzied speed of the charging bulls rapidly decreased. After being affected by the mire, moo, the muffled roars of the raging bulls continued to echo, and the pressure of the formation collapsed directly. The essence of this formation lies in converting momentum into power. Now that the speed cannot be generated, where is the destructive force to stack? Is that it? Mufeng smiled awkwardly and summoned his ancient frog king. Bang! The large frog's big bottom fell from the sky, unreasonably crushing its way into the herd of bulls, sitting down and killing a dozen of them. Big frog, here's a little extra for you. Eat well and drink well. Mufeng stood there, completely in the posture of a bystander, casually giving orders. Rib bit. The ancient frog king opened its massive mouth, unleashing its devouring skill. In an instant, over 100 raging bulls seemed to have fallen into a black hole, being swallowed whole by the big frog. What? The barrage exploded completely. Countless students from the Forbidden Tower, watching from their respective caves through the light screen system, were stunned. Genius, simply a genius. The 100 bull formation was easily resolved in this way. No wonder he's a special recruit. He really has some skills. The strongest top scholar, truly deserving of the title. Sisters, I think I'm falling for this junior. Color JPG. Good kid, you have some ability. Kong Hao's voice echoed again from the depths of the valley. If you want to fight me, come to the stone peak. Mu Feng did not hesitate, awakening the Angel of Light totem, instantly activating the soaring skill. As the angel totem condensed behind him, the public screen exploded again. Incredible! He can actually fly. How is that possible? He's only level 1, yet he has flying ability. Is that a magical artifact? Even in the Forbidden Tower, the vast majority of people did not understand the true form of the angel totem. After all, it was truly rare. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye he reached the summit of the mountain. At this moment, Kong Hao, who was still determining the fight at the mountain top, was continuously swinging his blades, causing the giant rocks on the cliff to collapse and fall down. Let me add a little more for you. Kong Hao looked quite satisfied with his masterpiece. However, when he climbed to the peak using his dual blades to stab into the rock wall, an awkward scene quickly unfolded. Hello, Senior Kong, please give me your guidance. Seeing Mu Feng smiling and cupping his fists at him, Kong Hao stumbled and nearly fell off the edge of the peak. How is that possible? When did you come up? Mu Feng smirked. Right when you decided on the location for the confrontation. Kong Hao. Brothers, this kid is too terrifying. His flying speed seems to be no slower than a master. No wonder he has the guts to challenge a B-level senior. It's outrageous. The barrage went wild again as too many people began to pay attention to the confrontation here. Meanwhile, Mu Feng continued to smile. Lightly. Senior, let's get started. I hope you can give it your all. Arrogant. Whoosh. Kong Hao instantly chanted his core skill, Shadow Blade. The two blades in his hands transformed into a purple-black flowing light. With a sudden movement, Kong Hao darted like a ghost, leaving countless afterimages on the ground as he lunged directly at Mu Feng's body. Did you see that? Old Kong is serious now. This kid is in trouble. With Old Kong's Shadow Blade skill at 4 segments, the armor penetration increases by at least 1,000. Coupled with his legendary dual daggers enhancement, one strike could take away at least 8,000 health. He can't withstand it. Yet Mu Feng remained standing still, unmoving. Whoosh! Mu Feng instantly cast a 2-part chant. Rock Solid plus Thorn Echo. As the defensive light barrier descended, thorns filled the surrounding area. Most importantly, atop Mu Feng's head was his own unranked divine armor, the Soul Ruins Fire Spirit Helmet. Crack! With a crisp sound, Kong Hao lunged at Mu Feng, all remaining illusions surrounding him, launching a stab alongside his real body. Boom! The rock-solid defense shattered instantly, the armor penetration effect stacking 6 times. The dagger plunged deep into Mu Feng's body. You can't stop it. My shadow stab can kill any non-tank awakened being of the same level. You don't understand me. You dared to challenge without sufficient preparation, and this is the price of provoking the elite of the Forbidden Tower. Mu Feng stood still, even playfully, touching his nose, looking at Senior Kong as if he were a fool. After a moment, the other party finally realized something was off. Not dead? Once the health in the virtual battlefield hit 0, Mu Feng would be kicked out of the space. But Mu Feng remained calmly standing there, playfully staring at him. Senior, your skills are impressive, but your output seems a bit awkward. Kong Hao looked up, locking onto Mu Feng's identity card information, and upon seeing his health bar, he was instantly petrified. 20,000 health. How is that possible? Just before attacking, I clearly saw you had only 4,000 health. Kong Hao was dumbfounded. Not just him, but the thousands of elite from the Forbidden Tower watching the battlefield live were all stunned. Mu Feng awkwardly smiled, and from his body, a clone identical to him separated. What you saw was the data of my clone, all disguised. Unfortunately, Senior Kong, I received your gift, and now it's time for my return gift. Kong Hao's hair stood on end. He saw a flicker of flame burning in Mu Feng's pupils. Danger! All his instincts were frantically warning him with those 2 words. As Kong Hao turned around with all his might, stepping away with the Shadow Blade technique, Mu Feng instantly activated Angel's Wings, teleporting directly behind him on his escape path, slowly raising his right hand, aiming at Kong Hao. In an instant, the other party completely lost any ability to act. What's happening? I can't move. Fire type. 4th evolution skill, Form Transformation, Supremacy. Yanji did not revive her main body but felt the effect of Mu Feng's spell in his soul space. At this moment, the old earth inscription of the Blade of Supremacy was locking onto Kong Hao's real body. Mu Feng smiled, but his voice was as cold and proud as the depths of hell. Blade of Supremacy. Boom! In an instant, Mu Feng raised one hand towards the void, and a massive Blade of Supremacy materialized out of thin air, hovering above Kong Hao's head. Judgment. Boom! The giant blade slashed down from the sky, completely obliterating any elemental energy that attempted to resist. Kong Hao's real body, with a full 7,000 health, was instantly reduced to 0, and the projection left in the dungeon battlefield was melted into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Is this how it ends? A 1st segment priest, 1 strike to kill a 4-segment swordsman? A monster, another terrifying monster has appeared. What a flame emperor, so fearsome. Senior Kong lost without shame. He's not even on the same level I now deeply suspect that this kid chose Kongyinghao not because his limit is B rank but because he can only challenge B rank at most. Mu Feng sighed, clapping his hands and muttering to himself. Is that it? A B rank senior so easily defeated? Compared to an opponent like Xian Yuan, Dao, it seems completely on a different level. Just as Mu Feng finished speaking, he heard Yan Ji's urgent voice in his mind. Be careful, boss. It seems something is awakening inside this mountain peak. Crack. Boom. The ground at the top of the stone peak crazily cracked, until a loud explosion erupted. A terrifying force blasted a huge hole beneath Mu Feng's feet. Be careful, boss. At the moment the ground shattered. Fortunately, Yan Ji was more sensitive to energy and immediately knocked Mu Feng aside. Otherwise, just this sneak attack punch would have caused Mu Feng to lose a large portion of his health. At this moment, Yan Ji was lying on top of Mu Feng, still a bit shaken. Even though she had once been a deity in this life, Yan Ji cared too much about Mu Feng. She absolutely would not allow her boss to be harmed by the enemy in front of her. Yener, your. Mu Feng's cheeks flushed slightly. Yan Ji pressing down on him was indeed a bit ambiguous. What surprised Mu Feng even more was that her body seemed to have undergone some changes. Her height, dimensions, and voluptuousness had all increased by several sizes compared to before. She was definitely on the path of slowly evolving into a mature woman. The two maintained this highly suggestive posture, staring at each other in a daze for a full 10 seconds before suddenly waking up and quickly getting up. Little did they know, that beautiful scene had already been crazily screenshotted by the dungeon dwellers online in real time. Brothers, what did I just see? What's up with that stunning girl radiating fiery energy? Simply a killer for otaku. This kid is so lucky, he actually has a summoning spirit of this level? I heard that this year's top scorer, the Flame Emperor, should be the manifestation of that mature lowly fire spirit. So, the method used to instantly defeat Senior Khan just now was shared by this stunning girl? The public screen was completely going crazy with the otaku. They didn't even care why the battle situation had changed. All started discussing various fantasy moments of Mu Feng and his summoning spirit companion. This wasn't hard to understand. After all, these talented awakeners in the Forbidden Tower were all youthful and vibrant, who didn't have a bit of gossip to share. However, the most awkward should belong to the massive creature that emerged from the stone peak. Just 50 meters behind Mu Feng and Yan Ji, a magic-patterned giant bull monster, nearly 30 meters in size, stared at the two with a strange gaze. You two ants dare to ignore me, the demon. Mu Feng and Yan Ji exchanged confused glances, not understanding where this thing had come from. Isn't this supposed to be that senior's exclusive virtual battlefield? That senior has already been eliminated. Why hasn't the dungeon challenge ended? Yan Ji voiced Mu Feng's confusion. The giant bull monster snorted coldly and spoke in a mocking tone. Frog in a well. This is a unique divine ability passed down in my Kong family's lineage, giant spirit body. It is also my hidden trump card in the battlefield, which I have never used before, but unexpectedly triggered by you, this rookie. But very well. I heard your reputation as a rookie is quite large, and you are this year's top scorer. Perfect for greeting you. Now, accept the judgment of power. Mu Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. So that's how it is. This raging bull is Kongyinghao's soul vessel. What a strange divine ability. No wonder it's from the direct bloodline of one of the 10 great families. I said it, how could a dignified B-rank senior be so easily erased? Boom! The giant bull monster's forearm slammed down hard on Mu Feng. The terrifying force erupted, causing the already ruined stone peak to be blasted into a massive wreck. Such amazing power attributes. Let's take a look at its panel. Mu Feng chanted in the name of light, soaring, connecting with the two ultimate skills of insight in the name of light. He soared into the air, escaping the giant bull monster's attack range while activating the panel's insight. Magic pattern giant bull battle body level. 140 health, 100,000/1 energy, 250,000/250,005 dimensional attributes, strength 40,000 constitution, 25,000 endurance, 98,000 agility, 1,000 spirit, 500 skills, immovable king, war roar, strength to move mountains, fire magic pattern amplification, weakness insight, slow movement, speed, cannot sustain, flaw insight, this creature cannot move when releasing the immovable king skill. Such amazing attribute strength. Endurance close to 100,000 points. Doesn't that mean his defense is nearly 1,000,000? Mu Feng gasped. Since his job change, he had never seen a monster with such strong defense. Boss, let me give it a try. Yan Ji took the lead, hovering beside Mu Feng, once again controlling the blade of sovereignty to condense above the raging bull's head. Judgment! Yan Ji shouted, and the blade of sovereignty struck down. Duong. Health 100,000/1095000 Yan Ji. Mu Feng. Spectator chat. No way? This kid is really a newbie. Daring to use physical attacks against the Kong family's raging bull battle body, isn't that just asking for humiliation? This old man's defense, not to mention a newcomer, even if a 100-level master came personally without using any high-level skills, it would be meaningless to try to brute force it. The onlookers all expressed sympathy in the chat. When this raging bull monster appeared, most of the seniors watching the show in the Forbidden Tower had no expectations for the outcome of this battle. Oh no, our top scholar is about to face a setback right after arriving at the Forbidden Tower. This kid is really good, but unfortunately he knows nothing about the foundation of the 10 great families. This is the fundamental reason why the Forbidden Tower rarely accepts commoner students. Talent is just one aspect. The vision and resources of clan children are simply incomparable to ordinary people. He is just suffering from being born a commoner, so he is completely unprepared. What's going on? The one upstairs can't be Mentor Nangong's alternate account, right? Goddess Nangong is here to watch? Sending hearts JPG. The spectator chat was getting more and more lively. It was said to be the level test debut battle of top scholar Mu Feng, which even stirred the masters in the Forbidden Tower. But for Mu Feng, on the battlefield at this moment, the situation was still extremely tense. The raging bull monster suddenly raised its hand high, actually withstanding a wave of judgment power, and grabbed the blade of sovereignty in its hand. It looked down with a mocking gaze. Is this it? Kid, in front of my raging bull battle body, all physical attacks are meaningless. My defense capability over 1,000,000. How could a mere first-tier priest break it? By the way, I forgot to tell you, just now when you suppressed my body with fire attribute power, you were actually providing a medium for the condensation of fire source runes. Do you see the runes on my body? This is the energy source providing me with fire attribute defense. Now my fire defense has also surpassed 800,000. Mu Feng quickly regained his composure and said seriously, so, just now, the senior's body was intentionally seeking death, observing and absorbing my attribute advantages to supplement its own attribute defense conditions, thus achieving the strongest state of the defense system. Kong Hao controlled the massive bull-like body and laughed wildly. Not bad. Meeting me, you're out of luck. I was going to let you off easy since you're a newcomer, but the way you just suppressed my physical form was quite impressive, which really annoys me. So, I want you to experience the feeling of being trampled by a strong opponent. Boom! The raging bull reached out again, trying to forcibly suppress Mu Feng. The angelic wings glimmered and retreated nearly 100 meters into the void. Do you think you can escape just by flying? Raging bull skill 2, war roar. Roar! The gigantic bull monster pounded its chest, emitting a deafening roar. A powerful, devouring force swept out from its mouth. Even someone as strong as Mu Feng could not withstand it, his body quickly losing control, being drawn into the vortex towards the bull monster's main body. What a domineering taunt skill! Even my angelic wings can't break free. The abyss-like giant mouth continuously devoured everything around. Mu Feng's body was like a small boat tossed about in boundless waves. Thick blood and high defense, no weaknesses, a level 130 behemoth, hard to withstand. Amidst the chaos, Mu Feng's thoughts remained calm, and he confirmed the only tactic to counter this behemoth. Yenner, help me buy some time. Mu Feng instantly chanted, 4th tier evolution skill, Frost Withered Wood. A violent blizzard descended from nowhere. In an instant, the giant bull's towering body was covered in endless frost, countless rapidly melting damages appearing on its surface. Frost Withered Wood corrupts an indestructible target with the power of wind and frost, reducing its defense by 35%. Wind attribute resistance and ice attribute resistance reduced by 40%. Duration 300 seconds. Now's the time. Yenji soared into the air, coordinating with Mu Feng to instantly chant Fire Spirit Summon. Countless individuals of 3 types of fire spirits continuously emerged, fiercely attacking the corrupted area where the Raging Bull's defense was weakened. The Raging Bull's 1.1 million health points were reduced by nearly 200,000 in just half a minute. Unbelievable. This guy, a mere priest, actually masters high-tier debuff skills. Quite interesting. But unfortunately, an ant is still an ant. Can you really turn the tables? Kong Hao's indifferent voice echoed again. Immovable king. Boom! The Raging Bull's body erupted with brilliant golden light. Its feet embedded into the ground, a golden energy shield coalesced around its massive body, towering dozens of meters high. Stamina attributes surged by 300%, lasting for 180 seconds. In an instant, the damage effects from dozens of fire spirits' combined attacks were completely nullified. Yenji's expression changed drastically. Damn! This defense is simply outrageous, we can't break through at all. Yenji was extremely anxious. She didn't want Mu Feng's first battle in the Forbidden Tower to end in failure. Even though this opponent was already powerful, as a follower of the fire deity, she wouldn't allow Mu Feng to lose to any opponent. It seems necessary to use forbidden means. Just as Yenji murmured to herself, on the other side of the battlefield, Mu Feng revealed a smile to her. What are you thinking? Just a mere battle. Body, you need to have full confidence in your boss. The next moment, Mu Feng soared into the air, his angelic wings shining with brilliant light, making him appear perfect and divine like a god. He took out the exquisite staff crafted by his second uncle and solemnly chanted in front of all the spectators of the Forbidden Tower. Injury Technique 7th Evolution, Reverse Cataclysm. Boom! In the deepest part of the sky, the hand of the deity, blocking the sun and the moon, radiated an incomparably brilliant golden light, tearing through the heavens and pressing down. Still in the familiar gesture of pointing down with the index finger, it exuded an unimaginable terrifying pressure, like the final judgment of a god descending in the shattered old era. As the giant finger descended one position, the energy fluctuations on the Stone Peak battlefield were compressed a bit more. All the life forms struggling in this battlefield trembled at that moment, kneeling in submission. No, this is... Kong Yinghao was completely bewildered. He slowly controlled the giant bull to look at the sky, only to see an irresistible majesty, a power, like divine punishment, locking onto him. Instinctively, he wanted to break free, to let this thread of spiritual will escape the binding of the battle body, but he couldn't do it. This finger contained the power of rules. In an instant, when the golden giant finger connected with the top of the giant bull's head, a magnificent golden light, like ocean waves, continuously exploded outward. Each time the halo shattered, the giant bull's body rapidly shrank. His level, his attributes, his aura, everything was constantly regressing. The power of the deity? What? A new top scholar. This kid actually has such means hidden. This is getting interesting. Senior Kong is hiding, and this kid is hiding even more. This should be a 7th tier skill, right? A priest exclusive debuff skill completely different from the fire element, yet with such high mastery, this junior is not simple. Regressing, a method on par with divine skills. No wonder he could be selected for the Forbidden Tower. What the hell? Is that the alternate account of Master Tide Light upstairs? I've seen you. Ha! Master Tide Light is here to watch. The battle too? Oh no, this has completely blown up. This kid is going to be famous. Kong's divine abilities have been broken by him. Who would dare to underestimate him in the future? The public screen was completely in an uproar. At this moment, the number of spectators in the Forbidden Tower exceeded 2,000. It should be noted that the Imperial Direct Disciples, cultivated by the Forbidden Tower, apart from the graduating elites sent to the battlefield, number no more than 5,000, and half of them came to watch. At this moment, the Mad Bull let out a desperate muffled roar, unwillingness and pain crazily washing over its life essence. Finally, after a full minute, the wings of the Angel of Pastoral Wind dissipated. Along with its health dropped to 20%. The cost of the reverse catastrophe seemed almost like a total destruction to outsiders. But the result was, moo. A soft, childish moo suddenly rang out. The massive body that had just been nearly 30 meters tall had now shrunk to about 1.5 meters. Indeed, it was the size of a calf, even smaller than a domesticated cow. With the decorative effect of the fire magic patterns on its body, this little calf looked even cuter. Put. Yenji broke down on the spot, then put her hands on her hips, pointing at the level 3 little calf in front of her and laughing hard. El Lord, you have to see this. This little calf is just too cute. Mu Feng also stared at the little calf, stifling his laughter, and eventually broke down too. Of course, along with them, there were thousands of watching students who also broke down. After this battle, Kong Yinghao's reputation would likely be ruined completely, becoming a laughingstock. Mu Feng, you wait for me. The humiliation of today will be repaid in the future. The little calf fiercely declared, then its 4 short legs quickly moved, running out of the dungeon battlefield in front of Mu Feng. Ding! Challenge match ended. Defender Kong Yinghao, level 57, 4-stage swordsman, failed to defend. The dungeon battlefield will soon close. Ding! Congratulations to the new challenger Mu Feng for winning against B-level character card. Testing your level qualifications. Ding! Congratulations to the new student Mu Feng for obtaining basic qualification level B-level. Current B-level combat power ranking 573rd. At this moment, in a certain cave, Kong Yinghao stared blankly at his tablet, watching the updated combat power level information, completely devoid of hope. Whoosh! Mu Feng's projection disappeared from the virtual battlefield and his real body stepped out of the light curtain. The Grand Commander had just watched the entire process and was now staring at Mu Feng in shock. Little brother, you truly are a hidden gem. I knew it. How could someone personally recommended by Master Ning be an ordinary person? Mu Feng smiled calmly, maintaining a polite low profile. The Grand Commander is too kind. As long as I didn't embarrass Master Ning, that's enough. So, can I consider the test over now? The Grand Commander nodded furiously, his expression one of a fervent fan, with an added instinctive respect. Of course, you are now famous. From that battle, it's estimated that more than 2/3 of the people in the Forbidden Tower were watching, and quite a few mentors were paying attention too. Mu Feng was taken aback, but quickly understood. With such advanced black technology in the virtual battlefield, there must be additional viewing channels. That's right, brother Mu Feng, there are a few masters in the tower who want to meet you. Follow me. Mu Feng thought this was a necessary procedure and immediately followed without hesitation. Inside the teleportation passage, the Grand Commander looked at him with envy. If I remember correctly, since I took over the position of welcoming new recruits, you should be the first one in decades to have multiple mentors meet you at the same time. Oh, isn't it the same for everyone? The Grand Commander Is this kid intentionally being humble, or is he really that pure-hearted? Which master has so much free time to play with you newcomers all day? This time, it's likely that the masters are trying to recruit someone. Whoosh! As the light and mist swirled, Mufeng was brought by the Grand Commander to a high platform shrouded in clouds and mist. As soon as he stepped into the barrier, Mufeng saw 7 mentors standing in beams of light. Each of their projected outlines was enormous, towering over 10 meters high, exuding an air of authority. Of course, there were also 2 stunningly beautiful female mentors with noble demeanor. As the otaku would say, beauty is power. However, it wasn't just them. Mufeng quickly noticed that around this floating platform enveloped in white mist, there seemed to be countless colorful bubbles floating. Each bubble projected a face, continuously surging towards him. Faintly, he could hear their fragmented, hollow conversations. He is the newcomer. Indeed, seeing him up close, he looks even more handsome. 7 mentor projections? Wow, this is a bit exaggerated. Are you sure he comes from an ordinary background? I feel like the heirs of the 10 great families didn't have this kind of treatment back then. No wonder a college entrance examination candidate could directly be conferred a royal title. This guy is really formidable. Why did Kong Yinghao go offline? His ID is blacked out. Could it be that this Mufeng made him shut down? Mufeng felt as if he had discovered a new world. He immediately realized that this was a substantial interactive platform, equivalent to the ultimate fantasy version of AR virtual reality from his past life. Apart from himself and the Grand Commander, everyone else present was a projection, but there was no difference from being physically present. The Grand Commander lowered his voice. Wait a moment, when the 7 beams of light illuminate simultaneously, it means the mentors are all in position. Let me give you a brief introduction. These 7 individuals are the new mentors of the current 7 major systems of the Forbidden Tower, all with a strength above level 110. The beam in the center represents the strongest among them, Mentor Shang Qingfeng, who is already a peak level 119 astrologer. Mufeng's heart trembled. He had anticipated that the big shots of the Forbidden Tower would be strong, but he didn't expect them to be this powerful. So strong, and they are just new mentors? The Grand Commander smiled. The term new mentor is just a title. Their strength is not weaker than that of other mentors in the Forbidden Tower. They simply do not lead teams on the front lines but are responsible for coordination and teaching tasks in the rear. Of course, you won't encounter the true peak of power in the Forbidden Tower just yet, but with your talent, that day isn't too far off. Whoosh! Accompanied by the simultaneous illumination of 7 beams of light, the Grand Commander respectfully clasped his fists. Alright, my task is complete. Brother Mufeng, you need to make a careful consideration. No matter which faction you choose to join, it will have a huge impact on your future. You must decide based on your own needs. Mufeng nodded seriously. Thank you for the reminder, Grand Commander. After the light gathered, the 7 projections quickly infused with vitality, as if real people had descended. Kid, tell me quickly, what method did you just use to turn that bull into a calf? It's so shocking. The second beam of light on the left, a burly mentor with a black beard, couldn't wait to ask. Joe Big Beard, didn't Nayland tell you? That's called reverse cataclysm. A 7th tier retrogression skill. Look at you, can you at least have a bit of a mentor's demeanor? The Big Beard didn't mind, grinning greedily at Mufeng. Kid, come to my War God Academy, and within 3 years, I can make your blood thicker than that raging bull's. Mufeng's eyes lit up. Is what you said true, senior? Joe Big Beard pounded his chest and shouted. Of course. You're already level 60. I can find a way to help you get more bloodline source crystals and other resources just so you can cultivate my War God bloodline talent. Once you reach level 100, your health will easily exceed 1,000,000. Upon hearing this, Mufeng was indeed a bit tempted. Since awakening his profession, he had been focused on increasing his health, because he knew life is only one, and having thick blood is the way to go. Only by living can one output 1,000,000 health. Mufeng had never dared to hope for. He originally thought that according to his current attribute growth, he would only have at most 100,000 health after reaching level 100, and that was under the premise of having top-tier equipment. But hearing this Big Beard's interpretation, it seemed otherwise. What Mufeng didn't know was that after the 7th tier promotion, the essence of life would undergo a perfect refinement, rising to a new level of life. Even the weakest profession's master would have health several times that of an ordinary awakened one. Hundreds of thousands of health would be very common. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. A bespectacled man in a suit, looking refined with a domineering aura. Classmate Mufeng, don't listen to this brute's nonsense. Once you truly reach the strength of the 6th or 7th tier, having hundreds of thousands of health will be very easy. Moreover, you are a priest profession. Your survival ability is already much stronger than other professions of the same level. Following the War God route would yield too little benefit for you. Come to our Mage Academy, master earth-shattering spells, which will perfectly compensate for your support combat systems shortcomings. Mufeng listened and was also a bit tempted. His biggest advantage was having many skill points. If he could really balance the mage profession, the benefits would be quite obvious. Oh, you two, take a break. The War God Academy and the Mage Academy have the most people and the least resources. What's the use of going there? Drinking the northwest wind? That's just a place for the direct descendants of big families to get gilded. Kid, listen to me, come to our Spirit Communication Academy. Just now in battle, you seem to have used a fire summoning skill. Come to our academy, and you'll be the top student, with resources fully stocked. How about it? This middle-aged mentor, with a commanding presence, was clearly very straightforward, directly starting to talk about resources. In the blink of an eye, all 6 mentors began a wave of verbal sparring. Mufeng didn't say a word, yet they almost started fighting. Hey, mentors, calm down. What if we scare our top scholar? It's really giving me a headache. A few mentors still seem so unreliable. I feel for my big beard brother. It's not easy to snatch a genius for the War God Academy. Indeed, when facing a prodigy, even the mentors can't stay calm. When I came here, there was only our domineering mentor. I had no choice at all. Don't compare. Someone is a top scholar, titled as the Emperor. Can we compare to that? Don't forget, in our Forbidden Tower, it's not that I'm afraid of your strong background, but I'm afraid you have no background. Those without a background can still come. Not one of them isn't a top-notch prodigy defying the heavens. The mentors argued for half a day. Mufeng stood awkwardly in place, unsure how to interrupt them, glancing left and right, wiping his sweat. Enough. Suddenly, the stunningly beautiful mentor on the far right finally spoke. She hadn't said a word before. Mufeng thought she had no interest in him. But as soon as this woman spoke, the other 6 all obediently closed their mouths, which was quite surprising. I want this newcomer. You all. No, any student I, Nalan Xin, take a liking to will come to our Shoshuang Academy and has never been rejected. As soon as Nalan Xin finished speaking, the bearded Joe broke down on the spot, hysterically shouting, Nalan Xin, what do you mean? I've been your loyal dog for so many years, never asking for anything else, and this time I just want this kid, and you want to snatch him from me? Joe's eyes were filled with tears, looking like a wronged baby from hundreds of years ago, staring pitifully at Nalan's light screen. The public screen instantly exploded. What am I seeing? The bearded guy actually defied his goddess. For a newcomer, for the first time in history, he spoke so loudly to Nalan the fairy. I can see it, Brother Beard is really going all out. Don't worry, soon your Brother Beard will be crushed to dust by our Nalan goddess. Just as the public screen comments finished, Nalan the fairy sneered. Dare to compete with me for a person? Trash, silenced for 5 minutes. Crack. Joe was struck by lightning, his eyes turning white, and the light screen instantly turned gray. What happened? Did he get disconnected? Is Mentor Joe really that powerless? Can't even withstand a word from the goddess? Indeed, one can't just be a loyal dog. The public screen burst into laughter. Mufeng also wiped his sweat, gaining a clear understanding of the strength of the War God Academy. Nalan, don't go too far. Old Joe has had it tough for so many years. Are you really going to scare off our friend Mufeng? The domineering glasses guy made his second appearance, holding a wine glass, his gaze sharp, forcefully confronting Nalan the fairy. Oh Yang, the master of time management, care to teach your little sister? When your Miaojin returns from the front lines of the war pit, crack. The domineering guy was struck by lightning, his glasses shattered, and he disconnected on the spot. Crack. Another series of thunderclaps followed. Nalan the fairy had only been firing for less than 2 minutes, and only 2 mentors remained online. Besides herself, there was only the old man with the white beard in the middle light column. Mufeng blinked, looking at the old man's upright demeanor, just about to speak. Uncle Tan, I heard that next year your academy's old director, Director Hong, will be going to the Dragon Emperor Tower as a supplementary elder. When the time comes to elect a new director, I will have my senior sister nominate you for the position. With your high moral standing, you will surely be the best candidate to lead the 6th floor. Whoosh! The old man didn't even make a sound and disconnected. At lightning speed, Mufeng was left dumbfounded. What's going on? So many top masters, yet not one reliable? Where are the 7 great masters? The 6 of them combined can't match up to Nalan the fairy? Mufeng didn't care much about these things. For someone like him, a well-rounded hexagonal awakener, it didn't make much difference which academy he joined. He didn't expect to truly learn anything here. With his infinite skills and maxed-out talent, it wouldn't matter where he was, he would still be impressive. What he truly valued was resources. Just then, Nalan the fairy's projection suddenly broke free from the light column and gracefully descended with a purple glow. This time, it was indeed her true self. Stinky little brother, it seems you have no choice but to join my Shoshuang Academy. Nalan Xian's smile was indeed beautiful. Mufeng stared into her eyes for just a moment and felt as if his soul had been affected. An incredibly powerful charm. It seemed to be a rare awakened talent. No wonder that Mentor Joe has been her devoted admirer for so many years. Even I was almost swayed by her. If I encountered such an opponent on the battlefield, it would be quite troublesome. Mufeng felt a bit of fear. This was the first time he had dealt with a master like Nalan Xian who possessed such abilities. Is she testing me? Nalan Xian approached Mufeng step by step, her movements graceful, her body exuding a strong, alluring fragrance, and her laughter was captivating. Mu Feng realized that all his senses were permeated by the irresistible charm of the woman. Yenner, quickly, merge with me. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted and Mu Feng was engulfed in divine fire, surrounded by a golden red blaze. Until the brilliant golden light in his pupils ignited, Mu Feng regained his composure and faced Nalan Xin with an even more formidable aura. Not bad. Indeed a rare talent. It was worth my effort to recruit you. Come with me. Nalan Xin's charm completely retracted and her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. At that moment, the stunning beauty passing by Mu Feng resembled a younger version of Ning Shu, her elegant grace starkly different from the enchanting demeanor that had just captivated everyone. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Mu Feng and Nalan Xin changed. This is the third level of the Forbidden Tower. All the caves you see before you are the exclusive domains of the students of Xiaoxiang Academy. Mu Feng nodded gently, observing his surroundings. In no time, countless beautiful figures began to project onto the barrier screens of their respective caves. Hello, Junior. Come visit your sister sometime. Junior, you're so handsome. I'll add you to the sister group, let's chat later. Junior, do you have a girlfriend? Sister is waiting for your date. Mu Feng's expression froze, suddenly feeling as if he had entered a spider's lair. All were stunning beauties. Is the academy this lavish? Using this to test juniors is definitely more terrifying than the old Earth level. It seemed that seeing her students so restless, Nalan's face darkened and she quickly waved her hand, causing all projections to collapse instantly. Mu Feng cleared his throat twice and tentatively asked, Mentor Nalan, it seems there aren't many boys in our academy. Nalan Xin smiled. Indeed, there aren't many, and most have gone to the battlefield. I recruited you for two reasons. First, you are indeed a rare prodigy. When you unleashed the reverse calamity, I decided to take you. Second, I am Ning Shu's junior sister. The people she values have never been wrong. As for the benefits of coming to our academy, look over there. Mu Feng suddenly raised his head. At the deepest part of the cave square stood 9 massive, colorful crystals. Each crystal was dozens of meters tall. They were surrounded by incredibly complex array inscriptions for protection. What a surging energy! Yan Ji couldn't help but exclaim in shock within Mu Feng's mind. This is the true value of Xiaoxiang Academy. The 9 crystals supply 9 profound and mysterious forbidden formations. At the same time, they correspond to 9 different enhancement buffs. Try to channel some energy into the different crystals. Mu Feng immediately complied. Ding! Obtain Xiaoxiang Great Formation B-level buff enhancement. Strength increase of 8,000 points. 8,000 points increase? Mu Feng was rarely shocked. This was almost equivalent to carrying a legendary grade weapon sword with him. The enhancement strength was simply outrageous. Following that, Mu Feng continuously switched his strength among the other crystals. Besides strength, the other 8 enhancement buffs were stamina, energy, endurance, speed, mental power, and attribute perception. There are 2 special gain buffs. One increases experience points by 15% and the other boosts skill experience growth rate by 200%. Especially the last 2 special gains. Mu Feng immediately understood the incomparable benefits of joining this academy. This is too overpowered. Just these 2 buffs, the percentage increase in experience and skill growth, are enough to help students save a huge amount of gold coins. They won't even need to buy scrolls. It's simply a buff enhancement, tailored for me. With the Holy Spring of the Angel Totem, my health and energy can recover for free. Plus, with the 1000 machine disc gifted by Elder Wei, it's equivalent to having unlimited teleportation scrolls. Now with the double experience boost, this means I won't need to buy any disposable consumables. Mu Feng felt a surge of excitement from the bottom of his heart. He had practically evolved into a Pichio. Just earning without spending, this is too comfortable. Mu Feng hurriedly asked, Mentor, can only one buff be active at a time? Nalan Xin nodded. With your current B-level authority, that's the case. When you reach S-level, you can have 2 buffs active simultaneously, and at the highest SSS level, it expands to 3. Additionally, entering the front line of the battle pit can grant an extra 1. Finally, if you serve as a master-level senior administrator in this academy and reach level 7 or above, you can add another. Moreover, the higher your authority, the greater the effect of the buffs. For example, I currently have full-level authority, can have 4 buffs active at the same time, and the experience boost effect has already reached 50%. That's why I am the second most experienced among the 7 mentors you just met, with my current level at 117, Mu Feng gasped. No wonder this woman put so much pressure on him. She is a master-level powerhouse close to the peak at level 7. The ability to have such buffs becomes increasingly beneficial as one reaches higher levels and the rate of leveling slows down. Suddenly, Mu Feng had a flash of inspiration, thinking of his talent that grants a skill point increase every second, and inexplicably switched the current buff to the skill point increase of 200% while simultaneously opening the panel. Incredible! It really stacks with the effect of my golden finger talent. The skill points I earn every second have turned into 2. Did he just hit the jackpot or what? Mu Feng suppressed his excitement and felt even more that this time joining the Shoushang Academy was worth it. Missing out on this buff would be the biggest loss. Mentor, I want to ask, how long can I use the Shoushang array buff? Until graduation? Nalan Xin smiled and shook her head. Of course not. Before achieving the master level, as long as your character card is activated within the Forbidden Tower data system, the buff will take effect at any time, meaning you can't stray too far from the Forbidden Tower space. After reaching the master level, you can directly separate a portion of your mental power and inscribe it into this crystal body, allowing it to be used as a long-term permanent buff. Of course, the premise is to maintain an effective identity as a member of the Forbidden Tower. Mu Feng nodded. Understood, thank you, mentor. Then I will. Nalan Xin waved her hand, directly bringing Mu Feng to the front of a sealed cave. From today on, you will live in this cave. There will be some special surprises. This is what my senior sister instructed me to do, to give you some special care. Mu Feng was puzzled. Is there something special about this place? Nalan Xin smiled sweetly. The places where students with qualifications below S level live are called caves, while those above S level are called cave abodes. There is a fundamental difference in conditions, you'll know once you go in. And this place is where I lived when I was a student. Mu Feng was astonished. As a newcomer, he was going to live in the place where his mentor once resided? This treatment is just too extravagant. Alright, the beginner resources that belong to you are all prepared. Just go in and collect them yourself. Later, I will arrange for a senior sister to assist you. If you have any questions or other requests, just find her directly. Next, you should prepare for your journey to the battle cave. Mu Feng nodded seriously and bowed to Nalan Xin. Thank you, mentor. Also, please convey my gratitude to Senior Ning. In fact, I have no close ties with her. We only met once during the college entrance examination, yet she has already helped me several times. Nalan Xin smiled and said, you don't need to worry too much about that. My senior sister is a prophet, and her pursuits are different from those of other awakened ones. She firmly believes in destiny. Her attention to you indicates that she sees some potential in you that others do not possess, which is your own fortune. So, strive to grow. If you truly become a top figure in the Eastern Dragon Empire in the future, that would be a form of repayment. After saying this, Nalan Xin vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Mu Feng released Yanji. The two looked at the light screen before them, filled with anticipation. For the next period, this will be our new home, Mu Feng said with a faint smile. Yanji couldn't wait and said, boss, hurry and break the seal. I want to see what it's like inside. Mu Feng glanced at the character card. Ding. Permission monitoring passed. Special permission requirements met. Ding. Binding you as the new master of this cave. Ding. Opening the cave. In an instant, as the array of light flowed, the ceiling barrier disappeared. Mu Feng and Yanji stepped inside, instantly stunned by the scene before them. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary cave in the mountains, but inside it was a different world. A luxuriously decorated 3-story villa, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Most importantly, Mu Feng discovered that on the top terrace of this villa, there was a strange and powerful formation. The beginner gift that Nalan Xin had given him was also on top of it. Mu Feng soared into the air and landed in the center of the formation. Ding! Experience points increased by 200. Mu Feng was taken aback. This formation could actually automatically increase experience points? Such black technology existed? Yanji, with her keen eyes, immediately locked onto the central pattern of the formation and said, I think I remember now, boss. The black stone in the center of this formation is called the Asking Immortal Jade, which can help one comprehend the heavenly path through stargazing and gain some experience points. If I'm not mistaken, that Master Ningxu must usually cultivate using this method. Prophets generally do not level up by killing monsters. Comprehending the heavenly path, divination, and prophecy are their true paths. I suppose your mentor Nalan Xin follows a similar approach, otherwise, how could she be Ningxu's junior sister? Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Your analysis is very reliable. It must be this way. In that case, we can just drink tea and bask in the sun here, doing nothing and still earning experience points. Isn't that perfect? Mu Feng felt increasingly that joining the Xiaoxiang Academy was proving to be even more valuable. Then, he collected the beginner treasure chest left for him by Nalan Xin. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 3,000 Forbidden Tower exchange points. You can use these points to exchange for treasures in the first floor of the Forbidden Tower. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 20 top-grade attribute enhancement scrolls. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 5 random quality source attribute scroll chests. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 3 million gold coins. Mu Feng was once again pleasantly surprised, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lu Bai was right, there is great capacity and inclusiveness, and it truly does not deceive me. Boss, there's also a mini light screen over here, Yanji exclaimed, pointing at a device on the edge of the villa's terrace. Mu Feng walked up to the light screen and completed the scan of his character card. Ding! Logging into the Forbidden Tower virtual system for you. Login successful. Ding. You have 327 unread private messages. Ding. You have 452 friend requests pending. Mu Feng. Without even thinking, he knew they were all the seniors who had been watching the duel between him and Kong Yinghao. Mu Feng took a quick glance. Most of the character cards were of individuals with B level or lower qualifications. Ding. Chief of Showdown Academy, Su Jinghong, has requested to add you as a friend. Note, Junior, please accept. The mentor has something to convey to you. Smile JPG. SS level. Permission. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. This senior's character card was actually crimson. The chief disciple, huh? Mu Feng decisively accepted. The avatar is so beautiful. Could it be that she used a beauty filter? Yan Ji, with her big eyes sparkling, squatted beside Mu Feng, scrolling through the messages with him. Every time she saw a beautiful girl sending an interactive message, Yan Ji would start mumbling and critiquing softly. Mu Feng smiled and ruffled her hair, occasionally rewarding her with a wave of affection. Alright, none of them are as pretty as our Yenner, just some ordinary girls. You're a goddess, why? Compare with them? Yan Ji was instantly revitalized. That's right, with her boss's sweet talk, she felt like she could live a few thousand more years. Senior Ginghong? Yellowface JPG. Mu Feng sent a message and the other party was quick, directly sending a video call. However, what Mu Feng never expected was that on the other side of the screen, this woman was nothing like the dignified chief disciple he had imagined. In the video, this chief senior had her hair in a messy bun, wearing large framed glasses, dressed in cartoon pajamas, and her bare face made Mu Feng's brain short-circuit. This. Yan Ji was also clearly taken aback, unable to speak for a while. Sorry, I just got up and haven't washed up yet. Sorry to make you laugh, Junior. Mu Feng quickly smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Not at all, Senior. Looking like this actually feels less pressured and distant. Su Jinghong smiled sweetly. It must be said that even with a bare face, her qualifications were still striking, reminding Mu Feng of the pure school beauty from his past life on Blue Star. So, the mentor just reminded me to help you check your dungeon permissions, because you directly got a B level in the basic level test, which is quite rare in the entire Showdown Academy. Most students only start doing dungeon tasks 4 points after half a year or even a year of enrollment. As for you, my suggestion is to accumulate 5,000 points within 3 days. That way, you can smoothly obtain the qualification to participate in the first layer of the Forbidden Tower's battle arena and catch the opportunity in a few days. If you miss this chance, the first layer of the battle arena won't reopen for at least a year and a half. Mu Feng hurriedly asked, this first layer of the battle arena is the highest level of battle resources that Senior Ning mentioned before? Su Jinghong nodded with a smile. That's right. Do you know why the battle resources of the Forbidden Tower are superior to those of any other academy? Because this independent space where the Forbidden Tower is located is the original teleportation passage that appeared when the battle arena area first emerged tens of thousands of years ago. It is also the most active area for gathering battle energy. Because of this, battles are most frequent, and the number of revived extraordinary creatures is the highest, so the opportunities and rewards are also the richest. The upcoming first battlefield, apart from you, among the other 180 qualified students, the lowest qualification is S level. If you can truly meet the participation conditions and successfully join, that would create a new history. A mere B-level student, having just entered the Forbidden Tower for less than a week, participating in the highest difficulty first layer battle trial. This is absolutely unprecedented fortune for the younger generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Of course, the premise is that you need to earn 2,000 credits within 3 days, which is almost an impossible challenge. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with hope as he clasped his fists in front of the goddess chief on the screen. Please show me a clear path, Senior. There must be a corresponding method that theoretically allows for meeting the conditions. No matter how difficult it is, I'm willing to take on the challenge. Miracles, first you have to believe in them for them to happen. At that moment, Mu Feng seemed to shine in the eyes of the senior. From head to toe, it seemed to be written in one sentence. Senior, I really want to improve. Su Jinghong stared at Mu Feng's handsome face, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds before seriously saying, there is a method, it's not that there isn't. It's also fine to take a shortcut. I have a good opportunity right now that can let you earn 1,000 credits in one go. Mu Feng nodded repeatedly. I'm fine with it, Senior. Just tell me who to kill. Su Jinghong awkwardly smiled and shook her head. No, it doesn't have to be so bloody. Just come to my cave and we can cultivate together once and you'll get 1,000 credits instantly. Put. In front of the screen, both Mu Feng and Yan Ji simultaneously spat out a mouthful of old blood. They were completely caught off guard. Can the chief disciple of Showdown Academy be a bit more reliable, please? I just entered school on the first day, and you're already thinking of making me sell my body and soul? What kind of joke is this? Although you are the top model of a pure school flower, both beautiful and graceful. But Mu Feng decisively passed on this proposal. Senior, I think, credits are better not to be traded privately. The Grand Commander said that such things violate the rules. Su Jinghong chuckled twice and didn't press the issue. Her sweet and pure smile made Mu Feng feel even more creeped out. Boss, this woman is not quite right. Why do I feel like she has you all figured out? Yanji directly dove back into Mu Feng's soul world, communicating with him secretly. Let's understand each other. The Guardian spirits at Xiaoxiang Academy are all female, and there aren't many with male attributes. It's inevitable that the seniors will be restless. Seeing someone like you, they definitely won't be able to hold back. Yanji nodded vigorously, suddenly understanding the seniors' feelings. If we go the regular route, Junior, aside from your current 3,000 points for the newbie reward, the only way to earn 2,000 credits in 3 days is to unlock the achievement reward for the Forbidden Tower. In simple terms, creating your own new record will earn you extra points, and they are all high rewards of at least 500 or more. Achievement rewards? I'm familiar with that. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Immediately. I understand, Senior. I can do high difficulty tasks in the dungeon, unlock hidden completion tasks, refresh the shortest completion time. Su Jinghong smiled and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Junior, you're really smart. I like you more and more. After saying that, Su Jinghong sent a task invitation. Ding. Su Jinghong has sent you a team task invitation. Task dungeon, 5 elements ruins. Dungeon difficulty, old earth level. Completion reward, 800 credits. Do you accept? Ding. You have accepted the team invitation. Please enter the 5 elements ruins dungeon battlefield within 30 minutes. Okay, Junior. I'll send you a copy of the dungeon strategy and you can go in and grind by yourself. I'll enter a dormant state, so all the credits earned after completion will go to you alone. Su Jinghong said with a smile, still propping her face and staring intently at Mu Feng on the other side of the screen. This woman can actually use charm techniques, but it's much weaker than Mentor Nalan's, thankfully. Mu Feng directly used a 4th-tier evolution technique, Ancient Him, to restore his mental energy instantly. Then, with a serious expression, Mu Feng looked like a righteous gentleman. Senior, thank you for creating a high-yield path for me. I'll remember this favor. You're a good person. See you later. After saying this, Mu Feng decisively hung up the video call. Su Jinghong's smile instantly froze, staring blankly at the black screen, gritting her teeth and saying, how outrageous. A new little brat actually managed to resist my charm, and dares to give me a good person card. What can be tolerated cannot be tolerated. I want to see how you can clear the 5 elements ruins without my help. The beauty chief's defense was indeed broken and darkened in that moment. What Mu Feng didn't know was that the 5 elements ruins, while not life-threatening, had a very special setting. Since the appearance of this dungeon, there had never been a precedent of anyone clearing it for hundreds of years. Su Jinghong adjusted her large-framed glasses, picked up a glass of red wine, and slightly curled her lips. Stinky little brother, once you enter the dungeon, you will come begging me for help. By then, it won't be as simple as just dual cultivating once. This piece of tangsang meat, I've got my eyes on it. After hanging up the video, Mu Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Women really only affect the speed of my chanting. He couldn't help but complain again. Yanji suddenly flashed out from Mu Feng's soul world, sitting beside him and saying, Boss, I always feel that this chief senior is not a good person. I can sense that she has an incredibly strong interest in you, yet she also holds the power to control you. This dungeon invitation might be a trap. Mu Feng looked at Yanji's worried little expression and chuckled. Your boss is not a fool, of course, I can sense it. But even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I have to venture in. I must achieve the hidden achievement, otherwise I won't have enough points and might really miss out on this great opportunity. You go around this villa and see if there are any other resources to gather. I need to settle down first and prepare. Got it. Yanji responded and instantly disappeared from the spot. Mu Feng then operated the system, opening the strategy compressed file sent by Su Jinghong. Ding. Please enter the decompression password. Mu Feng. This damn woman is really trying to set me up in every way. I knew you were unreliable. Want me to bow down? You'll have to wait. Not needing the strategy, Mu Feng was not worried at all and decisively opened the panel interface. If he couldn't borrow external power, then he would strengthen himself. He locked onto the position of the enlightenment skill in the skill bar and glanced at the skill named in the name of light, falling into thought. Should I upgrade in the name of light or enlightenment? After a moment of thought, Mu Feng directly locked onto the enlightenment skill tree and maxed it out. The reason was simple: upgrading the in the name of light skill tree was too expensive. Moreover, they were all functional evolution skills, which didn't greatly enhance combat effectiveness. To cope with this ultra-high difficulty dungeon and the unknown schemes from the scheming goddess senior, Mu Feng needed stronger combat power. Maxed out, let's go. Due to the holiday period, Mu Feng hadn't upgraded any skills, and his current skill point reserve had reached nearly 4 million. Even though the cost of upgrading enlightenment was more expensive, Mu Feng could fully afford it. Ding. Consumed 30,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Enlightenment upgraded to 2nd tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Enlightenment evolved Fire Revelation. Ding. Consumed 50,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Fire Revelation upgraded to 3rd tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Fire Revelation evolved Wind Revelation. Ding. Consumed 700,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Poison Revelation upgraded to 7th tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Poison Revelation evolved. Light Revelation. Ding! Consumed 1 million skill points. Congratulations to the host. Light Revelation upgraded to 8th tier. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Enlightenment of Light has evolved into the Enlightenment of Darkness. A set of operations has concluded, and the familiar sensation of exhilaration has returned. It's that feeling of being fully charged in an instant. The Enlightenment technique has directly advanced to the 8th tier, causing the 3rd skill tree of the Shepherd Priest's profession to flourish. At this moment, looking at the skill bar on the panel, it truly gives a sense of being lush and vibrant. The Shepherd couldn't wait to start examining these new skills, and the more he looked, the more astonished he became. Enlightenment of Fire. Listen to the divine inspiration of the fire god, mastering the stunning essence of the fire source. Comprehend the deepest power of flames. Effect. Passive form grants friendly units within range the ability to inflict area burn damage. Provides 30% of the user's mental power as burn damage. Active form enhances the burn intensity of all fire elements around, raising the essence of all flames to the intensity of flames under the old Earth Order. Class restriction. Priest. Duration 600s. Release conditions 5% mental power, 50 energy points. Cooldown duration 100 seconds. Effective range area within 50% of mental power. Dual skill effects. The Shepherd immediately broke into a smile. He glanced around and found that the current 8 skills of the Enlightenment technique, aside from the basic skill, were all composed of both passive and active forms. It looked like 8 skills, but in reality it was a full 16 enhancement effects. This was a bit too overpowered. Regardless of how strong the skills were, the quantity was truly maxed out. Enlightenment of Fire perfectly complements my fire skills. The most important thing is that it can elevate the essence of flames to the intensity under the old Earth Order. Such an amplification effect is indeed a bit perverse, the Shepherd murmured. Once I enter the battlefield, perhaps I can give that girl Yenner a surprise. The Shepherd continued to look down, his gaze landing on the Enlightenment of Light. Enlightenment of Light passive effect. The follower's perception of the power of light gains an essential enhancement. In an instant, the passive effect of the skill granted the Shepherd an incredibly brilliant radiance of light, merging into his soul world. The Shepherd suddenly felt that his sensitivity to the power of light had risen to a new level. Does this mean that the conversion efficiency of my angelic totem's light energy will be higher than before? Then my angelic totem should be able to maintain a longer usage time. Ding! Detected that the host's comprehension of the power of light has improved. The angelic totem of light is evolving. Ding! Congratulations, host. The angelic totem of light has evolved into a level 1 mutated form. The Shepherd decisively turned his attention to the panel, observing the specific changes in the angelic totem. Angelic totem activated. Light energy consumption duration 89 to 59. Evolution strength level 1 mutation. Mental power. Coverage area radius of 1 kilometer. Skill tree. In the name of light. First mutation. The Shepherd saw the effects of the evolved totem and was overjoyed. It was simply an epic enhancement. First, the duration of light energy storage increased from the previous half hour to a full 1.5 hours. The endurance capacity was tripled. The mental power coverage area expanded from 100 meters to a kilometer. A tenfold enhancement effect. What truly made the Shepherd feel ecstatic was the comprehensive mutation of the in the name of light skill tree. The 4 skills that had evolved so far all had further transformative effects. First, the basic skill in the name of light enhancement increased from a 10% boost to all skills to 20%. The effect doubled. The second tier evolution skill in the name of light soaring transformed from 2 wings to 4 wings. Flight speed increased by another 50%. As for the third and fourth tier evolution skills, they directly welcomed a wave of revolutionary enhancements. In the name of light, insight, the power of light transforms into the golden eye, capable of seeing through illusions, disguises, fog, and other visual barriers, probabilistically locking onto the target's flaws and attribute weaknesses. Totem level 1 mutation effect, accompanied by an active skill, Mind Insight. Mind Insight can listen to the target's inner voice for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 24 hours. Class restriction exclusive to the host. Duration unlimited. Release condition current 10% light energy consumption duration. Totem level 1 mutation effect usable even without the awakening of the angel totem. Cooldown duration. Nun Mufong saw the comprehensive transformation of the insight skill and his breathing quickened. Mind Insight, a true divine skill. Being able to peek into others' hearts is definitely a black technology that transcends the rules. Moreover, the enhancement of the release conditions for the insight skill made Mufong feel a sense of relief. Several times before, when intervening in the dungeon battlefield, the angel totem could not be used due to the lack of light power release conditions, and even the insight skill could not be utilized, which was quite frustrating. Now, the level 1 mutation of the totem has completely fixed this bug. Then, Mufong looked at the level 4 evolution skill in the name of Light Holy Spring and was once again shocked. In the name of light, holy spring, the power of light transforms into a celestial spring, which can be proportionally converted into vitality and energy, compensating for one's own consumption. Totem Level 1 Mutation. Effect: recovery efficiency increased from 5% per second to 15%. Class restriction: exclusive to the host. Duration: unlimited. Release condition: current light energy consumption. Duration: awakening state of the light angel totem. Effect: range: host body. Totem Level 1 Mutation. Within the mental range, 10 friendly units. Note: when the holy spring acts on friendly units, the recovery efficiency is 10% of the host body's recovery. A 5% recovery rate has directly tripled. The most crucial point is that the target's effect has also been expanded in range. Just imagine if Mufeng cultivates multiple powerful summoning spirits like Yanji, supplemented by the powerful recovery function of the Holy Spring. It would almost be an invincible army under Mufeng's command that is immortal and indestructible. And all these enhancements are simply the gains from the angel totem undergoing a fundamental mutation. Just a level 1 mutation brings such a significant enhancement. If it reaches full level mutation, the power of this angel totem is truly unimaginable. Mufeng excitedly pursed his lips, his gaze on the panel shining with an exceptionally bright light. Just now, I triggered the level 1 mutation of the angel totem because I gained insight into the 7th level evolution skill, Light Revelation, and integrated its passive effect, which enhanced my perception of the power of light. I wonder if the Dark Revelation can also bring the same effect to my Shura totem. Dark Revelation: when night falls, chanting Dark Revelation, all beings shrouded in darkness within the mental range will be granted a malevolent spirit buff. The host's perception of dark elements is permanently enhanced. Malevolent spirit increases the killing intent value of beings by percentage according to their level strength. Enhances the attack power of beings. Ding! Detected that the host's comprehension of dark elements has improved. Shura totem evolution activated. It worked. Mufeng clenched his fists in excitement, waiting for the arrival of the second round of additional enhancements. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Night Shura totem has evolved to level 1 mutation form. Mufeng followed suit, opened the Shura totem panel, and saw the effects of the fully evolved Shura totem. Shura totem killing intent burning state 39:59 evolution strength. Level 1 mutation health 500,000/500,000 energy, none strength 3,700 constitution, 9,000 endurance, 850 agility, 1,800 mental. Coverage area 500 meters radius. Skill: Bloody Bath. Dark Night Lord. Ruler of the Realm. Undead Puppet. Currently unavailable. Level 1 mutation exclusive skill: Azura Secret, Soul Devouring Slash. Soul Devouring Slash: sacrifice 30% of one's own health to unleash the strongest strike, ignoring 60% of the target's defense, with a chance to trigger a 5x critical hit and a small chance to trigger Azura Judgment, instantly reducing the target's health to 0 and preventing resurrection. Incredible! Mufeng was momentarily stunned by the panel information. It should be noted that he hadn't used his Azura power for some time, because he had been preparing for the college entrance examination. Revealing the dual hidden abilities of the Angel and Azura was inconvenient. But now, Mufeng had arrived at the Forbidden Tower, a place specifically for housing prodigies, and he had no more reservations. Looking at the comprehensive enhancement of the Azura totem panel attributes, he felt very gratified with the adaptive strengthening of his current level 60 strength template. The most important thing was the awakening of the exclusive skill, Soul Devouring Slash. With built-in 5x critical hit and low health execution effects, its strength had absolutely reached the level of a forbidden spell. Only such a powerful force was worthy of the name Azura. I want to see what kind of dungeon the senior can come up with to stop me from earning achievement points. Battle Cave, I'm going for it. After receiving the comprehensive enhancement of the Angel and Azura's dual hidden abilities, Mufeng felt confident enough to face this challenge. However, it was still not enough. Heaven knows what kind of special restrictions the 5 elements ruins still hide. To ensure everything was perfect, Mufeng continued to operate the panel. Ding! Do you want to clear all gift packs in the current limited purchase mall? Buy. With a wave of his hand, Mufeng spent over 5 million gold coins. He glanced at his nearly 26 million cold gold balance and fell into a moment of confusion. Am I really this rich? In fact, Mufeng's concept of gold coins was not very clear, especially after the college entrance examination. With a steady stream of benefits being delivered to him, more than half of the 20 million gold coins were collected by his second uncle on his behalf. Of course, Mufeng had no inclination to hoard wealth. He always felt that money only had value when spent. Saving money? Not a chance. Just spend it. Moments later, Mufeng's skill points balance increased significantly. This time, he set his sights on the 9th tier enhancement of the Enlightenment technique. Directly max it out. The current skill upgrade requires 2 million skill points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Without hesitation, Mufeng pressed the confirm button, displaying the indifference and composure expected of a top-tier spender. Ding! Consumed 2 million skill points. Congratulations to the host. Dark Enlightenment upgraded to 9th tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Dark Enlightenment evolved Taboo Elemental Limit. Taboo Elemental Limit. A taboo method of the priest profession's enlightenment technique. Blessed by the heavens with a perception of energy that reaches the heavens and the earth, simultaneously triggering the ultimate perception effect of all attributes in the current space, freely manipulating all attribute elemental energies within the space. Skill effect: full attribute elemental perception, manipulation, mental power. Enhanced by 300%. Class restriction: priest release condition 80% mental power duration until elemental energy is exhausted/mental power is exhausted. Effect range: mental power limit area cooldown duration 12 hours. The true taboo divine art has appeared. Mu Feng stood up abruptly. In an instant, all the different attribute elements in this space trembled and stirred with Mu Feng's emotional fluctuations, as if the beasts of the jungle were waiting for their king. Fire, earth, light, darkness, thunder, wind, water. The 7 major elemental energies surged towards Mu Feng at the same time. At this moment, Mu Feng became the true ruler of elemental energy. Enlightenment technique: great success. From now on, no matter where Mu Feng goes or what kind of battlefield environment he faces, he can turn the mainstream elements into his own territory. Calling the wind and summoning the rain, moving mountains and filling seas, he is capable of anything. Afterwards, the greedy Mu Feng couldn't help but take another look at the evolution prompt for this skill. Taboo Elemental Limit. Preview of next stage evolution. Divine Art Level 1. Old Earth Elemental Unification. Required skill points for upgrade 15 million. Mu Feng curled his lips. This point consumption is definitely something he cannot touch at his current level. But from the term divine art, it is not hard to see how terrifying the divine level evolution of elemental limit must be. Mu Feng understood the principle of not being able to chew too much. At the current intensity, he was already capable enough to handle the 5 elements ruins battlefield. Current skill points balance 659-947. There are still some points left. If I go all in, which skill would be more comfortable to supplement? Mu Feng's eyes turned and he refocused on the skill tree of In the Name of Light. Ding. The required skill points for the current skill upgrade is as high as 550,000. Do you confirm the upgrade? Ding. Consuming 550,000 skill points. Congratulations, host. In the Name of Light Holy Spring has been upgraded to level 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. In the Name of Light Holy Spring has evolved. In the Name of Light Prophecy. Mu Feng frowned slightly. Prophecy? Such a familiar name. The first image that flashed in his mind was the dignified face of Master Ning Shu. In the Name of Light Prophecy skill. Effect: the ability to predict deadly threats and high-level skill releases. Totem Level 1 mutation unlocks the prophecy function. Can see the scene a few seconds later under the current state. Class restriction: Angel Representative exclusive to the host. Duration: affected by total mental power. Current maximum prophecy duration 4 seconds. Release condition: continuous consumption of mental power. Cooldown duration 300 seconds. Effective range: mental power limit. Perception space. What's going on? Mu Feng was stunned. Isn't this the core divine skill of a prophet? Dangerous prediction: foreseeing the future. The perfect fusion of dual core skills is the 5th level evolution effect of my angel skill tree. Mu Feng suddenly felt an impulse to laugh wildly. This is simply fate playing tricks. If Master Ning Shu knew about this, would she collapse directly? Of course, Mu Feng was very clear that his prophecy skill, compared to a real prophet, was just a minor trick. But in actual combat, the effect would be unimaginable. It was equivalent to giving himself another life-saving card. At the same time, Mu Feng also proved one thing. That is, the skills of angels and asuras that have not evolved can also receive the additional enhancement of a level 1 totem mutation. Wait a minute, I need to settle down. Mu Feng took a deep breath, reassessing his skill tree panel. Just then, Yanjie suddenly returned to his side, looking at Mu Feng with surprise. Boss, why do I feel like you've become stronger again? Mu Feng opened his eyes and smiled at her. Oh, then tell me, in what aspect is it reflected? Your aura. Yanjie replied without hesitation. You seem to be even more handsome. Your aura is more noble, and I feel like you have a higher affinity with space. This means that you are more in tune with the order of heaven in the current awakened era. In simple terms, whether it's leveling up, skill enhancement, or the transformation of your life essence, it will become easier. In the terms of your era, it means your growth rate has increased. Even if you level up by 1, the attribute growth you can get will definitely be higher than others of the same level. Mu Feng was stunned. There's actually such a good thing? It must be the extra benefits brought by the evolution of the enlightenment technique. No matter what, getting stronger is a good thing. Let's go. We have 10 minutes left to meet the senior sister at the dungeon battlefield entrance. Mu Feng also noticed the private message from Su Jinghong, her avatar flashing continuously, and he smiled wryly as he pointed it out. Moments later, Mu Feng arrived at the battlefield entrance. The location was on the southwest side of the Forbidden Tower's first floor, which was the coordinate Su Jinghong had sent him. Mu Feng, over here. A crisp and excited shout rang out. Su Jinghong had her hair in a high ponytail, holding a dark golden gleaming red spear, dressed in a light red combat outfit. She looked even more vibrant than in the videos. A complete transformation. If Mu Feng hadn't interacted with this woman before and experienced her enchanting charm, he might have mistaken her for a heroic female warrior. Senior sister, with this outfit, I almost didn't recognize you. Mu Feng teased with a faint smile. How is it? Does it suit your taste, Junior? Or do you prefer our mentor's dangerously charming type? Su Jinghong said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Mu Feng, deliberately licking her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mu Feng's smile suddenly froze at that moment, silently chanting a skill. In the name of light, insight, active skill, mind insight. In an instant, Mu Feng's mind was filled with Su Jinghong's inner echoes. So annoying, so annoying. The mentor actually taught me this method of seducing men. Where did I learn this? If it weren't to find a partner to break the shackles and surpass level 100, why would I make myself look so flirtatious? I wonder what this Mu Junior thinks of me. Mu Feng was stunned on the spot. Could it be such a contrast? Did I misjudge this? Senior sister? Wait, her panel. Su Jinghong time spent in the Forbidden Tower, 7 years and 3 months. Level, 98 rank. Peak of 6. Profession, Gun King, Rare, Academic Completion, Low-level tasks delivered 3,564 times. Intermediate tasks delivered 1954. High-level tasks delivered 433. Special level and above 69. Current qualification level SS, Chief Disciple of Xiaoxiang Academy, SS level. Combat power ranking 17. Mu Feng's face turned pale, instinctively taking a deep breath. Level 98. A rare combat type. Powerhouse at the peak of 6. It seems the senior sister indeed has her reasons, not a promiscuous person. She must be trying to use dual cultivation to break through her cultivation shackles. Unfortunately, I'm not a dual partner. Mu Junior? Su Jinghong waved her hand in front of Mu Feng, bringing him back to his senses. It's nothing, senior sister, your beauty surprised me. Mu Feng casually found a plausible excuse, but she saw right through him. Cut it out. If you don't have this little bit of self-control, you probably would have been drained dry in my cave by now. Seeing her still pretending to be charming, Mu Feng suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes, stepping forward and closing the distance to Su Jinghong. He stared intently at her, then pushed her against the wall with a wall slam. Senior sister, talk is cheap. In the dating scene, it's all about practical experience. As Mu Feng spoke, he raised his finger, pretending to touch Su Jinghong's delicate chin. In a flash, in less than a second, Su Jinghong's face turned as red as an apple, her breathing becoming rapid. 1 second and her defenses were broken. A fake driver, nailed it. Junior, you. Mu Feng saw that his test had succeeded, having stripped away her disguise, and he smirked with satisfaction. Just then, a cold shout suddenly came from not far behind. You bastard, stop it. The voice was overbearing and domineering, pressing straight towards Mu Feng. The solidified aura surged towards Mu Feng. Bang! In an instant, a flash of fire quickly condensed. Yan Ji made her move, easily resolving the pressure of the aura for Mu Feng. Mu Feng turned around with an indifferent expression and glanced at the newcomer. The person walked with a dragon's stride and was extremely robust, clearly above level 90 with 6 segments of strength. Bai Li. Xiong Fei. Time spent in the Forbidden Tower, 11 years and 26 days. Level 93, segment 6 segments. Profession Fist. Dominator, super rare, task completion rate, low-level tasks delivered 2,945 times, intermediate tasks delivered 1,699, high-level tasks delivered 843, special level and above 36, current qualification level S-class combat power ranking 79. Mu Feng frowned slightly, sensing the overwhelming hostility from the other party. You new brat dare to be disrespectful to the chief? Who gave you the guts? Bai Li Xiong Fei raised his hand to condense a fist aura, preparing to strike at Mu Feng. Enough! Su Jinghong's voice, cold to the bone, rang out. With just a captivating glance, she instantly interrupted Bai Li Xiong Fei's spellcasting, rendering him unable to muster any energy fluctuations for a long time. Is this the special effect of the charm skill? Once the spell is successfully cast, it can not only interrupt spellcasting but also control the opponent for a long time. Mu Feng communicated with Yan Ji in his mind. Yan Ji wore a speechless expression, mumbling, "Weren't you just teasing that senior sister so skillfully? How did you turn back into a steel straight man so quickly?" Mu Feng smiled bitterly. "I was just testing the skill. Do you really think I want to pursue that senior sister? When have you ever seen me, your boss, particularly attentive to any woman? Except for you, you brat." Yan Ji was instantly captivated, her jealous demeanor disappearing, replaced by the happiness of being doted on by her boss. "Boss, if you like the feeling of charm, I can learn this skill too." Mu Feng shivered. "No, I was just curious." After a moment, Bai Li Xiong Fei regained his composure, and Su Jinghong stood in front of Mu Feng, coldly staring at him. "I've told you many times, my matters have Nothing to do with you, stop bothering me, I'm not interested in you. Bai Li Xiongfei wore a face of melancholy. Jinghong Fairy. I've been single for a whole 10 years for you, can't you at least look at me once? What, are you interested in this pretty boy? Do you believe I'll break his legs right now? Put. Before Su Jinghong could respond, Mu Feng behind them broke down, laughing heartily. From the bottom of his heart. What the hell are you laughing at? Mu Feng calmly looked at the furious Bai Li Xiongfei. Of course. I'm laughing at you. I mean, brother, you're not from the War God Academy, are you? Bai Li was stunned. How do you know? Could it be that you've heard of my name? Mu Feng shook his head wildly. No. I just arrived today, but I have seen your instructor. Zhou, he looks just like you did just now. Based on that, you will definitely be the chief of the War God Academy in the future. As soon as Mu Feng said this, both Yan Ji and Su Jinghong broke down. The two beauties burst into laughter. Only Bai Li Xiongfei became the clown. Very well. Kid, don't think that just because Jinghong is covering for you, you can act recklessly. It seems you also plan to go into the dungeon? Mu Feng regained his serious demeanor and said calmly. That's right, I'm going to the 5 elements. Ruins. What? Senior brother also interested in joining? Bai Li Xiongfei regained his confident demeanor, clenching his fists and mocking. With you? You're not worthy to team up with me. However, as a senior brother, I don't mind giving you a demonstration. Let you understand what it means to know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. After Bai Li Xiongfei finished speaking in front of Mu Feng and Su Jinghong, he swiped his character card. 5 Elements Ruins, Super Forbidden Ruins level, completion record. 9 minutes 39 seconds. Number of completion members, 3. You are currently the record holder for the fastest completion with 3 members at this difficulty level. Mu Feng looked at this record data, revealing a hint of disdain. Is that it? Completing an internal battlefield requires 3 people together, and you dare to show off to me? Bai Li Xiongfei immediately perked up, smiling as he approached. Kid, are you feeling cocky? If you think you can do it, why not try completing it alone? Feel free to form a 3-person team, but if you can break my record within half a year, I'll call you Grandpa. Mu Feng readily agreed. No problem. You said. It's no need for a 3-person team, I'll solo it at the old Earth level difficulty and still break your record. As soon as he said this, Su Jinghong's expression changed and she hurriedly said, Junior, don't be impulsive, you don't understand the 5 elements. Ruins, it's completely different from ordinary battlefield mechanisms. It's impossible for one person to complete it. Even a master can't do it. Mu Feng didn't look back, directly raising his hand to interrupt his senior sister, his gaze fixed on Bai Li Xiongfei. Since you want to bet with me, let's make it a big one. With my senior sister present, let her be our witness. If I can solo complete the 5 elements ruins, what will you do? I want to hear the actual stakes. I'm not lacking, you know. Bai Li Xiongfei didn't mind, wearing a look that suggested he had Mu Feng in the bag. You said it, I really didn't pressure you, brother. Soloing the old Earth level? Don't even talk about completing it. As long as you can last 10 minutes without being kicked out, I'll consider you the winner. If you can do it, I'll transfer all 800 points I have to you through legitimate means. Mu Feng smiled calmly. It's a deal. But I want to add one more condition. If you lose, stay away from our senior sister in the future. Don't cling to her shamelessly. As for me, if I can't complete it, I'll cut off my head and give it to you as a ball to kick. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he unhesitatingly inserted his character card in front of the 2 5th-tier big shots. Mu Feng, Jr., don't be impulsive. Su Jing Hong hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. The reason was simple. She hadn't told Mu Feng the password to the strategy compression package. This kid hadn't even looked at the strategy. He didn't understand the mechanism of the 5 elements ruins, even a master would come back lying down, let alone at the old Earth level difficulty. This is interesting. Bai Li Xiongfei nodded repeatedly, his smile growing wider. No wonder he is the top scholar recognized by our fairy Jinghong. This Mu Feng indeed has some guts. But bravery that exceeds one's capabilities, in my opinion, is called foolishness. After Bai Li Xiongfei finished speaking, he switched to the public screen interface and directly sent a golden message in the virtual system. This was a special communication function that only the chief disciple or those with the special item Golden Dawn could use. Once sent, all registered and activated character cards within the Forbidden Tower would receive the message prompt. Bai Li Xiongfei, classmates, come watch the 5 elements ruins. There's a good show to see. Our top scholar junior from Shaoxiang Academy has boldly declared he will solo complete the old Earth level 5 elements ruins. Anyone interested, place your bets and have some fun. Laughing JPG. As soon as the message was sent, the public screen exploded. Countless hidden and lurking students of the Forbidden Tower began to bubble up. What? Top scholar? The newbie who just beat Senior Kong? Going to challenge the 5 elements ruins? It can't be a solo run, right? Terrified JPG. I bet this kid will be sent out in 3 minutes, 100 credits. Hee JPG. Wait, is this kid's character card rented? He can't be thinking of graduating in a month, right? What's the rush? It should be a scene of a furious fight for a beauty. I just passed through the dungeons passage and saw Senior Jinghong and Senior Bailey. Just now, Mufeng was with them, and it seems he even had a conflict with Senior Bailey. What? No way? He's my idol, and I was planning to ask him out, but he got completely overshadowed by Senior Jinghong? Sigh, young people are ultimately young, they don't know how difficult the new dungeon's first instance is. Exactly. At upstairs. If I remember correctly, the dual clearance record for the 5 Elements ruins hasn't been broken in over 10 years. Stop comparing. Let's go watch the live stream together. I want to see how long this kid can last. In just 5 minutes. In the virtual system, the number of chat entries on the public screen exceeded 3,000. The number of online students in the Forbidden Tower surpassed 1,200. Almost everyone who wasn't in the battle pit participated in this instance competition as spectators. Su Jinghong saw the frantically refreshing messages on the public screen and suddenly turned pale, glaring at Bailey Xiangfeng with a fierce expression. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You let so many students from different academies pay attention to this matter just to ruin Mufeng's reputation. You know very well he's a newcomer, just arrived at the Forbidden Tower on his first day. How could the 5 Elements ruins be something he can conquer at his current level? What you're doing will ruin him. Bailey Xiangfeng wore an innocent expression, shrugging and smiling. You can't blame me for this. That reckless kid doesn't know his place and insists on provoking me, a senior. As an old hand in the Forbidden Tower, of course, I have to show him a thing or two. Otherwise, what rules would there be? If any. Newcomer could ride on our seniors' heads who would still respect the Forbidden Tower's reputation in the future. Bailey Xiangfeng, this shameless scoundrel, truly wore the words despicable person on his face. He had long since given up, although he had admired Su Jinghong for many years. He knew this woman had high aspirations and he had no chance. Yet, when he stumbled upon Su Jinghong and Mufeng alone together, he would not miss this opportunity to put the young student she favored in a difficult position. Seemingly noticing Su Jinghong's furious expression, Bailey Xiangfeng suddenly smiled and said, Jinghong, how about considering dual cultivation with me? If you agree, I can ensure that kid returns safely, and we can drop the bet. Su Jinghong was furious to the extreme. The golden light of her spear erupted instantly, and her overwhelming aura was fully unleashed. If you dare say that again, I'll pierce your head. Right now. Bailey Xiangfeng surrendered in an instant, still wearing a shameless expression, smiling as he raised his hands. I surrender, okay? I'm no match for you, fairy. Besides, I wouldn't want to hurt you in the slightest, but your little junior is probably really in a tough spot. Oh, right, I almost forgot. In this situation, we should share the video of our last team's clearance with everyone so these onlookers can broaden their horizons. When that kid gets kicked out of the instance, he can also learn and observe, looking for his shortcomings. After saying this, Bailey Xiangfeng quickly operated to issue the command. Moments later, on the virtual system's public screen, Bailey Xiangfeng's trio clearance record video was uploaded immediately. Look, this is Senior Bailey's clearance record. Wow, he actually shared it with us? This is definitely a rare top-tier strategy. Senior Bailey is impressive. That kid really doesn't know his place, daring to provoke Senior Bailey. A frog at the bottom of the well is nothing to mention. On the public screen, various low-level students who were fawning over him saw the tangible benefits and began to download. Bailey Xiangfeng continued to use the voice transmission function. Everyone, please remain calm. There's no need to download separately. I will directly open a shared perspective, which can be compared in real time with junior brother Mufeng's clearing perspective. This way, we can more intuitively see the prowess of our 2 generations of Forbidden Tower students. Those with keen insight certainly understood that Bailey Xiangfeng was deliberately trying to embarrass Mufeng. Not only did he want to win this bet, but he also aimed to completely tarnish the reputation of this newly appointed top scholar. Many students from the Forbidden Tower began to gossip while eating snacks in their respective caves. This Bailey Xiangfeng is indeed not a good person. He must be jealous, seeing his long-admired goddess Su Jinghong flirting with junior brother. He's feeling envious. Regardless, this young man Mufeng is still a bit reckless. He doesn't consider that no matter how talented he is, how could he possibly outsmart these seasoned veterans of the Forbidden Tower? This time, he might really fall into Bailey Xiangfeng's hands. I wonder how this kid will end up after being kicked out of the dungeon. Moments later, as Mufeng's main body officially entered the battlefield space of the 5 Elements ruins, an incredibly violent elemental aura surged into his body. Before Mufeng could react, he found his health bar rapidly decreasing. The entire space felt like a massive metal cage. At the bottom, the depths were filled with the air of decaying ruins, where various mixed elemental energies surged wildly, with the potential to evaporate and explode at any moment. Faintly, one could hear the terrifying roars of ferocious beasts. Is this the 5 Elements ruins I am going to challenge? Ding! Challenging the 5 Elements ruins dungeon. Difficulty, Old Earth level clearing task, purify the mixed elemental energy within the space, stabilizing the spatial order to absolute stability. Hint 1. Find the teleportation array hidden beneath the ruins battlefield to leave this battlefield space. Hint 2. This battlefield contains the 5 basic elemental energy sources: water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Over time, elemental energy mutations will occur, increasing lethality. Collisions between different elements will produce small-scale explosive effects. By defeating the manifested spirits of the same element, one can enhance their elemental defense attributes. Is this it? After reading the relevant dungeon information, Mufeng was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Not out of fear, but quite the opposite. It was because this dungeon was far simpler than he had anticipated. I thought this dungeon, which senior sister Ginghong described as terrifying, would be extremely difficult. It's simply the best battlefield tailored for my enlightenment technique. But then again, I really got lucky this time. If I hadn't fully strengthened the enlightenment technique skill tree, relying solely on myself would have made it quite difficult to clear this battlefield. After feeling the destructive effects of the elemental explosions around him, Mufeng couldn't help but express such sentiments. After all, being an old Earth-level dungeon, Mufeng quickly realized that as his survival time in this dungeon space increased, the single-target lethality of the surrounding elemental energy explosions grew stronger. In his mind, Yan Ji also spoke up. Indeed, the best way to clear this dungeon is with 3 to 5 people, each collecting a fixed elemental energy type. After slaying a sufficient number, they can merge their resistance and defense effects to barely withstand the continuous spatial damage. Mufeng nodded lightly, then slightly raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at his watch. It's been over 40 seconds since I came in, so let's aim to finish our clearing in under 1 minute. As soon as Mufeng finished speaking, he quickly closed his eyes and began to chant. Fire Element Skill Tree 6th Stage Evolution Technique 8 Desolations Burning Silence. In an instant, Mufeng's pupils burst forth with a fiery golden light. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a god of fire that reached the heavens and the earth as a colossal flame inscription slowly ascended. Wherever it passed, the wildly turbulent elemental energy in the surrounding space rapidly condensed. With their various attributes, they were devoured into this massive flame inscription, gradually enlarging its outline. However, ultimately, when this inscription rose nearly 100 meters above the battlefield void, a thunderous roar erupted. The complete inscription was thoroughly activated. All the surging elemental energy in the space was instantly assimilated into fire elements. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the Fire Ruins seal and you have cleared this instance. Time taken for the regular level 58 seconds. You have earned a reward of 200 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have refreshed the best record for clearing the 5 elements ruins in a duo. You have created a new instance clearing record. You have earned a breakthrough reward of 300 points. When the latest clearing record announcement appeared on the public screen, over 1,000 students watching the dual perspective livestream in the Forbidden Tower virtual space were completely stunned. Am I dreaming? Brothers, we cleared the old soil level difficulty of the 5 elements battlefield in 58 seconds? Is this even human? Bai Li Xiongfei was equally petrified upon seeing the announcement information on the virtual space public screen. No, this is absolutely impossible. This kid must have cheated. A newly arrived priest who has been in the Forbidden Tower for less than a day, and he managed to clear the old soil level difficulty of the 5 elements ruins battlefield in under a minute? Even a master couldn't do that. There must be a problem with the data. Seeing Bai Li Xiongfei frantically banging on the formation gate in front of the instance teleportation passage, Su Jinghong smiled brightly, her disdainful gaze fixed on the clownish Bai Li Xiongfei, filled with contempt. Those who do evil will meet their own demise. Bai Li Xiongfei, you are too ridiculous. Do you really think that Mu Feng, the strongest champion in history, is just a name? Do you know what his title is? Flame Emperor. In the face of the elemental energy battlefield space, he possesses an unparalleled advantage. It is not an exaggeration to say that with his performance just now, even if a mentor personally entered the arena, it would probably be no better. Now do you understand what it means that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people? Faced with Su Jinghong's extreme mockery, Bai Li Xiongfei was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with furious crimson. Impossible. How did he just do that? This kid must have something strange about him. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the public screen was completely blown up. In just 2 minutes, nearly 300 comments discussing this battle had been posted. This is killing me. Brothers, quickly switch to Bai Li Sr.'s record-clearing perspective. I laughed so hard I almost spit out my food. I really don't know what Bai Li Sr. is thinking, releasing his clearing video at this time. Isn't that self-humiliation? It was unclear which students suddenly popped up, leading a wave of commentary. In just 1 minute, the number of viewers for Bai Li Xiongfei's shared video surpassed 600. At this moment, the video, which was less than 10 minutes long, had reached 1.5 minutes in and in the first-person perspective of Bai Li Xiongfei's teammate, a level 76 priest with yellow hair. He had already been blown to a daze by the elemental explosion in the battlefield space. His clothes were tattered, and even his signature yellow hair had been blown to a charred black. Those who didn't know would think he had just crawled out of a coal Pile. Put. Who is this senior? I can't even see his face, it's just too funny. I won't watch this year's Spring Festival Gala without him. Is this a clown? Invited by a monkey? I don't remember our Forbidden Tower having such a funny senior. I remember now, he is Senior Bailey's junior, Huang Tong from the War God Academy, nicknamed Huang Lao Chi. I heard he's a toxic healer. No way? He's a healer too, just look at Junior Mukfang. This Huang is really pathetic. Isn't he? Just a pure lazy bum? Brothers, I wonder if this Huang has logged in. If he knows his glorious deeds have been shared by Senior Bailey, he might just go after him in a rage. This guy must be socially dead. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to return to the Forbidden Tower for the rest of my life. Little did they know, at that moment, Huang Tong was just waking up groggily from his cave. After practicing all night, he instinctively glanced at his phone screen as soon as he opened his eyes and immediately saw the public screen messages from the virtual battlefield, causing him to sit up abruptly. What's going on? Why is the public screen in the virtual battlefield discussing me? He quickly shook off his sleepiness and focused on the public screen, and the first thing he saw was the perspective of the Five Elements Ruins battlefield shared by Bailey Xiongfen, which made him curse loudly. Bailey, that bastard. Didn't he promise me he wouldn't share this clearing video? How dare he screw me over? What everyone didn't know was that Bailey Xiongfeng's record-breaking clearance last time was achieved by sacrificing his teammates. The three teammates he brought in had lower levels and lesser qualifications than him, so they all followed Bailey Xiongfeng's lead. In the end, he treated them like tools and sold them out as cannon fodder. Ultimately, Bailey Xiongfeng, by sheer luck, stumbled upon a teleportation passage in a corner of the battlefield ruins, which allowed him to barely clear the difficult Five Elements Ruins battlefield. At that time, the teammates had all agreed with Bailey Xiongfeng not to share this clearance record with anyone. After all, it was at the cost of their faces as awakened ones that he obtained this record. However, they never expected that Bailey Xiongfeng would take this as a topic to boast about his strength. He even bragged about his impressive achievements to Su Jinghong more than once. Previously, Su Jinghong thought Bailey Xiongfeng had some real skills, but she never expected he was just a flashy fraud, a thoroughly despicable little man. Originally, according to Bailey Xiongfeng's plan, with Mukfang's strength, he would be cleared out of the instance in no time, making it difficult for his comparison video to show a complete effect. Now, he had completely shot himself in the foot, not only offending the teammates he had worked with but also becoming the laughingstock of everyone, turning into a mere backdrop for Mukfang's stunning performance. Indeed, there is a gap even among geniuses. Even in the Forbidden Tower, not everyone can be called a true prodigy. Compared to Junior Mukfang, these seniors really are lacking. Exactly, especially Bailey Xiongfeng. He's simply a despicable little man. He wanted to screw over the new junior but ended up getting slapped in the face. It really gets my blood boiling. How can our male god junior from the Xiaoxiang Academy be compared to that sycophant of Senior Jinghong? Meanwhile, the three Forbidden Tower students exposed in the video immediately arrived at the instance's teleportation passage, each one roaring with rage. Bailey Xiongfeng, get your ass out here. How dare you betray your promise and screw us over? You must give us an explanation today. Su Jinghong saw that Bailey Xiongfeng's three clearing teammates had all come to confront him, and she couldn't help but chuckle, standing by calmly and quietly enjoying the show. Bailey Xiongfeng wished he could find a hole to hide in, quickly trying to appease them. Junior brothers, let me explain. Explain my ass. Today you must explain clearly on the public screen. I want you to tell everyone that it was you who plotted against the three of us, making us go to the energy active zone to attract hatred for you, which is why we ended up in such a predicament. If you don't clarify the misunderstanding and restore our reputation, this matter won't end today. Just at the moment when the situation was extremely awkward, suddenly in the space of the Five Elements Ruins battlefield where Mufeng was, the incredibly hot flame inscription suddenly merged into a hidden array pattern beneath his feet. Boom! With a loud noise, all the rocky ruins beneath Mufeng's feet collapsed, revealing a massive array inscription burning with flames, which began to attract the flame inscriptions that Mufeng was condensing in the void, continuously compressing and drawing closer. Mufeng decisively released his ultimate movement technique, escaping from the core of the danger zone, calmly watching the scene unfold before him. Oh no! Outside, Su Jinghong's expression suddenly changed wildly, as if he had thought of something. The old soil level of the Five Elements Ruins, I heard from my mentor that it seems to hide a special restriction. For decades, no student from the Forbidden Tower has ever opened this level. It is said that this Five Elements Ruins battlefield connects to the true ancient barrier, sealing unknown dangerous creatures within. Even master-level mentors find it difficult to suppress such ferocious beings. It's probably because Junior Mufeng's speed in clearing the level is too fast, and he inadvertently triggered the hidden mechanism by increasing the density of fire elements in the space with special means. This is troublesome. The teleportation channel that was supposed to appear has been covered by the special barriers array pattern. Now, even if he wants to escape the space, he probably can't do it. What should we do? As soon as Su Jinghong finished speaking, powerful seniors with high ranks also discovered this on the public screen live broadcast. This is bad. This kid triggered the hidden mechanism and is trapped inside. The old soil creation is terrifying beyond measure, far beyond what he can withstand. The person speaking had S-level authority, a senior from the Law God Academy, who succinctly revealed the danger of the current situation. What should we do? How do we stop this instance? Hurry and get Junior Mufong out. Feeling sorry for Junior Mufong for 5 seconds. It can't be that a new male god Junior is going to fall here, right? People from the Xiaoxiang Academy, hurry and contact the mentor. Meanwhile, in the battlefield space, Mufong also clearly sensed that something was wrong, his expression slightly serious. Yan Ji quickly spoke. Up, boss, I feel like some terrifying existence is about to awaken. The aura is so strong that we can't handle it right now. Mufong calmly replied, don't panic, let's assess the situation first. Crack. Another loud noise as two inscriptions perfectly fused in the void, forming an incredibly fierce flame totem. It turned out that these two inscriptions combined were the key to unlocking the barrier shackles of the fire passage in this 5 elements ruins battlefield. Once opened, the terrifying fire-based ancient beings sleeping in the fire passage would completely awaken. They might even directly manifest in this instance. Battlefield space. At that moment, a new information prompt appeared in the instance. Ding! Crisis alert, you have triggered the hidden mechanism of the old soil. Level difficulty in the 5 elements ruins battlefield. Triggered taboo clearance option, Spirit of the Vermilion Bird. This difficulty is extremely high risk, and it has detected that your current strength level is far from the required clearance level. It is recommended that you quickly leave the battlefield. Would you like to leave immediately? Countdown 10, 9, 8. Mufong fell into deep thought upon seeing the suddenly appeared option. The number of students from the Forbidden Tower watching the public screen had already reached 2,000. People were frantically outputting. Hurry and retreat. Junior, this is the last chance. If you don't retreat now, it will be too late. Please don't be foolish. Hurry and retreat, darling. Top scholar. My idol, I'm begging you. Retreat. Quickly. However, until the final countdown completely reached 0, all the students watching the livestream were utterly stunned. What's going on? A flurry of question marks filled the screen. He actually chose not to exit. Has he gone mad? Oh no. I'm losing my mind. Brothers, is he really throwing his life away? Once the barrier is opened, it means the battlefield is no longer a virtual space, but a real existing special barrier. It means if he encounters the spirit of the Vermilion Bird and his health is depleted, he will truly die permanently. No! In front of the teleportation portal, Su Jinghong no longer maintained her previous calm demeanor. She was completely broken. She helplessly clung to the barrier, tears shimmering in her eyes. Mufong, it's my fault. Why won't you come out? However, in stark contrast, on the other side of the barrier, Bai Li Xiangfei's maniacal laughter echoed. This seems to have nothing to do with me. Ginghong. It's this kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth and is seeking death. He can't blame anyone else. Oh, by the way, I should remind you that as the top student of your Xiaoxiang Academy, you are fully responsible for this kid's downfall. Based on my earlier judgment, he probably hasn't even looked at the completion guide, otherwise he would never lack this basic sense of crisis. You are the one who got him killed. Bai Li Xiangfei ruthlessly trampled on Su Jinghong's emotional defenses. He even wanted to seize this opportunity to completely destroy Su Jinghong's faith. That's right, if he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it completely. Through this incident, Bai Li Xiangfei also fully understood that being a sycophant was meaningless. Su Jinghong didn't regard him at all. Since that was the case, there was nothing to hold back. It was better to ruthlessly crush the future of this lofty top disciple of Xiaoxiang Academy. Meanwhile, above the clouds, the 7 brilliant pillars of light were lit almost simultaneously within a minute. The massive projections of the 7 deans of the Forbidden Tower became clear. How is this possible? 58 seconds to clear. How did this kid do it? It's simply unbelievable. Dean Ouyang of the Law God Academy adjusted his glasses, his face filled with shock. Beside him, the bearded Dean Zhou of the War God Academy roared angrily. He's simply unaware of the heights of heaven and earth. How dare he enter the old Earth level 5 elements ruins battlefield alone, inadvertently touch the restrictions, and foolishly refused the teleportation prompt? What does he want to do? The elderly woman on the right, who looked like a guidance director, sighed softly. This is troublesome. The old Earth level 5 elements ruins battlefield connects to the real ceiling barrier. This kid has now opened the barrier gate of the fire path. It won't be long before the fire elements in the surrounding space become the source of power to awaken the spirit of the Vermilion Bird. Once that old Earth divine beast's bloodline awakens, even a master-level expert won't be able to stop it. The elder at the center of the light pillars, Elder Tan, said with a serious expression. I remember that there were 6 people who sealed this barrier battlefield back then, including the head of the Forbidden Tower. The other 4 elders are also on the front lines of the battle pit and won't be able to return in a short time. Relying on myself alone, it is impossible to forcibly break into the battlefield and stop all of this. Nalan Xian's beautiful face rarely showed signs of anxiety. What should we do? Just watch my disciple fall on the battlefield? He was sent by senior sister Ning. If the teacher finds out about this, how will I explain it to him? The temper of the teacher is something everyone knows. Once he gets angry, the entire Forbidden Tower might face another major purge. Nalan Xian did not mean to threaten her fellow masters. However, she was too anxious at the moment, and her words were somewhat out of line. Nevertheless, the meaning she intended to convey was clearly heard by the several deans nearby. As they thought of the overwhelming might of that little demon child, they couldn't help but shiver, all gasping in unison. Let's wait and see. Nalan Jr. Sister, please remain calm. I have already pinpointed the exact coordinates of the fire passage in the yellow sand area outside the Forbidden Tower. Once we find the entrance to the passage, the 7 of us will join forces to break the formation and force our way into the instant space. Even if we can't suppress that vermilion bird spirit, as long as we release it and find a way to entangle it, we can always return to the Imperial capital for support. We will definitely be able to resolve this trouble. Nalan Xian let out a long sigh and nodded repeatedly, inwardly complaining. Oh, Jinghong, you are my most trusted student, and this time, you've really gotten me into a big mess. If Mufeng is really in trouble, you and I will never be able to advance in our cultivation for the rest of our lives. At that moment, while everyone outside was anxious, Mufeng remained calm as ever, feeling the incredibly powerful changes in the fire attribute around him. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted. The barrier passage was completely shattered. The fierce cracks that appeared at the center of the two inscriptions collapsed entirely. Then, from the deepest part below the passage, an immense flame light soared into the sky. Immediately, a sharp, earth-shattering cry resonated through the heavens. At the deepest part of the flames, the vermilion bird spirit, flapping its wings, slowly ascended, bathing in the raging flames. Is this the legendary divine beast, the vermilion bird? Even in the era of the old earth, it was still one of the top-tier life forms. Mufeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, reflecting the endless firelight around him, while his heart also stirred with a small shock. This was his first time witnessing a top-tier beast from the old earth era. The grand entrance of this divine beast made his blood boil. Yan Ji slowly spoke. No, this is far from the true vermilion bird divine beast. The so-called vermilion bird spirit is its reincarnated essence. Just like my current form, it is also a type of reincarnated body, and it seems that this vermilion bird spirit is still in the early stage of its reincarnated form. However, even so, its strength is far beyond what those so-called world bosses from the awakening era could compare to. If you don't believe me, boss, try observing its panel and see if you can discern any specific data. Mufeng agreed and decisively activated the insight skill in the name of light. However, the panel he saw left him speechless. All the data was in question marks. Mufeng suddenly recalled the scene when he first encountered that unicorn in the secret realm of the old earth level. At that time, there were also several related data points that were in the form of question marks. Once the strength of the target he was observing far exceeded his own by several times, it would surpass the limits of insight. For example, with Mufeng's current strength, trying to use the insight skill to probe someone like Old Wei, a peak 8-segment powerhouse, would naturally yield nothing. Judging by the overwhelming intensity of the vermilion bird spirit's aura, its strength must be at least level 250 or above. If compared to the awakeners of this era, its strength should be around the 8-segment level, at the very least a peak 7-segment master. It's a pity that the gap in strength between me and it is too great, otherwise, I would really want to conquer it and make it my guardian spirit. Yan Ji also sighed and said, I can't help it. My current growth is too low, and it's very difficult to suppress this phoenix spirit. If it were the old earth period, my true body could really descend into this era, and it would be no problem. Upon hearing this, Mufeng suddenly thought of the forbidden evolution form of the next stage in the fire skill tree. It should be able to perfectly bring Yan Ji's old earth body into this era. Unfortunately, the skill points required to complete further skill evolution had already reached the tens of millions, far beyond what Mufeng could currently bear. He could only sigh helplessly. Well, being greedy is not a good habit. Although we can't completely subdue this divine beast right now, I feel that there is a chance to take a good advantage of it. If you were to devour its source of flame power, what benefits would it bring you? Yan Ji's eyes suddenly lit up, excitedly asking. Naturally, it would bring many benefits. Although I am the god of fire, controlling all flames in the world, the phoenix is a beast spirit, not the same kind of life form as me. If I am the strongest flame ruler among humans, then the phoenix is the king of fire among beastkind. Theoretically, we were at the same power level in the old earth period. If I could devour a part of its source flame, perhaps I could advance my strength even further. Upon hearing this, Mufeng immediately laughed. Then it's easy. This guy should just have revived, and its strength is far from its peak. Now is the time for me to cut off its source of flame and help you absorb its true fire. This is also the only way for us to leave the battlefield. Yan Ji suddenly froze, asking in disbelief. Boss, you can't be joking, right? This is the flame of the phoenix spirit. You shouldn't be able to interrupt its devouring rhythm at all. If you're not careful, you might completely evaporate your physical body, and even I can't protect you. But Mu Feng didn't care at all, laughing as he said, "When have I ever let you down? Look closely." In the next moment, Mu Feng instantly began to chant, soaring in the name of light. Two pairs of angelic wings materialized, lifting his body into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters above the ground, the same level as the phoenix spirit. Then Mu Feng took out his exquisite staff, continuously applying 8 enhancement skills on himself. Using the Holy Spring skill in the name of light, he instantly replenished all his consumption. This series of actions completely stunned the students of the Forbidden Tower watching from the outside. What? This guy must be cheating, right? He actually applied 8 buffs to himself in just a few dozen seconds. His attributes nearly doubled. How is that possible? Does he release skills without any consumption? I didn't see him take any potions, just casually chanting like that. It's too ridiculous. Could it be that he really intends to confront this phoenix spirit head-on? He really isn't afraid of death. At such a close distance, even a master wouldn't dare to approach recklessly, right? That's the true fire of a divine beast. Just a slight touch would turn to ashes. The students of the Forbidden Tower were completely blown away. They knew that to qualify as a member of this Forbidden Tower, they were considered the proud sons of heaven among their peers, even geniuses. But compared to Mu Feng at this moment, everyone felt they were far inferior. Even some SS-level seniors who hadn't logged into the virtual battlefield for a long time lit up their names, logging in to join the watching team. Mu Feng? I haven't heard of any family in the Eastern Dragon Empire with that name. Not a bad kid, causing such a big stir on the first day in the Forbidden Tower, daring to confront a divine beast spirit alone? Interesting. This isn't the third-ranked genius of recent times, the Xianzun young master, is it? The last time you logged in should have been 3 years ago, and you've actually shown up. All the old buddies are out, huh? It seems this newcomer named Mu Feng is indeed extraordinary, even stirring up you top geniuses of the Forbidden Tower. How could it not stir things up? My mentor just donned the epic battle armor sealed for 100 years, and it seems they want to unite the deans of various academies to save this kid, but I don't think it's necessary. Indeed, I seem to sense a terrifying power brewing within this kid. He might have a way to suppress the spirit of this divine beast. At this moment, 7 or 8 SS level accounts from the top echelon of the Forbidden Tower were speaking simultaneously in a private group chat. Each of them came from the most elite chambers within the Forbidden Tower. They represented the strongest student forces remaining in the Forbidden Tower, enjoying the highest authority aside from the mentors. Even the chief disciples of various academies had no right to interfere with their actions. These individuals were known as the 10 Directions of the Forbidden Tower, and they had all appeared for Mu Feng's battle. Boom! On the battlefield, when the spirit of the Vermilion Bird and Mu Feng opened their eyes simultaneously and gazed at each other, Mu Feng suddenly erupted in fury, his aura becoming violently intense, letting out a hysterical shout. Taboo elemental limit. In an instant, Mu Feng's mental power, reaching 18,000 points, rapidly ignited. The crimson golden flames in his eyes transformed into 2 beams of light that tore through the void of the battlefield. The next moment, a massive old Earth-level elemental formation projected into the sky. 7 elements converged simultaneously. At the center of this formation, emanating a terrifyingly domineering aura, the rules of this world began to tremble as the power of the formation continuously strengthened. Look, what is that? What terrifying power of the formation? This is actually a skill chanted by a first-tier priest. Don't scare me. What on earth is happening in this world? Has the top scholar reached such an outrageous level? A first-tier healer can chant a 9th tier taboo divine art. This is the true genius. The 10 Directions of the Forbidden Tower, which have been silent for many years, will probably be reshuffled because of Mu Feng's arrival. Tremble, geniuses of the Forbidden Tower, feel the storm of my husband Mu Feng that overturns everything. Calm down upstairs, that's my husband, you have to stand behind the dog. The public screen was almost in chaos. The female students from various academies were at odds, vying for a place in Mu Feng's harem. Meanwhile, those top-tier beauties with S-level authority who rarely spoke were quietly observing every move on the battlefield. Soon, the taboo elemental limit was finally completed. The dazzling formation halo in the void descended in the next second, empowering the staff that Mu Feng held high towards the sky. It was as if it lit up the holy grail that dispelled the darkness of the world. At this moment, Mu Feng transformed into the absolute master of all elemental powers. All elemental attributes in the space crazily gathered before Mu Feng under his guidance. What's happening? I can't see. It seems there's a problem with your screen projection. No, this kid seems to have absorbed the light element too. What kind of terrifying taboo skill is this? It's too outrageous. No, look quickly. The flames surrounding the spirit of the Vermilion Bird seem to be converging towards him. He really interrupted the resurrection and devouring of the Vermilion Bird spirit. Unbelievable. I dare say this kid will definitely become an 8th tier or even a legendary 9th tier in the future. Roar! the spirit of the vermilion bird completely went berserk. Originally, the flame source meant for its own revival was completely transformed into the power devoured by Mufong at this moment, watching helplessly as its life-sustaining energy was plundered by this humble human in front of it. The spirit of the vermilion bird let out a frantic roar, attempting to unleash its terrifying divine abilities to suppress Mufong. However, in the next moment, it discovered an incredibly powerful ice barrier surrounding its body. Indeed, at this moment, Mufong had become the absolute master of all elements in space. With just a thought, he could split a portion of elemental power into pure ice attribute power, forming a barrier that isolated the attacks of the vermilion bird spirit. This was the unmatched strength of the 9-segment forbidden skill. Now's the time. Hurry up and devour, girl. Yan-ji had completely lost her mind. She could sense the ocean-like flames around her surging towards Mufeng's body. How could Mufong withstand the source of the vermilion bird spirit? It wouldn't be long before he would explode from energy overload. Yan-ji had to come and devour it. In an instant, Yan-ji unleashed her full power, beginning to frantically consume the purest flame source of the vermilion bird spirit. At the same time, Mufong summoned the crimson flame giant dragon, standing by his side, accompanying Yan-ji in the devouring. In the blink of an eye, the continuous flow of flame power strengthened their life essence. Yan-ji's body was visibly expanding at an incredible speed. From her original 1.5-meter lowly form, she completely transformed into a full-fledged mature woman in front of Mufong, reaching a height of 1.75 meters. Waist-length long hair and perfectly curvy lines slowly formed at that moment. Ah! Mufong looked at such a perfect fiery figure. The close-up expansion and evolution made him involuntarily restless. He quickly turned his head away from Yan-ji and looked at the crimson flame giant dragon. Instead, what the hell? How come you're getting lively too? Mufeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the crimson flame giant dragon. Its originally crimson surface had turned into a golden red color identical to the wings of the vermilion bird. Even its life essence had undergone a complete transformation and evolution. Incredible, the growth effect from the crimson flame absorption is even more pronounced than that of Yan-ji. So that's how it is. The vermilion bird spirit truly represents the supreme form of the ancient fire beast clan. Its flame source power can bring unimaginable transformation and enhancement to all ancient fire-type beings. This time, I've really struck gold. The strength of the two of them advancing further means that the overall power of my fire-type competitive data will significantly increase. Sure enough, as Mufeng's wave of soul-limiting forbidden techniques played out perfectly, the threat posed by the vermilion bird spirit continuously diminished. As Mufeng's mental energy was about to be exhausted, the originally frenzied aura of the vermilion bird spirit quickly waned. Indeed, without sufficient power to support it, it would fall into a deep sleep in a very short time. Originally, if it were facing other top-tier beings, even if it broke through the fire passage, the vermilion bird could still compensate by devouring other spatial elements. But now, Mufong had directly drained all the elemental reserves in the entire space, leaving it with no power to absorb. After all that, the vermilion bird spirit had awakened to find itself alone. It would have been better off continuing to sleep. Coming out for a stroll and doing nothing had only benefited others. Roar! The furious vermilion bird spirit returned once more to the depths of the fire passage. As it left, it surprisingly spoke human words, sending out a soul transmission. Kid, I remember you. Don't let me see you again, or in the future, I will definitely devour you completely. However, upon hearing his transmission, before Mufong could speak, the now completely transformed fiery goddess Yan-ji merely let out a cold snicker, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. With you, do you think you can compete with my master? After saying this, Yan-ji suddenly waved her hand. Boom! With a loud explosion, another towering flame laser erupted. It directly struck the wings of the vermilion bird spirit, instantly piercing through one of its wings. What? The public screen barrage exploded once again. Countless question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen simultaneously. Isn't that Mufeng's summoned spirit? How did it become so terrifying? With a single strike, it heavily injured the vermilion bird spirit? What kind of monster is this? As expected, a monster's partner can only be an even more monstrous existence. I can't handle this. I can't handle this, brothers. I'm withdrawing first. Next time I see Mufong in the Forbidden Tower, I must bow to him. Shock gradually turned into teasing and self-deprecation as the students of the Forbidden Tower were completely overturned in their understanding. Indeed, this guy single-handedly illustrated what a true monster is, a true peak talent. In just 58 seconds, he completed the basic task of the old Earth Level 5 Elements Ruins battlefield. Then, under the revival of the vermilion bird spirit in the fire passage, he suppressed it. He not only emerged unscathed but became even stronger. Where can one argue against this? It's likely that even the 7 grandmasters of the academies could not achieve such a level. Yet, it was accomplished by Mufong, a newcomer to the Forbidden Tower on his very first day. Such an unprecedented miracle could no longer be described as shocking. It was simply a soul-stirring phenomenon akin to the creation of the world. Perhaps from today onward, within the Forbidden Tower, the name Mufong would be known to all. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Forbidden Challenge of the 5 Elements Ruins Battlefield. Reward points 800. Mufong finally stretched his body. This trip to the 5 Elements Ruins Battlefield earned him a total of 1,300 points, adding the 800 points from the previous bet with by Li Xiongfei. 2,000 points were just credited. It wasn't until the Vermilion Bird Spirit escaped through the underground passage and the seal of the fire passage was closed again that the battlefield finally returned to calm. How is this possible? Outside the teleportation passage, Bai Li Xiongfei was completely dumbfounded, collapsing weakly to his knees in front of the passage, while at this moment, Su Jinghong, who had been in despair, gradually regained her composure. In fact, her heart had truly gone on a roller coaster ride, from initial regret to despair after Mufong touched the Forbidden Challenge, and then to shock upon witnessing him single-handedly turn the tide. Su Jinghong would never forget this day, the unprecedented soul impact Mufong brought her. And now she could finally let out a long breath, striding over to Bai Li Xiongfei, who was kneeling on the ground, and coldly said, "It's time to fulfill your promise." Bai Li Xiongfei slowly raised his head like a desperate clown, seemingly wanting to say something. Before he could speak, Su Jinghong coldly interrupted, "Hurry up. Give me your character card. I want to take your points. This is what you lost to Junior Mufong. Let's see how you dare to deny it." "That's right, quickly give him the points." The one saying this was none other than the 3 teammates who had previously teamed up with Bai Li Xiongfei. Even they turned against him, fully supporting Su Jinghong. To be precise, they were supporting Mufong. Bai Li Xiongfei suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen, and he let out a desperate, bitter laugh, ultimately handing over his character card. Su Jinghong swiftly took out the entire balance of 820 points from his card and then harshly threw the character card back at Bai Li Xiongfei's face, coldly saying, "Remember your promise. From now on, when you see anyone from our Shaoxiang Academy, just take a detour." Clown. With those last 2 words, Su Jinghong felt a surge of joy as he stepped over the collapsed Bai Li Xiongfei and headed off into the distance. The 3 teammates beside him inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction as they coldly mocked Bai Li Xiongfei's clownish behavior while humming their own tunes and leaving. Meanwhile, the defeated Bai Li Xiongfei's expression suddenly darkened as he coldly stared at the image of Mufong clearing the level on the screen in the corridor and spoke. "It's all your fault. Mufong, you brought me to this point. I will never let you off so easily. Do you really think the Bai Li family has no foundation? I will make you understand that no matter how talented you are, without a foundation or family support in the Forbidden Tower, you are nothing but an ant." Boom! Suddenly, with a loud rumble, a gap appeared in the sky above the 5 Elements Ruins battlefield, leading to the outside world. Immediately, 7 figures, fast as lightning, descended to the ground. However, they just happened to see Mufong arriving at another sealed passage in the battlefield. "My little ancestor, what are you up to now?" Nalan Xian's voice was almost in tears as he hurriedly waved to the sky. Mufong was directly pulled to the front of the 7 living deans, and he awkwardly smiled at them. "7 deans, why are you all here together? Something's off. It seems there's no instance passage here." "You didn't break the barrier to come in, did you?" "I just finished my instance task. Nothing happened outside, right?" Nalan Xian and the other 6 deans exchanged glances, all with ellipses floating above their heads. Zhou Dehuzi burst into laughter, saying, "You're quite impressive, huh? You actually refreshed the clearing record in less than a minute and triggered the seal of the fire passage, releasing the spirit of the Vermilion Bird. What's even more outrageous is that not only did you not die, but you also sent that guy back. It's really a bit exaggerated. Are you really just a first-tier priest?" Seeing Dehuzi's increasingly disbelieving expression, Mufong shrugged and innocently replied, "Isn't that so? But compared to other priests, my functionality should be a bit higher." This wave of humble bragging from Mufong immediately sparked another explosive response from the students watching outside. Almost 100 messages flooded in, all tagging that Bai Li Xiongfei's blonde priest teammate. Little did they know, this blonde guy had just returned to his cave and, upon seeing the screen filled with messages tagging him, nearly cried out loud, "Damn it, Bai Li Xiongfei, I really want to kill you. You've really ruined me this time. How am I supposed to face people in the future? As a priest, I actually became a backdrop for a first-tier newbie. Where can I complain about this?" Elder Tan's sharp gaze fixed on Mufong, and he quickly asked, "Young man, you just used the enlightenment technique, right?" Mufong smiled with clear eyes and nodded. "That's right, Elder Tan, you truly have a discerning eye." The old man quickly widened his eyes and pressed on. "Could it be the 9th-tier forbidden divine technique in the enlightenment technique, elemental extremity?" Mufong still smiled with clear eyes and nodded. "Exactly, just a trivial skill." Put. As soon as Mufong said this, not only the students on the public screen but also the 7 mentors in front of him nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This kid wasn't just low-key, he was really showing off. But there was nothing they could do about it, which was truly infuriating. Everyone felt the same way. But at this moment, facing Mu Feng's seemingly harmless expression, each mentor wished they could swallow him whole. Elder Tan immediately smiled and spoke. Little friend, you truly have exceptional talent. I, an old man, have some research on the Enlightenment Tree, how about it? Before he could finish speaking, Nalan Xin exploded. With a thunderous roar, an incredibly violent energy erupted from him as he coldly said, Old Tan, that vice president of yours. The old man was instantly silenced for 10 minutes. Indeed, Nalan Fairy had once again activated her berserk mode of 1 against 6. The other directors trembled in fear, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of poaching. Nalan Xin then cleared his throat, his voice loud, yet still feigning aloofness as he said, let's go. No matter what, you are still a student of my Shaoxiang Academy. Although, this time you have achieved an unprecedented and impressive record, overpowering the new students of the other 6 academies all by yourself. As your mentor, I still have to criticize you a bit. In the future, be a little more low-key. Even if you are powerful and exceptionally talented, you cannot be too proud. Do you understand? After Nalan Xin finished speaking, all 6 mentors fell silent. Damn! Truly worthy of Shaoxiang Academy, both the big and small are of the same caliber. This ability to flaunt is extraordinarily strong, simply infuriating. Mu Feng then smoothly took the opportunity, grinning as he said, got it, mentor. In that case, I won't continue to clear the levels. As soon as Mu Feng said this, all 7 mentors stared at him in confusion, their heads filled with question marks. What's going on? Continue clearing levels? Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Mu Feng smiled and pointed to the sky, saying, I seem to have made some special discoveries just now. When I unleashed the elemental limit, all the elemental energies in the space simultaneously transformed into their strongest forms. At that time, aside from the fire passage, the inscriptions of the other 4 passages should have also become loose. I originally planned to take a break and continue challenging the other 4 passages to see all those divine beast spirits, but since you all shattered the instance space, we can only talk about it next time. As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, the shattered 5 elements ruins battlefield space fell silent. All that could be seen were the 7 mentors in front of him, each with a look of disbelief. As for what happened next, the students in the public screen could not see. After about 15 minutes, the virtual space issued an announcement. Emergency announcement. At all members, starting today, the top-level difficulty instance of the Forbidden Tower 5 Elements Ruins will be indefinitely closed for clearing tasks at the Old Earth level. At the same time, the qualification to clear this instance below the Forbidden Ruins must be personally approved by the 7 Academy directors to enter. Each time this instance is opened at the Forbidden Ruins difficulty, at least 1 senior with S-level authority or above must lead the team, with a total number of no less than 3 people. Once this message was sent out, the students on the public screen erupted once again. What surprised everyone even more was that this emergency announcement was sent out 7 times in a row. Each academy's director logged into their private accounts and forwarded it in real time. Such a display could be said to be the first of its kind in decades at the Forbidden Tower. The students went completely crazy. Brothers, now do you understand what it means to go against the heavens? From now on, don't you dare call yourself a monster in front of me. Whoever dares to call themselves a monster, go fight Mu Feng. Exactly, I support the senior statement above. I think the rankings of the 10 directions of the Forbidden Tower should also change. Even a powerful existence like Mu Feng hasn't entered the ranks of the 10 directions. What's the point of this ranking? That's right, I see that the 10 directions have been silent for so many years. They are all just names without substance. Each of them has been studying in the academy for over 10 years, and none have made a stir like Junior Mu Chen. Yet they are called top monsters? Exactly. Speaking of which, this time Mu Feng's commotion was so great that even the rules of the Forbidden Tower's instance were temporarily rewritten because of him. It would only be reasonable to elevate his rank to S level. I support the senior above. Our Shaoxiang Academy has produced such an extraordinary talent, he must be nurtured with special attention. I think S level is far from enough, let's directly promote him to SS level. Anyway, I heard he has already moved into a cave dwelling. Although his current rank is still B level, he is already being trained at S level standards. I think we should just make him the chief of Shaoxiang Academy. How can that be? The chief is my goddess, Senior Dinghong. No matter how amazing Mu Feng is, he can't replace my goddess's position in my heart. Get lost, simps. The students in the virtual system's public screen were still discussing, reminiscing about the miraculous performance that shocked everyone. As for Mu Feng himself, after leaving the 7 deans, he headed straight for his cave dwelling. Next, he needed to settle down, take a short break, and prepare for the upcoming expedition to the battle cave, which was the real priority. However, just as he returned to the entrance of his cave, he saw Senior Su Jinghong looking complex and somewhat reserved, seemingly waiting there for a long time. Senior, what brings you here? Mu Feng greeted her with a smile. The next moment, Su Jinghong could no longer hold back her tears and rushed into Mu Feng's embrace. Mu Feng was momentarily frozen. Women really do affect my chanting speed. I I came to apologize. Seeing Su Jinghong's remorseful and shy expression, Mufeng smiled lightly and shook his head. Actually, I already knew. You wanted to break through your strength limitations by seeking dual cultivation with someone. It's not just you, it seems even our mentor Nalan has encountered such a bottleneck. I completely understand. There's no need to mention the instance anymore. If it weren't for your invitation, I wouldn't have gained so many benefits. After saying this, Mufeng deliberately showed his character card, smiling as he added, I just returned from the 7 deans and have already earned enough points. As for the bet with Bailey Xiongfeng, it was just a farce. After saying this, Mufeng didn't hesitate and turned to step into his cave dwelling. He only wanted to resolve the misunderstandings from before and help this chief senior untangle her heart. At this stage, Mufeng had never considered matters between men and women, nor did he want to waste more energy on such things. Seeing Mufeng's carefree demeanor, Su Jinghong felt much of her earlier turmoil dissipate. At the same time, she seemed to develop a greater fondness for this easygoing junior, smiling at his back and couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, what kind of heavenly beauty would be worthy of such an outstanding man? Someone like me is probably still far from that. Unbeknownst to her. At the same time, Bailey Xiongfeng stormed into the office area of the War God Academy's dean, burning with rage. He didn't even bother to knock, bursting in and kneeling on the ground with a thud. Mentor, I report that someone has violated the rules of the Forbidden Tower and privately traded points. The student is the victim. Please take charge, teacher. After this foolishly indignant declaration, he slammed his head against the ground, not even seeing who was in the room, striking a pose of grievance. The bearded Joe was also dumbfounded, glancing at Bailey Xiongfeng and coldly reprimanding, get your body up. Sure enough, when Bailey Xiongfeng looked up, he was immediately frightened by the scene before him, gasping in shock. In the office, there were actually 5 deans gathered, including Nalan Xin. Bailey Xiongfeng's face twitched and he suddenly became somewhat incoherent. He didn't know whether he should report Mufeng to the others in such a solemn setting. However, since he was already there, he was definitely in a difficult position. Zhou Dehuzi coldly reprimanded him. What kind of demeanor is this? If you have something to say, just say it. Bailey Xiongfeng shivered and finally steeled himself, gritting his teeth and speaking up. It's like this. I report that the 2 students from Shoushang Academy, Mufeng and Su Jinghong, have violated the rules of the Forbidden Tower. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Dehuzi's expression changed dramatically. He immediately cast a glance at Nalan Xin, who was sitting not far away. Seeing that she was not angry but instead wore a smile, he hurriedly tried to stop Bailey Xiongfeng from continuing his nonsense, but Nalan Xin preemptively took the lead. Oh, Bailey, why don't you tell us what rules these 2 from Shoushang Academy have broken? Rest assured, if this matter is true, with so many deans present, I, Nalan Xin, will not cover for them and will definitely punish them severely. Upon hearing this, Bailey Xiongfeng's eyes lit up, feeling secretly pleased. Now it's settled. I was worried that Nalan Xin would protect him, but with so many deans here, she has no grounds for favoritism. I really am a genius. Then, Bailey Xiongfeng, full of spirit, raised his head and exaggeratedly recounted how Mufeng and Su Jinghong had made a bet and privately traded points. Nalan Xin couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. I didn't expect, Bailey, that you are quite upright. To uphold the rules of the Forbidden Tower, you even implicated yourself. Bailey Xiongfeng, seeing Nalan Xin's enchanting demeanor at that moment, was momentarily lost in thought, almost losing his composure. One must know that with his cultivation and composure, how could he withstand Nalan Xin's natural charm? If he continued to talk with this woman, he feared his heart would collapse. However, Nalan Xin didn't give him a chance to sink further. Slap! A loud slap suddenly struck Bailey Xiongfeng's face from afar. He was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground like a stray dog, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his health instantly reduced by 80%, leaving him dazed and stunned. Nalan, mentor, you. Nalan Xin's gaze suddenly sharpened, and Bailey Xiongfeng, not knowing what kind of method he had fallen victim to, was instantly silenced, unable to utter a word. Then, Nalan Xin's eyes sparkled as she turned to Zhou Dehuzi with a smile. Dean Zhou, your student doesn't follow the rules and dares to slander my students in front of all the deans. I am merely giving him a small punishment that shouldn't be considered overstepping, right? Zhou Dehuzi, who was already Nalan Xin's sycophant, quickly laughed in agreement. Of course. It's all my failure to educate him properly. This kid has the audacity to slander someone from Shoushang Academy. He must not know that Mufeng just returned with a full haul, earning a total of 5,000 points. How could he possibly covet his meager gains? Bailey Xiongfeng, lying on the ground, was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. However, the next moment, before he could fully comprehend the situation, slap! A shadow flashed before him again. This time it was Zhou Dehuzi delivering a slap. Nalan Xin had struck his right cheek, and now Zhou Dehuzi added a bloody handprint to his left cheek. The timing was just right, reducing Bailey Xiongfeng's health to a mere 1%, truly turning him into a dead dog. You useless thing. You achieve nothing and only cause trouble. Do you think we, as mentors, are blind to what you do in the virtual space? You, a senior who has been in the Forbidden Tower for 10 years, not only fail to support your juniors but actually go out of your way to make things difficult for a newcomer who has just entered the Forbidden Tower for a day. Fortunately, Mu Feng is a rare talent and did not really face a crisis. Otherwise, even if the head of the Bailey family came personally today, you wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Get back to your cave. You are grounded for 3 months and all your student privileges during this period are revoked, with no eligibility for any supplies. Reflect on your actions. If you dare to provoke other academies and slander them again, don't blame me for expelling you from the Forbidden Tower. Zhou Dehuzi's cold reprimand made by Li Xiangfei feel a darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself sent back to the entrance of the cave. This is absolutely ridiculous. What is this all about? I came to report a complaint, and not only did I lose, but I also got slapped twice and punished? By Li Xiangfei's mindset exploded. He recalled what his mentor had just said, took out his character card, and discovered that the points he had originally transferred to Su Jinghong had somehow returned to his card. After all this, the fool turned out to be me? Looking at the 2 bloody marks on his face, Bai Li Xiangfei was filled with rage. Good for you, Mu Feng. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Just you wait. The humiliation of today, I will repay tenfold. Meanwhile, just back in the cave, Mu Feng received a message on his phone screen, which was a private message from senior Su Jinghong. Mu Feng clicked to see that it was a picture of Bai Li Xiangfei lying on the floor of Zhou Dehuzi's office, with 2 miserable handprints on his face, looking utterly disheveled. It was obvious that this was a screenshot taken from Nalan Xian's first-person perspective, shared with her 2 precious students. Yanji jumped beside Mu Feng, sharing the fun, unable to hold back her laughter. This guy really is a victim of his own misdeeds. He wanted to trap us, but unexpectedly, boss, you were 1 step ahead and made precautions, turning him into the clown. Now it's good. I'm afraid no one in the entire Forbidden Tower will want to walk alongside Bai Li Xiangfei anymore. Mu Feng smiled nonchalantly and put away his phone. We don't need to waste energy on such characters. However, Mentor Nalan just fought for this great benefit for me. It truly is a timely reign. A full 5,000 Forbidden Tower points will completely meet the requirements for the Battle Cave. The remaining 3,000 points should be used to buy some enhancement stones or similar resources to upgrade the level of my black armor equipment. Mu Feng had just gained a thorough understanding of the equipment enhancement mechanism from several deans. Coincidentally, his top-tier cave already had various functions like online trading and equipment enhancement, which is the advantage of a top-tier Forbidden Tower cave. He could meet all his cultivation needs without leaving home. Mu Feng quickly took Yen Ji to the first floor hall of the villa, where a huge virtual light screen in the center of the hall served as the central system to meet various functional needs. Mu Feng immediately revealed a satisfied smile. No wonder those powerful students with S-level and above permissions in the Forbidden Tower rarely appear in front of others. They can enjoy various services just by staying in their caves, which is incredibly convenient. Then, Mu Feng activated the virtual system template, scanned his character card, and entered the functional interface. 5,000 Forbidden Tower points. Let's take out 3,000 to exchange for enhancement materials and see how much I can improve the attributes of this black armor. With that thought, Mu Feng took off his set of equipment and placed it in the corresponding enhancement function area. Using 3,000 points, I exchanged for exactly 30 low-level enhancement stones. These enhancement stones can be used to enhance equipment below level 3. Of course, only equipment of legendary quality or lower can be enhanced. With these ordinary stones, the higher the quality of the equipment, the lower the probability of successful enhancement. Ding! Detected that the black armor set has a high quality. Do you want to use low-level enhancement stones for enhancement? Without hesitation, Mu Feng chose to confirm. Enhancing for you. Bang! 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 The sound of mechanical metal colliding soon followed. Moments later, Mu Feng saw his black armor set in the enhancement space burst forth with a brilliant dark golden light. Ding! 30 low-level enhancement stones consumed. Current equipment enhancement level is 3. Mu Feng immediately showed a look of great joy. The entire set of black armor had been upgraded to level 3, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. It should be noted that for high-quality equipment like this black armor, the probability of successful enhancement was only 50%. 6 pieces of armor with 30 enhancement stones, all enhanced to level 3, was already a good probability. Taking out the armor. Again, Yen Ji's eyes lit up. Boss, hurry up and wear it to experience it. This black armor set seems to have been given a special amplification effect. Sure enough, after Mu Feng re-equipped it, he was astonished to find that his total health had actually approached 50,000. Not bad. This black armor set is indeed very convenient for me right now. Although its quality isn't peak, the attributes it provides have completely met my current needs. As a level 60 priest, my rank is still at 1 segment and I haven't completed the promotion task, yet my health exceeds 48,000. This is definitely a strength that other awakeners of the same profession find hard to reach. Yen Ji nodded excitedly. Now, boss, your safety in the battle pit will greatly increase, and with me around, you won't encounter any danger. Mu Feng looked at Yanji, who had grown into a true mature woman, and smiled with great satisfaction. For the next week, Mu Feng stayed steadily in his cave. Occasionally, he would receive private messages from senior sister Ginghong to chat, while also helping Mu Feng deepen his understanding of the various systems of the Forbidden Tower. In addition, the only thing Mu Feng did was to comprehensively gather various intelligence on the front lines of the battle pit. On the day he cleared the Five Elements Ruins battlefield, Mu Feng received extremely complete information about the various areas of the battle pit from Nalan Xin. He finally understood that the battle pit was more like a transit station between Blue Star and various outer domain battlefields, not just a simple garrison of a single hostile force. It was a very complex and vast alien battlefield that accommodated dozens or even hundreds of groups. Mutual killings and resource competition were secondary. The real purpose was to provide a remote chessboard for various outer domain civilizations to engage in strategic games. Furthermore, according to the confidential information, the space where the battle pit is located had a very important strategic role during the Old Earth era. However, since that was tens of thousands of years ago, what the battle pit itself meant has become less known. As for the Forbidden Tower, it occupies the northeastern territory of the battle pit's outer ring, where a large-scale safe zone base has been established. Due to its very special geographical location, the spatial energy condensed in this part of the battlefield is quite enormous, often leading to the revival of terrifying beings from ancient epochs, and it also becomes an important node for unknown forces of outer domain civilizations to land in the battle pit. Therefore, the exploration difficulty of this battlefield is quite high, but it also comes with greater opportunities. Mu Feng could hardly wait to explore this brand new battlefield. After all, this is a true battlefield in a foreign land. Once the health points reach zero, it means a real fall. It is absolutely incomparable to the virtual battlefield projections within the Forbidden Tower. Mu Feng is well aware that only through such genuine life and death crises can awakeners grow faster. Finally, the day has come. Mu Feng arrived at the 7th day of the Forbidden Tower. A total of 80 elite students from the same batch gathered in front of the war pit's teleportation passage. At the back of the crowd, when Mu Feng, clad in black armor, strode confidently into the sight of everyone, these equally outstanding students of the Forbidden Tower began to stir. Look, that's Mu Feng, the new top scholar from Xiaoshan Garden. The genius boy who just suppressed the spirit of the vermilion bird a few days ago. No way, he's so handsome? I only saw a screenshot of him on the public screen before. It wasn't clear. I didn't expect him to have such charisma in person. He's simply the #1 male god of the Forbidden Tower. I heard that to join the war pit training, you have to be in the Forbidden Tower for at least 6 months. This kid has only been here for a week and has already qualified to go to the war pit. That's too exaggerated. Don't compare. How can someone like Mu Feng, a prodigy, be measured by us ordinary geniuses? Exactly, the so-called genius is just the threshold to meet Mu Feng. Mu Feng, can I take a picture with you? Among the ranks, a young female student from the first Forbidden Tower eagerly ran over, smiling as she leaned on Mu Feng's shoulder for a close photo. This top social butterfly-like image immediately reminded Mu Feng of a name, Ling Yao. It seemed that seeing Mu Feng not refuse, several other female students quickly ran out from different directions in the line, imitating her, and soon surrounded Mu Feng. What are you all doing? At that moment, on the other side of the teleportation passage, 3 figures radiating a chilling aura appeared before the students immediately. Spotting Mu Feng surrounded by the female students, the leading instructor, with a deep scar etched on his face, frowned slightly, stomped his foot, and a violent pressure instantly swept through, scattering Mu Feng and the surrounding female students. Only Mu Feng remained steady, unaffected in the slightest. Instead, the nearby fans felt a wave of dizziness in their mental energy and dared not act recklessly anymore. It seems that the quality of the elite students recruited by the Forbidden Tower this year is really getting worse. You actually treat the war pit as a joke. Has your mentor or dean not educated you about the dangers of the war pit? The foreign civilizations stationed there, along with the bases of various countries, have long coveted the rich resources of our Eastern Dragon Empire, and the war could break out at any moment. If you all continue to be so lazy and recklessly enter the battlefield, you are just sending yourselves to death. The leading instructor's sharp gaze locked onto Mu Feng as he slowly approached, coldly reprimanding everyone. Do you really think that achieving a little success allows you to act recklessly? Do you know that among the most renowned students of the 10 directions in the Forbidden Tower, 2 elite students have already fallen on the front lines of the war pit? Upon hearing this, the remaining dozens of proud students were all stunned. How is that possible? Aren't the 10 directions known as the strongest batch of awakeners in the younger generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire? How could they fall so easily? That's right, I've heard that some of them have already stepped into the Master Realm, which is considered the peak among students. However, the leading instructor snorted coldly, mocking them. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Soon you will truly feel how cruel this world is. I can guarantee that out of the 80 of you, no more than half will return alive. Now, if you want to withdraw, it's not too late. As soon as the instructor said this, the surroundings fell silent. It was clear that the students truly felt the spread of fear. Only Mufong remained calm, suddenly looking at the buzzcut instructor and smiling as he asked, "Instructor, you must be one of the leaders at the front line of the Forbidden Tower, right? Are you escorting us to the front line base this time?" The instructor snorted coldly. "Escort you to the base? Dream on. The teleportation array behind me will randomly drop you to the front line of the battle pit. You will appear at any location within an 80,000-mile radius of the base. If you're lucky, you'll land directly in the base's safe zone. If you're a bit unlucky, you might end up at the edge of the area, tens of thousands of miles away from the safe zone, where you could encounter attacks from various battle pit forces or even ancient creatures that have revived." "What? Afraid of dying? Withdrawing now would be your best choice." The instructor stared coldly at Mufong, seemingly unfriendly from the start. However, Mufong remained indifferent, offering no response. Finally, when the power of the teleportation array was fully activated, the buzzcut instructor shouted, "Now everyone scan your character cards, deduct 2,000 points, and step into the array in order to complete your respective clearance tasks. The time limit is 15 days. No matter what random task you receive, if you fail to complete it within 15 days, it will be considered a failure in the Battle Pit Challenge, and you will not receive any merit rewards." As soon as he finished speaking, the students complied, each deducting 2,000 points. The instructor seemed particularly focused on Mufong, glancing at his character card before sneering. "A priest? Are you sure you want to act alone?" Mufong didn't want to engage in further conversation with this instructor. Since the other party had clearly shown prejudice against him, there was no need to waste words. He would prove himself with strength and achievements. In the next moment, Mufang's feet trembled, and with an unpredictable speed, he instantly activated his angel wings, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the array. His speed was so fast that no one in the room could see clearly. Only the buzzcut instructor slightly furrowed his brows and then smirked. "Interesting. Mufong, I'll remember this name. I want to see if you can return alive from the battle pit." Inside the teleportation passage, countless time-space currents washed over the passage barrier, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. Mufong frowned slightly and murmured, "Indeed, the stability of the passage to the true otherworld battlefield is much worse than that of the internal dungeon. This passage looks like it could collapse at any moment. It requires a continuous supply of energy to maintain stability." Yanji immediately responded in his mind. Indeed, this passage is several times more dangerous than the battlefield dungeon passage of the nightmare prison. "Boss, you need to be careful. If you're not cautious, you could really fall into a space rift, and it won't be easy to come back." Mufong smiled calmly. "Don't worry, your boss isn't so easy to trip up." Now, Mufong had mastered the ability of prophecy in the name of light. If he encountered a life and death crisis, he would surely sense it, giving him the confidence to venture into the front line of the battle pit. In the blink of an eye, a strong mental shock pierced his mind. When Mufang's senses regained their calm, he suddenly found himself in a completely different spatial barrier. The rules of this battlefield space are vastly different from those of the Forbidden Tower space and the native space of the Eastern Dragon Empire. In the sky, only a faint light is shrouded by thick gloom. The vast horizon seems to be divided into two parts by some special and mysterious powerful rule. The left side is a deep blue night sky, while the right side is a hazy illuminated daylight. What a strange battlefield. So this is the front line of the war pit. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged in Mufang's heart, eager to clash with the opponents here. In the next moment, a sense of crisis prophecy in the name of light suddenly appeared. Fleeting images flashed through Mufang's mind, like fragments of some lost memory, returning to his soul space. In those images, Mufang saw a massive fireball, as large as a star, descending from the sky. It was rushing towards him. "Boss, look over there. What is that?" Yanji almost simultaneously voiced her thoughts. At the same time, she revealed her dazzling fiery form, standing in front of Mufang. Boom! The entire space trembled under a violent sense of oppression, and everything in sight began to shake violently. In the next moment, the originally small point of light rapidly expanded at the center of vision. It truly became a crimson fireball. No, to be precise, it was a fallen star crashing down towards his position. "It's really coming." Mufang's hair stood on end in an instant. As calm and composed as he was, it was the first time he felt a true threat of death. The annihilation crisis from the fallen star of the otherworldly battlefield. Indeed, that sense of oppression felt as if the world he was in was about to collapse. Even when facing the previously appeared spirit of the vermilion bird, Mufang had never felt as lost as he did at this moment. Whoosh! He unleashed a speed never before seen, chanting in the name of light, soaring. Two pairs of angelic wings appeared behind him. Simultaneously, Mufang pulled Yanji, pushing his speed to the limit. The energy reserve of the angel totem was instantly depleted by 1/3. It helped Mufang transform into a golden light, completing a teleportation over a distance of more than 10,000 meters. Boom! Just as the two figures vanished from their original positions, the fiery star-like meteorite crashed down heavily. It created a massive pit, nearly 100 meters deep where Mufang and Yanji had just been. The terrifying shockwave that spread outwards obliterated everything. After stopping, Mufang and Yanji looked back at the scene of destruction. left by the massive meteorite and couldn't help but gasp. That's terrifying, boss. That seemed like a real fallen star. Why did it suddenly appear without any warning, and the trajectory it projected seemed to be locking onto our presence? Don't you think that's strange? Mufong was also puzzled, quickly recalling various studies from recent days, but found no content that matched the scene before him. Strange. This scene doesn't seem to have appeared in the data. Could it be an ancient being that just revived? No, that starlight pressure is definitely not something a mere ancient being could achieve. It should have been released using some kind of forbidden level formation as a medium. Boss, look, there's not just one, there are more. Yanji once again gazed at the sky, and one after another, star-like points of light kept appearing. However, this time, the targets locked onto by these fallen stars were no longer Mufong and Yanji, but were randomly dropped onto various positions on this battlefield front. Near the closest one, a series of hysterical screams and the echoes of continuous energy explosions could be heard. Mufang's expression immediately turned serious. As expected, this must be a mass invasion from some unknown civilization. The trajectories of these fallen stars are not random, they must have some means of probing the essence of life. Come on, let's go take a look. These meteors shouldn't be that simple. Fong thought to himself as he led Yanji back toward the location where the star that had locked onto them was about to crash. Stopping at a distance from the two boundaries of that star's orbit, Mufong activated his insight in the name of light, scanning the star from afar, and soon made a discovery. So that's how it is, Mufong realized. This meteor not only possesses immense impact but also has destructive capabilities, akin to a spacecraft. After landing, it creates an explosion that causes destruction while initiating a secondary transformation of its form. Inside, there are actually beings from outer civilizations landing on the battlefield. As Mufong looked on, he quickly noticed that dozens of nearly 3-meter-tall armored giants were emerging from the meteor's cabin, wrapped in thick armor that made it impossible to discern their features, each wielding slightly different weapons. Mufong locked onto the nearest target, and the panel that appeared made him gasp in shock. Star River Battle Group Iron Armor. Level 140 health, 880,000/880,000 energy, 300,000/300,005 dimensional attributes, strength 4552 constitution, 6675 endurance, 4500 agility, 1877 mental power, 2766 skills, weakness insight fire. Attribute resistance weak, ceiling, attribute penetration. After returning to Mufang's soul space, Yanji gasped in shock upon sharing Mufang's visual findings. They're actually this strong? Just one iron armor warrior is equivalent to a low-tier world boss. Each fallen star comes with a local legion of over 30 iron armors. And there are several other types of invading beings. How terrifying. Is this the intensity of the battle pit? It truly cannot be compared to any other virtual dungeons. Soon, Mufong made another discovery. It seemed there was a cage constructed from special energy near the star. The Star River battle group that was appearing one after another was coming for these imprisoned awakeners. Let's go save them, Mufong ordered, and the two quickly concealed their presence and approached. At the same time, within the massive cage formed by square energy bodies, a young man with long hair, bare-chested, dark skin, and a muscular build was half squinting, lazily sneering. You ambitious fools never tire of this. Always moving the corpses of awakeners, draining our energy, and yet you can't even break into the safe zone? How ridiculous. Suddenly, the leading thin being, about 1.5 meters tall, raised his left hand, and a dazzling blue-white electric arc burst forth from his palm, instantly striking the young man in the cage. The intense pain made the young awakener grit his teeth and grunt. You dog, if you have the guts, kill me, you bunch of trash. The electric arc's energy continued to expand. Soon, the thin being emitted a cold and hoarse voice. People of Blue Star, when you refused to join forces with our Star River civilization to share this galaxy, you ultimately had to pay the price you face today. When the Gate of Stars spreads across the sky, it will be the moment our Star River civilization's people traverse the entire galaxy. At that time, you lowly human ants will all become our servants. Ha ha ha. The thin being laughed maniacally. However, the next moment, his entire body was suddenly enveloped by a fireball. In the blink of an eye, he was refined into a void. Before his extinction, he let out an incredibly painful and desperate scream, and then collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of white ash. The long-haired man suddenly looked up and saw a handsome young man with angelic wings spread wide in the sky, gazing down at the battlefield with a cold and sacred demeanor. The long-haired man clearly saw that a tag of the Awakener was hanging from the chest of Mufong. Of course, there was also the badge unique to the Forbidden Tower students. An angelic totem, a prodigy from the younger generation of the Forbidden Tower, has actually appeared? Interesting. The long-haired man wore a rare expression of surprise, and the next moment, the exalted Mufong began to chant, while the dozens of high-level, powerful Star River armors around him charged towards Mufong. Girl, let them witness the majesty of the fire god. Boom! Yanheim slowly raised a jade hand, and above her head, a fire totem with a radius of more than a meter condensed, instantly raining down a large area of meteoric flames. Wherever the flames shone, these powerful Star River armors were quickly refined. Their steel-like bodies melted at a visible speed. The 100-level fire god comprehension technique heavenly fire meteor. It unlocked a unique form of some old earth rules, allowing each seemingly palm-sized flame to possess the terrifying power to refine beings from beyond the domain. A rain of fire lasted only a few seconds, and more than 30 powerful Star River armors turned to ashes. Such powerful lethality. This is a segment? The long-haired muscular man was now truly a bit unsettled, because he realized that he seemed to be unable to see through this guy in front of him. With such strength, he might even be inferior. Leave one alive. Mufong simply instructed, then flew to the front of this energy cage, calmly gazing at the muscular man. Before Mufong could speak, the prisoner took the initiative to speak. Forbidden Tower, Zhenkuan Academy, Feng Xiu. I should count as your senior, but if you ask me which year I joined the Forbidden Tower, I can't remember. Mufeng's eyes lit up instantly. He unexpectedly encountered an old senior here. Can you tell me how to break this cage? Feng Xiu shook his head with a helpless expression and smiled bitterly. It's useless. Don't say I only have half a breath left. Even at my peak, it would be difficult to forcibly break this cage. The people outside are the Star River Legion, invaders from the outer Star River civilization. One of their purposes is to suppress and imprison our human awakeners, extracting our life essence and body energy. The higher the cultivation of the prisoner, the more complex the cage rules used. What you see suppressing me contains at least 4 different elemental energies. Only the elder in charge of leading the team from the Forbidden Tower can completely break this thing. Feng Xiu lowered his head, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he felt a brilliant light explode in front of him. The next moment, the cage completely shattered. Feng Xiu was stunned. He stared blankly at Mufong, who had finished chanting, his face full of astonishment. You did this? Mufong smiled calmly and nodded. Just a small skill, no need for the senior to be surprised. Feng Xiu blinked dumbfoundedly, then suddenly slapped his own face to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He then gasped and nodded repeatedly at Mufong. The younger generation is formidable. Are all the new recruits in the Forbidden Tower this strong this year? Mufong just smiled and said nothing, turning to face the puppets captured by Yanheim, restoring his serious and indifferent expression. Tell me, what is the purpose of capturing so many human awakeners? What exactly is the extracted life essence and energy used for? Before him stood a powerful starry battle armor, reaching level 140, which suddenly erupted with a frenzied aura and coldly spoke. The stars are immortal, the galaxy endures. Boom! After shouting the slogan, this guy was about to self-destruct on the spot, but Mufong coldly replied, Did I let you die? Whoosh! A light healing spell was instantly cast, enveloping the starry battle armor. The opponent, who had just completed its self-energy explosion, did not die. The armor looked bewildered, glanced at Mufong, then at itself, and once again shouted the same slogan. The stars are immortal, the galaxy endures. Boom! Another loud noise, but when the armor opened its eyes, it found it was still alive. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiu was dumbfounded, silently swallowing hard and moving closer to Mufong. Junior, to what extent have you cultivated this light healing spell? The opponent is a level 140 powerhouse, and you easily locked its health with just one light healing spell? It should at least recover nearly 200,000 health points. Mufong smiled indifferently. If you don't tell me the answer I want to know today, no one can. Kill him. After Mufong finished speaking, he gave Yanji a look. Indeed, the next step was the part where one could neither live nor die. The stunningly beautiful Yanji snapped her fingers. A flame descended upon the armor's head, igniting from there. The intense pain stripped the armor of all dignity, and it frantically rolled on the ground. While burning it, Mufong also healed it. At the same time, he released a dusk mire, restricting all its movements. Feng Xiu couldn't bear to watch, his expression conflicted as he patted Mu Chen's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. You young people are ruthless. A head that can't fall off is just a bull-sized scar. This guy is really having the worst luck to be in your hands. Mufong slightly curled his lips, seemingly not rejecting such an evaluation. Don't burn me, I'll talk. The armored figure, on the verge of tears, directly surrendered. Seeing it relent, Mufong smiled slightly, and Yanji stopped her actions. Then they saw the armor respectfully bow its head to the ground and say, We extract the life essence of awakeners to create war puppets to counterattack your human territories, further achieving the plan of the stars descending. I've told the truth, can I be allowed to leave? No one. Notice that in that instant, Mufeng's pupils burst forth with golden light, having already obtained the answer he wanted to know. Then he calmly spoke, If you truly told the truth, of course, I could spare your life, but unfortunately, you lied. The next moment, Yanji's hand moved like lightning, the blade of sovereignty shining brightly, completely shattering the armor's head. Now, Feng Xiu was even more bewildered, filled with questions as he approached, looking at Mufong in shock. What did you just say? He lied? How did you know he was lying? Mufong did not provide further explanation, calmly stating, These people's true purpose is not just to invade human territories, but because the awakeners of the awakening era possess the ability to extract the code that reveals the truth of the old Earth era's destruction. By Continuously collecting different types of awakener bloodlines and energies, this so-called code can become clearer. But what exactly is the code? No one knows the answer yet. As for their motives in wanting to uncover the truth of the old Earth era's destruction, a mere ant-level warrior like him has no right to know the answer. Mu Feng casually waved his hand, and the bones before him instantly turned to dust, all purified and absorbed into experience points by Yin Ji's flames. Feng Shou stood beside Mu Feng, looking dazed, feeling like a novice just starting out. Unbeknownst to others, they might think he was a junior. Of Mu Feng filled with astonishment. Who exactly is this kid? He can actually read the thoughts of others. This should be a talent possessed only by top-level seers. How can he do it too? But he is just a first-tier priest. It's simply absurd. Forget it, no matter who he is, having such depth is certainly not ordinary. Since he's here, let's cooperate with him and strive to return to the base safe zone as soon as possible. Mu Feng then glanced at the wind sleeve in front of him and raised his hand to cast 2 healing light spells, helping him recover his health. Wind sleeve smiled wryly and sighed. I appreciate your good intentions. Being able to help me recover is something I'm grateful for, but my combat power cannot be restored in a short time. My body has been soaked in chaotic energy and elemental force for too long. If you're worried about me being a burden, you can leave on your own. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Feng began to chant again. 5th-tier evolution spell of healing light, surge of vitality. A brilliant and sacred halo poured down from head to toe. In just a few seconds, Windsleeve felt as if every cell in his body had been reborn. An immense power surged wildly from his limbs and bones. All the chaotic energy and negative effects that had been affecting him were completely cleared away. He felt like a waking lion, returning to the peak of his combat power in a very short time. Roar! Windsleeve suddenly let out a hysterical roar, and the violent waves surged around him for nearly 1,000 meters, showcasing his formidable strength. Junior, you're simply a genius. I've never seen such a powerful priest like you. Are you really only a first tier? Mu Feng calmly nodded. Of course, the Awakener Alliance's qualification assessment cannot be wrong. I only completed a first-tier promotion task, but my current level has reached 60. Upon hearing this, Windsleeve seemed to suffer a second blow, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Only level 60? You can't be joking, you haven't even completed a promotion task? A mere level 60 healer can instantly cast a 5th-tier healing spell? Do you know my level is close to 100 at the peak of the 6th tier, and I still can't easily crush an entire squad of the Star River Legion like you just did? You're simply a marvel. Combining offense and healing, it's truly a remarkable skill. Mu Feng waved his hand indifferently. Senior, you don't need to flatter me anymore. The urgent matter now is to quickly take you back to the safe area where the main force is located. Also, could you please tell me more information related to the Star River civilization? The supplementary materials provided by the Academy didn't mention anything about the so-called Star River civilization. And Senior, as a peak 6th-tier powerhouse, why were you imprisoned? When were you suppressed in this battlefield area? Windsleeve sighed and then began to recount. He was originally an elite student under Old Tan who had entered the front line of the battle pit half a year ago. It was also half a year ago that the invaders of this Star River civilization first appeared in the northeastern area of the battle pit guarded by the Forbidden Tower, becoming the invaders in their territory. Thus, the renowned powerhouses sent by the Forbidden Tower to suppress the crisis, along with the imperial military powerhouses assisting in defense, all engaged in the war against the Star River civilization. However, in just half a year, over 100,000 imperial soldiers had fallen at their hands. The elite students of the Forbidden Tower stationed in the nearby safe area, as well as some of the older generation masters, also suffered significant losses. The total number of casualties exceeded 1,000. Many elite individuals were captured alive and seemed to have become their experimental subjects. Due to the immense pressure on the safe area, this battle pit operation was launched ahead of schedule. As for the purpose of these Star River troops, aside from Mu Feng having seen through the deliberately hidden parts with his mind communication, the information controlled by the higher-ups in the safe zone of the battle pit base reveals that these people have another goal. That is to collect various materials and energy mines from the battle pit to create the so-called Stargate. Look, the quadrilateral outline up there is not a star, but the connection array of the so-called Stargate. Feng Shou pointed to the starry sky for Mu Feng. In the brilliant night light, Mu Feng casually swept his gaze and discovered at least dozens of array patterns of the Stargate, immediately furrowing his brows. So, those meteors that suddenly descended, which are the flying vessels of the Star River invaders, were transmitted here using the array known as the Stargate as the power source? Feng Shou nodded seriously. That's right. Previously, the strong ones in our base also formed a small team, attempting to cross the Stargate to reach the other side and investigate the truth, but there has never been a precedent of anyone sent there returning alive. Mu Feng suddenly looked up at the Stargate and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. I think I know the mission for this trip to the battle pit. Yanji and Feng Shou both instinctively felt a twinge of unease as they looked at this guy who always liked to make shocking moves. Boss, what reckless adventure are you planning this time? Mu Feng smiled. Since no strong human has ever entered the Stargate, then I will take the first step. Are you crazy? Feng Xiu and Yan Ji almost said this in unison. Mu Feng smiled calmly and shook his head. Of course not, I'm very calm. Just think about it, if the Stargate really leads to the headquarters of the Star River battle armor, then we could have an unimaginable harvest. If we find the opportunity to strike directly at their lair, we could solve everything in one go, fundamentally resolving the pressure of the Forbidden Tower battle pit base. We wouldn't have to see so many elites and master-level mentors bleed in sacrifice anymore. Such an achievement would be absolutely enormous. Feng Xiu's eyes suddenly became fiery and he smiled at Mu Feng. Kid, are you really not afraid of death at all? You just saw clearly that those sent to the front lines have already reached level 140. If there are elites or even bosses or their leaders, their strength would be ridiculously strong, just relying on you alone. Mu Feng had a completely different mindset. What if it's just one person? Since I awakened my profession, I've always acted alone. When have I ever relied on anyone other than this girl beside me? Moreover, you seem to overlook one point. If behind the Stargate, their headquarters really possesses enough power to crush everything, why haven't they been able to break through our safe zone base in half a year? Not even a single one of the many outer ring battle pit strongholds has been captured, which itself indicates a significant problem. Either this Stargate is merely a passage and the battle pit doesn't actually have their headquarters, or the boss who oversees all these actions is restricted by certain conditions and cannot freely descend into the battle pit space. Since they can't come, we should take the initiative to go to them. In any case, they wouldn't expect us to have such a plan. Feng Xiu looked at Mu Feng with utmost seriousness and couldn't help but laugh. You kid are simply audacious. Have you heard of the title 10 Directions Sovereign? With your strength, you should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10 Directions respect. They are the strongest of the younger generation, standing at the pinnacle of glory. Feng Xiu seemed to want to boast, but before he could finish, Mu Feng simply replied indifferently, not worth mentioning. The heroes of the past, we look to the present. This seemed like a strange line in this world, yet it brought unparalleled shock to Feng Xiu's heart at this moment. He saw Mu Feng, with long hair flowing like a fierce wind, stepping forward, and in his astonished pupils flickered another shadow. That was the strongest he had ever seen in his life. Even in the Dragon Emperor Tower, there existed a terrifying presence with a transcendent status. The man from back then seemed to possess a grand vision just like Mu Feng at this moment. Ultimately, he relied on his own strength to create the current awakening era of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly jogged to catch up. This man stepped forward, as if aided by the wind, almost teleporting to keep up. Kid, are you really planning to cause a ruckus? Mu Feng replied calmly. What else? Feng Xiu seemed to have made a certain decision, using his incredibly strong arms to hook Mu Feng's shoulder and grinning. Count me in. Before Mu Feng could speak, the nearby Yan Ji leaned out with half a flaming projection, staring at Feng Xiu with a look full of doubt. Are you sure you can keep up with my boss's pace? It seems that since I met you, you haven't shown any self-worth. Feng Xiu's originally excited face instantly fell, as if struck by a heavy blow. Then he suddenly stopped, pulling out a 1-meter-long katana from somewhere. Bare-chested, with long hair dancing in the wind, he tightly gripped the hilt, staring sharply at a position about 1,000 meters ahead of Mu Feng, and slowly spoke. Kid, although you are strong, I am not to be underestimated. About 1,000 meters ahead of you, there is a Star River Legion lurking. Mu Feng immediately activated his insight skill in the name of light and indeed saw the scene as Feng Xiu described. And then? Feng Xiu smiled slightly. Watch closely. Extreme wind blade slash. Feng Xiu's roar was loud, but the moment he made the slashing motion, Mu Feng beside him only felt a cold wind blow past, and then there was nothing after that. The most feared thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. Both Mu Feng and Yan Ji fell into silence. Is that it? The corners of Feng Xiu's mouth twitched crazily, awkwardly chuckling. Twice. I forgot something very important. I'm out of mana. Do you have any energy potions to spare? Hey, Junior, don't go, wait for me. Meanwhile, the coordinates of Mu Feng and the others were 13,000 miles southeast. A sky full of meteors burst forth with despairing flames flying out from the brilliant Stargate descending from the sky. This batch of meteors was aimed at a group of Eastern Dragon Empire soldiers numbering over 100. This troop had strong overall strength, with the 3 leaders at the forefront all being peak-level awakeners above level 90. The 5 captains were also all above level 80 peak-level existences. The average level of the main 100-man team was above level 65, definitely an elite force on the front lines of the battle pit. In the middle of the team was a huge stone mine over 2 meters in size being escorted. This ore was quite special, emitting a dark golden glow, clearly an important trophy harvested by the entire Imperial military branch. The burly man at the forefront, wearing a yellow military cap, gazed solemnly at the sky and slowly said, "The situation in the battle pit is becoming increasingly severe. I remember 6 months ago, when the forces of the Star River civilization first invaded, their starfall gates initially had only 3. Each batch of falling stars landing on the battlefield had an interval of at least 10 days. Now, at least 3 to 5 batches of falling stars land every day. If this continues, it won't be long before the 3 safe zone bases near our Imperial Army suffer severe attacks. The 2 6-segment powerhouses on either side, as well as the vice commander of the Legion, wore worried expressions. Suddenly, a level 80 squad leader behind them, with a look of terror, pointed at the sky and said, "Not good. Commander, this batch of falling stars seems to be coming towards us again." The commander, with deep-set eyes and a yellow hat, immediately changed his expression. "How is that possible? 3 hours ago, we just eliminated a falling star battle group that was locked onto our team. There's no reason for it to be relocked so quickly." The nearby 6-segment peak level 96 middle-aged female priest said with a serious expression, "Could it be that this or we captured attracted more falling stars to lock onto us?" Before they could wait for an answer, an overwhelming pressure swept over them again. "Alert! Everyone lie down. Night Regiment, Auxiliary Combat Team, form up to resist." Boom! One massive meteor after another bombarded the ground, causing violent shockwaves. The earth began to tremble wildly. Some soldiers from the Legion, just over level 60, were immediately shaken, their blood surging and their health significantly reduced. The defensive magic array at the center of the team also began to crack and shake rapidly. "Damn it, what bad luck! We just captured such an important trophy. And now we're targeted by a new batch of falling stars. It's clear they're coming for us." Continuous powerful pressure waves spread out. Moments later, dense groups of Star River armored battle units gathered from all directions, continuously shrinking the encirclement. Among the crowd, a 2-meter-tall 6-segment peak prophet vice commander immediately began to chant a prophecy spell. Moments later, a somewhat blurry light screen projected above the team, displaying a bird's-eye view of the battlefield within a 3,000-meter radius. At this moment, everyone in the team changed their expressions drastically. The situation is dire. The energy of 10 falling stars is interconnected, forming a tight barrier array that has completely surrounded us. And the battle groups emerging from the falling stars are rapidly closing the encirclement, intending to annihilate us all. "Commander, we need to think of a way to break out." The female priest beside him said seriously, "If it really doesn't work, abandon the ore and escape." Separately. At this moment, the yellow-hatted commander, with deep-set eyes full of seriousness, thought for a moment before his resolute face turned cold. "No, even if we fight to the last soldier, we cannot abandon this crystal. It contains extremely important information and may hide crucial secrets of the Starfall Gates. We must bring it back to the safe zone. All troops, listen up. All soldiers below level 70, immediately break formation and escort the ore back to the safe zone. Request support. Veterans above level 70, hold the rear and cooperate with the Night Regiment to draw the fire of the armored troops. At all costs, we must buy time for a breakout." Yes. The Eastern Dragon Empire Army, the renowned elite of the Eastern Dragon Empire, displayed extraordinary combat quality at this moment. After the command was given, everything became orderly, no one hesitated to fight, and everyone gave their all in their positions. However, not long after, the lean beings leading the armored battle group began to gather together. 5 spellcasting beings simultaneously unleashed brilliant arcs of fluorescent light, starting to concentrate their attacks on the defensive array of the frontline Night Regiment. Boom! Large cracks rapidly appeared, and the defensive formation was on the verge of collapse at any moment. "This is bad. Commander, we can barely hold on. The mages' electric strikes are merging together, their power is multiplying, and it's too severe against our defensive formation." The commander asked coldly, "How much longer can we hold?" The night team leader immediately responded, "At most 1 minute. Damn it! All captains above level 80, come to my side. Concentrate our firepower here and take out the enemy's mage legion first." Boom! Both sides unleashed a wave of intense ranged attacks. However, the so-called balance of power was merely an illusion on the surface. 2 minutes later, the night team's defensive formation shattered with a loud crash. The 2 level 65 knights in the front row were instantly pierced by electric arcs and fell on the spot. "No!" Seeing their comrades fall in battle, the members of the night team roared in a frenzy, but there was little they could do. The 5 priests in the back row, despite chanting desperately and using the blessing of light without regard for consumption, could only restore a limited amount of health. The enemy's firepower was too strong. As the night team's formation collapsed completely, the surrounding armored soldiers quickly closed in. A dense mass of armored warriors formed a circular formation like a steel barrel, attempting to concentrate and annihilate everyone. "We're in trouble now. We're being wrapped like dumplings." The enemy's armored group has over 200 soldiers. At least 1,000-man Imperial army is needed to break through. The peak 6th-tier female priest spoke with a hint of desolation in her tone. True despair washed over them. The enemy's strength was too overwhelming. To resist head-on was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Boom! The terrifying Starry River battle group continued to unleash its firepower. More and more knights fell on the front lines of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen powerful awakened soldiers of the Imperial army had perished. The commander roared in fury. "Beasts!" However, the worst was yet to come. In the back row of the armored army, machines resembling mechs began to glow and charge up, then continuously launched massive shells from the sky. Boom! Boom! 3-star cannons roared simultaneously, and the firelight descending from the sky formed a blinding wave of light, crashing down near the 70-man team escorting the crystal spoils. No! Soldiers on the outskirts had already begun to fall. It's the star cannon! Damn it! Where did these artillery vehicles come from? I've only heard of such weapons before. They've never appeared in the enemy's camp. As the enemy's overwhelming firepower continued to suppress them, the team's order became increasingly scattered. The Imperial Army, originally over 100 strong, had lost more than 30 men in the blink of an eye. It's over. This time, it's really the end. Commander, let's fight to the death. Even if the entire army is wiped out, we must take down this 200-man battle group. The tall peak 6th tier seer roared in anger, despair hanging over every member of the army. But just then, bang! At the farthest reaches of the sky, an incredibly brilliant light suddenly burst forth. One after another, powerful, ancient battle spirits descended from the heavens. They appeared at the forefront of the crumbling Imperial army. That's ancient battle spirits. Are our reinforcements here? The soldiers stopped their despair and confusion, looking up at the sky. After the massive battle spirit totems landed, they let out frantic roars. The terrifying pressure sent the surrounding armored battle group flying back. In an instant, the pressure on this Imperial army was alleviated. Great! Reinforcements have arrived. In the military formation, soldiers were cheering and roaring with excitement. The morale, which had been at its lowest point, surged instantly. Look, there are people up there. In the sky, Mu Feng appeared before the soldiers of the Legion, his back shimmering with the brilliant golden light of angel wings, like a savior. A deep voice, mixed with an invigorating authority, slowly spoke. Mu Feng, student of the Forbidden Tower, Wind Sleeve, here to provide support. The rolling sound waves swept through, reigniting hope in the hearts of the already despairing Imperial soldiers below. Everyone began to cheer and roar loudly. Great! It's the pride of the Forbidden Tower. The true pillar of the Eastern Dragon Empire has arrived. What's with the wings behind that young man? It looks like the legendary angel totem? It can't be that exaggerated. Did only those two come? Or are they just the vanguard? The Imperial soldiers, who had just been filled with fervor, soon began to murmur. Because after waiting for a long time, the imagined scene of a massive army did not appear. A somewhat lazy laugh from Windsleeve came down from the sky. What? Are you dissatisfied with our numbers? You probably don't understand the value of the Forbidden Tower, students. Mu Feng, show them what it means for one person to be worth 1,000 troops. Mu Feng shot him an annoyed glance. I'm the one doing all the work and you're the one trying to act tough? However, Mu Feng didn't hesitate and quickly began to chant. At the same time, Yin Ji also materialized beside Mu Feng. She too formed hand seals, and a dazzling flame light appeared behind her. This was her exclusive spatial barrier of the old Earth Order. On the way here, Mu Feng had already chanted the fire spirits summoning over 100 times, gathering all the fire spirit legion he had summoned in advance into Yen Ji's old Earth space just for this moment. In the next moment, a vast number of fire spirit warriors surged out, descending from the sky and charging into the front lines of the battlefield, clashing with the equally powerful armored warriors of the Star River battle group. How is this possible? That young student with angel wings is a priest. How could he have such a terrifying fire legion supporting him? Does he have a hidden summoning profession? No wonder he is the pride of the Forbidden Tower. Terrifying indeed. The three peak leaders of the 6-segment legion, upon seeing the fire spirit army descending with Mu Feng, were instantly invigorated. The previously one-sided despairing situation was instantly reversed with Mu Feng's intervention. Wow! What's up with these fire spirits? Their strength is too strong, right? The average level is actually above 100. Not only that, their flame intensity seems to be much stronger than ordinary fire attribute elements, possessing extremely powerful attributes, and their penetration effect is simply unbelievable. The rescued Legion soldiers began to discuss among themselves. The direct confrontation between both sides officially commenced with the intervention of the Fire Spirit Army. Mu Feng and Windsleeve descended to the ground and were immediately surrounded by several core leaders of the team, all above level 80. Thank you both for coming to our rescue. It truly is a timely rain. The leader in the yellow hat smiled gratefully. Mu Feng instinctively activated his insight skill in the name of light, scanning the leaders in front of him. He needed to understand the strength and professions of these Legion leaders to better strategize. To his surprise, this glance left Mu Feng stunned. Kong Yingjie? Mu Feng hurriedly asked. Does the commander know Kong Yinghao? The resolute-faced yellow-hatted leader's eyes lit up immediately. He is my younger brother and also a student of your Forbidden Tower, considered one of the outstanding talents of the younger generation in our family. Do you perhaps know my brother? Mu Feng felt a bit awkward. There was no way to continue this topic, so he could only smile and change the subject. I've had a brief encounter with Senior Kong and experienced his fierce bull battle form. Its power is quite impressive. Boom! Just as they exchanged a couple of sentences, it seemed that the Star River battle group had made new deployments. To resist the large number of fire spirit legions that were continuously surrounding them, more than 30 armored soldiers in the front row formed an incredibly tight armored battle formation by merging with each other. This created a distance from the main force in the back row, avoiding the mass destructive effects of the flames that could arise from clustered firepower, thus weakening the advantage of the Fire Spirit Legion's mages. Mufeng and Fengshu were protected in the middle by the Imperial Army guards in the front row, calmly observing the battlefield situation. As I expected, these armored battle groups are guided by highly intelligent leaders. Their combat skills are not inferior to our human warriors. The only way to counter them is with one word: kill. Just as Mufeng was about to give the order to use Yanji's overwhelming combat power to continue suppressing the enemy with meteor fire rain, suddenly, in the back row of the Star River battle group, the newly appeared, extremely powerful Flying Star Cannon charged up again. The Legion commander, Kong Yingjie, immediately changed his expression dramatically. Oh no! It's that special energy cannon again. Its power is too strong, and it has never appeared before. Rumble! The terrifying artillery fire that brought despair rained down once more. As everyone was at a loss, Mufeng began to chant again. Rock System 6th tier evolution skill, Lava Barrier. Rumble! The ground trembled violently in an instant without any warning. Just like that, a nearly 30-meter high red bulge was formed. It lifted all the Imperial soldiers up perfectly, avoiding the attack of the Flying Star Cannon aimed at the ground. Incredible! This Golden Tower student is terrifyingly powerful. Is he really just a priest? He can even control Earth-based defensive skills. Is this the worth of the Forbidden Tower's prodigy? Today, I have truly experienced it. No wonder I missed out on the Forbidden Tower quota during the college entrance examination. I really can't compare. Mufeng, little brother, what exactly is your profession? Why is your identity certification still that of a priest, yet you can chant such terrifying high-tier skills? The soldiers sage behind them cheered excitedly, increasingly admiring Mufeng. On the other hand, Fengshu beside him had little presence but laughed heartily without a care. I tell you, brothers, don't treat this kid as an ordinary person. What is 10 directions? Respect? In front of Mufeng, he can only be a little brother. This kid is this year's top scholar, titled Flame Emperor. As soon as Fengshu's words came out, the entire place was shocked. The 3 6th-tier Legion leaders were all dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. At such a young age, he has already been titled as a monarch? No wonder he is so powerful. However, the method of avoiding the cannon fire with the barrier technique seemed to be usable only once and could not fundamentally solve the problem. Everyone was still surrounded by the densely packed armored soldiers below, continuously shrinking their space for movement. Meanwhile, the powerful Flying Star cannons in the back row were still charging up. Kong Yingjie regained his serious expression. It's still not enough. Even with the support of you two prodigies, it's not so easy to completely change the situation. You two, don't worry about us, quickly break through and help us request support from the nearby Imperial Army safe zone base. This is the only way to break the deadlock. Even if all of us fall here, this crystal stone must not be taken back by them. It is the key to unlocking the secret of the Stargate. However, Mufeng solemnly pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, if the two of you leave, all of you here, over 80 people, will surely be annihilated in the shortest time possible. When the time comes, if we can't protect this crystal stone, we will have wasted the life of an elite soldier from the Empire. Moreover, since I am here, I have no intention of giving up on any of you. Isn't it just some Flying Star cannons? Leave it to me. After saying this, Mufeng suddenly soared into the sky once more. The angelic wings shone brightly, and a wave of gasps erupted among the soldiers of the Empire. It really is the angelic wings. He actually possesses the angelic heritage from the myths of the old earth. Truly a top genius. So powerful. At such a young age, he can wield so many formidable techniques. This Mufeng is indeed the pride of our Eastern Dragon Empire. Such praises continued to emerge, and the crowd was filled with admiration for Mufeng. In the next moment, Mufeng hovered about 30 meters above the ground and began to chant again. The subsequent effects of the Battle Spirit Monument quickly manifested. At the forefront of the battlefield, the 6 ancient battle spirits simultaneously gathered from the void around Mufeng's body, rapidly assembling into a massive rock giant. The towering armored giant, over 10 meters high, appeared outside Mufeng's body, once again shocking the powerful figures present. What a terrifying giant armor! Its defensive value has actually exceeded 30,000. It's hard to imagine that this is being executed by a young priest. It's simply outrageous. Little did they know, even Fengshu fell silent, her gaze fixed on the armor of the rock giant, nodding repeatedly. This kid keeps pushing the limits of my understanding of him. How many more trump cards does he have hidden? Just as the crowd below gazed at Mufeng with dazed admiration, his voice rang out again from above. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and act. The front troops cover the rear troops break out. Quickly. With Mufeng's command, the more than 80 members of the troops swiftly sprang into action. This time, without waiting for the commander Kong Yingjie to give orders, everyone moved in perfect unison, leaving him, the leader, with a wry smile. This kid's words are more effective than mine as the commander. Indeed, his presence has truly brought hope to the soldiers. Yenner, continue to unleash the heavenly fire meteors. Break through the armored front line and stop their encirclement, giving our people more time to break out. Understood. The elegant form of Yen Ji once again unleashed her powerful skills. Amidst the sound of the wind, the dazzling divine fire descended once more. Boom! Large swathes of the frontline armor ignited. Hundreds of thousands of health points plummeted at a visible speed. This once again shocked the high-level powerhouses of the Empire. So terrifying. This kind of destructive effect, one person can rival thousands, if not tens of thousands. It's no exaggeration. Several squad leaders, all above level 80, cheered and shouted in excitement. Not good. At that moment, Kong Ingjia suddenly shouted, roaring at the sky, "Brother Mufong, get out of the way." The enemy's flying star cannon seems to have been enhanced, leveraging the power of some special battle formation. Its strength is probably not much weaker than a meteor strike. Get out of the way quickly. However, Mufong still stood proudly in the void, relying on the powerful defensive boost of the rock giant, showing no intention of retreating, and coldly stated, "Invaders of the Star River civilization, the crystal stone is here. If you want it, come and fight me." Not only did he not evade, but Mufong also continued to provoke, drawing more firepower to himself. This move left the high-level awakened leaders below dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this kid seeking death? However, boom! The dazzling, over 5-meter diameter enhanced flying star cannon shot forth, directly smashing down towards Mufeng's body in the sky. In the next moment, the scene in the void once again shocked everyone. Mufong instantly chanted and unleashed 3 skills from the rock system skill tree. Thorn Echo. As solid as a rock, the light flickered. At the same time, Mufong switched the enhancement buff of the Xiaoshan courtyard to a defensive enhancement state. In an instant, under the stacking of multiple enhancements, Mufeng's defense actually broke through 100,000 points. He lifted 2 incredibly thick giant arms and firmly grasped the flying star cannon. What? All the soldiers of the legion below were completely dumbfounded. They witnessed the most shocking scene of their lives. Barehanded, he shook the stars down. This is terrifying. You tell me this is something a level 60 priest can do. Have the prodigies of the Forbidden Tower reached such a level? The soldiers were utterly stunned, frozen in place, staring at the sky, doubting whether what they saw was a dream. Awesome. This is the feeling of pulling mountains, plucking stars with bare hands. Who can rival this? Feng Xiu, with disheveled hair, roared excitedly under the protection of several powerful figures, his eyes filled with pride. Yet at the same time, he attracted the strange glances of 3 peak 6-segment legion leaders. What the hell? Mufong was showing off his skills. In the sky, what does that have to do with you, a bystander? Why are you so excited? Speaking of which, if Mufong is so amazing, why hasn't the higher-level prodigy from the Forbidden Tower, who came alone, made any moves for a long time? Could he just be a leg hugger? Is he Mufeng's lackey? The legion's strong figures each had such thoughts. Meanwhile, the flying star cannon that Mufong had caught barehanded was once again hurled down with great force. Boom! The loud sound erupted again, and the special mechanical cannon platform, which had condensed crystal bubbles, was directly smashed to pieces. At the same time, Yen Ji's divine fire also made significant progress, as large swaths of frontline ironclad troops rapidly collapsed, annihilated at the forefront of the battlefield. Great, Brother Mufong, the pressure on our side has greatly eased. Thank goodness you are here. Kong Ingjie and several legion leaders shouted loudly, but Mufong, who was already completely caught up in the excitement, paid no attention to these. He coldly replied, "Not enough. This is just an appetizer. When 10 falling stars gather in battle, I'll take them all down in one go." As soon as Mufong finished speaking, he actively used the wings of angels to press down towards the more forward position of the battlefield. One person counter surrounding over 100 Star River ironclads. The 3 legion leaders saw this and all felt their hair stand on end, simultaneously warning him, "No, come back. Little brother, don't be reckless." However, the next moment, when Mufong chanted and summoned the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon, all voices trying to stop him fell silent. What the hell, is this still a human? He actually summoned the old Earth Giant Dragon to join the battle just like that? Even the peak 6-segment female priest couldn't help but curse. This woman was also stirred up by Mufeng's fervor. How many years had it been since she had seen such a young prodigy that could be called extraordinary? In fact, those who had long been stationed at the front lines of the war pit, the higher-ups of the Empire's army, felt this even more. In recent decades, the Eastern Dragon Empire had entered a relatively peaceful development period, and the younger generation of awakeners generally had low fighting spirit, gradually losing the bloodiness of the war era. Now, Mufeng's sudden emergence once again gave them hope for the rise of the Empire. This young man might really be able to bring the entire Eastern Dragon Empire back to the peak era of leadership it had hundreds of years ago. In fact, today, the entire Blue Star human race's power, the Eastern Dragon Empire, can only be considered one of the top 3 strongest. It is no longer the sole dominant force it was hundreds of years ago, leading the entire human race to bravely resist foreign civilizations in a glorious era. The last leader of the Eastern Dragon Empire, who stood at the highest peak of the Dragon Emperor Tower, had fallen nearly 100 years ago. Since then, the Eastern Dragon Empire has not seen anyone who could stand at the supreme peak of Awakeners. The same also gave other foreign forces a chance to rise rapidly. Now, the human race is in a state of 100 schools of thought contending, with each lineage producing its own top figures. In such a situation, the Eastern Dragon Empire has chosen to bide its time, and its overall external strategy has fallen into a conservative phase. But this is not the situation that these valiant men want to see. Deep down, they also wish to witness the Eastern Dragon Empire return to the pinnacle of glory among the human race. However, that epic-making figure has yet to appear. Yet at this moment, when Mu Feng revealed his formidable strength, everyone began to harbor such hopes. Kang Jie wore a gratified smile and turned to the tall prophet beside him, saying, "Old Zhang, how high do you think this kid named Mu Feng can stand in a few decades? You're the prophet, can you see his future fate?" Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and decisively shot a glance at Kang Jie. "If you want to trick me, just say so. For a peerless genius blessed with such great fortune, not even I, nor Ning Shu, a peak 7th stage prophet, could foresee his fate. Regardless, we should be grateful for the emergence of such a figure in the empire." In the blink of an eye, as Mu Feng launched a full counterattack, the high-ranking powerhouses of the Imperial Army began to join the fray. Large groups of soldiers from the Star River battle group fell. Since the start of the battle, about 15 minutes had passed, and the enemy's battle group of over 200 had lost more than half of its numbers. In the void, seeing that the situation was under control, Mu Feng immediately spoke up. "Now's the time, break through. Quickly. Senior Feng, this task is up to you, it should be no problem, right?" Feng Xiu burst into laughter. "Just watch, I'll show you the power of the 10 Directions Sovereign." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu clapped his hand over his mouth. He had let it slip. Mu Feng's hearty laughter echoed through the sky. "Don't hide it, I guessed long ago that you are one of the 10 Directions Sovereigns. Prove to everyone that the title of 10 Directions Sovereign is not just for show." Feng Xiu felt immense pressure now. Mu Feng showcased his skills in front of the Imperial soldiers, enjoying himself thoroughly. Now that his status as one of the 10 Directions Sovereigns was exposed, if he didn't show off, the reputation of the 10 Directions Sovereigns would likely be trampled underfoot by Mu Feng in the future. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu roared an order. "Everyone follow me. I'll lead you to break out and kill our way out." He then unleashed a powerful wind attribute elemental enhancement, and with a stump, he charged like a hurricane to the front of the rear ranks of the Legion, leading the team to swiftly advance southeast. Most of the firepower from the Star River battle group was concentrated on Mu Feng's side. The rear battlefield had hardly any armored forces, even a few that appeared would be quickly besieged by the dozens of Imperial soldiers, eliminated in no time. Soon, the army reached the edge of the encirclement. The few knights at the front, upon touching the hidden formation barrier, were instantly pierced through their bodies. "Not good. It seems they've set up an encirclement barrier. This is troublesome," said the peak 6th stage female priest with a serious expression. Beside her, old Zhang, the deputy commander, adjusted his glasses and pondered. "Concentrate firepower, shatter the core of this falling star device. The energy within should be the focal point of the entire barrier formation. 10 falling stars arranged in a circle form this completely enclosed energy cycle. As long as we break one of the focal points, the formation's energy will leak and we can escape." Kang Jie immediately gave the order. "All troops unite. Attack this falling star together." Quickly, as soon as the words fell, dozens of people in the Legion displayed their abilities, entering a frenzy of output. However, all the attacks struck the periphery of the falling star and quickly vanished without a trace. Like a stone sinking into the sea, it could only stir up weak waves. Soon, Feng Xiu slowly spoke up. "Stop. It's useless. The 10 falling stars form a whole, sharing their defensive strength. We must gather enough single-target lethality to break through the output limit that the entire formation can bear in order to shatter the array." The team was completely dumbfounded. "What should we do? Our strength is ultimately limited, we can't do it at all. Let's wait for Lord Mu Feng to finish off those armored ones and come back to support us." "Bah! Can you have some ambition? He has already saved all our lives, holding off the entire battle group by himself, and you still think about clinging to his thigh? If we have to rely on Lord Mu Feng just to break out, I'd rather die on this battlefield than bring shame to the Empire." The soldiers of the Imperial Army were different from the students in the academy. They were all full of blood and spirit. They would rather die in battle than think of surviving by relying on others. That was not their style. Just as everyone was entangled and powerless, Feng Xiu slowly stepped forward, sighing with a look of determination. "Stop arguing, leave it to me. Besides Mu Feng, I'm the only one here capable of helping you break out." After Feng Xiu said this, the Imperial soldiers behind him fell into silence, especially the 3 leaders, each revealing a playful expression, glancing at each other, clearly showing that they did not have much trust in this long-haired fellow. This guy hadn't made a move since he appeared. No one knew his true strength. However, soon someone in the team spoke up to encourage them. "This one is one of the 10 Directions. A top-tier member of the Forbidden Tower, his strength is probably not inferior to Lord Mufeng. If he can make a move himself, he can definitely break this formation. Hearing this, Feng Xiu's mouth twitched, pushed into a difficult position, and could only brace himself to break the array. Fine. Let's give it a shot. Anyway, that kid Mufeng gave me energy potions. Whether I can make a name for myself in this battle depends on this strike. After saying this, Feng Xiu directly poured both bottles of potions into himself, restoring his energy while slowly drawing out the rusty katana to gather power. Boom! Terrifying wind attribute power rapidly converged from all directions, and on the main battlefield, Mufeng revealed a slight smile. Is Senior Feng going to start showcasing his skills? I hope he doesn't drop the ball this time. Feeling the intense fluctuations of elemental energy around him, the leaders of the Legion showed expressions of surprise. Just this fluctuation of energy is enough to shake people. As expected of the 10 directions, this aura is indeed powerful. Feng Xiu finished gathering power, raised his blade high, and let out a deafening roar. Extreme Wind Blade Slash. However, just as Feng Xiu completed his charge and was about to strike, he suddenly became restless. Oh no! It seems it's still not enough. The energy is about to run out. I might get slapped in the face. At this critical moment, he suddenly felt an incredibly clear aura awaken in his mind. A brilliant halo descended from nowhere. At the same time, a healing spell was cast on the falling star aircraft in front of him. Mufeng's strange puppet old Earth-level clone appeared, continuously boosting him with various skills. It instantly helped Feng Xiu's combat power reach its peak. Kid, you really are something. Feng Xiu, owe you another favor. After saying this, with his power maxed out, Senior Feng Xiu swung down heavily with his blade. Slash! Boom! A loud bang echoed as a massive blade towering several dozen meters high slashed down. It seemed as if it aimed to tear the very earth apart. The blade swept through everything in its path, instantly slicing the nearby fallen star spacecraft in half. Crack! What shattered was not just the meteorite but also the energy of the surrounding formation that formed a closed loop, all dissipating outward. Success! The soldiers in the military formation erupted in excited cheers, and several leaders were particularly invigorated. Only Feng Xiu slowly turned around, looking at the rapidly disappearing clone of Mufeng, and gave him a thumbs up. Reliable. Once this battle is over and we return to the Forbidden Tower, I'll hand over my title of third in the 10 directions to you. Mufeng immediately transmitted a laugh from afar. Third? You can keep that. If it were first place, I might consider it. Quick! The whole army break out, retreat. Now! Kang Yingjie roared, simultaneously ordering the main force escorting the crystal stones, who were of lower rank, to retreat first while the few strong ones held the rear. It wasn't until everyone had broken free from the encirclement that the major leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Yingjie led the way, turning to look at Mufeng at the front line of the battlefield, his eyes revealing an indescribable awe. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a level 60 priest could single-handedly contend against a battle group of 200. Not to mention his powerful methods. Just the aspect of supply is something ordinary people cannot withstand. Moreover, he has chanted so many high-level skills, it's truly unimaginable. How on earth did he manage it? The nearby peak-level female priest at the 6th segment seemed to have the most authority to speak. But at this moment, she felt no shame, only full of expectations for the younger generation. Just wait and see, it won't be long before this young man might change the fate of the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. The strength of Mufeng can no longer be described with the word talent. He may carry the fortune of an entire era. Old Zhang adjusted his glasses, suddenly pulling his two companions back to reality. Alright, enough of the sentimentality. No matter how strong he is, that's his business. Our immediate priority is to quickly retreat to the safe zone of the base. Kang Yingjie suddenly looked at Feng Xiu beside him and asked, what are your plans? Aren't you two coming back to the base with us? With Mufeng's strength, escaping should be a piece of cake. Feng Xiu smiled, looking at the distant Mufeng, who was still in the thick of battle. That kid said he plans to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Stargate and see what the other side is really like. At this, the three major leaders were stunned again. What? This kid is really audacious. The Stargate is a taboo that even masters dare not touch lightly. Over the years, we have dealt with the Star River civilization for so long and have never made any groundbreaking gains. We must not let him act recklessly. If a prodigy like Mufeng were to fall on the front lines of the battle pit, it would be an irreparable loss for the Empire. Feng Xiu smiled wryly and shrugged. Do you think he would listen to my words? A person like him is destined to be a leader. All we can do is follow and support. To question Mufeng's decisions, we are simply not qualified. As soon as Feng Xiu said this, the several peak-level figures in front fell silent. If they weren't even masters, how could they question Mufeng? But everyone understood that this was still too dangerous. Kang Yingjie sighed and said, well then, let's first return to the safe zone of the base and report this matter to the base leader, letting those grandmasters think of a solution. Regardless, if you two have any further actions, our Imperial Military Safe Zone base will definitely provide full support. Feng Xiu nodded with a smile. Thank you. Also, if it's convenient, please help us contact the safe zone of the Forbidden Tower. I was surrounded by those damned Star River warriors for over 3 months. They probably think I'm dead. Let them know I'm safe and pass on the achievements of that kid Mufeng. Kong. Ingjie laughed heartily. Rest assured, the contributions you two made will definitely not go unnoticed. After he finished speaking, old Zhang beside him suddenly released 2 spirit butterflies, the exclusive skill of the seer, which flew towards the positions of Fengxiu and Mufeng's clone. It's done. With the spirit butterflies following you, once you return to the headquarters of the base's safe zone, your location can be tracked at any time, and you can sense the battlefield situation around you. Take care. Fengxiu saluted with several leaders, watching them leave quickly before returning to the main battlefield. He had originally thought about helping Mufeng, but when he looked, damn, he had killed them all cleanly. A full 10 falling star battle groups, over 200 level 140 star river iron armors, were all wiped out by him alone. Annihilate. As if sensing Fengxiu's return, Mufeng suddenly made a very high-profile move. In an instant, all the fire spirit puppets below self-destructed simultaneously. The all-consuming flames and high temperatures refined all the damaged Star River warriors on the battlefield below. Experience points evaporated and entered Mufeng and Yanji's bodies. After this battle, Mufeng successfully leveled up to 65. Yanji beside him also reached level 110, and even the massive Crimson Flame Dragon had broken through to level 100. It was definitely a significant power boost. I say, you kid can really kill. You don't look like an angel, you look more like a Shura. Mufeng glanced at Fengxiu with a half-smile and said lightly, I like this title. When dealing with enemy invaders, one must have thunderous means. Let's go. See if there are any spoils left. The sea of heavenly fire returned to silence as Mufeng landed. Fengxiu followed beside him, enviously clicking his tongue in praise. No wonder you're called the Flame Emperor. As the master of the fire god, you truly have a full presence. Unlike me, who can only control wind elements. Mufeng smiled slightly in response. You should be on the path of the extreme way of wind, right? From what I understand, once you awaken and break through to the master level, overcoming the level 100 bottleneck, your strength will undergo a true transformative leap. At that time, when you strike down, don't say it's just a falling star. Even the gates of the stars in the sky should be easily cleaved apart. Hearing Mufeng's praise, Fengxiu felt quite satisfied but still humbly downplayed it. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but if I really break through my limits, I don't even know what kind of power I could unleash with a single strike. That's the true pursuit of my path of extremes. Suddenly, Mufeng stopped, smiling brightly at Fengxiu and gesturing with his mouth. Come on, show your strength and help me cleave them all apart. Fengxiu immediately lost the invincible demeanor he had just displayed and decisively wilted. Come on, you know very well that if I strike down, all my energy will be depleted, and you only gave me 2 potions. I can't even make a second strike. Mufeng looked speechless, then once again released in the name of light, holy spring. The brilliant angelic radiance appeared for the first time on another unit outside of Mufeng. The powerful healing ability instantly restored Fengxiu's energy to full. Terrifying. Fengxiu was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Mufeng. Dare you tell me how you did that? This is absolutely unimaginable black technology. I've never seen a priest who can instantly help others restore their full energy. Mufeng just smiled slightly. Peeking into my secrets can be a very dangerous thing. Are you sure you want to know the answer? Upon hearing this, Fengxiu quickly closed his mouth in frustration. Although he was over 10 years older than Mufeng, for some reason, he always felt like a younger brother when he was next to this kid. However, Mufeng's eyes could be as deep as an abyss, instilling an indescribable fear. Fengxiu dared not delve deeper into the topic and obediently followed Mufeng's instructions. Swish, swish, swish. With several swift strikes, the energy of the formation barrier had completely leaked, leaving the falling star spacecraft as mere shells without energy support, making them easy to cut through. With one strike, Fengxiu shattered all 8 spacecraft. Mufeng activated his insight in the name of light, scanning the surroundings, and indeed saw the energy crystal core hidden deep within. He pulled out a piece of crystal core that flickered with a dim light and observed it in his hand. No wonder. I was wondering why Commander Kong and his group were surrounded and locked down by 10 falling stars at the same time, and what purpose the crystal they intercepted served. Now it seems the answer lies here. The crystal is the original power source of these falling stars. If my judgment is correct, it also contains the power and life essence of our human awakeners. After Mufeng finished speaking, he directly bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the small crystal core. Sure enough, in an instant, the originally dim light of the crystal core erupted into brilliant colors. Fengxiu stared at the blooming effect of the crystal in astonishment. Impressive. The secrets that tens of thousands of people in the various battle cave bases of the Eastern Dragon Empire couldn't uncover in over half a year, you saw through in an instant? Mufeng's expression remained calm. Little did His insight skill could see through all disguises and illusions. The crystal core was installed in the energy layer of the falling star capsule by the Star River beings in a flowing state. Without top-level insight like Mu Fang's, it was nearly impossible to lock onto its specific location, let alone extract it for study. This kind of crystal, as far as I know, does not belong to the Battle Cave resources, nor does it belong to our blue star. It is most likely unique to their Star River civilization. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. So, this is the core of our final plan this time. If we can find a way to enter the lair of the Star River army behind the Starry Gate and destroy their crystal mine source, we can completely resolve the crisis of the falling star invasion. Once successful, the Star River civilization won't be able to step into the Battle Cave for at least a few years. All our bases in the outer ring of the Eastern Dragon Empire can take a breather for a while. Feng Xiu crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. But here's the question. How do we enter the other side of the Starry Gate? If we can't even get through their door, everything is just talk. Even if we do get in, are you really so confident you can destroy their crystal mine source? Such a resource that concerns the lifeblood of energy will surely be heavily guarded. By then, it won't be as simple as 10 combat groups. How much can you destroy, no matter how strong you are? However, Mu Feng seemed to be prepared. Smiling as he looked at Feng Xiu, staring directly at him, Feng Xiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and took 2 steps back nervously. What are you doing? Take it out, Mu Feng said casually. At this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. Since you've decided to join forces with me, you should be completely open with your partner. Your body possesses a very special high-quality treasure that should be able to hide or change your aura. Feng Xiu was completely stunned, staring blankly at Mu Feng. How do you know this? You little brat, you can't be cheating, can you? Damn! How could he hide anything from him? Little did he know, Mu Feng wasn't sure about this matter. He had just made a slight probe and, using his heart communication skill, indeed heard Feng Xiu's thoughts echoing in his mind. This isn't right, I've never used the ghost mask treasure in front of him. How on earth did this kid find out? Mu Feng gathered his thoughts and smiled as he extended his hand. Let me borrow the ghost mask. This time, I'll take you to Breakthrough this starry sky. When we return to report, you won't have to be entangled in pretending to be dead for 3 months anymore. You are no longer a deserter, but a hero from the Forbidden Tower. Put! Feng Xiu spat out a mouthful of old blood and was petrified on the spot. He felt his heart suffer another 100-fold critical hit. This kid can't be hiding the profession of a prophet, can he? He even knows about me pretending to be dead in that cage for 3 months. I kind of don't want to team up with him anymore. I want to go back to the safe zone. This kid is scarier than the Star River army. When Kang Yingjie and his group rushed back to the nearest safe zone base of the Imperial Army, it had been 8 hours since they separated from Mu Feng and Feng Xiu. Legion Commander, you have finally returned victorious. The Imperial Army soldiers guarding the base saluted them. Earlier, the base had received news that Kang Yingjie's unit was under siege, and everyone thought they were likely doomed. Unexpectedly, a miracle unfolded. Quick, take me to see Commander Gu. I have important matters to report. At the deepest part of the fortress base, the automatic gate made of special metal slowly opened. In the high-tech command room, Gu Changkong, the base leader and a peak knight of the 7th rank, quickly approached with a group of strong individuals. Great! Old Kong, I thought you guys were in serious trouble this time. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Imperial Army. Kang Yingjie, accompanied by his 2 6th rank peak assistants, spoke with a face full of shame. Commander Gu, it wasn't the heavens that blessed us, someone else saved us. Kang Yingjie then recounted their encounter with Mu Feng and Feng Xiu in detail. In the Imperial Army command room, the big shots, including Gu Changkong, were all astonished. So it was the pride of the Forbidden Tower who intervened? But according to what you said, this Mu Feng has at least the strength of a master. Why is he still just a first-rank priest? Kang Yingjie could only smile wryly. This is beyond our speculation. Commander Gu, quickly contact the safe zone base of the Forbidden Tower and inform them of what happened here. How to carry out the rescue and what subsequent arrangements should be made, I think, should be discussed jointly by our 2 bases. Gu Changkong nodded solemnly and immediately called for someone to send out a communication link. 5 minutes later, on the side of the Forbidden Tower safe zone base, a solemn middle-aged man appeared on screen. Level 115. The head of the Forbidden Tower Battle Pit Base, a peak formation master of the 7th rank, Sun Jianxuan. Commander Gu, you rarely come without a reason. What guidance do you have? Gu Changkong's expression tightened as he spoke seriously. Half a year ago, the group we sent out to investigate the Stargate intelligence went missing. The Forbidden Tower prodigy Feng Xiu has been found. He's not dead. He was saved by a newcomer from the Forbidden Tower named Mu Feng. Mu Feng? Sun Jianxuan frowned. Little did he know that just 2 days ago, the officer he sent back to assist the Forbidden Tower newcomers at the battle pit front had just whispered in his ear, specifically mentioning a troublemaker named Mu Feng who didn't follow the rules. After entering the teleportation array, this person lost contact directly. Originally, everyone at the Forbidden Tower base thought that Mufeng might have fallen to his death, but unexpectedly, not only was he alive, he also found the missing Shifangzun's pride from half a year ago. Sun Jianxuan let out a meaningful chuckle and asked, "Where are they now?" Kongning Jie, who was beside Gu Changkong, immediately replied, "Report, Commander Sun. Lord Mufeng just saved over 100 members of our team, but they did not return with us. They said they plan to enter the Stargate and want to explore the lair of the Star River Legion." What? Sun Jianxuan and the other big shots at the Forbidden Tower base were genuinely shocked. What audacity! Does he not know his own strength? Still thinking of probing the Stargate? That's a forbidden area even master-level experts would be obliterated in with the slightest mistake. This is simply nonsense. Seeing Sun Jianxuan's furious expression, Kongning Jie awkwardly smiled, feeling somewhat anxious but still mustering the courage to speak. "Commander Sun, there's no need to be angry. Lord Mufeng is not an ordinary newcomer. His vision, depth, and combat ability exceed my imagination. The three of us are at least at the peak of the 6th stage and have some influence in the Imperial Army, but compared to Lord Mufeng, we are nothing. His combat ability is even more terrifying than that of ordinary masters." As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Jianxuan and several high-ranking officials at the Forbidden Tower base had strange expressions. "Is that so?" Sun Jianxuan immediately looked at the buzzcut officer who had gone back to assist the newcomers. "Xiao Gao, go back again and make sure to meet with Dean Naylan in person. Inquire carefully about who this Mufeng really is. This troublemaker you mentioned is probably not that simple. Also, communication team, relay my orders. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team to search for the whereabouts of Mufeng in Fengxiu. Once found, bring them back at once. If they resist, use coercive measures directly." Understood. Wait. Just as Sun Jianxuan's orders were given, old Zhang, the bowing prophet beside Kongning Jie, adjusted his glasses and hurriedly said, "Commander Sun, when I returned earlier, I planted a spirit butterfly on Mufeng in Fengxiu. Perhaps I can use prophecy to project their actual situation before making a decision." Upon hearing this, Gu Changkong immediately urged, "You still have this trick? Then hurry up and operate it. Let's see what these two troublemakers are planning." Soon, several mages appeared in the base, collectively enhancing old Zhang's mental power, making his prophecy even more powerful, and the projected images became increasingly clear. However, when the first-person perspective images of Mufeng and Fengxiu appeared simultaneously on the screens of both bases, all the big shots were left speechless. The images did not show Mufeng and Fengxiu at all. Instead, they revealed the faces of two Star River ironclad warriors. Strangely, these two were secretly communicating in the human language, which was quite bizarre. "See, I told you, this phantom mask was something I soloed from a level 160 world boss 2 years ago. A high-ranking member of a head guild offered me 50 million gold coins, but I didn't sell it." Mufeng said in a low voice. "That's right, the value of this thing cannot be measured in gold coins. Without it, you would have probably died at the hands of those Star River ironclads long ago." As the perspective slowly shifted, the big shots in the base finally understood that Mufeng and his companion had used a special disguise artifact to change their appearance and aura, infiltrating a Star River combat group on a nearby battlefield. These two kids are indeed not to be underestimated. They actually thought of this method to penetrate the enemy's interior. Sun Jianxuan's initial anger gradually faded, replaced by curiosity about their next plan. "I want to see what tricks they can come up with." Meanwhile, from the first-person perspective of the battlefield, Mufeng and Fengxiu were following behind this pair of Star River combat groups. After rescuing Sunning Jie and his group, the two had been hastily advancing towards the northeast coordinates, inadvertently encountering this team of Star River combatants. They were not like the Falling Star combat groups they had encountered before, which were directly engaged in battle, but were specifically responsible for escorting human captives from the battle pit front. Not far away, an energy cage identical to the one that had previously held Fengxiu was also imprisoning a young human awakener, and as they got closer, Mufeng immediately activated his skill in the name of Light Insight and discerned the captive's identity. Kong Yingxi, such a familiar name. I remember now, he ranked 10th in the National College entrance examination this year. I think someone mentioned him in the previous group from Ijon. I heard he was directly admitted through a special recruitment quota at the Empire's elite training base. I didn't expect him to end up at the battle pit front as well. Mufeng glanced around and could easily tell that there should not be just one captive here. The others must have been eliminated for refusing to cooperate, leaving him as the sole survivor. At that moment, a thin Star River mage stood outside the cage, interrogating him harshly. "Tell me, where is the core of the protective array for your Empire's safe zone base?" Kong Yingji coldly stared at the thin mage and sneered. "You want me to betray the Empire? Dream on." At the back of the combat group, Fengxiu's pupils suddenly constricted, and she lowered her voice to speak. "Should we take action and eliminate these beasts? Save this kid, he's a tough guy." Mufeng remained silent, still gazing ahead with an indifferent expression, but he was already secretly preparing to chant a skill. However, at that moment, the mage seemed to receive some special instructions and began speaking in an incomprehensible language of an alien civilization into the communication device. After a brief exchange, he stopped interrogating Konginji and looked back at the armored figure. Headquarters sent a message. This person is a direct descendant of a prominent family in the Eastern Dragon Empire with a special identity. Take him back to headquarters for a thorough examination. Perhaps we can extract greater value. The leader of the armored figures turned around, locking his mental energy onto Mufeng and Fingxiu, and spoke. You two, escort this captive into the flight cabin and return to headquarters first. The rest of you continue exploring the surroundings with me, aiming to capture more human prisoners. Mufeng and Fingxiu exchanged a glance, secretly delighted, and immediately took action. By taking on this easy task, they could approach the captive with minimal cost, avoiding the need for a forced confrontation. From the base's perspective, when the high-ranking officials of the Empire's army and the Forbidden Tower saw that Mufeng and Fingxiu had indeed managed to sneak into the flight cabin, they each revealed a playful expression. Interesting. This kid named Mufeng is quite clever. He really found an opportunity with those two. Just as Sun Jianxuan finished speaking, a serious high-ranking official at the peak of the sixth segment said, "But Commander, the Stargate is not comparable to other energy arrays. They are ultimately human life forms. If they accidentally touch certain mechanisms, they will likely be discovered immediately, leading to a dilemma." Sun Jianxuan pondered for a moment and replied, "It's meaningless to discuss this now. All we can do is gather as much valuable intelligence as possible based on their perspectives. For example, this return cabin spacecraft, we've never seen anything like it before. It would be best to take this opportunity to see what kind of world lies behind the Stargate. As for whether the two of them are alive or dead, it all depends on fate. Even if they fall within the Stargate, they are still part of our human race, the immortal heroes of my Eastern Dragon Empire. This general will certainly report their achievements truthfully." Once Sun Jianxuan said this, everyone fell silent. Moments later, the hatch of the spacecraft slowly closed. A powerful energy surged from the bottom of the flying cabin, rising slowly like a high-tech starship, truly heading towards the direction of the Stargate. At this moment, the sky had darkened to the extreme, marking the rare long night at the front lines of the battlefield. It should be noted that the time rules in the barrier where the battlefield is located differ greatly from those of Blue Star. A complete night would only arrive after half a month. Most of the time was daylight, with occasional strange scenes of both black and white appearing simultaneously. However, every time the stars and daylight appeared in the sky together, it was almost always during the activation period of the falling star plan. Such beautiful celestial phenomena were also accompanied by immense pressure of war. Therefore, the human powerhouses stationed at the front lines of the battlefield rarely had the opportunity to enjoy the magnificent scenery above the sky as freely as Mufeng and Fengxiu did at this moment. What a beautiful starry sky. I didn't expect there to be over 100 stargates. The Star River civilization has developed so quickly in just half a year, right? Fengxiu continued to speak. Kong Ingji, trapped in the cage, suddenly opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring until Mufeng lazily spoke up from the other side. No matter how beautiful the starry night is, it does not belong to our human race. As long as they are opponents, they must be eliminated. Kong Ingji gasped and quickly said, "You two are not the Star River Iron Armored." A flash of light passed, and Mufeng and Fengxiu simultaneously shed the disguise brought by their ghostly masks, revealing their true forms. You are Mufeng, the Flame Emperor, the top scholar Mufeng." Kong Ingji immediately recognized Mufeng's identity. He would never forget how shocked he felt the day the image of the Flame Emperor appeared. He never expected to see the top scholar in person at this moment and even accidentally be saved by Mufeng. Kong Ingji in the cage immediately clasped his hands in front of Mufeng. "I am also a fellow student from the same entrance exam as you. I have heard of your great reputation, Lord Mufeng, and I truly admire you. Finally, I see the real person today." Fengxiu beside him picked his nose and glanced at Mufeng, seemingly feeling a bit uncomfortable. It should be known that in the era before Mufeng appeared, the 10 Directions respect in the Forbidden Tower was the supreme pinnacle of students. Anyone who appeared was a presence that captivated the entire audience. But for some reason, all Fengxiu had seen along the way were people who idolized Mufeng. Instead, it completely overshadowed his own status. Even this unknown fellow student from the entrance exam showed such respect for Mufeng, which made him quite envious. "I say, do you know the top scholar? Do you know he is actually my junior in the Forbidden Tower?" He tried to elevate his own status, but Kong Ingji merely returned a polite fist salute to Fengxiu and continued chatting with Mufeng without further regard. The space in the flying cabin where the three were located had no one else. Apart from the flying cabin, the entire spacecraft only had a mage and an armored warrior in the cockpit at the front. This allowed the three to chat without reservation for a while until Mufeng suddenly sensed the surrounding energy waves starting to stir and immediately made a shushing gesture. "Everyone be careful, we are about to enter the Stargate." What exactly is behind this, no one can say for sure. If they can detect our human bloodline, do not hesitate, launch a counterattack immediately. If we can kill one, we will. If the situation is relatively safe, then stay calm and follow my instructions. Kong Ingji immediately replied. Understood, I will follow Lord Mufeng's orders. Mufeng suddenly thought of the Raging Bull battle form he had used when fighting Kong Inghao before, and hurriedly asked, have you cultivated the battle form of the Kong family? Kong Ingji nodded immediately. Of course. He suddenly waved his hand, and a small calf about 1 meter tall appeared beside him, looking adorably silly as it glanced left and right, completely harmless. Mufeng and Feng Shou were both taken aback. What use is such a small thing? However, Kong Ingji quickly added with a smile, you two are mistaken, don't underestimate this little thing, its attributes are not low at all. It has a health of a full 800,000 and a defense exceeding 50,000 points. Mufeng was taken aback. Are you sure? Kong Inghao should also be a brother from your family, right? I have personally experienced his Raging Bull battle form, which is at least dozens of meters tall. Its attributes don't seem to be higher than yours. Kong Ingji smiled. That's because brother. Hao is from the collateral line of the Kong family, while I am from the direct line, so the battle form I cultivate is much superior to his Raging Bull. For this reason, even though my battle form is only in its juvenile stage, it can match the attribute strength of his peak stage. Mufeng couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a sense of resignation. Indeed, even in this world, one could not escape the inherent advantages brought by bloodlines. Very well, with this little calf here, I can ensure your safe landing. Upon hearing this, even Feng Shou was puzzled. He didn't understand how just this battle form could make Mufeng speak with such confidence. Just then, a loud rumble erupted. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the entire aircraft to tremble violently from the inside out. Outside the window, dazzling points of light, like starlight, rapidly moved backward, as if entering a vast and boundless cosmic space. Feng Shou's expression changed immediately. Is this the inside of the Stargate? No wonder. Even master-level experts would be reduced to ashes if they recklessly entered. It connects to a space-time rift in the vast universe. It seems the Stargate is the passage connecting the two realms, and the Star River civilization base we are about to reach has completely left the realm of the Battle Cave barrier. This is a bit troublesome. Feng Shou's concerns were not unfounded, because this meant that once Mufeng and the others entered the enemy's lair, it would not be so simple to retreat unscathed. This was entirely a gap between two worlds. Mufeng reassured them, since we are here, we should be at ease and act according to the situation. With me here, you two need not panic. At that moment, at the safety zone base, the command centers of the Imperial Army in the Forbidden Tower were horrified upon seeing the scene inside the Stargate. Indeed, our previous judgment has been confirmed again. The Stargate is a teleportation passage connecting the two realms. We just didn't expect the Star River civilization to have the capability to open such a vast cosmic space passage. The level of civilization required for this is extraordinarily high, and the energy resources needed are unimaginable. With our Blue Star's current foundation, it is almost impossible to open hundreds of such stargates. And this clearly should not be the entirety of the Star River civilization's foundation. It is very likely just one of their outposts in the vast cosmic battlefield. It seems the enemy is stronger than we imagined, Gu Changkong said, looking at Sun Jianxuan on the other side of the screen. Mr. Sun, I think we should immediately compile the situation here into a report and submit it to the 4 major institutions of the Empire. Those big shots in the Dragon Emperor Tower should be very interested in these findings. Sun Jianxuan nodded solemnly. I hope things aren't too bad, otherwise our stronghold on the battlefield will likely be the first to bear the brunt, becoming the primary target of the Star River civilization. I have to say, this time Mufeng and the others have truly made a significant contribution, helping us obtain such important information in advance. Moments later, the turbulence of time and space was nearing its end, and a refreshed scene appeared in their view. At the dark end of the vast universe was a planet glowing with a grayish-white light. Gu Changkong and Sun Jianxuan both showed expressions of shock, responding in unison. It's the Moon Star. So the base of the Star River civilization is established on the Moon Star. Boom! Another loud noise erupted as the flight pod landed steadily. Mufeng couldn't help but gasp at the magnificent and imposing base on the surface of the Moonstar, feeling a deep sense of shock. After all, he was a person who had crossed over from the Blue Star in his previous life and was very familiar with the Moonstar. Beside him, Feng Shou and Kong Ingji were already stunned by the scene before them. It's hard to imagine that this is the base of the Star River Army. It's so grand. There are at least 100,000 Star River warriors gathered here. It's terrifying. Almost every armored warrior is above level 100. If such a large number of Star River legions were to descend upon the battlefield at the same time, it wouldn't be long before they completely occupy the entire battlefield. After Kong Ingji finished speaking, Feng Shou chuckled. The battlefield isn't as simple as you think. 100,000 armored warriors are indeed powerful, but at most, they can only threaten the outer ring of the battlefield. The central region and even deeper core areas hide Unimaginable horrors. Even Mufeng had never heard of these, and it was clear that Feng Xiu knew more than he did. Lord Mufeng, what should we do next? It seems these people want to take me back. Mufeng replied calmly, don't worry, wait until they get closer. I'll draw their fire, and Feng Xiu, you open the energy cage using the method I taught you, then take Brother Kong and seize this spaceship. This is our only lifeline. After Mufeng issued the command, both Feng Xiu and Kong Yingji looked at him in astonishment. You're not joking, are you? This isn't the battlefield, brother. This is the Moonstar base of the Star River. Army, you're still so arrogant on their territory? Aren't you afraid of provoking some forbidden existence that might directly crush you? Mufeng was too lazy to explain further and snorted. Less talk. If you don't want to die, follow my orders. After saying that, Mufeng's sharp gaze swept around and he began to chant. 8th tier evolution skill of the light shower technique, Divine Lord contract. A brilliant totem slowly descended. Mufeng completed the contract binding with the little bull war god beside him, gaining a shared health pool of a full 800,000 health points, coupled with the 3-level enhancement of his black armor and the health increase from the level-less divine artifact helmet, along with the exclusive buff from the Shoushang Academy that increased health. Mufeng's health directly exceeded 1 million. His defense strength even broke through 150,000. There are intruders. The dozens of Star River armored battle groups responsible for handling prisoners quickly sensed something was wrong and locked onto Mufeng and the others. At that moment, the war god took a step into the air, with angelic wings aiding him, helping him hover 30 meters above the void, laughing wildly. My name is Mufeng, a student of the Eastern Dragon Empire, here to visit your Star River base. How arrogant was that voice? Yet it also revealed Mufeng's unruly and domineering demeanor, coldly looking down at the increasingly gathering battle groups below. However, this was not the core that made Mufeng feel pressured. Soon, he sensed a dangerous aura. Sure enough, behind the battle groups, several mages immediately triggered the defensive magic array. Moments later, countless laser cannons buried deep in the old soil of the base slowly emerged, simultaneously locking onto the position of Mufeng. Boom! Dozens of silver laser arcs struck Mufeng at the same time, creating a dazzling silver halo. Mufeng's million health points instantly dropped by 150,000. The remaining health continued to decrease by the second. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and break through! Mufeng shouted downwards, breaking the stunned gaze of Kong Yingji and Feng Xiu. Little did he know, it wasn't just the two of them who were shocked. The real astonishment came from the big shots in the safety zone of the battle pit base. What of the peak of the 6th stage? What of the 7th stage masters? Who could match Mufeng's current spirit and strength? He single-handedly attracted nearly 100 laser cannons attacks and surprisingly wasn't killed instantly. He could still hold on for dozens of seconds. A monster. A rare monster. Gu Changkong stared at the screen, completely dazed. No wonder you old guys praised this Mufeng so much, saying that a first-stage priest saved all of you. I was quite surprised at first, but now it seems this young friend Mufeng is indeed extraordinary. But if his strength is so formidable, why is he only at the first stage? Old Zhang adjusted his glasses, smiling as he spoke. Perhaps he didn't have time to complete the promotion task and has already participated in the high-stakes exam. This interpretation seemed incredible to others, but it indeed explained Mufeng's growth trajectory. Ever since he came to prominence, it was almost a meteoric rise. He hardly had any time to catch his breath before arriving at the front lines of the battle pit. How could he have time for trivial matters? After all, to kill a world boss for a promotion task, at least a 1 to 2 month waiting period was needed. But for Mufeng, nowadays, let alone a month, even a week was a true leap in strength. He had no habit of standing still. Thus, he achieved the miracle of dominating the battlefield as a first-stage priest at the Star River base. Sun Jianxuan also silently clenched his fists, his gaze hopeful as he watched Mufeng. Good kid. The surprises you bring me are getting more and more. The peak 6th stage warrior beside him, confused, asked, Commander, what method is this kid using? How could he possibly have such astonishing defense? Hundreds of Aurora cannons would instantly melt a master-level powerhouse. Yet he can hold on for so long. It's already been a minute and a half. And he hasn't died. Sun Jianxuan snorted coldly. How can you, a warrior, comprehend the wonders of the priest profession? Besides, do you think such a monster could possibly be a single class? If I'm not mistaken, the high-level divine skill he just chanted should be a contract method similar to bloodline symbiosis. The Kong family, as one of the 10 great families of the Eastern Dragon Empire, has a renowned legacy of battle bodies with extremely strong survival abilities. If I'm right, Mufeng should have formed a contract with that little cow, gaining shared access to its panel attributes, living and dying together. Plus, Mufeng himself possesses extremely strong priestly abilities. His light shower technique's healing has already reached the level of a master, barely maintaining the balance of his health without being killed instantly. Sun Jianxuan's summary was largely correct. But what he didn't know was that Mufeng's method of healing was not as simple as just the light shower technique. His true reliance was the Holy Spring Divine skill of the Angel Totem, which directly converted light energy into his own health and energy. Even the current level 1 mutated angel totem's 90 minutes of light energy reserve had consumed 1/3 in just a minute. There was no choice, this place was simply too dangerous. Hundreds of laser cannons, combined with battle groups exceeding 100 levels, were attacking together. Even if Mufong could endure, it would definitely be a top-tier money-burning speed. No, if this continues, my energy reserves will be exhausted in the enemy's stronghold, which would be very dangerous. If I can't even use the wings of angels, it will be hard to leave alive. Mufong glanced below, made up his mind, and stopped being passively defensive. He looked down and asked, "How much longer do you two need?" With a bang. At that very moment, Fengxiu broke open the energy cage and complained, "How did you manage to do this? This cage was so sturdy, but when I saw you open my cage before, you just moved your fingers." Kong Yingji, who had escaped from captivity, laughed. "The top scholar is not something we can fathom, his depth is unfathomable." Fengxiu shot him a glance and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get the ship ready." Moments later, Kong Yingji entered the cockpit, studied it briefly, and mastered the use of the spaceship. It was actually quite simple, just a few buttons. As long as he learned to activate the energy of the crystal stone, he could start it up. Not much different from an electric car on Blue Star. "Lord Mufong, it's powered up and ready for takeoff." Seeing this, Mufong immediately responded, "You go first, Senior Fong. Give him your phantom mask, disguise it as the Star River Ironclad, and wait for us at the exit of the Starry Gate." Kong Yingji was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted, "You two can't be so reckless. This is the Star River base, with over 100,000 enemy troops. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. This time we've found the enemy's base, and we've already gained a lot. As long as we can get this spaceship back, it will also be a great achievement. Staying here only leads to death." Mufong smiled. "Stop talking and execute the order. If you're afraid of dying, we shouldn't have come here." After Mufong finished speaking, Fengxiu below also burst into laughter, using the wind attribute to take off into the air. The awkward part was that he could only fly 10 meters off the ground, which was really low compared to Mufeng's wings of angels. Unfortunately, his failed attempt to show off was noticed by the big shots in the base, and several high-ranking officials besides Sun Jianxuan laughed. "I knew that kid Fengxiu wouldn't die so easily." Another high-ranking official nodded repeatedly. Yes, he was one of the top 3 prodigies among that batch of Forbidden Tower students, but because his abilities were too special, very few people truly understood him. Having him stay by Mufeng's side to help might really create a miracle. Sun Jianxuan suddenly looked at his 2 aides with a half-smile and asked, "What miracle are you referring to?" The 2 aides suddenly froze, not daring to speak carelessly. Sun Jianxuan chuckled. "No need to hide, I understand what you mean. Perhaps this time, Mufong really has the potential to create a miracle. They seem to have made up their minds to stage a grand scene. I really look forward to them turning the entire Star River base upside down. At that time, I will personally commend them." Watching Kong Yingji pilot the spaceship away from the battlefield crisis, Mufong finally breathed a sigh of relief and summoned Yanji at the first opportunity. "Those laser cannons below are up to you." After saying that, Mufong quickly began to chant, "Fire type, 4th tier evolution skill, Blade of Sovereignty." A nearly 3-meter-long flame sword merged into Yanji's hand, and this stunning crimson figure instantly disappeared, arriving at the battlefield ground, then sweeping the sword horizontally. Boom! A loud noise, the nearly 100-foot blade of flame pushed out in a crescent moon shape, and with just one strike, it destroyed hundreds of laser cannon installations around, helping Mufong relieve the immense pressure. What? Below, Fengxiu, who was still competing for altitude, was completely stunned by Yanji's casual display of power. "I say, Mufong, your summoned spirit is terrifying. Just one move can match 1/10 of my slashing effect." Before Mufong could respond, Yanji, not far away, turned her head and shot a disdainful glance at Fengxiu, completely disregarding him. "Here's a look of contempt for you to ponder. Don't delay any longer, this is just the outermost area of the base for prisoner exchanges. At most, there are only 5 combat groups guarding it. Let's finish this quickly. Eliminate them and delve deeper into the base to see if we can find their crystal mine source. If we can find it, we'll hit the jackpot." After Mufong issued the command, Fengxiu also drew his katana and joined the battle. Boom! The 2 of them, one in the sky and one on the ground, pushed forward madly, wiping out over 100 level 100 armored soldiers from 5 combat groups in just 3 minutes. In the direction of the base, hundreds of spectators had gathered by the light screen, and the high-ranking officials all showed expressions of astonishment. "So strong. Is this the foundation of the Forbidden Tower students? No wonder the Forbidden Tower claims to only recruit prodigies. Ordinary folks have no chance of touching that mysterious and supreme academy. It really does have substantial value. But I heard Mufong comes from an ordinary family. How did he qualify for the special recruitment of the Forbidden Tower? Do we even need to ask? He is the first top scholar in history. Do you know what special recruitment means? It's for geniuses like him who can defy fate. Nobility and power mean nothing unless it's in the hands of someone like him. Exactly, breaking the constraints of bloodlines with strength is what makes one a prodigy. Ding! Congratulations, level increased to level 66. After absorbing this portion of experience, a slight smile appeared on Mufeng's face. Not bad, it's really satisfying to grind monsters in a place like this without any worries. Wherever I go, anyone I see can be killed. Then Mufeng flew down, grabbed Fengxiu by the collar and took him along, flying swiftly just 50 meters above the ground. Under the raging wind, Fengxiu was like a wild chicken held in the claws of an eagle, with his long hair blowing in the wind. It constantly slapped against his face, making him look quite disheveled. All the style was with Mufeng, while he, the once prodigious figure of the Forbidden Tower, looked like a mere lackey. Please, can you put me down? Can't I just run alongside? Fengxiu was on the verge of tears. At this moment, he and Mufeng were unaware that someone had been watching from behind the scenes. If Fengxiu knew that his current expression was being recorded by those big shots in front of the light screen, he would probably be so embarrassed and furious that he would want to smash his head against the ground. Stop complaining. We don't have any flying vehicles or ghost masks for protection. It won't be long before we're completely exposed at the base, and we have very little time to act. Let's try to accomplish as much as we can. Fengxiu couldn't help but curse. Then why the hell did you give the ghost mask to that guy? That Kong fellow looks unreliable. What if he flies back on his own? You won't even find a place to cry. Mufeng just smiled and said nothing. From the first moment he saw Kong Yingji, he felt that this person was very reliable and definitely trustworthy. As the two flew, they experienced an overwhelming shock within. Damn it! This Star River lineage is ambitious. They have already cultivated such a large-scale base. 100,000 armored soldiers are far from their core strength. What is truly terrifying is that nearly 10,000 various types of mechanical weapons, such as the flying cannon with its extraordinary power, have actually been manufactured. If all the resources are moved to the front lines of the battle pit through Falling Star, it would undoubtedly be an unimaginable disaster. Mufeng and Fengxiu grew increasingly alarmed as they watched. Little did they know, on the other side of the polar light curtain, the high-ranking leaders in the safe zone were equally shocked. Gu Changkong gasped and murmured, "This kid's infiltration behind enemy lines is becoming more and more impressive. Without them, how could we know such a significant secret? The threat of the Star River lineage far exceeds our imagination. It must be elevated to the list of the highest-level dangerous civilizations." Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Old Wei was chatting and laughing with several mysterious masters within the tower. Ningxu suddenly walked in and slightly bowed to report to him. "Old Wei, news has come from the front lines of the battle pit that Mufeng has entered the Gate of Stars and infiltrated the headquarters of the Star River civilization, obtaining first-hand, up-to-date intelligence for us." In just 3 minutes of reporting, Old Wei's expression changed repeatedly, and then he burst into hearty laughter. This boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the 9th floor of the Dragon Emperor Tower, causing a slight tremor. "I knew it. The kid I have my eye on won't let us down." Ningxu, with a hint of a smile, asked, "So, Old Wei, should we report this immediately?" Old Wei suddenly raised his hand. "No need, just wait and see. The good show has just begun. The news from the front lines of the battle pit will continuously shock you. In my judgment, that kid Mufeng will likely cause a huge uproar before he returns. Notify Gu Changkong and also Sun Jianquan and the others to share the projection angles of the prophecy technique with all the strongholds under the Eastern Dragon Empire at the front lines of the battle pit. I want to use this battle to truly make Mufeng famous throughout the empire, to establish him as the new benchmark of this generation in the Eastern Dragon Empire." Ningxu smiled and bowed again. "Understood. I will take care of it right away." After Master Ningxu left, the esteemed figures in front of Old Wei looked at him and smiled, asking, "Is it that top scholar from this generation? The one known as the Flame Emperor? That kid is quite interesting. I had a brief encounter with him before." "Yes, that's him. Old Wei, are you planning to take him as your successor?" Old Wei, however, shook his head with a smile. "I'm afraid I don't have that qualification. Mufeng's rise is faster than I imagined. Our Eastern Dragon Empire has been silent for hundreds of years. Perhaps in this era of Mufeng's rise, we can reclaim our position and influence." The esteemed figures all showed expressions of shock. "What does Old Wei mean?" The elder nodded with a smile. "That's right, I want to help him build his reputation and influence to consolidate the scattered fortunes of our Eastern Dragon Empire over the past few hundred years. Since the fall of the human emperor of our Eastern Dragon Empire 100 years ago, the fortune that was once concentrated on him has completely dispersed. As a result, for the past 100 years, the Eastern Dragon Empire has not been recognized as the leader of the human race despite its former glory. Now, several major foreign powers have continuously had awakened beings breakthrough, which has already caused significant pressure on our Eastern Dragon Empire. The borders are constantly being eroded, with them eyeing our resource veins. Do they really think our Eastern Dragon Empire has no temper? They seem to have forgotten that it was the powerful, awakened beings of our lineage who swept through the outer realms hundreds of years ago, giving them a place to rest. Now, however, with no tiger in the mountain, the monkeys claim the throne. It's not just me, those old fellows at the top of the tower have long been unable to endure it. This generation of destined individuals has yet to appear. I wonder if Mufeng can grow up and reach such heights. the esteemed figures in front of him each side. The human emperor does not just appear casually. Only those who reach the highest peak of the Dragon Emperor Tower are qualified to become the supreme leader revered by all factions of my Eastern Dragon Empire. Although Mu Feng is strong, he is just a priest. Old Wei hurriedly interrupted this statement. You will soon understand that being a priest is perhaps the least noticeable label on Mu Feng. The Eastern Dragon Empire will soon recognize this astonishing kid, and the opportunity may lie in this battle among the stars. Wait, fly a little slower, I think I've discovered something. Just as Mu Feng was flying deeper into the base, dragging Feng Shou like a dead dog, Feng Shou suddenly felt an incredibly hot power surging within him. Mu Feng looked down and discovered that dense, mysterious runes had appeared on Feng Shou's left arm, pulsating with a dark golden light. They had never appeared before, but now showed signs of revival. Is this a bloodline seal? Yan Ji immediately communicated with Mu Feng in his mind. What do you mean? Mu Feng, encountering a knowledge blind spot, asked decisively, and Yan Ji responded. In simple terms, this guy's bloodline is quite unusual, and the seal is meant to suppress this power. Once the seal is broken, he will become a terrifying existence. That is completely out of control. What exactly is sealed within him is currently unknown. It could be a simple bloodline inheritance, or it might be a physical seal of some forbidden ancient being. Of course, the rarest possibility is that a certain extraordinary treasure is sealed within him. Sealing it with these runes has the greatest advantage of making it difficult for outsiders to pry into. In any case, this kid definitely has greater secrets. Otherwise, do you think, boss, that with that broken knife of his that wilts, when swung, he could be called the 10 Directions Sovereign? Mu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure, if he really has other abilities, I don't mind creating a true highlight moment for him, letting him show off as long as he can be of use. He then regained his composure and looked down at Feng Shou, asking, what did you discover? Feng Shou said, seriously, there are extremely strong fluctuations of crystalline veins beneath this land. If this base really has the kind of concentrated crystalline veins you mentioned, the source must be right here. Feng Shou spoke with an undeniable certainty. His usually carefree and reckless personality rarely used such a serious tone. Mu Feng unhesitatingly activated his insight in the name of light. He indeed discovered an astonishing concentration of crystalline energy accumulated deep within this land. Senior, you were right. This is most likely the source of the crystalline veins. Mu Feng slightly raised the corners of his mouth, then suddenly let go, tossing Feng Shou into the base below, and then roared into the void around him. Come quickly! There are intruders trying to steal your crystalline veins. Feng Shou, who was thrown into the crowd below, was instantly dumbfounded. That innocent expression was like being stabbed in the back by his best friend. You Mu Feng, I took you as a brother and you treat me like fishbait, huh? In an instant, large groups of battle formations surged out from deep within the land. Originally, these armored battle groups hidden among the falling stars were in a standby position, concealed beneath the black sand of the surface along with the crystalline veins. Without Feng Shou's earlier reminder, even if Mu Feng hadn't activated his insight skill, it would have been difficult to detect the location of the veins. After all, how could such precious foundational materials be placed in plain sight? Mu Feng was still pondering whether this was just one of the mineral sources. When he saw hundreds of battle groups emerging below, he finally broke into a smile. Over 100 battle groups, more than 3,000 armored soldiers. There's no mistake, they are indeed the guardians of the crystal mine source. At that moment, on the side of the safe zone base, all the frontline bases under the Eastern Dragon Empire shared old Zhang's prophetic light screen, witnessing the first-person perspective operated by Mu Feng. When they saw thousands of armored soldiers gathering frantically, everyone gasped in shock. It's over, they've summoned so many armored troops at once. These two are completely finished this time. What a pity for Mu Feng. A once-in-a-generation talent to meet such a tragic end. Given time, he will surely become a remarkable figure. The high-ranking officials in front of the light screen expressed their regrets, indignation, and despair. Only the master-level experts at the forefront remained silent, staring intently at Mu Feng, believing he must have more tricks up his sleeve. Just then, Mu Feng laughed again. This is interesting. Over 3,000 people. If I take them all out at once, I should be able to level up to 70 directly. Awesome. Something's off. Summoning so many enemies at once, Mu Feng not only isn't running away but is laughing. What is he planning? Kong. Ingjie was dumbfounded, unaware that Gu Changkong beside him was even more excited. Just wait and see, this kid definitely has a backup plan. He might even give us a big surprise. At that moment, Mu Feng took out the exquisite staff crafted for him by his second uncle and, with an incredibly solemn posture, began to chant. Beasts of the Star River lineage, here's your welcome gift. Accept it. As he looked down at the densely packed armored soldiers gathering madly towards Feng Shou's position, Mu Feng used the simplest method to gather all the originally scattered enemies into an incredibly concentrated area. And this was his true purpose. Roar! Mu Feng first issued a command, and the ancient Frog King suddenly descended from the sky, squatting right in the middle, opening its massive mouth to swallow Fengxiu, who was about to be torn apart by the armored soldiers. Then, with a great leap, it flew out of the battlefield's center. Now's the time. Fire-type 8th tier evolution divine skill falling fire star. Boom! In an instant, the deepest part of the dark starry sky seemed to tear open a huge gap from which a massive flaming star slowly emerged, spanning across the horizon. With a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters, it truly resembled a meteor that was continuously enlarging, crashing towards this base. From the perspective of looking up at the sky, the pressure of the flaming meteor covered the entire starry sky. Comparable to the summoning technique of the Forbidden Gathering, it completely stunned everyone. How is this possible? Is this a skill that a priest can unleash? Its power reaches the level of a forbidden spell. So Mu Feng intended to destroy the entire crystal mine with one blow. This kid is indeed a remarkable talent. Incredible, the pride of this generation of the Forbidden Tower. I would call Mu Feng the strongest. What kind of skill is this? It's simply capable of destroying the world. At this moment, thousands of powerful individuals from the Eastern Dragon Empire on the frontline were completely dumbfounded by this earth-shattering scene. This was Mu Feng's first time unleashing his strongest fire summoning skill in front of the world. It was also the strongest area attack he could currently unleash, without exception. The meteor from beyond the stars descended upon the world in the most ferocious form of starfire, and anyone who obstructed it would be reduced to ashes. Boom! The massive flaming star bombarded the ground heavily. In that instant, the area of nearly 10,000 meters around the crystal mine source was completely shattered. With one strike, over 3,000 level 100 and above Star River armored warriors were all obliterated into nothingness. The crystal mine buried underground, with a mass of millions of tons of energy, was entirely buried in that single breath. The chain reaction triggered by the explosion completely engulfed more than a quarter of the entire Moonstar base. It worked! As the entire light screen was filled with dazzling fireworks like flames, Gu Changkong and Sun Jianquan, the leaders of the Eastern Dragon Empire's battle pits, were all moved to tears. I haven't been this excited in a long time. That kid Mu Feng, he deserves the top credit in the Starry War. It's so shocking. It turns out the most beautiful fireworks in the world can only be seen when blowing up the enemy's base. Fengxiu poked his head out from the big toad's mouth, his face illuminated by the soaring flames. Mu Feng's forbidden level summoning technique, Falling Fire and Heavenly Star, directly blew up all the geologic mineral sources of the enemy, causing an unimaginable chain reaction. This battlefield of nearly 10,000 miles in radius almost completely collapsed. Large sections of base facilities fell into the ground pits, completely swallowed by the raging sea of fire. The losses visible to the naked eye were incalculable. At this moment, Kongyingji, who had already flown back to the Starry Gate, gasped in awe upon hearing the roar of the soaring flames behind him. No wonder he's called the Flame Emperor. The value of the top scholar is truly unmatched by any other candidates. At least I rank 10th in the nation, but standing in front of someone like him really pales in comparison. Even if I had the same strength as Lord Mu Feng, I probably wouldn't have the guts. This is like piercing through the heavens of the Star River Army. At this moment, in the battle pits, in front of the light screens of various safety zone bases, the awakened leaders of the Eastern Dragon Empire were all exhilarated, and the cheers echoed throughout the safety zones, with the uplifting news spreading like wildfire. Have you heard? A newcomer named Mu Feng from the Forbidden Tower seems to have broken into the Starry Gate and blew up a base of the Star River civilization. What? Is that true? It can't be that outrageous, right? Absolutely true. I just returned from patrol and saw the big shots in the control room all glowing with excitement, discussing this matter. No way, how could he enter the Stargate? It's said that even a 100-level master can't get in. The soldiers patrolling the base perimeter were also whispering among themselves. Little did they know that this day would be forever remembered by the soldiers on the front lines of the entire battle pit. For them, it was even more joyous than the new year. Only those frontline soldiers who had truly fought against the Star River Army understood the strategic significance of Mu Feng's move and its far-reaching impact on the entire battle pit situation. At that moment, Sun Jianquan regained his composure and connected with the leaders of other safety zones through the big screen, speaking sternly. I think this battle has reached a sufficient level. Gu, it's better to have your people contact Mu Feng and his companion to evacuate as soon as possible. With such a big commotion, the Moonstar base will likely be thrown into chaos soon. The leader of the Star River Army will definitely dig 3 feet into the ground to capture them, and once captured, they absolutely won't come back alive. Compared to gaining greater benefits, I believe Mu Feng's value is far more precious than this Moonstar base. Upon hearing this, the big shots understood Sun's meaning. After all, Mu Feng and Fengxiu were the prized talents of the Forbidden Tower, and having made a name for themselves at such a young age, they were bound to have limitless futures. If they were to die at the Moonstar base, it would be a tremendous loss for the Forbidden Tower. Gu Changkong also understood the others' thoughts, gently nodding and looking at old Zhang. Use your spirit butterfly to try to establish communication with them and convey Sun's instructions. Although this opportunity is rare, after all, the Moon Star is the stronghold of the Star River civilization and our Eastern Dragon Empire has no forces stationed here. There are no suitable people to connect with, and if we delay any longer, we will undoubtedly die. Let them retreat to the battle pit, and we will immediately send someone to assist. Understood. Old Zhang immediately began to operate, using his prophetic skills to communicate with Mu Feng's mental energy. At that moment, Mu Feng was standing on endless divine fire, admiring his astonishing masterpiece when he suddenly felt the mental energy fluctuations of Ling Dai. Mu Feng, my young friend, this is the command room of the Empire's safe zone number 3. Can you hear my transmission? Mu Feng's expression froze for a moment, then he hurriedly responded. Senior, have you safely arrived at the base? Congratulations. However, old Zhang clearly had no intention of making small talk and immediately conveyed the commander's orders. Retreat? Mu Feng frowned instantly. What a joke. It was not easy to infiltrate the Stargate and penetrate the enemy's base. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mu Feng knew all too well that the Star River civilization was also a highly intelligent civilization, and such a home invasion could only be done once. How could he leave just like that? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Feng replied, now is not the time. Destroying just one crystal mine source won't inflict serious damage on the Star River civilization. We must seize this opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. Otherwise, the various safe zones of the battle pit will face even more frenzied retaliation from the Star River civilization. At that time, the damage will only be more severe. We must take advantage of their weakness and strike. The base is already becoming increasingly chaotic. This is the perfect opportunity for us to strike at the root. I will find a chance to make them stumble hard. As for our safety, the headquarters need not worry. Compared to the situation at the front lines of the entire Empire's battle pit, what are 2 lives worth? After Mu Feng finished speaking, he decisively severed the mental connection. Little did he expect that countless passionate young men at the base headquarters would be deeply moved by Mu Feng's unintentional words. Is the life of a proud son more precious than that of an ordinary soldier? Of course not. To take a step back, if Mu Feng and Feng Shou could indeed sacrifice themselves to overturn the entire base, they would not hesitate to give their all. Perhaps the Mu Feng before the college entrance examination would have hesitated when faced with such a choice. But now, having experienced the brutal killings in the battle pit and witnessed the bravery of those imperial soldiers who risked their lives for the team's interests, sacrificing themselves for the greater good, Mu Feng was deeply influenced by these passionate frontline warriors and understood the importance of placing the interests of the empire and its people first. When in the field, military orders are not to be disobeyed. This time, Mu Feng would not easily back down. This kid really has a bit of the iron bone spirit of a man. It's a pity that such a proud son has not been recruited by the imperial army. Ku Changkong sighed sincerely, which made Sun Jianxuan on the other side of the light curtain twitch his mouth. He suddenly felt a sense of crisis. With Mu Feng's rise to fame in this battle, if he miraculously survived, it wouldn't be long before various organizations would try their best to recruit this talent. He still needed to find an opportunity to give a heads up to the Forbidden Tower side. Just then, his flat-headed aide, whom he had sent back to gather information, returned once again. Accompanying him at the command room door were 2 significant figures, the dignified and beautiful great prophet Ning Shu and the old sword king Jiang Yu, dressed in white and exuding sharpness. With these 2 master figures appearing together, Sun Jianxuan immediately understood the upper echelon's attitude and hurriedly led the senior officials to greet them. Gentlemen, it's good to see you. Jiang Yu quickly smiled in response. Mr. Sun is too polite. You have been stationed at the battle pit front for years, working hard and achieving great merit. I cannot accept your courtesy. Sun Jianxuan laughed heartily. If I'm not mistaken, you 2 must have come here for Mu Feng as well? Sure enough, Jiang Yu and Ning Shu exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Ning Shu smiled gently and said, Mu Feng is not only the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, but also achieved the highest score in history, earning the title of Emperor from the Dragon Emperor Tower. Mu Feng himself is highly regarded by Old Wei. I came here today under Old Wei's orders to oversee the situation. Sun Jianxuan immediately let out a long sigh and said with a bitter smile, You 2 arrived just in time. We can't manage that kid Mu Feng at all. He just used a forbidden summoning technique and blew up the opponent's crystal mine. We told him to stop while he was ahead, but he wouldn't listen and plans to continue causing trouble at the Moonstar base of the Star River civilization. How should we deploy our forces? I ask you 2 to take charge. What did you say? Mu Feng entered the Stargate and blew up the opponent's mine? Jiang Yu was directly stunned and hurried to the light screen. After hearing Sun Jianxuan's introduction of the various base leaders, the 2 big shots were also left speechless in shock. After a while, Ning Shu sighed with a bitter smile. No wonder Old Wei has such faith. Mu Feng can indeed make a remarkable impact. Only he could have predicted that this kid would make such a big move. Since we can't provide them with more help right now, we can only relax the maximum authority and let them wreak havoc. No matter what consequences this battle may bring, the Eastern Dragon Empire will take it all. Even if it leads to a harsher retaliation from the Star River Army, we must support Mufeng and provide a strong backing. Let all those who dare to invade our Eastern Dragon Empire understand that those who offend us will be punished, no matter how far away they are. At this moment, Ningshu's powerful response not only represented the attitude of the high-level officials of the Dragon Emperor Tower but also completely awakened the shared fighting spirit of the soldiers from various bases of the Eastern Dragon Empire on the front lines. Countless soldiers who heard this echo shouted together, no matter how far away, they will be punished. The deafening echo was transmitted into the spirit butterfly by Ning Shu's grand prophecy. At this moment, Mufeng finally broke into a smile. What a great line, no matter how far away, they will be punished. Master Ning is truly remarkable, not yielding to men. Could it be that this woman also crossed over from Blue Star? She really understands my intentions. Now I can finally let loose and go all out. Soon, under Mufeng's orders, the ancient Frog King successfully brought back the wind sleeve that it had in its mouth. Seeing the creature's half-dead state, Mufeng immediately cast a healing light spell, instantly restoring it to full health. You better compensate me well later. You had all the fun killing while I was left as bait. Mufeng smiled indifferently. Utilizing people and resources to their fullest is a basic ability of a leader. Otherwise, do you think I keep you around for what purpose? Upon hearing this, Windsleeve's tone rose a few notches as it shouted, "Come on, you can't really think of me as a burden, can you? Do you know what will happen if I release the seal on this inscription?" Mufeng blinked, looking at Windsleeve with hopeful eyes. The other party suddenly realized something and quickly shut up, then grumbled, "Hey, are you trying to trick me again?" "Damn it!" Mufeng chuckled and said calmly, "Actually, I already have a rough idea of your secret. What I mean is, if you really have some powerful trump card, then let's do something big together." Windsleeve looked up at him in surprise. "Come on, the crystal mine has already been blown up. What else do you want to do? You're not thinking of taking down the entire Moonstar base, are you?" Mufeng replied calmly, "So what if I do? With my current peak combat power, if I really let loose and start a massacre, even if the Star River base isn't completely overturned, it will definitely be severely weakened. However, up until now, the leader boss on the Star River side has yet to show up, and I don't know their trump card, so I dare not act rashly. Although I also long to make a significant contribution to the Eastern Dragon Empire, I haven't even married a wife yet. It would be a pity to die here." Feng Shou understood Mufeng's meaning and confidently touched his nose with a smile. "Don't worry. Although I'm nowhere near as monstrous as you, I'm still one of the 10 Directions Lords. If I unleash my full power and lift the restrictions, carving out a bloody path won't be a problem. You can entrust your back to me. I can't guarantee that I can ensure your survival, but I can guarantee that I will die before you." As soon as the words fell, the already rusty greatsword was once again fiercely drawn out by Feng Shou. Although this guy usually seemed unreliable, at this moment Mufeng felt the boldness and carefree spirit in his eyes. "Alright, let's go." This time, Mufeng no longer hesitated, pushing the power of the angel's wings to the limit. Accompanied by the frenzied burning of light energy, the flying speed of the two reached an astonishing level. Feng Shou suddenly realized that his body was starting to distort and blur even when looking around. Unbelievable. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? How can he fly so fast? Is he planning to fly to the other side of this base, trying to create a diversion? About 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the southwest direction of the base. This place was completely different from the crystal mining area that Mufeng had just blown up. It was eerily silent. As far as the eye could see, there were countless fallen star shells, half buried in the soil. Tens of thousands of shells made no sound, as if forgotten beneath this desolate lunar earth. But Mufeng's intuition told him that this place was definitely not simple. "Have you discovered anything? Like the energy perception we had before?" Mufeng asked Feng Shou. The other party smiled and opened his eyes, letting the complex runes between his arms shine once more. After a moment, Feng Shou's expression suddenly changed. "This is troublesome. I sense an unprecedented terrifying vitality pulsating. To put it plainly, the wasteland beneath our feet actually conceals a gigantic heart. With each pulse, it can unleash terrifying energy deep within the Earth's veins, infusing it into these tens of thousands of fallen stars, not only providing them with an energy source but also supplying immense vitality." Mufeng immediately formed a hypothesis and activated the insight scan in the name of light to examine the battlefield below. He truly saw countless Star River iron armors sleeping within these fallen stars. "So that's it, I understand now. This is the true way of survival for the Star River Army," Mufeng exclaimed with delight. As you said, power erupts from the energy core below, simultaneously supplying tens of thousands of fallen stars, charging these flying vessels while also providing life-sustaining nutrients to each independent combat group. Those Star River iron armors and mage soldiers are all conceived in this way, born from within the fallen stars. Feng Shou was shocked. "Are you saying that these fallen stars are both the vessels that deploy them to the battlefield and the shells that nurture their lives? Just like chicks hatching from eggs?" Mufeng smiled and nodded. "Exactly, that's the principle. When we extracted those energy cores from the fallen stars in the battle pit before, I sensed energy fluctuations similar to the iron armors. At that time, I hadn't figured out this principle, but now I understand. If the crystal mine source we just blew up is the lifeblood that activates these falling star spacecraft, then the energy source pulsating beneath this land is the source of life for creating the Star River Legion. We must blow this place up too. Only then can we consider it a great success. Only then can the entire falling star project be completely paralyzed. Without the energy source to activate the spacecraft, and without the source of life to forge the Star River ironclad, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the Star River civilization to invade the war pit space again. Thinking of this, Mu Feng's determination surged once more, and he immediately began to chant. First, 6 enhancement skills simultaneously covered and stacked upon his body, causing his mental power to instantly increase by over 20,000 points. Then, Mu Feng released the second-tier evolution skill of enlightenment, transforming the area beneath his feet into a realm of blazing flames. The roaring flames began to condense, and the terrifying fire attribute energy quickly boiled up. At the same time, Yan Ji detached from Mu Feng's body, using her fire god talent to begin enhancing the essence of the fire element. This realm of flames, originally only a few hundred meters in size, rapidly expanded. Not enough, too slow. Mu Feng frowned, and then looked at Feng Xiu. Aren't you able to control the wind element? Now's the time, let the wind assist the fire. Give me the maximum push to spread the flames. I want this realm to cover the entire battlefield. Feng Xiu complained bitterly. It's not that I don't want to help you, my energy is too little. I don't have your endless supply. It won't be long before I run dry. Mu Feng remained unfazed, simply smiling calmly as he enveloped Feng Xiu with the holy spring radiance. Now it's good, you can use your skill energy as you wish. If it's not enough, count it on me. How domineering were Mu Feng's words. The big shots in front of the light screen all gasped in shock. Arrogant. Simply too cocky. This kid, a mere priest, dares to speak such harsh words? I've never seen such an arrogant young man. The big shots commented on Mu Feng in a joking tone, genuinely envious of his talent. Even Ning Shu couldn't help but click her tongue, secretly muttering to herself. Indeed, this kid has more trump cards hidden, perhaps even old Wei doesn't know he possesses such astonishing recovery abilities? What intrigues me is how, at such a young age, he is proficient in multiple high-level skills. Where does he get so many skill points? Can a person's talent really be so exaggerated? At that moment, the realm of flames expanded from a few hundred meters to nearly 3,000 meters in just 3 minutes. Still not enough? Mu Feng roared, his breath surging. Even though the flames below were already soaring, he wanted more. He then activated the 6th-tier fire evolution skill once again, directly summoning the old earth dragon descendant, the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon, which had reached level 100. Upon seeing the 100-level Crimson Flame Giant Dragon's current form, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction and praised, very good. After reaching level 100, your life form seems to have undergone a qualitative improvement. The Crimson Flame snorted in response. I must thank you, my master, for your efforts, which allowed me to receive the true fire refinement of the Vermilion Bird Spirit. Now my combat power has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Mu Feng smiled in satisfaction. Is there any way you can make this flame realm even larger? The Crimson Flame looked blankly, glancing at the vast area of roaring flames below, and suddenly said, I can't directly expand the flame realm, but I can summon more flames. After saying that, the Crimson Flame flapped its enormous wings and slowly advanced, then opened its true dragon mouth. With a whoosh, a massive amount of flames surged down like a long snake, igniting an area of over 500 meters below in an instant. This Feng Xiu below was completely dumbfounded, silently swallowing his saliva. I mean, how many trump cards do you have? Summoning an ancient earth dragon at will? I'm afraid I can't even defeat this dragon of yours, let alone you. Mu Feng, however, casually sighed in a nonchalant manner. Unfortunately, this isn't an energy space like the 5 Elements ruins. Otherwise, with multiple elements at my disposal, I could destroy the entire Moonstar base. At this rate, I can't cause much damage at all. Then, Yan Ji looked at Mu Feng and said, Boss, why not merge with me? Activate the forbidden technique and summon the world-destroying heavenly fire. Although it can't cover the entire base yet, it can definitely destroy the tens of thousands of falling stars below. Can you believe this? Feng Xiu lay beneath the two, as humble as a minion, not even qualified to interject. Unbeknownst to him, the big shots in front of the screen were once again left speechless. Sun Jianxuan's mouth twitched awkwardly, and he turned to wipe his sweat, looking at Ning Shu for clarification. Ningxu, it seems I haven't returned to the Forbidden Tower for quite some time. Are the younger generation of students there this outrageous now? Every word they say is a forbidden level technique? Ningxu smiled awkwardly and shook his head in response. Not to that extent. If we're talking about being outrageous, only Mu Feng can reach this level. But how many trump cards does this kid really have? What peak strength he has reached, even I and Old Wei are unclear. As soon as these words were spoken, all the big shots connected to the battlefield screen were completely petrified. Gu Changkon laughed on his side of the base, shaking his head repeatedly. No wonder he is the strongest champion in history, crowned as a sovereign as a college entrance examination candidate. The title of Flame Sovereign is indeed well deserved. Boom! Finally, Mu Feng made up his mind to use his most powerful strength at this moment. He smiled and glanced at Feng Xiu, teasingly saying, "Senior, you must have dealt with the others from the 10 directions respect, right? Why not evaluate who was stronger or weaker between me and you now?" As soon as Mu Feng's voice fell, Feng Xiu felt the entire battlefield's void freeze under an incredibly terrifying flame aura. Indeed, even the laws of the void trembled. Then Yan Ji erupted with an incredibly brilliant crimson gold light. Moving towards each other, they approached a central point. It was as if two beings from different spacetime perfectly merged into one at that instant, descending into the current era. Boom! The soaring pillar of light unleashed nearly 1,000 meters of power fluctuations penetrating this realm. Yan Ji had now reached level 115, entering a mature stage. With full firepower unleashed, she could already grasp some of the flame laws from the ancient Earth period. When she merged with Mu Feng's perfect form under the fusion of their two bodies, Mu Feng truly seemed to transform into a divine ruler. His eyes were completely ignited by the crimson gold flame light, radiating golden brilliance throughout. He appeared like a god controlling all flames in this battlefield. The dazzling flames resembled a second blazing sun with a sacred and overwhelming pressure that made all beings worship. This is the true god of fire. Kong Yingjie trembled beside Gu Changkong, whispering. He had never seen such a scene unfolding on Mu Feng, as if the ancient deities from Earth legends had appeared in this world. Incredible! This is the true power of a young student, Gu Changkong exclaimed in astonishment. Fortunately, this little devil is one of us. If he were on the opponent's side, it wouldn't be long before the entire battlefield would be reshuffled. Boom! Intense radiance began to spread in the form of an energy halo from Mu Feng's golden body, expanding outward. With each pulse of light, the fiery domain beneath his feet expanded by thousands of meters. The fire god had truly awakened at this moment. Even if it wasn't the complete form of the ancient era, it was enough to shock everyone witnessing this scene. Even from the distant Stargate, Kong Yingji could clearly see a blazing light like a sun burning fiercely in the endless sky above this battlefield. As for Feng Xiu, who was closest to Mu Feng, he had long since hidden inside the mouth of the giant frog, the only one capable of protecting himself. Who understands, family? This kid Mu Feng is actually a ruthless character on par with the gods. I foolishly prided myself on being the 10 directions respect, always wanting to compete with him, but it turns out the clown was me all along. Maybe this kid had the intention of completely destroying this base from the very beginning. Finally, after 9 consecutive fiery halos exploded, the fiery soul reached a range of nearly 20,000 meters. Mu Feng finally smiled with satisfaction and nodded lightly. It's time. In the name of fire, let's bury these invaders. Forbidden Law, Heavenly Fire Annihilation. The exclusive ultimate move awakened after Yan Ji's level broke 100. This skill has no specific attributes or numerical annotations, only a simple statement. Where I stand, the will of fire transforms into eternity. With the unquenchable fire, burn everything to ashes. Annihilation. In an instant, Mu Feng stepped into the void, slowly moving forward step by step. With each step, the endless flames beneath his feet began to boil. All elemental powers in the space naturally became part of the flames. If one were to look down from a void perspective, at this moment, that enormous fiery halo would surge forward hundreds of meters with each step Mu Feng took. All the falling stars, enveloped in the flames, quickly burned and shattered, ultimately melting into nothingness. Incredible. It's simply beyond my cognitive limits. Sun Jianquan could hardly contain himself. As a 7th-tier master, what kind of grand scenes had he not witnessed? The battlefield's Forbidden Tower base was one he had initially participated in constructing. He had experienced scenes where tens of thousands fell in battle like a meat grinder. But compared to the current situation, it truly felt like a small fry facing a giant. He rarely lost his composure, slowly grasping his forehead, staring blankly at the scene before him, where everything was engulfed in flames. A true world-destroying method, yet it came from such a newly joined priest of the Forbidden Tower. Not to mention him, even the familiar seniors like Jiang Yuning and others, as well as the heads of other bases, were all left questioning their lives in fear. Gu Changkong was laughing loudly in the light screen channel, completely disregarding his image as he expressed his joy. Tens of thousands of falling stars. Brothers, this place is nurturing over 100,000 strong enemies. They were supposed to appear on the future battlefield, slaughtering the beings of our Eastern Dragon Empire. And just like that, they were turned to ashes by Mu Feng's great fire. What kind of unprecedented achievement would warrant such recognition? Gu Changkong formally requests that Mu Feng be made the next leader of the Imperial Army. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it truly shocked everyone, and all the frontline leaders of the battlefield frowned. He had lost his composure. Gu was truly rarely out of sorts. He even dared to say such rebellious words. However, no one condemned him. Instead, they felt he spoke very reasonably, voicing what they dared not say. Such a talent, not to mention being entrusted with the future of the Imperial Army, even allowing him to enter the Dragon Emperor Tower and become the chief elder would not be excessive. After all, even among the true power players of the Eastern Dragon Empire, those old geezers hiding behind the scenes, very few have established achievements as remarkable as Mu Fang's. One person's strength can block an army of 10,000. Perhaps this phrase will truly become Mu Fang's label. In the light curtain, the big shots seem to see a blazing new star rising, hanging at the pinnacle of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Perhaps he will indeed become the leader revered by all awakened ones of the new generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire, restoring the reputation of the human emperor from hundreds of years ago. At this moment, Ningxu clenched her fists tightly. She really wanted to do everything she could to divine the future path for Mu Feng, but she gave up, lacking the confidence, because in Ningxu's view, Mu Feng's potential had already exceeded the limits that a 7th-tier great diviner like her could calculate. Boom! Until all the falling stars on the surface shattered, a terrifyingly intense tremor slowly emerged from the depths of the Earth's veins. A massive bulge nearly 1,000 meters in radius broke through the surface, entering the line of sight of Mu Feng and Feng Xiu. What is that thing? Feng Xiu's expression changed instantly, while Mu Feng seemed to stop the spread of his flame power at that moment. What broke through the ground was clearly a strange creature wrapped in an energy layer. Its appearance resembled a giant elephant magnified dozens of times. Its pinkish-white flesh served as its shell, and its head had dozens of pitch-black pupils the size of basketballs. Its mouth revealed a black blade-like light that slowly extended, like a sharp sickle. Its appearance could be described as grotesquely ugly, completely outside the realm of Blue Star civilization. Yet it could speak human language, its voice incredibly cold. Damn ants, dare to ruin my grand plan of the Star River? You will pay a painful price for destroying the starry plan. I will drain your essence, imprison your soul, and make you endure endless suffering for all eternity. After delivering this harsh threat, Mu Feng burst into laughter on the ground, simultaneously activating his insight. In the name of light, glancing at the situation of this colossal creature. Level 300. Star River Mother Body. Mu Feng suddenly understood, sneering. So you are the source of life for those Star River ironclad warriors among the falling stars? Very well, you showing up saves me the trouble. Today, I will slay you, and the starry plan ends here. You think you can? Boom! The Star River Mother Body suddenly let out a terrifying roar. It was an extremely powerful mental attack skill, similar to a terrifying sound wave that spreads across the battlefield, shaking repeatedly. At the same time, it brought immense lethal danger to humans like Mu Feng and Feng Xiu. It also awakened those Star River ironclad beings hidden among the falling stars who had not completely fallen, causing them to revive early. Soon, various mismatched ironclad warriors, far from reaching the 100-level maturity, emerged from the ground, forcibly summoned for its use. However, at this moment, Mu Feng let out a cold laugh and slowly spoke. Is that all? Don't think I can't see it. Although your level is high and you possess immense vitality, you are not a combat unit and your attack power is far from threatening me. Today, let me show you what true killing means. In an instant, Mu Feng directly released his strange puppet technique, while chanting with his main body. 8th tier Enlightenment Evolution Dark Revelation. A large amount of dark elements rapidly condensed in the void at this moment, providing Mu Feng with enough dark attribute elements. The next moment, Mu Feng let out a world-shaking roar. After extinguishing the flame fluctuations and separating from Yanji, his main body manifested a towering dark totem, nearly 100 meters high. The terrifying aura of slaughter reached its peak, causing all beings to tremble in despair as the flames of massacre erupted. What? That is a Shura. Upon witnessing this scene, all the high-ranking figures in the frontline bases of the battle pit completely lost control and began to roar madly. Even someone as composed as Ningxu lost his composure at this moment. The Shura that fought alongside angels in the Old Earth era has actually appeared on Mu Feng. How is that possible? This kid possesses both the angel and Shura, two major Old Earth divine totems, all by himself. Who exactly is he? Zhang Yu looked pale as he turned to Ningxu, speaking with utmost seriousness. I think this matter must be reported to the Dragon Emperor Tower. Let those elders decide personally. This is not just Mu Feng's secret. How many years has it been since our Eastern Dragon Empire has seen the legendary three-job fusion? The so-called three-job fusion refers to simultaneously possessing two hidden professions along with an awakened essence. A person having three professions. This is exceedingly rare in the history of human awakeners. Although in the early days of the awakening era, the first batch of awakeners included those who possessed four professions. Mu Feng's two awakened professions are both Old Earth divine level, not just ordinary hidden professions. Such extraordinary talent, if exposed too early to external forces, would lead to unimaginable consequences. Ningxu also nodded seriously. You're right, this matter must be reported to the entire Dragon Emperor Tower and even to the higher-ups of several other major organizations. However, Mu Feng's battle this time will surely shock the entire Eastern Dragon Empire and other major human forces. It is unrealistic to hide his secret. The only thing we can do is to initiate the highest level of protection and training for Mufong, allowing him to develop as quickly as possible. I really didn't expect this kid to give us such a surprise again. I wonder how Old Wei will react when he learns this news. Sigh, this brat really didn't tell me the truth. At that moment, behind Ning Shu, Jiang Yu, and Sun Jianquan, Old Wei seemed to appear out of thin air. He just showed up abruptly. In the command room, all the high-ranking officials and leaders bowed and clasped their fists towards the old man. We greet Old Wei. Along with them, the other high-ranking figures from the frontline base command also saluted from afar. This is the unique presence of an 8-segment powerhouse. Each 8-segment awakener represents the highest level within the entire human forces. Although there are 9 segments above 8, those figures can be regarded as living fossils, representing the true foundation of their lineage. Unless faced with a world-ending catastrophe or significant opportunity, they would never easily reveal themselves. With 9 segments not appearing, 8 segments already represent the pinnacle of power. Old Wei still wore a gentle smile, waved his hand, and said, "No need for such formalities, this is just a clone of mine, not my main body. I'm just here to join the fun, and I didn't expect that kid Mufong would surprise me again." The fusion of the 2 old Earth Divine Totems, Angel and Ashura, is already an incredible miracle, yet he has also progressed so far in his main profession as a priest, not to mention his identity as the Fire God Master. I had always wondered why this kid could develop so quickly, even defeating the 7 lineage heir Xian Yuan Dao. Now it seems everything can be explained. It must be some special talent brought about by the 2 divine totem hidden professions. Old Wei's words answered all the doubts in everyone's hearts regarding Mufong. Originally, his rapid growth from an ordinary civilian identity was already a bug. Of course, Mufong would not tell anyone that he possessed the ability to gain a skill point every second. However, as he continued to grow, the means he displayed became increasingly rich, which would also become an important point of suspicion in the eyes of the high-ranking figures. But now, all doubts have been answered. This kid is indeed powerful, but this mother body is too strong. It probably won't be easy to deal with. Sun Jianquan expressed his concerns. However, Old Wei still smiled calmly. From what I know about this kid, he is not reckless. If he had no chance of winning, he would have escaped with his people long ago. Do you really think he plans to sacrifice himself for the country as he claims? The big shots were sweating, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just then, after the arrival of Mu Feng's Shura totem, even he was deeply shocked. It had been a while since Mufong last used the Shura totem. Since the first level mutation of the totem, he hadn't seen its form. He never expected it to have expanded to nearly 100 meters, truly resembling a death god emerging from hell, controlling life and death in this world. The scythe in his hand shone brightly, each glimmer revealing a chilling despair. You want to borrow those fallen Star River iron armors to fight? You have no chance, they are all mine. Mufong sneered, and in the next moment, he instantly chanted the Shura domain, directly enveloping and spreading across the 10,000 meters of earth beneath him. All the iron armors that broke through the ground transformed into soul forms marked by the Shura seal, becoming battle puppets driven by the Shura totem. No, how is this possible? These are Star River beings birthed from my life. They are not. You're humans. Why can you control their souls? Mufong laughed coldly. Do you think I don't know? Those human captives you captured have had their blood essence drained by you. Your body has long since integrated the power belonging to our human race. The Star River iron armors you birthed are the same. If it weren't for the human genes helping you, how could you significantly enhance your birthing and reproduction capabilities? In just over half a year, you could give birth to hundreds of thousands of iron armor beings. If I'm not mistaken, this is also the fundamental reason you occupy Blue Star, trying to attack my Blue Star human race, using the advantage of our life essence to compensate for the flaws of your Star River civilization's life forms. As long as you occupy Blue Star and enslave the entire human race, you can build an endless iron armor army. This is your core purpose. It's a pity that all your schemes will come to a complete end today. I will make you understand how foolish it is to attempt to be enemies with my human race. After Mufong finished speaking, he suddenly issued a new chanting command. The 100-meter-tall Shura totem raised the scythe of death, and all the marked Shura seals exploded simultaneously, countless souls rapidly merging before Mufong at that moment. The Underworld Emperor. When Mufong revealed this title, the old Sword King Jiangyu, who had not spoken, finally realized. So that's it, he used the power of the Shura totem to mark and control these souls of the deceased, and then through his Underworld Emperor title, he enhanced it, refining these soul powers with his exclusive Underworld See phenomenon. At the same time, he integrated this power into the scythe of the Shura of death, achieving the purpose of increasing lethality. At that moment, Mufong in the center of the battlefield chanted loudly, Shura first level mutation ultimate move, soul devouring slash. Without further hesitation, Mufong directly unleashed his Shura killing move. The strongest single target killing technique he could master was none other than this move. The enormous scythe of death swung down fiercely, and at that moment even Yanji beside him couldn't help but change her expression, shocked. Boss, you actually have such a means hidden? Truly terrifying. This strike is far more powerful than my judgment of the Sovereign Blade. Feng smiled indifferently. That's because the Azura totem is inherently the path of slaughter, with extremely strong offensive power. Now that its attributes have skyrocketed, it can perfectly merge with the soul power of the king's mark. Once the soul puppets marked by the Azura mark explode, their soul essence will become the enhanced nourishment for the Grim Reapers. Sigh. Every ironclad soul that explodes after being marked will become a layer of amplification buff. The attack power of the Grim Reaper's scythe now has a boost of 1000 layers of buffs combined with the critical strike execution effect that comes with the skill. It should be able to kill it in one blow. As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, the massive scythe of the 100-meter totem came crashing down. Boom! With a loud roar, no matter how thick the health of this cosmic mother body was, it could not withstand the might of this blade. With a crack, the enormous, blood-soaked giant's body was split in half. Ding! Gained 3 million experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 69. At the same moment, Yan Ji also reached level 117. Watching the colossal cosmic mother body being taken down in one strike, Feng Xiu, the only witness on the scene, was utterly terrified. Trembling, he said, "What the hell is 10 directions respect? From now on, Mu Feng is the god in my heart, no one else. This kid is purely a bug-level existence. Whoever dares to oppose him is truly out of luck." Feng Xiu cursed wildly, as it was the only way to vent the emotions he found hard to express. It was too shocking. He had seen too many so-called prodigies in the Forbidden Tower, but in front of Mu Feng, they really didn't count for anything. Let alone students, even the 7 deans, who could match Mu Feng's current might. Similarly, those big shots watching from the light screen were equally stunned. One strike to kill the cosmic mother body. A colossal being of level 300. Under the Grim Reaper's scythe, it was so easily defeated? They did not understand what kind of special mechanism the Grim Reaper's scythe had. But the displayed effect proved everything. Even Old Wei was deeply shocked, bitterly smiling as he sighed. This brat, better rein it in a bit, don't show off anymore. Otherwise, even I, the old man, won't be able to protect him. Indeed. At this level, if Mu Feng continued to display his strength, something would really go wrong. If his current performance were to be known by other extraterrestrial forces of the human race, it would have catastrophic consequences. No faction would allow such a person to rise in the Eastern Dragon Empire. If another emperor were to emerge, everyone understood what that would mean. At this moment, Old Wei spoke coldly and seriously. Everyone, listen clearly. Everything you saw on the light screen today, keep it to yourselves. If anyone dares to leak even half a word, no matter your level, no matter your identity, I, Wei Tongheng, will annihilate your entire clan. As soon as the old man's voice fell, this avatar transformed into streaks of fluorescence and vanished before everyone. The chilling pressure seemed to effortlessly penetrate the light screen, precisely reaching the hearts of every awakened one who had watched the entire live broadcast. The deterrence of an 8-segment big shot brought effects that were absolutely unimaginable. Even Ning Shu, who had a clear heart, felt the weight of Old Wei's words. She was almost shocked to the point of breaking down. However, as this pressure dissipated, Ning Shu genuinely felt happy for Mu Feng. With Old Wei safeguarding him, even if trouble arose, as long as he remained in the Eastern Dragon Empire, Mu Feng would not face too many problems. Let's go! After achieving his goal, Mu Feng had no time to think further, and the Azura totem completely disappeared at this moment. He quickly activated the Wings of Angels, grabbed Feng Xiu, and headed towards the exit of the Stargate where Kong Yingji was located. I said, you little brat, weren't you a bit too impressive? Just now? Killing a level 300 Star River Mother with a single strike. I doubt even an ordinary Peak 7 stage could do that. Mu Feng, however, had no desire to boast at all, his face slightly pale as he spoke. I've used up almost all my resources, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Feng Xiu, on the other hand, laughed nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? You've already killed the mother. Are you still worried that those shrimp soldiers and crab generals will pose a threat to you? I estimate that after those 2 rounds, you've already scared the Star River lineage out of their wits, right? They won't dare to confront you anymore. Mu Feng snorted coldly. Do you really think that such a large Moonstar base has no true taboo figures? The mother is indeed strong, but as I said, it has no offensive power. It's merely a machine for nurturing. The true taboo existence that dominates this base hasn't awakened yet. That last strike has already exhausted all the dark energy of my Azura totem. The fire-type forbidden techniques are all in cooldown. The only usable angel totem light energy is down to 1/3. Even if I consume all the potions I have on me, it will only last for an hour at most, so we must leave here before the Star River Sovereign of the Moon Star Base appears, or else we will truly face death. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu finally understood that this time Mu Feng was really at his limit. Just as he was about to boast a bit, to boost his own sense of presence, a terrifying pressure awakened in the deepest part of the Moonstar base. Then, a destructive aura erupted from tens of thousands of miles away. Damn! Human race, how dare you infiltrate my Moonstar base, kill my Star River Mother, and destroy my crystal source. East Dragon Empire, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Without time for other concerns, Mu Feng once again unleashed all his firepower, maximizing the light energy of the Angel Wing's soaring skill. as they approached the Northeast Star River Gate. The flying vessel controlled by Kong Yingji waiting by the Stargate was still there, and both of them were instantly overjoyed. As expected, I knew that kid was reliable. He would never leave us behind. Want to leave? Do you really think there's no one in my Moonstar base who can stop you? At that moment, the terrifying pressure that spanned the entire battlefield finally descended. Mu Feng suddenly sensed that the laws of the void around him had changed. Yan Ji shouted, "Be careful, boss. This person is very strong. It can change the rules of the void. It should be the Star River sovereign of this base that has awakened." Mu Feng furrowed his brows tightly and hurriedly lowered his voice to ask, "Can you gauge its specific strength? What level do you think it has reached?" Yan Ji could only shake her head helplessly. "I can only say that it is the strongest being I have encountered since my awakening. Its strength has even reached the level of 8 stages, far beyond what we can handle right now." Feng Xiu quickly said, "Then let's escape quickly. Every one of us that can get away is a win." Yan Ji, however, said bitterly, "It is proficient in the rules of time and space. If I'm not mistaken, the teleportation channel of the Stargate must have been set up by it. Personally, even if we force our way into the Stargate with the flying vessel, it will likely disrupt the channel order before we return to the battlefield, causing us to fall into the chaos of time and space." As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Feng and Feng Xiu were completely speechless, and all the big shots in front of the light screen were also sweating profusely. "Oh no, this is bad. We've angered the true sovereign. What should we do?" In a moment of realization, Mu Feng finally faced the greatest crisis he had ever encountered since his awakening. A vast ocean of spiritual power instantly filled the entire Moonstar battlefield. The terrifying pressure rendered Mu Feng and Feng Xiu completely unable to move. Even the fire god Yan Ji felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, until a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, slowly emanating from the edge of their vision. The pupils of the three narrowed sharply. "What is that?" At the horizon's end, a colossal spherical silhouette, as immense as a star, gradually ascended into the sky. Soon, it filled most of the void above the Moonstar base battlefield. Words could not describe the overwhelming pressure it exuded. It was as if the life forms of Blue Star were witnessing a sun magnified dozens of times beyond its original outline. However, unlike the blazing sun, this enormous sphere emitted no light, only a despairing silence. Until, at a certain moment, 2 cold beams of light suddenly shot out from the center of the massive sphere, illuminating the direction where Mu Feng and the others stood. An incredibly dangerous thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that this gigantic sphere is the true form of the Galaxy Sovereign? Feng Xiu's face turned completely pale as he numbly turned to Mu Feng, seeking a glimmer of reassurance from him. Yet, Mu Feng remained surprisingly calm, instantly casting a spell in the name of light to discern the truth behind it. Terrifyingly, this time even his insight skill rarely failed. Galaxy Sovereign. Level 500 attribute? Weakness? A screen full of question marks. This. After seeing the information he had observed, Mu Feng hesitated, a wave of helplessness rising in his heart. In the end, I was a bit overconfident. A level 500 sovereign, without a doubt, surpasses all master-level awakened beings, at least on the same level as Old Way of the 8 segments. It seems today will be difficult to escape easily. Faced with an unprecedented crisis, Mu Feng did not panic. Instead, he re-examined his panel data, scrutinizing the previews of various skill tree evolutions, but found nothing useful. Because above the 9th tier forbidden arts, the level of divine arts required resources that were far too expensive. It was far beyond what Mu Feng could bear at this stage. Without the descent of divine power, how could he possibly contend with such a terrifying being? Soon, the overwhelming pressure began to recede, replaced by an incredibly cold, killing intent. The 2 beams of light emanating from the star locked onto Mu Feng and the others, followed by a vast mental transmission. Originally, I would not have revived my mental power at this stage. Though the plan of the Stargate is nearing completion, it has not yet reached perfection. You 2 destroyed my Moonstar base and killed the mother body. Your crimes are unforgivable. Let your powerful bloodline talents and souls serve as a tribute to my fallen galaxy ironclad warriors. The mental transmission of the Galaxy Sovereign suddenly vanished. The void fell into a moment of silence. Just as Feng Xiu was in a daze, Mu Feng's figure suddenly flickered. "Be careful." In an instant, he almost unleashed his maximum flying speed, pulling Feng Xiu to dodge to the side. At the very moment their shadows shifted, a terrifying beam of killing light pierced through the spot where they had just been. Feng Xiu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, staring blankly at Mu Feng. "That was close. I almost got pierced by that light. How come your reaction was so much faster than mine?" Mu Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to this chatterbox. After all, he now possessed the talent ability of crisis perception, sensing the opponent's brewing killing intent at the same moment, allowing him to evade in time. "Let's talk. Don't forget you owe me a life." Mu Feng held onto Feng Xiu, continuously dodging in the void, evading one cold killing beam after another, while quickly moving towards the direction of the Stargate. In the face of such a colossal existence, continuing to think about how to deal with it was utterly foolish. The only thing to do was to escape. However, the two cold lights on the giant star suddenly trembled, and a mental force once again transmitted, filled with mocking laughter. Want to escape? If you had chosen to leave without killing the mother body, perhaps you could have returned to the battle arena before my mental recovery. But now, you have no chance. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The massive star emitted an extreme tremor, and a terrifying energy burst forth from the depths of this star. In an instant, nearly 100 stargates above the Moonstar base simultaneously erupted with brilliant purple light, as if all activated by the will of the ruler of the galaxy. All the gates quickly turned in one direction. Under the reflection of the purple flowing light, it seemed to converge into a terrifying formation. Each of the 100 stargates was part of a sealing formation. They seemed to possess some kind of energy channel connected to the ruler of the galaxy, and once activated, an overwhelming pressure descended again. Not good. I sense an incredibly dangerous aura. This formation is very strange and should contain the power of rules. Yanji's warning caused Mufeng and the others to show puzzled expressions again. Power of rules? Exactly. Yanji continued to elaborate. According to my judgment, the stargates themselves represent the unique world rules of the galaxy civilization. Once all these 100 gates are activated, the battlefield of the Moonstar base will transform into the original world where the beings of the galaxy civilization exist. This will become their absolute home ground. Once these 100 stargates are fully connected with energy, all the world rules belonging to our Blue Star Awakening era will become completely ineffective. At that time, you too will become ordinary people without the strength to tie a chicken, unable to use even your basic skills. As soon as these words were spoken, Mufeng and Fengshu were left dumbfounded. At the same time, in front of every light screen at the base, the masters in charge wore the same expression as Mufeng and the others. There's actually such a thing? Indeed, the ruler of the galaxy is a level 500 forbidden existence, comparable to the strength of our Blue Star human race's awakener at the 8th stage. It is expected that they can control the rules. Son, Jianquan said, and Gu Changkong quickly added. If that's the case, then Mufeng and Fengshu have no chance of survival. If they can't even use their own skills, how can they confront this behemoth? An unprecedented despair descended upon every spectator's view. Meanwhile, at the very center of the battlefield's vortex storm, Mufeng was still carefully observing the changes in the surrounding environment. Sure enough, as the power between the stargates grew stronger, Mufeng quickly discovered that the local battlefield, which was originally surrounded and devoured by his fiery power, was rapidly extinguishing the raging flames. The elemental aura surging within the Moonstar space was continuously weakening until it disappeared. This is bad. I can't even sense the wind attribute aura anymore. Fengshu's voice whispered hoarsely. Are we really going to fall here, the two of us, the chosen ones? Soon, the power of the 100 stargates completely coalesced, and the rules of the entire Moonstar battlefield were thoroughly changed. Fengshu, like a helpless child, completely lost the ability to control the wind attribute power. He kept trying to swing the old katana in his hand but found that he couldn't exert even a bit of strength. It's over, I'm already useless. Just leave me behind and escape on your own. Fengshu's words were clearly not sincere, his head drooping like a dead dog. However, he quickly raised his head sharply, only to discover that the angel wings behind Mufeng were still there. What's going on with you? Why haven't your angel wings perished? Could it be that? Mufeng calmly gazed into the void and slowly began to speak. Indeed, the rules of the otherworldly civilization of the Star River can indeed shield and suppress the rules of the Awakening era, so as awakeners of the current Blue Star, we have no way to use our professional abilities. However, the rules of the Old Earth period are unaffected. My angel totem is a divine inheritance from the Old Earth era and will not be suppressed by the rules rewritten under the Starry Gate. Upon hearing this, Fengshu was completely unbalanced. How can this be? You kid really is blessed to be chosen by the gods of the Old Earth. I genuinely envy you. Where did Jinji go? Isn't she also the fire god of the Old Earth era? Mufeng lamented. She is a reincarnated being, essentially a life form of the Awakening era, and does not have the complete revival of the Old Earth rules, so she cannot exist for long. Look over there, the flame power I released earlier has all extinguished. Fengshu once again felt helpless, the hope that had just been reignited dimmed a bit more. I thought there might be a turnaround, but it seems it's of no use. You're a Shura. Totem energy has been exhausted, and even if it won't be suppressed by the rules here, it can't be used anymore. With only an angel totem left, which seems to have no attack power, are we not just waiting to die here? Mufeng suddenly pondered for a moment. There is a way, perhaps we can try. All along, I have had a true trump card of my own that I have never revealed to anyone. It seems today it must come into play, but I am not sure how much help it can provide. After Mufeng finished speaking, he suddenly poked his brow. In the next moment, the title of the Underworld Emperor shone brightly above his head. At the same time, the undersea phenomenon that had once appeared before the same batch of candidates reactivated, manifesting behind Mufeng. The vast and surging waves of the underworld surged up, forming a unique phenomenon. However, this was not the trump card Mufeng spoke of. Until the deepest part of the underworld, the outline of a towering ancient tree slowly emerged. Just like the stabilizing needle that suppresses the endless souls of the underworld, the ancient tree exuded a majestic life force lingering behind Mufong for a long time. It had a towering outline of several dozen meters high. Beneath the ancient tree, a pure land was formed. That is, the old earth barrier. In front of the base's light curtain, Ningshu and Jiangyu almost simultaneously revealed the truth. Suddenly, all the masters and strong individuals in the various safe zones who heard these 4 words were once again shocked. How is this possible? Didn't this Mufong say he was just a newcomer? How could he possess a barrier of the old earth, such a miraculous creation? Could it be that he once left the Eastern Dragon Empire and went to other more dangerous forbidden realms? This time, even Sun Jianquan expressed that he was somewhat confused. Turning back to verify the truth, Jiang Yu sighed and said, "What you all don't know is that Mufong once explored an old Earth-level secret realm in the South River region. As you can see, the title of Underworld Emperor above his head is the only exclusive title in the world. Originating from that secret realm, he is the only person in the world to have cleared this secret realm. Originally, we all thought he only obtained this title, but we didn't expect such a miraculous creation. The old Earth barrier forms its own domain, and only those with great fortune and miraculous creation can inherit it. Let alone an ordinary master, even an 8-segment forbidden strong person cannot all have such a legacy. It seems Mufong inadvertently obtained this miraculous creation when he cleared this secret realm. He considers this his greatest trump card. This kid is indeed an unkillable little cockroach, always hiding an extra hand." Hearing the old Sword King Jiang Yu's interpretation, the big shot seemed to see a glimmer of hope again. However, Ningshu still frowned tightly and said sullenly, "Although this secret realm can create the rules of the old earth to a certain extent, its effectiveness is indeed limited. The rules of this barrier primarily revolve around the path of vitality, which can somewhat heal his injuries, but it cannot provide an increase in combat power. In the face of this colossal creature, there is still no chance of victory." Just then, Feng Xiu was also pulled under this ancient tree by Mufong on the battlefield. A rare shock flashed in his eyes, and then he approached the ancient tree, gently extending his hand to touch the roots. Unbeknownst to him, an incredibly powerful force of vitality flowed into Feng Xiu's body. His bare upper body, with its robust muscles covered in dense ancient inscriptions, was suddenly illuminated at that moment. This was completely different from the energy triggered by the crystal mine when he explored the Moonstar base. At that time, only a few scattered inscriptions flickered with light. But now, Feng Xiu seemed to be completely surrounded by the power of the inscriptions from head to toe. The strange light emanating from him could even rival the fire god form after Mufong fused with Yanji. What's going on? Mufong looked at Feng Xiu under the roots and quickly asked, "Why are your inscriptions activated by the aura of this big tree?" Feng Xiu turned around somewhat helplessly, lazily leaning against the tree roots, and pulled out a jug of wine to gulp down. "At this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. There is a sealed artifact from the old Earth era within me, but this artifact is damaged and no longer possesses its former power. I originally didn't want to tell you this secret. That way, even if this battle turned the world upside down, I wouldn't die. In fact, when you found me in the battle pit before, I had already died once. The reason I went missing for half a year and wasn't taken away by the battle groups in the Falling Star is that every time they found me, I chose to commit suicide, and after they left, I would revive using the sealed object within me. I just couldn't find a way to break the energy cage, which is why I strayed from the main force, until you showed up and helped me break the cage." Mufong was speechless, and then he saw Feng Xiu with a look of complete weariness, bitterly smiling and sighing. "Maybe you're right, I'm like a deserter, not worthy of being a prodigy of the Forbidden Tower. But this is my fate. Since I was 6 years old, I become this way, sealed by countless runes. My life has not belonged solely to me since then. Not just me, but the others in the 10 directions of the Forbidden Tower also have their own destinies, tightly connected to the future fate of the entire Eastern Dragon Empire." Mufong seemed to sense some important secret. He stared intently at Feng Xiu and then thought of the other 9 people in the 10 directions, making an incredibly bold guess. Could it be that the other 9 are like Feng Xiu, each sealing forbidden energy not belonging to this era within them? It could also be a damaged artifact or perhaps a terrifying forbidden being from the Savior era. And these are the trump cards to be sacrificed to protect the billions of lives of the Empire when the Eastern Dragon Empire falls into crisis. If that's the case, Mufong suddenly dared not continue thinking, because he understood sacrificing oneself for the entire empire is indeed the motto of the students of the Forbidden Tower. But if they are destined to meet such an end, what meaning is there in living? Thinking of this, Mufong suddenly burst into loud laughter. This sound reverberated throughout the entire base above the Moonstar. Even in front of the light screens of the major safety zones in the battle pit, those responsible for the strong felt a deep soul shock within. Are we just going to give up? That's not the Feng Xiu I know. Have you ever heard the saying, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven"? Why should you be born as a seal carrier? The Forbidden Power chose you to make you stronger, not to doom you to become sacrificial victims. Who said that the future of the Eastern Dragon Empire relies on sacrificing the talents and gifts of people like you to bury your lives in protection? As long as I, Mufeng, am still alive, it's not your turn to sacrifice yourselves. After saying this, Mufeng once again conjured the stunning figure of Yan Ji beside him. She gazed at Mufeng with soft eyes and praised him. As expected of my boss, the master of my reincarnation, only someone with your spirit is qualified to be a follower of the gods. In this battle, I am willing to live and die with you. At that moment, Mufeng and Yan Ji locked eyes, both corners of their mouths curling into a smile. For the first time, he reached out and held Yan Ji's fiery palm. Under the protection of the ancient rules of the Tree of Life, a brilliant divine flame once again erupted from the two of them. Are we about to start merging again? Is this kid really planning to fight to the death against this colossal creature? Feng Xiu thought to himself, his eyes once again filled with shock. Little did he know, Mu Feng's imposing demeanor had also been seen by the high-ranking officials in the battle pit. They all felt a twinge of shame. Indeed, these old fellows were still alive, yet they had to let a young man like Mu Feng, who should represent the future pride of the Eastern Dragon Empire, go to the front lines to die. And they could do nothing. Ningshu's penetrating gaze was deeply fixed at this moment. His mind was still replaying Mu Feng's earlier words. He was right. Why should the lives of these proud individuals be bound to the fate of the empire? Why not let them break free from their shackles and grow freely? Perhaps on the day of destruction, the lifeblood of the Eastern Dragon Empire would truly be rewritten by these strongest young talents. Maybe we were all wrong, our path was wrong. Mu Feng, are you really the one sent by heaven to save the empire and Blue Star? Will the Emperor of Humanity truly appear in this life? Finally, beneath the Pure Land, Mu Feng's fire god form revived once more. He was surrounded by blazing flames, and two beams of light burst forth with a brilliant golden glow. At this moment, he was the god of fire, returning to the old land, blooming anew. Seeing Mu Feng's imposing figure standing in front of him, determined to fight at this peak, Feng Xiu seemed to be shaken by this guy's unprecedented domineering aura. Mu Feng slightly turned his face, a powerful smile still radiating from his lips. Wait for me here. If I can't return alive, you take that kid from the starry sky and break through the Stargate. I will use my last strength to help you break the door. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he no longer hesitated, immediately floating into the air and began to chant. Fire-type 8th tier evolution skill. Falling fire celestial star. Boom! The familiar scene reappeared. This was the second time Mu Feng had unleashed the same top-tier killing skill at the Moonstar base. However, backed by the special rules of the Old Land barrier, this time the falling meteor he summoned seemed to be much larger than before. Yet, compared to the colossal star body of the ruler, this falling fire celestial star was still insignificant. It didn't even reach 1/10 of the opponent's size. The terrifying mental pressure of the ruler once again transmitted a cold voice. A mere human ant can summon such a powerful force? Truly unfathomable. The life of Blue Star is indeed miraculous. No wonder the Old Land era chose Blue Star as its ultimate destination. There must be great causality involved. Mu Feng's eyes were fixed on that massive star, waiting for the power of the galaxy ruler to respond. At the same time, I was constantly pondering the deeper reasons behind the downfall of the Old Earth era. Indeed, I still know too little now. My understanding is far from sufficient. How powerful were the gods of the Old Earth era back then? I fear that even when facing those outer civilizations, they would not be lacking. Why did they suddenly fall silent one after another? As the sovereign of the galaxy said, those incredibly powerful gods of the old Earth collectively fell into slumber. It was certainly not the dead end that people speak of, nor could it possibly be to welcome the new life of the awakening era. Boom! Two forces of destruction collided violently. The sovereign of the galaxy did not use any special means to unleash it but directly confronted the power of the falling firestar with his own stellar body. Until the star, radiating endless brilliant flames, cracked and ultimately collapsed. This caused the sovereign of the galaxy's health to decrease by at least a quarter. Yet, he quickly began to repair himself after the heavy blow. Seeing this, Feng Xiu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light once more. So that's how it is. The so-called sovereign of the galaxy is not merely a star in form but uses special means to perfectly merge its own body with this star. I guess this star must itself be a massive crystal source. Mu Feng suddenly understood, greatly inspired. So that's it, I see now. It is using the energy of this star crystal to simultaneously nourish and activate all the gates of the stars. In other words, the core of its energy lies within this star body. If we could shatter it, all crises would be easily resolved. As for the sovereign of the stars, it would inevitably perish in the catastrophe brought about by the destruction of this star. After this probing move, Mu Feng finally found the most perfect countermeasure. However, how to shatter this massive star was the crux of the problem. I can't worry about that now, let's take it one step at a time. In the next moment, Mu Feng quickly chanted the puppet spell, recalling the scattered puppet avatars from other battlefield areas back to him. First, he instantly cast the Battle Spirit Monument to empower his puppet avatars with the strongest protection of the rock giant. Then he brought them into the air above the old earth barrier and began a new chant. 8th tier evolution technique of the wound art, reverse cataclysm. Rumble. In the depths of the shattered, dark starry sky, an enormous divine hand descended once more. That golden finger, radiating with light, pointed straight at the massive star body, gradually peeling away its energy layers. From a distance, the vast outer layer of the star was rapidly cracking and collapsing. Level 480. Indeed, the reverse cataclysm has begun to take effect. Unfortunately, I can only use my avatar to activate this skill now, so I can share the effects of the old Earth rules. The avatar's panel only has half the data of my main body, resulting in much weaker effects. At this rate, even if I exhaust my energy, it will be difficult to weaken him to below level 300, let alone completely kill him. Moreover, because this sovereign is bound to that massive crystal source star, its repairability is quite terrifying. The ebb and flow between us is simply insufficient to change the entire battle situation. Just when Mu Feng was at his wit's end, Feng Xiu finally made up her mind. Enough. I owe you a life, and now I return it to you. Crack. With a crisp sound, the first inscription on Feng Xiu's body activated. The invisible shackles began to tremble violently, collapsing. The energy of the old earth divine tree behind her also began to be rapidly absorbed by her. Mu Feng sensed the disturbance and turned his head sharply. What are you going to do? Feng Xiu smiled calmly. At this point, there's no need to say anything useless. Just tell me, if you hold the divine artifact now, do you have the confidence to destroy this star in one strike? Mu Feng fell into deep thought, feeling the resolute determination emanating from Feng Xiu's soul at that moment. Before he could respond personally, the voice of Yan Ji immediately echoed within him. Of course, boss, if you chant the sovereign technique, I can replace my sovereign blade with that artifact inside him, enhancing the old earth inscriptions, and it will definitely unleash the strongest slashing effect. After all, I am also a true god of old earth, mastering the power of the artifacts from that era, naturally stronger than you awakened ones of the present. And you, boss, can leverage the effect of the fire god's possession to jointly propel this power and achieve the final kill. Yan Ji's words were far more persuasive than Mu Feng's at this moment. After all, she was a true god. With her guarantee, Feng Xiu finally had no more hesitation, and burst into wild laughter. This time, let me accompany you to create a miracle. If you really can kill this guy and come back alive, remember to erect a monument for me. I want to enjoy the incense of 10,000 generations. All the living warriors in the battle pit must remember my name, Feng Xiu. Boom! The terrifying pressure began to roar. Mu Feng discovered that the old earth barrier on his side, under the protection of the ancient divine tree, started to tremble wildly. Bang! All the shackles completely shattered. At the same time, in front of the light screens of various bases in the battle pit, the high-level masters were all horrified. The old sword king Jiangyu looked extremely worried, his voice trembling. This kid intends to risk his life to help Mu Feng suppress this Star River sovereign. What will happen if he releases the damaged artifact within him? Death. Ning Shu answered without any hesitation, giving an incredibly clear response. Sealing an artifact with human flesh and blood is an ancient method of defiance. If it weren't for Feng Xiu's extraordinary talent, like the other members of the Forbidden Tower's 10 directions, they wouldn't even qualify to be the vessel for the artifact. At this moment, the complete power of old earth helped Feng Xiu break the shackles. His body erupted with a dazzling brilliance like the blazing sun, igniting half of the void in this battlefield. The green radiance completely exploded. Feng Xiu's physical body seemed to become the nourishment for this ancient tree of life, being wholly devoured by it. As for his soul, it was immediately collected by Mu Feng into his soul crystal. This was a unique ability of his underworld emperor. It also preserved a spark of rebirth for Feng Xiu. He was unsure if Feng Xiu in this state could be revived by his power. But there was no time to ponder these questions now. As the seal on his physical body disappeared, the old earth greatsword shimmering with green light appeared perfectly. Is this the true artifact? Under the brilliant sunlight, Mu Feng felt an indescribable power emanating from the blade. It was unlike any equipment he had seen before. His unranked helmet seemed like trash in front of this artifact. It was simply not on the same level. Artifacts are called artifacts because they inherently contain a part of the power of rules and order, and they possess a mysterious and powerful characteristic known as divinity. The moment this sword revealed its brilliance, it seemed to come to life, floating into Mu Feng's hand on its own. Return to the void. Mu Feng, using the skill of insight in the name of light, saw the name of this artifact, but all descriptions about it became incredibly vague. This was because the artifact was incomplete. As Feng Xiu had said before, it was a broken divine weapon. Yet even so, it still radiated a portion of the power of rules. At this moment, Mu Feng was in the strongest battle form of the fire god, holding the artifact of the void, and finally achieved his unprecedented supreme complete form. Every pore on his body even emitted an incredibly powerful aura. It's so shocking. This should be the limit of power that a human awakener of his age can bear, right? Sun Jianxuan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Staring at the screen where Mu Feng was completely enveloped in divine light, his heart was filled with envy. Ning Shu also nodded seriously. That's right, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid this knife would have been completely disintegrated by the divine radiance as soon as it was grasped. Mu Feng indeed possesses talents and abilities that others cannot match. Moreover, with the influence of the fire god's identity, he can unleash the unimaginable supreme power of this knife. However, the artifact requires a sufficiently large amount of energy to guide it, and in its current state, it seems insufficient to unleash his strongest explosive power. Clearly, even the big shots watching the battle understood this, and as the one involved, Mu Feng naturally felt it clearly as well, sighing helplessly. The artifact is flawed, the dissipated energy is too severe, and there's no way to exert enough power. Yanji, however, smiled and said, "Boss, you must have forgotten, I am the true god of fire. Use the power of divine fire to sacrifice this divine weapon and let it return to its peak." Mu Feng's expression changed instantly. Horrified. "No. Sacrificing your power to it will definitely bring you irreversible harm." Yanji, however, smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a drop in level, a state similar to regression. Even if I return to level 0, I won't fall. Essentially, as long as your main body doesn't die, I won't truly die. Losing a level can be leveled up again. Besides, you are an expert in leveling up. What is there to be afraid of? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood." Mu Feng also laughed and at the same time summoned the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon, saying, "Crimson Flame, now you need to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice your life source. Let this void divine weapon return to its peak." Similarly, the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon showed no hesitation and immediately spewed out an incredibly hot divine flame. Under the protection of the ancient tree of life's old earth rules, it crazily tempered this divine sword. In an instant, the green light began to turn golden and finally started to transform into a form that merged the two colors, while the inherent brilliance of the artifact continued to expand. On the other side, the Star River ruler, suppressed by Mu Feng's clone using the regression skill, had its level compressed to 420, and its own aura was continuously weakening. In this ebb and flow, he actually felt a hint of threat within Mu Feng's old earth barrier. How is this possible? A mere human ant can threaten me? Where does this sense of crisis come from? Could it be that knife? It seems I can no longer hold back. I must first destroy his redemption barrier and crush that ancient tree. Roar! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the massive star where the Star River ruler was located began to tremble violently, and an outer layer of energy shattered directly. The endless dust, like countless shattered stars, turned into powerful projectiles, madly crushing towards Mu Feng's main body like a turbulent flow of dust in the vast starry sky, unleashing unimaginable destructive effects. Boom! Almost in an instant, Mu Feng's clone was instantly crushed and shattered by this force. The old Earth-level clone completely disappeared, entering cooldown. Damn it! Mu Feng gritted his teeth. The opponent was currently at level 410, which was far worse than the suppression effect Mu Feng had previously imagined. As the shattered stars and chaotic currents relentlessly struck, the power of this old earth barrier to withstand the impact was indeed limited. The barrier space trembled wildly, with the possibility of collapse looming at any moment. "We can't hold on much longer. Hurry, we need to be faster." At that moment, Yanji also activated the Fire Spirit Sacrifice, offering all the remaining fire spirits in the old earth space into the ruins artifact. Look! The aura of that blade is still strengthening. It's already close to the true completeness of an artifact, right? In front of the light curtain, all the big shots began to tremble. Artifacts, after all, were symbols of the strongest power from the old Earth era. After countless years, it finally unleashed its peak power once again in the Awakening era. That's enough. When the Crimson Flames had been sacrificed to the point where its own panel level dropped back to level 50 and Yanji returned to level 60, Mu Feng felt that the power of the ruins had reached the ultimate effect he could stimulate. If he continued to strengthen it, the divine weapon would likely go completely out of control. Once amplified to a level he could hardly manage, it would be a case of losing more than he gained. Seizing the moment, Mu Feng's angelic wings behind him transformed once more, reaching the very top of the life treasure tree within the old earth barrier. Holding the ruins' divine weapon, his gaze was cold, like an unparalleled martial god, using an incredibly strong mental pressure to communicate directly with the ruler of this world's Star River. Forbidden Tower disciple Mu Feng, wind sleeve. Today, I shall cut through the Star River with my blade. At this moment, the awakened one from the Eastern Dragon Empire of Blue Star, Mu Feng's voice shook the night sky, echoing throughout the entire Moonstar battlefield. Simultaneously, he chanted once more in the form of the fire god. The revelation of fire, in the name of fire, ascend. In an instant, the ruin's divine blade in his hand was covered with an incredibly brilliant old earth inscription. In the distant sky, a massive star representing the vitality of the Star River ruler was completely locked by a strange inscription. Judgment. Mu Feng roared at the sky, unleashing the strongest power within him. The inscription locking onto the enemy star's surface suddenly magnified countless times. Now is the time. Mu Feng and Yanji spoke in unison, raising the ruin's divine blade high and striking down fiercely into the void for the ultimate blow. Boom! After a tremendous sound, the nearly 1,000-foot-high ruin's blade broke through the air, Carrying the strongest power of the fire god's sacrificial essence, the crimson gold of the flames perfectly merged with the green radiance of the ruin's divine blade. It formed a massive light blade that pierced through heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, the surface of the moon star shattered completely. An immense shockwave, like a tidal wave crashing down, surged forward in a rhythmic motion, devouring everything in its path. No, this is absolutely impossible for the people of this era to control. Who exactly are you? The ruler of the Star River completely collapsed, because he realized that the enormous old earth inscription above his head was something he could not escape from. Even now, if he wanted to flee, to break free from the binding of his energy star, he simply could not do it. The ultimate judgment had long been hanging above him, unavoidable. Mu Feng's fiery golden eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance as he sneered. Remember, my name is Mu Feng. This blade in my hand is called Wind Sleeve. It is I who shall cut you down. If the Star River civilization wishes to rise again, my Eastern Dragon Empire is always ready to accompany you. I want to see how many more rulers you can send to give me experience. As soon as Mu Feng said this, all the big shots in front of the light curtain were completely shocked. But more than that, there was an unprecedented sense of comfort and shock deep within their hearts. With his own strength, he had annihilated the entire Star River Legion, liberating all the threats in the outer safety zones of the battle pits under the Eastern Dragon Empire. This was undoubtedly the greatest achievement made by the awakened ones of the entire Eastern Dragon Empire in decades, without exception. Little did they know, the foundation of the Milky Way's presence at the Moonstar was about to be obliterated. How many lives of the frontline warriors of the Eastern Dragon Empire could be indirectly saved? The only regret was that the scene of today's battle was witnessed only by the big shots in the battle pit, and even many soldiers stationed in the safe zone were unable to see it in person. Otherwise, with just this battle, Mu Feng would become the most influential leader of the Eastern Dragon Empire in this generation. In fact, this was originally Old Wei's plan. However, when the big shots discovered one hidden card after another revealed by Mu Feng, they ultimately abandoned that thought. Old Wei was genuinely worried that the principle of a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind would play out with Mu Feng. He was simply too outstanding, to the point that it gave people hope that he might achieve the legacy of the Emperor of Humanity in the future. Such a remarkable talent could not be too high profile. He must be allowed to quickly pass through his growth period. Boom! The earth-shattering blade of the divine finally erupted, striking heavily upon that massive star, directly cleaving it in two. Bang! Just as Mu Feng and Feng Xiu had previously judged, this enormous star was, in fact, a colossal crystal source. Shattering it interrupted all the power supplied by the gates of countless stars. Each star gate trembled wildly, then began to explode one after another. Mu Feng noticed that the aura of the Milky Way's dominator, bound to him, was rapidly weakening. The panel level plunged into a state of collapse. The level dropped from 400 to 200 in an instant, and it continued to decline. The upper limit of his health was compressing at a pace akin to being sliced by a knife. Mu Feng finally burst into hearty laughter. At the same time, Kang Yingji, who was in the spacecraft beside the Stargate, was stunned by the explosive power behind him that seemed to want to obliterate the entire Moonstar battlefield. What? It can't be true, can it? Did Lord Mu Feng really destroy the Milky Way's dominator? Is there anything he can't do? At this moment, Mu Feng had exhausted all his energy reserves, and the old earth barrier returned to his body. Even the angelic wings behind him were showing signs of fading. At this moment, the energy of the angelic totem was down to less than 5%. There was only one thing left to do: escape. While the rules here had not completely collapsed, he had to rush into the gates of countless stars for a glimmer of hope. At this moment, that earth-shattering mental force had become incredibly weak, yet it still rolled in from behind. How ridiculous! I have slept for nearly 100 years, plotting the star plan, landing in the battle pit, and just when I was about to achieve great success, I was unexpectedly thwarted by a humble human from Blue Star. Since I cannot change all of this, then you must remain and perish with me in this starry void. Boom! The final explosion finally rang out. The soul of the Milky Way's dominator completely shattered. That massive star also transformed into a blazing fireball and exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings. Wherever this force passed, all the gates of countless stars covered by it instantly burst. Mu Feng first stowed away the now energy-depleted artifact of the Return to the Void, then took out several bottles of high-grade healing potions and poured them into his body. After enhancing himself with the light shower technique and a series of buff skills, he flew at full speed towards the gates of countless stars. However, how could his flying speed compare to the earth-shattering energy halo behind him? He was about to be engulfed. Oh no! There's no time. All the master-level big shots in front of the light curtain clenched their fists and broke into a cold sweat. The usually calm and composed Grand Master Ningxu also furrowed his brows tightly. Finally, at this critical moment, Kang Yingji piloted the spacecraft and arrived above Mu Feng's head. Lord Mu Feng, I'm here. Suddenly, a powerful absorbing force locked onto Mufong, directly pulling him into the cockpit from mid-air. Then, Kong Ingji pressed the largest blue button in the cockpit, and in an instant, the entire spacecraft erupted with brilliant blue flames, entering maximum power flight mode, racing against the impending silence of the lunar battlefield behind them. Finally, just as the flame halo was about to engulf the Stargate, they dove into it. Great! Finally escaped from the Stargate just before being swallowed. This Kid Kong deserves some credit. In front of the light screen, the command rooms of various battle bases erupted in cheers. The master-level leaders and high-ranking officials embraced and celebrated. However, Ningxu still coldly said, "We're not out of danger yet. Don't forget, each Stargate is bound to the largest crystal within the body of the Star River's ruler. Now that everything is destroyed, the Stargate has lost its power supply, and the void passage it opened could collapse at any moment. Time is running out for Mufong and the others. Whether they can escape alive is still uncertain. It all depends on their fate." Upon hearing this, all the battle bases fell into a deathly silence. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the big screen, waiting for a miracle to happen. At this moment, the prophetic perspective projected by Old Zhang was forcibly switched to the exit direction of the Stargate connecting to the battle base. Once they entered the void passage, Old Zhang's prophetic ability would be cut off. He could only lock onto the exit of the Stargate, and if he didn't see Mufong and the others before the Stargate exploded, it would mean their complete demise. At this moment, no matter how strong your power was, as long as you stood in front of the light screen waiting for the final result, you would feel your blood boiling and your heart racing. Before the final answer was revealed, everything became unknown. "Kid, you must come back alive. As long as you survive, today's battle will be truly perfect." Gu Changkom's heartfelt sentiment echoed the common wish of everyone. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the light screen. It exploded. The exit of the Stargate detonated prematurely due to the complete collapse of the energy order. The spacecraft where Mufong and Kong Ingji were did not appear. "No, I won't accept this result." Sun Jianxuan, the master in charge of the Forbidden Tower battle base, was on the verge of collapse, sitting down heavily in his chair, his expression dazed as if he couldn't believe the outcome. More and more high-ranking officials in front of the light screen wore similar desolate expressions. Did a supernova that just rose like this fall, carrying its most glorious achievements and honors, it was forever extinguished in the void passage? The story shouldn't end like this. Suddenly, a scream came from one of the base's light screen connections. "Director Zhou, an anomaly has been detected in the monitoring area. A spacecraft has appeared at Stargate 58. It seems to be Mufong and the others." The voice was quickly pinpointed to the command room of the Empire's third base. The head of the third base, Master Zhou, a level 109 knight, immediately rushed to the monitoring area with several high-ranking officials. "Quick! Pull up our first-person perspective and share it with all other safe zone bases." A few seconds later, the first-person perspective projection of Stargate 58 appeared. As the staff continuously adjusted the tracking perspective, the spacecraft, which was only the size of a light spot, was magnified in close-up. Finally, the faces of Kong Ingji and Mufong appeared on the light screen. "It's them! These two brats have come back alive." In an instant, a wave of cheers erupted from all the safe zone bases. All the high-ranking officials stationed at the front line of the Eastern Dragon Empire were beyond excited. They embraced each other, celebrating this great moment. At the Forbidden Tower base, Ningxu and Jiang Yu exchanged smiles. Even in such a moment that would forever be remembered, they still restrained their feelings, refraining from any more intimate gestures. "I knew it, that kid Mufong is tough. How could he possibly die so easily?" Sun Jianxuan jumped up from his seat again, grabbing someone and hugging them fiercely. He nearly hugged all the senior assistants around him. Finally, he came to Ningxu, whom he indeed wanted to hug, but he didn't have the courage. "Great! That brat didn't die. Fengshuo is back too. This battle, our Forbidden Tower is the greatest contributor." However, the situation seemed to take another turn. Just as they received the news that Mufong and the others had miraculously returned safely, the scene changed again. Boom! Another loud explosion, and the aircraft suddenly exploded. The big shots, Mufong and Kong Ingji, fell like kites with broken strings, plummeting from tens of thousands of meters high. The direction they were falling into was the deepest part of the outer ring of the battle pit, the Endless Sea. This sea was the boundary separating the outer ring of the battle pit from the central area. The danger level was far higher than that of the outer ring of the battle pit. Hundreds of years ago, it had already been classified as a top-level forbidden zone by the human world. Even master-level experts did not dare to tread lightly. Seeing the Endless Sea area below expanding in his view, Mufeng's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, his health was only at 3%, and the energy of the angel totem had been completely exhausted. If it weren't for this, how could he have forcibly changed their coordinates at the moment the original teleportation passage of the Starry Gate completely collapsed, flying out from Gate 58? Unfortunately, even the wisest can make mistakes. Mu Feng had not anticipated that the aircraft would run out of fuel at the last moment of escaping the crisis. It could no longer support prolonged flight. He was fine, but Kang Yingji in the pilot's seat was knocked unconscious by the force of the explosion, and his health was already nearing the bottom. In my current state, falling into the endless sea leaves no chance of survival. Did I go through all this just to end up like this? Mu Feng had no time to think further. As he fell, he chanted the light shower technique, restoring health to both himself and Kang Yingji beside him. Yan Ji's voice echoed in Mu Feng's mind. Come on, boss, at this critical moment, what's the point of consuming energy to heal? Even if you had 1,000,000 health points, falling into the endless sea wouldn't be enough to escape the terrifying creatures inside. You'd be swallowed in an instant, leaving not even bones behind. Mu Feng could only smile bitterly. Then just sit and wait to die? That's not my style. As he continued to fall, Mu Feng gazed up at the sky. Endless dark clouds obscured the sunlight, leaving no way to replenish his energy. A dead end. Quick! All battle pits safe. Zones under the Eastern Dragon Empire, all master-level awakened ones above level 100, immediately head to the boundary of the endless sea to assist Mu Feng. The Dragon Emperor Tower has issued an order. Alive or dead, we must see him. Yes. Grandmaster Ning Shu personally spoke, mobilizing all the master-level leaders on the front lines of the Empire's battle pits to act together. In the light curtain, all the connecting passages echoed with the voices of master-level experts responding in unison. The Dragon Emperor Tower has issued an order. The weight of these 5 words held the same deterrent power as a sort of authority in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Ning Shu had the energy to mobilize the master-level leaders on the front lines because of her identity and background with the Dragon Emperor Tower. She was like a representative of the Dragon Emperor Tower in the world. Once she issued an order in the name of the Dragon Emperor Tower, any subordinate awakened one had to obey. In an instant, brilliant light shone above the various battle pit bases. One after another, master-level powerhouses soared into the sky, all flying towards the edge of the endless sea. Various rare top-tier flying summoning spirits emerged one after another. Such a spectacle had not appeared on the front lines of the battle pit for a long time. This time, for the hero called Mu Feng who was returning, Ning Shu truly used all of his energy. At this moment, they were about 3,000 meters away from the raging waves of the endless sea. In just a few seconds, they would be buried at the bottom of the sea. Mu Feng let out a weak self-deprecating smile while Kang Yingji, who had regained his senses, screamed in despair. No, I don't want to die yet. Lord Mu Feng, find a way to save me. Just then, Mu Feng, who was incredibly calm beside him, suddenly saw a brilliant light piercing through the edge of a dark cloud in the sky, descending upon this world. The Angel Totem's energy reserve, which had originally shown 0%, suddenly flickered to life at that moment. Mu Feng slightly curled his lips, looking at the frantically moving Kang Yingji beside him, and asked with a smile, "Brother, do you believe in light?" Kang Yingji, who was already in a state of collapse, began to cry out loud. "I only believe in you, Lord Mu Feng. But can you save me? If you can save my life, I will believe in light for the rest of my life." Whoosh! Just as the two were about to fall into the endless sea, the angel wings appeared behind Mu Feng once again. He stepped onto the towering waves of the endless sea below, carving out a perfect flight arc. Grabbing Kang Yingji, he flew back towards the sky. Kang Yingji, who had tightly closed his eyes, took a full 5 seconds before nervously reopening them, only to find that he had not fallen into the sea. He had truly been saved by Mu Feng. "My lord, you really saved me. This can't be a dream, right?" Slapping his own face twice with loud smacks, Kang Yingji finally burst into wild laughter. "I really didn't die. How did you do it, my lord?" A smile of relief blossomed on Mu Feng's face as he slowly said, "Remember my words, believe in light, it can create miracles." 5 minutes later, Mu Feng and Kang Yingji had completely escaped the edge of the endless sea. Not long after, over 30 powerful energies radiating various colors surged into Mu Feng's view from the sky. Initially, feeling the terrifying pressure, Mu Feng instinctively frowned, thinking he had encountered other forces from the battle pit coming to encircle him. But soon he realized that his sense of crisis had not been triggered. This indicated that the other party had no hostility. As he got closer, he discovered Ning Shu's incredibly dignified and beautiful silhouette standing in the middle of the crowd, waiting for his return. Getting even closer, he saw every face beaming with excitement. A few people in the back were waving at him continuously. Home at last. Mu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. For some reason, his heart felt a pang of bitterness. This was the most significant crisis he had encountered since awakening his profession. Facing a master-level powerhouse from an outer civilization alone, being able to return alive was already more meaningful than any reward or gain. Stopping in front of the prominent figures, Ning Shu's eyes were filled with gentle light as he smiled lightly. "Welcome home, hero who has vanquished the stars." Suddenly, dozens of master-level powerhouses simultaneously parted to the sides of the void, clearing a path for Mu Feng. This allowed him to clearly see that the battlefield below, within a radius of 1,000 miles, was already filled with a dense crowd. Tens of thousands of neatly uniformed soldiers raised their arms towards the direction of Mufeng in the sky. The Dragon Emperor Tower, the Imperial Army, various prestigious academies. All the battle pit bases belonging to the Eastern Dragon Empire had sent their most elite soldiers to line up and welcome him. An unprecedented spectacle. The head of the Forbidden Tower, Sun Jianxuan, suddenly shouted loudly at the crowd below. The pride of the Forbidden Tower, Mufeng, the Imperial Army's prodigy Kongyingji, has shattered the stars and returned victorious. The soldiers of the three armies raised their voices in unison, shaking the heavens. Victory! 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 Boom! In the sky of the battle pit world, half of the horizon belonging to the stars began to dissipate against a deep blue background. One dazzling purple stargate after another exploded, becoming the most brilliant fireworks to welcome the heroes of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Mufeng led a group of strong warriors, gazing at the sky, etching this moment into their memories. Indeed, I have always said that the most splendid fireworks in this world come from the collapsing stargates. A high-ranking official from the safe zone among the masters repeated the same words. The other colleagues around him felt the same way. Until the last stargate in the sky completely exploded, the scenery of the Star River was utterly obliterated. The rules belonging to the invading forces of the Star River vanished within the confines of the battle pit. Ding! You have completed the battle pit login task. Reward: Advanced Supply Set *10. Ding! You have completed the hidden battle pit achievement. Kill the Star River Mother Body. Reward title: Ironclad Terminator. Ding! You have completed the unique exclusive achievement of the battle pit. Kill the Star River Main Carrier. Reward: Unique exclusive title: Ruler's Nemesis. Ding! This battle pit frontline trial has been cleared. Total duration: 18 days 6 hours 27 minutes. Comprehensive evaluation (SSS). Exclusive trial rewards have been settled. High-level dungeon teleportation. Scroll bound ×1. Is this it? Seeing the reward settlement interface, Mufeng wore a puzzled expression, but he quickly understood this point. As a member of the Forbidden Tower Battle Pit trial team, his character card data in the Forbidden Tower virtual system was no different from that of other new students, and the task difficulty and reward levels were not much different either. In fact, this time Mufeng had completed a shocking enemy extermination operation, most of which transcended the scope of the system's planning. What kind of rewards he could truly receive depended on the attitude of those in power. Just then, Ning Shu smiled and approached. Let's go, the fireworks are over, it's time to return. Are you also looking forward to the reward settlement? Mufeng smiled gently and scratched his head. It's all up to you, senior. Ning Shu waved his hand and then solemnly ordered. Below, everyone, return to your respective base safe zones. The Star River defense battle ends here. Next, our Eastern Dragon Empire will have all battle pit bases enter a rest state. No one is allowed to leave the safe zone until new combat orders are issued from above. Understood. In an instant, the master-level figures from various safe zones returned to their formations and quickly evacuated. Mufeng followed Ning Shu, the old sword King Jiangyu, and the head of the Forbidden Tower, Sun Jianxuan, back to the base. As soon as they landed, Mufeng directly entered the command room with the big shots. Meanwhile, the other trial students from the Forbidden Tower, who had long been gathered together, were all assembled in the square of the safe zone, waiting for new orders from above but receiving none. The crowd couldn't help but become restless. What's going on? I didn't do anything here, and this round of Battle Pit frontline login tasks was directly marked as completed. Brothers, are you the same? That's right, me too. I was only added to participate in this frontline login plan the day before yesterday, and as a result, I got injured upon landing and returned to the base, and just now I also received the task completion prompt. This doesn't make sense. The Battle Pit frontline login task is considered the highest difficulty for new trials in the Forbidden Tower. It can't be that easy to clear it? Stop getting tangled up, buddy. Isn't it good enough to let you win by lying down? Do you really want to be thrown to the battlefield to fight for your life before you're satisfied? That's not what I mean. Who doesn't like winning by lying down? But there should be a reason for lying down, right? What was that big commotion outside just now? I think I saw all the high-ups mobilized. The students were discussing among themselves. Just half an hour ago, they received orders from Master Mahong, the third in command, at the front line of the Forbidden Tower war cave, to gather in the square and wait, but they weren't told what had actually happened. Finally, Master Mahong slowly appeared under the expectant gazes of everyone. It was clear that Master Ma was in a great mood, his smile almost bursting forth. He stood before the gathered students of the Forbidden Tower and spoke loudly. Everyone, I have good news to share with you. The landing mission at the Forbidden Tower war cave has been successfully completed. Soon, someone will escort you back to the Forbidden Tower. All the new students who participated in this landing trial will receive rewards calculated at S-rank difficulty. What? S-rank difficulty? A few students in the front row were instantly dumbfounded. I can't be dreaming. Commander, my personal rank as a new student in the Forbidden Tower is only D rank. I've been at the front line of the war cave for a week and haven't killed a single monster, and I actually got an S rank evaluation? That's right, my situation is similar. This can't be a malfunction in the evaluation system, right? Don't let us be happy for nothing. Seeing the bewildered expressions of these rookies, Master Ma couldn't help but laugh at their attempts to suppress their excitement. What you don't know is that just happened. Hour ago, the new student Mufong, who came to the war cave front line with you, created a miracle. Leading his two companions, he single-handedly destroyed the entire Moonstar base of the Galaxy civilization and killed the top bosses of two major galaxy civilizations. This included the Galaxy Sovereign Supreme Leader, who is over level 500. This caused the complete annihilation of the Galaxy civilization's legacy in the war cave, indirectly helping all of you complete this landing mission ahead of time. So, the one you need to thank is not me, but Mufong. For a considerable time to come, the pressure of frontline battles in all the safe zones of the Eastern Dragon Empire will significantly decrease, bringing about a true period of rest ahead of time. Rookies, go back and train hard. A prodigy like Mufong is the goal you should be chasing. After Master Ma finished speaking, the venue fell into complete silence. The team members were completely immersed in this shocking revelation, unable to come to their senses. No, I must have misheard. This is too terrifying. How could it be Mufong? He's just a new support priest, and he actually killed a level 500 Galaxy Sovereign? Isn't that absurd? Brothers, has this world become so absurd? My worldview is about to collapse. Isn't it said that priests are the least noticeable profession in the support class? When did the upper limit become so high? Just as the students were bewildered, a resounding announcement echoed throughout Blue Star. Announcement. 30 minutes ago, the terrifying extraterrestrial literary star Galaxy Legion, which had invaded the War Cave barrier for half a year, was completely annihilated. The starry plan has ended in failure. Awakener Mufong of the Eastern Dragon Empire, a support priest, along with two companions, with immense courage and formidable strength, entered the Starry Gate, infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and killed the two supreme leaders of the Galaxy Mother Body and Galaxy Sovereign, annihilating the entire Moonstar base of the Galaxy civilization, establishing an immortal merit for our Blue Star human race. This is a formal notice to all global awakeners. Starting today, all tasks related to the battle cave barriers associated with the Star River civilization will be concluded ahead of schedule. The related trial content will be permanently closed. The Global Awakeners Alliance hereby rewards the outstanding contributor, Mufong, with the unique exclusive title, Star Shaker Emperor. Upon hearing this announcement, all the new students participating in the trials were petrified on the spot. Flame Emperor, Underworld Emperor, Star Shaker Emperor. 3 great king titles bestowed upon one person? Unprecedented. An hour later, in front of the teleportation barrier connecting the Battle Cave base to the imperial capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the students from the Forbidden Tower who participated in the trials had gathered. Leading them back was still the buzzcut, scar-faced Chui Yang who had come to meet them earlier. However, his expression looked quite strange at this moment, because he distinctly heard the group of students behind him discussing a common name, Mufong. Indeed, it was that popular troublemaker whom Vice Officer Chui had previously targeted. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, that so-called troublemaker had grown into a formidable character that he could not even aspire to reach. According to the rank system of the Forbidden Tower base, Chui Yang was the personal guard leader of the overall supervisor and also a 6th-stage awakener. But now, he dared not compare himself to the renowned prodigy Mufong. Whoosh! A beam of light suddenly appeared before the students. 3 figures simultaneously descended, prominently featuring Mufong in the center, flanked by the Old Sword King Jiangyu and the Grand Master Ning Shu. Wow! The great Mufong has appeared. This is too impressive, right? 2 Grand Masters came to escort him, personally protecting him? I'm afraid even the direct disciples of the Dragon Emperor Tower's 7 veins don't receive such treatment. Honey, I'm here. Among the crowd, there were always a few overly excited female students who couldn't contain their emotions, trying to make their presence felt in front of Mufong. However, at this moment, Mufong was utterly calm. He didn't pay any attention to the fellow students in front of him. Instead, he calmly fixed his gaze on the buzzcut Vice Officer Chui and took the initiative to greet him. Vice Officer Chui, I hope you've been well. Over the past half-month, I am grateful for your care of us students from the Forbidden Tower. I will certainly remember this kindness. Upon hearing this, Vice Officer Chui nearly cracked. His smile looked worse than a cry, and he hurriedly bowed his head respectfully, feeling ashamed. Your Excellency Mufong, you flatter me. You are now the admired hero of the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. No, the entire Blue Star human race. How could a small person like me take care of you? As for the previous misunderstanding, I hope you. Mufong waved his hand lightly and smiled. Just a joke. I hope the Empire can have more diligent and responsible good officers like you. Until we meet again. As soon as Mufong finished speaking, Ning Shu flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the teleportation array before them opened up. A separate rule passage escorted the three and they vanished in the blink of an eye. Incredible, is this the treatment that a big shot like my peer should receive? Come on, it seems we didn't attend the same Forbidden Tower as His Excellency Mufong. Indeed, as new students of the Forbidden Tower, why is my treatment so much worse compared to that great deity? Shut up! The buzzcut vice officer Chui suddenly shouted coldly, silencing the dozens of students behind him, and said coldly, on the battlefield, I don't see you achieving anything, yet you all boast and brag with such spirit. If you had even 1/10 of His Excellency Mufeng's achievements, I'd let you ride on my head to return. If you don't have that ability, then work hard to become stronger. The world of awakeners is the same. Strength is respected. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Hearing this, the students felt a surge of strong emotions in their hearts. In the invisible realm, Mufong seemed to have become the common ideal pursued by this generation of the Forbidden Tower's favored ones. In the passage, Master Ningxu teased with a gentle smile, when did that adjutant offend you? Mufong casually touched his nose and laughed, it's nothing, he just took me for a typical troublemaker when I arrived. Old Sword King Jiang Yu burst into laughter. You really hold a grudge? Mufong hurriedly clarified for himself, not at all. I just saw him again and made a joke. Every soldier who bleeds for our empire on the battlefield deserves our respect. Ningxu nodded with a smile. Well said. I really like this manly spirit in you. Without your courage and passion, you probably wouldn't have the guts to face an opponent of the Star River Sovereign's level alone. This time, you've made a great contribution. Both emotionally and logically, you deserve a corresponding reward. I can give you a chance to ask for something big. Mu Feng smiled at Ningxu but still saw no emotion in her calm eyes. Senior Ning, you are too polite. You've helped me time and again, paving the way for my growth. I have never repaid this kindness, so how could I dare to ask you for a gift? Jiang Yu beside them chuckled twice, wearing an expression as if he could see through Mufong. Don't think we're fools who can't see what's on your mind. You're probably holding back something big, waiting to make a wish. Directly to Old Wei when you see him, right? Mufong pretended not to understand, but inwardly he was complaining. Sure enough, they're all cunning old foxes. Level 100 plus really isn't for nothing, he guessed it right. Ningxu didn't mind, still smiling gently, and suddenly opened her palm, revealing an object radiating colorful light. Wow, boss. Quickly take this thing. It's simply tailor-made for you. The voice of Yen Ji immediately echoed in his mind. Curious, Mufong activated his insight skill in the name of light. Heart of the Angel equipment type, necklace equipment grade, epic. Level requirement. No level limit. Attributes, maximum health increased by 150,000. Effect 1, when the carrier's health reaches 0 and life is extinguished, the will of the ancient earth deity, the angel, descends, granting the carrier rebirth. Note, current skill effect has been activated. Usage count, unique. Effect 2, light energy absorption efficiency increased by 5%. Effect 3, if the carrier awakens the angel lineage, they can absorb light energy to upgrade this equipment. Current equipment level, level 1. After seeing the panel's attributes, Mufong was directly stunned. It really is an exclusive epic divine outfit tailor-made for me, the angel's spokesperson. How does Senior Ning have this? Is it a gift from the Dragon Emperor Tower to me? Musing in his heart, before Ningxu could respond, the old Sword King spoke in shock. Are you crazy? You actually gave this to someone else. This was given to you by that person back in the day. Jiang Yu's words were cut off, clearly silenced by Ningxu. The rest of his words were completely inaudible. Mufong also looked somewhat incredulous, pointing at this seemingly significant necklace and asking, Senior Ning, this? The other party smiled and nodded. Yes, this is your trophy, not representing the Dragon Emperor Tower, but representing the lineage of the Forbidden Tower and my personal stance. In this life, I served the Dragon Emperor Tower with no other desires, only hoping to witness the rise of a new leader of the human race. And now, you are the newcomer. I have high hopes for. Accepting this necklace means you will bear great responsibility on your future path of growth. In the future, if the Eastern Dragon Empire or even our human race is in danger, you must step forward. Even if there are better choices, you must never easily give up on the countless lives behind you. If you can agree, this item will belong to you. Mufong unhesitatingly reached out to take the equipment. In front of Ningxu, he boldly put it on and laughed heartily. As an awakened, isn't it my duty to protect my country? Don't worry, Senior, I'm here, and this resolve will not waver. Ningxu finally smiled sincerely. She wanted to reach out and pat the boy's head but suddenly stopped. It dawned on her that although Mufong was young, he was no longer a novice. He had already become a peerless genius, a great contributor to the Eastern Dragon Empire. When dealing with Mufong, even, she should hold a bit of reverence. She reined in her emotions and gently reminded him, when you see Old Wei later, don't forget to ask for a lot. These seniors in the tower are all quite wealthy. Old Wei is a lonely old man, there's no need to save money for him. Upon hearing this, both Mufong and the Old Sword King Jiang Yu burst into laughter. In the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor Tower, Old Wei, gazing into the distance, inexplicably sneezed and grumbled in frustration. What's going on today? I've sneezed 3 times already. Could it be that someone is trying to take advantage of me? Just as the old man had this thought, Ning Shu walked in with Mu Feng not far behind. Old Wei, our great contributor, has returned. The old man jolted, not feeling the joy he had imagined, as if he saw a troublesome foe coming before him. Mu Feng quickly suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth and cupped his fists. Junior greets Old Wei. The old man snorted derisively. Look at that face of yours. Are you thinking of how to fleece me? Mu Feng quickly replied. No, senior, you've misunderstood me. I just finished the frontline mission in the battle cave and came to see you. Old Wei chuckled, stroking his beard. You really are bold. You dared to enter the Stargate alone. Aren't you afraid that some restriction in the galaxy might trigger and turn you to ashes? On the spot? Mu Feng spoke earnestly. As a student of the Awakened Tower of the Eastern Dragon Empire, I am already prepared to sacrifice for my country. Although I was fortunate to slay the galaxy's sovereign and destroy the star plan this time, I understand that the path of growth is still difficult, and every step in the future will not be easy. I will remain humble and forge ahead. Old Wei listened and couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head repeatedly. I'm truly afraid of you. I never realized you could talk so well. I thought you were going for a cold and aloof image. Mu Feng was completely open-minded. Why pretend to be something he wasn't in front of these old fossils? Every one of the 8-stage powerhouses who had survived to this day was a remarkable figure. What kind of scenes had they not witnessed? Compared to them, he was indeed just a naive newcomer. A little flattery and some free benefits would definitely help his growth immensely. So, what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. The only condition is that you can only make one wish. Without any hesitation, Mu Feng took out the broken artifact glowing with a faint green light and handed it to Old Wei. This time I was able to return victorious, and Feng Xiu also played a crucial role. This is our shared achievement. I want Old Wei to revive him. With my own abilities, I might be able to help him revive, but I can't guarantee it. This matter is significant. If there is any mistake, I worry it will affect Feng Xiu's soul. Old Wei rolled his eyes and looked at Mu Feng with a smile. You're quite steady, not reckless. I know you have mastered the 9-segment forbidden technique of the Radiant Rebirth, and you should have used it to revive Xianyuan Dao before. But the situation with Feng Xiu is completely different from Xianyuan Dao back then. His binding relationship with this damaged artifact, as well as that strange inscription seal, all stem from the rules of the old Earth era. If you blindly use the rebirth technique to try to revive Feng Xiu, the consequence will only be that his soul's essence turns to ashes, not only failing to save him but instead sending him away directly. Mu Feng was left speechless. So, does Old Wei have a way to bring him back to life? The old man stroked his beard, looking quite composed. I said, as long as you ask, I can do it, provided that I first enter your old earth barrier and retrieve his soul and body. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger. Just sleep for about 2 hours and leave the rest to me. If you're not at ease, you can have someone guard by your side. Mu Feng smiled wryly. You saying that sounds a bit disrespectful for your age. Old Wei suddenly chuckled twice, revealing his hidden playful side. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Mu Feng instantly fell into a deep sleep. An immense and powerful mental force surged into Mu Feng's soul world. Within the old earth barrier, Wei Lao's figure soon materialized. He stood before the ancient tree of life, glancing at the surging underworld sea surrounding the island, nodding repeatedly. This kid really is astonishing. The old earth underworld sea barrier, lost for nearly 10,000 years, has actually become his domain. Then let's give him another chance at fortune. It can be considered a reward for his annihilation of the Star River lineage this time. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand again and a book radiating a silver-gray light floated down like a falling leaf, landing beneath the roots of the ancient tree of life. At the same time, the old man used his powers to extract Feng Xiu's body, which had not yet been completely absorbed by the ancient tree, and retrieved a unique essence of soul belonging to Feng Xiu from the soul pearl deep in the underworld sea. Before leaving the barrier, Mu Feng seemed to have slept deeply, shedding his endless fatigue. When he opened his eyes again, a full 12 hours had passed. He found himself lying in his own cave dwelling. Beside him were Nalan Xian and Su Jinghong, the two beautiful faces staring at him as if he were a lucky charm. Mu Feng suddenly sat up, startling the two beauties. You finally woke up. After sleeping for so long, we thought something had happened to you and were planning to find Sister Ning. Mu Feng stretched and smiled. What could happen to me? I just fought too hard in this battle and needed to relax my mental energy. Mentor, Sister Su, you came to see me. You must have received the news? The two beauties instantly turned into heart-eyed expressions, staring at Mu Feng intently. It felt as if fairies had spotted a plump Tangsang meat. They could hardly wait to forcefully establish a dual cultivation partner status with Mu Feng. I've heard about it for a long time. You showed great prowess on the front lines of the battle pit, actually taking down the stronghold of the Star River civilization in one fell swoop. However, Sister Ning specifically instructed that this matter should not be overly publicized. The Memories of those students who participated in the frontline trials with you have been erased. Apart from the two of us, only the heads of the other 6 academies know. You can rest assured it won't bring you any extra trouble. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. That's not a big deal. The senior sister Su Jinghong quickly added. By the way, Junior, your level authority has now been upgraded to S level. If it weren't for this achievement, you should try to keep a low profile. Now you can probably directly become the chief disciple of the Xiaoxiang Academy. Mu Feng quickly shook his head with a smile. No. The position of chief will always belong to you, senior sister. Not just me, but no one else is qualified to take it away. Su Jinghong's face immediately flushed, and she felt an indescribable sense of gratitude and satisfaction in her heart. That feeling of being cared for and protected by a strong person was truly enjoyable. You know your place. You don't know, after you left these days, that bastard by Li Xiangfei has been coming around every now and then. Teacher, please stop. Su Jinghong suddenly changed her expression and forcefully interrupted Nalan Xian's words. Mu Feng frowned slightly, sensing some content that was interrupted by Nalan Xian. By the way, senior sister Ning specifically reminded me that after you wake up, you should quickly complete the rank promotion task. Now that your strength is already quite impressive, it's inappropriate to still hold the title of a first-tier priest. More importantly, promoting your rank will also bring you further strength enhancement. Mu Feng nodded seriously. Let's go, there's no time to waste, we should go do the promotion task right away. After saying that, Nalan Xian displayed her abilities again and in a moment brought Mu Feng to the first floor of the Forbidden Tower. As the most prestigious hidden academy of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Forbidden Tower naturally had exclusive spaces for students to complete their promotion tasks. At this moment, more than 40 students were queuing in the hall, waiting to receive tasks. Upon seeing Nalan Xian's personal appearance, the students quickly stepped aside and bowed respectfully to the goddess mentor of Xiaoxiang Academy. Mu Feng followed closely beside her, skipping the line and directly arriving at the exclusive counter area, then revealing a token. This is the Dragon Emperor token. Among the crowd of students nearby, a well-informed disciple immediately exclaimed. A wave of discussion erupted around. Mu Feng also looked at the token in confusion and asked, Mentor, what is this token? Nalan Xian smiled and said, Senior Sister Ning specifically instructed me to pass this token to you while you were asleep. The so-called Dragon Emperor token, as the name suggests, is a symbol of identity that allows you to enjoy the highest level of privileges anywhere in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Now that you have the title of the 3 emperors, only the Dragon Emperor token is worthy of your status. This thing even has unimaginable privileges when doing promotion tasks. Just wait and see. The staff at the counter couldn't help but look at Mu Feng with a startled expression, then quickly began to input information. Level 72, first tier priest? What's going on? The system can't be bugged, right? Such a high level is just a first tier priest? Mu Feng, that name sounds familiar. I remember now, he should be the prodigy who soloed the 5 Elements ruins. It really is him. Even the promotion task is personally accompanied by Mentor Nalan from Xiaoxiang Academy. This is indeed extravagant. I doubt even the 10 directions respect has such a scene. The surrounding students' memories of Mu Feng were still stuck at his soloing the 5 Elements ruins stage. If they knew about the miraculous events happening at the battlefront, they would probably worship this legendary newcomer. Hello, Lord Mu Feng, you have successfully received the second-tier promotion task. Just as Mu Feng was about to check personally, Nalan Xian smiled and said, It's just a second-tier task, no need to be so troublesome. Then she refreshed the Dragon Emperor token again, requesting the mobilization of the Azure Dragon Guard to act as agents for the rank promotion task. As soon as Nalan Xian's voice fell, the students waiting in line for tasks were instantly dumbfounded. Even Mu Feng was filled with question marks. Acting as agents for the Azure Dragon Guard? What kind of setting is this? Ding. You have obtained the task item 9 Colored Coral. Ding. You have obtained the task item War God Armor Fragment. Ding. You have successfully slain the Desert Butcher Boss. You have obtained the task exclusive item Butcher's Battle Axe Fragment. Congratulations on completing the epic second tier promotion task for priests. Would you like to submit it immediately? What's going on? I'm just standing here without moving and it hasn't even been 5 minutes, yet the second tier promotion task is completed by itself? This is simply a wall-hanging behavior. Seeing the astonished expressions of Mu Feng and the students around him, Nalan Xian smiled and said, This is your exclusive privilege of the Dragon Emperor's order, which allows you to mobilize the exclusive Tsanglong position of the Dragon Emperor Pavilion, automatically defaulting you as a team member. They can help you complete anything you want in the shortest time possible. For example, this second tier promotion task is just a waste of time for you right now, but once you apply to mobilize the Tsanglong guards, all the troubles can be easily resolved. Because they possess the top-level authority to mobilize any non-limited resources of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Mu Feng silently gasped, tentatively asking, So if I ask them to kill a certain awakener, can they do that too? Nalan Xian shot him a glance. What are you thinking? It must be within the reasonable scope of the Empire's regulations. They won't help you with anything that exceeds the rules. Just like that, under the incredulous privileges of many students, Mufong completed his promotion from a second-tier priest to a fourth-tier priest without leaving his home in just 2 hours. The total value of the various resources and gold rewards from the 3 epic promotion tasks alone had already exceeded 30 million. Ding! Congratulations! You have become a 4th-tier senior priest. Ding! You have learned a new skill. Curse! Mufang's eyes lit up instantly. He was no stranger to the word curse. This branch of skills is very powerful, but the number of awakeners who cultivate this ability is quite rare. Only the legendary rare profession of Curse Master is proficient in this type of ability. I didn't expect that the 4th-tier promotion would directly grant me the curse skill. This should make my overall combat power more comprehensive. No wonder the first 2 promotions didn't give me new skill unlocks. They were holding back something big. Mufong could hardly contain his smile. It was definitely an unexpected gain. Now he lacked neither money nor resources, and even in terms of equipment, although the quantity was small, he had 3 pieces of legendary grade top-notch equipment. Only the learning of new skills was the most direct way to improve. Looking at his skill point balance, which had already reached over 5 million, Mufong was eager to level up. Congratulations, kid, you've quickly become a 4th-tier senior priest, but you don't seem satisfied. Mufong smiled. Only Nalan Mentor knows me well, but let me guess, the promotion task for the 5th tier probably can't be done automatically anymore, right? This Dragon Emperor's order, while powerful, I can guess that the Tsanglong guards I can mobilize also have level and ability restrictions. Nalan Xin nodded with a smile. That's right, the application qualification for the 5th tier promotion task is to be above level 70, and the tasks that the Tsanglong guards can execute for you must be at least 10 levels lower than their own level. Moreover, the difficulty of tasks for promotions above the 5th tier far exceeds level 70, so you must complete them personally. Mufong smiled and nodded. No problem. He then approached the window again. Hello, could you please help me process the 5th tier promotion task? The young staff member, who was quite attractive, almost cried out of envy when she saw Mufong again. This is the first time I've seen someone like you who can rise 3 tiers in a day. You truly have exceptional talent. The few older guys in line next to them completely lost their composure. What's going on? I remember when I came to line up in the morning, this Mufong was right here. How come I've completed my task and he's still here? A student from the Forbidden Tower patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Brother, you need to understand, when you were here this morning, that person completed a 2nd tier promotion task, and now Mufong has taken on a 5th tier promotion task. What did you say? 5th tier? He completed 3 promotion tasks in 4 hours. How is that possible? So, you're saying his level has already exceeded 70? A prodigy, a true prodigy. Why do I have to ask so much? Just relax, buddy, don't compare yourself to someone like him, or our dignity as the pride of the Forbidden Tower will be trampled into the ground. I've been working on my 3rd tier mage task for almost a month, and he just stood there chatting with the goddess mentor and submitted it right on the spot. Where can I argue about this? Forget it, I'm in a bad mood today, I'll come back tomorrow. Originally, a job change should be something to look forward to and be happy about. But when the students of the Forbidden Tower saw Mufeng's method of leveling up, they all fell silent. Ding! 5th tier promotion task drawn successfully. Task content: clear the old Earth level difficulty, Outland Space Dungeon, City of Sin. Time limit: 7 days. Task difficulty: epic. Number of players required to clear: 3 to 10. After seeing his task content, Mufong appeared indifferent. Instead, Nalan Xin beside him and the staff member in charge of registration both turned pale. City of Sin. You kid, I really don't know whether to say you're lucky or just plain unlucky. You just had to draw the City of Sin dungeon. Mufong looked puzzled. From the mentor's expression, does he also know about this dungeon? Nalan Xin sighed. Do you know that the original head of the War God Academy was not the big bearded Joe, but his younger brother, Joe the Little Bearded? Mufong. Those nicknames are quite unique. Nalan Xin continued. Little Bearded himself 5 years ago, when he was trying to break through the 100-level master bottleneck, challenged the old Earth level difficulty of the City of Sin dungeon and ultimately got lost inside, never to come out again. Now Mufong had no intention of joking, his brows furrowed tightly. The strength of mentor Little Bearded compared to his brother. Same level, single-handedly crushing big Bearded. Now Mufong was even more speechless. Are you trying to tell me that clearing this dungeon has no direct relationship with one's own strength? Nalan Xin shook his head. It is naturally related to strength. If you're a weakling, you have even less chance of surviving in this dungeon. But strength is only part of the elements needed to clear it. What truly tests you is your heart, your soul, including various comprehensive qualities such as insight. Thinking you can clear it quickly with overwhelming firepower is not possible. Moreover, there are some complex elements of luck involved. In short, my advice is, if you want to clear this dungeon, never attempt it solo, otherwise, even someone as extraordinary as you might stumble. There are no valuable Guides available for the City of Sin dungeon on the market because every time it opens, the content of the dungeon changes drastically. In the entire Forbidden Tower, no more than 10 people have participated in this dungeon, and they have only cleared it once. It seems you have too many promotion attempts in a single day, and the system matched you with a task that exceeds the current difficulty limit. But speaking of which, you kid can create miracles in the future. If you really clear it, the rewards from the City of Desire will far surpass those of other promotion tasks. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Are you sure you want to continue? With the Dragon Emperor's decree, you can have one additional opportunity to revoke a promotion task. But if you revoke this time, you will have to wait 2 months to apply for the 5-stage promotion task again. Upon hearing this, Mufong shook his head. Without hesitation. Of course not. I have never stopped moving forward. If I choose to retreat when faced with difficulties, I will never be able to stand at the top. Mufong placed his palm on the scanning screen without hesitation, finding the 5-stage promotion task. This action made the staff inside show expressions of admiration. As expected of a top prodigy, Mufeng's temperament is far more mature than that of other Forbidden Tower members. Alright, that's all I can do for you. Go back and prepare well. You should have gained quite a few resources on this trip. Take some time to settle down. And remember to inform Jinghong before entering the dungeon. After saying this, Nalan Xian handed the Dragon Emperor's decree to Mufong, and then the two of them left the task hall, returning to their own caves. Lying on the soft couch on the top floor of his villa, Mufong enjoyed being fed various fruits by Yan Ji while basking in the sunlight, as if he were dreaming back to the comfortable time after finishing the college entrance examination, recuperating at home. At the same time, he did not forget to open the panel interface. Name: Mufong. Awakened profession: Senior Priest. Awakener rank: 4 stage. Hidden profession: Angel of Light / Night Azura. Current level: 72 health, 537898 / 537898 energy, 38,000 / 38,000. 5-dimensional attributes affecting growth. Current remaining attribute points: 0 strength, 655 constitution, 3877 endurance, 1870 agility, 855 mental power, 2155 remaining skill points, 5081126. Skills: Priest exclusive, Light Shower skill tree, Trauma skill tree, Enlightenment skill tree, Angel of Light exclusive, In the Name of Light skill tree, Night Azura exclusive, Blood killing skill tree, General skills, Rock solid skill tree, Old Earth witchcraft skill tree, Curse skill tree, Deity exclusive, Fire god skill tree. Seeing that his health had already surpassed 500,000, Mufong suddenly felt a sense of being in another world. He recalled, when he was level 30, his health was only less than 4,000. Now, in just over 2 months, his health had increased by more than 100 times. Besides the attribute point bonuses from just maxing out his constitution, there were also the talent enhancement bonuses from several consecutive rank promotions. Of course, the most important way to improve was still through equipment. Just the Angel's Heart given by Teacher Ning had increased his health by 150,000. This does not even account for the temporary enhancement effects brought by various buff spells. If his status were maximized, Mufong was confident he could instantly boost his health to over 800,000. With such strength, not to mention other ordinary priests of the same profession, even Night-type blood warriors and other tanks below level 100 would likely pale in comparison to Mufong. Suddenly, Mufeng's phone rang. It was a private message notification from Senior Sister Jinghong in the virtual battlefield. Junior, I almost forgot to tell you something very important. Although your permission level has been exceptionally raised to S level, the default information in the virtual system has not been refreshed yet. Right now, you are still regarded as B-level permission and cannot participate in the old Earth-level dungeons of Desire City. Mufong directly replied with a speechless expression. When will the information be updated? Su Jinghong replied immediately. The simplest way is to challenge a fellow student in the virtual battlefield, have a fight with him, and your permission level will refresh. Mufong sent an OK emoji and then immediately accessed the virtual system panel on the top floor of the villa. Opening the list of battle spaces, the first one by default was actually by Li Xiongfei. What's going on? Li Xiongfei is actually in the virtual battlefield. Q, can I challenge him directly? Mufong suddenly recalled Nalan Xian's hesitant words in the cave and unhesitatingly poked by Li Xiongfei's name. Ding! Detected that the current opponent's permission level is too high and your strength is too far apart from the target. Do you want to force a challenge? Mufong slightly curled his lips, without any hesitation issued the confirmation command. Ding! Personal competition instance is being generated. Please wait. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Swish! A flash of light passed and the virtual battlefield projections of Mufong and Li Xiongfei quickly generated. When their projections appeared face to face in the arena space, Li Xiongfei was completely dumbfounded, his expression instantly turning astonished, and then his gaze grew increasingly gloomy. Why is it you? Mufong, however, smiled warmly, waving his hand in greeting with a sunny demeanor. Senior Bai Li, it's been a while, hope you've been well. You want to challenge me? Li Xiongfei instantly clenched his fists, his expression cold to the extreme. Kid, I think I should remind you, although you performed well in the instance, you are ultimately a support-type profession. In a one-on-one duel, I won't give you any chance to chant. Once the challenge officially begins, I only need 10 seconds to reduce your health to 0. Mu Feng nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Senior is right. Let's get started quickly. I'm in a hurry to continue with the instance. Bai Li Xiongfei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring in anger. Arrogant. I will make you understand the price of being ignorant of your own limitations. Bai Li Xiongfei was indeed a bit verbose. Before every competitive duel, there would be a 30-second preparation period. Mu Feng had already pressed the ready command early on. Yet Bai Li Xiongfei chattered for 30 seconds until the forced confrontation began. Mu Feng finally let out a long sigh, his expression one of relief. However, at that very moment, Bai Li Xiongfei charged at full speed, his bloodthirsty gaze bursting with extreme malice. Kid, I've been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Let me vent properly. You will understand that a dual S-rank authority prodigy is not someone you can be reckless with. Boom! Bai Li Xiongfei lunged at Mu Feng like a ghost, unleashing his strongest close combat technique at the 6th level. In that instant, his right fist struck out, and Mu Feng's body exploded into pieces. The panel displayed that the 20,000 health points were instantly reduced to 0. Ha! Is that it? Bai Li Xiongfei's eyes gleamed with a mocking cold smile, but 2 seconds later, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The competition hadn't ended. Mu Feng wasn't dead. Bang! With a loud explosion, a gigantic ancient frog king descended from the sky. Bai Li Xiongfei saw the enormous shadow above him crashing down, and before he could react, he was heavily smashed into the ground by the giant frog, leaving only his head exposed. Damn! You actually ambushed me! Mu Feng's melodious voice laughed out. It's just that you're too foolish. You can't even distinguish between your real body and your clone. I say, Senior Bai Li, it seems you haven't made much progress during this time. As soon as the words fell, Mu Feng directly cast fire. Revelation, Supremacy. The third evolution chant of the fire skill tree was completed. Yan Ji showed no mercy, instantly sketching the ancient earth runes, directly planting the head that was sticking out of the ground with restriction rules, burying it deep underground. Bai Li Xiongfei, with only his head exposed, was caught off guard and couldn't move at all. The blade of supremacy could strike down at any moment, ending this duel. However, at that moment, Mu Feng suddenly stopped his movements. Ending it like this seems a bit meaningless. Suddenly, Mu Feng had a flash of inspiration, snapped his fingers, and instantly began chanting the fire spirit summon. He directly summoned a fire spirit warrior at level 80. It appeared before the senior, wielding a flaming sword, and struck down fiercely at his remaining head. Bang! The first strike caused 3,000 health points to vanish. However, Bai Li Xiongfei was indeed powerful, with a total health exceeding 130,000. Coupled with a small amount of self-healing from his equipment and elemental resistance boosts, the damage was not significant. Mu Feng pondered for a moment, then successively summoned 30 fire spirits. They surrounded Bai Li Xiongfei's head in a circle. Each wielded a flaming sword, striking back and forth. You strike once, I strike once. Anyone unaware would think these fire spirits were playing whack-a-mole. Just as Bai Li Xiongfei's health was about to hit 0 and he would be eliminated from the arena, Mu Feng cast a healing light spell, instantly restoring Bai Li Xiongfei to full health. Damn it, how dare you humiliate me! Mu Feng quickly raised his hands in a gesture of correction. Please don't misunderstand, Senior Bai Li. I heard that the last time I was soloing a dungeon, you shared your record-breaking dungeon with those seniors in the Forbidden Tower to help me gain fame. Then, while I was away, you deliberately made Senior Jinghong uncomfortable, bullying us from the Shaoxiang Academy. As a student of Shaoxiang Academy, I can't stand seeing my fellow disciples bullied by students from other academies. Consider this battle a reminder for you. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he began chanting again. The 4th-tier evolution skill, Healing Spring. In an instant, a pool of azure spring water slowly gathered in the center of the area where Bai Li Xiongfei was imprisoned, continuously repairing his injuries. Moreover, the water attribute domain somewhat countered the damage effects of the fire attribute, perfectly restoring the continuous burning buff inflicted by the 30 fire spirits. As a result, Bai Li Xiongfei was subjected to relentless fire burns, only to be healed repeatedly by the spring water. He was trapped in an endless cycle of torment. You, Mu Feng, I will repay today's humiliation tenfold. Bai Li Xiongfei's nose was nearly crooked with anger, but at that moment he was utterly powerless to struggle. Before he could finish speaking, he was filled to the brim with spring water. Even more embarrassing was that due to Bai Li Xiongfei's permission level and strength attributes being far superior to Mu Feng's, he had no right to voluntarily concede in this duel. This was actually a bug in the virtual system, which Mu Feng had cleverly exploited. Unbeknownst to him, at the same time, the public chat channel had already exploded. Hundreds of students from the Forbidden Tower rushed in to watch, filling the screen with mockery and sympathy for Bai Li Xiongfei. What's going on? Mu Feng is actually fighting Bai Li Xiongfei in the arena? My idol Mufeng is online? I sent him over a dozen private messages before and he didn't reply. I'm so sad. I heard that recently Bai Li Xiongfei has been making things difficult for Su Jinghong. It seems this new student from Shaoxiang Academy is standing up for his senior. Oh no, I genuinely sympathize with Bai Li Xiongfei. This guy's rank is 2 levels above Challenger Mufeng and he doesn't qualify to concede in this battle. Mufeng can hit him as long as he wants. This is what you call shooting yourself in the foot. Who told him to offend Mufeng? He can solo the 5 elements ruins and even suppress the vermilion bird spirit. How can he compare to a playboy from a big family? He deserves this torment. This is interesting. I fear no one will dare to provoke the students of Shaoxiang Academy in the future. With Mufeng around, his reputation is more effective than the chief's senior sister. A prodigy is a prodigy. Is it now trendy for new students to protect the chief's senior sister? Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. More and more students rushed into the battle space, eager to join the excitement. Mufeng was not in a hurry. He directly set up his tea set in the arena instance space, sipping tea while enjoying the fire spirit he summoned, continuing to torment Bai Li Xiongfei. I say, senior brother Bai Li, if you're not convinced, let's fight a little longer. After all, I have plenty of time. Whenever senior sister Jinghong says she forgives you, that's when this battle will be considered over. Anyway, you don't have the authority to unilaterally end the confrontation. You can choose to keep being stubborn, but it's not me who will be embarrassed. Of course, I'll give you a suggestion. It's best to apologize to senior sister Jinghong now and soften up a bit. As long as you can make her happy, you'll suffer less, won't you? As soon as Mufeng said this, the bullet comment students erupted. Wow, this is too impressive, right? Mufeng wants Bai Li Xiongfei to apologize to Su Jinghong in front of all of us. This is simply a display of junior brother power. Even idol dramas wouldn't write it like this, right? If I were senior sister Jinghong, how great would that be? I'm genuinely envious. In an instant, hundreds of messages tagging Su Jinghong flooded the public screen. Little did they know, at that moment, senior sister Jinghong, who was watching the big screen in her cave, was already moved to tears. Enough. Mufeng, one should spare others when possible. Bai Li Xiongfei is after all the chief disciple of the War God Academy. How can you publicly humiliate him and put the War God Academy in such a position? Mufeng was leisurely sipping his tea when a powerful voice suddenly echoed from above the arena instance. Following that, a magnified face projection appeared in the sky. Who are you? Mufeng was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he raised his cup with interest towards the elder's image in the sky. He was not at all affected by this person's intervention. However, Mufeng was well aware that the old man had appeared and immediately sided with Bai Li Xiongfei, subtly using the reputation of the entire War God Academy to make a point, clearly with ill intentions. The elder's voice was cold. I am a counselor of the Forbidden Tower Enforcement Court, responsible for overseeing the moral conduct of Forbidden Tower students. Your current actions violate the moral standards that Forbidden Tower students should adhere to. Upon hearing this, Mufeng immediately laughed. Then may I ask, sir, which moral standard have I violated? Who has ever stipulated that private duels in the arena cannot allow the opponent to recover health? I am just a priest and my specialty is healing. Is it wrong for Forbidden Tower students to use their skills in competition? The counselor elder's eyes flashed with menace and his voice grew even colder. You are quibbling. Publicly humiliating the chief disciple of the War God Academy and disregarding the counsel of the Enforcement Court mentors, I will report you to all the academies in the name of the Enforcement Court, applying for the cancellation of your status as a Forbidden Tower student. Feng was too lazy to argue with this elder. He was now 100% sure that the old man was simply Bai Li Xiongfei's helper, and decisively activated the insight skill of the Light of Name. Upon seeing the elder's identity panel, Mufeng immediately laughed. Bai Li Xiao. So he's an elder of the Bai Li family here to protect his cub? Interesting. With a wave of his hand, Mufeng put away the tea table and leisurely approached Bai Li Xiongfei, looking down at his only head lying on the ground, and stomped down heavily. Just this one action completely blew up the public screen of the entire virtual system. Wow, my idol Mufeng is too bold. Isn't this openly defying the Enforcement Court steward? Steward my foot. This Bai Li Xiao is simply a pawn of the Bai Li family inserted into the Forbidden Tower just to solidify the Bai Li family's influence in the Forbidden Tower. After all, one of the 3 founders of the Forbidden Tower was an ancestor of the Bai Li family. In recent years, the new generation of the Bai Li family has been thin in numbers, with average talents, and the family's power has gradually weakened. Therefore, they increasingly regard the Forbidden Tower as their foundation, constantly trying to strengthen their voice within it. It's clear they want their younger generation to shine. Big brother upstairs is so clear-headed. That's exactly how it is. Bai Li Xiongfei has already provoked the people of the Shaoxiang Academy more than once, relying on his position as the chief disciple and being the scion of the Bai Li family. How many people in the new generation of the Forbidden Tower has he not tricked? Finally, a big shot like Mufeng has appeared to vent our frustrations, and yet this old thing is targeting him. How infuriating. In an instant, the virtual system's public screen was filled with support for Mu Feng. Su Jinghong saw the situation getting out of control and immediately tried to contact Nalan Xian, but that woman seemed to be busy with something as her account remained offline. At that moment, on the battlefield, Mu Feng was stepping all over Bai Li Xiongfei's face. Seeing the other party in such a sorry state, he couldn't help but sneer. I say, Bai Li Sr., in this state, you could really become famous throughout the Forbidden Tower. Bai Li Xiongfei roared in fury. Mu Feng, you're seeking death. Fourth uncle, hurry and help me terminate this competition. Little did he know, the rules of the virtual battlefield in the Forbidden Tower were jointly formulated by all 7 academies. As a mere steward of the enforcement court, he had no authority to interfere with the instance's progress. Besides Mu Feng himself, no one else could terminate this battle. Bai Li Xiao, furious beyond measure, finally couldn't hold back and even began to threaten Mu Feng publicly. Kid, do you really think Jean can't do anything about you? Do you think you can continue to act recklessly? Don't forget, this is just a projection of the virtual battlefield. Your true self should still be in your cave. I can send people from the enforcement court to suppress your true self. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng stopped his movements, his gaze domineering and defiant, looking up at the light screen projection and coldly saying, "Are you threatening me?" At that moment, the pressure emanating from Mu Feng was so strong that it made this level 99 elder of the Bai Li family feel a chill. Old man, if you want to protect your cub, just say so. If you had introduced yourself when you first arrived, I might have looked at you differently. Hiding and showing your tail, do you think being a counselor makes you superior? If you have the guts, come into the instance and fight. As soon as Mu Feng's words fell, he immediately adjusted the instance's battle permissions to multiplayer mode. After all, the virtual competition system of the Forbidden Tower itself allowed for simulated battles between teams. However, at that moment, those students of the Forbidden Tower who were secretly watching never expected that Mu Feng would dare to directly challenge a counselor. This was a level 99. A peak level 6 expert, just one step away from the 7th segment master. Moreover, he was one of the key figures in the Bai Li family's practical faction. Bai Li Xiao was also a tough character who had fought on the front lines years ago, but he had only been reassigned to the Forbidden Tower in the past 2 years due to internal changes in the Bai Li family, far from being an ordinary level 6 awakener living in comfort. Yet even so, Mu Feng still spoke with overwhelming confidence, and once again, the students on the public screen were shocked. Brothers, this is unbelievable. A newcomer who has been in the Forbidden Tower for less than a month is directly declaring war on a counselor of the enforcement court. This is too domineering. No matter what, I applaud Mu Feng. This is the kind of blood and guts our young generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire should have. Exactly, when faced with unfairness, we must be brave enough to fight for it. If we just endure and retreat, what kind of genius would that be? That's right, so what if it's the enforcement court? So, what if it's a counselor? They're all just a bunch of scoundrels from the Bai Li family. I support Junior Mu Feng, let's smash this hypocritical old thing. In an instant, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and the students of the Forbidden Tower eagerly supported Mu Feng. The tension between the two sides reached its peak. Bai Li Xiao suddenly let out a few cold laughs and spoke. Kid, this is what you asked for, I haven't overstepped any rules. After saying that, Bai Li Xiao shamelessly accepted Mu Feng's challenge. A flash of light passed, and Bai Li Xiao appeared in the arena's battle instance space. The old man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular physique well developed. Mu Feng continued to analyze his data situation, beginning to think about his counter-strategy. Fist Sect Profession, the advanced title after the 6th stage of Fist Overlord, a super rare profession inheritance unique to the Bai Li family. Today, I will have a good look at the foundation of your Bai Li family. Mu Feng pondered, becoming serious as well. He understood that the cold and fierce battle aura condensed on this old man was not something a sheltered flower like Bai Li Xiongfei could compare to. However, the students outside were still frantically spamming the public screen with comments. This old guy is really shameless. He actually accepted the challenge? A teacher fighting a student? Is the Forbidden Tower's judicial court really that clueless? Are there any students from the Shaoxiang Academy? Hurry and get your goddess Nalan to show up. Everyone, quickly tag your academy head, we need them to appear. The virtual battlefield is probably going to get messy again. The students were all helpless. The last time Mu Feng made a name for himself with a shocking battle, it caused a huge uproar in the virtual battlefield, stunning the entire Forbidden Tower. Now, just over half a month later, after a trip to the battlefront, it seemed Mu Feng's temper had become even more explosive. Just defeating the chief of the War God Academy wasn't enough, he directly pulled in the steward of the judicial court as well. However, for the proud children of the Forbidden Tower, the more monstrous Mu Feng was, the more it stirred their excitement. They always hoped this prodigious talent would make some even more eye-popping moves. At this moment, Bai Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression gloomy, a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. I have to admit you have courage. No one has dared to confront the Bai Li family like this, you truly are lawless. Mu Feng responded with a similarly indifferent smile. I only believe in one saying, do nobles and lords have any special privilege? Your Bai Li family's predecessors may have been extraordinary figures, but now, in front of me, you and this useless waste beneath my feet are simply not worth mentioning in my eyes. I respect those who have made achievements on the battlefield. But you, relying on your position as a steward, openly sheltering your clan students to oppress my Shaoxiang Academy, just this alone gives me enough reason to suppress you. Do you really think that just because you've lived a few decades longer than me, I should give you face? Bring it on! The 5-second countdown ended. The originally individual challenge format had been transformed by Mu Feng into a group battle. Bai Li Xiao, without any reservations, clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, a violent punch surged forth, combined with his speed attribute of at least 1500 points in agility, launching directly at Mu Feng's main body. The pressure and sonic boom generated by the shockwave were overwhelmingly powerful, almost suffocating. Oh no, this old guy is really strong. Although the character of the judicial court steward is terrible, his strength is not to be underestimated. Can our god Mu Feng hold up? The observing students continued to watch eagerly. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Mu Feng remained completely unperturbed, stepping into the air to evade the first round of explosive punches while simultaneously casting a spell in the void. 5th tier evolution technique of the wound technique aimless. Bai Li Xiao seemed to have prepared for Mu Feng's ability to traverse the air, stepping into the void and launching a heavy punch towards Mu Feng's void form. However, this time, with a loud bang, the power of the punch erupted and Mu Feng's health dropped to 0. What the hell? This punch didn't deal any damage at all. What's going on? Just now, it seemed like Mu Feng sang some kind of skill that could temporarily blind the opponent and remove the target lock on himself. He actually has such a skill, truly worthy of being my idol Mu Feng. At the same time, Mu Feng quickly chanted the skill Dusk Quagmire. The powerful slowing effect covered under Bai Li Xiao's feet, along with the injury buff from the wound technique all activated. This series of 3 buffs from the skill tree made Bai Li Xiao's fluid movements instantly sluggish. The overwhelming pressure from before was gone. Humph. Just a trivial skill. In front of my fist sect, you're as weak as a bug. Do you really think these flashy tricks can withstand my suppression? In the face of absolute power and explosive force, the defensive benefits of support classes are completely meaningless. With a loud bang, Bai Li Xiao's body suddenly exploded with a golden light. In that instant, all the negative statuses on him were cleared. At the same time, a dark golden halo swelled around him. Not good. It's the fist sect's invincible body. This core skill is a 5th tier evolution skill that lasts for 3 minutes, ignoring any negative buff effects. It's just like a fist sect war god mode. This is bad. His invincible body skill counters support class status effects the most. The onlookers were all worried, feeling anxious for Mu Feng. However, Mu Feng remained completely calm, his gaze indifferent. Invincible body? That's quite a skill. Let me see how hard your fists really are. After saying this, Mu Feng chanted again in an instant. The 7th tier evolution skill of the rock system, War God Monument. Boom! With a loud noise, 6 old earth battle spirits descended from the sky. They didn't enter the battlefield space but instantly fused into a rock giant armor that enveloped Mu Feng. Wow, this armor is so cool. It's almost comparable to the legendary Iron Man. I didn't expect Mu Feng, who learned as a priest, to also master such high-tier protective skills. Truly impressive. The rock-solid shield buff was continuously released, including the Forbidden Echo, as Mu Feng wrapped himself tightly in the giant armor. At this moment, his defense had exceeded 45,000 points. However, the next moment, the invincible body state Bai Li Xiao charged forward again. He actually moved his fists in unison, fiercely punching Mu Feng's armor body. Each punch unleashed profound force, making the giant armor tremble and emit a vibrating hum. Inside the armor, Mu Feng couldn't help but frown. This old guy is indeed not an ordinary person. His fists actually have the effect of ignoring armor, perfectly countering my rock system skills. Now even the skills from the wound technique series can't affect him. This is indeed a bit tricky. Yan Ji's skill quickly appeared. Boss, do you want me to join the fight? Mu Feng decisively refused. No, relying on you alone is meaningless. Today, I want this old man to understand what it feels like to be slapped in the face after showing off. If he dares to stand up for his little cub, I will kill the chicken to warn the monkey so that the Bai Li family will never dare to act recklessly again. As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, he continued to cast the light shower on himself. With the powerful healing ability of the Holy Spring of Light, no matter how fierce Bai Li Xiao's punches were, they couldn't shake Mu Feng's foundation. At this moment, the observing students were all stunned by the scene. This is too outrageous, right? I mean, brothers, what level of priest is Mu Feng? Why is he so tough? I can't see his real health. The explosive power of Bai Li Xiao's punches can knock off about 30,000 health points from a normal 4-stage auxiliary combat class warrior with each hit. He has thrown over 200 punches now and yet hasn't managed to put Mu Feng into a weakened state? This is ridiculous. He's just too tanky. Mu Feng's health must be even more exaggerated than that of rare frontline classes. Exactly, this is the most resilient priest I've ever seen. Various exaggerated discussions continue to flood the screen. At this moment, however, Mu Feng remained as steady as a mountain, sneering as he said, "Old man, let's see how long you can keep this up. Your explosive melee class may be incredibly powerful, but it can't last forever. If you have the ability, keep hitting me like this and let's see who can outlast whom." Clearly, Bai Li Xiao also realized that if he continued like this, he wouldn't gain any advantage. He snorted coldly, suddenly retracting his punch strength, and with a great leap, he created a distance of about 30 meters behind him, standing still to gather his energy. In an instant, a golden light erupted from Bai Li Xiao. A terrifying dragon's roar pressure began to emerge. "Kid, today I'll let you open your eyes and witness the true foundation of the Bai Li family." Roar! A deafening dragon's roar erupted. In that moment, a dark golden dragon totem appeared behind Bai Li Xiao. Not good. This is the 7th tier divine skill of the Fist Sect dominating strike, Dragon Fist. It's known as one of the strongest melee explosive techniques. It is said that the ancestor of the Bai Li family once used the Dragon Fist to instantly kill a top-tier world boss with 30 million health. The most exaggerated part of this move is that it deals 100% true damage. No matter how high your armor is, it's useless. Now, Mu Feng is really in trouble. Indeed, at that very moment, Mu Feng's sense of crisis began to alert him. In his mind, he envisioned the moment the dominating strike, Dragon Fist's pressure descended, and he foresaw himself being critically hit by this punch 7 seconds into the future. His 650,000 health points would be instantly reduced to 0. He would be killed on the spot by this old man. Although this was just a battlefield projection, if he were to lose, Mu Feng's rising undefeated spirit would naturally collapse. The path to his future awakening would become extremely difficult. Ridiculous. A mere level 99 old man dares to threaten me? Mu Feng was incredibly imposing, forcefully dispelling the warning projection in his mind. He instantly activated his insight in the name of light. Indeed, this time he saw the flaw in Bai Li Xiao's attack. Flaw hint: the dominating strike, Dragon Fist, is incredibly powerful, but this technique does not directly harness energy to exert power. It relies on the fusion of qi. Once it exceeds the range of the fist technique, or if the flow of qi is forcibly interrupted, this technique will collapse on its own. Seeing the flaw information, Mu Feng slightly curled his lips. The Dragon Fist, huh? The strongest close-range explosive technique, right? In the next moment, Mu Feng made a move that left everyone astonished. He directly shattered the rock giant outside his body, actively retracting all his protective buffs. Standing there with his hands behind his back, he maintained a calm demeanor. Sneering mockingly, "Old man, I'm just standing here for you to hit me. You better not mess up, or the glory and reputation of the Bai Li family will be ruined. By your hands." Mu Feng's words were deafening, directly challenging the authority of the Bai Li family in public. At the same time, the 6th tier evolution technique of his trauma art phantom perception was brewing in his mind. Roar! The dominating strike, Dragon Fist's divine might was overwhelming. In the moment before it struck, the dragon totem behind him let out a deafening roar, directly putting Mu Feng into a state of mental paralysis. Fortunately, Mu Feng was already prepared, instantly casting the 4th tier light shower technique Ancient Him. He purified the mental confinement effect on himself. Almost at the moment the old man threw his punch, Mu Feng stepped back sharply, retreating a distance of 50 meters. "Want to escape? You should ask my fist if it agrees." At this moment, Bai Li Xiao was brimming with confidence, feeling utterly arrogant. He was determined to shatter Mu Feng's figure with a single punch and completely trample his overbearing arrogance underfoot, reclaiming the lost dignity of the Bai Li family in his hands. Boom! With a punch thrown, the Azure Dragon totem behind him merged into this incredibly fierce blow, advancing forward with Bai Li Xiao's body, its momentum overwhelming and unparalleled. All the onlookers outside were frightened. "Oh no, quickly dodge. My idol. Don't take it head on. The power of this punch is terrifying. Even the head of the 7th Academy might not be able to withstand it." The problem is, Mu Feng has directly given up resisting. What kind of operation is this? Is he really lying down in despair? Can someone upstairs think before they speak? Mu Feng is the one who single-handedly suppressed the spirit of the vermilion bird. That may be true, but no matter how strong he is, can he really defeat a half-step master-level punch from the sex steward? It was clear that among the hundreds of observing students in the Forbidden Tower, a considerable number were not optimistic about the outcome of Mu Feng's battle. After all, his opponent was too strong. No longer just a student, but truly a mentor. The relationship between student and teacher seemed to inherently carry the attributes of oppression and being oppressed. However, this time, Mu Feng was determined to tell everyone that even if they were seniors, if they acted unfairly and disrespected their elders, they would still be suppressed. Roar! The domineering dragon fist of absolute kill surged forward. Wherever it passed, even Bai Li Xiongfei, who was still being beaten nearby, showed excitement in his eyes. Just as he was about to praise his 4th uncle, he was splashed with a belly full of water from the surrounding punches, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Yet inside, he was overjoyed. "Just wait, Mu Feng, from today on, you will never have the face to swagger into the Forbidden Tower again." Boom! However, just as this overwhelmingly powerful killing dragon fist was about to touch Mu Feng, he remained calm and composed, a serene smile on his lips, seemingly completely unperturbed. Sure enough, just as it looked like it would smash his head, at that moment, all the explosive energy completely vanished. The majestic azure dragon totem also dissipated completely less than half a meter in front of Mu Feng. Countless question marks flooded the public screen. The dragon fist actually disappeared less than 3 inches in front of Mu Feng. How is that possible? Bai Li Xiao was stunned. On the spot. This fist was just a few inches away, yet it was forcibly halted just like his own body. What's going on here? Did the dragon fist also have a bug? Over 800 students watching the battle in the Forbidden Tower were completely bewildered. Seeing the utterly shocked expression on his opponent's face, Mu Feng slightly extended his right hand, grabbing the old man's fist with his palm, and mockingly laughed. Is this it? Senior, you don't seem that old, so why are you falling short? If you want to protect your own, you should see if you have the capital for it. Bang! In the next moment, Mu Feng kicked by Li Zhao's arm, and the old man had no power to resist, directly being kicked down to the ground. At that moment, Mu Feng waved his hand, and the blade of sovereignty once again slashed down from the air. No! Mu Feng, stop! Bai Li Xiongfei screamed desperately from the side. However, with a swift sound, the blade of sovereignty struck down. Bai Li Xiao, the dignified level 99 steward of the Court of Justice, an elder of the Bai Li clan who bullied the weak. Just like that, he was cut down by Mu Feng with a single blow. Of course, it was not his true self that perished, but rather the projection of him that entered the battlefield of the instance which had its head severed. Although his life was not in danger, his dignity, as well as the honor and reputation of the Bailey family, had completely fallen into the dust with that one strike. He actually won. The newcomer Mu Feng from Xiaoxiang Academy, who has been here for less than a month, actually defeated the half-step master Bailey Xiao. The so-called strongest in close combat, the Fist sect, actually lost to a priest. In an instant, the entire simulation battlefield of the Forbidden Tower erupted. In just a minute, over 300 bullet comments flooded in, all expressing the frenzied shock of these onlooking students. I love this guy so much, what should I do? Sisters, can anyone tell me how I can get Mu Feng? He is really too outstanding, it's simply unbelievable. Is there anyone stronger than him in the Forbidden Tower? At upstairs, I'm convinced there isn't. Wow, this is simply outrageous. A newcomer from the auxiliary combat department who has been in school for less than a month, first soloing the old Earth instance, suppressing the spirit of the divine beast, and then playing with the chief of the War God Academy in applause. Now he has single-handedly suppressed the half-step master of the Bailey family. I am willing to call Mu Feng the strongest newcomer in the Forbidden Tower, no one else. Mu Feng, please accept my knee. The bullet comments crazily, refreshed with various phrases. Almost all were praises for Mu Feng. Su Jinghong, who was watching the battle from her own cave, was completely taken aback. This battle truly made her heart race. Fortunately, the outcome was thrilling but safe. Bailey Xiao not only failed to protect his cub but instead helped Mu Feng gain further prestige, becoming a mere backdrop for him. At the same time, after dealing with Bailey Xiao, Mu Feng immediately felt refreshed, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. He approached Bailey Xiongfei, smiling as he looked at the chief of the War God Academy, whose face was covered in footprints, and said, "Your family's predecessors can't all be this short, can they?" Bailey Xiongfei was about to curse, but the surrounding spring water continued to pour into his mouth. However, Mu Feng seemed to have had enough fun, stretching lazily and saying, "I don't have time to waste with you anymore. I still have to go into the instance. Bailey Xiongfei, remember this is the last time. As long as I, Mu Feng, am in the Forbidden Tower for a day, the people of Xiaoxiang Academy are not something you can touch. If I find out that anyone from the Bailey family dares to target the people of Xiaoxiang Academy, next time it won't be as simple as playing with you in the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng no longer hesitated, raising his right foot high and delivering a heavy kick. He stomped down on Bailey Xiongfei's head, instantly reducing his health to 0. This time, no one came to cast the healing light technique on this poor chief of the War God Academy. Instead, he was sent out in the most brutal way. Until this moment, Mu Feng's battle space finally completed its settlement. Ding! Congratulations! You have won this arena battle. Calculating your arena points, the instance will exit in 30 seconds. Mu Feng paused for a moment, then looked up at the sky and smiled, saying, "To all the students of the War God Academy, in today's battle, I only targeted the Bailey family's transgressions, and it has nothing to do with the War God Academy. Of course, if any of you have a good relationship with the students of the Bailey family and want to stand up for them, you can declare war on me at any time." As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, hundreds of watching IDs instantly exited the battle space. One by one, they scattered in fear. What a joke! Fighting in the arena with Mu Feng, you might as well just kill me. It's simply worse than death. After finishing this battle, when Mu Feng's projection completely disappeared from the virtual battlefield, his true self opened his eyes again and saw his refreshed task card. Information in front of the light screen. S-level authority acquired. Mu Feng revealed a satisfied smile. The transformed Yanjie beside him also smiled excitedly and said, "Boss, you really went too hard, didn't you? You've taken care of the entire Bai Li family. But speaking of which, why did Bai Li Zhao's punches suddenly go silent just now?" Mu Feng calmly smiled and replied, "That's because I anticipated his flaws in advance and knew the only weakness of his 7th tier ultimate skill, which is its sustainability. As long as I interrupt the flow of his energy, his ultimate skill will become ineffective in an instant. So before I retreated 50 steps, I left behind the effect of my phantasmal perception skill, which is my trauma technique, a 6th tier evolution skill that can put the enemy target into an energy depletion state for 5 minutes. The more energy consumed during this period, the more severe the energy depletion state becomes. The best way to counter it is to stand still. Unfortunately, Bai Li Xiao naturally had no awareness of this. The most important thing is that my phantasmal perception appears in the form of a domain, not just a pure negative buff, so it can ignore his body immunity. Skills like his, while extremely lethal and explosive to the utmost effect, always have sustainability as a fatal weakness. Therefore, the Bai Li family mainly acts in teams. They start cultivating their fixed teammates at a very young age to provide them with enhancement effects and sustainability, which makes them very troublesome in prolonged battles. So others fear them, but I do not. At this moment, Mu Feng completely exuded an air of strategic mastery, making Yanjie beside him even more fascinated. As expected of my boss, your intelligence completely crushes that old man. However, Mu Feng also returned to a serious expression inside. I never intended to make enemies with anyone in the Forbidden Tower. When have you seen me bully the weak? But if someone offends me, I will never endure it. A wastrel. Like Bai Li Xiangfei, if he isn't given a sufficient lesson to remember and is thoroughly beaten down, he will keep causing trouble again and again. In fact, I am very clear that the Xiaoxiang Academy is at a relative disadvantage among the various forces in the Forbidden Tower. If it weren't for Mentor Nalan's high reputation and Senior Ning's support behind the scenes, Xiaoxiang Academy would probably have a harder time. After all, our academy's overall strength is inferior to others. Even the top student Ginghong Senior's sister has to be targeted, let alone ordinary students. If we can't make a name for ourselves in battle, how can Xiaoxiang Academy establish itself better in the Forbidden Tower? This world is inherently survival of the fittest. Only with enough strength can one earn respect. Yanjie gazed deeply at Mu Feng, increasingly moved, and giggled. I am really glad that choosing you as my master was the best decision I ever made. Mu Feng smiled and rubbed Yanjie's head. Let's go, it's time to enter the City of Desire. Just as Mu Feng stood up to leave the cave with Yanjie, Su Jinghong appeared at the door again, looking anxious. Mu Feng, Jr., there's something I need to inform you. The virtual system is in maintenance mode. Your character card probably can't be used freely for a while. Mu Feng immediately showed a puzzled expression. Why is that? Is it the Bai Li family causing trouble again? Su Jinghong decisively shook her head. No, he's just a counselor from the enforcement court. He doesn't have that much authority. Someone must have reported the issue with the arena permissions and informed the head of the 7 courts, Elder Tan, intending to fix the bug with the arena permissions. After all, options that can only unilaterally control the arena process are not fair. Mu Feng also nodded with a smile. This is true. It seems that in the future, dealing with all those miscellaneous things in the arena won't be so easy. At least we can't stop them from escaping, can we? Su Jinghong covered her mouth and chuckled lightly upon hearing this, her gaze towards Mu Feng softening with a hint of affection. Thank you this time, Junior. I know you're not just standing up for me alone, but you want to help our entire Xiaoxiang Academy establish its authority. Everyone in the academy sees this kindness and remembers it in their hearts. In the future, if you need help in Jinta, everyone will support you wholeheartedly. Mu Feng simply nodded lightly, his expression calm. By the way, Senior, if the character card can't be used, does that mean we can't enter the City of Desire? Su Jinghong pondered for a moment before speaking. Of course not. I came here to tell you this. The City of Desire you want to go to is essentially an out-of-domain space instance battlefield, not just exclusive to our Eastern Dragon Empire. Therefore, you can go to the instance center at the border of the Imperial capital and use the international teleportation channel to access the instance. Mu Feng's expression immediately brightened. No matter where it is, being able to go there is a good thing. Otherwise, he would have to waste time waiting for qualifications, delaying his growth progress. Su Jinghong continued, since it is open to awakeners from all over the world, the opening of the instance center requires the use of globally accepted Black Dragon coins. For an old world level instance like the City of Desire, it costs around 1,000. As for the passage qualification, having the Dragon Emperor's order is naturally no problem, and you will also enjoy the highest level of reception at the instance center. Mu Feng smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Just as Mu Feng was about to leave the cave, he was called back by Su Jinghong once more. Junior, be very careful. The City of Desire is far from an ordinary instance. Its mechanisms are very special. If you really encounter irresistible forces, prioritize your own safety. Without turning his head, Mu Feng gave an okay gesture behind him. 2 hours later, Mu Feng arrived in the lobby of the Instance Center. As soon as he stepped into this resplendent hall, he felt what it meant to be grand. After all, this place is a gathering point for international forces, a true mix of fish and dragons. Fortunately, there is a globally recognized regulation that this Instance Center is exclusively open to university students from around the world. Those idle mercenary awakeners and guild forces cannot come here to enjoy privileges. Therefore, safety is somewhat guaranteed. At this moment, Mu Feng wore a ghost mask with a wind sleeve, perfectly concealing his appearance and identity. He was accompanied by 8 Sanglong guards, all at level 80. Walking through the VIP passage of the hall, there were 4 staff members from the Instance Center personally leading the way. This display was truly impressive. As he passed, the surrounding discussions were filled with envy. Wow, this is too exaggerated, right? Which rich young master has appeared? It's actually the Sanglong guards, the heir of the top aristocracy of the Eastern Dragon Empire? Only someone extraordinary could mobilize the Sanglong guards. Strange, as a seer, I can't see this person's appearance, not even their level. Information. What's going on? This guy actually has a priest badge on his chest. Could it be that he's really just a support-type fighter? How can he have such a grand display? Various discussions and shocked reactions. For Mu Feng, this was nothing new. However, the priest badge on his chest made him smile wryly. He could only blame himself for leveling up too quickly, even forgetting to change his 4-star badge. Soon, under the guidance of a staff member, Mu Feng arrived at the application channel outside the second-level VIP seats. When the onlookers saw Mu Feng lingering in front of the City of Desire, they were once again shocked. Incredible, this is too crazy. Is the younger generation of the Eastern Dragon Empire really this powerful? To participate in the City of Desire as a priest and at the Old Earth level. Difficulty. As expected of the pride of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Eastern Emperor's civilization has a long history and is one of the top awakened forces in our blue star. Such a foundation should not be underestimated. However, an awkward scene soon unfolded as the staff quickly reminded him. Esteemed awakened one of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Old Earth level difficulty of the City of Desire is too high. The instance has strict regulations. You must form a team of at least 3 people to join the challenge. Please bring the corresponding teammates to apply for qualifications. Mu Feng was somewhat speechless, then turned to the 8 Azure Dragon Guards in front of him and smiled. Brothers, how about you accompany me to form a team? You don't have to do anything, just wait for me at the exit. The 8 Azure Dragon Guards respectfully lowered their heads and said seriously, we are very sorry, Lord Mu Feng. The Azure Dragon Guards cannot complete the Old Earth level instance tasks for you. We can only complete tasks below the Forbidden Ruins level. Mu Feng. Just then, a clear voice suddenly came from the waiting area on the 2nd floor. Big brother, do you want to participate in the City of Desire instance too? How about we team up together? The speaker was a little girl who looked no older than 10. She wore a large rabbit ear headband and her pink-white face was full of playful cuteness. She was also holding a big white rabbit that was just as cute as she was. At first glance, one might think it was a plush toy. Upon closer inspection, the rabbit was actually blinking. Mu Feng immediately became interested and used his insight skill in the name of light. By Xiaomian, 63 level 4-stage diviner of Anlin country. Diviner? Mu Feng's interest was piqued. During the break after the college entrance examination, he had read a lot of information about the various awakened professions in this world, and he had gained some basic understanding of the diviner, a profession exclusive to the West. They could change the fate of awakened ones to a certain extent, similar to the prophets of the Eastern Dragon Empire, but with significant differences. They were also categorized into the auxiliary combat system. However, the rarity of the diviner profession was classified as rare. Even among awakened ones in the West, it was extremely scarce. Seeing the harmless appearance of the little girl, Mu Feng smiled and asked, "Little sister, what grade are you in elementary school?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaomian stuck out her tongue and made a face at Mu Feng. "You're the one in elementary school. I'm 23 this year and already a university student. I just look cute." Mu Feng. I say, this little brother, quite the spectacle. Why are you wearing a mask? Is it because you're too ugly and afraid of scaring others? Just then, a charming and alluring woman suddenly walked into view. She held a gun in each hand, chewed bubblegum, wore a cowboy hat, and had an extremely hot figure. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, she was a top beauty even in the Western world. However, when Mu Feng saw her, he stroked his chin. This woman looks a bit familiar. Seems like that hunter from my past life? Sister Catherine, I want to team up with this big brother. He also wants to go to the City of Desire. Mu Feng activated his scanning ability again. Catherine, 67-level gunslinger of the South Asia Alliance. Super rare profession, combat type. The blonde girl Catherine stood 3 steps away from Mu Feng, blocked by the nearby Azure Dragon Guard. Sorry, you can't get close to my lord until you officially establish a teammate relationship. Catherine quickly raised her hands and shook her head. I was too rude. I wanted to give your lord a passionate kiss, but you interrupted my mood. What a disappointment. Mu Feng smiled slightly. All along, he had been dealing with peers from the Eastern Dragon Empire, and this was indeed his first time communicating with these international friends, which he found quite amusing. Since this Desire City was an unusual new world, why not team up with the two of them and give it a try? Just the two of you? One gunslinger and one diviner. I'm a priest, that should be enough. Mufeng casually mentioned their professions, which genuinely surprised the two beauties, one big and one small, exchanging glances. This kid has some skills. Count me in, ladies. Suddenly, a muscular man with deep blue skin walked over from the other side of the passage. This guy was conservatively estimated to be 3 meters tall, almost like the Hulk from Mufeng's previous world. Even his ugly and fierce appearance was strikingly similar. The only difference was the color. This guy doesn't like green. Mufeng scanned the other party's information. Otto, level 65 war giant from the Western Land Giant Island. Rare profession. Combat type. When Mufeng saw Otto's panel information with health exceeding 900,000, his eyes lit up. A solid frontline tank. Another rare profession. It seems this experience in Desire City should be quite interesting, Mufeng said with a smile. 4 people should be enough. If there are no objections, let's register and set off. Ding. Catherine invites you to join the team. Do you accept the invitation? Registration completed. Team relationship officially established. Each member received a virtual data card. It contained the most complete team information, displaying teammates' health and location, which was quite user-friendly. The 4 stepped into the teleportation array simultaneously, dazzling light shining brightly. The powerful spacetime force began to activate. The 4 quickly entered the swirling passage of spacetime. Catherine cheered excitedly. Every time I enter an outer space dungeon, it's so thrilling. Mufeng looked at Catherine calmly and said, Miss Catherine, it seems this isn't your first time in Desire City? Of course, she replied without hiding anything. Are you here for the first time? Mufeng nodded gently. Bai Xiaomian, with a shocked expression, spoke up. Big brother, you really have guts, coming to Desire City alone without familiar teammates. Aren't you afraid we might betray you? Desire City is very dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to being trapped there forever. Mufeng smiled and shook his head calmly. What's there to be afraid of? I've always been straightforward. If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. Besides, since we've teamed up, we should support each other. How far can we go if we only think about scheming against one another? Although I'm just a support combat type, if we really encounter danger, pulling the 3 of you down with me would be easy. Mufeng's words expressed his attitude, and the muscular man Otto nodded. That's right. Since we're in a team, we should unite against external threats. If it comes to profit distribution, we can discuss it after clearing the dungeon. After all, this is Desire City. Losing the support of companions can indeed be very dangerous. Mufeng continued, Can you tell me what this dungeon is generally about? Catherine paused for a moment before speaking. Desire. Everything revolves around the existence of these 2 words. In simple terms, you must face your own desires head-on, unable to escape them, but you must break free from the whirlpool of desire before you become immersed in it, or you will be forever assimilated. Mufeng frowned slightly. It seemed to align with his previous judgments and guesses. Then he heard the cute girl Bai Xiaomian beside him remind him, Big brother, remember, this instance has rules that can erase souls and memories. You must always maintain absolute mental clarity. This is the key to clearing the level. No one knows what kind of world scene we will encounter this time, as each time it opens, the world background is completely different. Mufeng nodded gently. Finally, the teleportation array reached its end. The 4 stepped out of the light gate, and before them was a completely different world. It looked somewhat like a large farm and noble-ruled town from the cowboy life of the 1970s. At this moment, the 4 were in a long corridor. On both sides were various shops, and the pedestrians on the street moved leisurely, completely a sign of peaceful living. However, Mufeng quickly discovered that they seemed unable to see themselves. Catherine continued, chewing gum and blowing bubbles, softly reminding him, When we first came in, we didn't carry the scent of desire, so the people living here won't perceive us. As you live here longer, they will see your appearance and actively approach you. As you become entangled with the atmosphere of life here, it is the process of being assimilated by the rules of this world. Once you are fully integrated here and no longer want to leave, that is the result of failing the challenge. Mufeng pondered, nodding slightly, instinctively beginning to chant. The 4th tier evolution skill of the light shower technique ancient him. In this situation, it was necessary to grant himself and the team a mental purification skill. However, the skill was ineffective. Otto came to Mufeng's side, patting his shoulder with his incredibly strong hand, shaking his head helplessly to remind him, Don't waste your effort, your awakened skills are almost unusable here. This place has its own independent world rules. You can only use your instincts, nothing more. Only in a few places where combat is necessary can the restrictions of the Awakening Era rules be lifted. Mufeng also shook his head helplessly. Hey, you all, wait a moment. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from behind the group. Mufeng instinctively sensed that it was a voice calling out to the 4 of them, and they turned their heads. they saw a Western man dressed like a cowboy, around 30 years old, running over with a warm smile and waving his hand. "You all look like outsiders. I have an invitation to a masquerade ball where you can meet the most beautiful woman in our town, the great and noble Duchess Elisa." The four instinctively stopped in their tracks, looking at each other. Clearly, this cowboy was extraordinary. He could see the presence of Mufong and the others. Could this guy be the exclusive NPC of this instance? Mufong couldn't help but have this thought flash through his mind, while also activating insight in the name of light. But he found that all data about this cowboy was untraceable. Or rather, he had no attributes at all. What was surprising, however, was that the power of the angel totem could still be used. Indeed, the old Earth-level inheritance is not restricted by the rules here. It seems that the hidden professions of the angel and Azura totems are still increasing in value. What does old Earth truly mean? Could it be the source of all awakened powers? Mufong instinctively had such speculations in his mind. A masquerade ball? Great, I want to go there and have fun. Bai Xiaomian immediately clapped her hands and cheered. Playing is, after all, a desire that belongs to the childlike heart. She then looked at Catherine and Mufong. "Shall we go play together?" Catherine smiled and nodded, looking at the cowboy in front of her, asking, "How can we get tickets to the masquerade ball?" The cowboy suddenly pointed to a nearby entertainment venue. "Try your luck there, mention my name, and each of you can get 500 gold coins. If you can win 5,000 gold coins at this entertainment venue, I can give you a team ticket and the four of you can go to the masquerade ball together. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you esteemed guests, my name is James. Mention this name to the plump lady at the entertainment venue and you can collect 500 gold coins." After saying this, the cowboy excitedly ran off to call out to new customers. "Alright, let's go quickly," Bai Xiaomian said, pulling Mufong towards the direction of the entertainment venue. Otto and Catherine followed closely behind. Soon, the four of them entered the entertainment venue. Coincidentally, this place was also called the City of Desire. Upon entering, Mufong was immediately affected by the extravagant environment before him. The air was filled with the sounds of cheers and shouts expressing desire. It seemed that even the air was saturated with a greasy, indulgent scent. In such a scene, Mufong found that his spirit was instinctively affected. In his mind, Yanji reminded him, "Boss, how do you feel? You seem a bit unfocused." Mufong responded in the spiritual world, "That's right, as they said, this place has rules that can wear down a person's will. It's not a good place. We need to gather 5,000 gold coins quickly and leave here." As the intoxicating atmosphere in the venue continued to swirl around, Mufong soon noticed that his three teammates began to get restless. The venue was quite spacious, with dozens of independent gaming areas attracting visitors with various desires. Card games, dice, Russian roulette, there were all kinds of games available. At the farthest end, there was an incredibly large stage that resembled an underground boxing ring. All around were bettors holding gold coins and cash, shouting madly, screaming, roaring, waiting for the outcome they desired. Mufong moved through the dense crowd, observing everything with a cold eye, until Catherine was the first to leave the group, heading to the entertainment area for Russian roulette. On this huge round table, various stakes were laid out. Visitors could bet any possessions that could be exchanged for gold coins, gold watches, jade, and even various weapons and equipment used by awakened ones, rare materials, and so on. The City of Desire would assign a corresponding value to any item. "Hey, buddy, it's only the second round and you're already trembling?" A brown-haired, bearded Western man outside the table shakily aimed a revolver at his forehead, while the onlookers around were all eager to try, excitedly peering in. Catherine naturally joined the crowd, her eyes sparkling with a fervent desire to participate. Bang! The moment the trigger was pulled, the revolver fired a bullet, instantly piercing the man's skull. A vibrant life came to an end. However, Mufong did not see a single sympathetic gaze for the fallen. Instead, there was only joy and admiration for the victor who had just won a large bet. As for the man lying on the ground, he was quickly carried into the back by a young man dressed in exquisite servant attire. Such scenes were not uncommon. Mufong glanced around and quickly realized that in every entertainment activity here, the losing side would pay various different prices. Some had their hands severed, some had their eyes gouged out, and others sacrificed their lives directly. Some even sold themselves into lifelong servitude. The joy of the victors was as indulgent as the desolation of the losers was stark. The intense visual impact was continuously destroying a normal person's original perception of the world. No wonder Mentor Nalen and Sister Dinghong warned me that the Desire City instance is very deep. Staying in such an environment, those with slightly weaker willpower might forever sink into it. Just then, Yan Ji suddenly spoke up to remind him, "Boss, that Catherine seems to want to join the game too?" Mufong frowned and quietly approached her from behind, still facing the middle-aged man who had won the last round. Catherine was quite cheerful, directly slapping the 500 gold coins she had just received onto the table. "Come on, uncle, how about we play around?" The uncle looked at his abundant spoils and then at the pitiful 500 gold coins on the table, sneering in disdain. A mere 500 gold coins is just a drop in the bucket compared to my spoils. Why should I gamble with you? The other onlookers of the Russian roulette also joined in the mockery. Go away, little girl, this isn't a game you can play. Without enough chips, you have no chance to sit at the table. Catherine was clearly a bit tipsy, standing in front of the table and refusing to leave. With a loud slap, she suddenly slammed her legendary firearm onto the table, her eyes fervently fixed on the opponent as she spoke. With these two guns of mine, it should be enough, right? The big man also looked forward with excitement, bursting into laughter. Very well. Then, let's begin. Do you go first, or shall I? Catherine hesitated. Just then, a voice that only she could hear sounded in her ear. You go first. Catherine's body jolted. Her previously disoriented mind regained a moment of clarity. Knowing it was Mu Feng standing behind her, she smiled slightly and unhesitatingly raised the revolver. With a bang, she pulled the trigger. Against her own forehead. The onlookers all gasped in shock. What guts! This girl is impressive. She's tough. Just as Catherine was about to switch, Mu Feng's voice rang out again. Don't give it to him. Keep going. Fire 3 shots in a row. Catherine's face turned pale, caught in a struggle of impatience and hesitation. Fire 3 shots? What kind of joke was that? It meant her chances of being hit by a bullet would greatly increase. Could this guy be trying to kill me? But what benefit would that bring him? Does he see something? Catherine ultimately decided to trust her teammate. She picked up the firearm again and aimed at her forehead. Bang bang bang, she fired 3 shots in a row. The audience at the table was completely dumbfounded. Catherine wore a confident smile as she tossed the firearm in front of the big man. Your turn. The big man was instantly bewildered, his mouth twitching, glaring at Catherine. In fury. You. Catherine, with her hands on her hips, flaunted her proud figure, playfully winking at the big man as she smiled. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? When you come to play, you have to pay it back sooner or later. When you think you're the hunter at this gambling table, you've already become the prey. The big man certainly knew where the bullet was. As long as he pulled the trigger, he would instantly be shot in the head. At the end of a desperate road, the big man suddenly gritted his teeth and fiercely grabbed the pistol, aiming it at Catherine and pulling the trigger. Bang! The moment the bullet flew out of the gun, it seemed as if time and space around them slowed down immensely. However, Mu Feng saw that everyone in the surrounding space turned gray at that moment. Only the two attendants closest to the gambling table rushed in front of Catherine, blocking the bullet aimed at her forehead. Mu Feng stood still, not wanting to alert the snake, but seeing this scene, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the rules here are completely independent. It is utterly different from the outside world. There seems to be an incredibly powerful will that controls all the order here. What kind of power could achieve such an arrangement? Mu Feng couldn't help but reflect. Once the bullet was removed, the surrounding order returned to its original rhythm. The big man was astonished to find that Catherine was unharmed. Instead, the two attendants beside her were staring at him with a gaze as if he were an ant. The City of Desire prohibits cheating. Violators will face punishment. Bang! The attendant on the right also pulled out a revolver and shot the big man's head off. The attendant on the left smiled and respectfully lowered his head towards Catherine. Congratulations, beautiful miss, you have won all the spoils from your opponent. Would you like to continue the game? Catherine instinctively felt an unprecedented fervor and was about to respond. Suddenly, Mu Feng pressed his hand on her shoulder. At that very moment, he noticed that the two attendants had locked their gaze onto him for the first time. In a sense, from that moment on, Mu Feng was forced to intervene in this causal chain. He also birthed his own unique desire. To protect, to redeem, that was his desire. Once the desire was born, Mu Feng would enter the sight of these attendants. Boss, are you planning to join the game? Mu Feng smiled bitterly in response. Now that I'm here, how could I possibly stand by myself? If I can save one, that's enough. Mu Feng shook his head, then looked at Catherine with a serious expression. We've already collected a lot of these spoils. It should be enough to help us buy tickets for the masquerade ball. Sure enough, upon hearing Mu Feng's words, the two attendants quickly withdrew their gaze from him and no longer guided Catherine. They returned to their posts. With Mu Feng's interference, Catherine also regained some clarity. The total value of all the spoils, once exchanged for gold coins, had already exceeded 20,000. How do you feel? Mu Feng asked. Catherine was panting heavily but soon forced herself to calm down a bit and looked at Mu Feng. Thanks to you just now, this trick really makes it hard to resist. I seem to feel that this time in the City of Desire, the pull of desire on my soul has become even stronger. Mu Feng frowned, triggering deeper thoughts, then lowered his voice to remind her. What we need to do now is to quickly find the unique riddle of this world and clear the game as soon as possible. Perhaps the conditions for clearing the game are hidden within the masquerade ball. Catherine nodded. Let's go find the other two. Where are Xiaomian and that big fool gone? Mu Feng glanced around, and at that moment, Bai Xiaomian was sitting at the table, with the dice cup, surrounded by people. Let's go take a look, Mu Feng suggested, leading Catherine quickly in that direction. Sure enough, Bai Xiaomian was also one of the players at the table. Originally, there were 8 people sitting here, but now only Bai Xiaomian and a middle-aged man in a suit remained. With an oiled hairstyle and a face covered in powder, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he looked like a nobleman, exuding a calm demeanor with a hint of cunning, clearly a veteran of such occasions. Mu Feng activated his insight skill, and to his surprise, the opponent's panel was as empty as those of the attendants. At that moment, Mu Feng noticed a small golden sun-like mark flickering above Bai Xiaomian's head. Bet locked, let's go. 5-5-4, big. Congratulations to this young lady, she has won her 8th round in a row. Great. Bai Xiaomian excitedly raised her hands in cheer, continuously rubbing her large rabbit companion in her arms. The chips in front of her were already piled high. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng thought to himself, I understand now, this is one of her abilities as a diviner to change her own luck. This small sun mark must represent a luck enhancement mode, allowing her to dominate this game. Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems this diviner has some abilities that transcend the rules of the awakening era. Indeed, it is a mysterious profession. However, just then, the middle-aged man in a suit suddenly pushed all his chips forward, smiling as he looked at Bai Xiaomian. Little sister, it seems you have quite good luck. How about we settle it with one round? The winner will be tonight's biggest victor. Bai Xiaomian laughed almost without hesitation. Let's do it your way. The little girl was quite generous, directly going all in with all her chips. A wave of intense cheers erupted around, and the onlookers reached a boiling point, eager for the final outcome. Seeing the countless gold chips on the table, everyone's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. At that moment, the staff in the center began to operate. Bang! When the dice cup finally steadied back on the table, Mu Feng immediately activated his insight skill. Oh no! Mu Feng clearly saw that this round's points had shifted from high to low. The staff and the suited man were clearly in cahoots. Yet Bai Xiaomian still bet high. Strangely, at that moment, the small sun above her head vanished. The opponent has been waiting for this opportunity to crush Bai Xiaomian in an instant. I can't let them succeed. This thought flashed through Mu Feng's mind as he quickly contacted Yan Ji. It's up to you. In an instant, no one noticed the fiery red feathers that appeared beneath the middle-aged man's feet. Bet locked, let's go. Boom! With a loud explosion, flames erupted from beneath the suited man's feet, completely engulfing the table. Along with this soulless puppet, it was all extinguished. Everyone around was clearly startled. Mu Feng, however, smiled calmly. I just saw this person cheating. Look at his feet. The crowd gathered around, discovering a cluster of fiery red feathers under the suited man's feet. It was indeed Yan Ji's handiwork. This guy was cheating, no wonder he could win so many rounds. The staff said coldly. Since this round only had 2 contenders and one was cheating, the winner is this young lady. A wave of intense cheers erupted around, and Bai Xiaomian excitedly stood up, throwing herself into Mu Feng's arms. That's great, big brother. You really are my lucky star. Mu Feng quickly looked at Catherine. It's about time to go. After successfully exchanging for gold coins, the 3 quickly left and headed deeper inside. Big brother, how did you know I lost this round? You were clearly helping just now, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Catherine also mysteriously leaned closer to Mu Feng, scrutinizing his vague outline. Tell us, how did you do it? You seem to have a stronger insight than we do. Mu Feng nodded calmly. It's just a trivial skill, nothing worth mentioning. Compared to this, you should pay more attention to those puppets without soul fluctuations. What did you say? The people here have no souls? Mu Feng said seriously. That's right. Like those attendants, they have been stripped of their souls and are following the commands given under the rules to maintain their actions. This should be the biggest secret hidden in the instance. Bai Xiaomian also felt a wave of fear and nodded repeatedly. Just now, I almost reached a point of losing control, thinking only of playing continuously. It must also be the compulsion of the rules, right? Only this way can I feel at ease. Once I have the thought of wanting to leave the table, it becomes very uncomfortable, as if there is a force pulling at my soul. Mu Feng pondered, continuously observing, summarizing experiences, and looking for flaws. Look, isn't that Otto over there? He actually got on stage too? Catherine said, with a hint of panic, pointing to the iron cage arena at the deepest part of the hall. The blue-skinned war giant Otto, deep down, possessed an endless desire for war. Therefore, he undoubtedly chose this arena as a medium to vent his desires. Once on stage, a deafening cheer and roar erupted. Otto had a physique more robust than his opponents, although he couldn't use his skills. He still displayed astonishing combat power with his bloodline talent and immense physical strength, quickly knocking his opponent down. Great! I knew this big guy would definitely win. Brothers, keep raising the stakes. In the crowd, there were always those with extremely weak mental strength and strong desires, constantly setting the rhythm for those around them. Mu Feng noticed that these should be the fallen of the City of Desire. They had completely degenerated from their original identity as awakeners to NPCs. Their only purpose and mission were to drag more people down with them. Just then, after Otto achieved 6 consecutive victories in the arena, a loud shout suddenly came. Everyone, get out of the way. Mu Feng and The others turned their heads to look. A middle-aged man dressed in fur, wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, was walking towards the arena surrounded by a group of strong men. The scene was quite grand, and he had an arrogant expression. "Isn't this Lord Viscount Charles? Even he has come?" Mufong focused his gaze. This middle-aged man's beard was quite distinctive, and he bore a resemblance to that Zhou Dehuzi guy, though their body types were completely different. This middle-aged man was much thinner than Zhou Dehuzi, but the charm in his features was indeed similar. Little Huzi? Could he be the former dean of the War God Academy mentioned by Mentor Nalan, who is lost in the City of Desire? The moment this thought flashed, Mu Fang's demeanor became serious. Perhaps this person could provide the key clues to clearing the instance. The middle-aged man, known as Charles, immediately came to the arena and glanced at Otto, coldly saying, "Which of you will go up to play with him? If you can take down this big guy, the reward is 10,000 gold coins." As soon as the Viscount's words fell, the scene erupted. Countless people cheered to hide the atmosphere, and the burly man beside him immediately volunteered to jump into the arena. At this moment, Otto was still in a winning stance, but just a minute into the duel, Mufong sensed something was off. This bare-chested man could actually use skills. Bang! An incredibly violent combo was unleashed, and Otto was purely a meat shield, unable to use his professional abilities at all. He was hit hard in a series of attacks. After just 3 minutes, his 80,000 health points were almost depleted, leaving him with less than 60,000. The sudden turn of events forced Otto to immediately switch to a full defensive stance. Unfortunately, with his body already battered, he was no match for the unrestricted brute. He was soon sent flying once again. It's important to know that in close combat between top-tier fighters, being knocked back is the beginning of despair. "Oh no! Otto is going to die," Catherine exclaimed nervously. Just at that critical moment, Mufong did not hesitate and quietly chanted in the name of Light Holy Spring. In its transformed totem form, Holy Spring could be bestowed upon allied units. As Otto was a teammate, he naturally fell within the range of Holy Spring's power. In an instant, Mufong sacrificed 5% of his light energy to instantly restore Otto's nearly 80,000 health points. How is this possible? The brute was completely stunned, as he had reached the end of his combo. In midair, Otto, now back at his peak, suddenly reached out and grabbed the brute's head, violently throwing him off the stage. With a loud bang, his muscular body crashed against the edge of the iron cage, instantly reducing his health to 0. Viscount Charles, with his little mustache, immediately stood up from his seat, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Something's not right. It seems someone secretly restored his state. Who could it be? What incredible restoration ability! A strong fighter has appeared. At that moment, Otto's gaze turned to Mufong, who smiled and nodded at him. This detail did not escape the Viscount's notice. "It's them." Viscount Charles's expression changed slightly as he squinted towards Mufang's direction, then lowered his voice to say something to his attendants. Mufong also sensed these strange changes and immediately said, "Let's hurry and leave here." Having survived a near-death experience, Otto momentarily regained his clarity amidst the endless desire for slaughter. Under the protection of the three, they quickly exited. Once they left the Desire City entertainment venue and returned to the peaceful streets of the town, a serene atmosphere revived around them, and they all felt as if they had returned from another world. Catherine took a deep breath and expressed her heartfelt thoughts. "It's terrifying. Inside and outside seem like two separate worlds. It's so easy for those who enter to lose themselves." Mufong, regaining his serious expression, spoke, "We need to get tickets for the masquerade ball and leave quickly. It seems I've already attracted attention when I saved Otto." The three teammates nodded immediately and soon found James to exchange for masquerade ball tickets. Since Mufang's team paid James a full 1,000 gold coins extra, he enthusiastically helped the four arrange accommodations at the town's most luxurious Duke Hotel. What was astonishing was that this Duke Hotel was not only extravagantly luxurious but also featured an entire lake as part of its scenery, utterly inhumane. Catherine expressed many sentiments about this, while Mufong said seriously, "Countless awakened ones have come to this instant space, many of whom never return. Just looting the valuables from these people is more than enough to maintain such a hotel. My biggest realization now is that human hearts and desires are the greatest enemies, far more terrifying than those so-called bosses or dominators with quantified power." Catherine nodded helplessly. "You're right, but everyone has desires, no one can avoid that. I'm quite curious, how could you remain clear-headed in a place like Desire City? And you even saved the three of us in time. It seems you have more hidden cards up your sleeve than we imagined." Mufong suddenly stopped, his expression calm. "Everyone, go back to your rooms and rest. According to James, he will come to pick us up for the ball tomorrow afternoon. If anything comes up, feel free to communicate through the information card or in the group chat," Mufong said, not giving the three any chance to respond before disappearing in a flash of light. Bai Xiaomian exclaimed excitedly, "Big Brother is so exaggerated. Can he really move that fast? Are all the priests in the Eastern Dragon Empire as unpredictable as him? It's terrifyingly powerful." Otto, with deep blue skin, spoke in a dull voice, "This kid at least has one hidden class, and it's an extremely terrifying one. You should have seen it in the arena just now. He was able to restore all my Health in an instant. I've never seen an ordinary priest do that. If we can really clear the dungeon and return alive this time, it will definitely be thanks to his protection. The group dispersed on the spot, and Mu Feng's room was on the third floor, room 006, which was also the highest standard suite. Upon entering, Mu Feng immediately activated his insight skill, scanning the room. After confirming there was no danger, he relaxed. Yan Ji transformed beside him, eagerly asking, "Boss, that guy called Viscount Charles?" Before she could finish, Mu Feng smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's most likely Josiah Huzi, the previous head of the War God Academy that Mentor Naylan mentioned." "Did you observe his panel information?" Mu Feng shook his head. "On the surface, he seems similar to other completely fallen NPCs, but I have a strange feeling that this person has higher privileges than the others. Otherwise, there might be other hidden circumstances we are unaware of. This person is definitely not as simple as he appears. The moment I saved Otto, I felt his mental power covering me, just that alone says a lot. In short, we need to be more cautious." After Mu Feng finished speaking, Yan Ji nodded seriously. "Don't worry about resting, boss. No one will disturb you here." Mu Feng was not polite and immediately lay down on the bed, but he did not fall asleep. Instead, he entered his old earth barrier. The brilliant green light of the ancient life tree seemed to grow even more lush. Mu Feng approached the tree, gazing at the surging waves of the underworld sea, his emotions stirring. Suddenly, he saw a book emitting a silver-gray light from the roots of the tree, and his eyes lit up as he took it into his palm. Memoirs of the Dead? Where did this come from? Mu Feng wondered, flipping to the first page, which had no words, and continued to flip through, finding the same. It was completely a blank book, but the light it emitted was filled with a strong aura of the old earth. This should be some kind of item, but how do I use it? Mu Feng used his insight skill again, but still found nothing. However, as he was flipping through the ancient book, the surging soul power in the tides became even more intense. Suddenly, Mu Feng shot a soul from the soul pearl, trying to connect it to the memoirs of the dead. Whoosh! A light appeared on the first page of the memoir, imprinting the appearance of this remnant soul in life. Just as Mu Feng wanted to delve deeper, the faint glow emitted by the face completely dissipated, merging into Mu Feng's body. Ding! You have traced the past of this soul and gained 3 points in the power attribute. Mu Feng was instantly stunned. Seeing the feedback panel information and the increase in the power attribute bar, he was left dumbfounded. What a great book, The Memoirs of the Dead. Can it really read the past of the deceased and extract skill points? Such a heaven-defying effect from an item? Could it be left by Old Wei? Mu Feng was incredibly sharp. He thought carefully and realized that in the recent period, apart from himself, only Old Wei had visited this barrier space. If it were some kind of item or fruit from the ancient tree of life, why had it only appeared now? With a strong sense of curiosity, Mu Feng continued to operate. He extracted 20 souls from this soul pearl, imprinting them all into the memoirs of the deceased. In the blink of an eye, corresponding faces appeared on the first few dozen pages. Various colors of light merged into Mu Feng's body. Ding! You have traced back the past of this soul, gaining 7 points in mental power attribute. Ding! You have traced back the past of this soul, gaining 18 points in endurance attribute, and obtained the basic talent, Stone Skin. Stone Skin, basic defensive talent, increases basic defense by 20 points for each level up. I can't believe there's even a chance to acquire talents. This is simply heaven-defying. Mu Feng never expected to stumble upon such a heaven-defying magical item. It seems that the stronger the soul's power in life, the more abundant the rewards for extraction. Perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities to obtain skills or similar inheritances. It's like getting a divine artifact for free. However, at that moment, Mu Feng suddenly noticed that dozens of leaves had fallen from the ancient tree of life. They had changed from lush green to withered yellow. Mu Feng wanted to pick them up, but they scattered in the wind and vanished. So that's how it is. The memoirs of the deceased seem to be connected to this ancient tree of life. The soul's reed will fall like leaves, forever departing from the realm of the dead. If all the leaves of the ancient tree of life wither, it probably means I will say goodbye to the realm of the dead. It seems that not just any low-level soul can be extracted using the memoir's power. I should leave these precious opportunities for those boss-level beings, that way I can maximize the benefits. Mu Feng suppressed the urge to continue soul-searching and temporarily put away this heaven-defying item. He then left the realm of the dead and reopened his panel to observe. While looking, he contemplated strategies to cope. The City of Desire is indeed tricky. The rules here are very special. The challenges ahead are unknown, and I must be better prepared. Suddenly, Mu Feng's gaze landed on the preview for the trauma technique skill. Reverse Cataclysm, preview of the next stage of evolution, 8th tier evolution skill, Withering, skill. Points required for enhancement, 2 million, Old Earth Order Sublimation, Withering, Old Earth version, sublimation cost, 9 million gold coins. Skill points required for sublimation, 3 million. Skill Interpretation, Withering, originating from the supreme law of salvation, the law of extinction. Wherever it passes, life is extinguished, and not a blade of grass grows. Skill effect. Within the range covered by the host's mental power, all targets not marked as having a spatial unit will rapidly lose their physical vitality. Note, used under the rules of the Awakening era, the rate of loss is related to the total blood volume consumed. Class restriction, Priest. Duration, 300 seconds. Release condition, 5% of own blood. Volume per second. Cooldown duration, 60 minutes. Effective range, limit of mental power. If all the servants within this city of desire are soulless or have their souls controlled as puppet bodies, then this withering divine skill will produce unimaginable effects in battle. Even if the main character of the masquerade ball uses the home advantage to launch an attack on us, we will not be passively trapped. It is definitely the best means to cope with the current situation. Thinking this way, Mu Feng no longer hesitated and directly upgraded the skill. In an instant, ding! Detected that the skill consumes too many skill points. Do you want to continue learning? 3 million points, is that a lot? Mu Feng glanced at his nearly 6 million skill points balance, smiled slightly, and quickly locked in the confirmation key. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned this skill. However, Mu Feng seemed unsatisfied. He decisively locked in the sublimation effect of the old Earth Order skill. Withering sublimation version, self-health consumption per second reduced from 5% to 3% and cooldown time shortened to 20 minutes. Moreover, the skill's effective range temporarily transforms into the old Earth Order rules. Upon seeing the last line, Mu Feng's pupils constricted. It was simply a divine miracle. The transformation of the old Earth Order rules meant that in this battlefield of desire, Mu Feng could perfectly unleash the full effect of this skill without worrying about the awkwardness of no transformation. Ding! Sublimating the old Earth Order for you. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host. Withering has been upgraded to the old map sublimation version. Although the skill points instantly reduced by 1 digit and nearly 10 million gold coins were spent, such an expense was completely worth it for Mu Feng. He was now consciously developing towards the all-rounder direction of a hexagonal warrior, and the high-level lethal skill of Withering would have a leap in its battlefield killing effect. No matter how much was spent, it was worth every penny. Do. At that moment, the group chat of the information card lit up. The Q-version avatar of the blonde girl Catherine flashed wildly, with only 2 short and piercing words. Help! In an instant, Mu Feng immediately activated the wings of angels, transforming into a streak of light, traversing the internal corridor of the Duke Hotel. In about 3 seconds, he appeared outside Catherine's room, just in time to see 2 servant corpses lying in front of the open door. Catherine held a triangular dagger in her hand, breathing heavily. What should I do? These servants have murderous intent towards me. Something seems off. Just then, Otto and Bai Xiamian also rushed over from their respective rooms. Mu Feng glanced around, his expression cold as he said, "Didn't you notice? The atmosphere in this hotel is very strange. In such a luxurious environment, the interior is so desolate, and the number of servants is extremely scarce." Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of scattered footsteps in the corridor was accompanied by a few claps of applause. A large group of servants escorted the recently separated Viscount Charles, who had a small mustache, into the corridor. A playful smile hung on his face. As expected of the top prodigy of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the team you led is the only complete one to leave the Pleasure City of Desire in the past month. Truly impressive. Mu Feng slowly turned to face his 3 teammates, ready for battle, and sneered. If I'm not mistaken, you are the lackey of the masquerade ball's master. Your soul has not completely extinguished. It seems to be in a very special state, but you are undoubtedly a servant of the false master, just a dog begging for mercy. Mu Feng's words clearly stung the other party. The small mustache's pupils suddenly constricted, but then he revealed an even more audacious sneer. There's no point in verbal sparring. If you're really strong enough, then survive in my hands first. I hate overly clever and powerful people. If I kill you, these 3 behind you will all qualify to meet the master and experience the ecstasy brought by desire at the masquerade ball. How about that? Mu Feng, however, no longer wasted words. Sneering, he turned his head to look at his 3 teammates behind him. Haven't you always wanted to see my true abilities? Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. As soon as the words fell, Mu Feng no longer hesitated and instantly unleashed the 8th tier evolution skill of the healing chant, Withering, sublimation version. The immensely powerful domain effect unfolded in an instant. A faint black halo spread out from beneath Mu Feng's feet at a visible speed. It was like a force in the form of a domain, quickly covering the entire first floor of the Duke's Hotel in just a few seconds. As he leisurely stepped forward, a large number of puppet attendants dressed as servants trembled wildly, letting out painful howls. Their vitality rapidly withered, and their health points plummeted. Even the little mustached Viscount, enveloped by the domain halo, revealed a rare look of terror. At that moment, how is this possible? What kind of method is this? So overbearing. Watching the surrounding attendants fall to the ground in droves, completely losing their ability to move, his 3 teammates behind him were utterly stunned, exchanging glances. Who on earth is this kid? Such an unprecedented and bizarre method, and he executes it so effortlessly. Each of these attendants must have a strength above level 100, yet they are utterly powerless before him. What a terrifying guy. I knew it, Big Brother must be our strongest support. And this time I won the bet again. Even the big white rabbit in his arms let out a couple of whimpers, seemingly echoing its master's sentiments, marveling at Mu Feng's strength. Only Otto, who remained silent, was staring at Mu Feng's back with a dazed and even somewhat worshipful gaze, silently licking his lips. This detail was caught by Catherine, who immediately changed her expression dramatically and complained, "What kind of expression is that? My intuition tells me there's something off about you. You can't be, you know." Otto hurriedly extended a thick finger, making a shushing gesture, his eyes still dazed and admiring. "This is a god performing his art of slaughter. Do not interrupt him." Catherine and Bai Xiaomian felt nauseated on the spot. No, this big guy is just too much of a contrast, right? In just 2 short minutes, hundreds of attendants had already collapsed at Mu Feng's feet. Until his speed burst forth again like a ghost, propelled by angelic wings, he teleported in front of the little mustached Viscount, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him into the air. His eyes, glowing with deep black light, exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. At that moment, the Viscount's face turned a deep purple-black, desperately flailing his arms and legs, and as his health points plummeted, he forced out a sentence, slowly saying, "Forbidden Tower. War God Academy." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng immediately retracted his powerful means, and the effect of withering completely vanished, gently placing the little mustached Viscount back down. "What did you just say?" The Viscount coughed violently twice, gasping for breath as he hurriedly said, "You are a student of the Forbidden Tower. I am the former dean of the War God Academy. You should have heard of my name. You really are Dean Josiah Huzi? You're not dead?" Mu Feng immediately removed the effect of the ghostly mask, revealing his true self. At the same time, he confirmed his identity as a student of the Shangxiang Academy. Only then did the other party show a relieved smile. "I didn't expect that the younger generation of the Forbidden Tower would produce such a prodigy as you, so terrifying. If I had delayed revealing my identity any longer, I might have really died at your hands." Mu Feng seemed to have too many questions and hurriedly asked, "Since you are still alive, why not leave this city of desires?" The little mustached Viscount sighed helplessly. "Time is limited, I cannot stay too long and must be brief. Madame Elizaveta, the master of the mask, is incredibly powerful. I am not sure of her exact level, but she is at least at the peak of the 7th tier, and ordinary masters are no match for her. Most importantly, she possesses a terrifying talent for controlling desires." It seemed that upon seeing the situation here, the 3 teammates behind immediately followed. "So you two know each other?" Catherine was stunned when she saw the true appearance of Mu Feng. "God, I thought you were an incredibly ugly guy, but it turns out to be the exact opposite. I'm really afraid I might fall in love with you just like this." Mu Feng completely ignored Catherine's wave of infatuation and continued to stare at Josiah Huzi, asking, "What exactly is the background? Can such a vast barrier space be established solely based on the talent for controlling desires? Of course not." Josiah Huzi's face paled a bit more. "She possesses a rule-level treasure. It is inherited from a fallen extraterrestrial civilization. And Lady Elizabeth is also a survivor of that mysterious civilization. And the desire capital we are currently in is the damaged barrier that was once famous for its fall. The reason it hasn't completely collapsed is because of the existence of this rule-level treasure, which maintains the rules of this barrier space. So the only way to pass through this secret realm is to find the treasure in Lady Elizabeth's hands. By using soul power to light up that purple gem, we can open the only passage to the outside world." Mu Feng nodded seriously, and then asked, "Aren't you going to join us in killing Lady Elizabeth? That way I can take you away with me." Josiah Huzi shook his head with a bitter smile. "I no longer have the chance. Elizabeth has marked me with a prisoner's seal. I can only be her puppet servant for the rest of my life. Unless you can completely kill her, the servant mark can be lifted. Otherwise, as long as I appear in front of her, she can turn me to ashes with a single thought." Mu Feng sighed deeply and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, senior, the task of killing her will be left to me. By the way, do you know where that treasure is hidden?" Josiah Huzi said seriously, "Right at the masquerade ball venue. Once we kill Elizabeth, all the mysteries will be revealed." The next afternoon, James arrived punctually at the Duke Hotel, bringing Mu Feng's team of 4 and other noble participants who had traveled together to the masquerade ball venue. It was a luxurious private estate, resembling a castle from a myth, appearing deep and mysterious under the dim moonlight. Today, Catherine was dressed to the nines, attending as Mu Feng's dance partner, wearing an elven lady's mask. Bai Xiaomian wore a white evening gown and had also dressed up her large rabbit pet, making her particularly eye-catching. Meanwhile, the burly Otto had directly disguised himself as a waiter. Under James's arrangement, the Dead Association had secured a part-time job serving plates and pouring drinks for the guests while also observing the entire castle's layout, gathering various information for the teammates in the group. The entire first floor has been checked, and every room shows no abnormalities. There are no strong mental fluctuations, so the treasure should not be on the first floor. Mu Feng simply responded with 2 words and pulled Catherine toward the center of the dance floor, weaving through nearly 100 noble participants. Indeed, as we judged, the vast majority of the people here are awakened ones with complete souls each. possessing different intensities of desire, Catherine whispered. Why hasn't Lady Elizabeth appeared yet? At that very moment, the bright light suddenly dimmed, replaced by an elegant and deep purple glow that filled the entire hall. At the top of the staircase, Lady Elizabeth appeared gracefully, dressed in a purple-black evening gown, wearing a magnificent cylindrical hat, her exquisite makeup flawless. Only that mask, tracing the purple snake pattern, seemed to emit an eerie aura that stirred the soul in this dim light. With each step she took down the staircase, a strong breath of human desire naturally emerged. It was more like an innate talent, constantly influencing everyone around her. So much so that all the guests in the hall couldn't help but fix their gazes upon her. Wherever this person went, that place became the absolute center of the world. What an amazing, soul-dominating effect. Boss, if I weren't here, you'd probably find it hard to hold on. Yan Ji's voice echoed in his mind. But Mu Feng did not argue with her. She was right. This woman's charm was incredibly strong. Coupled with this terrifying talent, manipulating others' souls was as easy as pie. Welcome to my estate. The masquerade ball officially begins. Dance, my guests, and enjoy the most exquisite feast of the night with your hearts. As soon as the words fell, melodious music began to play, and more people danced gracefully with their partners, each face revealing an extremely intoxicated smile. However, Mu Feng clearly sensed that these people's mental strength was being continuously weakened. Their souls were already in a state of being stripped away. What should we do? I feel so sleepy, as if my soul doesn't belong to me anymore. Catherine hurriedly sought help from Mu Feng while dancing with him. Mu Feng frowned slightly and said, "Pull yourself together, don't indulge in your desires." Soon, Mu Feng came up with a clever idea and transmitted to Yan Ji in his mind. "Quick, use your fire to burn her." Ha! Yan Ji was stunned, doubting her hearing. Mu Feng quickly said, "Only pain and harm can briefly awaken someone from the intoxication of desire. You attack her secretly with fire elements while I heal her and restore her health. We must hold on until Lady Elizabeth starts to act and observe her complete operation to find the most important clue." Yan Ji immediately complied, silently infusing her divine firepower into Catherine's body. In an instant, Catherine felt the intense pain of flames scorching her, instinctively letting out a soft sound. However, in this moment, that sound evoked many thoughts, causing Mu Feng to blush. "Please, can you not sound so comfortable? This is the only way to wake you up, so shut up." Catherine then realized she was losing her composure, her flushed cheeks biting down on her lips, while Mu Feng's holy spring energy rapidly helped her recover. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaomian also moved closer, and both Otto and the others were being burned by Yan Ji's fire power to maintain absolute awareness. Finally, Lady Elizabeth stopped beside a pair of masked partners, smiling at them, raising her glass of red wine and taking a gentle sip. The two elegant attendees also stopped dancing, bowing in gratitude to the beautiful Lady Elizabeth. The entire process was so harmonious and beautiful, with no apparent flaws. However, just as Lady Elizabeth raised her glass and moved on to the next pair of dance partners, those two people were completely drained of their souls. Mu Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He could originally use his insight skill to observe these two people's panel attributes, but now he saw nothing, just like when he observed those who had passed away. Damn it, she actually drained someone else's soul right under my nose. How on earth did this woman do it? Catherine suddenly furrowed her brows. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den, otherwise, let me make a sacrifice. No, that's too dangerous. I have a plan. Then Mu Feng took out a paper figure and, don't worry, your soul will return to your body in 10 minutes. There won't be any real danger. Just borrowing your body for a bit. I just want to see how this woman reacts when faced with a soulless body. Otto showed no hesitation, already maintaining absolute trust in Mu Feng, and nodded without a second thought. Mu Feng snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Otto's soul floated out of his body. Almost at the same time, under Mu Feng's instruction, Yan Ji slipped into his massive shell, stepping forward towards Lady Eliza. Be careful. Receiving Mu Feng's telepathic message, Yan Ji responded with a smile. Don't worry, boss, I'm a reincarnated ancient earth deity. How could I be afraid of this monster? Moments later, Otto stood before Lady Eliza, bowing respectfully. Noble Lady Eliza, I have admired you for a long time. May I have a glimpse of your true form? I am willing to be your servant. Lady Eliza slowly lowered her head, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Lift your head, let me see. Otto obeyed her command, slowly raising his head, but when those incredibly sharp eyes, imbued with the power of the fire god, met the lady's gaze, the originally calm and peaceful atmosphere was instantly shattered. I understand now, boss. The secret is hidden in her eyes. She uses eye techniques to capture human souls. Mu Feng revealed a relieved smile. Well done. Now, everyone, start the chaos. Bang! The wineglass in Lady Eliza's hand shattered instantly, a familiar scene reappearing. Mu Feng saw that the flow of time and space around them was becoming increasingly slow. All individuals enveloped by the rules of this world fell into a state of stagnation. Only Lady Eliza maintained an elegant and composed smile, suddenly reaching out her palm towards Otto's head. In an instant, Otto's pupils emitted two fiery red beams, forcefully pushing Lady Eliza away. At the same time, Mu Feng stepped forward, his angelic wings unfurling. Again, his form transforming into a beam of light as he rushed to Otto's side, bringing him and his teammates, Catherine and Bai Xiaomian, back to a corner of the ballroom. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lady Eliza's eyes as she smiled and gently nodded at Mu Feng. Young and formidable, becoming the master of the ancient earth deities at such a young age, but unfortunately, destined to be trapped here forever, becoming my servant. Mu Feng coldly stared at Lady Eliza, a disdainful sneer on his face. You seem very confident in your strength. Do you really consider yourself the ruler of this world? If this civilization were truly as powerful as imagined, how could it have fallen to this state? Clearly, Mu Feng's words struck at the softest part of Lady Eliza's heart, and her expression instantly turned cold. You will pay for your reckless words. In an instant, the lady waved her long sleeves, and the rules of time and space around them revived once more. The shattered wine glass transformed into cold blades, flying towards the participants of the ball, most of whom were awakened beings caught off guard. Meanwhile, at the edge of the rotating elevator in the upper castle, a purple giant python, several dozen meters long, slowly appeared along the edge of the escalator. Its tongue flicked out, and the deep purple glow in its pupils seemed to condense some strange runic power as it coiled around Lady Eliza's arm. The lady returned to the middle of the staircase, facing all the awakened beings participating in the masquerade ball. Welcome, everyone, the ball officially begins. Immerse yourselves in the ecstasy of desire. Lady Eliza suddenly burst into a loud, menacing laugh. In an instant, a massive deep purple array inscription emerged in the center of the spacious castle ballroom. It was the same inscription mark as that of the purple giant python, now illuminated. At the same moment the array was triggered, a large amount of purple mist spread throughout the space. Instantly, dozens of awakened ones were infected by the mist, their pupils assimilated into a deep purple color, entering a state of chaotic frenzy. Like demons reveling in the depths of sin. This is bad. This mist seems capable of completely losing control of a person's desires in an instant, Yan Ji immediately reminded in his mind. Mu Feng also observed this and, without further hesitation, released the epic summoning spirit of the ancient Frog King. Great Frog, swallow all the mist in this space. The ancient Frog King, receiving Mu Feng's command, quickly opened its large mouth, unleashing its devouring skill. In an instant, an overwhelming devouring force transformed into a black vortex light ball, crazily gathering into the great frog's mouth. It completely swallowed all the mist around. Madame Elizabeth's eyes widened in surprise again, and she sneered. You really have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. I want to see just how many more you can come up with. Moments after the mist entered the great frog's body, its entire form turned deep purple, even its two green eyes were assimilated. Suddenly, it leaped in front of the purple giant python, extending its tongue and began to lick wildly. This scene left Mu Feng dumbfounded. Even Yan Ji in his mind was caught off guard. I say, boss, your summoning spirit is actually a licking frog? That's just too funny. Mu Feng was instantly filled with black lines on his forehead. He hadn't even had time to bestow purification methods on the great frog, and this guy was already lost in the giant python's desire control. See? In this world, only desire is irresistible, whether it's humans or any other form of life. No one can completely escape desire. It won't be long before you, too, will submit before me. Just like your summoning spirit. As soon as Madame Elizabeth finished speaking, she suddenly issued a command, and those awakened ones who had fallen into desire due to the snake venom simultaneously locked onto Mu Feng as their attack target. Dozens of figures rushed madly towards him. Feeling the pressure, Mu Feng frowned slightly but showed no signs of panic. In an instant, a powerful ancient earth barrier transformed into the totem of a life ancient tree, rapidly extending behind him. The ancient earth rules surrounded this vibrant land, becoming the only area in the ballroom battlefield that was not tainted by desire. Mu Feng instantly chanted, Light Shower Technique, third skill, Ancient Him. With the aid of the ancient earth rules, his light shower technique regained its effect, enveloping the entire ballroom dance floor. All the awakened ones rushing towards him to slaughter were instantly restored to their senses. Seeing Mu Feng's actions, Madame Elizabeth's eyes once again revealed a deep shock. I truly underestimated you. You actually master the ancient earth barrier. It seems you are indeed a top-notch prodigy of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Very well, I have long desired to have an almost perfect servant by my side. Perhaps you are the best candidate. Mu Feng merely smiled coldly, completely treating Madame Elizabeth's self-indulgence as a farce. He immediately spoke up. All awakened ones, do not be lost in desire. Do not forget your identities and the purpose of coming to this battlefield. The city of desire is merely a dungeon waiting for us to conquer. Madame Elizabeth is the final boss. We will join forces to eliminate her and complete the quest. After experiencing the baptism of the ancient him, these powerful awakened ones revived their self-will and began to roar. This is outrageous. How could I completely lose myself? It's terrifying. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, we would have become this woman's playthings. Stop the nonsense. We still have time to strike. Everyone, attack together. The group of awakened ones who had originally aimed at Mu Feng instantly turned against her. Having regained their autonomy, they each displayed their unique abilities, with awakened warriors from various professions beginning to chant their dazzling skills. However, at that moment, the composed Lady Elizaveta suddenly raised her jade hand, and 10 contracts radiating a faint golden light quickly appeared in her palm. At the same time, a weak, inaudible glow emanated from her right eye. Only Mufong could see that beam of light, which was identical to the soul essence within her soul pearl. Could it be that her right eye is a container for souls? Upon noticing this detail, Mufong immediately related to Catherine. From now on, you don't need to participate in the battle. Conserve your energy and strength and prepare to strike. Look for an opportunity to aim at this woman's right eye. If the situation changes, this should be the only breakthrough. Catherine pondered for a moment and nodded gently. She now had unconditional trust in Mufong. Not to mention that this man had saved her several times just based on raw strength. Mufong was undoubtedly the core of the team. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the battlefield. At that moment, Mufong felt as if he were back in the scene when he summoned the falling star. The pressure was indescribable. It could truly make every pore of a person's body tighten, and the shuddering sensation from deep within the soul made everyone around tremble. Mufong looked up at the sky. With a loud bang, the lavishly decorated ancient castle above shattered. Dozens of powerful beings, radiating a silvery gray light, descended from the sky. How is this possible? They are all level 100 masters. There are support warriors, assassins, fighters, mages, and sorcerers. Are all of these the woman's puppet servants? That contract just now was a medium to explore their souls. Mufong frantically gathered all battlefield information in a short time. However, the opponent's means of slaughter were executed in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the 10 masters struck simultaneously, each displaying their unique powers. The awakened ones in the center of the ballroom, who had regained their fighting spirit, were instantly drenched in blood. Just after the first round of confrontation, more than 10 awakened ones of varying strengths had already fallen. Erasure happened in the blink of an eye. This is disastrous. 10 masters. How could we possibly withstand this? We're being treated like chives, recklessly cut down. Catherine trembled, and the fact that Mufong wouldn't let her join the fight only added to her confusion. However, Mufong quickly regained his composure and spoke. Don't panic. If we lose our composure, it will lead to certain death. If you want to survive, follow my commands. He then looked at Otto and asked, you seem to have a way to restrain the opponent? Otto hesitated at first, but upon feeling Mufeng's intense gaze, as an awakened one and a war fanatic, his desires surged, and he nodded decisively. Yes, do you have the confidence to fight them? If so, I will support you with all my strength. Mufong smiled calmly. That's the response I wanted to hear. In the next moment, Mufong quickly began to chant 8th tier evolution technique, Divine Lord Contract. Boom! In an instant, the sky was torn apart by brilliant divine light, and the shining totem of the old Earth deity appeared out of thin air. At that moment, Mufong and Otto were enveloped in endless halos, and the Divine Lord Contract was established. From now on, I will live and die with you. Just unleash your peak battle power. As Mufeng's words fell, Otto finally burst into wild laughter. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and his body expanded nearly 5 times in the void, the bloodline of the wild beast erupting. At that moment, Otto seemed to transform into a true green giant. His incredibly strong physique pushed the combat genes of the human race to their limits, with his thick arms resembling stone pillars, exuding an astonishing pressure. After landing again, Otto slammed both arms down onto the ground. A thunderous roar echoed. The 10 grandmasters in front of him trembled at the same time. All the units enveloped by this shockwave instinctively locked onto Otto as their target. This was the powerful innate talent of the War Maniac lineage, the War Taunt buff. All targets taunted would have their damage against themselves reduced by 50%, and for 5 minutes, they would be unable to change their attack target. Any aggressive skills used by the opponent could only be directed at Otto. The emergence of this top-tier taunt skill immediately brought a smile to Mufeng's face. Yan Ji was even more excited. Boss, this big guy is simply a perfect match for you. With his taunt skill, you can fully unleash your healing abilities, and all our team members will receive the best protection. Mu Feng's mouth twitched in a powerless retort. Your choice of words is inappropriate. Then, Mufong took out the staff produced by his second uncle and began to focus on playing the role of a true top-tier priest. He initiated a series of 3 skills. From the rock system, solid as a rock, Thorn Echo, connecting to the 7th tier skill War Spirit Monument, bestowing Otto with his signature guardian skill, the Colossal Armor. With a wave of operations, the defense intensity was maxed out. Without any pause, Mufong immediately began chanting his second set of trauma spells. Again, he chanted 3 skills in succession. Damage amplification and various debuffs were applied to the 10 grandmasters in front of him, making their burst damage difficult to unleash. Mufeng's fluid set of operations was completed in just a few seconds. Bai Xiaomian and Catherine behind him were left dumbfounded. Not to mention the 2 teammates, even the 10 grandmasters opposite were momentarily stunned. They hadn't even reacted before various buffs had already been placed upon them. Watching all this, Lady Elizaveta's smile grew even more pronounced. So interesting. This young man is truly extraordinary. He must have a very special background and extraordinary experiences. If I could conquer him, life would surely become colorful. I've never seen such a powerful support battle awakener. Elizaveta suddenly spoke, commanding the 10 Grandmaster puppets. Do not kill that priest, kill the others first, I want him alive. Tear apart that ugly big guy first. Upon hearing this, Otto became even angrier, snorting coldly as he pounded his fists. Clad in the colossal armor, he continued to step forward. With each step, the ground trembled violently. However, the 10 Grandmasters were not to be underestimated. Each had been through countless battles and possessed immense strength, each one a figure who could command the winds and rains in the outside world. Unfortunately, they had chosen to come to the City of Desire to test their luck, only to ultimately succumb to their own desires and become Lady Elizaveta's servants. At this moment, terrifying skills rained down. Yet Mufong, with his own strength, continuously maintained Otto's stable health using the light shower and the holy spring of light. Even though this battlefield was filled with overwhelming energy, it could never break down the giant-like silhouette of Otto. This was all because a powerful priest stood behind him. Bai Xiaomian whispered in awe and shock, "This is too strong. It's my first time seeing a priest able to stand against the firepower of 10 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. All by himself. Big Brother is simply too extraordinary. Could it be that he is a reincarnation of a god from the ancient era? How could an ordinary person be so powerful?" Catherine was left speechless for a long time. Even White Xiaomian's exclamations failed to reach her ears as she stared blankly at Mufong, who was continuously executing his moves. Support type. Professions often come with enormous energy consumption, and the skills he is using require a significant amount of mental energy, especially some of the higher tier ones. How can he sustain this alone for so long? It's simply unfathomable. This seems to exceed our understanding. Boom! The loud sounds erupted continuously, yet the human wall that was Otto remained steadfast in place. Every time his health was forcefully suppressed to below 1/3, Mufong would unleash both the light shower and holy spring simultaneously, instantly restoring his status. This truly gave the masters in front of them a headache. This is outrageous. How can these two be so resilient? If this continues, we might exhaust our energy without breaking through his defenses, Lady Elisha said coldly. A bunch of useless fools, what good are you? She then waved her hand, and the purple giant python behind her suddenly flicked its tongue and actively slithered towards Otto's rear, clearly unaffected by the taunt skill Otto had released. Be careful! Catherine suddenly shouted a warning, instinctively wanting to take out her firearm to assist Mufong, but remembering his instructions, she ultimately suppressed the urge to act. As the giant python lunged towards them, Mufong remained completely unfazed, merely smiling coldly. Your opponent has arrived, play with it for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ji materialized from the void and launched a powerful attack against the approaching purple giant python. Both sides unleashed astonishing pressure, stalemating in the void battlefield. He actually has more tricks up his sleeve? White Xiaomian gasped in shock again, the large white rabbit in her arms seemingly glowing with a fiery red light in its pupils. However, these two did not intend to join the battle, and Catherine suddenly spoke up. Quick, use your divination skill to enhance their luck. The two masters in the back on the opposing side are summoners with skills that have a chance to crit. Boost their luck to reduce the crit attributes. White Xiaomian immediately nodded in response, suddenly tossing two dice-like magical artifacts from above the battlefield, but an awkward scene quickly unfolded as the rolled numbers did not exceed 4. Both Mufong and Otto had a crescent-shaped mark hovering above their heads, which not only failed to increase their luck but instead decreased it. Oh no, could our luck be this bad? White Xiaomian innocently covered her mouth, her big eyes shimmering with tears, looking pitiful and endearing. Mufong was left speechless, a black line appearing on his forehead. You two just stay on the sidelines and watch, you don't need to intervene. As soon as Mufong said this, the two beauties, one big and one small, immediately fell silent, feeling useless like two vases. Realizing that the energy consumption of his holy spring skill was too severe, and that this battle had barely lasted 3 minutes, the light energy of the angel totem had already been depleted by nearly 50%. Without hesitation, Mufong activated his 7th tier evolution skill, Light Revelation. In an instant, the battlefield reflected the illuminating effect of the realm of light. A massive amount of light energy rained down from the sky, which Mufong frantically absorbed. Unbeknownst to him, this also further enhanced his restoration ability. Catherine stood to the side, her expression growing increasingly serious. What kind of inheritance does this boy possess? He seems to be extremely sensitive to the power of light. Earlier, he was able to somewhat evade the influence of the rules of the City of Desire. Could it be that he truly possesses a hidden class of the Salvation inheritance? His wings really resemble those of the angels from legend. Boom! As the light energy was supplemented, Mufang's combat power became even more formidable, continuously enhancing 2 skill echoes, causing the astonishing energy from the 10 masters attacking Otto to constantly backfire. The 2 masters in the team, who were strong in support combat, found it difficult to withstand the backlash damage faced by all 10 individuals. The overall combat power continued to decline. The leading master-level assassin hurriedly spoke up. Master, these Two work together seamlessly. That priest's recovery ability is too strong. I've seen many support combat masters, but none can match his practical strength. To break the deadlock, we must first eliminate this meat shield in the front line, otherwise, my assassin abilities cannot be utilized, making it even harder to suppress this priest, Eliza coldly stated. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the words fell, Eliza waved her palm again, and the 10 souls condensed by. The contract ignited simultaneously at that moment. No! Master, spare us! The 10 masters screamed desperately at the same time. Eliza activated the contract power, using their combat strength to deal with the current situation and restored their autonomy to a certain extent. But now that their souls had entered a burning state, it meant that this would be a permanent loss of life for the 10 masters. Eliza was recklessly consuming their last value. Either fight to the death or turn to ashes. Eliza's cold long sleeves flicked out once more. This is my final command. Merge the strongest powers of you 10 masters and slay this war maniac. If you can't do it, you are not qualified to continue serving me. Upon hearing this, the 10 masters seemed to be invigorated, simultaneously unleashing their most powerful strengths. In an instant, 10 figures soared into the air, seemingly sacrificing their life sources in a special way, merging into an enormous blood-red array pattern. Seeing this scene, Catherine behind them was immediately astonished. Not good. This is the top-tier absolute formation born in the Western world 10 sins, sacrificing the life sources of 10 masters to unleash a world-destroying strike. It is said that the top awakened predecessors of the Western world once used this formation to slaughter a peak true god of the old earth. Even if Otto is strong, he is bound to die. Boom! Otto did not retreat at all. Instead, he stepped forward and roared hysterically. A blue-gold light burst forth from his body as he began to convert his life essence, using it all to enhance his defensive talent. In an instant, Otto's defense value actually broke through 300,000 points. But even so, facing the combined strike of 10 master-level powerhouses, which was truly a lethal blow, he had no chance of blocking it. At that moment, Mu Feng discovered that his divine contract suddenly collapsed, a result of Otto's bloodline talent. What are you doing? Otto suddenly turned to look at Mu Feng and smiled. Even if I fall, I will take this group of half-dead puppets to hell with me. The rest is up to you. He was worried about dragging Mu Feng down and wanted to perish together with the opponent. After saying that, Otto's pupils burst forth with 2 brilliant golden lights, and his life force underwent an astonishing enhancement at that moment. His health instantly expanded fivefold, reaching a limit strength of 4 million. Even Yin Ji couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the legendary bloodline sacrifice. I didn't expect the war maniac's lineage to be proficient in such a talent. Once the sacrifice energy is activated, there is no life left. It is also a true destruction of the battlefield." Sure enough, in the next moment, the sky had already gathered into a massive blood blade, the 10 sins array pattern totem heavily slashing down. Otto also faced the challenge at this moment, his body surrounded by golden light colliding with the blood knife. Boom boom boom. The world-destroying power erupted at this moment. The entire castle was instantly reduced to a pile of ruins. Endless energy swept through the surrounding hundreds of miles, shaking the entire city of Desire. Otto! Catherine looked at the void in the sky where no figure could be seen, her eyes glistening with a thick mist of tears. Although they had no deep friendship, merely being temporary teammates, having gone through this together was a shared hardship. Watching him turn to ashes to protect the three of them still left her feeling inexplicably pained. However, at this moment, Mu Feng stood in the void, his expression cold and solemn. "You won't die without my permission." Boom! At the farthest reaches of the sky, a brilliant magical light descended once more. Forbidden Nirvana. The tears of the deity fell, a glimmer piercing through all the rules of the battlefield, landing on the brow of Otto, the war maniac who was about to disintegrate. In an instant, a miraculous sight that left everyone dumbfounded reappeared. Otto's body, on the verge of collapse, began to heal rapidly, his completely ethereal form gradually becoming real. His immense vitality was restored once again, and upon landing, he was also granted a temporary combat power enhancement buff. Otto looked at his arms in disbelief, feeling the real rhythm of his pounding heartbeat, and suddenly turned around to look at Mu Feng in astonishment. "You revived me? You actually mastered such forbidden techniques. It's simply unbelievable." The young awakeners of the Eastern Dragon Empire are indeed powerful beyond reason. Catherine experienced a roller coaster of emotions, shifting from intense sorrow to sudden joy, her eyes filled with fiery light as she looked at Mu Feng. So powerful. Even if it were a god, it wouldn't be much different. A forbidden technique like Nirvana, which only exists in legends, was actually performed by this kid. I've seen so many master-level experts from the East Asia Alliance, yet I've never seen anyone capable of such life-reviving techniques. Today, I've truly opened my eyes with this kid. Little did they know, the most shocking presence on the battlefield was their opponent. Lady Eliza stared at Mu Feng with a face full of astonishment. Even she, who always felt she could firmly control the situation, felt her heart stir for the first time. What a Nirvana, to think it could replace my 10 master puppet servants. At that moment, Yanheim was also dancing with her fiery blade, sending a massive purple Python flying. Seeing this, Eliza waved her hand to summon back her pet giant python, slowly descending into the ruins, moving closer to the center of the battlefield. Interesting. I've managed the City of Desire for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a junior who piques my interest so much. Kid, you really are quite intriguing. How about we make a deal? Let your 3 teammates go, and you stay. I have many stories I want to tell you, and perhaps staying in my City of Desire will become a better home for you. Before Mufeng could respond, Yanheim immediately snorted coldly, mocking, "Don't dream. Old woman, the boss is mine. No one else can be by his side but me." Yanheim seemed to realize her words were a bit too ambiguous. Instinctively covering her mouth and stealing a glance at Mufeng beside her. Seeing her boss show no reaction, she relaxed a little. However, the words old woman seemed to pierce the only soft spot in Eliza's heart. Her gaze instantly turned icy, and she silently began to chant. In just a moment, the battlefield of ruins beneath their feet transformed completely. Mufeng and the others returned to the town they had first entered in the instance, the streets of the City of Desire reappearing before their eyes. The surroundings were filled with countless passers-by, some with vacant stares, devoid of any soul's fluctuation, while others were incredibly vibrant, true awakeners who had entered the replica world from the outside space. The chaotic flow of people intertwined, making it difficult to discern the truth from the falsehoods. It is worth mentioning that Catherine and the 4 members of the team were not perceived by these people around them. They seemed like a projection isolated from the outside, observing every move of this world. Eliza smiled. "Young man, I truly admire you. Unlike those humble lives of ordinary mortals, your only desire is to protect and redeem. Perhaps if you are allowed to grow, you will become a true pillar of an empire in the future. You might even become a leader among the masses, a powerful guardian of a civilization. Unfortunately, you should not have come to the City of Desire. No one can escape from my recognition once they have received it. Since you crave protection, I will see how many of the countless beings lost in my City of Desire you can save." Eliza burst into a hysterical laugh, her voice filled with a penetrating power that shook the heart. Her body slowly ascended, soaring to the highest point of the sky under the coils of a purple giant python. Suddenly, her physical form vanished, transforming into a massive projection that appeared above the entire City of Desire, coldly overlooking everything below. At the same time, a snake pattern, mark magnified countless times, appeared on the ground of the entire City of Desire. The purple mark ignited the flames of desire in the eyes of all the passers-by in the town, turning their pupils purple. Now, the game has begun. Welcome to the ultimate stage of the masquerade. From now on, everyone in the City of Desire will have their soul's essence devoured by my power until their souls completely disappear. What appears before you may be puppet servants refined by me for many years, who will launch deadly attacks on you at any time, or it may be those awakeners exploring the replica space who are waiting for your redemption. I want to see how you distinguish these people and how you can save them. I only give you 10 minutes to play this game. Once the game ends, all beings will be eternally extinguished. In an instant, the purple snake pattern mark beneath disappeared. S isolation from this world also dissipated, and all beings with purple glowing pupils, controlled by desire, rushed towards him one after another. The beings clawed and gnashed their teeth while advanced at full speed, constantly weaving through the crowd, avoiding the flames of desire emanating from these people that threatened to engulf him. Whoosh! In a sudden moment, an extremely powerful will to kill surged from behind, but easily dodged it with his predictive perception. However, soon a second and third cold killing intent rushed towards him. Yenji also entered a busy state at this moment, working with to continuously lock onto the source of the killing intent and suppress it. As for Catherine, Otto, and Bai Xiaomian, they were all arranged by on top of the ancient Frog King, hiding together in the pure land of the old Earth Barrier. Go! Don't let those 3 people and that damned stinky frog interfere with me. This time, I will personally play with this kid. Eliza's true form quietly issued commands, also disappearing somewhere in this battlefield of the City of Desire. Time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, had already slain over 100 sources of cold killing intent, erasing their sinful bodies one by one. At the same time, he continued to sing the ancient hymn, purifying the awakeners around him who had fallen into a state of confusion. However, these people were basically of little use, and after being redeemed by Mufeng, they began to sink back into the despair of their souls being continuously drawn away. At this moment, Mufeng's old Earth avatar was slowly moving, controlling the boundary of the underworld sea, and surprisingly turned into a shelter for the City of Desire. It took in those awakened ones whose souls had been purified by Mufeng and who had fallen into a coma, providing them with temporary refuge. However, with the appearance of that giant python, the process of redemption was once again interrupted. It seemed that Mufeng's true self was drifting further away from the avatar. A person was moving forward in this seemingly endless corridor, having reached the edge of oblivion. Just as Eliza had said, Mufeng's desire was, in fact, his obsession. It was also his indomitable will as an awakened one. That was to fight for honor, to fight for protection, to fight for the old Earth. But because of this obsession, it was perfectly exploited by Eliza. As more and more people from Mufeng's old Earth arrived, the fire of desire on him grew stronger, crazily devouring his will. Boss, wake up. Yenji continuously sent soul messages. At first, Mu Feng was desperately resisting, but he could not stop the rhythm. Time was limited, only 10 minutes, saving one more person was. One more. This was Mu Feng's only thought. Until at a certain moment he saw a familiar figure in the dense crowd ahead. Sister. Ding Hong. How could it be her? Did she also come to the City of Desire? Just as Mu Feng was lost in thought, Su Jinghong's outline seemed to look towards him, her eyes filled with indescribable tenderness. Junior, is that you? Did you come to pick me up? In an instant, Mu Feng fell into confusion, and at that moment, Su Jinghong's outline kept enlarging. At the same moment, he let down his guard. It transformed into a shadow that enveloped his entire body. Until this shadow revealed a hint of cruel satisfaction and transformed back into Eliza's form. Eliza, who had removed her mask, seemed to become the most beautiful woman in the world, possessing an irresistible charm. The purple light in her right eye shone wildly with bizarre, flashing runes. She was devouring the essence of Mu Feng's soul. No, to be precise, she was branding this soul with some kind of terrible mark. Just like the 10 great masters, once the branding was complete, it would be a terrifying contract that forever bound the soul. Mu Feng would become the second little viscount. Boss, wake up quickly. Yan Ji was still desperately shouting in Mu Feng's soul world. At this moment, even she was powerless to break free, because Mu Feng's entire soul world was sealed by this woman's bizarre and terrifying innate ability. It seemed to be a process of forced extraction. Finally, just at this critical moment, a loud bang echoed. A strange golden light pierced through the rules of the old Earth boundary and entered the space of the City of Desire. It broke through all obstacles of energy and rules, and from thousands of meters away, it hit the target with a single shot. With a crack, it shattered Eliza's right eye. Catherine, with a proud expression, put away her sniper rifle, revealing a satisfied smile. No! Eliza screamed in pain, her whole body quickly taking to the air, flying backward. Her right eye was shattered. Endless soul power light spilled out from the hollow of her broken right eye. At this moment, Mu Feng also regained his clarity from the daze, and without hesitation, he concealed an ancient hymn, helping himself completely shake off the shadow of desire, coldly staring at this woman. Beautiful. Catherine is also a trustworthy teammate. Yan Ji cheered excitedly in her mind. Your plan succeeded, boss. I was really worried just now. If Catherine is unreliable, you might really be at risk of being devoured by Eliza. Mu Feng simply smiled calmly. Is my boss so easy to defeat? Even if she fails, I will use other trump cards in advance. It's just that my judgment has never been wrong. She is a trustworthy teammate. As the soul power emanating from Eliza's shattered right eye continued to dissipate, the space of Desire City where everyone was located changed once again. All the peaceful and beautiful village backgrounds vanished. In their place was an unfathomable black abyss. The ground was littered with countless cold, lifeless bones, and the grotesque skeletons simultaneously gazed at Mu Feng and the others. As the battlefield scenery completely transformed, Eliza, standing at the peak of the mountain of bones, revealed her true form. Gone was the elegant appearance in a formal gown. Half of her face was a skull, just like the surrounding bones. The other half was the face of an old woman. However, what truly caught Mu Feng and his three companions' attention was the scepter in her hand. That's the thing. The treasure of the rules of Desire City that Little Mustache mentioned. It has finally appeared. This is the true form of the Desire System dungeon we are challenging. Everything we just experienced was an illusion. Mu Feng began to interpret, and the three companions who had gathered around him suddenly realized. So that's it, have we finally reached the final level? Otto stepped forward again and smiled at Mu Feng. You've done too much for this battle, leave the rest to us. Mu Feng, however, smiled wryly. Are you sure you can defeat this old woman without me? Her strength is that of a level 500 Dominator. How much? Level 500? Catherine was instantly petrified. You might as well kill me. How could I possibly defeat a level 500? That should be a forbidden existence comparable to an awakened human at the 8th stage. Moreover, the scepter in her hand likely has even more terrifying power. Mu Feng was inspired and immediately activated the insight skill in the name of light, locking onto the scepter in her hand. Sure enough, the soul power dissipating in the space was being continuously absorbed by the purple gem within that scepter. Perhaps when this gem is perfectly restored, that scepter will regain its peak power. By then, there should be no possibility of defeating her. A bunch of ridiculous ants. From the very beginning, Desire City was merely a game I wove, existing solely for my amusement. And at this moment, I am the true embodiment of my power. You have destroyed such a beautiful world with your own hands, a realm of desire where everyone indulged together, so I have decided to reclaim the only joy I granted them and collect their soul origins. When my Supreme Scepter awakens its rule ability again, it will be your end here. However, Mu Feng was not the least bit flustered. He stepped forward a few paces and coldly spoke. This time, is it still only a 10-minute game duration? Old woman, you have always regarded yourself as a dominator, so let me take a guess. As a survivor of the Annihilation civilization, you stole this supreme rule scepter that belongs to your lineage. This scepter was damaged during the civilization's destruction war, and only the power of souls can repair the gem that represents the rule's power. You possess the ability to control human desires and imprison human souls. Thus, you created Desire City to absorb the souls of those awakened ones lost in desire. After indulging in pleasure and satisfying one's own desires, complete the restoration of the gem until this scepter fully regains its regulatory power. Perhaps, with this regulation, you can combine it with your own innate skills to obtain everything you desire. Am I right? The old woman's somewhat hoarse voice slowly emerged. You are indeed clever, kid. What I hate most are smart people like you, unaware that the civilization I belonged to back then was also destroyed by a group of self-righteous leaders like you. I have experienced true despair and seen what it means to overturn everything, only rules in the order that transcends. Rules are the ultimate pursuit of power, and you ants, in the face of rules, only have the qualification to be crushed. After saying this, Eliza raised the scepter high, and an incredibly powerful mental force erupted instantly, spreading in the form of a halo around the endless pile of bones. All the bones surrounded by this pale purple light seemed to be granted new life, beginning to scream and roar in agony. From a pile of shattered bones, they slowly began to coalesce into the shape of skeletons. Even under this terrifying light, flesh and vitality began to recover bit by bit. Their originally zeroed health points actually started to grow in value. Seeing this scene, Mufeng and the others all changed their expressions. Catherine even murmured, in shock. So terrifying, is this the terrifying power of a level 500 Dominator? How could we possibly defeat her? These puppets can provide her with attributes and vitality. Otto spoke up, adopting a brave and fearless stance. I'll hold her off. However, this time, Mufeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Save it, brother, my nirvana can only be used on you once. If you die again, no one can save you. Otto was indeed taken aback, then reluctantly shrank his head. No one is truly unafraid of death. He had been so brave just now because he was influenced by desire. Now that everything had returned to the real world, how could anyone easily give up their life? Mufeng smiled and said, leave this old woman to me. Your task is to find the little mustache. He hasn't appeared at all, and that giant snake that suddenly vanished is the real hidden danger. The visible enemies are not as terrifying as you imagine. Catherine was directly stunned. She even doubted her hearing and questioned, are you sure you want to face a level 500 Dominator alone? Mufeng, however, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said lightly, Dominators also have their nemesis. As soon as he finished speaking, Mufeng's angelic wings spread open again, instantly casting the 8th tier evolution divine skill, Withering. The old soil level Withering. A black domain halo continuously spread out from beneath Mufeng's feet. Wherever it passed, those resurrecting bones instantly shattered in large numbers. How is this possible? His domain didn't have such exaggerated damage before, did it? This kid actually has more hidden cards. Otto and Catherine were directly frightened, and even Bai Xiaomian beside them had a strange look in his eyes. How much more? Does Big Brother still have hidden? Watching the undead bones beneath Mufeng's feet crumble like paper and permanently turn to dust, even Eliza, standing atop the mountain of corpses, was completely stunned. No, this is impossible. How did you do it? Mufeng coldly smiled and said, all the undead in the world must bow down before me, playing with skulls in front of me? You're still too green, old woman. After saying this, Mufeng directly displayed the title of the Underworld Emperor above his head. This wave of showmanship truly shocked everyone present. You think I can't see that you're resurrecting these bones just to share their vitality? Unfortunately, this amplification is meaningless in front of me. The 500% necromantic damage effect instantly quintupled the damage intensity of Mufeng's decay domain. Any area consumed by this black halo instantly shattered. As Mufeng rapidly approached her, the old woman Eliza finally began to panic uncontrollably, yet she was unaware that this was merely the first surprise Mufeng had prepared for her. Meanwhile, on Catherine Otto's side, Bai Xiaomian suddenly exclaimed, look behind, it's that little mustached Viscount. You all stay here, I'll deal with him. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaomian vanished with her large rabbit. Before Catherine could stop her, she had already disappeared. With Bai Xiaomian's departure, the mustached Viscount and the purple giant serpent were also engulfed by the surrounding darkness under a surge of energy, quickly vanishing from sight. Boom! The sound of earth-shattering explosions echoed continuously. Eliza continuously cast her innate skills, trying to halt Mufeng's advance, but it was utterly ineffective. She raised her staff high, further amplifying the battlefield's domain effect, yet still could not suppress Mufeng as she had imagined. At the same time, a second title slowly appeared above Mufeng's head, Star-Suppressing Emperor. The title's attribute enhancement had a simple line, all civilizations outside the Awakening era have their rule effects weakened by 30%. What an outrageous attribute, truly worthy of the title of king. This was the supreme honor Mufeng earned by slaying the strongest sovereign of the Star River lineage. When facing all extraterritorial civilizations, the different rule restrictions encountered would be reduced by 30%. This allowed Mufeng to resist the surrounding rule limitations while battling in this City of Desire's barrier. Even if it's a rule level supreme treasure, what of it? A damaged staff. Do you really think you can turn the tide? Old woman, it's my turn to sanction you now. Next comes the final surprise I've prepared for you. In an instant, Mufong summoned back his old Earth-level trick, Puppet, and two identical Mufongs appeared before Eliza. At the same time, Mufeng's main body descended, unleashing the 7th-tier divine skill of trauma technique, Reverse Cataclysm. Boom! The sky was once again torn apart and a massive divine hand pressed down. The old woman looked at the enormous hand appearing before her with a dazed and terrified expression, yet she was utterly powerless to resist. Her growth intensity was rapidly diminished. No, there are actually other high-tier skills. How many more tricks does he have? This was Mufeng's first attempt to activate the decay domain while simultaneously releasing his time reversal divine skill, Reverse Cataclysm. The two powers, the perfect weakening forces against the essence of life, intertwined to create an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Eliza's level of 500 rapidly regressed. Not only was her health limit attribute decreasing, but she was also continuously losing health under the influence of the decay effect. In just under a minute, her total health of 8 million had dropped to over 4 million. The peak level beyond 500 was now weakened to 380, and this weakening effect continued. At the same time, Mufeng's Holy Spring effect, named In the Light, was fully charged, and the angelic light energy burned to its limit, sustaining the joint consumption of health energy and mental power from both the decay and reverse cataclysm skills. Wow, boss, no wonder people say fighting is like burning money. You're purely burning your life. With over 800,000 total health, if there's no healing supply, it might be emptied in less than 10 seconds. Mufeng responded with a hearty laugh. Of course it's worth exchanging life for life. Help me calculate how much damage is still needed to reach her kill line. Yanji murmured seriously while counting on her fingers in Mufeng's soul world. About 30 seconds more, we must suppress her level to below 270. Mufeng's face instantly changed, seeing his energy consumption at 40% per minute. He couldn't hold back. 270? I'm afraid that's impossible. The consumption of reverse life drain is too great. If we really suppress her to 270, I won't be able to maintain the basic requirements of the angel totem and I'll lose my ability to fly. Yanji immediately replied. Then let's go for 300, leave the rest to me. Mufeng immediately smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Boom! Seeing the endless energy erupting between heaven and Earth on the battlefield, Mufeng stood like a god rising from the human race, fighting against the greatest evil and darkness in the world. Otto and Catherine stared in a daze at the epic scene, each taking out their communication devices to start recording. Come on, we're both in a team to tackle the dungeon, and Mufeng is single-handedly facing a Dominator-level boss, while you're just here with a broken phone filming. Aren't you embarrassed? Otto looked at Catherine with a puzzled expression. Aren't you just like me? Catherine spat. Can you compare with me? I actually contributed. I shattered Eliza's right eye. Otto scoffed. You still have the nerve to bring that up? You've only fired one shot the entire dungeon. The two nearly started fighting. As they argued, the big toad behind them stuck out its tongue and complained. Alright, you two pathetic creatures are still here comparing yourselves? Compared to my master, you're just accessories clinging to a big leg. No need to compete. The two turned around in shock and retorted. You foul toad can actually speak human language. That's just ridiculous. Boom! At the end of the battlefield, Eliza let out a painful scream because she had truly been reverted to level 300. At this moment, she also felt an unprecedented threat in front of Mufeng. It was a terrifying pressure that could take her life. Who exactly are you? Just a rookie support from the Eastern Dragon Empire. How could you have such terrifying strength? This is far beyond the scope of a priest. Mufeng laughed upon hearing this. Who said that priests in this era only heal? I intend to use my own strength to overturn the world's perception of this profession. Old hag, your time of death has come right now. In an instant, Mufeng soared into the air, leaving the battlefield, and from a high vantage point he merged with the fire deity. Two blazing flames ignited in his pupils. Flame Emperor? The emergence of the third Emperor title made Eliza gasp. No, what kind of terrifying existence has come? Using the little remaining holy spring to restore his state, Mufeng simultaneously began to chant the 8th tier fire evolution skill, Falling Firestar. A massive firestar slowly descended. Eliza felt an unbelievable terror and despair, roaring desperately. There's even more. In a panic, she tried to control more puppets, but soon realized that the contracts on her were already exhausted, and she had no external forces to rely on. Mufeng looked at her panicked expression and sneered mockingly. You toy with others' fates, manipulate desires, yet never thought that one day you would be this desperate. I want to see whether your contracts are more numerous or my methods are more plentiful. Boom! The massive falling star crashed down heavily. Eliza continued to release skills, gathering an energy shield to protect her body. However, her health was still reduced by nearly 1/3 at that moment. Damn it! I never expected that one day I would be in such a predicament, but you should be at your limit too, right? It's a pity that the gap between our levels is still too great. Facing the power of a dominator, can an ant really turn the tide? Mu Feng smiled slightly, and a brand new title appeared above his head. Dominator's Nemesis. When facing a Dominator-level boss alone, critical hit probability increases by 1000% and critical hit damage increases by 500%. Boom! At that moment, the massive Shura totem finally descended behind his puppet clone. The entire battlefield was once again shrouded in a terrifying veil of slaughter. Look, what is that? The devices in Catherine and Otto's hands froze completely. When the enormous Shura appeared, the two were utterly dumbfounded. No, it must be an illusion. How could anyone in this world possess the legacy of both an angel and a Shura, the two top-tier gods? The ancient frog king sneered disdainfully at the shocked expressions of these two frogs at the bottom of the well. I told you long ago, you two are still too immature. In this world there are only two types of geniuses, one is others and the other is my master. Rumble. The world-destroying soul-devouring slash, a massive scythe, descended from the sky. At the same time, Mu Feng's main body perfectly merged with his clone, leveraging the Shura's giant blade in conjunction with the explosive power of Dominator's Nemesis. The power of the ultimate slash descended with a thunderous roar. Boom! With one strike, Eliza's main body was instantly cleaved in half. She looked at her body being separated bit by bit with despair, revealing unwillingness and regret. No, I will never fail like this. After waiting for decades and devouring countless souls, am I really going to fall short at the last moment? Mu Feng, I hate you, I will curse you for all eternity. However, Mu Feng merely threw her a mocking glance, while Yenji transformed beside him and snapped her fingers with a smile. Get some sleep, old lady. If anyone in this world has suffered the most curses, it must be you. Those souls of the puppets you manipulated will surely come to collect your life, right? In an instant, the divine flames descended again, surrounding Eliza's damaged body that had been cleaved in two. In the blink of an eye, her remains turned to a pile of ashes. Only an incredibly rich grayish-white soul aura merged into the purple gem of the supreme scepter that was embedded atop an endless mountain of corpses. At the same time, Mu Feng also extracted a strand of soul energy, absorbing it into his soul pearl, leaving it for the soul memoir to use. Whoosh! In an instant, the purple gem radiated an incredibly brilliant light. At that moment, the repair work of the supreme scepter seemed to be complete. Eliza's immensely powerful soul essence became the final piece of this puzzle. Unfortunately, Eliza did not get to witness the moment her dream came true. Just as Mu Feng reached out to grasp the scepter, a massive shadow suddenly formed in the sky above. The signal of crisis perception reappeared. Mu Feng instantly teleported back several dozen meters, narrowly dodging this crushing blow, which turned out to be the oversized white rabbit that had swollen several times, its pupils emitting a purple glow. Above, the giant rabbit's head stood by Xiaomian and Xiaohuzi. How could this happen? That big rabbit has devoured that snake. Xiaomian, what are you doing? Hurry back. Why are you standing with this guy? Mu Feng said coldly. Haven't you figured it out yet? Bai Xiaomian has never been one of us from the very beginning. She colluded with this Xiaohuzi, wanting to be the yellow sparrow behind the mantis, using us to eliminate the unbeatable Eliza and then reaping the benefits to seize this supreme scepter and become the final winner. Zhou Xiaohuzi burst into wild laughter upon hearing this. Good one, Mu Feng, you have truly shocked me time and again. I never thought from the very beginning that you would be the one to break the deadlock. And now, you really have slain Eliza, all by your own strength. This is truly unbelievable. But because of this, you have exhausted all your resources, otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. And now, everything has turned out for the best. Mu Feng snorted coldly. Do you really think you can suppress me? At that moment, Bai Xiaomian revealed her cute little tiger teeth, smiled, and snapped her fingers. With a loud clap, a pure black sun silhouette suddenly appeared above Mu Feng's head, completely freezing him in place. How is this possible? A diviner actually possesses the ability to immobilize? Bai Xiaomian stuck out her tongue at Mu Feng and said playfully, Sorry, big brother. I forgot to tell you, I have my own hidden profession. But none of this matters anymore, because you few are about to be extinguished by us. Mu Feng wore a resigned expression inside as he asked, How did you become partners with this guy? That's the only thing I can't figure out. The little bearded man sneered. At this point, I might as well tell you the truth. Xiaomian and I met during the last dungeon raid. I saw her unique talent, so I intervened to save her, preventing her from sinking into the desire for gambling and getting lost forever in the city of desire. To repay my life-saving grace, she was willing to cooperate with me, recruiting awakeners to this space as a rogue awakener and providing her with enough resources. With her inside and outside assistance, I quickly gained Eliza's trust, obtained more authority, and naturally learned the secrets of the Supreme Scepter. What Eliza doesn't know is that I possess the means to dissolve her desire control, which is somewhat related to my big, foolish brother. This is a unique ability of our twin brothers. I can seal a part of his will in my mind, so once I encounter mental confinement techniques, I can also regain consciousness. Mu Feng then smiled in realization and nodded lightly. I see, the planning is truly meticulous. However, the one thing I cannot accept is betrayal. Betrayal from those around me, betrayal from fellow disciples of the Forbidden Tower. And you two have just triggered my greatest taboo. The little bearded man stared coldly at Mufeng, laughing scornfully. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You can't do anything now. And I am a master at level 100, I can crush you with one hand. As long as you die, what fear do we have from the two of them? Mufeng shook his head helplessly. You're right, I really can't release any skills, but that doesn't mean I can't take anything out of my pocket, right? Suddenly, Mufeng calmly pulled out 2 ice blue maple leaves. Indeed, this was an item he obtained during the college entrance examination in the ice attribute Forbidden Ruins in the East Sea. He had previously given 2 pieces to that girl Ling Yao, but the few pieces he kept for himself had never found a use. He didn't expect they would come in handy at this moment. The moment these 2 maple leaves hit the ground beneath them was instantly frozen. Only Mufeng, surrounded by the power of divine fire, broke free from the powerful immobilization of the frost maple leaves. As the big rabbit by Xiaomian and the little bearded man were frozen in place, Mufeng smiled as he took the scepter in front of them. However, the instant he pulled out the scepter, the entire battlefield began to shake violently. Moments later, Catherine, not far away, exclaimed, "Look over there. This is the teleportation passage. We found the entrance to the challenge." Mufeng said with a calm smile, "Let's go. It's time to end everything here." With the scepter taken away, the rules of the City of Desire will completely collapse, and everything will turn into a sealed past. Little Mustache Mentor, I will tell your brother everything, and I believe he will respect my actions. As for Bai Xiaomian, I can only say I'm sorry. Your fate may have been sealed the moment you first entered the City of Desire. Bai Xiaomian's eyes were filled with unwillingness, her beautiful big eyes shimmering with tears of regret as she shouted frantically, "No. Why is this happening?" However, this time, Mufeng would show no mercy to his enemies. In front of the 2 despairing gazes, he melted away his old earth magic puppet, and along with it, the black sun mark above the puppet's false body also disappeared. It turned out that Bai Xiaomian's mark was planted on Mufeng's clone and had no effect on his true self. The wings of the angel lifted Otto and Catherine into the air, and Mufeng, holding the scepter, returned triumphantly, finally stepping into the teleportation array. "Mufeng, you damned guy, I curse you." As they watched Mufeng and the others gradually fade away, the teleportation passage slowly vanished. Following that was the collapse of the endless Dark Order. Soon, it swallowed up the despairing shouts of Little Mustache and Bai Xiaomian. Inside the passage, as she watched the chaotic time and space currents rushing towards her, Catherine felt an immense weight in her heart. Mufeng saw the tears glistening in her eyes and sighed, saying, "Stop thinking about it. I know you see Bai Xiaomian as a sister, but in fact, she teamed up with you this time purely to use you. Today's fate is also her own doing." Catherine fell into a moment of silence before slowly speaking up. "You must have known her identity was problematic, right? Although you brought out that maple leaf, which seemed like good luck, I know you had everything planned from the start. The development of the situation has been firmly in your hands from the very beginning, because Xiaomian's binding mark was evaded by your clone. Even without the maple leaf, you could still suppress them and turn the tide." Mufeng smiled indifferently, recalling the moment he had just completed the team formation at the instant center. The first time he saw Bai Xiaomian, he felt a familiar aura, very similar to that of the War God Academy's headmaster, the Great Mustache. Then he used his angelic totem's mindlink ability and heard the true disguise behind that harmless smile. From the Eastern Dragon Empire? Just like Little Mustache. Should be another good prey. Mufeng raised the supreme scepter and examined it for a moment, then sighed deeply. Such a strong aura of desire, it's truly a bottomless abyss that devours people without spitting out bones. Catherine and Otto instinctively looked at Mufeng, eyeing the scepter in his hand with a glint of greed in their eyes. This was human nature. Mufeng playfully raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the two. "What? Want to try to snatch it? Now that we're all in the chaos of the teleportation passage, this should be your best chance to deal with me. Once we leave this place, you won't have any opportunity." Otto scratched his head, looking foolish. "The treasure is great, but you saved my life. I'll let it go this time. Next time we meet, I won't be polite." Catherine chuckled and teased, "Just you? Mufeng could kill you with his foot, do you believe it?" Otto scoffed, "You're impressive. If you can last 10 rounds against him, I'll admit defeat." Catherine suddenly glanced at Mufeng and licked her lips. "On the battlefield, I have no chance, but if it were somewhere else, I could go for as many rounds as you want." Mufeng was left speechless. This woman had no sense of propriety, actually flirting with him? It had to be said, women from the West were much more open, expressing their feelings directly. Before Mufeng could speak, Yanji directly sprayed a breath of divine fire onto Catherine's face, leaving her covered in soot. She looked as if she had just walked out of a coal pile, and her comical appearance made everyone burst into laughter. "Forget it. This thing is a disaster to keep, better to destroy it, just like the City of Desire, let it disappear together." Bang! Mufeng no longer hesitated, and with Yanji's divine firepower, he instantly refined the scepter. The already cracked scepter shattered into sparkling pieces, dissipating in the chaotic flow of the void passage. However, at that moment, the purple gem that had been completely repaired entered Mufeng's storage space. Ding! Obtained a rule-level magic treasure, Chaos Stone, purple. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking a special achievement first time. Obtaining a rule-level magic treasure. Received achievement gift pack *1. Mufeng's eyes widened in an instant. Had his accumulated good fortune finally paid off? A rule-level reward. This time, I hit the jackpot. Great, I finally made it back alive. It's like I picked up a new life. Catherine was the first to step out of the teleportation passage, looking down at the bustling hall. From the railing at the center of the instance, suddenly feeling as if she had crossed into another world, murmuring in amazement. There were 4 of us when we went in, and now it's down to 3. Mufeng and Otto approached, and it was impossible not to feel a stir in their hearts. Even someone as calm and composed as Mufeng couldn't help but feel that this time was truly perilous. It wasn't that the opponents were particularly strong, but the City of Desire was indeed terrifying. A place that could lead one to lose their true self was far more daunting than the visible combat power. However, fortunately, they had successfully crossed this threshold, taking a solid step forward on the path of the awakened. Mufeng was confident that in the future, when encountering similar instances, he would have ample means to cope. What are your plans, you two? I forgot to ask about your purpose in participating in the City of Desire. Was it just to reap benefits? Catherine suddenly turned to the two and inquired. Mufeng replied calmly. This is my 5th-tier priest promotion task. Upon hearing this, both Catherine and Otto showed expressions of shock. No way? You have to fight in the City of Desire for a promotion? Is the promotion system in your Eastern Dragon Empire really that absurd? Otto chuckled a couple of times. I think it must be that brother Mufeng himself is too outrageous, which is why he drew such a difficult task. You look so young, you can't be even 30 yet, right? Mufeng felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. Indeed, I'm 17 this year. Just graduated from high school. Otto immediately fell silent, his face darkening, seemingly regretting bringing up this topic. His already burdened heart took another hit. Little did he know that this big guy was already 33 this year, and even in his own country, he couldn't be considered part of the younger generation of awakened. When Otto broke through to the 5th tier, he was already nearly 30. As for Catherine, she had no such thoughts, her gaze hazy as she stared at Mufeng, making one wonder if she was possessed by Lady Elizabeth. Even though Mufeng had put a ghost mask back on, obscuring his features, Catherine still found it hard to resist the powerful charm radiating from this young boy. You still haven't answered me, brother Mufeng. Do you have a girlfriend? Are you interested in this older sister? Ahem. Mufeng coughed seriously a couple of times, naturally diverting the topic as he reminded, we just left the instance to turn in our tasks. Right? Completing the old soil level tasks here at the instance center, along with the hidden achievements, should grant us some extra resource rewards. After saying this, Mufeng quickly turned around and led the way, fearing that Catherine would continue teasing about the topic of men and women. Arriving at the task submission window, the 3 handed over their information cards. The staff member operated swiftly, but soon the young woman's face was filled with disbelief. At the same moment, the largest screen in the entire instance center projected the latest announcement, the voice echoing in the ears of all awakened beings. Announcement. The world-renowned outer space instance, the City of Desire, has been cleared. Instance task difficulty, old soil level, clear. Evaluation, ultimate, total number of clearers, 3, list of clearers, Mufeng, Otto, Catherine, among them, the team leader, a level 72 4-stage priest from the Eastern Dragon Empire, Mufeng, completed the globally unique hidden achievement of this instance. He defeated the final boss of the instance, Lady Elizabeth. The Supreme Scepter was destroyed, the spatial order of this instance collapsed, and the rules fell into silence. From today onwards, it will be permanently closed. As soon as the announcement was made, all the awakened beings bustling about in the instance center stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with disbelief, quickly gathering in front of the big screen to discuss among themselves. How is that possible? The old soil level difficulty of the City of Desire was cleared directly? I feel like I've heard the name Mufeng somewhere. Is this a mistake? The captain is actually a priest? Why did he complete the boss killing task? What kind of healer can kill a boss? Especially one as terrifying as Lady Elizabeth. I remember now, he's the young man escorted by the Tsanglong guards. But wait, he just entered not long ago, how could he clear it so quickly? And he even sealed this instance permanently, that's just absurd. Little did they know, it wasn't just the people at the instance center who were shocked. The public screen of the Forbidden Tower virtual system also released a completely consistent announcement, and in an instant, the public screen exploded once again. What the hell? What kind of hobby does this person have? Clearing one instance and sealing another, he's simply the Terminator of instances. Is our little junior from the Shoshang Academy showing off his power again? Ha, this is killing me with laughter. He actually cleared the City of Desire. That's just a bit too strong. If I had known, I would have clung to Mufeng's thigh. With a monster like him, even bringing 2 sidekicks should be an easy clear, right? Damn, the good stuff shouldn't flow to outsiders. Mufeng actually cleared it with foreigners? Next time there's such a benefit, take care of us classmates. Can you have some shame upstairs? You've been studying at the Forbidden Tower for 7 years and still want to cling to a new junior? Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor Tower also received the announcement immediately. Ningxu looked out the window with a gentle smile, shaking his head helplessly as he murmured softly, "I should tell Xinr to remind this kid, clearing one instance and sealing another. If this continues, Mufeng might become the public enemy of the awakened." Feeling the noisy discussions and praises from the big screen, Catherine and Otto both wore proud expressions. Only Mufeng remained unfazed. He had long been accustomed to others' astonishment and calmly pointed at the big screen. "According to what it says here, we broke the clearing record for the old soil level instance of the City of Desire, and we are qualified to receive 2 pieces of legendary great armor, 1 for each of you." As soon as Mufeng said this, Otto and Catherine were both taken aback. Otto, the iron-headed fool, quickly spoke up. No. This won't do. That Lady Elizabeth was killed by you alone. We didn't contribute at all. How can we take the reward that should belong to you?" Hearing Otto's words, the staff inside were completely stunned, all staring at Mufeng with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. How is this possible? A priest actually soloed a level 500 boss? Are you kidding me? However, Mufeng just smiled indifferently and casually took out his angel necklace to show it off. "Do you think I would lack legendary level armor?" Put. Both Catherine and Otto spat out blood simultaneously, their faces filled with despair, questioning their lives. "No way, just casually showing off an epic level exclusive accessory?" Catherine looked at Mufeng with even more fervent eyes. At that moment, even without the influence of Lady Elizabeth's talent, her desire for romance was amplified countless times. She almost wanted to throw herself into Mufeng's arms. "Big shot, does your family need a maid? I come with a uniform and won't ask for a salary. I'm requesting to start working." After that, Otto and Catherine no longer declined and each excitedly chose a legendary level armor piece that suited their professions. It wasn't that Mufeng had truly become strong enough to ignore legendary equipment. It's just that the basic pieces of armor he was currently wearing were all from the black armor set, which had an overall attribute enhancement effect, so there was no need to switch to these scattered pieces, as the enhancement wouldn't be significant for him. Moreover, Mufeng's gains this time were not all visible, just that 1 rule level purple gem was incomparable to any kind of reward. He couldn't take all the benefits for himself. Otto and Catherine were also teammates who had shared hardships, so they should have something to gain as well. As for Mufeng, he only received the material reward package for the unique exclusive achievement, which included 3 million gold coins, some enhancement materials, and 2 high-level teleportation scrolls. Anything he couldn't use could all be sold for gold coins, and even giving them away would be a nice favor. After all, this trip was definitely not in vain. "Awesome, I finally got the legendary level shoulder armor I've been dreaming of. It's a pity that all the pawned equipment we saw in the City of Desire in the entertainment center got lost in the dungeon space. If we could get those, we would definitely strike it rich." Mufeng, however, was clear-headed and shook his head decisively. "Don't get your hopes up. Everything in the City of Desire exists based on the exclusive rules of that space. If I'm not mistaken, even if we could really bring them out, the attribute effects would be greatly reduced, and they might even be damaged remnants. They are far less practical than the exclusive legendary and armor equipment distributed by the dungeon center. After all, equipment can't just be judged by its quality level, the most important thing is how well it fits you." Catherine nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Now, even if Mufeng farted, she would probably find it valuable. "By the way, male god little brother, I remember that the staff you used on the battlefield seemed to be of average quality, just an ordinary fine item. This doesn't match your strength and other equipment configuration at all. For awakeners, the most important core equipment is still the weapon in hand. You can't get the main and secondary confused." Mufeng smirked. "This was crafted for me by my second uncle. Although the quality is low, the attributes are decent and barely usable. Plus, it has a certain enhancement for priest skills." Catherine suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed in surprise, "I just remembered something. Last month in our league's guild shop, a legendary level staff weapon came out, and it seemed to be exclusive for priests. The quality is definitely not something your fine staff can compare to. I can't remember the specific attributes, but since it's exclusive to priests, it shouldn't be too bad. If you're interested, I can help you. Just leave your address with me, and once I get it, I'll send it directly to you. It will definitely enhance your combat strength. Maybe next time, even if there are 20 masters on the other side, you'll still have the strength to fight." Mufeng quickly pouted and shook his head. "Please spare me. If it weren't for Otto's top-notch taunting skills this time, I wouldn't stand a chance against even 3 people, let alone 10 masters." Mufeng quickly downplayed himself, but still exchanged contact information with Catherine Otto and shared some of his public information from the Forbidden Tower. Otto stood by with his hands in his pockets, looking disdainfully at Catherine. "With that look on your face, I can't help but feel you're asking for Brother Mufeng's address not just to get him a weapon. I even doubt whether this weapon really exists. Maybe one day you'll just show up in person to deliver it." Catherine looked at Mufeng's information, chuckled a couple of times, and rolled her eyes at Otto. "What do you know? Anyway, I have other things to do, so I won't play with you two anymore. Until next time. Oh, by the way, brother, Mufeng, I'm not joking about the maid job I mentioned. Think about it, and if you find it reliable, feel free to contact me anytime. I'm available 24 hours for you. After saying that, Catherine playfully blew a kiss to Mufeng and quickly walked away with her long, beautiful legs. Otto shook his head and clasped his hands together with Mufeng. Brother, thanks to your help this time, I was able to come back alive. I'm a rough guy and not very good with words. In any case, just contact me anytime if you need help in the future. I can't go to the Eastern Dragon Empire, but if it's in a public area or there's a chance for a joint dungeon, I'm still willing to continue with you. Mufeng smiled and nodded. There will be opportunities. After finishing these matters, Feng's execution at the dungeon center was coming to an end. 8 members of the Tsanglong Guard appeared to escort him as he set off on his way home. Along the way, Mufeng took out his phone to chat with friends and received a cute message from Senior Ginghong. Congratulations, Junior. The Forbidden Tower has received the announcement. Not only did you clear the dungeon of the City of Desire, but you also permanently sealed it. This should be the 3rd dungeon you've sealed, right? Mufeng replied with a playful emoji. Just lucky. This time was indeed very dangerous, but fortunately, the result was satisfying and I did gain something. Senior Ginghong smiled. I've changed your nickname to Dungeon Terminator. I'll be waiting for your return. Mufeng smiled slightly. Although he hadn't interacted much with Su Jinghong, for some reason the bond of camaraderie between them was growing stronger. There was an unspoken sense of trust between them. It seemed she was becoming a part of Mufeng's belonging in the Forbidden Tower. Then Mufeng no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and entered the Soul Sea barrier. He finally welcomed the moment he had been looking forward to the most. Mufeng arrived beneath the ancient tree of life and picked up the memoir of the dead once again. At the same time, he extracted the soul essence of Eliza, which was glowing with a faint purple light and had been absorbed into the soul pearl, and merged it into the latest page of the memoir of the dead. In an instant, the page corresponding to Eliza transformed into a dazzling golden color. Unlike the previous white pages, as the light shone, Eliza's familiar face reappeared. However, the left half of her face was her stunningly beautiful appearance, while the right half remained a chilling skull. Moments later, Eliza's projection was completely embedded in the golden page. With a wave of his hand filled with excitement and anticipation, Mufeng drew out the exclusive reward belonging to Eliza. Ding, you followed the past of this soul and gained 89 spirit attribute points. Ding, you followed the past of this soul and gained 67 physical attribute points. Ding, you traced back the past of this soul and gained the exclusive talent, Soul Eye. Mufeng's eyes lit up upon seeing the message prompt. Sure enough, the stronger the soul, the greater the probability of receiving rare rewards. It's actually Lady Elizabeth's exclusive talent. This luck is unbelievable. Soul Eye, a unique talent of the ancient interstellar civilization. It opens the engraved pupils to absorb a percentage of the opponent's spirit power for one's own use. In cases of spirit power depletion, it absorbs the source of the opponent's soul power. Note, each use of this skill will cause permanent damage to one's own pupils. Although this talent has a certain degree of self-effect, in Mufeng's view, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. When used at a critical moment, the effect will definitely exceed expectations. Especially against extremely powerful mental mages, or when one's own spirit power is exhausted, it can directly absorb the opponent's power as a supplement. Combined with his own holy spring, it will provide comprehensive replenishment to the 3 most important core attributes: health, energy, and spirit power. At this point, Mufeng could almost achieve full attribute coverage in terms of power recovery, with no weaknesses left. Previously, he could only replenish spirit power consumption through the use of potions. Now, as Mufeng mastered more advanced skills, his own spirit power consumption was also continuously rising. The lack of means to restore spirit power was definitely a significant drawback on the battlefield. But now, Elizabeth's contribution completely made up for the last shortcoming in Mufeng's recovery capabilities. The memoirs of the dead souls are indeed extraordinary. Mufeng sighed. From the heart. If this Soul Eye appeared as a skill book, it would at least be worth over 100 million, yet I can easily obtain it without any cost. Doesn't this mean I owe Old Wei a huge favor? Again? Mufeng chuckled and then took out the purple gemstone. Using the old rules of the underworld barrier, the gemstone became exceptionally radiant, floating in front of him. Mufeng activated the insight skill in the name of light, but received no data response. Strange, how exactly should this thing be used? Even my insight, I can't probe its attributes. This is a bit tricky. Then, Yen Ji suddenly spoke up to remind him. Boss, try guiding your soul source into this purple gemstone. Mufeng was taken aback. Guide the soul source? How can I do that? I know nothing about this. Yen Ji smiled and reminded him. Did you forget? Now you possess the ability of the Soul Eye. Just use the inscription in your left eye to activate the soul ability and touch this purple gemstone. You might get unexpected results. With no other choice, Mufeng had to follow her advice. In an instant, the inscription in his left eye emitted a purple glow, and the moment it touched the purple gemstone, the entire gemstone trembled violently. Then, the surrounding purple light began to rapidly merge into Mu Feng's soul eye. It perfectly fused with his entire soul body. You really guessed it right. It turns out this rule-level treasure needs to be touched with one's own soul source. You really are a little genius. In fact, this method was quite common in the old Earth era. But nowadays, means and skills to awaken the origin soul level are extremely rare. Only extremely rare special profession awakeners or ancient taboo-level beings who have lived for a long time are proficient in this ability. Awakeners below the master level rarely know how to use their soul power. Little do they know, for an awakener with super abilities, the soul is an important treasure worth deep development. Mu Feng also felt that this statement made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. After all, the speaker was the old earth fire god, and the weight of his words should not be underestimated. Soon, Mu Feng's soul body was completely protected by a purple light, and he noticed that there seemed to be some faint, thread-like traces in his field of vision. What do these special lights represent? Could they be the materialized rules? Yen Ji said again. That's right. If you can see their existence, it means you have completely mastered this rule. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the rules of the outer civilization equality of all beings. Equality of all beings, using the coverage area of mental power as the effective zone under the influence of this rule, the host can designate any individual within the specified range and share a certain attribute or exclusive ability with all targets in that range. What? It can't be that exaggerated. Mu Feng was stunned on the spot. As steady as he was, he rarely felt this shocked, because he instinctively realized that the influence of this rule seemed to emphasize a level that could break the balance of the energy system. To put it simply, if Mu Feng's health exceeded 1,000,000 and he led some first-level awakeners into battle, he could use the ability of equality of all beings to make everyone on the battlefield have a health of 1,000,000. What kind of heaven-defying ability would that take? It was simply strong enough to reach the level of a creator. No way? If this ability can be used at will, then wouldn't I be invincible in the entire awakening era? Soon, Mu Feng saw the corresponding prompt for the equality of all beings rule on the panel interface. Equality of all beings, current status not activated. Current soul power reserve 0%. As expected, I guess there would definitely be corresponding energy activation limits. I need to collect a full reserve of soul power to awaken the rule power that this purple gem carries. Note, equality of all beings is a unique rule belonging to the ancient star outer civilization, and there are 9 other gems of different colors that correspond to it. Once the host collects more gems, more corresponding rule abilities can be unlocked. Note 2, this purple gem can exist independently to activate the rule or be embedded in weapons and equipment to gain corresponding attribute enhancement effects. It can even be embedded? Mu Feng was shocked again, an overwhelming sense of excitement flooding over him, but he quickly realized a problem. Wait, all the weapons and equipment I've obtained so far do not have the function of embedding. Even the epic level angel necklace does not have this. Could there be some other explanation for this? No, I need to hurry and ask senior sister or the mentor. If embedding is really possible, then wouldn't I have gained 2 ability enhancements? My strength would definitely improve even further. Determined with this thought, Mu Feng regained his focus and just noticed that the Sanglong guards had escorted him back to the Forbidden Tower. The 8 Sanglong guards respectfully clasped their fists towards Mu Feng. Sir, this collaboration has come to an end. The next time we meet may have to wait until next month. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. Thank you, brothers. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to the Sanglong guards, Mu Feng was about to return to his cave to rest when he unexpectedly ran into senior sister Jinghong halfway. However, today, Su Jinghong looked completely different from her usual shy demeanor. Instead, she approached Mu Feng with a serious and anxious expression. Junior, you finally returned. Come with me to see the mentor. Something has happened at the War God Academy. The bearded director has gone missing and has not been heard from since. All 10 elite prodigies from the War God Academy who went on a mission with him have disappeared. Mu Feng immediately furrowed his brows. Is there really such a thing? Let's go, take me to see the director and the others.